Chapter 1 Ben. Ghetto. Under the night curtain of Violet City, faint lights glimmered within each house, appearing from afar like a fallen patch of stars upon the earth. After the sun vanished beneath the horizon, the city was shrouded in darkness. Only on the streets of Crown District, where the nobles and wealthy merchants resided, were there a few hanging kerosene lamps. Their firelight penetrated through cloudy glass, casting weak light that barely illuminated a few steps ahead. And in the other parts of the city, except for the occasional pedestrian carrying a kerosene lamp crossing the streets, the roads almost completely succumbed to complete darkness. At this time, pedestrians on the streets had become extremely scarce. After sunset, the darkness in people's hearts also gradually emerged. The destitute commoners and vagrants, driven by the instinct to survive under conditions of hunger and cold, constantly swayed between endurance and crime. No one knew when they might suddenly attack passing pedestrians, perhaps just for an unappealing dinner. Therefore, only occasionally would one or two people pass quickly on the streets, perhaps only when passing by another commoner's doorway, catching the scent of delicious food, or glimpsing through a window a family gathered happily together singing and laughing, would they possibly pause briefly. North District. This place was known as the dirtiest area of Violet City because it housed all the commoners and vagrants of the entire city. Poverty, ugliness, and evil happened here frequently, making it more dangerous under the nightfall. The nobility had always been attempting to drive the residents of this district out of the city, or at least relocate them further away. Unfortunately, according to the latest decree issued by the newly enthroned emperor, everyone was regarded as equal subjects of the royal family. The nobility were not allowed to insult, discriminate against, or trample upon ordinary citizens indiscriminately. Some notorious nobles even had their titles stripped and were demoted to commoners, creating fear among many. Because of this, many of the nobles were becoming increasingly dissatisfied with the new emperor who had certain peculiar characteristics. Unlike the Crown District, which was full of magnificent Gothic architecture with pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, the houses in the North District were generally adobe cottages made of mud mixed with some stones, topped with wooden frames covered by straw and leaves. Roads were unpaved and lacked smooth stone slabs. Every rainy season brought additional hardships to the residents living there. At this moment, inside an inconspicuous adobe house in the North District, the room was dimly lit, with only a single kerosene lamp providing enough illumination to barely make out the furnishings. The largest piece of furniture in the room was an original wooden bed, though it was unclear how long it had been in use, as its wood color had changed from the original yellowish-brown to brown, bearing countless marks of wear and tear over time. The blanket on the bed lay crumpled and wrinkled, while the other side was stacked with equally messy hemp clothes, presenting an overall unkempt appearance. Facing the bed was a wooden table and bench pressed up tightly against the room's only small window, on which wooden shutters had been nailed and sealed with bundles of straw and scraps of cloth. On the table stood a plate that looked filthy around the edges but was surprisingly clean on its surface without any trace of leftover food, a testament to its owner's admirable habit of never wasting food. Its owner appeared to have recently enjoyed a fine meal with this plate, although when it would get thoroughly cleaned next would depend entirely on his mood. In addition to various clutter and garbage piled up in the room's other empty corners, the above constituted the entirety of this home. This was a typical poverty-stricken household of a struggling commoner. Finding ways to make ends meet was a challenge, with many having no choice but to do hard labor, toiling all day and still earning less than a copper coin. Many older youths lived alone due to poverty, since merely surviving was already difficult, let alone bothering to tidy up the house. This situation was seen in every corner of the era. The occupant of the room was a thin young man, his hair black with slight curls, but dirty and disheveled. He was lean with stubble covering his face, seemingly neglected for quite some time. On him, he wore tight short-sleeved gray linen over-knee shirts, barefoot, seated on a stool, leaning forward with both elbows resting on the table, carefully examining a black bronze mirror in his hands. Between the narrow crevices along the edges of the mirror could be faintly seen dried blood stains. With the help of the dim light from the kerosene lamp, the mirror reflected not the youth's face, but rather an alien world unknown to him. The name of this young man is Ben. At 21 years old, he came from an unnamed small village where his family had been serfs under a noble lord for generations. Unwilling to follow in his parents' footsteps and lead such a life, he traveled thousands of miles alone to start afresh in Violet City. Life here turned out to be much harder than he had imagined. Without finding any work, unable to handle the arduous labor in the mines, and often living a life of feast one day and famine the next, he gradually grew numb. Did he have a future? He didn't know, because just getting through each day was an immense challenge. Some people told him this was all destined by fate. The noble lords, with their superior bloodlines, were born to possess everything. As for them, as low-born commoners, they could only scrape a living from the soil their whole lives, serving as slaves to the nobility. Others suggested that he should put his faith in Mother Earth, the goddess. By praying daily to Mother Earth, the deity would hear his suffering and bless him with happiness and well-being, helping him overcome adversity. He also tried not working every week and praying at the church to Mother Earth. However, it did nothing to improve his real-life situation, leading him to start doubting the existence of the deities, wondering if they were just like the swindlers in the North District who duped and fooled believers. Until today, as usual, he went outside Crown District's garbage dumping area to find food. The disparity between the rich and the poor in Violet City is best described by the saying, while the aristocrats feast extravagantly, the paupers freeze to death on the streets. Many things discarded by the nobles were treasures for the poor. They could even fetch a few copper coins at the second-hand market, which might take them days of hard labor to earn otherwise. Even leftover scraps, such as meat bones, could be relished by the poor as a fine meal. This wasn't an easy job, as there were many competitors around. He had to run fast and be quick both with eyes and hands. The time when Crown District dumped garbage was almost fixed every day. There were already plenty of poor people waiting in favorable positions. Sometimes they even fought over a good spot. And the soldiers guarding Crown District wouldn't interfere. Instead, they took pleasure in watching everything happen. Some idle nobles also happened to pass by and wait silently for a good show to begin. Soon, workers pushing garbage carts slowly approached, covering their noses and mouths with cloth to resist the stench coming from various types of waste. But their arrival instantly captivated everyone present. The impoverished wanted to rush over immediately, but doing so would provoke harsh beatings from the guards, as some crazed individuals had been beaten to death before. Thus, everyone learned to control themselves, patiently awaiting the unspoken moment to start. There were designated wooden garbage bins meant to collect the refuse, usually transported outside the city walls by donkey carts. However, these bins remained almost unused as the workers hadn't bothered with them for a long time. Instead, they simply dumped the refuse onto the ground, leaving the poor to clean up after themselves. Afterward, they merely rinsed the ground with water. It was efficient and saved effort. Workers directly spilled the garbage on the ground, then sneered contemptuously at the countless ravenous and longing stares around them, muttering under their breath, "Truly filthy peasants," returning smugly into Crown District. In no more than 10 minutes, all the trash would be scrambled over, and they'd come back to deal with the mess. The soldiers smiled on their faces, excitedly telling their comrades, "It's about to begin." Even the bored upper-class members who lingered nearby revealed looks of anticipation. As soon as the garbage truck entered Crown District, all the poor rushed forward and began rummaging through the piles for treasures. It was chaos, crowding, fighting, everywhere fights broke out, far more entertaining than watching brawls in the underground bars. Here, it was genuine. Survival depended on what they could obtain, or they'd perish. Their lives truly hanged in balance. Benjeddo also joined the scramble. Knowing his disadvantage, trying to fight for it or grab anything forcefully would be impossible, let alone compete physically. Therefore, once he grabbed something useful, he quickly ran away. Others were temporarily too preoccupied to chase him, increasing his chance of success, an experience gained from previous lucky finds. After discovering a relatively intact bronze mirror among the garbage pile, he didn't even have time to treat the cut his hand sustained from sharp porcelain shards within it. Ignoring the dirt, he stuffed the grimy mirror into his chest and swiftly ran out of the crowd. Fortunately, luck was on his side today. He managed to get away with it. Instinctively, he glanced behind to see the frenzied crowd still rushing towards the hidden treasures, a scene filled with men, women, elders, and children, everyone participating in this chaotic feast. He then decisively turned and walked away, disappearing down the street. Originally, he planned to find a place to wash the mirror first, then go to the second-hand store to sell it for some food. After all, the item was too dirty, and the owner of the second-hand shop would surely press down the price heavily. They never had the qualification to set prices, and since the items were usually stolen goods, the shop owners generally knew the police officers well. If they annoyed them, the police would take them away, and the items would be confiscated as well. So, the price offered was often very low, but they could do nothing but accept it. Chapter 2. The Death of the Reaper's Descendant. As soon as he returned home, he heard a voice coming from the mirror. At first, he thought it was just auditory hallucination due to hunger, something that had happened before. But this time, the voice was different. It clearly told Benjeddo many things, including his origin, and even the mirror itself displayed various fleeting anomalies. In it, he saw another world, a sight that left him no choice but to believe. The voice called itself the Reaper, an ancient deity. It claimed that he was not only the descendant of the once mighty Reaper god, but also carried the noblest bloodline of the gods, possessing an unparalleled potential for divinity. If he infused the mirror with his own blood or soul power, the gates of the Death Realm would open to him at any time. By reaching the depths of the Death Realm and entering the Death Temple, he could obtain everything. The Reaper instructed him to be patient. Believers of the Reaper from the Resurrection Society would soon come to take him there, helping him become the new Reaper. How could Benjeddo not be thrilled? He had never imagined that he bore the bloodline of the noble Reaper god. For someone who had always believed in the theory of bloodlines, this was indeed a heaven-sent piece of good news. His life was finally about to change for the better. He already started imagining how the great figures of Crown District would bow down and pay respect to him, addressing him as the Honorable Lord Benjeddo, esteemed heir of the Reaper god. He liked the title. An unknown wind arose in the sealed room, causing the kerosene lamp's flame to flicker and dance as if responding to the excitement within the young man. I, Benjeddo, am finally going to meet the dawn of my life. The youth shouted excitedly, raising his head to look at the cracked ceiling beam. Let's see who will look down on me after this. Those aristocrats keep boasting about their noble bloodlines and how they deserve everything. My bloodline is nobler than anyone's. I will make all those who once trampled upon me kneel before me. I shall become a deity. With a wild expression, the youth held the mirror high in his hand, staring intently at his reflection. He was far more exultant than when he used to sneak peeks at women bathing through the windows of widows in the slums. He couldn't wait anymore. He wanted to enter the mirror immediately and visit the death realm that was about to belong to him. Once again, he cut his finger with a knife, dripping blood onto the mirror. The mirror transformed as expected, showing the other world he had seen before. After absorbing his blood, the copper mirror began to undergo strange transformations. Its center swirled like a vortex in flowing water, slowly spinning and indenting, causing the entire surface to ripple. A growing force of attraction emerged, seeming to pull Benjeddo into the mirror. In the endless starry sky, a certain presence gradually awakened, a vast sound echoing throughout the cosmos. "O deceased god, what right do you have to be dissatisfied?" The vast voice resonated, shaking the stars and startling countless hidden entities within. The young man felt as though he was about to enter the death realm. He could already see its scenery. It appeared to be a forest. Suddenly, he noticed that the fluctuations in the mirror had disappeared. While he could still see the other world through the mirror, it was obvious that something had changed within the mirror itself, and it no longer seemed as miraculous as before. What's going on? Could the mirror be broken? Or perhaps the blood I smeared wasn't enough? Benjeddo muttered uncertainly. This was the treasure meant to change his destiny. It absolutely couldn't afford to malfunction. At that moment, the tightly locked door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The wooden door slammed against the mud wall, shaking the house slightly and causing dust to sprinkle down from the roof and scatter across the corners of the room. After hearing the sound, Benjeddo, who had initially picked up his knife intending to drip more blood onto the mirror, instinctively hid the mirror behind his back, tucked into his waistband, using his coarse linen clothing to conceal it. Then, holding his knife in hand, he looked cautiously at the two unwelcome visitors who were slowly walking in. In the North District, people breaking into homes late at night definitely didn't mean well. Was it because someone had seen him finding treasures in the garbage heap earlier in the day and had now come to steal it? Some factions in the North District wouldn't hesitate to do so. Benjeddo instinctively gripped the knife in his hand tighter, glaring fiercely at the two intruders. Two cloaked figures walked in. From the moment they entered, their eyes fixed sharply on him, and they clearly weren't members of the North District gangs, making Benjeddo feel extremely uneasy. Under the dim light, he carefully observed the two men in black cloaks. One had a stern face, while the other wore a faint smile, yet both of them had piercing gazes that made his eyes ache simply by being stared at. "Who are you?" "As you can see, I have nothing. If you're here to rob me, then you've come to the wrong place." Benjeddo was a bit nervous but tried to remain calm. Nevertheless, he gripped the knife in his hand even tighter. He openly showed the two intruders the knife in his hand and his determination to resist, hoping they wouldn't push things too far and would rather back off. But cold sweat quickly poured out of his palms, making his grip on the handle slippery and uncomfortable. The cloaked man with the faint smile slowly scanned around the room, shaking his head instinctively at first. Then, looking at Benjeddo, he said, "Your life doesn't seem to be going too well, does it? Pretending this is a robbery won't work. I doubt anyone would believe it. Forget it. Let's just call it murder instead. A crazy murderer. After all, no one will care about anything happening in the slums, right? What do you think, Benjeddo?" The black-cloaked man laughed. "Or should I address your other identity? Heir of the Reaper?" The black-cloaked man laughed even harder, showing an inkling of madness. After hearing that, Benjeddo's heart started racing. How did these people know? He had accidentally cut himself that morning, splashing blood onto the mirror he had picked up. Only then did he discover that he possessed the bloodline of a deity, something he hadn't even told his family yet. He explained timidly, "Heir of the Reaper? Don't joke around. I'm just a starving commoner." After listening, the cloaked man burst into exaggerated laughter, bending over and laughing loudly before glancing at his companion in black robes. "He actually dared to lie to us. Bloodline of the Reaper is indeed so despicable. We are the Truth Sect. We know everything and follow the decrees of the Chaos King. Today, we have come to kill you." The other cloaked figure, with a grim face, took a step forward, staring at Ben with icy eyes. Ben instinctively remembered the pig slaughterers from the streets who shared that same chilling gaze. He saw the black-clad man speaking icily. "Don't waste time with words. Move quickly, find what we need, and leave. The stench here makes me want to vomit." As he said that, he rapidly approached Benjeddo and directly extended a strong right arm, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Ben struggled desperately, attempting to stab the cloaked man with his knife, only to have it easily snatched away. Long-term hunger and hard labor had drained his energy. His frail body couldn't match the robust figure of the cloaked man. "Omnipotent, omniscient death magic," muttered the cloaked man. Ben suddenly noticed that the hand gripping his neck turned pitch black instantly, as if a dreadful power was gathering there, dark enough to obscure all light. In its depths, he could vaguely glimpse endless night and the graves symbolizing death. In no time, this force flowed into his body, quickly sapping his strength, leaving his soul weak, his flesh cold, and life slipping away. At this moment, the other cloaked man laughed and said, "The heir of the Reaper dying under the power of death, that's quite a fitting end." The killer dropped the completely cold and stiff corpse like tossing away garbage. Benjeddo's expression upon death wasn't painful, just filled with some regret. He was supposed to rise to greatness and become a deity, embarking on a glorious future, but his journey never even began before ending this way. Chapter 3, The Master of All Phenomena. The black-robed figure paid no attention to the fallen Benjeddo, stepping directly on the corpse as he walked to the table. "Find what the god wants, and then we leave immediately." Then the two black-robed figures began frantically searching through drawers and cabinets. The dirty plates on the table were thrown to the floor, shattering into several pieces with a shrill sound that carried far, but the black-robed men didn't care at all. Because those who survive in the slums learn one thing: never meddle in other people's business. The soiled clothes and bedding on the bed were hastily searched by another black-clad figure, who cursed under his breath but seemed to find nothing. Damn it, this guy's just a dirty little bug. They flipped up the mattress, examining even the wooden bed frame, yet found no special items. Whatever the deity wanted must surely possess some peculiar quality. Then their gaze turned to Ben Jetto's corpse. If not in the room, it was most likely on his body. The black-robed men began to search the corpse from front to back. Finally, they felt something hard on the back of the lifeless body. Upon lifting the coarse linen garment, they found the peculiar bronze mirror. Is this what the god is looking for? Both black-robed figures stared simultaneously at the mirror's surface. Oddly, their reflections did not appear within it. Instead, it seemed to connect to another somber world. On the back of the mirror were 2 lines of text, though they couldn't recognize them, only vaguely making out that they might be lost words from previous epochs. It must be this, one black-robed man said uncertainly. Don't let your guard down. If we make a mistake and don't complete the task the god gave us, we'll both die. The other black-robed figure warned severely. He then picked up the knife that had fallen on the ground and approached the cold corpse of Ben Jetto. Pray to the god immediately and draw the god's attention here so the deity can make the judgment. As he spoke, he used the knife to slit open the corpse's neck, allowing the still warm blood to trickle slowly out. Without hesitation or revulsion, the black-robed man dipped his fingers directly into the pooling blood and drew a specific symbol on the ground. Once completed, the two placed the bronze mirror inside the red pattern. They knelt around the crimson design, infusing it with an indescribable power as they began to mutter low incantations. Descend now, master of all phenomena, sovereign of time and space, emperor of light, king of chaos. The faithful servants implore your sight, your answer, help solve our confusion. On the ground, the blood began to rapidly transform. It grew brighter, spreading gradually until the entire symbol was filled with redness, forming a vivid crimson field. Then, in the center of the blood-red pattern, a crack slowly formed and opened like a seam. Like a door being gently pushed open, beyond it could be seen infinite darkness and starry skies, a formidable force stirring restlessly behind it. Meanwhile, the kerosene lamp in the room had inexplicably turned pure white without anyone noticing. At the same time, an elderly man strolling alone in the northern district of Violet City paused momentarily after walking out of a dark alley late at night. At that moment, a middle-aged man silently slipped out from the shadows, having been covertly tracking the old man for quite some time. This elder appeared no ordinary individual. Who else would dare stroll leisurely at such an hour? He attracted rapid attention, especially once the tracker confirmed that the elder lacked protection. Determined, the tracker decided to kill the elder there and take whatever valuables the elder carried. The middle-aged man looked fiercely upon the senior's back and edged closer quickly, tightly gripping a dagger aimed straight toward the older man's back, intending to stab him ruthlessly in the heart. Suddenly, the elder stopped, coughing lightly before sighing deeply. Truly an unsettled night. Unsure if his presence had been detected, the middle-aged man hesitated briefly but then pressed forward, believing he was close enough for the perfect opportunity to strike. With resolute determination, he plunged the knife into the elder's back. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded before the man's eyes. He saw numerous colorful bubbles swirling before him, while plants rapidly sprouted from his chest and arms. He barely had time to react before his body started losing all strength. Suddenly feeling his mind empty, the man collapsed onto the ground. The knife fell, clinking against the stones beneath it. Looking at the man, he was already silent, more plants growing profusely from his body and soon covering him entirely. The elder didn't bother to glance at the fallen figure behind him. Instead, he instinctively looked up towards the direction of the northern district. The breath of an evil god, the old man muttered to himself. A plant had sprouted beneath his feet at some point, rapidly blooming into a flower that cradled the old man securely on its petals. The flower itself was solid and stable as it supported him firmly. Then, the stem of the flower continued to grow rapidly, lifting the old man higher and higher into the air. Though slender, the stem remained incredibly stable, eventually carrying the old man high above the ground. From this vantage point, he could directly see the city laid out before him like a starry sky. The stem then bowed gracefully, directing itself towards the northern district. It smoothly carried the old man straight into the northern district where he stepped down from the flower. Behind him, the flower quickly withered, but the old man didn't look back as he entered the slums of the northern district. From the center of the blood-red pattern, a vast voice echoed forth. Seal it after, then bring it back. Faithfully following the divine order, the two black-robed figures immediately knelt, answering with devout voices. The crimson pattern vanished rapidly, as if it had never appeared. The sound did not come again, and the light of the kerosene lamp returned to its normal orange-yellow hue. But even so, the two black-robed figures still dared not rise. They remained kneeling on the ground, saying, "Send off the king of chaos." After speaking, the two black-robed men finally climbed to their feet. Now that the authenticity of the item had been confirmed, the next step was to complete the seal, and they could leave this detestable place. One of the black-robed men retrieved a pitch-black wooden box from his bosom. On its surface were many red mysterious engravings. Upon opening the box, the black-robed figure carefully took out a face-down puppet from inside. Seeing it, the other black-robed figure instantly moved to the side, somewhat exasperatedly saying, "Don't point it at me, or I'll lose control instantly. Do you want to kill me?" The black-clad man mumbled. Rest assured, I'm being careful. Now give me that mirror. The black-clad man accepted the strange mirror handed over forcefully by his companion, and then slowly flipped the face-down puppet to reveal its front. The puppet looked rather crude and poorly made, roughly carved to show only the facial features, body, and limbs. Its facial expression had long become blurred. There seemed to be a droplet of red paint on the puppet's chest, bizarre in its appearance because it was still fresh and vivid as though newly applied. The black-clad man merely glanced once before swiftly averting his eyes and pointing the front of the puppet towards the special mirror. In the mirror, this strange phenomenon dissipated quickly upon facing the puppet, as if an even greater force within it suppressed whatever powers resided there. Then the mirror began showing only the dim room they were in, appearing once more as a regular bronze mirror, displaying no further uniqueness. Chapter 4. The Sea of Flowers. After completing everything, the black-robed figure took out another identical black wooden box and placed the bronze mirror inside. Then, it was handed over to another black-cloaked person who stashed it carefully in their embrace. Let's go, leave here quickly. Don't let the Soul Healer squad discover us. Once the items were secured, one of the cloaked figures prepared to leave while the other picked up a kerosene lamp from the table with a smirk and said, "To welcome the arrival of the Soul Healer squad, let's give them a grand bonfire party. I hope they'll like it." With that, he hurled the kerosene lamp onto the bedding, which immediately burst into flames. The red firelight illuminated their faces, casting them as bloodthirsty devils, and their shadows flickered grotesquely on the walls. The two black-clad individuals then considerately closed the door behind them before disappearing into the darkness, leaving the room ablaze. Behind them, the flames grew stronger, consuming everything in the room, including Ben Jedwa's corpse. Hastening through the dark alleys, soon the duo faintly heard cries for help, indicating someone had discovered the fire. But who would know that they were the ones truly responsible? Before they could go far, they spotted an unremarkable old man squatting at the road intersection, smoking his pipe. He lifted his head to glance at the two black-clad figures. Instinctively slowing their pace, a soul healer's intuition warned them that danger lay ahead. Perhaps this seemingly inconspicuous old man was the source of their unease. Upon seeing the two stop, the old man spat out a circle of smoke and spoke. The old man just wanted to live out his days here quietly until death, but the church kept sending letters urging my departure. Originally, I was planning to set off early tomorrow morning. However, you pests have jumped out tonight, truly annoying. The old man slowly stood up and addressed the black-clad figures. I am Helian Zheng, a soul healer from the Life Church. May I ask who among our old friends has sent you? On hearing the name, the black-clad figures' expressions drastically changed, as within their organization, this name ranked at the top of the list of healers one must beware of. They quickly exchanged glances and immediately fled in opposite directions down the alley. Without bothering to get up and chase after them, the old man instead puffed on his pipe again and said, "Sea of Life Flowers." Suddenly, what appeared to be a desolate street littered with garbage and filth began sprouting countless seeds that swiftly budded into tender shoots. These shoots continued to grow, forming buds, and eventually bloomed into flowers of all colors, decorating the street like a magnificent sea of flowers. This entire scene unfolded in just a few breaths of time. The flower sea spread rapidly from beneath the old man's feet, racing down the alleyway in the direction the pair had fled. One of the black-clad figures sensed the terrifying soul force vibrations approaching from behind and turned back to resist, only to find himself instantly overtaken by the swift wave of flowers that submerged his feet. Trapped in the flower sea, the cloaked figure felt his body's strength quickly draining, along with his willpower. Now, his sole desire was to lie amidst this flower sea and sleep forever. But the black-cloaked figure did not surrender. He summoned all his strength to extract a wooden box containing the mirror from his robes, and pulled out a piece of paper inscribed with mysterious patterns, attaching it to the box. Concealment. The wooden box instantly vanished from his hands, thrown with his last ounce of energy into another corner of the alley. The second black-clad figure fell into the flower sea, closing his eyes, slipping into deep slumber. His chest gradually ceased to rise and fall, leaving no sound or movement except for the many flowers sprouting on his corpse surface, covering him entirely under the ocean of blossoms. The other black-clad figure also sensed the alarming soul force waves trailing closely behind. Realizing his doom, he made an instantaneous decision. From his pocket, he retrieved a small ceramic bottle, pulled out its cork, and gulped it down in one draft. Instantly, boundless power surged through his body, and with reckless abandon, he slashed open his wrists, letting blood flow freely on the ground without any concern. As he continued running, the black-cloaked figure shouted loudly, "Descend! Lord of 10,000 images, Master of Space-Time, Emperor of Light, King of Chaos, your humble servant prays for your attention and assistance to save me from this peril." As soon as the words left his lips, the blood on the ground swiftly gathered together to form a peculiar symbol. The symbol acted like a door, connecting to another immensely powerful being. A terrifying force surged from within the symbol, directly blasting through the flower sea that was rapidly spreading under the black-robed figure's feet. The flowers withered and faded away, unable to advance any further. This surge of power was fleeting, but it gave the black-robed figure enough time to successfully escape and vanish into the labyrinth of alleys. The old man frowned, muttering under his breath, "People of the Truth Sect? Even an evil god is involved. What exactly are they trying to do?" Soon, a group of people quickly arrived at the scene, with a middle-aged man leading them stepping up beside the old man. Teacher. The old man took another puff on his tobacco pipe, exhaling a smoke ring before saying, "A few thieves from the truth sect. I don't know what they were up to. Search around and see if you find anything. One of them escaped using the power of an evil god, but in return for such power, he will surely die. Send part of your team after him. He might lead you to something useful." The middle-aged man immediately divided his subordinates into two groups. One set off in the direction indicated by the old man, while the other went to inspect the fallen black-clad figure. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure who had narrowly escaped grew increasingly weak, as though approaching the end of his life. His vision blurred, and he could no longer walk. He was well aware of his fate. In the presence of a powerhouse of such magnitude, they had no chance of winning. Hence, he drank the cursed potion granted by the church, which unleashed his potential but at the cost of his life. From his bosom, he retrieved the wooden box, took out the puppet inside, not even glancing at it before tossing it into the nearby sewage drain. His escape was merely to seize the opportunity to hide this item. Then the black-robed figure discarded the wooden box casually and continued moving forward slowly, laughing wildly all the while. He mumbled incoherently, "The end is near, the world will be destroyed, and the gods have promised us rebirth in the new world. Hurrah!" With those words, the black-robed figure collapsed on the ground, falling silent. He was soon discovered by the middle-aged man who had been chasing him, only to find that he had already been dead for quite some time. They searched the body and the surrounding area, but found nothing more than an empty box. Neither did the searchers on the other side find anything, leaving them with no choice but to take the two corpses of the black-clad figures back. After hearing the middle-aged man's report, the old man exhaled another puff of smoke and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Laurent, I'm leaving soon. Those old acquaintances outside have been quite restless recently, so I'm going to the Emerald City. The sudden appearance of these heretics has me puzzled about their schemes. From now on, Violet City will be in your hands and the hands of the Soul Commerce Squad." With that, the old man turned and left the street. Laurent didn't accompany him, instead commanding others to carry away the bodies. He knew his teacher's temperament well. During work, there must be focus without distractions. Otherwise, interference would only result in reprimands. 3 days later, in a corner of this alley, a meticulously crafted wooden box mysteriously appeared, picked up by a famished passerby who stumbled upon it. He was overjoyed, thinking it might contain valuable jewels. But upon opening it, he found just an ordinary bronze mirror, so he sold it off carelessly to the owner of a second-hand store. After a careful appraisal, the knowledgeable shop owner decided to give a few extra copper coins for the box and sent the vagrant away. The box was tucked away, while the bronze mirror was tossed among a pile of mirrors to be treated as a common second-hand item. Chapter 5. The Eerie Mirror, the Traveler, and the Deceived. North District of Violet City. The morning sunlight filtered through the cloudy glass of the stained windows, creating a mottled and strange, yet beautiful halo of colored light on the ground. Inside the room, a young man with short black hair was dampening his hands with water to tidy his slightly messy hair. The young man's name is Chu Mu. He is 20 years old and comes from a small merchant family in Leicester County. He currently serves as a clergyman at the Violet Grand Cathedral in Violet City, Milan County. The Violet Grand Cathedral belongs to one of the branches of the Church of Life in Violet City, which worships the beloved Mother of the Earth. The Church of Life advocates love for life, encourages reproduction and childbirth, and is especially skilled in healing. It is said that praying to the Mother of the Earth can even help increase crop yields. Therefore, the Church of Life has high prestige among ordinary people in the Emerald Kingdom. It is said that at least 5 out of every 10 citizens in the Emerald Kingdom worship the Mother of the Earth and respectfully refer to her as the Mother Goddess. Out of respect for deities, she is often simply called she. The first and fourth days of each week are designated as worship days for the Church of Life. On these 2 days, the Violet Grand Cathedral gathers many believers who pray together to the Mother Goddess. Fortunately, today is Wednesday, so aside from the worship days, although the cathedral is open daily, there are far fewer believers who come voluntarily to pray. This allows Chu Mu to finish his work early and then focus on an important matter he wants to handle. Chu Mu is not originally from Violet City in Milan County, nor does it mean he comes from Leicester County, because he is a true-to-life outsider, which in their native tongue would be called a traveler. His soul originates from a place called Earth, and now he has become this new person named Chu Mu. Fortunately, his current name matches his original one, sparing him the need to rename himself. Chu Mu had once wondered if he might still be on Earth, just having traveled through time back to the past. After all, this world looks like the European Middle Ages depicted in movies, from fashion to eating habits to cultural customs. Of course, there were also conflicting aspects. For instance, his own name, undeniably Chinese, appears extremely out of place in the European Middle Ages. But this isn't the only case. He has seen many others who bear single-character surnames, creating some confusion. Furthermore, the technological development in this world seems highly uneven. Glass was invented early, steel production is refined, but they still eat coarse salt, and weaving cloth requires manual effort by residents without machinery. There are no looms, no steam engines, no electricity, no cement roads, no radio waves, and transportation remains in the age of horse-drawn carriages. As a result, Chu Mu's living experience here is quite poor. Carrying these doubts, Chu Mu examined the history of this world and discovered that its history was peculiar as well. Records only indicate that it is currently the 5th epoch, which spans nearly 700 years. However, there is no mention of how the 5th epoch came about, and no records exist about prior histories. It's as though someone deliberately erased them. Subconsciously, Chu-Mu recalled a certain Island Nation Sea Police anime he had watched before, where 200 years of history went missing. But if an epoch roughly corresponds to 1,000 years according to modern historical estimations, that means humanity lost at least 4,000 years of history. Where did they go? Chu-Mu vaguely remembers that, on Earth, the recorded history of human civilization is around 6,000 years. So considering that, it sort of aligns, but still feels odd due to the lack of any historical records. Unable to make sense of it, he stopped thinking about it. Later, more incidents confirmed to him that this was absolutely not Earth. In this world, divine doctrines are highly prosperous, and true gods actually exist. Furthermore, real monsters also inhabit this land. It's entirely unscientific. Such things would never happen on Earth, leading Chu-Mu to finally conclude his answer. He originally thought he might have gone back in time, but instead, he ended up much farther away, arriving in a completely unheard of world. When Chu-Mu first arrived in this world, he found it difficult to adapt to the lifestyle here because this world's technological development was severely backward. The happy life his parents provided him, where food and clothing were plentiful, was already the lifelong pursuit of many commoners. His parents' vision of him marrying 3 wives didn't completely appeal to him, although his father hadn't yet fulfilled his dream of taking a second wife. There were few schools in this world, and most of Chu-Mu's education took place at home according to his memories. There was limited knowledge to learn, and even fewer toys to play with. Even a simple wooden puppet his parents bought for him outside kept him bragging to his childhood friends for an entire year. Chu-Mu's family was in the grain and fodder business. Thanks to the sword law, decreed by the newly enthroned and wise emperor, they had made a lot of money from their trade. This sword law was one of the most popular policies issued since the new emperor assumed power. Instead of linking the people's taxes to the amount of grain they produced, the policy changed it to a fixed monetary tax. This meant that citizens only had to pay a set tax, reducing many opportunities for junior officials to embezzle funds while boosting national revenues. As a result, the populace gained more freedom in how they managed their food and fodder supplies, making this policy beneficial both to the country and its citizens over the short term. At the time, to promote this law effectively, every village and town received an official order supposedly stamped by the emperor himself. It was printed on fine quality paper, and Chu-Mu still remembered how vividly a great sword was depicted on it, with its details exquisitely drawn. The image left a lasting impression on him. By the way, in this world, there were no toilet papers, as paper was a highly expensive luxury item only for the nobility to indulge in. However, Chu-Mu didn't fully approve of this policy because similar measures seem to have existed in the long history of Huaxiao on Earth, known as single whip, which eventually failed disastrously. Therefore, whether a policy was good or not depended primarily on its supervision. But this did not deny that the new emperor was indeed an excellent one. Since ascending the throne, he had diligently governed by stripping away titles from corrupt nobles and demoting them to commoners, while reorganizing the bureaucracy and frontier armies. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was nearly akin to a deity. Later, Chu-Mu got the chance to experience a life of luxury when he finally rode in a carriage, a privilege supposedly only afforded to the aristocracy and the wealthy. This first ride left a deep impression on Chu-Mu because riding in a carriage on bumpy roads was nothing short of pure misery. He decided never to ride again after just one attempt, preferring instead to get off halfway through his journey and walk behind. The pain in his buttocks was unbearable due to the lack of any kind of shock absorption. Essentially, constant vibration within the carriage compartment, referred to simply as coughing. Yet the noble lords cherished this experience greatly, viewing it as some form of dignity and honor incomprehensible to Chu-Mu. Though this world was rather dull, since arriving here, Chu-Mu had no choice but to accept reality and continue living his life here as Chu-Mu. He thought he would take over his father's business one day, become a successful merchant, follow the plans his parents had laid out for his future, to marry 3 wives and produce a large family. Until one day, while wandering around idly, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting. His innate curiosity from Huaxiao stirred, prompting him to rush over quickly. There, he witnessed 2 soul masters from the church combating a living corpse. With various wondrous magical spells flashing before his eyes, bolts of lightning and the manipulation of plants, they defeated the horrifying zombie in no time. Of course, at the moment, he wasn't aware that these individuals were actually legendary, righteous magicians. Motivated, he abandoned the prospectively lucrative career of being a businessman and asked the soul masters of the Life Church how to become a magician. Thinking this knowledge would likely be kept secret, he was surprised by their unexpected enthusiasm. They directly guided him toward the correct path, recommending that he attend the church school. Initially grateful to these 2 men, later, Chu-Mu developed hatred towards them because this so-called path turned out to be blocked. Following their advice, Chu-Mu proposed to his parents that he wanted to go out to study. His mother disapproved, citing dangers outside, but his father expressed satisfaction, saying that gaining broader horizons wouldn't hurt. Thus, Chu-Mu attended the church school established by the Life Church for over 2 years. Unfortunately, the school's teaching quality left much to be desired. It only taught mathematics, literature, theology, with other subjects receiving minimal attention, and its level barely equaled the 4th grade of elementary schools back in Earth's Huaxia system, and even then, only 6-year primary education. Under the intellectual dimensional superiority of Chu-Mu's advanced knowledge and intelligence, he endured the challenging 2 years and graduated top of his class, receiving countless flowers and applause. Through arrangements made by the church school, he immediately began work as a low-ranking clergyman at the Violet Grand Cathedral, accurately speaking, a third-grade novice disciple. His mother, being a believer in the Life Church, was thrilled about her son becoming a clergyman and strongly supported this decision. Therefore, despite his father's reluctance, Chu-mu successfully entered the church for employment. He thought his glorious life was about to begin, but upon arriving at the designated church in Violet City, he soon realized he had been misled. When Chu-mu eagerly questioned the pastors about how to become a soul master, they paused briefly, seemingly reluctant to disappoint him. Then they told him that once he reached the rank of black-robed pastor, he would know. Chu-mu couldn't wait that long, so he sought out the only black-robed pastor in the church, who was also the most senior pastor, nearly 70 years old, a perfect old coot. Then the old pastor told Chu-mu that ordinary clergy members wishing to transfer into the soul master team of the peaceful soul masters needed a great many merits to earn the opportunity to become a soul master, as only soul masters could join the peaceful soul masters. The other pastors weren't wrong, because becoming a black-robed pastor meant your merits should be enough to trade for a chance to become a soul master. But Chu-mu was merely a third-grade novice disciple. Above him were the second-grade novice disciples, first-grade novice disciples, white-robed pastors, and finally black-robed pastors, all requiring an enormous amount of merits. Based on his current progress, it would take him at least half his life dedicated to the church to barely gather enough. After hearing this, Chu-mu was utterly disheartened because by the time he reached that age, becoming a soul master would be meaningless. Already lacking almost any sincerity towards religion, Chu-mu now felt no guilt at all since his dream of becoming a soul master had been practically shattered. Furthermore, just like assassins, clergymen couldn't change professions. Chapter 6. The Clergy of the Church of Life. Since Chu-mu had become a clergyman, he could only walk the black path until the end. A good life was ruined by his own actions, leaving Chu-mu feeling utterly desperate. He wouldn't give up easily and found out where the Anfu Soul team was. He went to Laurent Rayleigh, the current captain of the Anfu Soul team, and asked many times. Eventually, he managed to get a second method, although it was not impossible that his persistence drove the other party into a corner. Captain Laurent said that if he could become a soul master, he could directly change his role. However, this was almost impossible, and it was implied that becoming a soul master required consuming magic medicine, which was already enough to make Chu-mu feel desperate just from the price alone. Thus, Chu-mu gradually learned to accept reality and diligently served as a low-level clergyman, which was essentially doing odd jobs and being a high-class servant. His responsibilities included guiding people who came to pray at the church every day, cleaning, serving tea, answering questions, and even occasionally performing in the choir. The primary task of the clergy is to make the common people believe in Mother Goddess and praise her. A series of related behaviors such as winning the favor of the people, helping them, or keeping them ignorant are all permitted according to the church's principles. For example, a believer might ask why after praying daily to the Mother Goddess for gold, they still have not picked any up yet. Facing such questions, Chu-mu was also quite perplexed. As a real insider to the Mother Goddess, even he has never picked up any gold, so what right does the believer have? But one can't say things like this. Instead, you must tell him that it's a test of his piety. The Mother Goddess is watching over you, and all you need is patience. Another believer may question why his father, a devoted follower of the Mother Goddess who prayed every day despite illness, passed away. Has the Mother Goddess stopped protecting them? After hearing this, Chu-mu is also speechless. You should be asking the Mother Goddess herself because I am not her, and the truth is, I have never seen the Mother Goddess myself. But as a clergyman, your response can only be to assure him that the Mother Goddess still cares for him. Life is a cycle like grass and trees, growing in spring, flourishing in summer, turning yellow in autumn, and withering in winter. This is the process of life, death being part of it too. His father has not truly died, but has returned to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. In his spare time, Chu-mu also studied the Bible of the Church of Life, known as the Life Codex. Just looking at its content made Chu-mu speechless. Although he didn't research Christianity much in his previous life, at least he knew about God creating the world in 7 days, Jesus carrying sins on the cross, and how believers who faithfully worship God's return to the Lord after death. Unexpectedly, the Life Codex of the Mother Goddess mentioned God created worlds similarly. However, the Mother Goddess seems to claim an even more extraordinary feat. She brought life to a barren land in just 1 day, and then created humanity, giving rise to the world as we know it today. The Church also exaggerates the compassion of the Mother Goddess more boldly. It proclaims that she is everyone's mother, using her divine power to grant food to the hungry, heal the sick, provide homes for the homeless, teach humans how to weave clothing to resist cold weather, and instruct them on taming beasts. In short, everything regarding clothing, food, shelter, and transportation has been considered. Truly a versatile and down-to-earth deity. Finally, similar to Christ, the followers of the Mother Goddess also return to her embrace after death. In general, these beliefs align closely. In the past life, those who believed in Buddhism would return to the arms of Buddha, while Taoists would enter the cycle of reincarnation through Diu, hell. In any case, there would always be somewhere for you to go, as long as you have faith in us. However, the essence of these doctrines remains largely unchanged across lifetimes and worlds. Chu-mu felt that faith was merely fooling around. He did not know why the church needed to do so. Could it be that faith is important to deities? Likely only the deities themselves would know. So instead of saying Chu-mu was spreading religion and solving the doubts of believers, it would be more accurate to say he was lying. Chu Mu himself felt that ever since he became a clergyman, his ability to fabricate increased rapidly. Of course, the priests were very satisfied with Chu Mu's performance, praising him for understanding the essence of a clergyman. Chu Mu could only remain speechless. As such, Chu Mu unintentionally spent nearly a year at the Violet Grand Cathedral. All hope drained away. Every day aside from going to the church, he was entirely without purpose, now only silently awaiting his death. Fortunately, during the darkest moment of his life, Chu Mu met the love of his life. She gave Chu Mu the only light he had left, giving him motivation to continue living. At least that's what he believed. Chu Mu was very excited today. He woke up early in the morning and then couldn't fall back asleep. So after getting up, he took rare care of his appearance, using clean water to repeatedly comb through his messy hair. Then he brushed his teeth several times with coarse salt until he felt his breath was fresh. He draped himself in the new long robe his mother gave him the last time he went home. After fiddling with it repeatedly, he deliberately left the front sash untied, choosing instead to open his chest for that graceful feeling. Pity there was no mirror. Otherwise, he would have looked exceptionally handsome today. Just before leaving, he remembered that his shoes hadn't been brushed yet, so he used a rag dipped in water to wipe off the mud from his shoes. Now he was completely perfect, without a single flaw. He expected everything to go smoothly today, as today's version of himself was nothing short of perfect. Opening the door and stepping outside, the weather was bright and clear. It truly was an excellent day for love to sprout. Chu Mu felt certain that he was about to experience an intense and unforgettable romance. Yes, Chu Mu had fallen in love. To be more precise, it was unrequited love. He had fallen for the niece of the flower shop owner next to the church. It all started half a month ago when Chu Mu went to the flower shop to fetch flowers for someone else, and he met Emily. Her charming face, pure and cute smile, deeply imprinted itself on Chu Mu's heart. That was their first encounter in life. From that moment on, Chu Mu became uncontrollably infatuated with her. Thinking about her during prayers, while cleaning, eating, or sleeping, he even dreamed of her. For the first time because of her, Chu Mu began to believe in the mother goddess, thinking it must be her who brought her into his life, rescuing him just as a lost lamb is saved. Chu Mu knew that the strong inner resolve he had cultivated over 30 years of his past life, and 3 years of this one, was easily shattered by her enchanting smile. Shamefully, he had fallen in love. With no success in his career, blossoming love was acceptable. Ever since meeting Emily, who seemed like an angel to him, Chu Mu had fallen head over heels. He always found excuses to talk to Emily whenever possible. For the first time in his life, he acted so proactively. Even when he had nothing to do, he'd pretend to pass by the flower shop casually, admiring her voice, appearance, and smiles from afar, finding happiness in doing so. Eventually, Chu Mu unintentionally learned from the boss that Emily's birthday was today. Thus, he decided to buy her a small gift to celebrate her birthday and take the chance to invite her out for dinner. According to local customs, if a woman accepted your gift and dined with you, that pretty much sealed the deal. There were no cases here where women would deceitfully accept gifts or free meals against their will. Chu Mu originally planned to go to the bustling Gold Street to buy Emily a precious gift, but he didn't have much money. As a low-level clergyman, his monthly income was too meager to save much. Asking his parents for money wasn't ideal. They would certainly send it, but they lived too far away. A letter would take 2 weeks back and forth, and logistics in this world still relied on walking. Money delivery was even less reliable. The situation was urgent, and time was slipping away quickly. If missed, he'd have to wait another year. Seizing this critical moment to use a small gift to win her heart would make him a true master of romance. Thus, he could only resort to buying a passable gift from a secondhand store. The gesture mattered more than the gift, so meaning conveyed was enough. Besides, considering his circumstances, looks, and talents, and how handsome he was today, no matter what gift he chose, it wouldn't affect the outcome. If needed, he could compensate her later when he had saved up. Incidentally, the reason Chu Mu stayed single for 30 years in his previous life wasn't because women didn't find him attractive. It was merely his habitual aloofness keeping him from wanting a girlfriend, not at all because of any rejection leading to battlefield trauma syndrome. He walked out of the mire. He washed away the dust. He carried the green of life. He passed through barren yellow. He approached us. Chu Mu stood in a corner of the church, anxiously waiting for today's sermon on religious scriptures to end. Today's topic was Chapter 1 of the Life Codex, which spanned 10 pages. For Chu Mu, who was pressed for time, this felt like torture. Violet Grand Cathedral was a typical Gothic structure. On either side of its main doors stood tall, spire-like towers, and its windows were decorated with colorful glass. Sunlight streaming through the windows cast vibrant halos onto the ground, making the interior appear extraordinarily splendid. Beyond the entrance was the antechamber, a relatively small space. Both sides held basins filled with holy water responsible for cleansing believers' hands. Whether entering or leaving, hand-washing symbolized washing away impurities. Upon entering, it was a gesture of respect to the Mother Goddess. Upon leaving, it symbolized washing away troubles and misfortunes together, with one's heart having been purified. Of course, during regular days, these so-called holy waters all needed Chu Mu to fetch them bit by bit with buckets from the backyard. After passing through the antechamber, there was the nave, where on both sides there were rows of seats for the believers who came to pray. At its maximum capacity, it could accommodate more than 100 people at once. On prayer days, if there were many believers, multiple sessions would be held throughout the day. The priest stood on the elevated platform opposite the nave, facing the devout believers. The priest handled daily prayers, studying the Life Codex, narrating the blessings of the Mother Goddess, and so forth. Chu would usually feel relatively relaxed during such times, but when everything ended, that was when his work began. He was responsible for cleaning all the trash in the antechamber, the nave, and on the high platform. Then he would wipe every spot with a damp towel. So he often mocked himself for giving up an opportunity to be a slave owner, and instead came here to work as a slave for others. On either side of the high platform were the confessionals, specifically prepared for those believers needing private communication with the Mother Goddess or the church. After each prayer session, a dedicated priest would be responsible for hearing confessions, and Chu was often pushed into the mix just to fill the numbers. Of course, these confessions were not free. Money had to be placed in the confession box, theoretically without any limit, signifying a call for the busy Mother Goddess to look favorably upon the petitioner. But whether the Mother Goddess would notice, Chu didn't know. However, the reactions within could definitely decide the enthusiasm of the priest responsible for confession. The presence or absence of sound, the number, and even the intensity had implications. It greatly tested the ear power of the priest. For instance, if the money thrown inside made no sound, it was likely a paper bill, starting from a minimum denomination of 10 copper coins. Therefore, this kind of big order required the priest to give full attention in reception, ensuring that the individual experienced the church's warm hospitality like spring breeze, thus encouraging future visits. If several sounds followed consecutively after throwing the money in, it indicated that multiple coins were inserted and also deserved careful reception. If only one sound was heard, don't rush. One must judge the pitch since coins included copper, silver, and gold, which differed in weight, and thus produced increasing pitches upon collision. Of course, most confessions involved the deposit of a single copper coin, as most faithful followers were poor. The nobles and wealthy merchants were often carefree, fat, and bloated with ease, naturally needing no assistance from the Mother Goddess. However, regardless of how much the believers contributed, their confessions still required solace, a duty assigned to the clergy. After all, the Life Codex clearly stated, the Mother Goddess said, all believers are her children, and all children are equal in her eyes, without any difference. Behind the high platform was the restroom, a place for the clergy to take breaks and eat meals, as priests representing the image of the Mother Goddess couldn't afford to have food smeared all over their faces. It would tarnish the image of the church. Finally, today's work had come to an end. As soon as Chu finished cleaning, he informed the priest with a quick word, then hastily removed his priest robe and darted out of the church. Chapter 7. The bustling South District. Almost all the shops in Violet City are located in the South District. Here, you can find not only the Xiajinku Gold Street, beloved by the aristocracy and big merchants, but also a variety of second-hand markets. The closer to Crown District, the more prosperous it gets, with cleaner streets. However, the farther away, the dirtier and messier it becomes, best exemplified by the vegetable market and the second-hand market. The vegetable market is primarily dirty, with unwanted ingredients randomly thrown on the ground, most of which have gone bad and are inedible. Aside from impoverished civilians driven to despair by hunger, no one else would be interested in them. Thus, after every market day, the ground is left strewn with litter. Though the honorary mayor appointed by the royal family reportedly arranges for people to clean up once a month, they sweep for at most 2 days, leaving the area enveloped in stench for almost the rest of the month. The second-hand market, on the other hand, is an embodiment of disorder, filled with street vendors making the roads extremely crowded. Not everything in the second-hand market is used. Some items are new, though often more expensive. In comparison, the used goods offer greater peace of mind when purchasing. Each stall displays various handicrafts, from large solid wood furniture to small items like wooden combs and jewelry. Here, you can be assured that everything is handmade, as Chu knows that, besides glass cellars, there are no other factories in this world. The church itself is near the South District. After leaving the church, it didn't take long to arrive directly at the city's bustling Gold Street. The streets were busy with carriages, each filled with either wealthy or noble individuals. Because owning a good mode of transportation, regardless of the world, is a matter of great prestige. Unfortunately, Chu, who knows the true nature of these carriages, feels not envy but a tinge of pity for their owners. Gold Street has very few street vendors due to concerns about the appearance of the area. Therefore, it's predominantly filled with shops. Every shop is elaborately decorated, exquisitely elegant. Inside, many kerosene lamps are lit for lighting during much of the day. Additionally, the shops are filled with copious amounts of perfume, creating an aura of nobility. What constitutes this noble aura, Chu does not know, but walking through here always fills him with the smell of worldly life. It's rumored that all goods in these shops start at silver coins in price. With Chu's meager monthly salary, he doesn't even have the courage to step inside, only daring to sneak glances through the doors or windows as he passes by. Of course, there are many others like him. On the other hand, there are far more people dressed in luxurious robes or capes, their faces exuding arrogance, representing the upper echelons of society. What Chu finds hard to accept is that many upper-class men pursue beauty even more fervently than women. Have you ever seen men wear silk stockings? Have you ever seen men wear skirts? And these must be those bright colors specified by the royal decree that only the nobles are eligible to use: red, blue, green, etc., with tight pants revealed from below the forked skirt openings, quite eye-catching and overshadowing the female companions beside them. In the previous life, it was always said that men are grass, and women are flowers, and men are meant to accentuate women. But here, Chu understood another lesson he learned in his previous life. When men earnestly chase beauty, they really leave no room for women. It seems not like men complimenting women, but rather like women complimenting men, a peculiar noble custom indeed. Furthermore, their pursuit of beauty demands the inclusion of much gold or various gemstones embedded in their clothing, all dazzling and expensive adornments that seem designed to ensure others know how wealthy they are. However, in Chumu's view, these individuals are pure nouveau riche, lacking the grace and dignity that he recalls from Earth's supposed real upper class. Unfortunately, in this world, they represent genuine noble culture. Certainly, in his previous life, Chumu had been exposed to another set of perceptions, which once led him to question his understanding of the world. Because television, films, books often portrayed what the aristocratic upper class should look like, drinking red wine while delicately holding a stemware cup by its stem, taking tiny sips. Supposedly, this showed refinement. But by Chumu's time, perhaps only the queen of a certain Bindi country qualified as a real top-tier aristocrat. Whether from bloodline or heritage, she was certainly part of the ultimate elite, yet she drank her red wine by simply grabbing the glass. So, what truly aristocrats prefer to wear or eat and drink isn't something we commoners need to concern ourselves with. Let's just focus on our own lives. Probably those who care deeply about these details are those who have nefarious intentions, trying desperately to flatter their way into the so-called upper social circles. After passing through Gold Street, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, with fewer and fewer shops. Then from a certain point onward, street vendors started appearing on the main streets. The sheriffs seemed to follow an unwritten rule of not interfering, though the goods were still rather expensive. Only when reaching the vegetable market did Chumu feel the city come alive. From afar, he could already hear cries. Fresh milk, this morning's fresh milk, guaranteed freshness, come by. Vegetables for sale, fresh produce, cheap prices, come take a look. Buy plump chickens, they're big and strong. Bread for sale, low price, almost sold out. Shoppers, whether rich or poor, peasants, commoners, or even people from the Crown District, all bought their groceries here. Therefore, it was lively and bustling with people. Pedestrians weaved through the market, purchasing various foods, wandering back and forth, haggling with shopkeepers, while enduring the unique scent of the market air. In this moment, everyone was equal. As much as Chumu appreciated the scene, every time he passed through, he had to pinch his nose and rush through quickly, as he couldn't stand the smell. This was also why Chumu preferred buying bread over cooking his own meals. It wasn't because he was lazy and didn't want to wash pots and dishes. He had been very diligent in both lives, without question. Passing by the vegetable market, Chumu finally reached his destination, the second-hand market. This time, he brought all his savings, a total of 43 copper coins, which he had painstakingly accumulated by cutting back on food and drink. His fund for a wife. The currency system in this world was divided into two kinds. One was the coinage system, which served as the true hard currency, including copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. One gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and one silver coin could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. For a regular civilian whose savings at home hadn't exceeded one silver coin, marriage usually wasn't an option. It wasn't like in his past life in Great Huaxia, where women demanded exorbitant dowries. It was simply because you couldn't marry someone just to starve to death together. Chumu's savings were far from enough for marriage, but he wasn't worried, since if there were ever serious discussions about marrying, he would have to ask his family for money. Relying solely on himself meant a lifetime of being single. This showed just how difficult it was for men to marry women in this world, and thus marriage should be approached with caution. This is also why places like the Red Theater attracted so many men. They could solve their problems with just a few copper coins, avoiding the burden of supporting a wife. The other type of currency was the paper notes issued by the royal family, available in different denominations. The royal family decreed that these paper notes could be exchanged for their equivalent value in hard coins. However, ordinary people generally disliked using these fragile pieces of paper, so they were mainly used in upper society. The lower classes usually only recognized hard coins. Even the royal family could do nothing about this preference. Once Chumu arrived at the second-hand market, he began browsing stall after stall. He had already decided what to buy beforehand, as checking each stall thoroughly would take forever. Women tend to appreciate beauty, so Chumu planned to pick up some mirrors and combs. If there were exquisite decorations, those would work too. However, in this world, anything intricate equated to high prices, perhaps due to their lack of technology to pass off inferior goods as quality items. Hence, the crafting process was more labor-intensive, driving up the cost. Chumu looked at several stalls offering delicate decorations, but all were priced above 10 copper coins, making him quite hesitant to purchase, as they were too expensive and could sustain him with bread for many days. So he settled for buying combs and mirrors instead. Yet even many wooden combs turned out to be pricey. Though made from solid wood, how could the timber they used be considered superior? In the end, Chumu opted for items with higher value for money. To him, within the same price range, metal products were better than wooden ones. Thus, Chumu found himself at a stall with fewer people, carefully inspecting the bronze mirrors on display. Let me add that although this world had glass, people had yet to master the art of mirror making. As such, most people were still using bronze mirrors. And as for the minority who didn't use mirrors, like Chumu, well, that was freedom and unrestrained style. The vendor was no stranger to people like Chumu, dressed plainly, though wearing rough linen clothing that looked relatively new, with fewer stains, and showing evidence of frequent washing and good hygiene, traits which indicated he was a commoner. Commoners were the bottom tier of society. Even if they had a little spare cash, it wouldn't amount to much. So the vendor didn't place high hopes on Chumu, but still needed to watch out for any possible thievery. After looking around, Chu finally chose a brand new bronze mirror. The mirror was entirely yellow-brown, which might have something to do with the use of brass. The mirror surface was a layer of copper that had been polished smooth, and it was surrounded by a circle of brass that fixed it in place, extending downward into a handle. Perhaps due to the level of craftsmanship and the intended buyers, there were no extra decorations on the mirror surface. It could only be described as fairly smooth, which was still pretty good. However, why did Chu feel like he was looking at a magnifying glass from his past life? Fortunately, Emily had never seen a magnifying glass, so there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 8. It's all the copper mirror's fault. He looked at himself from left to right, discovering that the mirror's surface was fairly smooth, and his reflection did not suddenly deform. He still looked handsome, so this would do. Excuse me, how much is this mirror? Chu asked the stall owner who was quietly staring at him, holding the copper mirror in his hand. This copper mirror is brand new and costs 15 copper coins. The vendor replied indifferently. After hearing this, Chu eyebrows twitched. It was expensive. He thought jewelry was already pricey, but didn't expect this item to be as well. So he hesitated and asked again. Can you reduce it a bit? How about 10 copper coins? Chu tried to bargain. No, this is new merchandise. It has to be this price. Otherwise, I'll lose money. The stall owner responded firmly. Chu sighed and reluctantly put down the copper mirror. He decided to look around other stalls for something cheaper, but equally beautiful. Maybe he'd find one? The vendor noticed Chu walking away and quickly said, Hey young man, I can see you're genuinely interested in buying this mirror. Is it for your lover? This copper mirror I'm offering is also brand new. It only costs 10 copper coins. Chu took the similar looking mirror handed over by the vendor. However, this one was black. Its surface had undergone some treatment, though it felt somewhat uneven to the touch. Despite this, its mirror face remained smooth, with no visible signs of use by others. But was it appropriate to give someone a second-hand item as a birthday gift? Seeing Chu slightly swayed, the stall owner quickly reassured him. In fact, the most important thing when giving gifts to others is their usability. Whether or not it's brand new doesn't matter too much, does it? What matters is saving 5 copper coins. In the end, Chu was persuaded by the vendor, spending 10 copper coins to buy the mirror which the vendor had purchased for 2 copper coins from a vagrant. Holding the mirror, Chu scrutinized it carefully, becoming increasingly satisfied with his choice for this present. This unknown black metallic material encased the copper mirror perfectly. The edges were polished smoothly, and there was even an ergonomic handle attached, simple, stylish, and functional. It seemed every detail, both considered and overlooked, had been thought through. No wonder Earth's love master had chosen such an exquisite gift. Emily would surely like it. As a junior clergyman working at the church, Chu earned only 30 copper coins a month, Mother Goddess's blessing. Still, this salary placed him just above average compared to commoners, though of course far superior to the poor struggling day by day. Yet, a single mirror cost almost half a month's salary, making it rather pricey. Therefore, ordinary people usually went straight to artisans for items they needed, which was cheaper. Nevertheless, thinking it was for his future wife, everything seemed worth it. 5 minutes later, Chu returned to the church, tidied up his clothes, donned a confident smile, and headed towards the flower shop. Today, he intended to give Emily a big surprise. 10 minutes later, Chu furiously slammed the copper mirror in his hand onto the street and stomped on it several times. His face contorted with rage. His unrequited love had failed to transform into a formal romantic relationship. Emily had directly rejected him, almost saying outright she hadn't found him worthy, perhaps showing consideration because of his position in the church. To commoners in this world, the church held much higher status than Chu had anticipated. Walking away dispiritedly after this encounter, Chu vented all his anger on the mirror. The mere sight of it made him feel humiliated, a classic case of impotent fury. Even more infuriatingly, despite being thrown and stepped on, the mirror remained undamaged, as if mocking his ineptitude. Clearly, his dignity would forever bear the brunt of this humiliation. Finally, picking up the indestructible mirror, which had still cost him half a month's salary, Chu walked gloomily back to his home. It truly had been an unpleasant day. Chu lived in the Eastern District civilian area, a region slightly better off than the northern part, boasting better living standards, environment, and security. Thus, the ideal for many destitute people was to move here, just as the ultimate goal for locals was living in Crown Quarter. His small room, a simple adobe house, had one redeeming quality. It featured glass windows, bringing back fleeting memories of his previous life. There was no electricity or running water, nor any restroom. He had to go outside to brush teeth and wash, and even fight the crowd to use the communal toilet. Such a shabby place rented for 5 copper coins monthly, and the landlady insisted on annual prepayment. Given his current financial situation from Mother's blessing, it was impossible to cover this huge sum alone. Hence, every year, his family sent him most of the funds needed, while he worked hard independently for the remainder. Fortunately, having led frugal lives across both lifetimes, Chu maintained a content existence. The entertainment industry in this world was exceedingly barren, and the only pastimes rich people knew were eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. But Chu had been well educated in his past life and had transcended these base pleasures. Thus, such activities could not entirely captivate him. Most of his time was spent wandering around or playing with origami at home. He should thank the empty, boring life for allowing Chu to successively achieve breakthroughs in major projects like folding paper boats, butterflies, and cranes. His next goal was more complex and advanced creations. Unfortunately, paper was too expensive in this world, making it impossible to promote this great discovery. Even the scraps he used were leftover rough paper from the church, so coarse that they felt hard enough for cleaning oneself after using the restroom. Therefore, he could only entertain himself alone. He had thought about producing his own paper. Although he hadn't personally witnessed the detailed process, he'd browsed through brief introductions of the For Great Inventions online before. Back then, it was out of sheer boredom. Now, he was equally bored. The paper-making process seemed simple. Just soak hemp or wood materials, remove the glue-like substances, crush them into pulp, bleach, and form sheets. Of course, the specific process would need repeated trials to succeed, just like his ongoing origami project. The sole drawback was his lack of money. This plan would have to be postponed indefinitely. However, today he really didn't feel like making origami. His mental state was a mess, and dinner also got skipped due to lack of appetite, which turned out to be an unexpected joy. Who would have thought the only benefit of heartbreak for Chu Mu was being able to skip one meal? If everyone in this world could skip one meal, how many more people could be fed? Grain prices might even drop, as demand wouldn't be so high, reducing pressure on marriage significantly. Because previously, he ate 3 meals a day, but now he switched to 2. Once married, if his future wife followed suit, their daily meals combined would be 4. With a little extra effort, they could feed another person. Thinking about it this way, it truly was a good idea. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, Chu Mu returned home and slumped onto the table, his thoughts scattering aimlessly, distracting himself from the pain by letting his mind wander. As the sky finally darkened, he washed up early, turned off the kerosene lamp, and climbed into bed. He unconsciously picked up the copper mirror, looking at his black-haired, thin face in its reflection. Sighing deeply, Chu Mu felt melancholy again. Though it may not have been worth the cost, at least he'd have a mirror when waking up from now on. For quite some time prior, all he did upon waking was dip his hand into clear water and casually adjust his messy hair. He placed the mirror on the table opposite his bed and immediately lay down, intending to sleep. But after much tossing and turning, he eventually dozed off. For a bachelor who had practiced abstinence for over 30 years and built iron arms, the blow of unrequited love was merciless. He nearly lost sleep. Indeed, falling in love can be dangerous. One must exercise caution beforehand. The night grew deeper. That ordinary copper mirror gradually began undergoing changes. The room's reflection within disappeared slowly, replaced by another scene. On the back of the mirror, 2 rows of text gradually appeared, accompanied by a chilling aura emanating coldly, causing Chu Mu to instinctively pull his blanket tighter around himself. Under some mysterious force, the mirror slowly rose upright. Standing upright on the table, the mirror surface began to spin slowly as though searching for something in the room. Once it discovered Chu Mu, the mirror paused but seemed somewhat hesitant. After scanning the room again to confirm no one else was present, it stopped once more before Chu Mu, seemingly affirming something. Facing the sleeping Chu Mu, the mirror's surface swiftly indented like a whirlpool in flowing water, sucking the unconscious Chu Mu inside along with the mirror vanishing from its original place. Chu Mu was dreaming. In his dream, Emily ran over crying, pleading with him for a reconciliation, confessing her deep love for him, but being too shy to express it. At first, Chu Mu's attitude was firm and cold-hearted. He had been hurt, and thus no longer loved her. But unable to resist Emily's incessant pestering, he reluctantly agreed to try things out again. Just as Emily was about to kiss him, he suddenly fell to the ground and woke up. Annoyed, Chu Mu wondered why he ended up falling while only aiming for a kiss, not a passionate embrace. When he realized it was just a dream, reality struck. He was still rejected, and his mood worsened. Dreams always turned out opposite to real life. Chapter 9. Where am I? Let me out. Chu Mu fell heavily to the ground, his mind somewhat dazed. As the beautiful dream slipped away and the harsh reality set back in, along with the pain from the fall, he opened his eyes angrily. His temper upon waking made him feel like he could take down a hungry bear right now. But as soon as his vision reached his brain's central processing center, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Where is this place? All around him were waist-high weeds, and it seemed like he had been sleeping on the ground. Through the small gaps between the weeds, Chu Mu could vaguely see a majestic forest. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel confused. He clearly remembered that he had been asleep just moments before. Staring at the sudden appearance of what looked like a desolate wilderness, his heart began pounding. Instinctively, he propped himself up with both hands, trying to rise from the ground. Touching the grass and uneven earth beneath him, sniffing their unique scent through his nose, everything told Chu Mu that the scene before him wasn't a dream. Most of us have had the experience of dreaming, only realizing after we've woken up that we had been in a dream. Even those near unforgettable realistic experiences within dreams are usually not up to close scrutiny when examined carefully. You can only recall the general outline of the dream, but if you want to remember details about your surroundings or other specifics, it all seems to fade away. During a dream, more often than not, you're merely a spectator or a marionette controlled by some unknown mad screenwriter, without much autonomy. So you can only follow the plotline and rarely have time to notice these flowers or grasses, let alone any tactile or taste sensations. And sometimes there might be an abrupt fast-forward where you don't even know where the story has taken you in your dream. When you finally realize that you're dreaming but haven't woken up yet, congratulations, you're about to experience how dark a person's subconscious truly is. In the brief few seconds since Chu Mu rose from the ground, he realized that what was happening before him was no dream. It felt too real. With his level of dream creativity, he couldn't produce such a vividly simulated environment. Therefore, this place was indeed real. This realization left Chu Mu perplexed. Had he been kidnapped? After all, his family was involved in the grain business, and they weren't exactly poor either. It was possible someone had targeted him, planning to exchange him for ransom. Yet Chumu still thought this scenario lacked scientific credibility, because he had always hidden his identity well, partly out of laziness. He hadn't written a letter home in a year. How could kidnappers find him? Moreover, in terms of clothing, food, housing, and travel, he was more frugal than most commoners, avoiding spending money whenever possible. How did the kidnappers decide he was wealthy? Of course, it wasn't because Chumu really cared so little, but rather, he simply couldn't afford to care. Then, where were the kidnappers? After standing up quickly, Chumu glanced around and found that he was lying in the middle of a forest, to be more precise, a primeval jungle, as the vegetation here was incredibly lush. Surprisingly, he didn't spot a single human figure. If this were indeed a case of abduction, wouldn't it be odd that they trusted him so blindly? The forest was magnificent. Nearly every tree needed at least 5 people holding hands to encircle the trunk, its branches reaching tall into the sky. The canopy almost entirely covered the sky above, rightly deserving the title Great Trees. Even the vines wrapping around the tree trunks and occasionally exposed roots were thicker than Chumu's legs. Looking upward from below gave one the feeling of having been shrunk by mysterious forces into a minuscule insect under the great tree. Such a forest was something Chumu had never seen around Violet City. It would probably take millennia for such a majestic forest to grow, so it seemed unlikely he was still in Violet City. Even if there were kidnappers, why would they go through so much trouble to bring him here? Chumu suddenly felt something off. The forest seemed strange, as though something vital was missing. Finally, Chumu figured it out. It was sound. Places with such abundant vegetation, regardless of animals, should be teeming with insects and birds whose calls and chirps should be heard everywhere. However, here, there was only a death-like silence, hearing absolutely no sounds, giving an unprecedented sense of oppression. Don't panic when faced with difficulties, Chumu consoled himself mentally. Chumu bent over and wanted to clear away some dry leaves to see if there were any insects. As he lowered his head, he found a very familiar black copper mirror lying on the ground. How could this be the one he had just bought today? Instinctively picking it up, Chumu felt the uneven surface of the mirror and immediately confirmed that it was indeed his own copper mirror. But how did this thing come with him to this place? Anything extraordinary must involve something supernatural. None of his other belongings had followed him here, except for this broken mirror, so he must have been brought here because of this mirror. There had to be some strange qualities in this mirror that he didn't yet know about. Chumu put the copper mirror aside and pulled away the grass and dead leaves on the ground. But after looking around many times, he couldn't find even a single small insect. He checked several spots, but still failed to discover even a single tiny bug. This was highly abnormal, or perhaps the abnormality lay in this world itself. After all, no such primeval forest existed in Violet City. Sherlock Holmes once said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." After ruling out all possible reasons, Chumu could only believe that he had been brought here by this seemingly ordinary mirror in his hand. It might likely be another dimension. Otherwise, why would only this worn-out trinket have accompanied him, and nothing else? And if traveling between worlds, a supposed impossibility, had happened, then what else was impossible? There's an old saying, isn't there? Make bold hypotheses and test them carefully. And what Chumu needed to do now was figure out where exactly he was, and how to leave and return to where he came from. Since the mirror had brought him here, it was likely that the clue to leaving would also lie within this mirror. Chumu held the copper mirror and carefully examined it from all sides, trying to find clues that could help him exit. The copper mirror had indeed undergone some kind of unknown change because what was reflected in the mirror wasn't the surrounding scenery, nor could Chumu see his own face. Instead, inside it appeared to be his room, indicating that he had truly traveled from his bedroom to here through the aid of this mirror. He attempted to press his hand against the mirror's surface, hoping to directly go back, but found the mirror showed no reaction. So, his first attempt at escaping had failed. Chumu continued inspecting the mirror carefully, not missing a single detail, then discovered 2 lines of text etched on its back. However, what made him feel awkward was that as a well-educated intellectual across both lifetimes, upon seeing these 2 words, he realized he had never seen this type of writing before. Although he was certain he'd never encountered such a script, for some reason, the meaning behind the characters suddenly popped into his mind, which left him quite amazed. He guessed it might be due to some special power inherent in the copper mirror itself. These 2 lines read, "To XX, illegible, scratched off. Forever loving father, Alnus Judo." Judging by the inscription, the copper mirror seemed to be a gift from a caring father to his son. However, the child's name had been erased. Otherwise, Chumu might have tried calling it to see if that could get him back home. At least, now he knew the surname of the owner of the copper mirror, Judo. Aside from these 2 inscriptions, the copper mirror had no other changes. Therefore, he hadn't yet found the way out. And was he going to give up like this? No, he couldn't give up. He had to save himself, or he might very well become one of the mysterious disappearances. And usually, those who disappeared mysteriously in this world met less than pleasant ends. Since there were no clues, then he had to create some himself. Chumu stared at the mirror, muttering under his breath, "Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest of them all? Uft, mirror, mirror, take me out." The copper mirror stood motionless, without any reaction. Could it be broken? Let's try again. Honey, turn around. Alnus Judo, Judo, open sesame. Open right now. I'm getting out, or I'll smash your broken mirror. Let me out. After a series of fierce negotiations and tugs of war, Chumu realized that no matter what he shouted, the mirror remained unresponsive. It seemed he hadn't cracked the method to activate it yet, so for now, it appeared he was stuck here. Thus, his next goal had changed. Since leaving wasn't possible, he needed to think about how to survive in this world. Chapter 10. Wilderness Survival Rules. Encounter with Zombies. Chumu fastened the copper mirror to the sash at his waist, then once again surveyed this primeval forest. However, this forest must be huge because no matter whether looking forward, backward, left, or right, all that could be seen was an endless jungle. He could only start walking and observe the surrounding environment to prepare for the next steps in life. This made Chumu recall a program from his previous life called Wilderness Survival. One of the explorers named Bear Grylls had left a deep impression on Chumu. Later, he read some wilderness survival handbooks online purely for fun. He absolutely did not have any intention of going on a wilderness adventure because he wasn't tired of living yet. Chumu still remembered from his memory that there were many rules and precautions in wilderness survival, such as the first lesson of wilderness survival, upon suddenly arriving at a strange environment, is to carefully observe the surroundings and look for a safe shelter first. Chumu glanced at the towering trees around him. It would be best if he could climb up. Unfortunately, he couldn't climb trees, and staying under the tree seemed like there was no safe place. Besides, so far, there appeared to be no signs of non-plant life activity here. So, avoiding danger didn't seem urgent since there was nothing dangerous to avoid yet. And perhaps due to drinking less water before sleeping, he was thirsty now. Not eating won't starve you to death quickly. However, without water, thirst can kill you rather quickly. The longer you survive, the higher the possibility of being rescued. So, this step could be skipped first. The next priority should be finding some water. The second lesson of wilderness survival is finding a water source and ensuring sufficient water supply. But the specific methods, Chumu forgot. Since he doesn't know how to find water, he has no choice but to use the most primitive method, wandering through the forest to see if he gets lucky enough to find water. Then, Chumu picked up a fallen thick branch from under a tree to use as a cane and started exploring this primeval forest. In fact, the role of a cane is quite important. First, it helps you walk and maintain balance. After all, the ground in the forest is uneven, making it difficult to walk steadily with just 2 feet. With a cane, you can prevent falling and straining your legs and feet due to incorrect posture, allowing you to travel better. Secondly, the cane can also help clear the way, scaring away potential dangers hidden under bushes that might go unnoticed ahead, like beating the grass to frighten snakes. At the very least, when facing danger, you'll have something handy in your hand to defend yourself. 2 birds with 1 stone. Only this damn place is more eerie than Chumu imagined. He walked for a while, but heard not a single sound. This forest was vast, yet not even a bird was in sight, let alone snakes, bugs, or rodents. Chumu had already convinced himself that if hunger became unbearable, he'd resort to some wild flavors. Things like parasites are not something he can worry about now, but not even the wild flavors were available to him. It felt excessive. At the foot of a tree, Chumu did find many big mushrooms, which he referred to as big mushrooms because they were truly massive. Perhaps due to the lack of interference from other living things, these mushrooms had grown into large clusters. If they were used for hot pot, 1 cluster would suffice for an entire family. There wouldn't be a need to order anything else because the mushrooms wouldn't be finished anyway. But the question arose, how to determine if the mushrooms were poisonous? Would eating them result in death? Or perhaps severe abdominal pain? This indeed posed a problem. Chumu's knowledge of mushrooms was stuck at colorful mushrooms are toxic, or the brighter the color, the stronger the poison. The problem was, would mushrooms that aren't brightly colored be non-toxic and thus safe to eat? Chumu was unsure and dared not easily attempt it. Hence, unless no other food could be found, Chumu decided to let these mushrooms go untouched for now. After all, they've grown this big, which was no easy feat. Chumu continued walking step by step. Before long, he started sweating. But possibly because the sunlight was blocked in the forest, the woods were slightly cold. Although he was sweating, Chumu found it tolerable. Just as he kept walking, Chumu suddenly saw a figure beside a big tree about several dozen meters ahead. He first rubbed his eyes, confirming he hadn't made a mistake, and indeed, it was a person, almost bringing tears of joy. He shouted loudly towards that figure and vigorously waved both hands while using a wooden stick to knock on trees to make noise to attract the person's attention. Hey, hello, boy, over here. After continuous calls by Chumu, he finally caught the other person's attention. The figure seemed to notice him too, and quickly ran toward him. Seeing his impending rescue, Chumu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chumu felt that this adventure of his was too exciting, and he started to sweat. The third lesson in wilderness survival is that if you encounter another human in the wild, all the previous 2 points might as well be disregarded. Of course, the premise is that what you encounter is actually a human. And in this world, a human silhouette doesn't necessarily equal a human. Chumu watched as the person quickly ran over, and he felt happy, emitting a heartfelt smile. But this person seemed a bit strange, their body twisting unnaturally as they ran, as if they had trouble moving, maybe a sprained foot. Moreover, from their appearance, they looked like a native of this place. After all, strolling shirtless in the woods isn't something most people would dare to do. Their performance seemed less than satisfactory. When running over, they were tripped by vines on the ground and fell directly, which shouldn't happen. Perhaps the other party was just overly eager. Chumu planned to greet this adorable native with a smile, but this smile lasted less than 3 seconds before it turned into a twitching face. Because when the figure got closer, Chumu realized that this person might not actually be human. It didn't look quite like the humans he'd encountered before. The arrival indeed had the general shape of a human. A head, hands, feet, and hairless skin, apparently an upright primate. However, its form was extremely bloated, and much of the exposed skin was ulcerated and covered with blue-black spots. This wasn't the scariest part. Its eyes were yellow-brown, without pupils, and its mouth was full of red-black dried blood stains. There was also a hole in its stomach, with a bundle of intestines falling out and dangling down at the abdomen. One could faintly see these intestines slowly wriggling. Its expression certainly didn't look like it came to save Chu Mu. Its eyes lacked any wisdom and radiated only a mad craving for flesh. It seemed to have rushed over not to rescue him, but rather because it discovered prey and intended to eat him. At first sight of this native, Chu Mu instantly associated it with an imaginary creature he'd seen in movies from his previous life. This thing looked almost identical to the movie's zombie. The fourth lesson in wilderness survival is that if you meet a bear in the wild, don't make eye contact, don't run or jump, don't play with cubs, and definitely don't climb trees or pretend to be dead. Try to stay calm, crouch down slowly, keep the bear calm, and when there's no immediate danger, retreat gradually. But what should one do when encountering a zombie? Would the methods used for bears apply? Chu Mu wished someone would suddenly pop out and give him a live demonstration. He would be extremely grateful. Chu Mu decided he wouldn't trust so-called wilderness survival rules anymore, since none of them had ever been useful to him. What he wanted now was to escape as soon as possible. So he turned around and ran for his life, looking completely disheveled, like an old Wong who got caught committing adultery and was desperately fleeing. Unfortunately, the path through the forest was difficult to traverse. Chu Mu nearly fell several times, only managing to maintain balance thanks to the walking stick in his hand. He increasingly regretted being so smart about everything else before. If he fell now, he felt his fate wouldn't be good. Those behind him would likely pounce on him and tear him apart. Thus, he couldn't continue running. While he still had some stamina left, he needed to fight and kill it. After all, he wasn't just any ordinary person. He was the top-ranked scholar in every subject at the church school. In non-primary subjects such as martial arts courses, he truly put in extraordinary effort. Theology was no exception. After all, these things were his real weaknesses that he hadn't previously mastered. Many students at the church school studied to become priests, and Chu Mu once wondered why priests needed to learn martial arts. Was it for persuading believers physically when they weren't pious enough? He finally understood today. Their main purpose was self-defense. The weakness of zombies lies in the head. Striking hard at the head will kill the zombie. Never try hand-to-hand combat with a zombie, because they don't feel pain or fear getting injured. This was the biggest takeaway Chu Mu had after countless hours watching zombie movies. So, Chu Mu immediately slammed on the brakes, quickly turned around, adjusted his breathing, stared intently at the rapidly approaching zombie, and tightly gripped the wooden stick in his hand, intending to deal it a crushing blow. He was quite relieved that during the earlier escape, he hadn't dropped his makeshift weapon, or rather, he might have forgotten it due to panic while fleeing. Chapter 11. The Expanding Chu Mu. The zombie, noticing that Chu Mu had stopped running, emitted a series of low growls from its mouth, and instinctively stretched out its hands to quickly close in, trying to grab Chu Mu. Chu Mu, watching the approaching zombie, began to sweat nervously, his body shaking involuntarily. Yet he gritted his teeth against his fear and focused on calculating the distance between himself and the zombie. When the zombie reached him, just as its hands were about to seize him, Chu Mu tightened his grip on the wooden stick and fiercely struck the zombie's head with all his might. What if one strike didn't kill the zombie and the stick broke? What should be done then? This was exactly the situation Chu Mu faced. His wooden stick did indeed deliver a powerful blow to the zombie's head, numbing and hurting Chu Mu's hands in the process. But the stick broke into two pieces right there. That's odd. In movies, when zombies are hit on the head, don't they just fall down immediately? He forgot, however, that movies are ultimately just movies. Killing a zombie in them is simple. A single blow to the head will do it. But Chu Mu wasn't even sure if this thing before him was really a zombie. So how could he expect to follow the rules for killing zombies? Still, the blow managed to confuse the zombie. After being struck, its head rocked back and it fell to the ground, temporarily flailing helplessly and unable to get up. Seeing this, Chu Mu realized that his method was probably correct. To cause more harm to the zombie, though, he needed to further attack its brainstem. Chu Mu looked around urgently for another stick to give the zombie more strikes. If one strike couldn't finish it off, he would continue until its head was completely destroyed. However, there was an awkward issue. While branches were typically abundant everywhere, there were none nearby now. All he could see was rocks scattered on the ground. As the zombie wobbled and struggled to rise again, Chu Mu became resolute. He noticed that the broken stick in his hand had a jagged end like a blade. He directly rushed to the zombie, kicking its head hard to knock it down again, and then rammed the broken stick into the zombie's eye, piercing it deeply. The zombie appeared to feel pain, grabbing at Chu Mu, even tearing his sleeve apart. Chu Mu observed, still not dead? Its life is quite stubborn. Thus, he picked up a rock nearby and slammed it forcefully onto the zombie's head. With another heavy strike, the zombie quieted somewhat. When Chu Mu released the broken stick from the zombie's eye socket, the stick didn't fall, but seemed stuck inside the eye cavity instead. A sudden idea came to him, to treat it like driving a nail. He continued smashing the stone into the broken stick. Breaking through some kind of barrier, he forced the stick deep into the zombie's eye and pierced further into its brain. Only now did the zombie stop struggling, its face still distorted with madness, but it no longer moved. It had become a true corpse. Although the struggle lasted only briefly, Chu Mu felt as though all his strength had been drained. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground, panting heavily. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving only fatigue and fear. As he gazed at the fallen zombie, Chumu still found it difficult to believe that he, who had never even killed a chicken, had managed to defeat a zombie. Fate truly was strange. Chumu didn't know what to do next. Maybe he should find a safe place first, otherwise, encountering these monsters again would spell doom for him. Just then, something happened to the zombie's body and caught Chumu's temporary attention. A white bead slowly emerged from the zombie's head, floating above the corpse. Seeing it, Chumu was startled. What was this? Could defeating zombies also drop equipment? But Chumu instantly recognized what it was. The main ingredient for the potion required to become a soul master, a soulstone. To become a soul master, one must drink a potion made of specific ingredients, with the soulstone being the primary material. It was information Chumu had painstakingly extracted from Captain Laurent of the Spirit Master's squad after repeatedly pestering them. Pure white, slightly round, almost identical to the sketches they provided to him at the time. Back then, they told Chumu that once he became a soul master, he could directly join the Spirit Master's squad, their words tinged with both mockery and seriousness. But later, Chumu gave up because he learned that to buy a soulstone, based on his monthly blessing of Mother, he'd need to work until he was old and dying. He never imagined that despite his desperate efforts to become a soul master proving fruitless and accepting his fate, he would suddenly stumble upon the main ingredient for the magical potion in this ghostly place. Indeed, fate was truly peculiar, and Chumu smiled widely. Chumu immediately pushed himself off the ground with both hands, stood up, and walked over to the zombie's corpse. He grabbed the soulstone and started examining it from all angles. At this moment, the originally unresponsive bronze mirror suddenly sensed the soulstone in Chumu's hand. The center of the mirror began rotating and sinking again. Chumu suddenly felt dizzy as if the world around him was spinning. When he came back to his senses, he found himself already back in his own room. Chumu first checked the soulstone in his hand, relieved to find it still there. This was good. He sighed in relief, fearing that everything had just been a dream. If that were the case, he would never have been able to accept it. Then he started searching his surroundings for the bronze mirror and found that it had reappeared on the table. Picking up the mirror, the bizarre phenomena inside had completely disappeared, seemingly reverting to the ordinary bronze mirror it once was. Is this really not a dream? Chumu wasn't sure exactly what he had encountered, but looking at the soulstone in his hand, he knew it wasn't a dream. At least, the exhaustion in his body felt undeniably real, the torn sleeve caused by the zombie still evident. He had almost been killed by a zombie, so this absolutely couldn't be a dream. By now, the darkness outside the window had begun to fade away. Chumu looked at the soulstone in his hand. His adventure had been worth it because he was one step closer to becoming a soul master. He already had the main ingredient. Surely the other materials wouldn't be far behind? Moreover, he had already made up his mind. He still needed to continue visiting the Spirit Master's squad to gather information about the other potion ingredients before proceeding further. Exhausted, Chumu lay down on the bed, feeling as though he hadn't slept all night. However, he wasn't the least bit sleepy and was instead too excited to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts of his bright future after becoming a soul master. When dawn arrived, Chumu forced himself to get out of bed despite his fatigue. After washing up and getting dressed, he went to the Violet Rose Cathedral. Today was the day of Mother Goddess prayers, and there was already a large crowd of believers gathered outside waiting. Chumu, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, instinctively carried out his daily duties. However, today his mental state was bound to cause him trouble. He worked slowly, constantly spacing out. This behavior didn't go unnoticed by the priest preparing alongside him, who furrowed his brow. Chumu seemed to have the intelligence of a pig today, prompting the priest to yell at him repeatedly. Chumu, hurry up and clean the chairs. The prayers are starting soon. Chumu, quickly distribute the food to the arriving believers. Chumu, what are you spacing out for? Quickly bring me the holy water. For the entire morning, Chumu remained distracted, drawing scolding from the priests. Of course, this wasn't his fault. He had basically been awake all night. Naturally, his mental state was poor. Moreover, the sudden acquisition of the soul stone had sent his thoughts spiraling uncontrollably, much like the emotions of someone suddenly coming into great wealth. On one hand, he couldn't stop thinking about how he was about to become a soul master and achieve his dream, making him smile foolishly time and again. On the other hand, he feared losing the soul stone if anyone discovered his secret, leading to constant anxiety. As a result, he didn't dare go to the Spirit Master's squad to inquire further. He had even come up with a solution, adding a sentence like, "It's not me, but a friend of mine." He figured that might help him deceive them. The more Chumu thought, the more frustrated he became, which led to him making more mistakes, infuriating the priests. Upon seeing his black eye circles, the priest told him to leave the cathedral and take a nap, granting him a day off. Of course, as punishment, he would lose his share of Mother Goddess blessing for the day. After hearing this, Chumu surprisingly didn't feel any regret for missing out on the blessing. After all, he was destined to become a soul master with a promising future ahead of him. Compared to that, the mere blessing meant nothing to him now. With his head high and his pride inflated, Chumu left the cathedral. Chapter 12. The Grim Reaper's Oracle, the Meeting of 2 Heretics. Chumu had just gotten home and opened the door, preparing to take a nap since he was completely exhausted. But before he could do that, someone knocked on his door, angering Chumu. Guest at his place? How rare. Could it be Landlady Ma? But didn't he already pay this year's rent? Was she raising the price? That couldn't happen. He had an agreement with her. A breach of contract would mean calling in the sheriff. She shouldn't treat him like some fearful commoner. As soon as Chumu opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man standing outside, his expression somewhat somber, and most importantly, someone Mu did not recognize. So he remained silent. In such situations, wasn't it customary for the one knocking to speak first? But the other person stayed quiet too, merely staring silently at Mu. They stared at each other like this for several seconds, neither breaking the silence. Mu looked at the middle-aged man, finding it strange. Who is this guy who knocks but doesn't talk? Is he crazy? And even if it might be his imagination, the man seemed aloof, yet nervous. His hands were trembling, even though it wasn't hot, and there was sweat on his forehead. The man's name was Owen Gray. He was a local from Violet City, but just an ordinary civilian. Of course, he also harbored a secret identity. He was a heretic belonging to the revivalist sect that worshipped the Grim Reaper. Owen Gray was indeed very nervous because only a few days ago, rumors spread that the Grim Reaper, who rarely responded to believers, suddenly bestowed an oracle upon him. Being watched by a god should have been a great honor for any believer, but the problem was that Owen Gray wasn't a devout follower. Heaven knows, he used to worship the mother goddess of earth, but later had to switch to the Grim Reaper due to hardship. He had always been poor, a struggling commoner living alone without wife or children. With no job and having depleted the savings left by his parents, he refused to learn from others in Crown District by scavenging trash, stealing, or robbing. Since childhood, he had been a faithful follower of the mother goddess, knowing right from wrong and what dignity meant. He was a good man, at least his neighbors thought so, and decided to die quietly, dignifiedly, and gracefully in his own home. Until one day when he was about to starve to death inside his home, an old man dressed in black robes visited. He still remembered the inverted cross pattern on the black robes of the old man. The old man claimed to be a missionary of the Grim Reaper. By switching faiths and joining the revivalists, one would receive food and achieve eternal life. Desperate to survive, Owen Gray shamefully betrayed the mother goddess and converted to follow the Grim Reaper. According to the doctrines spread by the Life Church, all churches outside of the official church were considered heretical. He felt tricked. However, he didn't want to die, and if possible, he wished to continue living without affecting others too much. Even after following the old man into the revivalist sect, his heart still belonged to the mother goddess, never changing. The story then took an even more absurd turn. Not long after entering the sect and completing the induction ritual to help him become a soul master, the old man unexpectedly fell ill and died. Owen Gray himself had handled the old man's body. He remembered the old man once saying that followers of the Grim Reaper would gain eternal life. Clearly, he'd also been deceived. From then on, according to what Owen Gray knew, he became the only member of the revivalists. He felt lonely because the old man hadn't had time to tell him the location of the church or the contact information of its members. Owen Gray dared not inform the Life Church, fearing being exposed as a heretic and executed. Since the Life Church always preached hostility toward heretics, he had to hide his true identity and live alone. A few days ago, however, the Grim Reaper suddenly delivered an oracle. The sound, as if coming from a supreme heavenly realm, rang like bronze bells, crossing infinite cloud-filled skies, resonating directly in his brain. At the time, he was enjoying a piece of bread spread with cheese. When he heard the voice in his mind, he was instantly struck by awe, not realizing when the bread had fallen to the ground. The voice appeared only once, then stopped. After hearing it, it took him a long while to snap out of his daze, concluding that the voice came from the highest divinity, an oracle. In his simple understanding, the mother goddess must obviously be female, whereas this voice was clearly male. Since the only deity he had changed his faith to was the Grim Reaper, it must be the oracle of the Grim Reaper. Terrified, Owen Gray immediately knelt down and spent an entire day repenting in his heart to the Grim Reaper. He swore that he would never again waver and henceforth remain eternally loyal to the Grim Reaper, pleading for divine forgiveness. Whether the Grim Reaper heard him or not, he didn't know. According to the Grim Reaper's oracle, Owen Gray was supposed to bring the deity's heir to the church. It had even granted him a special mark, helping him find its descendant in the Northern District. At first, he was utterly bewildered because he didn't know where the church was. The old man had never mentioned it before his death. Owen Gray prayed again to the Grim Reaper, seeking guidance for the location of the church. However, the Grim Reaper did not respond, possibly dismissing the question as too basic. Indeed, it was quite elementary. Believers should naturally know their church's whereabouts. But Owen Gray truly had no clue. He decided then that it would be better to locate the Grim Reaper's heir first. At least this way, he could demonstrate progress in executing the oracle. If the Grim Reaper later held him accountable, at least there'd be some acknowledgement of effort. Following the divine instructions, Owen Gray began by finding the Northern District. He assumed initially that someone with such noble lineage from the Grim Reaper should reside in a wealthy area, but this was a slum. Then he remembered the trope from plays about aristocrats and major merchants who often have illegitimate children scattered outside their circles, feeling reassured instantly. He couldn't help but internally criticize the Grim Reaper's family matters. But despite searching all day in the Northern District, the mark left by the Grim Reaper showed no response at all, leaving Owen Gray puzzled since surely a great deity wouldn't deceive him. Returning to the Northern District, he planned to search again the next day. Unexpectedly, however, the mark began to react, clearly pointing toward a direction, the Eastern District. In the end, Owen Gray figured the Grim Reaper must have made a mistake. After all, the divine might not know that the northern part of Violet City wasn't all called the Northern District. Westward areas were labeled Northern, while eastward ones were called Eastern. Indeed, even gods aren't omnipotent. They also make such elementary mistakes. He convinced himself accordingly. Rising early the next morning, he quickly found the address indicated. Upon observation, he noticed an ordinary-looking young man inside the room. However, he hesitated to approach the Grim Reaper's heir immediately, unsure of what to say. Ultimately unable to decide on his course of action, he took one step at a time. With trepidation, he approached the door, knocked, but no one answered after knocking repeatedly. Eventually, a neighbor informed him that the young man was out working. Upon hearing this, Owen Gray thought it incredulous. How could the Grim Reaper's heir actually work? Wonderful. Not really. It meant misfortune. For 3 consecutive days, Owen Gray kept looking for Chu Mu at precisely the same time when Chu Mu happened to be absent. So perfectly coincidental it almost made Owen Gray want to quit. See, it wasn't that he wasn't looking for the Grim Reaper's heir. Rather, the person was too busy. Maybe try another day? Little did he expect that today the door finally opened. This left Owen Gray entirely speechless. So they stared at each other in silence, creating an eerie atmosphere until Chu Mu finally broke the quiet because he was becoming increasingly agitated, eager to rest. What can I do for you? Due to certain reasons, Owen Gray was extremely nervous. Ever since becoming a disciple of the Grim Reaper, he grew increasingly secluded, avoiding interactions with others due to fear of exposing his heretical identity. Consequently, he hadn't engaged in normal conversations for a long time. After clearing his throat, he envisioned how followers usually exchange coded words upon meeting, verifying each other's identities. Then, he whispered mysteriously, "Grim Reaper." Upon hearing this, Chu Mu's eyes widened gradually, flashing an "I got it" expression instantly relaxing Owen Gray. This password had required extensive effort from Owen Gray to prepare. Glad it was understood, he finally felt like he had found the group again, just like a lost traveler returning to the embrace of his mother. Scram! Chu Mu responded curtly before turning around, shutting the door firmly. Chu Mu nearly laughed out loud, annoyed. This was a cult promoter arriving to promote at a priest devoted to the mother goddess. Truly ridiculous. If Chu Mu had been one of the soul masters, they'd already have pinned him down, forcing Owen Gray to sing conquest to the mother goddess. But being merely a commoner now, he chose to let him off temporarily. Owen Gray was equally confused, doubting if he had mistaken the target. Checking again with the mark on his hand, it unmistakably pointed to the youth within, so the location must be right. Gods would never lie. Suddenly understanding dawned on Owen Gray, indeed worthy of being the Grim Reaper's descendant. He pretended ignorance to avoid exposure and awaited more information from Owen Gray himself before making contact. Such vigilance and intelligence nearly deceived even his fellow member from the revivalists. Chapter 13. Heretics of the Resurrection, the chance to become a soul master. Owen Gray organized his thoughts and words in his mind, then started knocking on the door again, thoroughly enraging Chu Mu who had just fallen asleep. When Chu Mu opened the door, he saw the same middle-aged man standing outside. Are you ever going to stop? Chu Mu had already decided to immediately call the constable's people to take him to the church dungeon, to help him come to his senses. But the middle-aged man didn't even look at him. Instead, he secretly glanced around, confirming that no one else was present, and then looked at Chu Mu and said, "O descendant of the god of death, I am a believer in the god of death, Owen Gray, here to complete the divine prophecy." However, after hearing this, Chu Mu still had absolutely no reaction, which made Owen Gray's heart race anxiously. This wasn't as he imagined. Could it be that the god of death truly hadn't told him anything, hiding quite deeply? He decided to help Chu Mu recall something by giving a nudge, saying, "Did the god of death tell you something in your mind? Or has there been any unusual occurrences around you recently? Think about it." After listening, Chu Mu felt extremely angry right away. He was a proper clergyman of the Church of Life. How could he fall for the low-level tricks of such heretics? And being called a descendant of the god of death, wouldn't he be more convinced if he claimed that he was a reincarnation of the god of death? Let me think if anything unusual happened. There really was. That strange bronze mirror and last night's incident. Could it be what the middle-aged man is referring to? Combine that with the god of death, zombies. It actually seemed like there might be some connection. Seeing Chu Mu's expression change from anger to surprise, and finally to distress, Owen Gray instead sighed in relief. It seemed like the other party had indeed recalled something, which was good. At least they were now aligned. Chu Mu at this point struggled within himself, realizing he might have gotten involved in the troubles of some cults. Could he really be the descendant of some kind of god of death? Otherwise, why would that strange mirror suddenly suck him in, and not someone else? Right after that, followers of the god of death precisely tracked him down. Wasn't it possible that this random body he possessed through time travel had a bizarre past? If he really was the descendant of the god of death, then he would probably have to stay with them, and couldn't return to the church anymore. He knew little about their side though. Should he write a letter home to his parents to see how many secrets they kept from him? Considering the time it would take for letters to be sent back and forth, it would likely take several months. Thinking about it, he decided against it, and instead planned to ask them when he got the chance to go home later. He never thought that he would turn out to be a descendant of the god of death, but actually, he still had another option: confess to the church directly and hand over the mirror. But if he did so, it seemed that the soul pearl he had gained with great difficulty would also be lost. Moreover, Chu Mu understood the principle of, if they're not one of us, their intentions must differ. As a pure-blooded descendant of the god of death, with questionable bloodlines, he probably wouldn't be able to become a soul master in the church, possibly being kept like a pig, or even living worse than an ordinary lower-ranking clergyman, at least in terms of freedom. So, upon further thought, being a hidden heir of the god of death was still better. As an heir of the god of death, it did sound pretty cool. Speaking of which, why didn't his father and mother tell him about this supposedly illustrious family background? Was it perhaps to evade some terrifying grudges? hence concealing the identity of their descendants? After all, this sort of scenario was common in novels. Since he was the descendant of the god of death and had the god of death's bloodline, why had he never noticed any special qualities in himself? For example, cursing someone to die, or glaring at someone to cause death, or making someone he disliked perish. He realized that his only abnormality was eating much more than average, yet remaining somewhat slim. Was this his peculiar trait? The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Suddenly, Chu Mu's eyes turned sharp, and his expression became unintentionally stern, quickly getting into character. Then, looking at Owen Gray, he said, "Come in quickly." Owen Gray immediately understood the hint and prepared to enter, but before doing so, he glanced back cautiously, checking if anyone had noticed their activities. After entering, Chu Mu stuck his head out once more to look around the door outside, confirming that no one had noticed these two unusually stealthy individuals before shutting the door. Inside the room, the two sat facing each other, both somewhat tense, as neither had experience handling matters of this kind. Owen Gray thought it over and decided that he'd better start by mentioning the divine prophecy. Clearing his throat, he said, "The godly revelation instructed me to bring the descendant of the deity back to the church." He didn't say the rest because he didn't know how to phrase it. How could he say that he was also new to the situation and didn't even know where the church was? Upon hearing this, Chu Mu was shocked too, so straightforward. He was already thinking, if he went to the church of the god of death, as a descendant of the deity, he would certainly be treated very well. He might even become a soul master that day, definitely better than being a low-ranking clergyman in the Mother Goddess Church. However, he was also a bit worried. If he left without saying goodbye, would the church regard him as a traitor and put a bounty on his head? In that case, he would have to hide forever and could never stand under the sunlight again. Moreover, would it implicate his parents, who were completely innocent, and who knew what other dangers might await him at the church of the god of death? After all, it was the god of death. Just the name sounded terrifying. It was impossible for the god of death to be kind-hearted. With so many movies and TV series about bloody power struggles among descendants of death gods where only one could survive, Chu Mu couldn't help but frown with worry. Worse still, after arriving there, he might be placed under house arrest by those in power, then used like a puppet ruler, leading to a rather miserable rest of his life. How long could he survive there? That was an issue. The two fell silent again simultaneously, preoccupied with their respective concerns. Chu Mu thought a lot and finally looked at Owen Gray, saying, "I think I can't just leave like this. I am a clergyman of the church. If I suddenly disappear, it may raise the church's suspicion, exposing my identity." After Chu Mu finished speaking, he worriedly looked at Owen Gray but found that he looked relieved. Owen Gray's thoughts were simple. As long as Chu Mu didn't return to the Resurrection Church, it didn't matter where he stayed. Moreover, since it was the decision made by the descendant of the deity himself, it had nothing to do with him. At most, when questioned by the god of death later, he could simply tell the truth. The god wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Owen Gray sighed in relief and said, "What you said makes perfect sense. Since you cannot leave, just stay in Violet City for now. But remember to keep your identity confidential." This way, they reached an agreement on this matter, and both showed a heartfelt smile. Chu Mu also tried to inquire about the church from Owen Gray, wanting to see how the Resurrection Church was, how powerful it was, and whether there were any benefits. However, Owen Gray didn't know much. He was also a newbie, having just joined a little earlier. Therefore, for many of Chu Mu's questions, he chose not to respond or couldn't respond, only telling him he'd understand later. Chu Mu felt that the other party was very cautious. Truly deserving of being a cult member, they sure had tight lips. As the topic gradually cooled down, Chu Mu asked the question he cared most about, how to become a soul master, and directly expressed his desire to become one. Earlier, he planned to ask the soul master team. Now that he had a comrade, things became more convenient. The feeling of being part of an organization was indeed great. Owen Gray let out a sigh of relief. Finally, Chu Mu asked something he knew the answer to. Thanks to the grace of the god of death, to become a soul master, you need to take different levels of magical elixirs accordingly, along with different rituals. There are many recipes for the elixirs, but the most core ingredient is the soul pearl, which almost always comes from extraordinary creatures. Each one is extremely precious. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu immediately took out the soul pearl he had hidden under his bedboard, causing Owen Gray's eyebrows to twitch. Will this soul pearl work? Owen Gray carefully examined the soul pearl after taking it. Although it was dusty on the surface, it was genuine enough. No wonder the offspring of the god of death had treasures hiding under the bed. Owen Gray continued to organize his thoughts and said, "This soul pearl is indeed a level 1 soul pearl. We'll also need some other materials to match it, and I happen to have a set ready. Are you sure you want to become a soul master now?" Chu Mu immediately nodded in confirmation, but Owen Gray quickly informed him. Becoming a soul master is not as simple as drinking the elixir. Let me tell you the scariest problem for soul masters. That is, losing control. At this point, Owen Gray's expression turned very serious. Chu Mu calmed down a bit from his excitement, subconsciously sat up straight, and listened attentively to the most fearsome issue for soul masters. Each soul master must maintain their body and mental state in peak condition at all times, while keeping their emotions stable. Because if these go wrong, it might lead to a loss of control, turning them into monsters. Owen Gray looked at Chu Mu and said, seeing the terrible look in Owen Gray's eyes, Chu Mu truly got scared. He originally wanted to act on impulse today and drink the potion with him to become a long-desired soul master. However, considering his current mental state was no different from a ghost's, he might really turn into a ghost if he drank it now. Maybe it was better to wait until another day. Chapter 14. make a decision and preparation, configure magic potion. Owen Gray swallowed and continued. For every soul master, the first time drinking the magic potion is also the time of greatest risk of losing control. The body needs to accept the soul bead and convert it into soul veins, which is already part of the chronicle process. Only by relying on a strong willpower to stay conscious at all times can one get through it. Otherwise, they will lose control and turn into a monster. After Owen Gray finished speaking, he recalled his own performance after drinking the magic potion. Every inch of his skin was pierced with pain, as if there was a monster wriggling inside his body, ready to tear through the skin and crawl out at any moment. Even worse, many voices echoed repeatedly in his mind, causing an unbearable headache. Fortunately, the old man in black robes was always beside him, helping him maintain consciousness and guiding him step by step until he got through it. Finally, he managed to survive and became a level 1 soul master. The hardships he went through were indescribable with just a few words. But since he's the descendant of the god of death, he should be fine. Inheriting the bloodline of a deity might make some difference. Owen Gray still had something unspoken. He hadn't performed the ceremony when becoming a level 1 soul master. All he could remember was that the old man stood beside him, dancing, which made an impression because it seemed absurdly funny watching the old man take it seriously. Then he lost control himself and had no energy left to pay attention to the ceremony. Later, the old man suddenly passed away, without having enough time to pass down anything related to the ceremony. He figured it shouldn't matter much whether or not there was a ceremony. After listening to Sam, all he thought about was whether or not to become a soul master. Though there was the possibility of losing control, such opportunities weren't common, and missing this chance might mean never having it again. He completely didn't notice Owen Gray's hesitation. Otherwise, he would have hesitated multiple times. Despite being very afraid, Sam ultimately decided to give it a try. Otherwise, crossing over into another world only to miss such a chance would be regretful. Even if he died, he wanted to experience what it felt like to be a long-desired soul master. Seeing Sam finally decide, Owen Gray did not say more. However, given how poor Sam's condition was, he asked him to rest well for a few days. They set the next meeting for a week later, and Owen Gray then left. The soul bead was left with Sam, reminding him not to forget to bring it on the day of their next meeting. Meanwhile, he returned to prepare other materials. Owen Gray then reminded Sam to rest well these few days, adjusting his physical state accordingly. Facing the day he was about to become a soul master, Sam felt excited, nervous, and terrified. For him, the short week seemed so long. He even wrote a letter to his parents, intending for Owen Gray to send it in case he lost control and died. With everything arranged, Sam anxiously prepared for the appointed day. In the course of this week, Sam made plenty of preparations, both physically and mentally. He picked up the fighting techniques he had discarded long ago, diligently training his body daily. Whenever he found the time, he would go running outside the city, breathing fresh air. Incidentally, the streets of ancient cities were full of stench and filth. The environmental problems back then were truly incomprehensible. Every day, he drank plenty of water, ate only healthy food, washed his feet before sleeping, went to bed early, rose early, and brushed his teeth every morning. He even prayed to the mother goddess voluntarily, hoping she would protect him and prevent him from losing control after drinking the magic potion. Surprisingly, he actively helped out in the church, and the priests were very satisfied with Sam's newfound diligence. This was indeed what a good child of the mother goddess should be like. Of course, the monthly mother goddess blessing remained unchanged. Becoming a soul calmer was still an unreachable goal. If the mother goddess knew his thoughts, she might have punished him directly, making his loss of control even worse for being an unfaithful heretic. And the bronze mirror, since that night, had shown no further magical changes. It seemed to have completed its mission, awakened him, like a one-time use magic item. This was Sam's interpretation. Finally, the day came. After finishing a day's work, Sam took a deep breath and hurried to the agreed location with Owen Gray, a ruined station in the eastern suburbs. Although called a station, it had been abandoned for many years. The outdoor shade canopy had long collapsed, but the brick-stone house at the back still stood firm, covered with large patches of fallen plaster, resembling a soldier with countless scars. The straw on the roof had long disappeared. The wooden beams, weathered by wind, rain, and pests, had decayed and broken into several pieces. Some fell into the room, while others hung precariously on the beam. Hence, today's station only consisted of 4 walls and a doorframe without a door. Sam had searched for a long time before finding this place deep in the woods. It was a bit secluded, but it was perfect for 2 evil heretics to secretly meet. He cleaned up some of the trash inside, found a place to sit, and then waited anxiously. Sam arrived first, while Owen Gray had yet to come. After sitting for only a short while, he stood up again, pacing around both inside the room and outside the station. Out of nervousness, he even went to relieve himself twice nearby. But for some unknown reason, perhaps due to the heat, his heart continued to feel restless. Finally, seeing that Owen Gray still hadn't arrived, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place or whether something else had happened to him. He thought about going to wait outside the Eastern District several times, but after walking a few steps, he retreated, fearing he would miss Owen Gray and lose this chance to become a soul master. Owen Gray arrived slightly late because he had been much more cautious than Sam along the way. Practically taking 3 steps back for every one forward, he was careful not to be followed. Then he cleverly circled around outside the city, completely shaking off anyone who might have been tracking him, before finally arriving at the agreed-upon location. Upon seeing Owen Gray arrive, Sam let out a sigh of relief. only to immediately become nervous again. Oddly, Owen Gray seemed to have brought nothing, coming with empty hands, which left Sam puzzled, as he remembered needing other special materials to prepare the magic potion. So he asked hesitantly, "Did you bring the stuff?" Owen Gray smiled, and instinctively looked behind him, making sure no one was around. Upon confirming they were alone, he slowly began untying his belt. Under Sam's twisted expression, Owen Gray pulled a small cloth bag from his pants, then grinned as he waved the bag in front of the visibly uncomfortable Sam. "Relax. Everything's in here." Owen Gray was glad that the old man had told him the specific types of ingredients needed to prepare the magic potion when he first made it, and he managed to memorize what they looked like. Therefore, when sorting through the old man's belongings, he did not discard these materials. The only flaw was that he forgot the exact quantity of each ingredient. But adding more should probably be fine. After all, using enough material would ensure better effects, right? There shouldn't be any problems. It was certainly unwise to skimp on ingredients, especially since Owen Gray detested dishonest merchants who refused to give him fair measurements when buying things. On the ground, Owen Gray spread out a piece of cloth and carefully wrapped the required material powders in small cloth bags, placing them one by one onto the cloth. Then he turned to Sam, extending his hand and saying, "Give me the soul bead. I'll start preparing the magic potion now." Sam took a cloth bag from his chest, poured out the soul bead, and handed it over to Owen Gray. Owen Gray placed the soul bead on the cloth and began recalling the procedure the old man used to make the potion. To be honest, this was his very first time preparing it. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Doing so would only make him appear unconfident. And Sam, the poor child, was already nervous enough without being further provoked. Owen Gray didn't want to increase the risk of him losing control later on. He still vividly remembered what the old man had said. The Resurrection Sect's Level 1 Soul Master Magic Potion formula is relatively simple. The main material is just one Level 1 soul bead. Of course, the best choice is to obtain a soul bead from a dead spirit creature. But since our resources are limited, we can also use a soul bead from other strange creatures. The auxiliary materials consist of 5 components: 1 petal of ghost flower, 2 leaves of moon grass, a tiny bit of powder from a deceased grudge spirit, half a nail from a living corpse, and 2 feathers from a human-faced owl. The method of preparation is slightly complicated. All these materials need to be ground into powder and placed in the container in a specific order. First, you need to melt the soul bead, which only requires injecting soul force. The soul bead will naturally melt when it comes into contact with soul force, and all you need to do is wait. Next, you add the ghost flower, the nail of the living corpse, the powder from the deceased grudge spirit, the leaf of moon grass, and finally, the feather of the human-faced owl. The sequence absolutely must not be wrong, or the prepared potion will become unpredictable toxic poison. However, he could only vaguely recall what the old man said, having completely forgotten the exact amounts. Fortunately, the old man had left plenty of materials, so there was no need to worry about insufficient supplies. First, he took out a clay jar, placed the soul bead on top of it, and began continuously injecting soul force into the soul bead. Gradually, the soul bead started to soften, slowly turning into transparent liquid that dripped down into the clay jar. That marked the completion of the first step. Chapter 15. Confused Owen Gray, gone out of control Chumu. Then he followed the order taught by the old man. First, he picked up the powdered petals of the spirit flower and hesitated for a moment about how much to add. Chumu anxiously watched him concocting the magic potion nearby. Seeing him pause, Chumu instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" Owen Gray replied with feigned calmness, "I'm calculating the dosage of the magic potion. Don't interrupt my thoughts anymore. Absolute quiet is required when making magic potions. I hope this will be the last time." After hearing this, Chumu immediately realized his indiscretion and covered his mouth, watching Owen Gray dump half the bag of powder directly into the clay pot. As soon as the powder hit the nearly transparent liquid inside, it spontaneously dissolved, turning the liquid into a pale black. Then Owen Gray got even bolder, adding more ingredients liberally, using whole half bags at a time to appear more confident. The sequence wasn't wrong, but the auxiliary materials were way overused, severely overused. Once all the ingredients were added, the magic potion started boiling, eventually transforming into an eerie blue. Seeing the color of the magic potion, Chumu unconsciously swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Owen Gray looked down at the potion in his hand and fell into deep thought because he remembered that when he drank it, it was black. Why is the color different? Drinking it won't do harm, right? Out of some indescribable guilt, Owen Gray seriously looked at Chumu again. "The potion is ready. Let me ask you one last time, are you ready? Once you drink it, you might very well lose control." After hearing this, Chumu became even more anxious, subconsciously glancing at Owen Gray. "Thanks a lot for your ominous words. But if we've come this far, why overthink it? Just go for it. As for the consequences, let's see after drinking it." Chumu took the clay pot of magic potion from Owen Gray, brought it close to his nose, only to be greeted by a strong stench, which instantly made Chumu regain his senses. Chumu uncertainly glanced at Owen Gray, wanting to ask whether this could truly be drunk, but saw that Owen Gray was frowning and covering his nose, stepping back a few steps. Without speaking, Owen Gray gave Chumu a determined look, nodding slightly, then continued retreating. He knew that once Chumu drank this, he would definitely lose control and turn into a monster. Therefore, it was best to keep a distance to avoid accidental injury. More importantly, the stuff was too foul-smelling, much worse than the dried cow dung he had eaten before. He feared that Chumu might vomit on him shortly. Chumu pinched his nose and, like drinking traditional Chinese medicine, chugged everything in the pot without hesitation, finishing in one breath without letting it stay in his mouth for even a second, drawing inspiration from the previous life's practice of one-shot beer. However, after swallowing, a strange fragrance lingered in Chu Mu's mouth alongside the aftereffects of the drug. He seriously suspected that he'd just eaten poop. Just after putting down the pot and not having time to share his post-drinking feelings, Chu Mu began feeling out of control. He felt the magic potion enter his body and begin to heat up in his stomach, as though he accidentally swallowed a red-hot iron rod, causing some burning pain. But at the same time, an extremely cold force spread quickly from his stomach throughout his entire body. Chu Mu felt a fierce burning pain in his abdomen, instantly turning his complexion pale. Instinctively, he clutched his belly, involuntarily emitting cries of pain. Pain overwhelmed him, making him fall to the ground and start rolling around left and right. The impact against the wall went unnoticed since all sensations of physical pain were overshadowed by the intense pain inside his stomach. On the side, Owen Gray whispered while watching. Chu Mu, please be quieter, don't let anyone hear. We are heretics and cannot be discovered. Just bear it for a little longer. Bear it. Do you think this is like childbirth? Am I dying or something? Chu Mu suddenly remembered the will he had written but forgotten to give to Owen Gray. Hopefully, he'd find it among his corpse later. In unbearable pain, Chu Mu stopped thinking altogether. All he wanted now was to cut open his belly and take out that lump of poop. However, the transformation of his body didn't stop there. In his mind, countless voices began to rapidly emerge, seemingly whispering close to his ears as if trying to tell him something. But Chu Mu couldn't hear anything clearly, only feeling that his head began throbbing painfully, as if it might explode at any moment. These voices seemed to have a kind of magical power, blurring his consciousness. Now he really just wanted to sleep and end these tortures entirely. Changes were also rapidly taking place in Chu Mu's body. The flesh of his right hand began to melt, turning into red, bloody water. But oddly, it retained the shape of a hand and didn't flow onto the ground. The blood was even slowly wriggling. The skin on his left hand started growing many green corpse spots, becoming pale and cyanotic. His entire body was covered with numerous bone spines. He was swiftly transforming into a monstrous being. Off to the side, Owen Gray watched from a distance, looking rather gloomy. He had moved further away as soon as Chu Mu's body started showing signs of metamorphosis. Chu Mu's transformation seemed odd. It appeared more rapid and ferocious than what Owen Gray had experienced himself. When Owen Gray drank the potion, there wasn't nearly as severe a reaction. The changes happened gradually for him, not immediately upon drinking it. Instinctively, he wondered if the quantity of the ingredients might have been off, but then reassured himself not to think this way. It definitely wasn't related to that. It could be an issue with the soul bead provided by Chu Mu. Chu Mu's consciousness had completely wandered away. Hallucinations filled his vision, snippets from different periods of his 2 lifetimes, movies he had seen, landscapes he had visited, as well as imagined experiences of protagonists when reading books, even some unfamiliar scenes from childhood. He forgot who he was, sinking deeper into this hallucination storm. He wanted to completely sleep and numb himself, but rationality told him that choosing such a path would lead to even more terrible outcomes. It was perhaps the moment when true loss of control would occur. He hadn't given up because he remembered Owen Gray's words. One must remain conscious at all times or end up transforming into a monster. To stay alert, he figured he needed to calm down first and cool his head. How could he calm down? Chu Mu tried recalling the sceneries he'd seen before. In the previous life, every time he felt agitated, these memories always made him calmer. He remembered the mountains he climbed in his past life, standing above white clouds and watching them rise and fall. Then, the overwhelming sight of skyscrapers and bustling streets when he first left home for a big city, but none of it worked now. Images kept flashing before his eyes, including certain Japanese films he'd watched. Why must they come out at such a crucial time? He had to stop these flashes. Concentrating did help. He could make the images in front of him reflect what he imagined, though briefly, only for them to be quickly replaced by other scenes. Since focusing seemed effective, he tried categorizing the images next, then sorting them out. But how should he sort them? Chu Mu recalled a children's book he once read, My Mixed Up Feelings. In this book, human emotions were categorized into 6 colors, corresponding to different feelings. One is a tangle of 6 colored threads, and when they're mixed together, people become confused and chaotic. Therefore, the book suggested correctly separating and managing one's emotions, enabling one to truly take control of their own feelings. Would this method work here? Chu Mu thought it worth trying since he didn't have any better ideas anyway. Thus, he began by recalling moments of happiness in his past. Happiness is golden, like the sun, like walking leisurely through a golden autumn day, like spotting a golden bird. Then, happy scenes began appearing in front of Chu Mu. For instance, in the past life, he vividly remembered initiating a conversation with a girl he secretly admired, playing basketball with classmates on the playground, buying his favorite toy and playing with it all day, creating a figure with clay for the first time. There were countless joyful memories. Joyful moments after adulthood were scarce, as if confirming that the adult world was indeed full of pain. Most of his happiness stemmed from the period before stepping into society, back when everything was simple and straightforward, which probably explained why so many longed to return to the past. One by one, happy moments appeared in front of Chu Mu. A sense of joy feedback to his brain, allowing Chu Mu to clearly feel the speed of the visual flashes slowing down a bit. This proved that the method was indeed effective. But it wasn't enough yet. The hallucination storm continued. So, he decided to try dealing with other emotions. After happiness came fear. Fear was black, like a dark forest at night, like shadows resembling ghostly claws of demonic trees, and like blurry, terrifying ghosts in the darkness. Chu-Mu was afraid of the dark, and even more so of those demons and ghosts. However, his fears extended beyond just these things. In his previous life, he feared performing poorly on exams, disappointing his parents, angering his superiors, failing to complete work tasks, not earning enough money, and never finding a wife. And now in this life, he feared not becoming a soul master, and even more, he dreaded an unexpected death. As a child, he was scared of his parents, darkness, and ghosts, but overall, happy memories dominated. However, after growing up and entering society, his fears grew increasingly, along with mounting life pressures. This even kept him from taking the step to start a romantic relationship, as he feared losing something beautiful even more than obtaining it. The fearful images from his memory fed back feelings of fear into Chu-Mu's mind, and indeed, the speed of the brainstorm slowed down again. Next came the melancholic blue, tranquil green, furious red, and finally the happy pink, each corresponding to different memories that sent emotional power back to Chu-Mu's mind, helping him gradually regain his willpower and gain control over his runaway thoughts. A successful person once said, "There exists boundless strength hidden within a person's inner world. When you become aware of its existence, you can harness its power and change everything." Chu-Mu was now relying on the emotional power from those memories to slowly calm down his frenzied thoughts. Chapter 16 finally became a soul master. Owen Gray had already decided to flee, because Chu-Mu wasn't turning into a monster, he already was one. A soul master who completely loses control will turn into nothing more than a killing machine. They are no longer human. Not only do they lose their normal physical appearance, but also all memories and emotions that make them human. Even former close friends, teammates, or lovers, they would kill without hesitation. So even someone like Owen, who could be considered a heretic, knew that there was only one way to deal with a soul master who has completely lost control: kill them. However, Owen wasn't about to go down this path. He was just a level 1 soul master, limited in ability. Not only was he incapable of killing the other, but merely avoiding being killed by the monster himself was a relief due to Death God's blessing. Moreover, it was quite possible that Chu-Mu had turned into this horrific form because of his minor mistake. He bore some responsibility for what happened. He felt somewhat guilty towards Chu-Mu, thinking that if only he had given him more advice back then. If he attempted to now kill the other person, it would simply be inhumane. He would leave subsequent matters to the Anhun team. Owen was now prepared to flee. "Sorry, Chu-Mu, this is all my fault. Forgive me," said Owen Gray as he awkwardly looked at the monster which Chu-Mu had become. "You are the offspring of the Death God. After death, you will certainly return to the arms of the Death God. May your soul find eternal life in the world of the Death God." Owen stood stiffly and stretched out his arms, forming a cross, the emblematic gesture of the Resurrection Society. He imitated an elder, praying to the Death God, but this time on behalf of Chu-Mu as his farewell. "Eternal Death God, you are the master of death. You are the final resting place of life. You are the king of undead creatures. Faithful believers plead to you. Guide Chu-Mu, who is about to die, and let his soul return to your embrace." After finishing the prayer, Owen Gray intended to take one last look at Chu-Mu before leaving. Unexpectedly, however, the body of Chu-Mu's monstrous form began to change again. This time, though, the changes were for the better, as the areas where transformations had occurred started slowly retracting back. The blood water from Chu-Mu's right hand gradually reverted to its original arm-like shape, while the corpse spots on his skin were fading. The bone spikes growing from his body were also slowly withdrawing, and he eventually returned to his human form. Had he pulled through? Staring at this scene, Owen Gray's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A near completely out-of-control soul master actually managed to revert back to normal? This exceeded his understanding. Chu-Mu gradually realized that as he became increasingly lucid, the whispers in his ears gradually disappeared one by one, until finally, his mind calmed down. He opened his eyes and discovered he was lying on the ground. Instinctively, he twisted his head looking for Owen Gray, only to find him standing far away, gazing at him blankly. He averted his gaze, passing through the collapsed roof to see the azure sky and drifting white clouds above. Finally able to see the world once more, Chu-Mu smiled happily. He'd made it through, and what's more, he was now officially a level 1 soul master. Although his stomach still hurt, any slight movement triggered pain throughout his entire body and caused convulsions, and his head continued to buzz incessantly, as if countless fleas had drilled inside, jumping continuously. It was great to be alive. It was only at this moment that Owen Gray confirmed Chu-Mu had returned to normal, and he quickly moved over to help Chu-Mu up. No wonder he was the descendant of the Death God. To withstand such a transformation truly demonstrated strength. Or perhaps it was the true blessing of the Death God. Either way, he was deeply impressed. Congratulations, from now on, you're officially a level 1 soul master. However, your body will feel weak for several days, which is the price of consuming magic drugs. He said this to Chu-Mu, of course refraining from mentioning other uncertain speculations. In fact, Chu-Mu was quite grateful to him. After all, it was thanks to Owen Gray's words earlier that allowed him to get through it. Just as he was about to say something as a token of gratitude, a wave of nausea struck him, and he promptly vomited a lot of filth, spraying Owen Gray all over. Owen stood covered in muck, crying silently. Sure enough, the inevitable always comes. Fear won't help you escape it. Chu-Mu was helped by Owen Gray to slowly return home, where after cleaning up the filth from Chu-Mu's body, he was made to rest in bed. For the next few days, you should stay here at home and recuperate. Your body may be weak after the breakthrough, but this is entirely normal, Owen Gray told Chu-Mu. It had only taken him a day to fully recover last time, but Chu-Mu's loss of control had been so severe that it was estimated a day wouldn't be enough. Therefore, he directly said several days, making it sound more rigorous. As for exactly how many days were needed, he had no idea. Chu-Mu lay in bed, not wanting to move at all, but he still had many other worries on his mind, such as needing to ask for leave from the church and figuring out how to manage daily eating and living. These were all issues. Could you go to the church and request 3 days off for me? I'm in this state. I probably couldn't even crawl there. Chu-Mu wanted to ask Owen Gray for help, but after hearing the request, Owen Gray hesitated for a long while before agreeing. He really didn't want to have any contact with the Church of Life, but it seemed like there was nobody else who could help him right now. Moreover, how would Chu-Mu's living situation over the next 3 days be handled? Even someone as blessed as the descendant of the death god would still need food and drink, but the question was the money. I'll come by once in the morning, at noon, and in the evening starting tomorrow to bring you food. Owen Gray stared intently at Chu-Mu, seemingly expecting something. All right, thank you very much. Chu-Mu sincerely appreciated it, realizing there were indeed good people in the world. But Owen was anxious, since it seemed Chu-Mu hadn't understood the implication behind his words, that the cost should be covered by Chu-Mu himself. He was just an ordinary citizen without much savings. Had it not been for the sudden message from the death god, he might still be working odd jobs at someone else's restaurant. Fortunately, Chu-Mu also felt somewhat embarrassed about letting others spend money on him, so he asked Owen to move the table aside and pulled out a piece of cloth, revealing what little savings Chu-Mu currently had. These were left for Owen to buy food. Owen Gray took 6 copper coins as the meal expense for the next 3 days, and this made him beam with happiness. When he went to the familiar bakery later, he'd surely get a discount compared to market price, allowing him perhaps to save 1 or 2 copper coins by the end, which of course he wouldn't return to Chu-Mu because this was his rightfully deserved hard work fee. Hadn't the mother goddess once said, "Diligent people will receive their due reward"? Thus, this was utterly reasonable. After Owen Gray had arranged everything, he prepared to leave. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to carefully check around the door to ensure there were no suspicious individuals nearby, then sneaked away quietly. As soon as Owen Gray left, Chu-Mu couldn't hold on any longer. He had been forcing himself to stay awake and talk with Owen earlier, but now that the room was quiet again, he felt his eyelids grow incredibly heavy. Perhaps due to the episode of losing control, Chu-Mu was extremely drowsy, exhausted to his soul's core. The moment he closed his eyes, he sank into deep sleep. In the past, even when asleep, his brain wouldn't stop racing and dreams never ceased. But today he slept profoundly, as if his entire brain had completely shut down, devoid of even a single dream. He slept straight from daytime until night, and continued sleeping until dawn the next day, waking up only after being awoken by the urge to urinate. His head was still slightly foggy, feeling as if he could sleep another 24 hours, but only after taking care of his immediate needs. Owen Gray hadn't arrived yet, and he was almost unable to hold it any longer. He could only grit his teeth and force himself to sit up in bed. As he hesitated whether he should occasionally follow the trend of the era and resolve his problems right where he lay, thank heavens, Owen Gray arrived. Chu-Mu's body still hurt everywhere to the point of death, and even with Owen Gray's assistance, moving was arduous. It felt like his body wasn't much better than that of a postpartum woman. Unfortunately, he immediately suffered diarrhea for a full day, and every step he took made his legs feel lightheaded. This caused him to seriously suspect whether there was a problem with the magical potion Owen Gray had prepared for him. Seeing Chu-Mu gradually returning to normal, Owen Gray's sense of guilt diminished significantly. Naturally, regarding Chu-Mu's doubts, he pretended to be calm and dismissed them outright, telling him it was merely due to his weakened physical condition. 3 days later, Chu-Mu finally recovered to a barely acceptable level and reported to the church. Because of the sick leave, they subsequently deducted 3 days' worth of Mother Goddess blessings. But Chu-Mu was already a certified level 1 soul master, and naturally didn't care about this trivial matter of Mother Goddess blessings. All his focus was now on other things. Chapter 17, on abilities and the power core of deities. Owen Gray told him that after he returned to normal, he would be taught the exclusive abilities of a soul master. Finally, it was time to learn these abilities, and Chu-Mu was very excited. After Chu-Mu returned to normal, he felt a strange sensation in his body, as if he could achieve anything he wanted just by willing it. Owen Gray told him that this was the instinctive reaction for a soul master to use their abilities, but they shouldn't be too eager to try them out. Wasting soul force recklessly is wasteful and could inadvertently influence everything around them, leading to unpredictable changes. This would be dangerous and more likely to expose themselves. 3 days later, the two came to the abandoned station again, and Owen Gray prepared to teach Chu-Mu the 2 abilities he had learned from the elder. In the dilapidated house, Owen Gray looked at Chu-Mu sitting opposite him, attentively listening, recalling what the elder had once taught him while combining it with his years of experiences, sharing the knowledge he knew about soul masters. Soul masters have many types of abilities, such as the manipulation of plants by the Church of Life or the purification light of the pure white church. However, all abilities originate from divine power and evolve from there. This is the common trait among all abilities soul masters possess. The Church of Life believes in the Mother Earth, so their powers are all related to life. I've also seen a soul master from the pure white church before. They believe in the Supreme Sun, whose power originates from purification. Thus, they are extremely effective against the abilities of our Church of the Death God, which is quite troublesome. As for our Resurrection Church, we believe in your ancestor, the death god, whose power originates from death. So, the abilities possessed by Resurrection Church Soul Masters all derive from death. For example, I will soon teach you how to control undead creatures and death magic. Owen Gray only knows these two abilities since the old man had only taught him these two abilities before passing away. But Chu Mu, who loves learning and excels at deriving one thing from another, immediately asked, "Then, can't we bypass the root power of the deities and develop a new ability ourselves?" After Owen Gray thought about it, he answered, "Your idea isn't entirely impossible, but up until now, every soul master I've seen bases their abilities on the divine forces of the deity they worship. Therefore, I advise you not to lightly attempt it. Because soul masters are prone to losing control, many people seeking stronger powers end up getting lost and turn into monsters. Moreover, evil gods excel in tempting people more than the gods worshipped in the churches do." Chu Mu became less curious after hearing this. He suddenly realized how terrifying and dangerous the world of soul masters could be, so it might be better to stick to the safer path for now. Next, Owen Gray began teaching Chu Mu how to use the exclusive abilities of the Resurrection Church. The heritage of the Resurrection Church is somewhat special. It's through a special soul force ritual where the other person's soul temporarily shares the way soul force flows when using abilities, helping the recipient to quickly grasp how to use those abilities. Owen Gray sat face to face with Chu Mu, holding both his hands, which made Chu Mu a bit embarrassed. "Be sure to concentrate your spiritual energy and carefully perceive the flow of soul force within my body." Seeing Chu Mu acting shy, Owen Gray scolded him because transferring an ability is a great and sacred event. Not concentrating would be disrespectful to him. The reason being, he himself got heavily scolded by the elder back then for doing the same thing. So no matter what, today he'd get some satisfaction out of scolding someone else. However, after being scolded, Chu Mu did become more serious. He calmed down, slowly closed his eyes, and at this moment, Owen Gray started the ritual. Chu Mu found his body becoming lighter and lighter, the sensation in his limbs becoming increasingly vague, until he finally felt like a feather slowly flying up, as if flying into outer space, losing gravity and direction altogether, gradually being pulled in another direction by a mysterious force. "Chu Mu, I'm about to start. Carefully sense the flow of my soul force." Owen Gray's voice seemed to come from nowhere, yet Chu Mu immediately settled his emotions and quietly observed the surroundings. "Death magic," Owen Gray's voice rang again. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt a peculiar sensation. It was as if a male body appeared before him. What was even stranger was that within the male body, there were numerous white lines emerging from the head, running through the chest and abdomen, and finally spreading throughout the entire body. But upon closer inspection, one would notice there was a special section in the brain not directly connected to it. Yet this area served as the source for all the other lines extending outward. Then a surge of power emerged from the brain and poured into this unique place, bringing with it an extremely mysterious sensation. This region wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. After the soul force was injected, it underwent a very complex flow process before finally flowing through the lines, most of which concentrated in the hands. Owen Gray demonstrated 3 times, and then stopped, allowing Chu Mu to quietly internalize that feeling. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt a loss of gravity, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Instinctively stretching out his hands in fear, he sat up abruptly, eyes wide open with a start, looking around only to find himself already awake. "Follow me outside." Owen Gray then stepped out of the dilapidated house, stopping near a large tree. Chu Mu's legs felt somewhat weak, but he managed to stand firm and wobbled over to Owen Gray's side. "This is the normal reaction to a soul leaving the body. Don't worry, you'll return to normal soon. You've already perceived the fluctuations of soul force and death magic. Now I will demonstrate the effect of this ability, which can only be shown in the real world. Watch carefully. Death magic." Owen Gray pointed at a large tree with one hand. The moment his words faded, a dark glow erupted from his hand and shot toward the tree rapidly. The dark light struck the tree, and immediately its bark started cracking and peeling off. The leaves on its branches quickly turned yellow, wilted, and fell. A once vibrant tree suddenly looked as though it had been dead for a long time. Chu Mu watched, deeply impressed, while inside, Owen Gray felt proud after accomplishing such an effect. "Did you see it clearly?" Owen Gray calmly asked Chu Mu. After hearing this, Chu Mu subconsciously nodded, almost eager to try it out himself. Smiling, Owen Gray told him, "You can attempt it now. Just follow the way I taught you earlier regarding how soul force flows, targeting any tree nearby." Upon hearing this, Chu Mu focused his gaze on his hands, recalling the method of soul force operation he had perceived within Owen Gray's body, beginning to harness the unfamiliar strength. Raising a hand, he aimed at the nearest tree. Even though Chu Mu was attempting to copy the way Owen Gray directed the soul force, his own movements were much slower and stiffer. He needed full concentration, otherwise, the energy might dissipate and terminate instantly. It was nothing like how effortlessly Owen Gray used it, as natural as releasing a burp. Unaware that Chu Mu thought his usage of abilities resembled a burp, Owen Gray instead looked at Chu Mu with a seasoned expression as his face turned red from exertion. Being a soul master isn't as simple as shouting a slogan and unleashing an ability. "Chu Mu, stop for a moment. Let me explain some common knowledge about soul masters to you." Feeling awkward because despite all his efforts, he couldn't even release a single bit of energy, Chu Mu stopped and looked at Owen Gray. It was rare for Owen Gray to teach someone, so he patiently explained the limited soul master knowledge he'd gained from the elder. To use an ability, a soul master must first utilize their soul force, which is the unfamiliar power you are now able to perceive. Everyone has soul force. It comes from our souls, but only those who have awakened their soul veins can learn to harness it. Secondly, to transform soul force into an ability, one needs the soul veins formed inside the body after consuming magic elixirs. This is akin to shooting an arrow, placing it on the bow, pulling the string back, and finally releasing the arrow. The soul force is the arrow, the soul vein is the bow, and the method of using soul force is drawing the string. Owen Gray paused briefly after speaking, glancing at Chu-Mu, who listened attentively. Did you understand? Chu-Mu felt like he understood it somehow, and unconsciously nodded. Chapter 18. The Ability of the Resurrection Society, One Reason. He continued to say, in order to use abilities, 3 things are essential and none can be absent. Soul power comes from our souls. The stronger the soul, the more abundant the soul power, and the more vigorous your spirit will be. However, when soul power is depleted, you'll feel exhausted and have a headache, which means you need to stop and rest. What I actually want to emphasize is the soul veins. Newly formed soul veins are rather rough, especially for those who have just advanced to level 1 soul masters. The condition of their soul veins is the worst. In many places, soul power doesn't even flow smoothly, and at the very beginning, they might even be unable to use soul power. But don't worry, because everyone is like this. Only by daily using soul power to continuously impact the soul veins bit by bit, slowly unblocking areas that aren't flowing well, can you gradually polish the soul veins, allowing soul power to flow more and more smoothly. When you no longer feel any obstruction while circulating through the soul veins, you can consider breaking through to the next realm. However, I must warn you that it may take quite some time to adjust. Of course, the ability I'm teaching you also requires repeated practice to become more proficient. Don't be like today. When it's your turn to use an ability, you're stuck and can't produce a sound. Owen Gray finished speaking and looked at Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu felt that he should ask something or say something. Otherwise, there was a possibility that today's lesson would end accordingly. Recalling how Owen Gray had used his ability earlier and dumbly shouted out its name, did that mean Chu-Mu had to learn it as well? Chu-Mu hesitated for a moment and thought it best to ask. Owen, do we have to shout out the name of the ability we intend to use? Owen Gray glanced at Chu-Mu and said, I knew you'd ask that question, because you're just like the shallow version of me back then. You must think it's stupid, right? After hearing that, Chu-Mu became slightly embarrassed, as someone had immediately seen through his inner thoughts. Though announcing the name of the ability during combat might seem passionate and intense, in reality, it's pretty foolish and could easily allow opponents to counterattack based on the announced ability. He thought it was indeed a bit silly. This is a form of muscle memory. If you've become very proficient in using an ability, and if you get into the habit of shouting it out, your body will subconsciously activate the corresponding ability. This way, it saves you considerable effort, so you won't need to divert your attention to gathering soul power during intense battles. Muscle memory can often work faster than your conscious efforts to direct soul power, especially when you're nervous. Owen Gray explained further. After hearing this, Chu-Mu was left speechless. Chu-Mu had indeed heard of muscle memory before, but it usually pertained to athletes. Through long training, the body becomes naturally adept at specific behaviors and can react instantly to subtle information. However, he never expected that such a concept would apply to soul masters too. Today he learned a lot. Chu-Mu never imagined that among the practitioners of mysticism, there would actually be elements of science involved. My goodness, perhaps he had underestimated these soul masters all along. In the following days, Owen Gray taught Chu-Mu all 2 types of soul master abilities from the old man: death magic and the manipulation of undead creatures. The manipulation of undead creatures is easier to understand. Common undead beings such as zombies, ghosts, and bone demons fall within this category. This ability allows the user to control them, turning them into puppets. But this kind of manipulation has its limits. It can only control undead beings not exceeding one's own level and strength. For example, a level 1 soul master can only control undead beings not higher than level 1, and depending on specific circumstances, not every attempt will be successful. Moreover, the number of undead creatures one can control is limited. Even with Owen Gray's own capabilities, he can only manipulate up to 2 level 1 undead creatures at most. For a newcomer like Chu-Mu, being able to control 1 level 1 undead creature in the short term is already the upper limit. Controlling undead creatures is the most powerful ability for us soul masters of the Resurrection Society. Think about it, letting undead creatures fight on our behalf. Wouldn't that make us much safer? Owen Gray smiled as he shared his perspective with Chu-Mu, but after hearing it, Chu-Mu instinctively sneered. To put it plainly, controlling undead creatures isn't just like a summoner in games. But anyone who's smart knows that once in a team battle, the summoner in the back must be targeted first because summoners are usually squishy. Who would waste time dealing with summoned creatures? Once the summoner is defeated, what good are the summoned creatures? So suddenly, Chu-Mu started to think Owen Gray wasn't very reliable. If it weren't for his experience, he really would have believed him. Death magic works just as demonstrated earlier. It directly destroys the life force of the target until it kills the opponent, being the sole direct offensive tool of the Resurrection Society. Moreover, Owen Gray actually recommended he learn more about this ability. As for controlling undead creatures, Owen thought Chu-Mu could take his time. It's said to be more practical, although Chu-Mu didn't understand why yet, but he still nodded in agreement. After teaching Chu-Mu both types of abilities, Owen Gray was ready to leave. According to his thoughts, he could continue hiding and lead his ordinary civilian life. And Chu-Mu's next task would be to practice extensively, refine his soul veins, and become proficient in these 2 abilities. And finishing these 2 tasks alone would require a very long period of time, which cannot be rushed. Of course, if there were any other questions along the way, he could visit the address that Owen Gray left him, where he temporarily resided. But Chu did not let him go, because one critical issue hadn't been resolved. How am I supposed to explain to the church about suddenly becoming a soul master? Chu asked Owen Gray. Oddly enough, Owen Gray had never considered this. Is it necessary to explain to the church when someone becomes a soul master? He sure hadn't explained anything to the Resurrection Society. Owen Gray thought for a while, and gave Chu an ill-advised plan. Just tell them that you were so eager to become a soul master that you spent money on hiring someone to procure a potion from the black market, gulping it down without much hesitation, enduring immense pain afterward, but then survived and became a soul master. Chu thought the idea was completely unreliable after hearing it. Do you think people in the church are all dumb? Moreover, potions are so valuable. Does the black market really sell such items? After listening to Chu, Owen Gray reassured him and explained further. Black markets indeed do sell potions, but unless one is mentally unstable, nobody will buy them. Because 9 out of 10 times, all they will do is give you diarrhea. After all, the potions sold there are mostly fake. Most soul masters prefer spending their own money to gradually collect relevant materials and then personally formulate potions rather than buying ready-made potions because it's safer. Who knows if the ingredients are correct or if the quantities are accurate? Even if they are slightly off, the potion might as well be poison. At this point, Owen Gray's voice lowered quite a bit because he felt a bit guilty. Hearing the mention of the black market excited Chu, and he immediately wanted Owen Gray to take him there to see what it was like. But Owen Gray stopped Chu by asking a single question. Do you have silver coins? Things that are almost always outrageously expensive, priced in silver coins with no acceptance of copper coins. After hearing this, Chu fell entirely silent. Only accepting silver coins and not copper ones felt too harsh, like not recognizing bean flour as food. However, considering the remaining savings he had this month, scrimping was necessary to barely make ends meet until the moment of divine blessing. So he reluctantly put away this thought. Owen Gray then left, and Chu practiced by himself again until his soul power was completely exhausted, his head feeling somewhat sharp pain, and his ears starting to ring. At this point, he finally stopped practicing. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he sat on the ground, looking at the blue sky, pondering how to organize his words to convince this soul peacekeepers squad, especially Captain Laurent Riley. However, the good news was that the captain was somewhat familiar to him. He was a middle-aged man with a very elegant and scholarly demeanor who spoke gently, radiating a natural aura of nobility, serving as Chu's ideal to live up to by middle age. His acquaintance with Laurent Riley originated from his previous persistence in pursuing becoming a soul master. After all, his relentless questioning for several days had made Chu known to Laurent quite well. Therefore, Chu was not overly nervous. The workplace of the Soul Peacekeepers squad was on a street behind the church, a 2-story building that seemed unremarkable from the outside. The side of the gate featured a plaque inscribed with Logistics Office of the Violet Cathedral of Milan County under the Life Church. Yes, they hid quite well. Judging by the name, it appears to be merely a logistics office, and normal people wouldn't easily find this place. In reality, though, this is where the Life Church's core strength stationed in Violet City lies. Chu had visited this place often before, so he knew the way well. The door wasn't locked, and Chu walked in directly, naturally as if he were returning home. Chapter 19. Convincing Captain Laurent, a new life is about to begin. The main hall of the house was not very large. There were 4 rows of log benches placed around a central square table, leaving just enough space for one person to walk through. If 2 people wanted to pass, they'd have to queue. The walls were simply plastered with white lime, and on each side of the room was painted the church's 3-leaf clover emblem. But Chu thought this spacious area should be sufficient for their use. They hardly needed more anyway. After all, the exorcist team here usually didn't have much work to do since every time Chu visited, he saw the members doing what they liked, with no clear indication of their actual job responsibilities. Today, only Sean Augusta was in the hall, carving a piece of wood with a knife. It was his hobby. He was a very amiable person who had engaged Chu in several pleasant conversations before. Chu nodded at him and then pointed with his finger toward a corridor on one side of the hall. Sean Augusta immediately understood and nodded in response, then smiled as he watched Chu head inside. Chu could be considered a regular visitor here. At least he was during the previous period. Lately, he hadn't come often, but every time he did visit, it was always to directly approach Captain Laurent to have a chat, wanting to join the exorcist team. Almost everyone in the squad knew about this matter. Unfortunately, in the church, unless you have certain capabilities or family background, or if your parents are soul mages within the church, it's nearly impossible to easily become a soul mage in the church. The exorcist squad used to recruit administrative staff externally, and those interested could apply for membership. That was how he managed to become one of the lucky ones among the church soul mages back then. However, rumor has it that the church has been experiencing a serious shortage of magic potions in recent years. Hence, they started limiting the recruitment of ordinary citizens and ceased hiring for administrative positions. Even clergy members within the church who want to become soul mages must accumulate many merits before they can apply. However, this route was basically impossible to succeed in. So he deeply sympathized with Chu but unfortunately couldn't help. Inside the hall, there were 4 rooms lined up next to each other, with Captain Laurent Riley's room being the farthest inside. Chu gently knocked on the door and waited until he heard the come-in voice from inside before pushing the door open and entering. As expected, Captain Laurent Riley was sitting in his office reading a book, something he did every time Chu came here. It seemed that everyone here had their own hobbies, and they stuck to them to pass the time. This was great, and Chumu really liked such a lifestyle. Therefore, he was determined to join the exorcist team today. Captain Laurent Rayleigh, hello, Chumu said with a smile. Laurent Rayleigh also noticed Chumu and responded warmly. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Have these days been going well for you? As he spoke, he slowly closed the book on his desk and returned it to the bookshelf, finally turning around and focusing entirely on chatting with Chumu. Laurent Rayleigh, captain of the exorcist squad in Violet City, always wore a black long robe. At least Chumu never saw him change into clothes of another color or style. He had short black hair, an average build, and a very amiable disposition. Every time Chumu came, only Rayleigh took the time to carefully explain things, thus giving Chumu a very good impression of him. Chumu suddenly realized he was still somewhat nervous, but now that he had come this far, he decided there was no point in being nervous any longer. So, following the story he'd constructed beforehand, he roughly recounted how he had fortuitously bought a potion in the black market and drank it, subsequently becoming a soul mage. Little did Chumu expect that the woman he disliked the most from the exorcist squad was also present. She began mocking and yelling at him again as usual. Since Chumu couldn't fight her off nor argue with her effectively, he chose to pretend not to hear. What? You're saying you bought a bottle of magic potion at the black market, drank it, and became a soul mage? Before Captain Laurent Rayleigh could give any comment on Chumu's unusual story, she was already shouting loudly. Are you trying to fool us? Do you take us for fools? Cecilia Ligius sneered at Chumu, her eyes cutting like knives. Another on-duty member watching, Sean Augusta, though he didn't voice his opinion, clearly looked equally incredulous. Only those who had experienced it would know how difficult it was to become a soul mage, especially when taking magic potion for the first time. It was practically a disaster. In fact, he knew all the people who drank it ended up regretting it. Laurent Rayleigh looked at Chumu and smiled, asking, This is indeed hard to believe. Is there anything else you wish to explain? Captain Lay, I don't need to explain. I got my money's worth, so what can I say? Chumu answered resolutely, his words echoing the solemnity of someone ready to die heroically. Chumu was now like a boiled duck, still quacking stubbornly. He knew the more he explained in detail, the more loopholes there would be, requiring even more lies to cover up, eventually leading to a fatal mistake. So no explanation. It was simply good luck meeting the right person, wasn't it? Before the captain could speak, Cecilia Ligius shouted loudly once again. Uffed, with your level of stuff? I have no idea how long you can keep this charade going. Confess honestly, where did you get that magic potion from? Or else I'll cut you down. Cecilia Ligius was the person Chumu disliked most in the exorcist team because she was a violent woman. Though barely 30 years old, her temper was worse than those of old ladies. Her appearance was decent, and her figure was fiery, but at the slightest disagreement, she would resort to violence and foul language effortlessly. Chumu had suffered a great deal from her before, so secretly gave her a nickname, Baboon Woman. After hearing her tirade, Chumu ground his teeth in hatred. In terms of shamelessness and fierceness, he was clearly no match for this Baboon Woman. Previously, whenever he came here, he was always scolded away by her. Now she interrupted again. Chumu was furious but couldn't help it. He just couldn't fight back. Chumu decided to continue ignoring her. After all, she wasn't the captain. The final decision on whether or not he'd join the exorcist team would still lie with Captain Laurent Rayleigh. Unbothered by Chumu's indifference, Cecilia Ligius instantly exploded with anger, unable to tolerate being ignored. She turned and left the captain's office, making Chumu sigh in relief as the annoying woman finally walked away. However, Cecilia Ligius soon returned to the office with a knife in her hand, glaring fiercely at Chumu. My goodness, she actually had a knife in her hand. Terrified, Chumu immediately went around the table and hid behind Captain Laurent Rayleigh. Fortunately, the captain stopped Cecilia Ligius' rash behavior just in time and then said to Chumu, All right, I understand. Your application is approved. We happen to need additional personnel here. They are desperately short-staffed upstairs, so you'll be counted as a new member added in. Upon hearing this, Chumu nearly leaped with joy. However, Baboon Woman Cecilia Ligius wouldn't let it go, continuing her rant. Captain, when were we short on manpower? We don't need extra idlers. And besides, he has major suspicions. His words must be clarified before letting him join us. Cecilia Ligius helplessly massaged her temples with her fingers. Sometimes standing beside her was indeed tormenting, since her loud voice caused indiscriminate harm to everyone around. In the end, the captain finalized his decision, effectively shutting Cecilia up. That's enough. I've already sent the decision about the personnel supplement to the church in Amber City. It was also teacher's parting resolution before leaving. Moreover, Chumu is himself a clergyman in the church and a believer of Mother Goddess. I trust him. After listening to these words, Chumu felt somewhat ashamed because he indeed harbored secrets, which he dared not reveal since he was actually a descendant of death. If he disclosed this truth, he feared he might never enter the exorcist team. Captain Laurent Rayleigh followed up with another announcement. Chumu, welcome aboard first of all. You should go take care of things at the church today and start work here tomorrow. Also, don't call my full name from now on. Starting today, you can just call me Laurent. Chumu smiled, instinctively puffed out his chest, respectfully looked at the captain, and responded loudly. As you command, Captain Laurent. This is my honor. Under Cecilia's soul-piercing glare, Chumu quickly left the cluttered storage area of the Church of Life. The moment he stepped out of the door, he burst into happy laughter. He had finally become a soul mage and successfully joined the exorcist team, something he had desired for so long. What could be more joyful than seeing a dream come true? His life seemed to become beautiful from this very moment. Chapter 20. the Eye of Death in the Death God's realm. After Chu Mu returned to the church and conveyed the words of Captain Laurent Rayleigh to the priests, everyone felt a little sighful. Because originally no one had thought that Chu Mu could become a soul master. Many people had advised him to give up and contentedly serve as a priest, contributing equally to the church. However, Chu Mu had a stubborn temperament. Everyone thought that after some time, he would slowly realize that there were some things that, no matter how much they were desired, simply couldn't be accomplished. They also knew a little about the conspiracy behind becoming a soul master. It was basically just that the churches in small places were increasingly being neglected. That was the reality. But young people always had that inexplicable drive, just blindly jing around. Recently, it seemed that Chu Mu had become more compliant, no longer mentioning the soul masters or the pacifying soul master team. Although he wasn't particularly serious at work, he was at least steady enough. Everyone thought his change was quite commendable. In the end, though, he actually did suddenly become a soul master and was now really about to transfer over to the pacifying soul master squad. The group didn't quite know what to say anymore. What happened to that talk of reality? In the end, they could only all offer their best wishes to Chu Mu. After handling the church matters, Chu Mu returned home. Rarely, during dinner, he added an egg to celebrate this unforgettable day. As night fell, Chu Mu had decided to sleep early and wake up early, greeting the new tomorrow with excellent spirits. Yet, he tossed and turned unable to fall asleep, too happy. He thought again of the bronze mirror that changed his fate. Even though it seemed to have lost its divine qualities, Chu Mu hadn't discarded it, but intended to keep it with him always. Because this was his benefactor, helping him break old conventions, transforming from an ordinary clerical personnel into a soul master, changing his destiny. He must never forget it. While repeatedly examining the mirror in his hands, Chu Mu suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. This mirror was a treasure, something ordinary people couldn't easily use. Thus, it should be the exclusive item for soul masters. He suddenly wondered if perhaps he had not discovered the correct way to open it before. Could it be something only usable by soul masters? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so Chu Mu considered once more how to open this mirror. Using ability was obviously wrong. Then perhaps using the most basic soul power? So, Chu Mu instinctively infused soul power into the bronze mirror. Suddenly, ripples began appearing on the otherwise plain mirror surface, undergoing changes again. Once more, the wilderness jungle appeared on the other side of the mirror. Chu Mu hadn't even had time to marvel when the center of the mirror quickly spun, forming a black vortex. Then, it emitted an attraction force that directly sucked Chu Mu into the mirror, catching him off guard. This time he landed standing up, which was far more comfortable than the last fall. Gazing at the familiar large forest, he was elated, almost wanting to shout out loud to vent his excitement, but afraid to attract the undead creatures. Suddenly, another problem occurred to him. How was he supposed to get out? Last time, both entering and exiting had been mysterious. Would exiting also require using soul power? Finally, this time, the mirror ceased being silent. Information rapidly appeared in Chu Mu's mind, all regarding this bronze mirror, thus answering his questions. Of course, these were only partial answers, resolving the immediate doubts. The bronze mirror told him that its name was the Eye of Death, personally crafted by the Death God as a semi-artifact. It itself was a key that could open the gate to the Death God's realm. The mirror had two abilities. First, its owner could freely enter and leave. Second, it could suck undead creatures into it. Although the information provided by the bronze mirror was limited, the volume of information was substantial, especially the ability to directly send messages to his mind. It exceeded Chu Mu's imagination. It truly was high-tech. Some said the end of science was theology, and indeed, this statement rang true. Chu Mu organized the information from the mirror. Firstly, the world the mirror led to was the Death God's realm, presumably the realm of the Death God. Chu Mu had always thought that returning to the deity's realm post-death was a lie, deceiving ignorant believers, but he hadn't expected such a place to exist. Now that he had come here directly, looking at the wilderness of the area, he suddenly realized that even with faith in the gods, one would not necessarily gain happiness and peace after death. As for why there were zombies here, it was easy to explain. After all, what else would you expect in the Death God's domain except for the undead? In a sense, the Death God had indeed kept his promise, allowing the dead to reach an eternal existence, albeit turning them into a peculiar, abnormal kind of entity. Then what was the realm of Mother Earth like? By analogy, if believers returned there after death, wouldn't they turn into plants or flowers? Before Chu Mu's eyes, it was as if an endless forest and grassland appeared, with Mother Earth smiling amidst the plants. As for these grasses and trees, having gone through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, wildfires could not consume them all, and they regrew when the spring wind blew. Weren't they a form of immortality too? Chu Mu thought to himself, suddenly feeling an uncontrollable chill. Some things were truly terrifying upon deeper contemplation. He hoped he was overthinking. Next, since the mirror was crafted by the Death God, then the name on the back of the mirror, Ernest Jido, could this be the name of the Death God? And since he could enter and leave the Death God realm, did that mean he was now the new owner of the mirror? What was odd was that his surname seemed vastly different from that of the Death God. Was it to hide from enemies, thus concealing his true identity? Finally, since the Eye of Death was made by the Death God as a semi-artifact, it must have other unique aspects. For instance, opening the gate to the Death God's domain or being able to suck undead creatures into itself must be some of its abilities. However, compared to what Chu Mu understood about artifacts, its power seemed somewhat inadequate for its status, too weak. It hardly lived up to the title of semi-artifact. So was there another ability yet to be discovered, or was it related to the power of its current master? At the start, when he was very weak, not even a soul master, he had no freedom of entry or exit. Even how someone like him, an ordinary person, became the mirror's master remained unknown. But after becoming a level 1 soul master, the mirror revealed so much information to him. It should be directly related to his strength. Perhaps only when he becomes the strongest will he be worthy to know everything. Still, the knowledge Chu Mu had about this world was still scarce. Were there other living beings inside? Was the death god really dead? Otherwise, why would the death god's country still exist? What other dangers were here? Everything was unknown. He could only explore step by step, unsure whether it was an illusion. After entering this place, Chu Mu felt his soul was lighter, as if a certain fetter had been lifted, and his soul power circulation seemed much faster. He couldn't help but marvel. Was this the death god's realm? Truly a treasure land for cultivation. He tried the Resurrection Guild's death magic and found the soul power indeed circulated faster, more than twice as fast as outside. Chu Mu immediately thought of a good idea. Practicing soul power operation here might improve his abilities quicker than outside, where soul veins need constant tempering. After Owen Gray explained, Chu Mu believed that the harmonization of all soul veins was like unclogging a blocked toilet. Water, meaning soul power, had to continuously flow until everything was thoroughly cleared. Although this metaphor might feel awkward and uncomfortable, Chu Mu thought it was quite apt. Thinking is doing. Chu Mu mimicked Owen Gray, pointing at the nearest big tree, then mobilizing his soul power within to use death magic. The speed of soul power circulation was indeed much faster, yet it still got stuck in the soul veins, unable to come out for a long time. Despite circulating for a long period, he managed to produce nothing. But Chu Mu wasn't disheartened. The first priority now was to clear the soul veins. As long as the soul power circulated, it would accelerate their harmony. Cultivation here would greatly reduce the time needed, with only benefits. This approach had a significant drawback. Soul power was consumed very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Mu felt a slight ache in his brain, indicating he had reached his daily soul power limit. It was time to log off. But he didn't leave. Instead, he stayed there. Since soul power circulation had clearly sped up, how about his soul power recovery rate? Chu Mu tried sitting down to rest, but even after 10 minutes, his mind was still buzzing and aching due to soul power depletion. Did it mean there was no effect on soul power recovery? He decided to wait a bit longer. An hour later, Chu Mu completely gave up. Apparently, he had overestimated it. There was almost no soul power recovery, so he might as well go back and sleep. Compared to his previous futile attempts, leaving the mirror world now seemed far simpler. Just a single thought, and the mirror would instantly send Chu Mu to the other side, namely his room, like some kind of spatial teleportation ability. He couldn't help but sigh again. This world's alternative technology was truly impressive. The only flaw was the obvious dizziness and loss of balance during entrance and exit. This might be particularly unfriendly to people prone to motion sickness, hence this aspect deserved criticism. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu returned to his dwelling through the mirror. After a quick wash, he comfortably lay down to sleep. Now he was truly tired. If he ever has trouble sleeping in the future, he'd just come here. It could treat all kinds of insomnia with extremely good effects. Chapter 21. The Curse of the Time Traveler, Forgotten by Time. The next morning, Chu Mu woke up early, feeling refreshed and energized. In this world, there were no alarm clocks, only roosters with regular sleeping patterns to roughly gauge the time. It wasn't very precise though. As a result, Chu Mu often overslept, and each time he blamed it on the roosters oversleeping for various reasons, leaving the pastor always speechless. Today, finally, he didn't have to go to the church to work anymore. He wouldn't have to serve tea, clean, or deceive the ignorant believers. His life was finally upright. Many people had the illusion that changing jobs or moving to a new city or country would completely sever ties with the past. In reality, it wouldn't take long before they realized that life's essence remained unchanged. No matter where you hid, it could easily expose your vulnerabilities, bringing familiar pain and memories. The only thing you could do was adapt. Faced with challenges and ugliness in life, one might gather courage, wield reason, intelligence, or tangible weapons, either striving to fight back bravely or destroy the opposition physically or morally. As a fervent poem from the church Chu Mu once heard in his past life goes, "The righteous who walk on the path of justice are always surrounded by selfish and violent villains. But those brave souls who guide the weak through the dark valleys in the name of love and kindness will be protected by God, because they are the true guardians of their companions and rescuers of lost children. To those who attempt to poison my fellow man, I will harbor immense hatred and anger, and kill you, destroy you. When I unleash the flames of revenge upon you, you shall know that I am God." Of course, ideals remain ideals, and reality remains reality. Many simply lack the courage to resist or the circumstances to make resistance possible. So all they can do is endure silently and learn to adapt. If you can't change others, then you must change yourself. There must be an answer, right? After becoming a spirit master, Chu Mu found many aspects of his new life still difficult to accept and adapt to, some even worse than pouring tea or cleaning. Yet, all he could do was quietly endure, yearning endlessly for his former simple life as an unconcerned religious worker at the church. Chu Mu walked past the church and into the streets behind. Since this area was near the Crown District, the roads were paved with brick stones, making it comfortable to walk on. Even though it was early morning, many shops had already opened for business. Life was tough here, so survival required hard work. Chu Mu looked away and entered the church administration office. Yesterday's night shift was handled by Albert Jonathan, a rather shy person who was always kind and polite. Chumu rarely heard him speak, and every time they met, Albert would just smile faintly and nod in greeting, leading Chumu to believe he was mute. Arriving at the Soul Cleanser team's quarters, there was no sign of the baboon woman. A good start. Albert also seemed to have learned about Chumu joining the Soul Cleanser squad. Though surprised, he was genuinely happy, knowing that with Chumu's addition, their shifts could become more manageable. Congratulations, Albert said softly to Chumu, nodding slightly with the elegance of a nobleman. Thank you. I hope we can get along well in the future, Chumu replied with a polite smile. Then Albert said nothing else. Chumu was not a very talkative person either, yet neither of them felt any discomfort sitting opposite each other until Captain Laurent arrived for work. Captain Laurent saw that Chumu had arrived so early and immediately greeted him warmly. Good morning, Chumu. Did you rest well last night? I rested quite well. Thank you for asking, Captain. Chumu replied with a smile, reminding himself that this was small talk, and the real topic was coming next. You need sufficient energy after resting. This is especially important for spirit masters. I'm quite envious of you, unlike me, who, as I age, finds sleep increasingly scarce. I've noticed my hair falling out recently. I don't know if I'll end up bald like Mr. Olsen. Captain Laurent sighed while pointing at his head as he spoke. Chumu responded with a slightly awkward smile, thinking to himself, wasn't this just casual conversation? Why did it continue? Aren't there more important things to deal with? Because he really wanted to complete the onboarding procedures before the crazy baboon woman, Sai Shi, arrived. Otherwise, things would become very troublesome once she showed up. But the unsentimental Captain Laurent continued right after, saying, when I learned that I was going to join the Soul Cleanser team, I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep a wink all night. The next day, when Captain Leo told me something, I didn't hear him at all. My head buzzed all day. Finally, the captain's joke was over, and he motioned for Chumu to follow him into the office. Upon entering the office, the captain started walking towards his desk while instructing Chumu. Sit on the chair first, please wait for a moment. After finishing his words, the captain sat down at his own desk and opened a drawer, beginning to search for something. Chumu closed the door casually, then quickly glanced around the office. The captain's office was simply furnished, with just an original wood table, an original wood chair, a file cabinet for documents, and a bookshelf stuffed with various books. It was exceedingly simple, almost surpassing Chumu's imagination. After all, this was the main person in charge arranged by the church in Violet City. In such an era rife with extravagance, it was truly like a lotus emerging pure from the mud. Chumu lifted the chair and placed it on the other side of the desk. At this point, the captain seemed finally to have found what he was looking for among a pile of files. He took out a fine white paper and placed it on the table. Then, after looking inside the drawer again for a while, he retrieved a charcoal pen and placed it beside the white paper. Captain Laurent next briefly explained the primary responsibilities of the Soul Cleanser team to Chumu, which was also almost exactly as Chumu had anticipated. The Soul Cleanser team mainly handled special cases that the police could not handle, including but not limited to handling resentful spirits, living corpses, bone demons, heretics, rogue soul masters, and other unusual events. Sometimes, even the patrol officers would invite the Soul Cleanser team to assist in investigating uncertain or special cases. Since they might frequently face battles with various terrifying monsters and insane heretics, danger was a daily occurrence. A single misstep could easily lead one to gloriously return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. When mentioning this, the captain's tone turned slightly solemn and somber, staring directly at Chumu's eyes and making him instinctively more tense. So, Chumu, I will ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to join the Soul Cleanser team? Do you understand our work? Are you willing to risk your life to shoulder the responsibilities of the Soul Cleanser team? The captain's voice carried a certain degree of severity, making Chumu even more nervous. Chumu certainly knew what he was about to face. However, after discovering a broader world, returning to live aimlessly as a regular person was unacceptable to him. Perhaps this was the curse of someone who has been transported here. They always unconsciously pursue the unknown. Having been in this world for 3 years, he had long given up any hope of returning to his original world. It was likely that it was only a one-way ticket, let alone the fact that he did not know how much time it would take to go back, or if anyone among those he once knew still remembered him. Was it even meaningful to return? This was a kind of loneliness forgotten by time. Therefore, since he had come to this world, he should abandon those unrealistic dreams and strive to live well in this world, living a more spectacular life and making this life worthwhile. Only then would life hold meaning. Thus, in response to the captain's inquiry, Chumu thought for a moment and gave a firm answer. Captain Laurent, I am fully prepared to accept the responsibilities and obligations of the Soul Cleanser team, even if I eventually have to pay with my life. After hearing this, Laurent Rayleigh also put aside his solemnity and burst into cheerful laughter. He pointed at the paper and pen on the desk. Take a look. This is our contract with the Soul Cleanser team. There are many other terms listed. If you have no objections, sign below. After praying to the Mother of the Earth, affix your fingerprint, and that's it. After hearing Captain Laurent's words, Chumu looked down at the contract on the desk. The paper was top-quality white paper, incomparable to what Chumu picked up in the church, indicating the importance of this document. It also bore the stamp of Violet City's Soul Cleanser team under Amber City's Life Church branch, engraved with Life Church, Violet City branch, Soul Cleanser team. Apart from what the captain had mentioned earlier in general terms, there were many official statements written on the contract, such as absolute loyalty to the Mother of the Earth, full compliance with church arrangements, bravery regardless of life or death, and that those who violate would be judged and punished by the church, etc. This made Chu Mu frown continuously because it was too absolute. It was a trap contract. Once signed, it would essentially make him a slave to the church, but did he have any other choice? Loyalty must remain unwavering. This was the so-called political correctness. After finishing reading, Chu Mu signed his name on the blank space of the paper. Chapter 22. The Duties of the Soul Commerce Squad, the Pitiful Resurrection Sect. Then he crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, praying to Mother Goddess in his heart. He had done this routine frequently in the church before, so it was quite familiar to him, even though the sincerity in his heart was rather scarce. Chu Mu wasn't worried at all that the Mother Goddess would notice him, this child, who wasn't devout. It was like receiving calls in his past life, having to answer 100 each day, impossible to get through them all. So generally, only those important ones were replied to. To the likes of Chu Mu, these wild children, or bastards raised by stepmothers, insincere believers who prayed genuinely once in 8,000 years, the Mother Goddess wouldn't have the time or energy to care about him. In reality, the problems Mother Goddess faced were greater than what Chu Mu imagined. Chu Mu pressed his handprint onto the paper and then handed it over to Captain Laurent. The captain carefully stored away the document and smiled as he spoke to Chu Mu. From now on, you are an official member of our Violet City Soul Commerce Squad. Welcome again to join the Soul Commerce Squad. Finally becoming an official member of the Soul Commerce Squad filled Chu Mu with immense excitement. He had already envisioned himself battling vicious thugs and terrifying monsters every day, embarking on his own years of fiery passion. Captain Laurent then informed him of some other trivial matters, such as the relationship between the Soul Commerce, the church, and the city hall. Firstly, the church and the Soul Commerce Squad held the same rank within the church. There was no superior-subordinate relationship between them as they belonged to two different systems, both equally essential to the church. At this point, Captain Laurent paused deliberately and glanced at Chu Mu a few times, leaving him utterly baffled. Why did he always feel that the captain thought he'd cause trouble at the church afterward to show off? Was he really seen that poorly by the captain? Next came the relationship between the church and the city hall. There was no hierarchical dominance between them. In fact, most of the time, to avoid misunderstandings, many affairs were handled by the city hall. This was the king's authority, not to be infringed upon, which is also why the church had maintained harmonious relations with the royal family for so many years. As for the cases the Soul Commerce Squad needed to handle, they were limited to those involving soul masters or special entities. The rest, they didn't manage. He hoped Chu Mu could remember this. However, if assistance was needed, one could always approach the police commissioner's office, who generally wouldn't shirk their responsibilities, since much of the time, they worked collaboratively with their Soul Commerce Squad. Actually, Chu Mu's focus wasn't on these matters, but on the monthly Mother Goddess's grace. This month, his financial situation had become quite precarious. In the past, he lived frugally on the 30 copper coins per month he received from the church just to make ends meet. Recently, blinded by love, he had often spent money buying flowers, squandering his meager savings. Therefore, he became somewhat sensitive about money. He couldn't bring himself to ask for more from his family. That's why he listened very attentively regarding the financial details. The Soul Commerce Squad's Mother Goddess's Grace was also distributed monthly based on the duration served in the squad and internal position, resulting in differing salaries. For instance, in Chu Mu's case, although he had transferred to the Soul Commerce Squad, he remained the lowest-ranked third-level divine disciple in the church, which was his position. Upon joining the Soul Commerce Squad, he received the lowest-tier salary. Hence, Chu Mu's monthly Mother Goddess's Grace should be around 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. After hearing this, Chu Mu's eyes widened dramatically. His monthly salary had tripled. By the Mother Goddess, he actually wondered whether he could spend all this money. Soon, however, his surprise turned into exultation, no longer lacking funds. This was the way life ought to be. What he'd experienced before was merely survival. Another issue was the workdays. Since the Soul Commerce Squad lacked manpower, the frequency of shifts was relatively high. There were originally only 5 people in total before Chu Mu joined, making 6 with him. Temporarily, Chu Mu would assist Captain Laurent on shifts until he became proficient enough for formal duty. Shifts were divided into day and night shifts, with 1 to 2 people during the day and 1 person at night. The captain mostly stayed during the day, living close by, so if any issues arose, a timely report sufficed. Moreover, with not many major events happening in Violet City these recent years, Captain Laurent assured Chu Mu there was no need to worry. Lastly, and most importantly, was the issue of soul master cultivation. The captain once again privately questioned Chu Mu about the source of his magical elixirs, evidently not trusting Chu Mu's previous explanations. Chu Mu had expected from the start that he wouldn't be able to pass this test. There are many people in society who are just so simple-minded, always treating others as intellectually challenged while considering themselves incredibly smart. They eagerly rush forward when there's a good opportunity, but quickly retreat when trouble arises. They can't get enough of the benefits for themselves and expect others to do all the hard work. When others see through their schemes and refuse to play along, instead of reflecting on their own behavior, they criticize others for not appreciating their efforts, lacking social skills, or misunderstanding human relations, all without realizing that the others simply think they're fools. Let's borrow a line from Sherlock Holmes' great nemesis Jim Moriarty to respond to them. You're not only insulting my intelligence, but also yours. Seeing Captain Laurent's determined gaze, Chu Mu finally decided to tell the truth, but only half of it. If he revealed his identity as a descendant of the death god, he would probably have to find another place to stay and resign on the same day. He might even become the fastest-serving Soul Commerce Squad member in Violet City history to be martyred on duty. So, was it a man in black who came to your door and sold it to you? After hearing Chu Mu's truthful response, the captain found the situation even more bizarre. Seeing Chu Mu reaffirming his answer, the captain fell silent first, then asked, "Did the person say anything to you?" Chu Mu pretended to reflect for a moment, though he was indeed trying to remember what Owen Gray had said that day. Then he chose some parts he could share, partially revealing information. After pondering further, however, he realized that Owen Gray hadn't really mentioned much beyond what shouldn't be disclosed, leaving him with no choice but to improvise on the spot since he wasn't prepared beforehand and let his guard down. He seemed to suggest I join the Resurrection sect, but I didn't agree. In the end, the man still sold me the magic elixir after charging me. After I drank it myself, the pain almost made me pass out. Later, I discovered I became a soul master. After listening, the captain fell silent again before adding, "If it was the Resurrection sect, then everything can be explained." The captain's words left Chu Mu utterly baffled. What did he mean by can be explained? The Resurrection sect worshipped the death god. It was an evil cult. However, the tone in the captain's voice gave Chu Mu a sudden sense of foreboding. Laurent then smiled at Chu Mu and said, "It's really lucky you survived. It seems Mother Goddess is still protecting you. Drinking the magic elixir without ritual assistance has a reported failure rate of 90%. 90%. Rituals." Upon hearing this, Chu Mu was bewildered. This seemed very different from what Owen had described. Was there any kind of ritual? From beginning to end, all he noticed was that Owen Gray moved further away from him as time went by. Was that the ritual? To him, it felt more like a kid lighting firecrackers and running far away for fear of getting hurt. No wonder becoming a soul master was so painful. He originally thought it was the price to pay for gaining power, but now it seemed he had been deceived. When he had time later, he would definitely need to confront Owen Gray. How dare anyone deceive him? The legitimate heir of the death god. No wonder that medicine was so potent. It almost killed him, and now Chu Mu even had a psychological shadow over magic elixirs. Seeing Chu Mu's odd expression, the captain smiled and explained. The Resurrection sect is a relatively unique sect. They worship an ancient god, the death god, whose existence itself is uncertain. Within the sect, there aren't many powerful individuals, and the organization is rather loose, struggling to recruit new members, focusing mainly on the poor, thus posing little threat. The things their heretics do often make people laugh and cry at the same time. Selling magic elixirs probably indicates that they're in dire financial straits. Although they're considered heretics, we unofficially tolerate their existence. Little threat, laugh and cry-inducing. Tolerated. Chu Mu suddenly wondered if he'd joined the wrong cult. Shouldn't a cult be terrifying, crazy, and extremely dangerous? Instead, it seemed like the Resurrection sect was more like a circus troupe. Moreover, it even gained sympathy from the Orthodox Church. This seemed somewhat disrespectful. Apparently, he needed to talk to Owen Gray seriously once he got back. Seeing Chu Mu's face expressing the intent to settle scores with Owen Gray, the captain began to soothe him again. "I suggest we leave this matter here and don't go bothering the Resurrection sect. It's likely they don't know how to conduct rituals either. After all, as far as I know, the Resurrection sect has very few strong practitioners. Therefore, many traditions within their sect have already been lost. Only those with a legitimate deity, such as our church, possess the full inheritance ceremony for soul masters. In the future, you should directly inform the church about your advancements. This time, consider it a lesson bought at a cost." Chu Mu didn't verbally respond, but he resolved to find Owen Gray right after work. How dare someone deceive a descendant of the death god? His life was over. "That's enough for today. I'll teach you some basics of being a soul master this afternoon. I've talked too much in the morning, and my throat feels strained. You can go outside and get acquainted with some other people for now." After bidding farewell to the captain, Chu Mu left the office and entered the hall. Chapter 23. Praying to the Mother Goddess. The gaze of the Mother Goddess. There was only one person on duty for the day's shift, a bald giant whom Chu Mu had seen before but hadn't dared to approach. This man was nearly 2 meters tall and incredibly strong. Just sitting there staring at Chu Mu made him feel uneasy. Chu Mu forced an awkward yet polite smile and said, "Hello, my name is Chu Mu. I'm a new member of the peacekeeping squad. Zhao David, you can call me Old Zhao." The man turned out to be surprisingly easy to get along with compared to his appearance, allowing Chu Mu to sigh in relief. Moreover, it was quite a coincidence that they shared the same surname. It must be fate. With this shared point, Chu Mu quickly befriended Zhao David, proving how unpredictable male friendships could be. Zhao David was from the military, a typical worldly person whose talk revolved around women and alcohol. Just so happened, bragging was the universal talent among men, and Chu Mu was especially proficient in it. Through countless films from a certain island nation, he became far more knowledgeable about women than Zhao David. In their conversations, Zhao David appeared inexperienced in comparison. As it turned out, without drinking a single drop of alcohol, both of them were already buzzed. The captain came out from the office for a drink of water and saw Chu Mu happily chatting with Zhao David, then left with a smile. If he could get along well with his colleagues, that's all that mattered regardless of what they talked about. Lunch was served at the church. The food wasn't particularly good, just bread, pickled vegetables, and such. Chu Mu initially found the local diet in this world very hard to adapt to. Bread with pickled vegetables. It felt like some odd fusion cuisine. Even more bizarrely, he once saw mutton soup soaked with black bread or steamed bun paired with fruit salad. Maybe it was due to the relatively short time within this era causing a mix-up in culinary culture. This could possibly be one of the aftereffects of a historical discontinuity where cultural inheritance and dietary habits didn't matter much. Given the low productivity level, just having enough to eat was already considered fortunate. Nap time was spent idling around within the church since everyone enjoyed a leisurely midday when there were no tasks at hand. Zhao David told Chu Mu he needed to find a hobby. Hey, turns out Chu Mu used to have one. Everyone apparently has their own hobby. For instance, the captain liked reading, while Zhao David favored alcohol and women. What shocked Chu Mu most was learning from Zhao David that baboon girl Cecile actually liked tinkering with automaton puppets. She often locked herself in the first room for the entire day. Supposedly, the room was filled with various disassembled human components, which was horrifying indeed. Additionally, Zhao David mentioned that it was common to hear Cecile inside conversing with her puppets as if talking to herself, laughing and crying alone. After hearing this, Chu Mu grew even more afraid of baboon girl Cecile and gained insight into the source of her explosive temper. With such twisted interests, how normal could she possibly be? In the afternoon, Chu Mu knocked on the door of the captain's office. Upon receiving permission, he pushed the door open to see the captain still immersed in his reading, completely engrossed as though he didn't sleep during lunch break. He rubbed his temples and continued Chu Mu's training. First, he explained some basic facts about soul adepts, like the composition of mystic elixirs and the promotion ceremony. These details weren't much different from what Owen had told him, except for the part about the ceremonies that Owen Gray had overlooked. The captain's comment, "They probably don't know either," genuinely scared Chu Mu. Had the church of his ancestors declined to such a degree? Clearly, he needed to work harder in the future to revive and glorify it once more, a task arduous but not impossible. Next, the captain spoke about soul meridians, soul energy, and abilities, essentially reiterating what Owen Gray had said. All in all, the master leads you to the gate, but cultivation lies in the individual. There were no shortcuts. Only through gradually cultivating with soul energy could results manifest. However, in terms of teaching techniques, the captain differed from Owen Gray, not by instructing Chu Mu to sense the fluctuations of soul power, but instead taking him to the courtyard. He thought they might enter a secret base, but it turned out to be just a garden. Then, the captain drew a circle on the ground using a wooden stick and took several unidentified plant seeds from his pocket, scattering them in the surrounding circle. Subsequently, he plucked several herbs and arranged them on the ground into 3 piles, each separated at the top but joined at the bottom, creating a simplified symbol of a trefoil clover, the emblem of the church. While making preparations, the captain explained to Chu Mu, "We will now attempt a ritual offering to the Mother Goddess. First, we need materials imbued with spirituality as a conduit, and the seeds I've scattered contain a specific essence of spirit. Secondly, we construct the trefoil clover emblem of the church, which is also the sign of the Mother Goddess. We cannot look directly at the deity. It is our respect toward the gods. Thus, there are no statues of the gods in the church. We usually represent deities using simplified symbols like this one, something you must remember. Chu Mu, step into the circle and sit down on the ground," the captain said after finishing his preparations. Chu Mu obediently entered the circle drawn on the ground and sat down, not knowing what would happen next. He felt inexplicably nervous. Captain Laurent tried to reassure Chu Mu. "There's no need to be tense. It's just a simple ritual. You might use it often in the future. When believers face insurmountable problems, praying to the Mother Goddess is quite normal." After hearing this, Chu Mu felt slightly more at ease, but then the captain added, "Unless you lack sincerity towards the Mother Goddess, or have secrets hidden from her, or even harbor hostility toward her. In that case, when you pray, the Mother Goddess will see straight into your heart and may punish you rather than answer your prayer." Captain Laurent smiled while saying this, but for Chu Mu, it sounded like whispers of a demon. His tension rose again as he worried about being struck by divine punishment, a lightning bolt perhaps, when he prayed to the Mother Goddess. "Here, cut your finger with this knife. Remember to mix your soul energy with your blood and let it drip onto the ground." Captain Laurent handed Chu Mu a small knife. Chu Mu looked confused. Why did they need blood? What kind of strange ritual was this? The captain quickly explained. "The Mother Goddess needs to know who is praying to her, so she can respond. Your blood combined with your soul energy serves that purpose." With gritted teeth, Chu Mu slashed his finger with the knife, letting several drops fall onto the ground while slowly releasing his soul energy until the captain told him to stop. "Now, sit on the ground, close your body to the earth. Life's roots originate from the earth. Close your eyes and silently pray to the Mother Goddess." As Chu Mu closed his eyes, he heard Captain Laurent's solemn voice behind him. "Gratitude for the source of life. Gratitude to the Queen of Deep Green. Gratitude to the Mother of the Earth. Seek to bestow devout believer Chu Mu with knowledge of life." Suddenly, Chu Mu felt as if a gaze was watching him. He opened his eyes hesitantly, feeling like he was seen through an endless span of time and space. Under this gaze, all his secrets seemed impossible to hide. He only felt the vastness of it all and his own insignificance. Perhaps this was the majesty of the gods. At that moment, the bronze mirror in Chu Mu's chest pocket instinctively reverted back into a regular-looking mirror, showing no signs of its earlier miraculous nature. The gaze lingered on Chu Mu for a few seconds, then gradually withdrew, leaving him without further attention. Perhaps she truly had many things to do. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded into Chu Mu's mind. This wasn't just text-based knowledge, but behavioral insights, incredibly profound. Chu Mu couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of the Mother Goddess. On the other side, Captain Laurent sighed in relief upon seeing that Chu Mu had successfully completed the offering. Although Chu Mu's explanation must have concealed certain details, as long as he could pass the Mother Goddess's scrutiny, no secret could remain hidden from her sight. Since the Mother Goddess didn't react specially, it indicated Chu Mu posed no significant problem. Thus, he could officially be accepted as a member of the peacekeeping squad. This sacrifice to the Mother Goddess was both an inheritance and a test of his status as a soul adept. It demonstrated responsibility to the peacekeeping squad. Of course, the captain wouldn't tell Chu Mu any of this. Right now, he'd simply express joy over Chu Mu receiving the Mother Goddess's blessing. Chapter 24. The Common Knowledge of the Life Church, a Difficult Choice. Chu Mu was currently immersed in comprehending the messages bestowed by the Mother Goddess. He had obtained the ability branches of the soul mages of the Life Church, but to his surprise, there were a full 5 of them. From what Owen Gray of the Resurrection Assembly said, it seemed they only had 2, right? By comparison, the Resurrection Assembly really wasn't on the same level at all. The Life Church, without a doubt, being the legitimate church with the true gods, was indeed not comparable to certain low-threat churches. It seemed that his decision not to leave here was the right one. The Resurrection Assembly was truly too pitiful. Who knew how it would have gone if he had ended up joining the Resurrection Assembly? Probably just another case of pitiful plus one. At that point, he might even have had to work part-time jobs just to support himself. The mere thought made him less eager. It was better for him to stay and be a mole within the Life Church. After all, from what the captain implied, it seemed they were really struggling quite a bit. But for some reason, the Mother Goddess didn't seem to see through his secrets. Chu Mu felt this shouldn't be because the Mother Goddess was blind. It was more likely something was amiss with the mirror in his embrace. Because earlier, he could feel the mirror undergoing a subtle change. It seemed the mirror detected the threat of a deity and reacted accordingly. However, as long as he passed the test, he could stay here and be more at ease going forward. The deities may come quickly, but they leave even faster. Chu Mu opened his eyes and smiled contentedly at the captain. The two tidied up their surroundings and then returned to the captain's office. Chu Mu, you should have gained 5 types of common knowledge. Common knowledge refers to the direction of development for abilities. In our Life Church, the common knowledge generally consists of 5 types. All soul mages start from these 5 basic common knowledges, gradually figuring out the abilities best suited to them. Once you can truly use these abilities, you become a real level 1 soul mage, though we prefer to call it an apprentice wizard. Let me explain the 5 kinds of common knowledge we have in our church. The first kind is the guardian. This common knowledge enables you to help others rapidly recover from injuries, acting as the doctor of a team. Though it's not a combat profession, it remains an indispensable role within the team. On our team, Sean Augusta has this common knowledge ability. Naturally, he also happens to be a weaver. The second type of common knowledge is magical plants. Practitioners of this branch excel in controlling special plants, accelerating their growth, granting specific powers like extreme toxicity or blood-sucking capabilities. They use specialized plants to fight and possess keen insight into the nature of various plants. This ability is comprehensive and constitutes one of the main combat forces of our Ancient Soul Mages team. Within our group, I, Albert, and Zhao David are soul mages of this common knowledge. The third common knowledge is the weaver, an auxiliary occupation somewhat similar to the second common knowledge magical plants. However, this common knowledge's primary function is supportive, used to create specialized protective gear, such as the team uniforms made by the weaver, which can withstand a certain degree of physical harm. The fourth common knowledge is puppet master, a rather unique profession where they can control lifeless objects, primarily represented by puppets. They can remotely manipulate their puppets over short distances, combined with various fearsome gadgets. Oh, Seasai from our team, whom you're familiar with, is a soul mage of the common knowledge puppet master. The last kind of common knowledge is the rune master, skilled in creating various runes that convert soul force into a variety of special powers. For example, flame runes transform soul force into fire, while light runes convert them into beams of light. There are many kinds, but equally indispensable within the team. Unfortunately, we don't currently have a rune master on our team. We usually need to apply to the Amber City Life Church for runes. If approved, they'll issue them down. You can consider this common knowledge if you're interested, as we do lack a soul mage with this expertise. After saying this, the captain caught his breath, drank a little water, and continued speaking to Chu Mu. Though there are many common knowledges, my advice to you is to focus on 1 or 2 of them for further research, preferably no more than 3. Low-level soul mages have limited soul power and energy, and there isn't enough ability or endurance for more experiments. Our church has an old saying, more efficient concentration leads to greater success. As soon as Chu Mu heard this, he understood immediately. Simply put, don't be too greedy. Attempting to hold on to everything might lead to achieving nothing, so he needed to prioritize in the aspect of common knowledge. Just like in his past life, any major breakthrough by scientists was not due to their extensive breadth of knowledge, but because they dug deep into certain aspects rather than aiming for a wide net. The captain finally told him to go back and think about it for a while. After all, these few days didn't matter much. Once he had made up his mind, they could then discuss the next steps. After leaving Captain Lawrence's office, Chu Mu returned to the main hall, leaned on the table, and silently recalled the 5 common knowledges that the Mother Goddess had bestowed upon him. All 5 common knowledges had their own characteristics, which Chu Mu summarized based on his understanding as follows. Common knowledge 1. Guardian. Wasn't this just like the healers in games? Nope. He was a grown man. How could he be responsible for treating others' injuries? Too boring. What he craved was excitement and battle. If he became an auxiliary, years of gaming experience had already told him that would be a dull thing to do. Common knowledge 3. Weaver, likely not suitable either. Making equipment was also considered auxiliary work. Discard it. Common knowledge 2. Magical plants. Very straightforward, similar to a certain yellow rat or even the garlic turtle anime concept. It basically involved controlling magical plants in combat. This could definitely be considered, who when they were young didn't have dreams of becoming a trainer. Common knowledge 4. Puppet master covered a broad scope, mostly referring to mechanical puppets, but also included many other lifeless objects related to vegetation. Puppet mastery involved controlling puppets in battle. He remembered a certain multi-village series with 4 Ninja World Wars, where puppeteers left a deep impression on him. That wasn't bad either. Last, common knowledge 5. Rune master was probably just someone who draws runes, also auxiliary, temporarily not considered. So he was now choosing between common knowledge 2, magical plants, and common knowledge 4, puppet master. Chumu thought intensely about it, repeatedly murmuring the names of the common knowledges. Zhao David took one look at him and guessed what he was contemplating. When Zhao David first heard about these, hadn't he been just as excited and pondered over them for quite some time? All in order to choose the most powerful route and become the best soul mage possible. But only after truly stepping onto this path did he realize that there was no such thing as the most powerful. Every common knowledge had its pros and cons due to the differences in the direction of common knowledge. Each decided your positioning during missions, as well as the threats and troubles you faced. Combat personnel indeed were thrilling and exciting, but they had to charge ahead, so they were more dangerous and could die anytime. This was also the common knowledge with the highest casualty rate in the church. Back then, if only he had known this. Unfortunately, now he couldn't change paths anymore. Zhao David gave Chumu no hint whatsoever. After all, Chumu hadn't asked for any. He just let Chumu carefully consider, since once chosen, changing would be difficult. Naturally, Chumu had to make the final decision himself. No one could help him with it. All the way until the end of the shift, when Seasai the night shift baboon woman came to relieve her, Chumu still hadn't decided how to proceed, but immediately decided to finish his shift because the captain was heading home. Who knew what she might come up with? Before leaving, the captain reminded him again to keep thinking hard. Taking a couple more days to deliberate wouldn't hurt, and to tell her once he'd made a decision. He could also consult other members of the team, as almost all kinds of common knowledge soul mages were present in the team and could offer useful references. Once off duty, Chumu bought some steamed buns and pickles to tide himself over until the next month's pay. His love life had left him cash-strapped, thus proving dating should be approached cautiously due to potential risks. After going home, Chumu first ran to the Copper Mirror world, practicing using the 2 common knowledge abilities related to the resurrection assembly that Owen Gray had taught him, refining his soul veins. Before long, his soul force was depleted, marking the completion of today's tasks, and he turned to prepare for bed. Since becoming a soul mage, origami had lost its appeal entirely. Chumu tossed it aside, since now he was a man with a proper job. Just as he was getting ready to sleep, Chumu suddenly got an idea. Why not turn his origami into a combat style? Origami was a form of puppet too, right? Imagining himself controlling countless paper cranes sounded pretty cool. But wouldn't just controlling paper cranes be just for show? Paper didn't have much killing power. Could you knock someone out with it? Or maybe suffocate them by sticking it on their faces? Chumu chuckled at his own thoughts, realizing paper really didn't have much lethality. Unfortunately, the ability to control puppets only allowed manipulation without strengthening it. Otherwise, he could become a master of flying paper swords, which wasn't a bad idea either. Still, having something he was good at, Chumu didn't want to give up so easily. So how could he enhance the combat power of paper? Surely not making it explode, though this idea seemed far-fetched. And then it struck him, runes. If he combined runes with origami, turning them into little bombs, letting them all fly towards the target and then explode collectively, surely the effect would be impressive. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this idea seemed. He felt he was truly incredibly smart, so much so that he'd already come up with a nickname for himself, Explosion Angel. So he would need to study runes and puppets? Not to mention the difficulty of researching 2 common knowledges at once. The fact was, he couldn't even afford basic paper. In this world, blank paper was an expensive luxury only the upper class could afford. Price per sheet. It was far beyond his budget. He had no money. In the end, Chumu decided to temporarily set aside this highly creative idea and make a further decision after observing the abilities of other team members. Pushing all stray thoughts out of his mind, Chumu turned on his side and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 25. The Power of Magical Plants, Confronting Owen. In the following days, Chumu met all the members one by one. Except for Saishi the baboon woman who looked like she wanted to devour him, everyone else was quite kind. What made Chumu speechless was that among those he had expected to be users of the wooden puppet ability, only Saishi the baboon woman turned out to be one. In a moment, he decided to abandon this perception entirely. Love and hate are both contagious. The team leader, however, willingly showed Chumu his abilities. He said that his expertise was magical plants. As the leader scattered a handful of seeds, it was said that every magical plant soul master would continuously select superior plant seeds from special plants, preparing for the next battle. They were indeed industrious gardeners. After the seeds hit the ground, they grew rapidly, turning into a green, giant python. By controlling magical plants with this skill, targets could be constrained and restricted. This direct ability to conjure plants made Chumu quite envious. It was his top choice at the moment. Next, another user of magical plants, Albert Jonathan, demonstrated his skills to Chumu. He also scattered some seeds, truly turning beans into an army. But while similarly controlling plant growth, the speed, overall scale and intimidating effect of his magical plants were far inferior to the captain's, making Chumu seriously doubt whether Albert didn't practice diligently in his free time. Albert himself knew the gap between him and the captain, but the almost disdainful look on Chumu's face embarrassed him. He decided to explain the differences in strength among soul masters and gave a bitter smile. Chumu, you might not know, but soul masters of different ranks using the same knowledge will still have very different effects. I am just a level 1 soul master apprentice, while Captain Laurent is already a level 3 spirit witch. Even if we use the same seeds, there would be a huge difference in how well our skills manifest. The disparity in levels leads to a significant difference in power. Only then did Chumu realize that he had forgotten about the ranking system. The captain was already a level 3 soul master, a spirit witch, so impressive. He too wanted to become a powerful spirit witch, but as soon as he thought about drinking magic potions twice more, his instincts rejected the idea. It was a feeling he'd never forget. It turns out, being adept at magical plants wasn't as awesome as he had imagined. Just look at poor Albert. He probably couldn't even bear to use his abilities in front of the captain because of the great gap. Was this really what he wanted to learn? One day, Chumu happened to pass by a room that was off limits when Saishi suddenly opened the door and walked out. I'll go out first. Wait for me. Chumu heard the door open and Saishi's voice. Instinctively, Chumu glanced at Saishi. Truly, it was an unconscious reaction. He wondered which bold person dared to enter her territory. Then, his gaze swept past Saishi and peeked inside the room. There were many severed hands, severed feet, heads, torsos, and various other bizarre things. Even Chumu, who prided himself on seeing a lot, couldn't recognize what they were, though no humans were visible. Subconsciously, he tiptoed to see better, seeking the person within. After all, human curiosity is boundless. The room was Saishi's secret base, and normally no one dared to step inside. Today, given the rare opportunity, Chumu momentarily lost control. It was dim inside, with the windows closed even during the day. The internal space wasn't large, and yet every corner of the room was visible at once. He still couldn't spot any figure of a person. Instead, there were many puppet parts and fully made puppets arranged neatly in the room, giving him an odd sense of modern robotics. Of course, he tiptoed because Saishi's impressive chest, her mature feminine face, and her long hair obstructed his view. He needed to adjust the angle to see the room more clearly, certainly not because he was short. He always maintained the image of a tall, handsome man, towering over women. That would be true forever. Suddenly, Chumu felt an ache on his face, as if a knife were cutting across it. He remembered something, instinctively shifting his gaze downward to meet Saishi's eyes filled with hunger. Instantly, Chumu averted his gaze and took a quick step back. Saishi roared ferociously. What are you looking at, little darling? Want to come in? Shall I take you inside? Close the door, and let us study thoroughly together, enhancing each other's understanding in a deeper, emphasized way, and examining the differences between living people, corpses, and puppets. Chumu immediately became intimidated and didn't dare to answer Saishi. Otherwise, she would have scolded him to death, or even further provoked her anger. At this moment, it was absolutely necessary not to provoke the baboon woman. It was best to walk away quietly. Though it was broad daylight with many people around, Chumu could only console himself that Saishi wouldn't dare to do anything here. In these few days of observation, Chumu discovered that everyone, even the captain, instinctively avoided any possible contact with Saishi because her temper was truly awful. When she went berserk, even the captain couldn't think of a proper response to her outbursts. A woman like her was akin to yellow dynamite, extremely unstable, liable to explode with just a slight touch. Even without provocation, she had a strong tendency to self-destruct. Chumu remembered Owen once saying that emotions were very important for soul masters, as being in extreme emotional states greatly increased the chances of losing control. Saishi's state should be considered extreme. Did she not fear losing control? Or did women naturally have an advantage in this aspect, reducing the probability? He recalled hearing a theory from his past life. Women generally lived longer than men because they were good at releasing their emotions. Although they often acted crazy or pretended to hang themselves, their inner feelings weren't repressed. Men, on the other hand, kept everything inside, and over time, it was like a pressure cooker eventually exploding. One day, the steam would release, and they'd pass away. Chumu could only assume that might be the reason why women had an advantage. For some unknown reason, he began envying them. But Saishi truly was an explosive-tempered woman. Chumu wondered aloud whether anyone in this lifetime would still want her, unless some blind fool fell for her. After work, upset by what happened at the Soul Master team, Chumu decided to vent his frustration with Owen Gray. He also wanted to confront Owen about lying to the great offspring of Death God last time, nearly killing him with a misconfigured potion. Owen lived in the Eastern District, far from Chumu. It took him some effort to find Owen's residence. Just like the house Chumu rented from the landlady, Owen lived alone in a small room. Unfortunately, during the first 2 visits, Owen wasn't there, but Chumu was determined to wait him out today. If it were before, Chumu might have assumed that the heretics of an evil cult living among civilians were hiding something sinister in private. However, after hearing from the captain about relevant information on the Resurrection Society, Chumu suddenly realized that Owen probably just lived there because he was poor. This time, Chumu was lucky and finally cornered Owen. Chumu knocked on the door for a long while before the door cracked open slightly, revealing Owen peeking through nervously, unsure who was visiting. He rarely interacted with people normally, but when Owen saw that it was Chumu, panic flashed across his face. How had the air of death come here? Instantly, Owen tried to adjust his attitude and continue pretending to be a cunning old heretic from the Resurrection Society, thus speaking in a low voice. How did you come here? Is there anyone else following you? After hearing that, Chumu had originally been very angry but almost burst into laughter. Before he could respond, Owen opened the door and invited him in, saying, "Come in quickly and talk." Chumu had no choice but to enter, watching Owen stand by the door and stealthily glance outside twice to ensure safety before closing the door. "What do you want?" Owen said grimly. Honestly, this acting felt exhausting. "You don't need to pretend anymore. The Soul Master Team captain has already told me." Chumu bluntly interrupted, exposing Owen's lie. He guessed that Owen was only putting up this act for appearance's sake, making the Resurrection Society seem mysterious. Upon hearing this, Owen was startled. If the Soul Master Team knew, did it mean he'd exposed his identity long ago? Was he secretly monitored all this time? Now it seemed the enemy was outside waiting to capture him. He could already imagine his tragic fate of being bound to a cross and burned alive. As for Chumu, the heir of death, how the Church of Life would handle him, Owen no longer cared. He was about to die anyway. Why bother worrying about this? Chapter 26. Two disconnected heretics living in fantasy. Seeing Owen Gray not saying a word, Chumu shared with him the precious, internal information of the Resurrection Society that Captain Laurent had told him. He directly exposed his lie and severely condemned his incompetence and ignorance. Chumu thought that after hearing it, he would feel ashamed of his own lie or argue based on reason. Like a cooked duck that only hardens its beak, refuses to admit it, and continues to remain fanatically loyal to the Grim Reaper and the Church, embodying the image of the evil heretic all the way through. After Owen Gray listened, he was only surprised, then asked, "Is the Resurrection Society really that bad?" After listening, Chumu was speechless as well. How could you still sound so uninformed? Chumu didn't know how much of an impact the Orthodox Church's evaluation of the Resurrection Society he had mentioned had on him. It wasn't because his church was insulted that he couldn't accept it, but because for all these years he had been dodging and hiding, even dared not have any contact with anyone, fearing exposure and then being caught by the Soul Master Squad. Then one day, someone suddenly told him, "You're overthinking it. They don't even bother paying attention to you." Could he not fall apart? Owen sighed, then decided to confess everything to Chumu, because continuing to hide it had no meaning. And the longer he stayed with Chumu, the more Chumu would eventually find out about his issues. It's just a matter of time. As an old saying goes, what's fake can never become real. "Chumu, let me tell you the truth. I was also dragged into the Resurrection Society by someone else. But just after becoming a Soul Master, that member of the Resurrection Society died, so I lost contact with the upper echelons of the Resurrection Society." Then Owen told everything, leaving Chumu utterly speechless. He thought the affairs of the Resurrection Society were already pretty bad, but he didn't expect them to be bizarre to this extent. Turns out from start to finish, it was just this self-fantasy of two disconnected heretics from the Resurrection Society. The most awkward thing was Chumu himself, who actually mistook a novice for an expert, which was truly embarrassing. But after the anger passed, the two fell silent again. Chumu asked if the old man Owen Gray had left any other treasures. Either Owen Gray was afraid Chumu would take them away, or there truly weren't any, so he just shook his head. Actually, Chumu wasn't very angry with Owen at all. After all, it was him who made him a Soul Master and truly changed his destiny, guiding him down the path of a Soul Master life. Even though the magic potion he prepared was substandard and almost killed him, such opportunities were more valuable and should be cherished dearly. So deep down, Chumu was still grateful to Owen. As for the matters of deceit against him before, let's call it even. Besides, Owen had always treated him fairly well. Even when he couldn't take care of himself, Owen still looked after him. These favors Chumu remembered. However, this matter couldn't just pass on the surface. He had to squeeze some more benefits from him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste that he almost died? Owen's emotions were also complicated. The Life Church wasn't very concerned with them. Many of the things he worried about wouldn't happen, and henceforth he could live more freely and do more things. However, hope for tomorrow was mixed with confusion about the future. Chumu didn't care what Owen was thinking and directly said to Owen, "Take me to the black market to see it. After that, we'll consider ourselves even, okay?" Because he found out that the only advantage Owen Gray had was that he'd been a witchcraft apprentice a bit longer than him, making the connections he'd accumulated worth something. After Owen heard, his eyebrows furrowed. Why go there? Last time he also knew that all the savings of Death's Heir were only a few dozen copper coins, even less than his. If compared who dies first from hunger, he could last longer for sure. But why did Chumu insist on going to the black market, where you couldn't afford anything? Owen didn't know that people from another world called Huaxiao had a habit called watching the spectacle. Men might just be reserved, walking around casually, looking at things. However, if it were Huaxiao women, they probably would experience everything from top to bottom, and then not buy anything. That would be truly despair-inducing. However, Owen didn't refuse Chumu. Wasn't it just wandering around the black market? Simple. After this job, he would reform. In the future, he wanted to settle down quietly as an ordinary civilian and completely distance himself from the circle of Soul Masters. Of course, sometimes plans are good, but choices often force you to make them without thinking ahead. No one knows what the future holds except fate. Owen helplessly said to Chumu, "Well then, but we have to wait 3 days, and once we get there, you must follow all my instructions." Chumu nodded, and then couldn't help but ask, "Why do we have to wait for 3 days? Can't we go today?" Owen patiently explained. The black market isn't open every day. It's part of the Soul Master's circle. Usually, there's a gathering once every half month, sometimes only once a month. The next one is in 3 days, so that's the earliest we can go. After Chu Mu heard this, he had no further questions and left Owen's house to continue waiting patiently. Time passed quickly. Over the 3 days, Chu Mu lived a monotonous life between the church errand office and his home. Previously, he would idle away his time when bored, but now all his time was spent refining his soul veins, striving to complete it as soon as possible so he could unleash his true abilities. Sometimes, even during the day, after depleting his mental energy, he'd take a nap or two to help restore his soul power. Even in the middle of the night when he woke up, he'd enter the death realm, exhausting his soul power before resting again. To grow stronger, Chu Mu strictly adjusted his schedule, pushing his body to its limits. As a result, Chu Mu felt increasingly weak despite getting more sleep, and his spirit was somewhat lackluster. Eventually, Captain Laurent reminded him that training should be balanced and follow a natural rhythm. Being too eager to achieve results wasn't good. Thus, Chu Mu reduced his 4 daily practices to 3 and stopped overworking his body. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days were up, and the two agreed to meet on Quint Street. Owen said he would dress inconspicuously and told Chu Mu to look carefully. But when Chu Mu arrived at Quint Street, he immediately spotted Owen Gray because he was too disguised. When Chu Mu saw Owen Gray, he couldn't help but rub his forehead repeatedly. Owen was wearing a black robe and a mask, making him look sufficiently mysterious. But standing on a busy street, didn't he stand out way too much? Owen told Chu Mu to also put on a black robe and mask, but Chu Mu initially refused since he thought it looked strange. However, Owen informed him that this was the rule for entering the black market. Under Owen Gray's insistence, Chu Mu reluctantly donned the outfit. Alright, he had to admit that in this outfit, he did indeed feel like one of the Resurrection Society's heretics. It really shows how clothing makes the man, or in this case, how evil requires a black robe. Then Owen led Chu Mu into a small alleyway and navigated through narrow passages. Chu Mu thought they'd reach some deserted lane or a hidden bar. After all, such secret bases usually were located in these places. However, when they stopped in front of the Red Theater, Chu Mu was utterly speechless. Although he hadn't been there, he discussed it with Zhao David several times recently. It was a place where people with tragic backstories but who still insisted on being self-reliant worked. In the corrupt old society, such special professions were everywhere, and importantly, they were legal. He suddenly felt glad that he came wearing a mask and a black robe. Otherwise, if he ran into Zhao David here and was recognized, Chu Mu felt his future life would be over. If he were really recognized, a young man from the church, even a clergyman, visiting such a place, oh my. If the gossip spread, how would others view him? The mental image was just too perfect, too terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 27. Browsing the black market, the sadness of poverty. Chu Mu immediately recognized this place because a red signboard hung above it, inscribed with 3 characters, Red Theater. However, what was shown here wasn't ordinary plays. Instead, they were more intense and passionate performances. The Red Theater was located in the slums. According to Zhao Dawei, the crowd here was mixed. Not only did many commoners come here, but even some nobles from the Crown District visited for thrills, all dressed simply to avoid being recognized. Unfortunately, Zhao Dawei had indeed seen one of these nobles. Outside was a 2-story building painted red, truly living up to its name as the Red Theater. Of course, you could interpret the red in other ways, depending on your experiences and imagination. Inside, the decor was somewhat luxurious. Unlike the red exterior, the interior walls were painted white, with marble tiles laid on the floor. A large glass chandelier hung from the ceiling like a giant lotus flower, looking incredibly opulent. Unfortunately, it was daytime, so the oil lamps inside weren't lit. If one came at night when the lights were on, it would certainly be more beautiful. The walls around were also adorned with glass lamps, though smaller and in different styles compared to the one above. On the walls hung several framed masterpieces, all depicting men and women working diligently in explicit scenes, which made Chu Mu blush and his heart race. Of course, in high society, this was considered art. Art does come from life, revealing just how lively the noble circles could be. Naturally, for ordinary people still struggling to make ends meet, such sights were out of reach. Outside was rather quiet, while inside it was bustling. Row upon row of long benches were filled with women of various ages sitting quietly, waiting patiently. For a moment, Chu Mu felt like he was in his usual workplace, the church, where the benches were occupied by devout believers willing to dedicate everything to their deities. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze away from the attractive women on the benches and glanced at the opposite side, which was empty. They were about to head there. I have a suggestion. If you want to try something, don't come here. It's 50% more expensive than streetwalkers outside, and you might not satisfy them, leading to an even worse experience, Owen kindly warned, noticing Chu Mu's greedy stare. Chu Mu instantly felt annoyed. On what basis did you slander me? Which I saw me wanting to try? I'm just curious, that's all. But then he thought about Owen's words and suddenly felt a bit sympathetic. It seemed Owen had an unpleasant experience here before. He could imagine a single old man trying his best, only to be told he wasn't good enough, ending up fleeing in embarrassment. That would indeed be terrible. Owen led Chu Mu past the devout believers without looking around. For some reason, Chu Mu felt Owen seemed somewhat guilty. Could it be that some of these women were his acquaintances? Without choosing anyone, they continued deeper inside, immediately catching the attention of the male staff guarding the corner. A burly man soon stopped them. He wore a gray tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt and waist-length trousers, with ropes tightly tied around his legs, looking very efficient. His demeanor suggested he could easily start a fight. His stern expression made Chu Mu nervous, as he looked far more intimidating than the evil heretics they usually encountered. truly exuding authority without anger. What are you doing here? The burly man asked coldly, ready to start a fight at any moment. Owen Gray replied equally coldly, looking for something interesting. Do you have gold here? Chumu couldn't help but feel tense. Wouldn't this tone provoke him? After exchanging these coded words, the man seemed to recognize Chu-Mu and Owen's identities. He said to them, "Follow me." They were led through several rooms filled with strange sounds until they reached a room deep inside. There were guards outside, indicating strict management. The burly man left, and a staff member instructed them, "Remove your masks. We need to verify your identities." Chu-Mu instinctively looked at Owen Gray, who took off his mask. Apparently, this was a regular rule here, so Chu-Mu followed suit. The guard seemed to recognize Owen Gray, but definitely hadn't seen Chu-Mu before. He asked Owen Gray, "Who is he? Does he have a reference?" After Owen Gray was confirmed by the other party, he immediately put his mask back on, and Chu-Mu followed suit, quickly putting his mask on as well. Then he heard Owen Gray reply, "He's my companion. I'm his sponsor." The other party didn't say anything more, turned around, and opened the wooden door behind him. Chu-Mu closely followed Owen Gray inside. The space inside was much larger than the narrow corridor outside, resembling a large market. Despite it being daytime outside, it was quite dim inside, with oil lamps covered in glass hanging everywhere, making it even more spectacular than outside. And after the door was closed, Chu-Mu found this place seemed to be a sealed special space. The sounds from the corridor outside completely disappeared. Instinctively, he channeled his soul power and found it significantly delayed. At this moment, a black-robed figure sitting in the corner suddenly turned to look at them. Owen immediately nudged Chu-Mu with his elbow. "Don't channel your soul power, don't cause trouble here, or else a specially designated black market soul master will throw you out, and you'll never be able to come in again," Owen warned Chu-Mu. Sensing his attempt to channel soul power, Chu-Mu immediately stopped his foolish behavior upon hearing this. He then began to observe the night market, which, like the second-hand market outside, was filled with vendors setting up stalls, though there were far fewer of them. All merchants and customers wore black robes and masks. Some merchants pushed wooden carts piled high with various items, while others simply laid out cloth on the ground to display their goods. No one shouted out to attract customers, making the place unusually quiet. Other black-robed figures lingered around the stalls, picking up items they liked for closer inspection and quietly bargaining with the merchants. "Come, let me take you around," Owen said as he walked ahead, Chu-Mu closely following him, his eyes scanning the stalls. A broader world was slowly opening up before Chu-Mu. On both sides of the road, stalls displayed all sorts of peculiar items, unknown materials, strange animals, and even potions. There was nothing that couldn't be found. Under Owen Gray's guidance, Chu-Mu quickly toured the underground market, with Owen explaining some common knowledge along the way. "You need to remember, most things here are fake, meant to deceive wealthy people who seek excitement but pretend to know everything without actually understanding anything." Chu-Mu was speechless after hearing this. Wasn't Owen implying that these rich people were stupid and had too much money? But could ordinary people come here? Chu-Mu immediately understood. Perhaps the expenses for ordinary people here would be even higher than for soul masters, as insiders weren't easy to fool. But if Owen Gray hadn't told him, one day he might have become one of those fools too, albeit one who wasn't rich. "If I want to buy something real, you understand what I mean, where should I go?" Chu-Mu asked, somewhat puzzled. Owen Gray didn't answer immediately. He first gave Chu-Mu a strange look, full of disdain, seemingly questioning his purchasing power. Then he glanced in a certain direction and turned back, leaving Chu-Mu confused. He then told Chu-Mu in a slightly disdainful tone, "Telling you won't help. Someone like you doesn't even have the qualifications to meet them." Chu-Mu was unhappy upon hearing this. Wasn't this insulting? Seeing Chu-Mu upset, Owen Gray suddenly came to his senses. This was Death's descendant. He had been carried away since entering and shouldn't offend this little ancestor. He quickly explained, "If you really need to buy something, you can tell me, and I'll help you buy it. Of course, you'll have to pay for it, because I don't have much money either." The two fell silent again. Two poor guys agonizing over a potential future purchase almost ended up resenting each other, looking quite foolish. They wandered around for a bit longer. Passing by a stall reportedly selling magical creatures, a relatively short black-robed figure was talking to the vendor. "Hello, this cat is so cute, what's its name?" The voice of the black-robed figure was pleasant, suggesting it was a girl. Chu-Mu instinctively turned to look. He saw a white cat in a cage with one blue eye and one black eye. It was indeed rare, but calling it a magical creature seemed a stretch. Chu-Mu had seen such cats in his previous life. It was probably a mixed breed. It's not an ordinary cat. Its breed is called Death's Eye. It's said to be a cat once kept by Death, capable of helping soul masters communicate with the spiritual realm and touch the gateway to another world. Chu-Mu was instantly speechless after hearing the vendor. He had indeed seen something very similar to what the vendor described, but he didn't know when those things became so refined as to take human form. Clearly, they were all frauds. Seeing that girl, her eyes seemed to sparkle even through the mask after listening to the vendor, another deceived and pitiful girl. "For just 5 silver coins, you can have it." To everyone's surprise, after the vendor finished speaking, the girl took out 5 silver coins as if she were spending a little pocket money, acting like she still had plenty left. Chu-Mu had already walked away, but upon hearing their subsequent conversation, he suddenly felt hurt. A girl who spent 5 silver coins without hesitation, while he only had 12 copper coins in his savings, was pitying someone else. He felt truly pitiful for himself. He really wanted to go back and ask that girl if she would accept a human pet, with absolutely noble bloodline, even more noble than the cat once owned by Death, obedient, eats little, and can be seductive at any time. In the end, the two of them left the underground market dejectedly. Just looking around without buying anything was boring. Coming lightly and leaving lightly, waving goodbye without taking a single cloud. The poet conveys an artistic conception, but why did Chu Mu feel sadness, the sorrow of poverty? Chapter 28, Soul Meridian Adjustment Complete, Basic Control of Undead. After leaving the Red Theater, Chu Mu returned his clothes and mask to Owen after receiving frequent glances as signals. He then walked alone on the way home. All the way, Chu Mu was lost in thought about how to make money. Not only was his current life difficult, but even when he became a soul master in the future, he would need to buy various auxiliary materials for magic potion formulation, which would be priced in silver coins. In this way, the monthly blessing of 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins from Mother Goddess seemed insufficient once again. No matter in which world, without money, one could barely move forward. How could he make money? Should he utilize his wit and follow in the footsteps of previous time travelers? For instance, making cement, glass, soap, salt. Chu Mu knew all these tricks, but the biggest problem was still the lack of money. To do business, one needs capital too. Even if he managed to create these items, he'd have to buy raw materials, hire workers for production, promote, open stores, deliver goods, and deal with unexpected situations, maybe even subsidizing the initial phase. By the time he really made a profit, it might be a long while, so doing business was more about gradual progress. But since he didn't even have the basic money to buy raw materials, what Chu Mu needed now were no capital quick profit businesses that suited him. He kept thinking and actually found one. Robbing, seemingly the only truly capital-free trade. And it had to be raiding the big ones. Ordinary civilians wouldn't even fetch a silver coin if sold, but this presented a certain level of difficulty. Because those who met the criteria in Violet City were either wealthy or influential, all staying within Crown Zone under the guard of specialized soldiers, not easy to approach. The most important thing is that such an act is illegal. Could they do something illegal? Thinking until late into the night, he couldn't think of any other legal ways. Chu Mu decided to leave it for tomorrow, go relax inside Death God's realm, and then sleep. Taking out the bronze mirror carried on his person, he slowly infused spiritual energy, and Chu Mu was instantly sucked into the mirror world. After a bout of dizziness, Chu Mu reappeared in this dark primeval jungle. No matter how many times he had entered here, he still couldn't help but complain about the method of entry. It was not friendly to those who get motion sickness, and Chu Mu just happened to be one of them. Looking up through the gaps between tree leaves, the weather here seemed to always be gloomy, without distinction between day and night. It appeared that even in a god's divine country, there were flaws. No perfect world ever existed. Recently, he had specially constructed himself a safe house. In simple terms, it involved tying ropes onto tree forks and climbing up. This way, while he practiced skills with focus, he didn't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by other living corpses. After all, it was quite hard for clumsy zombies to learn how to climb trees. Upon climbing the tree, Chu Mu emptied his distractions, then started guiding spiritual energy as usual, slowly infusing it into his soul meridians. Most of his recent practice was like this, lacking novelty. Infusing spiritual energy into the soul meridians, monotonous and tedious, with no end in sight. Not a single bit of spiritual energy had successfully broken out of the soul meridians yet, all mysteriously consumed within. But unlike the norm, as spiritual energy was gently poured into the soul meridians, a trace of spiritual energy unexpectedly escaped from the meridians. Chu Mu instantly noticed the change, realizing it wasn't an illusion. His soul meridians were indeed open. Encouraged by this, Chu Mu intensified the infusion of spiritual energy into the meridians, and sure enough, the meridians again showed signs of scattered spiritual energy leaking out. With continuous refinement by injecting spiritual energy, just like an ant burrowing through a 1,000-mile-long dike, an instant flow of vast spiritual energy was released from the soul meridians. Chu Mu guided this stream of spiritual energy, allowing it to gradually advance toward his limbs. By the time he finished this step, his soul meridians were preliminarily refined, already able to attempt skill usage. The first thing he tried was the general knowledge ability of the Revival Society, control over undead creatures. As the spiritual energy flowed through the meridians following a special pattern and reached both hands, a peculiar sensation appeared in Chu Mu's mind, suggesting that he could control undead creatures around him whenever present. According to Owen, as long as he hit the undead creature he wanted to control, the ability would naturally take effect and complete the process of control. Practicing day and night, his dream came true out of the blue. Finally, he could use abilities, making Chu Mu feel like he was dreaming. Success arrived sooner than expected in less than half a month. Chu Mu expressed that he was unprepared for this sudden achievement. He had asked the captain how long it usually took for one to polish the soul meridians before using abilities, and the captain said it varied from person to person, but most magical apprentices almost always needed 2 months. Since he only spent half a month, did that mean he was the legendary genius? Or was it because of the blessing of Death God's bloodline, or even the favor of the Death God? However, Chu Mu quickly discarded this ridiculous thought. In his past life, he also thought himself to be a genius, but in the end, he could do nothing well, not even eating properly. This made him realize that all of it was merely self-love. He might possess the bloodline of the Death God, but he wasn't stupid. The so-called bloodline theory, explained by scientific laws such as Mendel's, had no scientific basis at all. His relation to his ancestors was incredibly low, barely enough to establish any significant connection. Furthermore, Chu Mu didn't even know which epoch the Death God came from, or how many generations his family had been passed down through. So even with the addition of the Death God's bloodline, it was still negligible and useless. To truly understand oneself, one must first admit they are just an ordinary person. Geniuses do exist, but they are ultimately only a few. So, the issue must lie within this kingdom of death. Did practicing here not only accelerate the circulation of soul energy, but also quicken the process of refining the soul meridians? If true, he would certainly have a big advantage, making progress much faster than others. Chu Mu decided that all future practice would be conducted here, accelerating toward becoming the strongest soul master at full speed. He loved this feeling of cheating. To test his new ability, Chu Mu decided to find a zombie. No, according to the terminology of this world, it should be called a living corpse for more professionalism, and use the basic control skill to get some practice. Only then would he know if he truly mastered the skill. Learning and mastering were two different levels. Only through practice can truth emerge. To truly grasp it, one needed extensive usage of the ability. Of course, beforehand, he should prepare a sturdy wooden stick. In case the ability failed, he at least needed some way to defend himself. Even subduing the opponent without using abilities would be fine. However, since coming to the kingdom of death, Chu Mu hadn't really explored much except for encountering a living corpse when he first arrived. So, he wasn't sure if there were more or where they might be hiding. To find them, the only method available was walking around in the vicinity. He didn't exactly have the spirit of adventure. In his previous life, he was just a shut-in who loved playing games and surfing the net at home, terrible at socializing. He would always come up with excuses to skip dinners of more than 3 people, just to avoid the awkwardness of not being able to insert himself into conversations, like how a wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall. As far as possible, he would never place himself in danger. After grabbing a sturdy wooden stick, Chu Mu started his first active exploration. Still, wooden sticks were unreliable. He remembered that each Soul Calmer team member was issued a standard weapon. He'd better go order a steel sword later to save the trouble of looking for a weapon every time. When starting the real exploration, Chu Mu was extremely cautious. Not only was he searching for the living corpse, but the living corpse might also be looking for him. Who knew what other dangerous creatures might be lurking here? He had to be careful. He found that, despite being the descendant of the death god, none of these beings seemed to have any enthusiasm or loyalty towards him. Choosing a direction, Chu Mu slowly moved forward while continuing to observe the surroundings. Everywhere he looked was tall trees and bushes. After walking for a while, not a single small animal appeared, let alone a living corpse. It was downright weird. This wouldn't do. His stamina was limited. What if he finally found a target but ended up collapsing from exhaustion, turning into a shrimp with soft legs? That would be a whole other story. Chapter 29. The Terrifying Female Ghost. Successful Use of Power. He then remembered a method he had used before, making loud noises to scare the zombies. Thus, he started using the wooden stick in his hand to knock on the trees nearby, trying to see if it would attract any undead creatures. However, Chu Mu's hands were sore from constant knocking, but nothing appeared around him. He was about to give up, contemplating whether to go back to the main street and buy a copper gong for a louder attempt, just in case. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in sight. Chu Mu was delighted and immediately continued knocking as he intently watched the approaching figure. But the more he observed, the more something felt off. Wasn't this zombie supposed to be running on the ground? Could it fly? As the figure approached, Chu Mu realized that this was not a zombie at all, but rather a ghost. In rare cases after death, humans may transform into undead beings. An unnatural death significantly increases the chances of such transformation. The undead mainly fall into 3 categories. Simply put, souls can mutate into vengeful spirits, resin, flesh mutates into zombies, huisi, and simultaneous mutation of both soul and body evolves into bone demons burning with spirit fire. Their features are similar. They look terrifying, lack rationality, have low intelligence, and possess only an instinct to kill living beings. They are insatiably hungry for flesh and souls while also fearing sunlight, hiding during the day. They come out at night to wreak havoc, being the most common type of special event encountered by ordinary soul-pacifying teams. When the ghost finally came close enough, Chu Mu managed to get a clear look at its face, but it was hard to describe without words. To Chu Mu's credit, seeing it made his body tremble involuntarily. Judging from its appearance, the ghost was once a woman. Her body was semi-transparent, not through clothes but fully translucent. It was disappointing, really. One could vaguely see blurred images behind her form. She lacked legs, hovering partially in the air, showing only her upper body clearly. Before she died, she had a head full of flying blonde hair, big eyes, a pointed chin, prominent breasts, and intact clothing which seemed inexplicable. She looked quite young, likely a beautiful young wife in her lifetime. After death, however, madness consumed her face, with her mouth wide open revealing shark-like sharp teeth, appearing very unfriendly. Her lips were split until they reached the roots of her ears, with some places seemingly still connected by bits of flesh. Her eyes had no pupils, only clouded whites, and she stretched out her hands, adorned with nails sharp yet not long, lunging toward Chu Mu as if intending to rip him apart. Chu Mu struggled against his urge to flee, loudly shouting, "Death control spirit." It was then he realized what Owen Gray had said was right. Fear rendered your mental focus completely impossible, let alone harnessing soul energy for power usage. This is why rote training practices like reciting mantras and daily drills became crucial. Under limited control of willpower, soul energy could still circulate within Chu Mu's spiritual channels despite the difficulty. His ability began forming, albeit much slower than the last time he succeeded. By now, the female ghost had already leapt in front of Chu Mu. knocking him to the ground and attempting to bite his neck. Chu Mu could only instinctively use his arm holding the wooden stick to block her head while continuing preparations for releasing his powers. She bit ferociously, though blocked by his arm. The ghost's sharp nails, however, pierced straight into Chu Mu's skin, instantly tearing through his clothes and leaving deep blood trails across his skin. Pain heightened his fear. Still, he did not stop using his power because he knew his only chance of survival lay in controlling this vengeful spirit. This ghost was extremely aggressive. Its nails plunged deep into Chu Mu's flesh before quickly withdrawing and slashing again. Luckily, Chu Mu's power was now complete. The force flowed directly along his hand, rapidly spreading to the ghost's entire being. Chu Mu felt a peculiar sensation. He faintly perceived an entity far weaker than himself. This should have been the core of the ghost. His strength seeped into the essence of the ghost's existence, naturally leaving behind a special mark upon it. The ghost's core tried to resist, but in the face of this unique force, there wasn't much resistance. Finally, a kind of subordinate relationship was established between Chu Mu and the ghost. The ghost still crouched over Chu Mu, but her expression gradually stabilized. The sharp teeth retracted from her mouth as she slowly withdrew her nails from Chu Mu's chest, causing him to sweat cold beads due to the pain. Upon completing the skill, the ghost had become Chu Mu's puppet. Her primal instincts were suppressed by Chu Mu and was now under his control. Quietly, it stepped away from him and stood quietly on the side. At first glance, her face looked like that of an ordinary woman. Only Chu Mu knew how terrifying she could be when she went mad. Chu Mu lifted the front of his shirt, and in this short moment, the vengeful spirit had left countless wounds on his body. Blood slowly trickled out. He felt a headache coming on, unsure if he'd get infected. Fortunately, the female ghost must have taken good care of her nails during her life. Otherwise, if the wounds were any deeper or hit something they shouldn't have, considering the medical level of this world, Chu Mu feared the outcome would be far worse than just bleeding. He decided to lie down so that his wounds might heal faster. This was scientifically justified, not the stupid kind, like if you cry, just invert yourself so tears won't flow. Instead, it was because minimizing movement after being injured allows blood to clot more quickly, helping wounds close temporarily. With his head tilted, Chu Mu observed the nonchalant, vengeful spirit standing beside him. Just moments ago, she had almost killed him. Had he been slower, the outcome might have been completely different. Thus, he resolved to train harder, striving for even greater mastery over his abilities, as soul masters seemed not much stronger than normal people after all. Even lying down, Chu Mu did not stop working. He actively controlled the vengeful spirit, practicing how to manipulate undead creatures. It was almost like playing a mobile game where you control a snake, except Chu Mu was making the vengeful spirit fly around the sky, weaving through trees, getting stuck in branches, burrowing underground, then suddenly poking its head out. All possible. These non-material entities were truly eerie, freely switching between half-material and half-illusory states, a phenomenon that even science likely couldn't fully explain. Chu Mu was grateful that the spirit chose to attack him directly instead of bursting up from beneath the ground. If it had done that, the result would truly have been unpredictable. Controlling undead creatures also consumed one's spiritual energy, leaving Chu Mu, who was already low on resources, with a sharp headache and buzzing in his ears. He knew that his spiritual energy was almost depleted. It was time to leave. Strangely, perhaps due to the robustness of his young body, the bleeding stopped soon after. Though all the wounds were now scarred, they seemed healed too quickly. He could only marvel at the strength of a death god's descendant. Divine lineage truly was powerful. Of course, this likely had something to do with the mirror world, which must retain some divine mysteries. Otherwise, why would a deity create such a place merely to entertain themselves? Deciding it was best, Chu Mu chose to keep the vengeful spirit here, for bringing it outside wouldn't provide storage options and could possibly frighten others, drawing an exorcism team and creating internal strife. A sudden embarrassing thought struck Chu Mu. What would the resurrectionists do if they encountered danger during daylight? Their signature skill of controlling undead was unusable due to undead beings' fear of sunlight, so they'd have no choice but to use necromantic spells to counterattack. No wonder the resurrection sect struggled so miserably. They made the wrong choice from the start, handicapping themselves while cutting off their own arms. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel pity for them. Suffering through the headache, Chu Mu continued squeezing every last drop of spiritual energy out of himself, practicing the common skills of the life sect inside the mirror world. He manipulated a few dry leaves on the ground to float into the air. His abilities still worked, though barely. But he noticed this time that his spiritual energy circulation did not speed up. Before, whenever he used the resurrection sect's common techniques, his spiritual energy circulated significantly faster. So, did this mean the training bonus of this world only applied to death god-related knowledge? Truly, a vile form of brand protectionism. To better manage his time and grow stronger, Chu Mu decided to practice the Life Church's skills during the day and those of the resurrection sect at night. This dual approach allowed both sides equal attention, a scientific way to master time management. As his spiritual energy became exhausted, Chu Mu left the spirit behind. Then, departing from the death god realm, he returned to his residence, quickly falling asleep from exhaustion. Chapter 30. Choosing the puppeteer path, playing alone. Today Chu Mu is on the day shift. Currently, the captain has arranged for him to work alongside Zhao David, with the latter helping him out. However, Chu Mu feels that this arrangement is somewhat excessive because there's basically nothing happening. Ever since Chu Mu started guarding the gate, Zhao David's movements have become even more mysterious. Arriving late and leaving early, Every day he reeks of alcohol, and his walk looks like he's floating, as if he's a ghost. This thing Chu Mu knows very well. After being recently injured by a ghost, Chu Mu always subconsciously becomes vigilant against Zhao David, fearing that he might suddenly attack. No one knows where Zhao David goes every night. In any case, it's not a good place. Even when he comes to the team, most of the time during the day, he sleeps. The captain doesn't interfere much either. He spends most of his days reading books in his office, so Chu Mu can only play alone. Chu Mu hasn't told Captain Laurent about having already completed the initial polishing of his soul vein. The first reason is the short time spent doing it seems unrealistic, which could easily draw the captain's attention. If they were to conduct an inspection, that would be troublesome. So he plans to delay telling them, at least until after a month has passed. Moreover, completing the preliminary unblocking of the soul vein is just equivalent to finishing half of the polishing process. Afterward, constant use of abilities will further polish the veins until the soul energy circulation reaches complete fluency. That, however, will still require some time. There's no need to be arrogant. Right now, he needs a lot of practice to increase his skill proficiency. Once his general awareness ability improves, he'll inform the captain then. Nevertheless, he's not idle. During work hours, he hides in a room alone, practicing the basics taught by the Life Church. He has already decided on pursuing the path of a puppeteer. This decision stems from his belief that being a stealthy shooter is safer. Especially after almost being killed by a ghost, the wounds left by the ghost still ache faintly. Hence, close combat roles are unsuitable for someone who grew up in civilization, a greenhouse flower. Captain, Zhao David, and Albert fight at mid-range, and sometimes they even have to personally cooperate with magical plants to subdue enemies. It's too dangerous. Although it looks stylish and simple, it isn't suitable for Chu Mu, who decides on a steady approach to winning. Therefore, he ultimately chose the path of the puppeteer. Even if he can't contribute as the main damage dealer, he could act as support or something similar. His vision remains very laid back. Also, he does not intend to follow the traditional route of puppetry like female baboon, Sai Shi, who controls murderous puppets. Through casual chats with Zhao David, Chu Mu roughly understands Sai Shi's methods of using deadly puppets. As Chu Mu imagined, it's almost the same. Inside the puppet, various intricate mechanisms cooperate with poison, such as needles or sudden attacks. Even a scratch causing skin breaks can lead to death. It's too brutal. As a cultured, ethical, righteous young man, he strongly rejects such deceptive combat styles. Of course, a more significant reason is simple. He can't. His understanding of poisons still lingers around arsenic, vermilion toxin, melamine, leftover food from last night. Most of these he's only heard about, let alone knowing how to make them. And surely, he cannot smother weapons with leftover food gone sour before battles, right? First, this involves wasting food, seriously violating the church's principle of not wasting food. And also, can it kill people anyway? Chu Mu thinks it may be a bit far-fetched. Moreover, making those mechanisms, he really can't. He only knows the lever law, but is this useful? If only he could find a master, but the problem is that Sai Shi, for some reason, just can't stand him. So, the chances of her teaching him are slim. Thus, self-reliance is the way forward. He finally decided on the previously envisioned route of manipulating paper combined with talisman techniques. Directly controlling white paper from mid to long distances, approaching the target, then harming the enemy with talismans. Of course, all can't be talismans. Regular white papers must be mixed in as well, because cost issues arise. Start with 600 billion explosive talismans. Such ideas can only remain mere fantasy. Chu Mu's thought is to hide the talisman among countless pieces of white paper, confusing opponents with white paper before secretly attacking them, catching them off guard. Yes, it's indeed sneaky. Being a righteous person from the Orthodox Church, his enemies naturally include all sorts of heretical forces who deserve extermination. To deal with such people, one doesn't need to talk about knightly honor or moral righteousness. However, even for the most ordinary white paper, he has none. So first, he needs to get some paper. But this is relatively simple. As long as he has money, if there's no paper, he can make it himself. It's just a matter of quality. Making something that looks like paper shouldn't be too difficult. As for the issue of money, Chu Mu has thought it through clearly. He has been considering how to earn money in the real world, but he realized that unless he robs someone, getting rich is very hard. Yet, he overlooked the fact that he's just sitting on a gold mine without realizing it. If one soul bead is so valuable, then why not go and hunt the living corpses inside to obtain their soul beads, and then sell them? Wouldn't that solve everything? What is most abundant in the godly realm of the death god? Of course, it's living corpses. He's truly a genius. Although this is the property of the death god, those living corpses were probably once his believers. But it's rumored that the death god is already dead, and since he is the descendant of the death god, now they belong to him. Why feel regret about selling his grandfather's land? It's all for becoming stronger, right? After making his plan mentally, Chu Mu decided to enter the realm of the death god tonight to hunt living corpses, suddenly feeling a strange sense of anticipation. Of course, he needed to find a good weapon first. After all, things like wooden sticks are still too civilized. To fight evil living corpses, the enemies of mankind, it must be more brutal. Naturally, steel weapons would be better. Chu Mu immediately approached Captain Laurent. Surprisingly, the captain wasn't reading, but was instead staring out the window lost in thought. Captain, I want to request a steel longsword. I'll practice thoroughly with it and use it on missions in the future, Chu Mu slowly said after seeing the slightly perplexed face of the captain turn towards him. Captain Laurent looked like he'd spent too much time reading, unsure if it was from overthinking or deep philosophical pondering. His reaction reminded Chu Mu of his own behavior back when he was studying at night and returning home after school. Both experienced individuals who understand each other. The captain's response today was a bit slow. After pondering for a while, he replied, "You volunteering to learn swordsmanship and close-range combat is a good idea. Later, I'll help you find an experienced retired soldier in Violet City to teach you the techniques of using a longsword. It will improve your skills." After finishing, the captain rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. Chu Mu felt somewhat speechless. "Captain, you're obviously overusing your brain, and although I appreciate what you've done for me, where's my steel longsword?" After the captain rubbed his head for a bit, he opened his eyes and noticed Chu Mu standing somewhat awkwardly in front of him. So he asked, "Chu Mu, do you have anything else?" Embarrassed, Chu Mu reiterated his request. "Captain, I want to request a steel longsword. I currently don't have any weapons." Upon hearing this, Captain Laurent instantly realized he had misunderstood earlier. That matter. I'll remember to remind myself when writing the report later. Getting old makes concentration worse, and lately, I've started losing hair. I'm really worried about ending up like Mr. Elson. After listening, Chu Mu sneered. Was it really because of age? Reading all day isn't enough to make you end up like this, right? Thinking about how the captain is still single and that he wouldn't recklessly behave like Zhao David does, Chu Mu suddenly developed a bit of understanding. When leaving the office, Chu Mu gave the captain a look filled with pity, which left him rather confused. Of course, Chu Mu wouldn't directly tell him that a man should take care of his body, and even if being alone, excessive indulgence still needs to be controlled. Throughout the entire day, Chu Mu practiced controlling pieces of paper and leaves, gradually growing more skilled. He's still following the habit of sleeping 3 times a day just to maintain sufficient spiritual power. Among the Anhui squad, he is a rare hard worker. Currently, the main thing he practices is the knowledge and abilities of puppetry. He feels that puppets specialize in controlling non-living plants, almost giving them a second life, which is truly amazing for a spirit master's ability. Even without paper, he can use leaves for practice. But controlling leaves is more cumbersome than paper and wastes more spiritual power, so Chu Mu eliminated this option and focused solely on controlling paper. He conducted flying tests with paper cranes, paper swallows, paper boats, paper butterflies, and paper airplanes. After numerous attempts, Chu Mu found that the paper butterfly is both the simplest to operate and flies the most steadily among all the puppets. Chu Mu decided to give his puppet a special name, Paper Angel. It combines religious elements while remaining elegant and easy to understand, making it more and more appealing the more he thinks about it. Chapter 31. Encountering a living corpse, the female spirit appears to be unable to measure up. Controlling paper butterflies can sustain flight by flapping relatively larger wings in proportion to their body size, which reduces the soul energy required for control. Among all the paper angels, it is the most efficient in conserving soul energy. However, speed isn't an advantage, so real combat should ideally involve combining the paper butterfly with other paper angels to achieve both aspects of combat. Moreover, plain white paper is too fragile, and Chu Mu was considering various ways to increase its combat capability. For instance, making it as hard as an iron sword to pierce through targets, or turning it into something sticky and impermeable to block the target's eyes and nose, obstructing their vision and possibly suffocating them. Of course, achieving these currently seemed impossible. He could only hope to find the corresponding talismans in the future and see if they would form appropriate combat capabilities. For now, he needed to practice the ability to manipulate puppets until he became very proficient at it. Before heading home from work, Chu Mu convinced the captain to take back a slightly lighter longsword from the team's storage to practice his swordsmanship at night, to which the captain readily agreed. After finishing work, Chu Mu immediately took the symbol and the longsword into the realm of death, ready for a major battle. Upon entering the realm of death, Chu Mu appeared where he had last left off, and the spirit was still waiting there, standing motionless. As if reading a game replay, each time before leaving, he could only reappear where he had exited. Chu Mu handed the symbol to the female spirit and then drew the longsword, placing it on his shoulder, ready to strike at any moment. With the spirit leading the way, striking the symbol while moving forward, they continued exploring ahead. The jungle wasn't easy to traverse, with towering trees everywhere that prevented straight movement. When encountering a tree, one had to turn around. After several turns, he didn't know where he was anymore. Chu Mu seriously doubted whether he had been circling around nearby this whole time. The ground was covered with thick tree roots, decayed wood, and vines. Occasionally, he would spot the remains of decomposed skeletons, so when walking, he had to pay constant attention to his steps, preventing himself from stepping on sharp objects or tripping over. This made walking quite exhausting. The spirit, however, had no such concerns, since it floated without legs, much to Chu Mu's envy. If one day he could become like that, it would be ideal, as long as it happened after his death. During his lifetime, he still wanted to live for several epochs. Many people say that living too long leads to boredom, and life lasting a few decades would suffice. But Chu Mu never worried about growing tired of life. Even immortality wouldn't bore him. As long as there are lofty goals, life isn't a journey with an endpoint. Chu Mu's current goal was to grow stronger, and his ultimate goal was to see if he could eventually return to his hometown. Before, he claimed he didn't care, but that was just because there was no hope, and he didn't want to waste time and energy. If one day, he becomes powerful enough and has the opportunity for interstellar travel, he must definitely look for his roots, because that is where he truly belongs. To prevent going in circles, Chu Mu came up with a good idea, marking a cross on the trunks of the trees they passed, ensuring they wouldn't come back to the same place. However, this primeval forest was truly vast. Although he hadn't gone in circles, he also couldn't see the end. It felt endless. The sound of the cymbal spread across the silent woods, soon luring another living corpse. But it wasn't Chu-Mu who discovered it first. Rather, it was the female spirit. Their spiritual senses appeared to be far more sensitive than those of humans, and as its controller, he gained an advantage. He spotted the approaching zombie right away, instead of realizing it only when he was being attacked. How sinister. Chu-Mu adjusted his position relative to the spirit, and then saw the energetic living corpse. It mindlessly charged straight toward them, stumbling many times due to the complex terrain. Chu-Mu winced for its sake, as every time it fell, its head hit the ground first. Definitely deserved better awareness while walking. Chu-Mu suddenly wished there were some traps now, just placed in front of him. With the zombie's simplistic mindset, it would certainly step on it without hesitation, saving him lots of effort. Unfortunately, the practicality of setting such traps was low, as their roles were reversed compared to movies where zombies hunt people, and therefore traps could be set near human habitats. In reality, Chu-Mu was wandering in search of zombies. How could he dig pits beforehand? And beneath the soil in the forest were vines and roots. If he tried digging a pit, he'd need tremendous strength. By the time the living corpse finally rushed to them, the spirit immediately went forward to intercept, allowing Chu-Mu to stand behind, wielding the longsword in anticipation. The female spirit soon collided with the living corpse, and it went berserk like a mad dog. Upon realizing that the female spirit was attacking it, it immediately abandoned its pursuit of Chu-Mu, who had seemed so delicious, and began wrestling and biting at the spirit instead. Honestly speaking, the battle on site was intense, as they fought each other with all their might. Their bodies collided violently, and their limbs were entangled in constant struggle. After all, the female spirit wasn't made of flesh, so she initially showed signs of weakness, being forced to retreat step by step. However, the battle seemed to have triggered her fierce nature. Realizing she couldn't beat the zombie, she became even more ruthless, with her face growing increasingly terrifying. She opened her mouth wide and bit fiercely at the living corpse's fangs. Although the living corpse held an advantage in terms of physical power, it could not compare with the spirit in terms of ferocity or distortion. Soon, the female spirit managed to bite firmly onto its neck, making the living corpse thrash around desperately. Thus, women's potential is limitless. Chu-Mu still remembered a news report from his previous life, where a woman mistook a thief sneaking into her house at night for her drunk husband returning late. She proceeded to beat him until he begged for mercy. What a savage creature. That's why you shouldn't provoke women easily. Chu-Mu gripped the longsword with both hands, pacing back and forth, feeling somewhat lost because he'd never killed a person before and lacked experience. When the female spirit was at a disadvantage, Chu-Mu, standing behind her, tried adjusting his position, attempting to circle around to the living corpse and sneak attack it while it was engaged with the spirit. Finally, after much difficulty, the two undead creatures provided Chu-Mu with an opportunity to strike. He chose to stab the zombie's thigh with his sword since their upper bodies were tightly entwined, and he feared accidentally harming the spirit. After great effort, Chu-Mu swung the sword hard at the living corpse's leg. Just as he started celebrating, however, he realized the leg hadn't broken, it was stuck between the bones. It took considerable pulling to finally retrieve the sword. At this moment, the female spirit seemed utterly disappointed in her master's feebleness. Her expression turned incredibly menacing, reverting back to the form Chu-Mu first encountered her in. Her mouth, filled with sharp teeth, clamped down on the zombie's neck, and the scene terrified Chu-Mu. Being death creatures, they didn't fear close combat unless the opponent managed to injure their brains. Otherwise, they were quite difficult to harm substantially. Despite looking vicious, the damage the female spirit could inflict was limited, and shortly thereafter, the drawbacks of her frenzied state became evident. Initially appearing fierce, once her rage dissipated, so did her energy. She was soon thrown off and bitten in return on her neck, letting out agonized cries. Chu-Mu, holding the longsword with both hands, continued circling them in frustration, unsure how to intervene. Finally, he resolved to take a risk. Chu-Mu moved behind the living corpse and firmly gripped the sword. At the precise moment, the spirit suddenly embraced the living corpse, restricting its movement. Chu-Mu then drew the sword behind her, carefully aiming, and used all his strength to swing it at the living corpse's neck. As the spirit quickly dissolved into a translucent form, the sharp blade met some resistance, but ultimately cut smoothly through the living corpse's neck. Its head rolled away with a thud, detached from its body, which collapsed under the lack of control. Chu-Mu approached the severed head and found its features still moving, revealing hostility when it saw him. Truly bizarre existence. Its brain remained alive even after death unless destroyed. Chu-Mu thrust the sword into the eye of the severed head, causing its movements to stop immediately, ensuring its final demise. Seeing this, Chu-Mu finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat-slicked sword handle and letting out a joyful laugh. The female spirit was still in good condition thanks to the well-timed use of her ethereal form. Otherwise, he might have ended up killing them both. Though her body now bore many scars from the living corpse's claws and teeth, leaving gaping wounds in several areas, little blood flowed. Some places were so torn apart that they revealed hollow spaces. Yet strangely, her clothes remained perfectly intact. This defied scientific explanation. At this point, a white bead slowly emerged from the severed head, a soul bead, and also the main goal of Chu-Mu's journey here. His guess was correct. Killing undead creatures in this place indeed dropped soul beads. One such bead was reportedly very valuable, enough for him to live comfortably for half a lifetime. With wealth coming his way, Chu couldn't help but smile as he examined the bead from all angles. The female spirit sustained multiple injuries, her skin torn and bleeding, but there was no significant blood loss. In some places, there were even visible hollows exposing what lay beneath. But why were her clothes still unharmed? This wasn't logical. A white bead floated out from the corpse's severed head. It was the soul bead, Chu primary goal. His guess proved right. Killing death entities here indeed caused soul beads to drop. A single bead was worth a fortune, potentially earning him a lifetime of wealth. As he held the bead and inspected it from all sides, his lips involuntarily curved upward into a grin. Chapter 32. A more efficient hunting method, selling spirit pearls to Owen. At this moment, the resentful spirit instinctively moved closer to Chu, immediately raising his alertness. He shoved the spirit pearl into his chest, and then looked at the female resentful spirit. From the feedback of the spirit core, he discovered that the resentful spirit had an intense craving for the spirit pearl. Perhaps consuming this thing would enhance the origin of the resentful spirit, much like how a soul master enhances their level by drinking magic elixirs. But this couldn't be given to the resentful spirit yet. It was his first pot of gold in changing his fate. Rest assured, when I have extra spirit pearls in the future, I will certainly give you one to taste. Chu said guiltily to the female resentful spirit, regardless of whether she could understand him or not. A man's mouth, a deceptive ghost. Chu was quite stringent with his words, emphasizing the condition of excess, but Chu believed that all valuable things were indispensable. After all, one pearl could sell for a lot of money. So let the resentful spirit wait patiently. There's great future in following him. Chu continued his efforts, ignoring the hopeful eyes of the resentful spirit as he stowed away the spirit pearl and again directed the resentful spirit forward cautiously. However, Chu decided to change tactics. Based on observation, this relatively pleasing to the eye female resentful spirit might truly disperse after just a few more encounters like these. Where would he find such an efficient and presentable servant afterward? Therefore, he must fully utilize the semi-ethereal characteristics of the female resentful spirit, its ability to disappear like a ghost, to avoid direct combat as much as possible and create opportunities for a one-hit kill. He thought the best approach would be hiding inside a tree, waiting until a walking corpse passes by, then suddenly burst out from the tree, hugging the target from behind, restricting its movements. Or hiding beneath the ground, suddenly grabbing its legs when the walking corpse passes over, preventing it from moving. Of course, all this still relied on Chu delivering the final blow. After going through all these strategies, the once great necromancer of the alternate world game still ultimately followed the path of a warrior due to insufficient combat strength, which was indeed tragic. In terms of luring enemies, Chu abandoned the idea of making himself a target and instead allowed the female resentful spirit to walk ahead, knocking on something while moving forward. Chu trailed closely behind, sneaking along silently. If other undead creatures approached, the female resentful spirit would instantly hide, allowing the zombies to come near without noticing anything unusual and return to their previous state of aimless movement. At this point, the female resentful spirit would launch a sneak attack, either hugging the zombie from behind or grabbing its legs to restrict movement. The target being controlled, Chu would seize the opportunity to deliver the decisive fatal strike. Naturally, bait made from some flesh or bones would work better. Unfortunately, such items cost more than human meat in the real world, something Chu simply could not afford. So everything had to be kept simple. Ting 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 ting, ting ting. From afar, in another location, the female resentful spirit repeatedly struck a copper gong in her hands while Chu crouched quietly nearby, observing intently. Not long after, a shadow-like figure was attracted by the sound and rushed to where the gong was ringing. From its stiff, awkward way of walking, this appeared to be a zombie. Having discarded the gong, the female resentful spirit hid within a nearby tree, waiting for the right moment to act. When the shadow arrived near the source of the sound and found no food, it seemed as if it had been misled into a false hope. Fortunately, there were no other thoughts in their hollow brains, otherwise they would definitely have cursed loudly. After abandoning the quick-running instinct caused by hunger, the zombie soon stood still, dumbly resuming its aimless slow movement. Seeing this scene, Chu sighed in relief. He feared that the zombie would suddenly start cursing loudly on the spot, which would be an even more bizarre sight. With a long sword in hand, he carefully avoided the zombie's vision, using the surrounding big trees to slowly circle around to the side of the zombie. Then, the female resentful spirit who had been hiding in the tree all along suddenly leapt out and hugged the unsuspecting zombie, pulling it violently backward. The zombie was completely unprepared and was dragged back and collided with the tree behind it. Her arms clamped tightly around its chest, forcing it to begin struggling instinctively. It didn't detect any hostile presence nearby. As fellow undead beings, they were generally considered part of the same species within the realm of death, not foes, though also certainly not friends. Thus, even sensing the female resentful spirit did not raise an alarm, because who expected betrayal within the same kindred group? Just at this moment, Chu came around the tree with the long sword held high in both hands, catching sight of the zombie firmly embraced by the female resentful spirit. Originally, the zombie that had only been struggling out of instinct became frenzied the moment it noticed Chu was alive. The strength of its struggle increased rapidly, directly dragging the female resentful spirit out from inside the tree. Fortunately, although Chu witnessed this scene, he did not feel fear, just tension. Luckily, the female resentful spirit still managed to firmly drag down the zombie. Immediately afterward, Chu Mu gripped his long sword with both hands and aimed for the zombie's neck, unleashing a powerful slash. First, the fingers on the zombie's wildly swinging hands were severed. Then he slashed at the zombie's neck. The long sword cut through flesh and skin but met some resistance against the cervical vertebrae before piercing through and decapitating the zombie in one swift motion. Because the female resentful spirit could not fully bind the zombie, her body struggled as she pulled back instinctively. Moreover, in this era, women were naturally shorter than men, not only in terms of social standing, but also height. As such, the female resentful spirit's head was not on the same level as the zombie's. Hence, Chu Mu's sword only inadvertently chopped off a few strands of her hair instead of achieving a double kill. Chu Mu stabbed the long sword through the zombie's persistently wicked head. In its eyes filled with hope, another spirit pearl flew out, which Chu Mu immediately pocketed. This method was evidently much more efficient than before and carried significantly less risk. The only drawback was whether Chu Mu's swordsmanship could decisively and swiftly kill the zombie to secure the result. Chu Mu thought his sword skills were sufficiently advanced, yet they were actually abysmal. Hitting the target was pure luck. Of course, behind every successful man stands a silently contributing woman, and this owed no small thanks to the female resentful spirit's restraint over the zombie. Chu Mu had many ideas he wanted to try, such as whether, theoretically, if zombies are already dead creatures, striking them with necromantic magic would either kill them again or prove entirely useless. Unfortunately, merely controlling the female resentful spirit for an extended period had nearly drained all of Chu Mu's soul power. The tactic Chu Mu imagined where the master of the undead throws down a cup as a signal, calling upon an army of 3,000 soldiers for an overwhelming siege, was now impossible. Lack of soul power was an unshakable flaw. After arranging for the well-being of the female resentful spirit, Chu Mu departed the kingdom of death and returned to his residence. The room remained unchanged as always, but the night outside was even deeper. The next day, Chu Mu didn't have work and woke up early in the morning. With a spirit pearl hidden within his clothes, he intended to find Owen Gray to help him sell the pearl, splitting the proceeds 70-30. In truth, this was a necessity. If he himself were powerful enough, he wouldn't need to give anyone a cut. Currently, the only truly intimidating thing about him was his reputation as the heir to the god of death, but how useful or lasting that was remained uncertain. What would happen if the other party harbored ill intentions? It's necessary to remain vigilant. After all, not everyone in this world is as morally upright as himself. Thus, it might be better to sweeten the deal, making it so the person would be motivated to assist him later. After all, one cannot expect others to endlessly work out of love for nothing. A drowsy Owen Gray opened the door and saw Chu Mu standing outside. He seemed neither surprised nor particularly enthusiastic, but somewhat exasperated. Owen had planned to retire completely and leave the path of soul mastery, yet the sole connection he couldn't sever was with Chu Mu. Having worked late into the night washing dishes at the restaurant, Owen had slept only a few hours when Chu Mu called him up. This left the increasingly frail man, due to his age, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, the little troublemaker standing at the door, he dared not complain. After all, wasn't it Chu Mu who had been tricked into joining the path of soul mastery? Alas, this was karma. As soon as Owen Gray heard Chu Mu's request, his lethargic spirit instantly revived. His attitude changed immediately, becoming unusually enthusiastic. Selling spirit pearls with a 70-30 split, a single pearl would fetch quite a bit of money. Although he hadn't bought or sold one himself, he knew they were extraordinarily expensive. Just receiving a small commission would surely match, or even surpass what he earned washing dishes at the restaurant for a while. Wasn't all his hard work ultimately for earning money? As for whether it involved the methods of soul masters, that was irrelevant. If stepping away from the circle of soul masters meant re-entering it later, that wasn't a problem. It was never wise to argue with money. Owen did not ask where the spirit pearl came from. After all, it involved the secrets of the heir to the god of death. As a weak soul master, he understood the importance of curbing his curiosity to survive longer in the perilous world of soul mastery. He took the spirit pearl and prepared to head out to exchange it for money. Seeing this, Chu Mu felt somewhat speechless and regretted giving such a large cut. Perhaps he should have negotiated harder. However, Chu Mu made a request to join him for the transaction. Essentially, Chu Mu wanted to understand Owen's safe distribution channels and use the opportunity to familiarize himself with people involved. If necessary, he could bypass Owen and go directly to the traders. Coming from a family of shrewd merchants, Chu Mu was not one to do business at a loss. Owen wrestled with this thought for a few seconds before instantly plastering on a smile. The two dressed as they had before and quietly weaved through the alleys, heading toward the northern district. Along the way, even many destitute onlookers with ill intentions reconsidered their actions upon seeing their attire, carefully weighing their chances before making a move. Chapter 33, Soul Tavern, 3 Cups of Liquor. Chu Mu thought Owen would take him to the night market, finally having another chance to see those ladies he hadn't seen for a long time. He didn't know why, but just passing by the Red Theater for the sake of checking it off felt so exciting. However, the two eventually stopped in front of an old tavern. Chu Mu was a bit disappointed. Why come to this place full of smelly men instead of the Red Theater? But Owen didn't care about Chu Mu's complex inner thoughts and simply said to him, "We're here. Remember to keep your things safe. Once we go inside, try not to speak, and don't provoke anyone because there are many non-church soul masters in there." After hearing this, Chu Mu looked up and examined the outside of the bar. He noticed a wooden sign hanging beside it. Written on a white painted board with some unknown red pigment were the words, Soul Tavern. The public security in the North District was terrible, filled with impoverished people who struggled even to eat. Opening a tavern here made it seem anything but ordinary. Owen pushed open the door of the tavern, and Chumu closely followed him inside. Inside was much livelier than outside, truly a bar. Both sides had counters and long backless benches. On the cabinets behind the counters were all kinds of liquors, and at that moment, the bartender was pouring drinks for customers sitting on the benches. Many of the customers on the benches were wearing black robes. Some drank silently while others, dressed more commonly, were shouting and drinking boisterously. As soon as the two walked in, everyone instinctively looked over, making Chumu somewhat nervous. Fortunately, after looking them over, no one paid them any attention. Owen casually moved through the crowd, with Chumu tightly following him from behind. At this point, a young golden-haired woman suddenly grabbed Chumu's arm and enticingly said, "Young man, I've sensed the evil soul force fluctuation within you. Do you want to join the Silver Guild? There are many secrets you don't know but will absolutely find fascinating." Just then, Owen suddenly turned around and snapped at the blonde woman. "Get lost, dirty posy." Upon hearing Owen's voice, the golden-haired woman released Chumu's arm and retorted to Owen, "Owen, it's been a while since I've seen you. Didn't think you were still alive." Then the golden-haired woman turned back and whispered quietly to Chumu, "Owen is an evil member of the Resurrectionists who worship the Death God. Keep your distance from him. Rumors say their guild isn't good. If you're interested in the world of soul masters, you can look for me here." After she finished speaking, the golden-haired woman gave Chumu a meaningful glance. Chumu, despite being curious about the secret she mentioned that he didn't know but would surely find interesting, disregarded her later words as mere nonsense. In his eyes as an old Resurrectionist member, they were pure fabrication and couldn't possibly deceive him. Thus, he believed this golden-haired woman was a talkative soul master, perhaps similar to certain pyramid schemes or organizations from his past life that preyed only on relatives and acquaintances. Ignoring her completely, Chumu continued to follow Owen deeper into the tavern. Upon arriving, Owen became unusually quiet, and Chumu understood this. Sometimes aloofness serves as self-protection. They directly found a scruffy old man silently drinking at a corner in the tavern. The old man was blowing into a bottle of baijiu, appearing extremely free-spirited. Upon seeing the old man, Owen spoke. "Old Peter, I'd like to trade something with you." Unexpectedly, the old man, seemingly tipsy, ignored him and kept drinking. But Owen didn't say much either, patiently waiting. Chumu remembered Owen's earlier advice and remained silent. Perhaps due to the slightly noisy atmosphere and dim lighting, it felt oppressively stifling, making Chumu inexplicably agitated. A while later, the old man drunkenly addressed Owen, though his gaze was fixed on Chumu. "I don't allow random newcomers in here. You've broken the rules." Owen immediately replied, "I've decided to leave the circle of soul masters. He is the new soul master taking my place in our resurrectionists. I'm bringing him along to give him a glimpse." Upon hearing this, Chumu was rather surprised, and so was the old man. Laughing, the old man said, "A few years ago, old FO also did the same thing, bringing a newbie for me to meet. Not long after, he died. So, does that mean you're going to die too?" Before Owen could reply, the old man stared at Chumu and said, "Young man, I'm not easily acquainted with just anyone." With that, the old man signaled the bartender, who immediately fetched a bottle of baijiu and placed it on the table. Without saying much, the old man took 3 cups, poured liquor continuously into each of them, and pushed them toward Chumu. "Drink them all down in one breath, and then we'll talk about the next thing." After hearing this, Owen was about to object, but the old man immediately raised his hand to stop him and continued to look at Chumu. Owen worriedly looked at Chumu. These were strong spirits. Even if many alcoholics drank this much, they might not be able to handle it. How could Chumu, who probably had never even drunk alcohol before? However, Owen did not see any sign of worry on Chumu's face. Instead, it seemed like he wanted to laugh. Chumu knew that the old man was trying to make things difficult for him and definitely didn't give him anything good to drink. But in this world, no matter how high the alcohol concentration, could it compare to the distilled liquor from his previous life? In his previous life, he had already accompanied his leader drinking more than just 3 cups. Half a bottle wouldn't be a problem, so there was no way this would scare him. He looked at the old man and said, "If I drink these 3 cups, does it mean I can come here any time in the future and start trading with you?" The old man smiled after hearing this and said, "Of course, provided that you can finish these 3 cups and still have a decent conversation with me. Let me remind you, this liquor is a rare thing, dug out from the cellar of a tomb. It's nothing like those tricks your resurrectionists use to fool people. I myself can only drink up to 3 cups per day. For someone like you, once finished, you'll probably collapse right away. Anyway, I don't think highly of you." After hearing this, Chumu ignored the old man's scornful gaze and reached directly for a cup of liquor, subconsciously wanting to say some toast words like he used to do, then laughing silently. Following this, under the surprised eyes of the old man and Owen, he finished it all in one gulp. As the liquor went down his throat, Chumu reflected on what was called strong wine, yet found himself somewhat disappointed. There indeed was an alcoholic flavor, but the proof fell far short of expectation. Moreover, the liquor wasn't pure at all, mixed with many other tastes, far inferior compared to the distilled liquor from his previous life. Chumu picked up another cup and swallowed it without hesitation, leaving the sleepy-eyed old man gawking. And it seemed as though Chumu hadn't been affected by the alcohol even a little bit. As he reached for the 3rd cup, Owen grabbed Chumu's arm, shaking his head towards him. He thought Chumu was showing off, unaware that Chumu gave him a nod with a smile and shook free from his grip before drinking the last cup in one swallow. With 3 cups of liquor down his stomach, Chumu merely detected a slight taste of alcohol, but too dilute. He wiped his mouth and asked the old man, "Can we start the trade now?" The old man was speechless and could only instinctively nod, while becoming increasingly curious about the young man Owen brought along. Why, despite his youth, did he possess such an enormous alcohol tolerance? "Follow me to the back. Too many people around here." The old man finished speaking and gestured to the bartender, pointed at the table, then turned and walked toward the inside. Owen supported Chumu's arm and followed behind. Chumu also understood Owen's kindness, thinking he was really putting up a show. Without refusing, he realized that displaying such a large alcohol capacity might truly intimidate others. However, who in China would pass out from drinking 3 glasses of beer? A joke, that's not being a man. After entering the inner room, Owen finally looked at Chumu. "Take the item out. Old Owen is reliable." Chumu took a cloth bag from his chest, then retrieved the soul bead and handed it over to the old man. Even though the old man seemed untrustworthy, upon seeing the item, he immediately received it and began carefully inspecting it while muttering to himself. "A level 1 soul bead, exceptional quality. Haven't seen such pure ones for a long time." Nowadays, black markets everywhere are buying soul beads in bulk, inevitably backed by several churches' shadows. Such a soul bead, although low level, is still considered a rare item. The old man looked at Chumu and said, "Good item. Now in the market, a level 1 soul bead has been inflated to a price of about 3 gold coins. However, we offer no deceit, and will buy it at 5/10 of the external price, making it worth 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins. If you agree, we'll take this item. If you feel the price is too low, go and trade with others in the black market. Just letting you know, you'll be targeted by many people, and the end won't be pretty." Since Chumu was a newcomer in this field, he didn't understand, and unconsciously glanced at Owen. Owen was still stunned by the price old Owen had given, almost reaching 1 gold coin, money he had never seen in his lifetime. Upon noticing Chumu's gaze, he quickly reacted and said, "Let's proceed with the transaction now." Chumu did not oppose Owen. After all, Owen had told him before coming here to speak less. Up until now, Owen had never tricked him. This was trust. After hearing this, the old man pulled out a cloth pouch from his pocket and retrieved a shiny golden coin and 50 silver coins. Both Chumu and Owen instinctively swallowed their saliva. Count the money again, confirm it's correct, and then leave. After finishing his sentence, the old man sat on a chair, closed his eyes to rest, probably unable to bear watching these 2 bumpkins counting their money crazily. Owen was the one who counted the money. He used the most primitive method, biting with his teeth, to verify the authenticity of the silver and gold coins while secretly keeping an eye on the old man to prevent him from peeking. Chumu felt a bit embarrassed by this, but still reminded Owen to check carefully, because if he accidentally made a mistake with even 1 coin, a month's worth of Mother Goddess blessing would be lost, which was absolutely unacceptable. Eventually, Owen finished checking all the silver coins, nodded to Chumu, and both of them bid farewell to the old man before turning around and leaving the room in a composed manner. At this point, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Chumu's figure thoughtfully. A newcomer from the Resurrectionists? Finally, there's someone interesting. Hopefully, this time they'll survive a little longer. Chapter 34. With money comes plans to start a factory, and cases during the night shift. Chumu thought he knew how valuable soul pearls were, but when he poured out 50 silver coins from the bag, with an additional gold coin in his pocket, it felt as if everything was a dream. He pinched himself instinctively, and it indeed hurt. Owen also went wild with joy. When they left the Soul Tavern, the 2 practically sprinted all the way back to Owen's house, without any restraint. After locking the door from inside and still feeling insecure, they even dragged a table over to block the door. Only then did they begin splitting the loot, confidently. They were given a total of 150 silver coins, quite a large sum that could last them quite some time. In the end, Chumu took 120 silver coins, while Owen only claimed 30 silver coins, not daring to take more. He said that he didn't contribute much this time, and therefore wouldn't take 1/3. Chumu thought Owen was reasonable and not greedy. He started contemplating whether next time there's a similar opportunity, he should invite him again. As a descendant of the death god, he certainly wasn't short of such small money. Still, he would need Owen's help later because now that they had money, they could proceed to the next plan, to start making paper as preparation for the basic materials of his puppetry skills. However, Chumu still needed to figure out exactly how to make the paper. First, there must be a plot of land. Secondly, equipment is necessary, wood raw materials, and a well must also be dug to facilitate water retrieval. Would 50 silver coins be enough? Chumu doubted it. Thus, Chumu completely handed over this matter to Owen Gray, asking him to buy these things back at a reasonable price. After all, Owen had much more experience with living affairs than himself. Upon hearing that Chumu wanted to buy so many miscellaneous items, Owen didn't dare ask further, fearing they might be special tasks arranged by the death god specifically for Chumu. He immediately took responsibility for this, considering it the cost of receiving 20 silver coins. Otherwise, taking so much money would have made his heart uneasy. Then he went off busy working on the task. That evening, Chumu headed to work the night shift alone since Zhao David had already told him the night before that he had something urgent to deal with. As expected, Zhao David ran off somewhere late at night and never came to the church's affairs office. Alone in the duty room, Chumu continued quietly practicing general puppets and comprehension talismans. Comprehension puppet abilities are relatively simpler, mainly involving control. The more you control, the higher the requirement is for the person wielding the ability. However, this is a process that requires steady practice to gradually enhance control levels, something that can't be rushed. On the other hand, the understanding of talisman abilities is far more complex. Talismans are an incredibly mystical power, capable of recording spiritual force in a particular manner. When activated, it can transform into various powers. For example, even soul masters of the Church of Life can use the purification light of the pure white church, or the water manipulation capabilities of the catastrophe church. Of course, the practical effects will fall slightly short, and operations tend to be a bit rigid without much flexibility, but there's no denying that talismans provide great assistance to soul masters. Learning talismans is relatively complicated because what the Mother Goddess grants is only basic abilities. Specific talismans require corresponding templates, which Chu Mu does not possess yet. It's said that only after reaching certain accomplishments can one apply for talismans from the church, but the ones granted by the church are often elementary ones, aimed at preventing the transmission of talisman knowledge outside. Chu Mu has seen the completed talismans provided by the captain. They're simply chaotic scribbles. Each is composed of countless strokes, looking extremely complex at first glance, which can overwhelm anyone. It's rumored, however, that these talismans are inscribed non-stop by talisman artists using their soul forces. Every stroke's direction and soul energy must be precise. Otherwise, the talisman's effectiveness will be reduced or strange effects may occur. Based on this, the captain merely gave him a suggestion. First, familiarize himself thoroughly with the basic knowledge. Once he became proficient, the captain would arrange for a retired elder soul master from the church to teach him. So currently, Chu Mu required practice. He knows very well that one can't rush learning. Therefore, he keeps training based on the fundamental comprehension related to talismans. Chu Mu's practice method is straightforward. He uses talisman abilities to etch different shapes on a sheepskin paper that he bought. For example, circles, triangles, squares, pentagons, hexagons. These are relatively simple, while more complex exercises include drawing stars, moons, and even writing Chinese characters with talisman abilities. Of course, these characters can only be written in cursive because the process cannot stop halfway, so they must be written in wild cursive style. Sometimes, he would intentionally first sketch a random doodle with charcoal and then carefully trace it step by step using his soul force. This sounds simple, but Chu Mu frequently experiences sudden disruptions in his soul force, forcing him to restart constantly. Often, he had to train like a child, continuously writing various basic strokes using his soul force every day. But the thought of ultimately succeeding in drawing the talismans he desired made all this hard work worthwhile for him. More importantly, Owen told him that the talismans they produced could be sold either at the black market or to old Peter for a good price. This instantly increased Chu Mu's enthusiasm for learning. He cared about nothing else now. He just wanted to make money, get out of poverty first, and deal with other things later. Unfortunately, as an apprentice of witchcraft, both the quantity and efficiency of using soul force couldn't sustain long-term training. Chu Mu's soul force quickly ran dry, leaving him with headaches and ringing ears. Since there was nothing much happening during the night shift anyway, Chu Mu didn't turn off the kerosene lamp. After all, he wasn't paying for it, and thus, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep very soon. As he was sleeping soundly, Chu Mu heard a knock on the door of the duty room, and it seemed like someone was calling his name. Chu Mu opened his eyes and indeed found someone shouting outside the duty room door. He immediately got up from the bed and opened the door, only to see Captain Lawrence standing there. Chu Mu was a bit puzzled. What was the captain doing here so late at night, instead of being home sleeping? Was it possible he'd been kicked out by a woman? But wasn't the captain single? The captain walked into the duty room, looking at the kerosene lamp on the table, smiling while observing the somewhat confused Chu Mu, and said, "Did you forget to turn off the lamp before sleeping? The goddess mother did say that thriftiness is a virtue, so don't forget next time." Of course, Chu Mu wouldn't reply that he left the lamp on because he was afraid of the dark, since saying this would be quite embarrassing. Captain Laurent took the kerosene lamp and looked at Chu Mu, continuing, "I suppose you slept too deeply and didn't hear the police officers' calls, so they went straight to my house. Come on, there's a special case outside. Haven't you always been curious about how we, the soul-soothing squad, handle cases? This is your chance to learn." After hearing this, Chu Mu didn't know how to react for a moment. Should he be happy or sad? What should he do? Should he call for backup? A special case happened so suddenly when the captain had said cases were rare. How long had he been here anyway? And already, such a situation arose. Moreover, in the middle of the night, could it be a ghost haunting? At the thought of ghosts, Chu Mu's face turned even paler. The room was rather dim, and the captain hadn't noticed the changes in Chu Mu's expressions. He picked up the kerosene lamp and led Chu Mu to his office, taking out 2 talismans Chu Mu had seen before from a drawer, handing one to Chu Mu. Chu Mu somewhat bewilderedly accepted the talisman. Talisman paper used for making talismans was different from regular white paper. It was thicker yet finer, supposedly requiring many special materials to produce. Furthermore, different talismans needed corresponding talisman papers to achieve the best results, which contained deep knowledge within. Chu Mu gazed at the talisman in his hand, unsure whether to slip it into his pocket or keep holding it in his hand. Although he was learning how to create talismans, he hadn't personally used one yet. How was he supposed to use it? Did he crush it into a ball and throw it? After collecting the talisman, the captain directly took Chu Mu outside. As they walked, he explained, "This is a level 1 light talisman. The method of use is to inject soul force into it, then aim the talisman at the target to activate it. It's best if you flatten the talisman before using it and align it directly with the target. Always remember to aim carefully. You can imagine the talisman as a bow and arrow. The creators added protection to prevent clumsy soul masters from accidentally triggering harm to allies, so you must shout, 'Light,' clearly before using it. There will likely be an opportunity for you to try it out soon. Outside, everything was pitch black except for a few faintly glowing kerosene lamps hanging on the streets near the church far away. There was no moon tonight, only a few lonely stars in the sky. Outside the church affairs office stood a four-wheeled carriage waiting. The carriage appeared completely black, exuding an indescribable sense of solemnity. There was a kerosene lamp hanging at both the front and back, faintly revealing the three-leaf clover emblem of the church on each side of the carriage. The coachman was patiently driving the carriage, glancing toward them instinctively upon seeing Chu Mu and the captain emerge. Upon seeing the carriage, Chu Mu immediately remembered his unpleasant experience from the first and last time he had taken a carriage ride, causing a subtle pain in his posterior. He truly didn't want to take this thing, but did he have a choice? The place is a bit far, so we'll take the carriage. Hurry up and get on. After speaking, the captain casually climbed aboard as if it was second nature to him, suggesting that this was not his first ride. Chu Mu hesitantly climbed aboard, plopping his bottom onto a soft cushion made from an unknown material, letting out an unconscious sigh of relief. At least with the cushion to absorb some shocks, his buttocks wouldn't suffer as much. As soon as Chu Mu was seated, Captain Laurent tapped the coachman's shoulder lightly. Understanding immediately, the coachman began giving commands to the horse. Next, Chu Mu felt the carriage beneath him gradually pick up speed. The sound of crisp hoof beats rang in his ears. They were off. Chu Mu had braced himself for a bumpy ride that would shake his backside into pieces, but he was surprised by how steady the carriage remained inside. Though there were some jolts, they were well within tolerable limits, unlike the carriages he'd ridden before. Chapter 35. Night Talk on the Carriage. En route to the incident location. The captain smiled as he watched Chu Mu's face full of surprise, instantly figuring out that this was someone who had an unpleasant experience with riding in carriages before. So he explained, "Our carriage is different from ordinary ones. It was made by a master puppeteer from the church. Special materials were used, and adjustments were made to reduce bouncing, so it's very comfortable to sit in. There's no need for such mental stress." After hearing this, Chu Mu couldn't help but smile sheepishly and even patted the cushion under his butt, pondering that once he had money, he would also buy one of these soft cushions to show off. In the night, the carriage quickly and steadily headed toward the target location. In the twilight, it was almost impossible to see anything clearly, only the howling night wind brushing past ears and some buildings flashing by faintly illuminated by the weak light of the kerosene lamp, adding even more eerie atmosphere. Thus, living in an era without electricity was indeed very inconvenient, especially for those afraid of the dark. This was sheer torture. Hence, Chu Mu rarely went out at night. He truly missed the world where streetlights lit up the darkness. On the carriage, Captain Lawrence gave Chu Mu a briefing on this special case. It all began 3 days ago when there was a murder near here. A woman was killed and dumped at a street corner. This would normally be just an average case. Well, average around here means not involving any extraordinary factors. Further matters would then be handed over to the chief inspector for further handling. The inspector's investigation suggested that the woman might have been a prostitute, and the reason why she was killed was likely due to some twisted individual psyches. Hearing this, Chu Mu let out a soft chuckle. The police commissioner system in this world wasn't much different from the impression Chu Mu had of police officers, specifically referring to police in an island country. In theory, they are responsible for every aspect of this city, from public security, traffic, environment, disputes, and legal matters, all fall under their jurisdiction. However, in practice, they barely manage anything and don't really want to either. In significant cases, there's little hope in counting on them. They lack the capacity. Instead, they excel particularly well in maintaining urban hygiene and issuing fines. The policemen in this world have it tougher. Numerous noble lords sit above their heads. These nobles, who are informally called uncrowned kings appointed by the royal family, can directly interfere in the operations of the police commissioner and possess many privileges. One day, this noble demands things done one way. The next day, another noble hands down a different set of instructions, making the job of a chief inspector exceedingly difficult, especially since many cases often involve nobles one way or another, leaving the inspectors even more powerless. Even though the new emperor demoted many notorious nobles to commoners, it only addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. As a result, in many instances, the police commissioner is rendered unable to handle the maintenance of law and order when required to. On the other hand, the salary of a police commissioner is far too low, while the workload is excessive. Therefore, fewer people are willing to stay in the force. Despite the continuous lowering of recruitment thresholds, few candidates come forward. Those who do enter the ranks are of mixed quality. Hoping these individuals wouldn't cause trouble is already a stretch. In cases like the murder mentioned earlier, expecting the chief inspector's involvement would be futile. They typically end their inquiries by claiming ongoing investigations, and most cases ultimately fizzle out without conclusion. Chu Mu listened attentively because if this were just a regular case, the chief inspector wouldn't bother contacting the Anhun team. The captain continued. Starting from last night, passers-by have heard a woman crying while walking by here at night. By the dim kerosene lamp light, he saw a shadowy figure of a woman squatting in the corner. Relating it to the recent murder, he panicked and ran away. Not just him. Nearby residents reported hearing intermittent cries at night, but none dared to go out and verify. The matter didn't end there. During the daytime today, the body of a pedestrian appeared at the street corner. It was a local worker who presumably passed by last night and unexpectedly met death there. The method of death was peculiar. The body was torn up severely, as if attacked by a large beast. The chief inspector learned about the man's encounter last night, but did not take it seriously, considering it perhaps coincidental. But tonight, when inspecting this area, the chief inspector again heard cries and remembered what the passerby had said earlier. Thus, they contacted us immediately to investigate. At first, a non-natural death occurred, followed by strange happenings. That's a typical feature of crimes committed by undead creatures. It fits perfectly with this case, and we speculate that those marks on the dead man's body could be left by either a zombie or a vengeful spirit when killing a human. So tonight, our objective is clear: to find this undead creature and purify it. After finishing his explanation, the captain paused for a moment and then asked Chu Mu. Chu Mu, what's your take on the undead creature in this case? Chu Mu was busy organizing the details of the case in his mind and was caught off guard by the captain's sudden question, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The undead creature is our enemy. Chu Mu responded hesitantly. The captain smiled and said, what you said isn't wrong, but what I mean is, how do you see the deceased woman and the undead she turned into after death? Say whatever you think. Chu Mu actually pondered for a moment. Truthfully, he was already fairly familiar with undead creatures, as he'd seen them often. They lacked brains or human consciousness, only an uncontrolled bloodlust, so there wasn't much to say about them. When encountered, they needed to be destroyed. So what else could there be? However, the woman was pitiable. As a streetwalker, her life must have been quite wretched, just like Chu Mu's past. No one would willingly choose that line of work unless pushed to it. In the end, she was murdered, making Chu Mu feel deeply sorry for her. He decided to speak out about it. Undead beings are our enemies and need to be eliminated. That's all there is to it. As for the woman though, she was somewhat pitiable. After listening, Captain Lawrence smiled again and shifted his gaze toward the surrounding darkness. Holding compassion isn't wrong, it's a precious quality. However, this quality should only apply to the living, not the undead. These creatures lack any emotions. They're akin to beasts and are humanity's foes. They would hesitate not at all before killing the living because that's their instinct. Thus, even if we pity their lives before they became undead, our duty remains to cleanse them immediately upon encountering them. This is true kindness towards them. Remember my words. After hearing this, Chu Mu nodded. Showing mercy to the enemy would be cruelty to oneself. They were people in life, but had become enemies in death, so they had to be exterminated. The scars left by the female vengeful spirit on his body last time were still present. On this point, he understood better than anyone. So Lawrence's concerns seemed unwarranted to Chu Mu. When it came to dealing with undead creatures, he, the heretic member of the Resurrectionist sect, was no amateur. Gradually, the carriage came to a stop. They had arrived. Chu Mu looked at the pitch-black street lined with shadow-drenched buildings, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Even though he could be considered someone who'd once entered the realm of death and faced undead creatures, it had always been during the day over there. When it came to creating an atmosphere of terror, nothing matched the eerie darkness of a deserted street late at night. What scares people most is always other humans. Or sometimes, merely ordinary objects can terrify the living soul. Chinese-style horror. Perhaps something worth exploring sometime later. Moreover, they didn't yet know where the undead creature might be hiding. Uncertainty always brought the greatest fear. Captain Lawrence alighted from the carriage, and Chu Mu reluctantly followed, stepping down with trepidation. His eyes darted anxiously across the surrounding streets, certain that unseen forces were watching him in the shadows. It felt like if he took his eyes off for a moment, they would pounce. The carriage stayed parked on the street waiting. They were still some distance from the scene, and the captain led Chu Mu toward the street the inspector mentioned. En route, the captain reiterated the method for using talismans to Chu Mu. First, the talisman should be kept within reach, ready for deployment. Once the target was spotted, wait for the captain's command to activate it. Chu Mu kept nodding to show he understood. As long as they stuck together, anything would work out fine. Plus, something he hadn't voiced was that he didn't really need the talisman, with the captain still around. As they drew closer to the troubled street, the captain grew increasingly silent, leaving Chu Mu trailing behind, vigilantly observing the black streets around him. A stray cat somewhere suddenly yowled, startling Chu Mu so badly that he almost pulled out his talisman and used it right then. The captain frowned, shaking his head at Chu Mu's ineptitude. His courage was too small. This simply wouldn't do. As an esteemed member of the Church and Hunt squad, he'd likely face death frequently. Getting scared certainly wouldn't suffice. He ought to be scaring the death away instead. It seemed necessary to bring Chu Mu along on more nighttime missions going forward, helping train his nerve, the captain thought involuntarily. Chu Mu couldn't help but lament. His bravery was indeed lacking, and his fear of darkness was an old habit. To sleep comfortably, he absolutely required a small night light. It was a lifelong issue. During his initial days in this world, he practically slept hugging his blanket every night to find solace. Apparently, being a descendant of the death god only offered limited benefits. It couldn't quickly rectify his long-standing bad habits. Finally arriving at the street in question, Chu Mu heard from afar a deep sobbing sound, like a woman awaiting redemption, starkly audible against the quiet of the dark night. It turned out that there really was one. This death creature sure had guts, didn't it? Didn't it sense the two righteous members of the An Hunt squad who were about to purify it? Those with any sense usually hide away and lay low. Unfortunately, most death creatures lack intelligence. They're not even intellectually impaired, just driven by their instincts to hunt the living. And certainly, they can't think on their feet. The captain made a gesture to Chu Mu. Although Chu Mu didn't understand it, he assumed it meant for him to follow Captain Lawrence further ahead. Naturally, he acknowledged it, responding to Captain Laurent with an okay gesture, which left the captain momentarily stunned. Chapter 36. The frightening, weak, resentful spirit, learning quick swordsmanship. They continued moving forward. As they slowly approached the sound, Chumu spotted a vague figure crouched together and squatting on the ground in the corner of the street, softly sobbing. The captain carefully perceived the energy of the figure. The higher the rank of a soul master, the stronger their perception of soul power becomes. From the soul force sensed from the figure, it was a dead being, just with relatively weak strength, among the lowest-ranked death beings. It posed no great threat. A level 1 light charm should suffice to deal with it. Captain Laurent stopped his steps, turned around to look at Chumu, wanting him to try resolving this undead creature using a charm for practice. However, he noticed Chumu suddenly widening his eyes, trembling a bit. Only when the cries stopped did the captain notice. He quickly turned around to see that the vague figure had already ceased crying and stood up. In the darkness, it silently stared at them. It was hard to make out the figure in the darkness, but they could faintly tell it was a woman. Undead creatures are extremely sensitive to light, so to avoid startling the undead, they hadn't brought an oil lamp. Now this resulted in them not being able to clearly see what this ghostly thing looked like, which made Chumu even more tense. Suddenly, 2 screams rang out one after another. One came from the blurry figure, shouting abruptly with a shrill scream, akin to a cat warning its prey, breaking the tranquil black night. The dark figure's soul power surged forth, as if emitting a pale blue phosphorescent fire. A distorted, gruesome face covered in blood appeared before Chumu, making him, who was already somewhat terrified, open his mouth wide, unintentionally shouting a second scream. The captain had completely given up on Chumu. He quickly deduced that this was a resentful spirit, or Yuanling, because only Yuanling and the undead would show blue soul fire on their bodies, and most undead almost always have bones exposed, thus making this relatively intact undead definitely a resentful spirit. And at this moment, the female Yuanling, having completed her transformation, immediately lunged toward the two with her fangs bared and claws extended. This scared Chumu so much that instinctively he wanted to flee. All the words the captain had said to him earlier were long forgotten. With his sole support, Captain Laurent, still standing there, Chumu hadn't really run away, but his body was subconsciously preparing to retreat any moment. In an instant, the captain pulled out a light charm, laid it flat in his palm, and then aimed it straight at the female resentful spirit that was charging straight toward them. Without time to say anything to Chumu, Chumu only heard Captain Laurent shout, "Light!" As soon as the captain finished speaking, a beam of white light shot out from the charm in his hand, quickly illuminating the darkness, while also engulfing the resentful spirit that rushed to their faces. Chumu just had enough time to hear a series of wails before his vision went completely white due to temporary blindness. The light lasted less than 3 seconds before swiftly dispersing. Chumu immediately opened his eyes and looked around for the female resentful spirit, fearing she might still be alive and didn't die. But when he finally saw clearly, he realized that the female resentful spirit had entirely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Is that it? It's over? Chumu was still dazed, but the captain had already turned around, patted Chumu on the shoulder, and said, "Not bad. By the way, I forgot to mention that some resentful spirits awaken talent abilities. For example, the resentful spirit roar can evoke innate fear in humans and even cause direct trauma to the soul. But I didn't expect this resentful spirit to be so weak and yet possess such an ability. I thought you would have turned and fled." Chumu bitterly nodded. If it weren't for fearing to leave the captain behind and getting punished afterward, losing his job, he would have already run. He couldn't describe how he felt right now. It was all over just like that, not even a single hair left behind. The death was indeed very clean, and it seemed he still had a light charm in his pocket that hadn't been used. So if the target could be killed, there was nothing to fear. Only the unknown is scary. Reflecting on his timidity, Chumu felt extremely ashamed. After all, he was the descendant of the god of death. These were his servants, and yet he was afraid of them. How disgraceful. Suddenly, he realized how shallow his understanding of undead creatures still was. Apparently, after returning, he needed to seek advice from the captain regarding other materials about undead creatures, to catch up and learn further since Owen was absolutely no help. He probably didn't know either. While contemplating certain thoughts, Chumu suddenly saw the captain had already walked a distance ahead without him. The surroundings were so dark, who knew whether the resentful spirit was completely gone or not. So Chumu hurriedly jogged to catch up. Once in the car, Captain Lawrence questioned Chumu, "How did you feel handling your first resentful spirit?" "Pretty simple." The captain laughed after hearing Chumu's uncertain reply. His laugh was direct and sincere, but just seeing these things was not enough. "Do you remember what I told you before? Your talisman is still in your pocket, right?" Chumu felt a bit ashamed. At the time, with all the tension and fear, he forgot everything, including what the captain had said about pulling out the talisman when encountering a resentful spirit. The captain continued, "The willpower of soul masters isn't much stronger than that of ordinary people. So, when facing danger, the first thing you need to do is remain calm. Losing control in any way is the biggest enemy of a soul master. Only by staying calm can you know what to do. Go back, think it over, and write a mission report to submit to me by tomorrow morning. Now that I'm older, I can't really stay up late." Chumu thought the captain was just using the opportunity to teach him as an excuse to pass off the task of writing the mission report to him. If the captain couldn't bear staying up, his own soul certainly couldn't either. But since he was just a worker, what could he say? The captain sent Chumu to the entrance of the church's odd jobs department, then disappeared into the night on a carriage. As Chumu watched the carriage drive away, he returned to the hall. He thought his performance today was truly terrible, and his courage was indeed too small. But this was his nature, something he had been afraid of since childhood, something unchangeable. So there was only one solution: make himself stronger, strong enough to fear nothing. Then, perhaps, he would truly be fearless. Furthermore, he needed to gain a deeper understanding of all knowledge related to soul masters in this world to enrich his understanding so that next time, he wouldn't appear so ignorant and make such a joke again. Putting aside distractions, Chu-Mu took out paper, pen, and previous mission reports from the captain's desk drawer and wrote a simple mission report under the kerosene lamp. By the time he finished, the sky outside was already starting to lighten, but Chu-Mu's eyelids were very heavy. Climbing quickly into bed, he caught up on some sleep until Albert came to wake him. His tense, exciting, and exhausting overnight shift finally ended. He could go home now. Since the incident of clearing out the female resentful spirit last time, everything seemed to have returned to peaceful life over the following few days. The captain said it used to be like this as well. Usually, special events happened at intervals, and the job of the pacifying soul team was to wait while finding things to do to pass the extra time. Captain Laurent even joked that their biggest enemy wasn't death creatures, but loneliness and emptiness because they had to face this problem for a long period during their career. Chu-Mu thought it sounded pretty accurate, but Chu-Mu didn't feel it deeply, as he'd been quite busy recently. During the day, he practiced puppetry and basic talisman making, took a nap in the afternoon when there was nothing to do, and returned to the Death Empire every evening. Recently, he hadn't hunted more zombies because there was no need. He didn't lack money right now, having a soul pearl that could be traded anytime. Without demand, he became lazier, knowing it could be risky to mess around and possibly get killed by zombies, and he preferred living longer. And the fencing tutor the captain promised to arrange for him was also found. He was a former frontline officer with great skill and long swords, suitable to be Chu-Mu's mentor. What's more, he lived in the East District, close by, making travel easy. In the end, the captain negotiated with him, agreeing on a monthly salary, initially for 2 months, allowing Chu-Mu to train diligently. The best part for Chu-Mu was that the fees were reimbursed by the team, which made him very happy. His mentor was named Wang Wu, another compatriot with a Chinese surname, which made Chu-Mu happy at first hearing his name. But this compatriot clearly wasn't interested in family ties. When Chu-Mu visited, he didn't bother saying any unnecessary words and directly started sparring, telling him to take a swing with the sword, though his eyes carried a hint of disdain. At first, Chu-Mu was angry because the other was just a normal person, and yet he appeared to look down on him, who was a soul master in the church's pacifying soul squad. Chu-Mu decided to give the man a taste of his own medicine. However, he had forgotten that different skills have different expertise. Soul masters are not omnipotent, and in close combat with blades, battle-hardened warriors were not like him, show-offs with no real fighting prowess. Chu-Mu began attacking fiercely, hacking his sword down with sparks flying, making for a heated scene for a moment. Yet almost all his moves were effortlessly blocked by Wang Wu, leaving Wang Wu looking completely relaxed. On the contrary, Chu-Mu's attacks yielded no results, and soon both arms felt sore and weak, eventually forcing him to call for a truce. Wang Wu didn't do anything excessively inappropriate, but the disdain remained on his face. He spoke to Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu, you might be a powerful soul master, and soul masters indeed have many mysterious abilities, but don't think that makes soul masters invincible. In terms of physical strength, this will always be the weakness of soul masters. I've fought against many soul masters on the battlefield before. As long as you can survive their first round of attacks, once you get close to them in combat, soul masters usually die very miserably, and there's nothing special about their death. So, I think you should put away your pride as a soul master. In front of me, you are just a weakling. Even a few newly enlisted soldiers could beat you. Your captain sent you here to learn swordsmanship from me. You only have 2 months. How much you learn depends on your own effort. Unlike soul masters who upgrade by drinking magic potions, swordsmanship relies solely on constant practice. There is no shortcut. After hearing this, Chu-Mu felt a bit ashamed. In fact, he had realized from their sparring just now that the gap between himself and Wang Wu was too large, almost like the gap between him and a goddess. Chapter 37. Hard practice on the basics of swordsmanship, preparing to start a paper mill. Before coming, the team leader had also told him that he would temporarily follow Wang Wu for 2 months to learn the basics, and then it would be up to him to practice slowly in the future. He also knew that swordsmanship was not something that could be mastered within 2 months, especially after his battle with Wang Wu, which made him realize his own weakness. Next, he decided to work hard, hoping to barely touch the threshold of swordsmanship after 2 months. Seeing Chu-Mu showing some arrogance being replaced by an unyielding spirit of struggle, Wang Wu felt satisfied. This was what a man with backbone should be like. Thus, on the first day, he let Chu-Mu practice basic standing stances and wielded the sword to cut 1,000 times. He said this was just the basics and would be practiced often, almost exhausting Chu-Mu to the point of collapse. When Chu-Mu left, he was hobbling along. But Wang Wu told him that this was already a fast-track method, somewhat watered down. He was required to come here every afternoon for training, causing Chu-Mu to take sharp intakes of breath, instantly considering giving up. That evening, Chu-Mu entered the land of death for the first time half-heartedly, quickly wasting the ample soul force he had before leaving the land of death. He fell onto his bed and fell asleep immediately. When Chu-Mu got up the next morning, there wasn't a single muscle in his body that didn't hurt, but he still had to go to work. Such was life. Zayadawai came unusually early today. However, it might have been an illusion, but over the few days since they last met, Zayadawai seemed to have lost some weight around his face and carried deep black circles under his eyes. It made one wonder what this guy had been up to lately. But when Zayadawai saw Chu Mu awkwardly lifting his leg to cross the room threshold, his eyes lit up, and he grinned while asking, "Chu Mu, I didn't expect you to finally get it. So how was last night?" After hearing this, Chu Mu immediately knew there was nothing good going through his mind, so he shot back, "I'm not like you, old man. This is the result of attending a swordsmanship training session yesterday. My whole body hurts to death. I need to sit down and rest." Upon hearing this, Zayadawai smirked, muttering, "More or less, isn't it all about working hard?" Chu Mu ignored this guy who was almost sucked dry by women and found a spot to sit down slowly. Soon after, team leader Laurent came early as well. Upon seeing Chu Mu, he smiled and greeted him kindly. "Good morning, Chu Mu. How did your swordsmanship tutor teach you yesterday?" Chu Mu grimaced, pointing at his body. "Except for talking, doing any action pulls at sore muscles all over my body. That means you gained a lot yesterday. Keep it up for the next 2 months." The captain finished and walked into the office, making Chu Mu unable to say anything he planned, whether reducing exercise volume or shortening the training period. Finding an excuse, Chu Mu went to rest in the room. Zayadawai gave him a "I understand you" expression and watched him walk into the room, thinking silently, "To hell with you," planning to practice his own common sense abilities in the room. You might think he came in for something else, but right now, he couldn't do strenuous exercise either. Even hand exercises wouldn't work. The ability to control puppetry based on knowledge, Chu Mu trained the most. Basically, he used his willpower to quickly fold paper or unfold it, and then simultaneously controlled multiple paper butterflies for coordinated combat. Currently, his upper limit was controlling 10 paper angels, and what he needed to do now was increase the number he could control while improving their flexibility. The current paper angels have no fighting power. The only thing they can do is unfold themselves into white sheets, cover the target's face, and obstruct their vision. Chu Mu planned to see if he could learn new types of different talismans, combining them with paper angels for better effect. Among all the talismans, the ones he favored most were explosive talismans. Perhaps influenced by some anime from his past life, he always involuntarily imagined the grand scene of 60 billion explosive seals detonating simultaneously. So he had a soft spot for explosive talismans. However, from fragments of conversation with the captain, Chu Mu instinctively felt something wasn't right, because an experienced captain like him hadn't touched upon explosive talismans, so forget about novices like himself. Fortunately, he now had another channel. If worst comes to worst, he'd go to the black market or trade with old Peter. However, he planned to wait until he mastered the basics of common sense talismans. After depleting his mental strength, Chu Mu took a nap, woken up at noon by Zhao David calling him to eat lunch. After resting a bit during lunch, Chu Mu had to drag his painful steps to Wang Wu's house to continue training. Wang Wu seemed to consider that Chu Mu's physical activity from the previous day was a bit excessive for what he could handle at the moment, so he decided to change the training subjects. Just as Chu Mu was about to express gratitude, when Wang Wu brought out a large cloth package, he had a foreboding feeling. In the afternoon, the training session involved running with weights. After 3 laps around the outskirts of the city, it was true that his legs got a rest, but Chu Mu was utterly exhausted. After running, he returned and swung the sword countless times before Wang Wu finally let him go home. Wang Wu told Chu Mu that there was no such thing as a quick fix for mastering swordsmanship. Only through extensive foundational training could one achieve proficiency. If he could survive the first week, the following training would be manageable. However, the mentor's encouragement did not restore Chu Mu's confidence. Instead, hearing that there were still 5 more days like this filled him with utter despair. This evening, Chu Mu indulged in some extravagance. He didn't immediately practice the common knowledge skills of the Revival Society, as usual. Instead, he controlled the female ghost spirit to massage his entire body, working out his sore muscles. Don't think this was comfortable. Since it was a ghost spirit, her strength far exceeded that of a living person. A slight miscontrol and a hard press on his already aching muscles nearly killed him. Moreover, he had to be cautious not to get scratched by the ghost spirit's nails, which meant this massage was truly a form of torture. If he'd sought out a professional masseur at this moment, it would have been much better. However, Chu Mu didn't want to spend money. He wanted free services. Although he now had a bit of dirty money, he still lived very frugally. A man without foresight will inevitably face present worries, so he decided to keep these funds untouched for the time being, saving them up until necessary. As for unnecessary expenses, he would continue to cut back wherever possible. After the ghost spirit massaged him, Chu Mu felt like his soul was almost leaving his body. He conjured death magic a few times into thin air, then his soul force was completely drained. He went offline, preparing to sleep. For the next 5 days, Chu Mu spent his time almost entirely in the same way. The captain generously excused him from work, allowing him to focus exclusively on practicing swordsmanship. Anyway, with his current disabled state, even if he showed up, it wouldn't make much difference. Thus, the following days became unbearably painful for Chu Mu. With ample time considered, Wang Wu designed a perfect daily training plan for him, ensuring every minute was utilized fully and full of suffering. Sure enough, after 7 days, Chu Mu could feel that while his muscles were still somewhat sore, the degree of pain was less intense. Could this be what Wang Wu meant when he said things would change after the first week? The subsequent training remained monotonous and dull, focusing entirely on basic physical endurance and swordsmanship. However, Wang Wu mentioned that the foundation training for the next month would continue this way, so all Chu Mu could do was accept it and finish each day's training regimen. But he could feel his body becoming stronger, with new muscles developing on what was once a frail frame. More than that, He even noticed an increase in his soul power because the amount of time he spent in the realm of death each night was growing longer. This made Chu Mu, who wanted to quickly finish his nightly tasks and return to sleep, add overtime hours to his practice, making him realize the improvements quite profoundly. Chu Mu believed that since the physical body grew stronger, matching it with the soul led to feedback, allowing the soul to also become stronger. Moreover, enduring the pain and continuing with the training every day was itself a test of willpower. Naturally, the soul also strengthened in response. Another piece of good news was that his paper factory had roughly taken shape with Owen Gray's help. They selected an abandoned lumberyard outside the city as the factory site. It was introduced by a friend of Owen's, spacious and inexpensive. Over 10 wooden barrels were prepared, crafted by a master recommended by Owen's acquaintance. They were durable and well-made. The water well was dug by another master recommended by Owen's friend, located inside the lumberyard, providing clear and sweet water. As for raw materials, the surrounding area was covered in trees, and the old owner of the lumberyard, who happened to also be Owen's friend, agreed to give away the remaining scrap wood for free. For the time being, this should suffice for Chu Mu's needs. But Chu Mu wondered why everything seemed to depend on Owen's network of friends. That guy really had connections everywhere. His contacts spanned various industries. Actually, Chu Mu's surprise stemmed from his lack of experience. In this era, survival often depended not on choosing jobs, but jobs choosing you. Regardless of what job, as long as it paid, many people scrambled to take it. And since Owen Gray was originally a native of Violet City, he naturally had more work opportunities and thus acquaintances across industries, which wasn't surprising at all. In fact, Chu Mu was still lucky. Born into a small merchant family where hunger and cold weren't issues, he later attended a church school and graduated to become a low-level clergyman. Despite how he looked down on his previous job, many people envied him deeply. Most commoners' jobs were temporary short-term work. These opportunities were ones they had scrambled hard to be selected for. It was difficult in this era to secure long-term employment. With all preparations complete, Chu Mu could now begin attempting to spread the great invention of his homeland, papermaking, to this other world and bring benefits to all humanity. However, just as he began, Chu Mu was already worried because he realized they lacked workers. Surely, he couldn't possibly do all these things by himself. Who was he? A great soul master, an elite of the Spirit Commerce Squad, a hero secretly guarding Violet City. How could he do this kind of menial labor? But hiring workers? He wasn't quite at ease with that either. Human nature was unpredictable, and if someone sold him out, all the painstaking efforts teaching others how to make paper would be for nothing, and he'd be losing a potential way to recoup some funds. Moreover, and most importantly, he didn't have any spare money to pay wages to workers. Therefore, hiring people wasn't an option. So what should he do? Chapter 38. The ugliness of capitalists, successful papermaking at the paper factory. If a problem arises, you should think of ways to solve it, and that is a good habit. It would be great if there were workers who didn't ask for wages, weren't afraid of dirt or hardship, worked tirelessly, and even provided their own food and lodging. Everyone says the face of a capitalist is extremely ugly, and this can be seen clearly in Chu Mu. At least a cow being milked gets fed grass, but Chu Mu doesn't even want to provide grass. He also wants the cow to plow the fields, which isn't just cruel. However, Chu Mu did come up with an idea. Such workers do exist, and they're not far from him. Of course, he wasn't referring to Owen Gray, although Chu Mu had considered using him as free labor. However, Owen seemed to have figured it out long ago. After handing over all the keys and finishing the handover, Owen gave some excuse about the dog at the neighbor's house giving birth and bolted without hesitation. Chu Mu was baffled after hearing this. While he could understand if his neighbor's baby was due, what direct connection does a neighbor's dog have to Owen? Such a flimsy excuse. Clearly, Owen Gray couldn't be relied upon. But none of this would be difficult for the clever Chu Mu. He hadn't forgotten that, apart from being a sole master of the Life Church, he was also a heretic of the Resurrection sect. He was well-versed in controlling undead creatures, so why not directly control zombies to help him work? The more he thought about it, the better this idea seemed. After all, didn't he already have a suitable female worker on hand? Naturally, he was referring to the female Yanling, grudge spirit. Of course, the more workers, the better. He wondered whether he could currently control a second zombie. If he could control two at once, that would be even better. Therefore, Chu Mu decided to go into the woods of the Mirror World later that night and try to capture another zombie to work for him. Being loyal to the great heir of the god of death is an honor for all death creatures. Most importantly, zombies don't need anything. They don't even need food, and the only thing he needs to expend is a bit of inexpensive soul power. How brilliant of him. But first, Chu Mu needed to review the papermaking process himself so that when the workers took their positions, production could start quickly. After all, these workers are destined to have intelligence issues, so they would rely heavily on the efforts of this ugly capitalist. The first step in the papermaking technique is soaking wood to make it easier to separate. The second step involves soaking it in lye water. But Chu Mu has no clue what lye water actually is. Then there are other steps like grinding, stirring, and cleaning, and finally, compressing the paper with stone rollers. In summary, it sounds simple, but it's very complex in practice, involving many tedious tasks. So, let's wait until the zombies arrive before continuing. After finishing a day's work and a fencing lesson, Chu Mu returned home and immediately entered the kingdom of death. However, he wasn't here today to practice his necromantic abilities. Rather, he planned to capture another zombie as a worker. Of course, hiring standards must be clear. You can't just grab anyone who's short or weak. Let's not even talk about whether the zombie knew how to read and write in life because, after death, intelligence means nothing anyway. Firstly, ensure the zombie has all limbs intact and a strong physique. Especially exclude those who can't walk properly, are lame, or missing arms or legs, as they will only affect work efficiency. This is a line that cannot be crossed and a condition that must be met. Secondly, the zombies should have handsome features and not look too grotesque. Otherwise, they might nauseate the capitalist, affecting his enthusiasm and train of thought while working. Finally, let's skip the rest for now. For now, let's stick to the first condition as the screening standard since he wandered around in the forest for a while, letting the female youngling beat the gong loudly, but didn't even encounter one zombie with incomplete limbs. Exploring further into the distance, Chumu eventually discovered a zombie attracted by the noise. Look at its strides, running so fast. Look at its stature, towering and robust, clearly built for carrying heavy machinery on the battlefield. That makes it perfect for manual labor. Chumu, as the descendant of the god of death, was highly satisfied with this eager recruit and believed all children of the god of death should learn from it. When the zombie spotted the living person, the instinctive craving for blood and flesh drove it to charge towards Chumu, ready to tear him apart and eat him bite by bite. But its simple instincts never anticipated the complex and bizarre ordeal it was about to face. As the zombie got closer, Chumu first ordered the female youngling to block it momentarily and slow it down. Meanwhile, he extended his hand and unleashed his long-prepared ability to simultaneously control undead creatures. Death control undead creatures. After a few days, Chumu was no longer the same person he used to be. His abilities had become fast, precise, and ruthless. With one decisive strike, he immediately hit the zombie, swiftly suppressing its instinctive will and taking control of its body. The zombie suddenly stopped, falling to the ground, which broke Chumu's heart. He had already designated this strong zombie as his worker and couldn't afford for it to get damaged. It would mean spending money out of his own pocket for repairs. But his hands didn't pause. Not until he left a clear special mark in the core of the zombie, ensuring total control over it, did he stop. He was surprised. According to what Owen told him, his power should only allow him to control one zombie at most, while only senior necromancy apprentices could control two. Yet now, as he controlled the second zombie without feeling any discomfort or strain, it seemed like controlling a third wouldn't be a problem either. So what was going on? When faced with questions he couldn't explain, Chumu decided not to dwell on them. As long as he got an advantage, that was all that mattered. Chumu then manipulated the zombie to stand up. Goodness, he actually had to look up to examine it. This zombie was taller than him by a head. In this era of poor living standards, it definitely fit the tall, well-built stereotype. The only downside was its ugly face and the nauseating smell of rotting flesh emanating from its body, a universal problem for all zombies. But as long as this zombie was willing to work freely and voluntarily for the great heir of the death god, everything was fine. Then, a severe problem popped into Chumu's mind. Zombies couldn't be exposed to sunlight. How could his workers carry out their daily tasks? It seemed impossible to work during the day unless he stayed awake all night to supervise and have them work overtime. If only the weather outside was perpetually gloomy like here. And then another idea struck Chumu. Why must he build his paper factory in the real world when he could just construct it in the kingdom of death? After all, it would be the same wherever he went. Thus, shortly after establishing his factory, Chumu decided to relocate it. In his past life, such a move would almost cripple a business and usually wasn't considered unless under extremely difficult circumstances. But for the business genius Chumu, this was a minor matter. All he had to do was use the death eye to slowly absorb everything into his realm. It wouldn't take much effort. He kept the logging camp as a front, saving him the trouble of worrying about theft when he wasn't around. The actual factory would be safely constructed within the kingdom of death. Chumu couldn't help but praise himself. He truly was a commercial genius. Who would have guessed that this was his core paper factory? It was safe, secure, and ensured that his secrets wouldn't leak. Moreover, these zombies with intellectual disabilities could work 24 hours a day, unleashing the full potential of perpetual motion. Clearly, he was a genius. No sooner said than done. The next day after finishing work, Chumu headed to the logging camp and moved all the jars and containers into the mirror world. Then he instructed the zombie and the female Yin-Ling, grudge spirit, to arrange everything according to his grand vision. Even if they made mistakes, there was no issue, just a wave of his hand, and his two obedient workers worked tirelessly without a single complaint. This made Chumu appreciate even more how wonderful zombies were as workers. They were incredibly strong, listened carefully to their boss, worked hard without slacking off, and most importantly, didn't demand wages. Look, the citizens of the death god were of high quality, truly worthy descendants of his ancestors. Chumu thought that if one day he stopped being a sole master and turned to being a factory owner instead, he wouldn't bother hiring regular workers. He'd just let these zombies handle everything. No need to pay wages, endless overtime with no complaints. It was obvious that he would make a fortune this way. The only drawback was that he currently seemed only capable of controlling a few zombies, severely limiting the scale of his factory and production capacity. So, this still came down to a matter of strength. A lack of power could even affect productivity. Therefore, enhancing his own abilities always had to remain his top priority. The situation was urgent. With the factory relocated, it was time to start production. Chumu sat in a chair, using his spiritual force to remotely direct the zombie to use an axe to gradually break down timber pieces before dumping them into buckets to soak. The chair was brought from his home. It would have been left and used anyway. Standing for long periods wasn't good for commanding, nor for his back. Besides, as a big boss running a small factory, standing while working was too undignified. He didn't know exactly what ash water was, but figured it was likely lime or wood ash given the limited choices available based on the current level of productivity. Wood ash was easy to obtain. Just burn some wood, and you'd have a large amount. Wood ash was simple enough. Just set fire to the wood, and you'd get heaps of it. The lime took Chumu quite a bit of effort to acquire, but he eventually managed to buy some from the bricklayers who were in charge of building houses. Since he wasn't sure which one was the correct ingredient, he ended up using all of them just to be safe. Back and forth it went like this for a week until, finally, paper came out. When the stone roller, under the forceful pulling of the ropes tied around the zombie's chest, slowly rolled forward over the polished stone slab, and the pulp was squeezed into sheets of yellowish paper, he knew he had succeeded. His hard work over these many days hadn't been wasted. Chapter 39. Preparing to become an apprentice of the rune master in the divine realm. The paper he had produced was quite different from the white printing paper Chumu remembered using in his previous life. It wasn't just yellowed but also full of wood chips and coarse fibers, making it less than aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it was yellowed like the joss paper used for ancestor worship that he had seen in his past life. However, in the divine realm of the god of death, producing yellowed joss paper for the dead didn't seem out of place at all. A baffling coincidence indeed. After working so hard and investing so much money, manpower, materials, undead creatures' labor, and soul power, all they ended up with was this inferior product, which left Chumu feeling quite disappointed. This reminded him of a joke from his past life about two people who spent 180,000 big coins, taking a whole year to produce counterfeit money amounting to only 160,000 big coins, resulting in a net loss of over 20,000 yuan. When they tallied their accounts, they realized just how great their loss was, not to mention losing over a year of their time. Chumu could now deeply empathize with their feelings back then. Clearly, scientific advancements are not achieved overnight, and one cannot expect instant success. Since they could only make yellowish paper for now, they'd have to make do with it for the moment. Later on, after improving some of the processes, like stirring repeatedly before forming the pulp and filtering out larger impurities with fishing nets, the quality of the paper improved slightly, becoming somewhat finer. However, it remained yellowed. This issue seemed unsolvable. Still, they decided to use it as is. Now, the paper had been made, but its quality was far from impressive. To put it figuratively, it was only slightly better than the rough paper used by the church, but much worse than the paper the captain used. Thus, there was no hope of selling it to get rich quickly. Thinking about thin margins through high volume, their productivity was simply too low. The inputs outweighed the returns, making it impossible to proceed. All things considered, this was an unsuccessful attempt at entrepreneurship in another world. The only advantage of the paper was its thickness and durability. Since it was for personal use, cutting corners in this aspect was unnecessary. And from now on, he would never run out of paper. He could waste the paper without worry, as the cost of papermaking here was practically negligible. Owen later came to visit Chumu once, asking how his paper mill was doing. Chumu told him outright that the business had failed. Owen Gray expressed deep regret upon hearing this, though inwardly, he had expected this outcome. He had previously sneaked over to the lumberyard several times from afar, not seeing Chumu or any of the purchased supplies. He suspected that they had likely been stolen by others, forcing the closure of the paper mill. After all, in this leaky lumberyard, it was nearly impossible to stop the depraved thieves. Chumu hadn't even found a guard, falling victim to his inexperience, not realizing how desperate these impoverished locals were and what lengths they'd go to. As for the rumored paper, Owen Gray had never laid eyes on even a single sheet, not even any pulp. Judging by this, the materials must have been lost long ago, probably before any production began. Of course, even if production had started, Owen didn't think much of it. How could such a venture succeed? Was it really possible to say make paper and immediately be able to produce it? Did they truly believe that the descendants of the god of death were omnipotent, or even gods themselves? At the time, Owen wasn't looking for kickbacks from purchasing goods from an acquaintance, but genuinely didn't want to dampen Chumu's enthusiasm. After all, young people should have dreams, and perhaps experiencing failure and gaining some valuable experience would lead to a more fulfilling life. Chumu, however, had no time for Owen Gray. Now that his paper-making efforts had borne fruit, he had gradually grown familiar with the basic rune-making skills of the common runes master under the Lifespan Church through constant practice. Deciding it was time, he sought Captain for advice regarding the next stage of rune creation. The captain was still quietly reading in his office, making him easy to find. Chumu lightly knocked 3 times on the captain's office door, waiting to hear a response before pushing it open. This was politeness. The captain set down his book and smiled at Chumu as he asked, "Chumu, is there something you need?" Chumu felt a little nervous. He quickly reviewed the words he had prepared outside before saying, "Captain, a few days ago, I discovered that I could suddenly use my abilities. Specifically, I am already proficient with the common runes. Didn't you say that when I reached this point, I could start studying the next level of runes? So today, I've come to apply for further training." Upon hearing this, the captain looked somewhat surprised, even forgetting to close the book on his desk. He asked directly, "Wait, did you just say that you can already use your abilities and have become adept at the basics of the common runes within just a few days? Haven't you been here for only over a month? Isn't that progressing too quickly?" Chumu didn't say anything, but subconsciously raised his chin, with his eyes naturally glancing upward as he put on an air of pride. "I didn't expect it to happen so quickly either. I guess I have a bit of talent." Chumu lied with a straight face, something he was experienced in and had references to draw upon. Captain Lawrence then took a piece of paper from the drawer and placed it on the table before speaking to Chumu. "I can't judge based solely on your words. That would be irresponsible. We need to conduct a small test, just like the exams you took at the church school. Here's a piece of paper. If you can use the abilities of a common rune master to draw the church emblem in one breath, without breaking concentration, you'll pass. After hearing this, Chumu took a deep breath. He had known the captain would surely conduct a live test, for although Captain Lawrence appeared easygoing, he was always meticulous and responsible. Words alone wouldn't convince him, results would. Chumu moved towards the table and waved his hand lightly at the piece of paper lying there, causing it to automatically float into his hands. This was an application of basic puppetry skills, a deliberate performance aimed at showcasing his innate talents to the captain. Sure enough, the captain noticed this gesture, and surprise flashed across his features. He had thought Chumu merely excelled in the realm of common runes, yet his fluid control over the movement of the paper indicated he might also possess considerable potential in basic puppetry. The captain, however, remained silent and observed intently as Chumu demonstrated his skills further. Chumu extended his right index finger and placed it above the paper, readying himself as though about to write. This sight caused Captain Lawrence's eyebrows to twitch, but instead of interrupting, he exhaled in relief. The amateurish look truly suggested Chumu was still a novice, since anyone with even rudimentary knowledge would never attempt this method. Thus, the captain's expectations for Chumu's subsequent demonstration rose significantly. Chumu kept his fingertip slightly away from the surface of the paper. After regulating his breathing and calming his inner state, he began to channel his abilities as a runic spellcaster. Spiritual energy swiftly passed through the soul veins and entered the tip of his index finger, which he carefully guided to slowly infuse the power into the piece of paper below. He steadily moved his right index finger, drawing in the air above the sheet, while the spiritual energy poured out of his finger and seeped gradually into the paper beneath, leaving faint traces behind. The symbol of the church was a simple illustration of a cloverleaf set within a circle. It wasn't overly complex, but constant directional changes were required, moments when spiritual energy often faltered. Thanks to Chumu having practiced repeatedly, sketching the emblem of the church countless times, the task became second nature to him. In one continuous effort, he completed the emblem on the paper. Upon finishing, he withdrew his right hand, brimming with hope as he looked toward the captain. However, the captain said nothing. Instead, he extended his hand to the three-leaf clover on the paper, tracing Chumu's work with gradual movements, sensing the flow of spiritual energy throughout the lines. Finally, at the end, he smiled. Chumu, your ability as a rune spell master has been executed beautifully. You've genuinely surprised me. Your talent is indeed remarkable. You've reached this level in such a short span. I originally expected it might take you 3 months to reach here, but you managed it in half that time. As they say, eagles soar and rats dig. Truly, you're full of surprises. Feeling somewhat awkward after hearing this, Chumu believed the captain was referring to for every door God closes, another one opens. But unfortunately, this world had no God. Nonetheless, the captain must have been mocking his timidity towards ghosts in the dark, though this issue seemed bound to haunt him for quite some time. The captain continued. You've passed the test, Prodigy Chumu. For your next step, you'll need a mentor. Recently, a retired church rune master returned from Amber City. I'll compose a letter shortly, then you head to the address mentioned therein and deliver the letter to him. Similar to swordsmanship training, whenever it's not your turn on duty, you may visit there to study. If any other issues arise, feel free to come back to me. Finally, Chumu left with the captain's letter. Seeing the address on it, he realized it was in the East District, an area that apparently housed many accomplished individuals. Following the address, Chumu found the location, a house with a yard in the East District, just like the village courtyards in his memories. From the outside, the building itself wasn't particularly special. The yard inside seemed spacious enough, but its proximity to the slums likely meant rent wouldn't be too high. In theory, a retired church soulmaster like him should not be short of money. If he chose to live in the civilian area, it should at least be near the wealthy district. After all, the environment, public security, transportation, and living conditions there are significantly better than here. Chumu was even considering moving to that area once he saved up enough money. Chumu first arrived at the gate of the yard and gently knocked on it. He was exceptionally sincere today, even bringing some fruits as gifts, which cost him several copper coins. It was a token of respect for a teacher. Since he had come here to learn how to make runes from this person, it was crucial to build a good relationship first. Otherwise, if the person were reluctant to teach him, it would be disastrous. Chapter 40. Respected Mr. Adam. Soon, the door opened, and there stood an old man with white hair who glared at him and said, "What do you want?" The tone was somewhat unfriendly, catching Chumu off guard. Was it necessary to act like he owed this man 200 yuan? All the church members he had interacted with so far were rather kind, except for the insane baboon woman, of course. He had assumed that the internal atmosphere of the Life Church was quite harmonious, though the old man seemed difficult to get along with. Chumu reminded himself that he was here to seek his tutelage, and could not afford to mess up the matter. Immediately, he took out the letter in his hand, handed it over, and said, "Respected Mr. Hades Adam, I am Chumu from the Anon Squad. Captain Lawrence asked me to deliver this letter to you." He dared not continue because the other party had already furrowed his eyebrows and started opening the letter, completely ignoring Chumu. Chumu wisely shut his mouth. If he kept on rambling, might he anger this old soul master whose temper was evidently short? The old man quickly scanned through the letter and muttered aloud without any reserve. Loron Rayleigh is really something, sending all sorts of trash my way. I've already resigned, but he still continues to command me. The nerve of him. This life should have been returned to the mother goddess long ago. Both the disrespect towards Captain Loran and the mother goddess went unheard by Chu Mu, who merely began to ruminate silently. It seemed living under the guidance of this teacher wouldn't be a joyful experience, but life was life, and enduring would make it pass. Mr. Adam put down the letter and then gave Chu Mu a cold stare. So, you're the Chu Mu mentioned in the letter, huh? Let me tell you, I despise liars most of all. You've only been a soul master for over a month, yet you boast about having proficiently mastered the abilities of a common knowledge rune master. Do you think rune masters are fools? Anyway, I don't believe it. I will test your skill shortly, and if you fail to satisfy me, leave immediately and never bother me again. Inwardly, Chu Mu cursed the old man, calling him an annoying, detestable old bastard, but on the surface, he could only awkwardly lower his head and force a smile. After all, wasn't he seeking something from this man? Close the door and follow me inside. The old man turned and entered after saying this. Suppressing his annoyance, Chu Mu followed into the courtyard and locked the large gate behind him. After entering, walking into the yard, Chu Mu's impression of the old man slightly improved. Though the yard wasn't small, it felt quite cramped due to the ceramic water jars covered with wooden lids that filled the space. Above the wooden lids, sheets of white paper, not yet fully dry, were laid out to dry, their pulp fragrance filling the air. This familiar scent made Chu Mu feel strangely at home. Never would he have imagined that this scruffy old man was also involved in papermaking. Indeed, one shouldn't judge people by appearances. The old man noticed Chu Mu inspecting the paper in the yard and spoke up once again. Be careful, don't dirty my rune papers, or I'll kick you out right away. Chu Mu had no choice but to retract his gaze momentarily. But what the old man called rune paper clearly differed from the fire paper he produced as the factory owner. Owen had told him that rune papers were much more expensive than ordinary white paper. Therefore, the dried rune papers scattered around the yard weren't just stacks of paper, they were practically heaps of coins. Chu Mu decided to seriously learn from this old man, and maybe even pick up some skills regarding the production of rune papers, though he knew it couldn't happen overnight. It required patience and strategy. Following the scruffy old man, Chu Mu eventually reached the deepest room in the back. The room was large but narrow due to the towering piles of rune paper stacked inside. Chu Mu felt dizzy looking at all those piles. Selling them would surely fetch quite a sum. The old man casually picked 2 pieces of rune paper from one pile, making Chu Mu marvel at how extravagantly wealthy he appeared, the true demeanor of an old soul master from the church. He casually threw the rune papers onto a table by the wall and said to Chu Mu, "Alright, let me see your skill. Draw whatever you want using your own rune tool. I'm not like Loran. I'm not easily deceived." Sighing, Chu Mu thought, judging by the old man's rude attitude, anyone, regardless of how good their temperament, would feel tense here. But since Chu Mu was already anxious anyway, it didn't matter. Chu Mu comforted himself, thinking that even if he didn't do well and got chased out by the old man, it wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. This grumpy old man was simply too difficult to get along with. Studying under him would likely result in getting yelled at until one's head exploded. Why endure such hardship? There must be more rune masters in the church besides this one. They could always switch to someone less skilled, but perhaps easier to work with. A harmonious relationship was essential. Otherwise, no matter how much interest one had, learning would feel pointless. He approached the table and extended his right finger, lightly pressing it onto the paper. Just as he was about to ask the old man what he should draw, the latter interrupted him directly. "Wait, you actually plan to hand draw runes. Why don't you use your feet instead? Did you forget your tools?" So troublesome. Chu Mu turned to look at the old man, confused about what he meant. Drawing runes requires hands. What else? Shouldn't it be with a pen? He had just heard the old man mention something about rune tools, which probably referred to such an item. But then the old man actually found a writing brush and placed it on the table, following up by looking at Chu Mu and saying, "Here you go. Be careful not to ruin it. I absolutely hate teaching newbies who don't know anything. They always end up damaging things." The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Chu Mu stared at the old man, not picking up the brush but instead silently watching him. The old man looked back at Chu Mu with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the brush on the table, making his intent clear. He was telling Chu Mu to pick it up and start drawing runes. As it happened, Chu Mu indeed knew how to use a brush, and in his past life, he'd used quite a variety of writing implements: pencils, ballpoint pens, fountain pens, gel pens, brushes, touchscreen styli, even eyebrow pencils. But he'd never drawn runes with a rune brush. How was this supposed to work? Chu Mu didn't touch the brush on the table because doing so would make things even more awkward, and there was also the fear of accidentally breaking it and facing the wrath of the old man. The old man paused for a moment before suddenly reacting, sneering and saying, "You've probably never used a rune brush, have you? Then why bother learning runes? Don't tell me you want to substitute your finger for a rune brush. Has the church's soul requiem squad fallen this far? Or are you just here to mock me?" The old man's words grew harsher, and Chu Mu was scolded enough already. Without further ado, he pressed his finger against the paper and, using the common knowledge rune master abilities he possessed, quickly drew a pentagram on it. Let him think whatever he wants. I only know this one way, and I'm not skilled with rune brushes anyway. If he doesn't like it, fine. I'll just go straight back to the captain and see if someone else can teach me. Seeing that Chu Mu had indeed hand-drawn a shape, the old man temporarily stopped talking and slowly approached the table. He gently touched the pentagram Chu Mu had drawn with his fingers. Slowly raising his finger, the old man caused the pentagram Chu Mu had drawn to lift off the paper and float in the air, a truly wondrous sight. Actually, Chu Mu was somewhat proud of being able to master the fundamentals of runes in such a short time, and this pride was understandable. Although there was some exaggeration involved, effort equals results, and combined with his extraordinary intelligence, achieving this today seemed inevitable. But when the old man lifted the pentagram from the paper with some mysterious technique, Chumu realized how utterly talentless he was. What appeared as neat lines on paper transformed into crooked and uneven strokes in midair, varying in thickness and length. It barely qualified as a pentagram. Calling it a polygon would stretch credibility, let alone convincing himself otherwise. It was over. He could already feel the scorn of this grumpy old man. Sure enough, the old man started criticizing. You're using the abilities of a common knowledge rune master to draw something like this junk? Even kids playing around with stones could do better than this. You seem quite proud, yet this embarrasses you both. Tell your captain that your foundations are too weak. I can't directly teach you runes yet. Start with the basics under my supervision first. Chumu hung his head shamefully while instinctively nodding along. He knew he hadn't impressed him, and returning home seemed inevitable. The old man spoke plainly. It was evident he lacked solid foundational skills. Maybe finding another teacher through the captain was the right move after all. Wait, did the last sentence mean he was offering to teach the basics? Was the old man actually willing to instruct him further? Then the old man provided an answer, only one that crushed Chumu even more. Looking at you, it seems you were trying out runes by yourself without proper guidance. How pitiful. That tarnishes the reputation of the church's rune masters. Luckily, I finished some tasks recently, so I'll Chang teach you for a few days. This is the responsibility of an experienced rune master in the life church, though it's certainly not for those meager church merits. After hearing this, Chumu nodded. It seemed this grumpy old man agreed to take him on simply for the church merits. Although Chumu hadn't fully investigated the church's management system, he picked up some details from Captain Lawrence. The most mentioned aspect by the captain was the merit system. Merit essentially functioned like internal points awarded for completing various tasks, tracked internally among members. If you want other resources, such as magical potions, talismans, arrays, etc., you'll need to spend merits. Unless you're someone who has made a significant contribution to the church or is under its focused cultivation program, there's no second way around it. Thus, every aspiring soul master in the church values their merits greatly. Even the old geezer here, who's already retired, still can't escape this norm. This just shows how important merit points are. No sooner said than done. This was the old man's style. He probably also thought that teaching Chumu quickly would allow him to finish faster and get rid of him sooner. Starting right now, the old man planned to begin Chumu's training, personally guiding him on how to use a rune brush. This was, after all, the very foundation of what any talisman master must learn. Chapter 41. Damn old man, difficult to learn talismans. For a talisman artist to draw a talisman, they must first achieve steady and continuous control over their soul energy, so the drawn talisman can be smooth and even. However, trying to do this only through the fingers is extremely difficult, especially for beginners. They often end up drawing like Chumu did earlier. It might look decent on the surface, but upon closer inspection, it's inaccurate in substance. Not to mention the effects of such work. This was something Chumu could deeply relate to. The purpose of the talisman brush is to create a buffer for the release of soul energy, allowing a soul artist to more conveniently output soul energy steadily and uniformly. This tool thus aids better control, which is why the talisman brush is crucial for every talisman artist. Unfortunately, Chumu had never used one before, making his operations seem utterly naive. As a result, Chumu witnessed the old man's extensive repertoire of verbal abuse, attacks to which he couldn't easily counter back, without almost choking from frustration. Holding the talisman brush in his hand, the old man commented, "Yes, that's right. Hold it firmly, grip it even tighter. You're likely to break this 5 gold coin talisman brush next, then successfully get kicked out. Can your hands be any stiffer? Do you think it's your business or what? Even with that, there's still supposed to be both strength and flexibility. You should know balance. Is it because of some innate defect that you're behaving so forcefully?" Chumu began gradually releasing soul energy from within his body into the talisman brush and infusing it onto the paper at a steady frequency and volume. But the old man still wasn't satisfied. "Chumu, how old are you? Are you too old already? Is there a problem with your bladder as well? Look at the amount of soul energy you're releasing. Where is it not flowing smoothly? Chumu, I suggest you stop aspiring to become a talisman master. I've heard there are people who specialize in outlining eyebrows for women. You should go help them paint fake eyelashes instead. It's clear you have finer control." It wasn't until Chumu completely exhausted all his soul energy for the day that the old man ceased verbally wounding his dignity. Not that he opted to console him. Instead, the old man literally half-kicked him out the gate. Looking at the bright blue sky outside the courtyard, Chumu felt a hint of depression settling in. The old man didn't just criticize once. He had repeatedly judged that whatever Chumu did, being a talisman master would not compare. He simply thought Chumu was trash. It was demoralizing. With his spirit crushed, Chumu returned to the team. He immediately collapsed onto the table, devoid of any desire to live further. Seeing Chumu's face marked by signs of premature aging, the captain didn't feel surprised at all. He understood Mr. Hades Adam quite well, a cantankerous old man who would curse anyone out, cutting deep enough to make someone feel shamed. He patted Chumu's shoulder and, noticing his downcast expression, said, "Don't worry about it. That's just how Mr. Adam is, a foul-mouthed old man. You'll get used to it. But when it comes to talisman artists, no one here compares to him. If you learn diligently under him, I believe you'll gain valuable skills." Watching the encouraging gaze from the captain, Chumu swallowed down his wish to find another teacher. Talented individuals often exhibited somewhat strange temperaments, which seemed fairly normal. This was how Chu Mu consoled himself. Every morning thereafter, Chu Mu went to the grumpy old man to learn talismans, and spent afternoons learning swordsmanship from Wang Wu. Of course, upon finding out, the grumpy old man unleashed a tirade, criticizing Chu Mu for not sticking to his true calling. After all, talisman artists were supposed to stay behind the scenes and be protected. Why learn swordsmanship, an unnecessary waste of life? Chu Mu chose to ignore the man, reacting normally as he usually did when insulted. Clearly, the old man exhibited antisocial personality traits, and rebuttals were discouraged. Doing so would only fuel his aggression. Only in the evenings did Chu Mu have time to relax properly. Yet, evenings weren't entirely restful either, as he still had to go to the Death God realm to train his 2 resurrection techniques. Among all common magical abilities, death magic was Chu Mu's forte, thanks to consistent practice. On the other hand, when it came to controlling undead creatures, he faced challenges due to the lack of suitable targets and materials, resorting to practicing against empty air. Under Chu Mu's control, the female ghost spirit and the zombie worked diligently, and the surrounding grounds were filled with various sizes of yellow papers. In short, Chu Mu wouldn't be short of materials for paper angels anytime soon. After studying with the grumpy old man continuously for a week, Chu Mu finally moved on to the next stage of training, having built a solid foundation with the talisman brush technique. Although the old man hadn't openly stated anything, he did acknowledge Chu Mu's progress quietly. Chu Mu realized this because his comments became less harsh. Of course, in Mr. Adams' words, Chu Mu was merely barely acceptable. His foundation was still far from commendable. Then, he also told Chu Mu not to tell others that he was taught by him. Chu Mu could only nod in response, letting the old man have his way. The nasty old man also said he didn't want to waste any more time, so he hurriedly began the next stage of teaching for Chu Mu and would kick him out as soon as possible. Chu Mu had already made up his mind that once he finished mastering the foundation skills of general talismans, he would bid farewell to the nasty old man forever and keep a great distance from him in the future. The next phase of study would involve the actual creation of real talismans. According to the regulations set by the church, all apprentice talisman artists could initially learn 2 types of talismans. One is the healing talisman, and the other is the light talisman. Ordinary exorcist teams most frequently encountered death creatures, hence starting with the light talisman was both simple and practical. On the other hand, the healing talisman served to treat wounds temporarily and assist teammates, making it equally practical. As for learning other types of talismans, it was similar to what the old man had mentioned. Only upon completing and achieving the corresponding merits could one apply to the church for approval and permission to proceed further in their studies. Though Chu Mu had anticipated this beforehand, hearing it directly from the old man still left him somewhat disappointed. He had thought he'd get to learn much more, but found himself limited to just 2 talismans, which certainly wouldn't be enough. Moreover, where was the explosion talisman he wanted to learn? Without this talisman, the ability of his general knowledge puppet to control paper angels would lack its soul. Teacher Adam deduced part of Chu Mu's thoughts from his slightly displeased expression and immediately started mocking him. You seem dissatisfied with the church's arrangements, proud Mr. Chu Mu. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu quickly shook his head. It wasn't wise to reply to such provocation. Who knew how much ridicule the old man might hurl, or even report back to the church? He remembered the oath he signed when joining the exorcist team. He must unconditionally follow the church's arrangements. Hence, how could he be dissatisfied? Every decision made by the church was something he must wholeheartedly support and agree with, so don't talk nonsense. Unbeknownst to Chu Mu, the old man then started sarcastically ranting. I also feel those guys at the church have worms in their heads, offering all the talismans for free to Mr. Chu Mu. So won't he quickly become the top talisman master in the church? What they're doing targets Mr. Chu Mu. It's a betrayal of the mother goddess, because she said let every believer be free. Chu Mu did not respond to the old man's half-joking, half-mocking comments. Instead, he lowered his head, pretending not to hear, and quietly began using his talisman brush to draw the 2 talismans. He originally thought drawing talismans would be simple, but these 2 basic talismans required at least 20 strokes per sheet. One couldn't pause during the process. The soul energy must flow steadily and uninterruptedly until the task was complete. Even the slightest error meant wasting the talisman. Moreover, talisman paper wasn't cheap. So, after Chu Mu wasted 10 sheets of talisman paper on practice, the old man refused to let him ruin his supplies anymore. From that point onward, Chu Mu brought thick yellow paper from home for practice. The old man, after briefly touching it, never spared it another glance, finding its quality far below what Master Adam would consider worthy. Talisman's patterns and textures had no discernible logic, like random doodles by a child just learning how to use a pen, but each stroke's angle and planar structure couldn't afford any mistakes. They had to be memorized painstakingly by rote, a mental exercise that tested memory, which made his learning very arduous. Learning went on like this, and Chu Mu eventually cast aside his grievances, focusing on mastering these 2 basic talismans. After all, merely these 2 low-level talismans already pushed him hard, with a success rate of less than 10%. If they'd started with more advanced talismans, he suspected he would have gone mad due to their complexity. The old man also stopped his mockery and began guiding Chu Mu step by step. His methods were somewhat clumsy, mainly because Chu Mu often messed things up. To prevent him from immediately drawing with soul energy, the old man had him first copy pre-drawn patterns, practicing each stroke. He was given 3 days to study them independently at home, and after he completed the basics, he could return for more guidance. During this time, Chu Mu became even busier, studying talismans during the day and practicing resurrection techniques at night. making his schedule more packed than the typical 9-to-5 workday he had before crossing over. Captain felt reassured by Chu Mu's dedication since it was rare to have such a driven young person on the team. This reinforced the captain's confidence in his earlier decision, believing that having energetic youngsters like Chu Mu would invigorate the group with greater strength. Captain Laurent would from time to time show concern for Chu Mu, then continue to encourage him to bring out his determination and focus on his studies so that he could eventually become a qualified talisman artist. Chu Mu could only give a wry smile and nod in agreement, though inwardly he couldn't help but grumble about when such days would finally come to an end. Chapter 42. The news of the explosive talisman, the black market transaction. Chu Mu had not forgotten about the explosive talisman he had been longing for. Since it was temporarily unavailable in the church, this route was definitely cut off for now, so he decided to check if he could get one from the black market or old Peter. Thus, Chu Mu took some time to find Owen Gray again, asking him to help inquire around and see if there were any leads on an explosive talisman. Owen Gray also knew that Chu Mu probably wanted to become a talismanist. After all, who would learn papermaking without good reason? However, after hearing Chu Mu's description of the explosive talisman, Owen couldn't guarantee if such a talisman existed, but said he would ask old Peter. Owen advised Chu Mu not to have high hopes since these transactions depended on luck. It wasn't as simple as wanting to buy something when it wasn't certain someone would be willing to sell. Chu Mu was realistic about it too. Ultimately, Viola City was just too small, so it wasn't guaranteed that there would be any information about advanced talismans like the explosive ones. He merely asked out of curiosity, estimating that even if the opportunity arose, he likely wouldn't afford it. His mindset was, no matter what, give it a try. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky. Surprisingly, only 3 days later, Owen gave him a reply, saying someone in the black market had taken on the deal, leaving Chu Mu somewhat at a loss. Owen Gray hadn't actually expected much either. After asking old Peter, who had directly denied knowing anything, he then posted a reward on the black market, which was essentially a last-ditch effort. The compensation was only symbolically noted as negotiable because he didn't know how much Chu Mu would be willing to pay. In the black market, many people leave various rewards available, where capable individuals can opt for exchanges under the supervision of strong black market figures. Additionally, both parties must pay labor fees to the powerful overseers in the black market. Within 3 days, the black market sent someone to inform Owen that someone had accepted the reward. According to black market rules, 3 days later, both parties could proceed with further transactions within the black market. Moreover, the opposing party made one request, hoping they would use soul pearls to purchase, based on the quality and quantity provided by them to decide the final result. Initially, Owen Gray did not recommend Chu Mu participate, as in his opinion, Chu Mu, being a descendant of the death god, might still have soul pearls, but likely very few left. There was no need to take part in such a strange trade. Selling the soul pearls for money sounded far more appealing. Of course, this wasn't entirely due to him not earning a commission anymore, but Chu Mu decided to go check it out anyway. In his hand, he had 2 soul pearls left, and if the price was too high, they could simply part ways and then slowly apply to the church instead. Nevertheless, obtaining an explosive talisman presented itself as an exceedingly rare opportunity. So Chu Mu insisted on investigating. If he confirmed the production of explosive talismans was difficult, he would feel relieved. For talismans that were impossible to make immediately, there was no urgency in acquiring them. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time. Furthermore, the current light talisman and healing talisman weren't completely mastered yet, so he was in no rush. He asked Owen Gray to confirm the preparations with the black market people. 3 days later, Chu Mu carried 2 soul pearls and met Owen Gray according to their scheduled time to continue the transaction at the black market. Black market transactions had special rules. They could only take place in a relatively safe area within the black market, and both parties involved had to be reputable within this setting for the exchange to occur. Additionally, they would be placed in a safe room shielded by barriers within the black market, under the supervision of powerful soul practitioners. This was to prevent trickery or unfair trading. Once the transaction is completed, both parties would settle accounts cleanly and exit individually. Afterwards, the black market wouldn't involve themselves anymore. Chu Mu thought this was great. Fair enough, it protected weaker soul practitioners like himself. The only thing he criticized was that if the transaction succeeded, both sides had to pay 1 silver coin to the black market's enforcer as a fee for the effort, nearly consuming almost an entire month's worth of blessings from the mother goddess. It seemed outrageous. Both parties met wearing black robes and masks of different designs, unknown to each other. Chu Mu's side consisted of 2 people, with Owen coming along to help supervise the process, though Chu Mu didn't really count on Owen fully, as he knew his limits. The opposing side only brought 1 person, remaining steady throughout, standing motionless and silently scrutinizing Chu Mu and his companion, while patiently waiting for the transaction to begin. Once the identities of both sides had been pre-confirmed by the black market enforcer, the transaction started. Underground market transactions were unique. Speech was mostly avoided to ensure privacy and avoid revealing other information. These procedures were carried out through the enforcers of the black market. I will ask again, is this transaction set to proceed? If either party backs out, the deal is void, and anyone may freely leave. The black market enforcer spoke lowly, yet neither side responded. Chu Mu felt that the black market enforcer was overdoing it a bit, which of course served more as a warning. After all, both sides had shown up, and the black market soul practitioners were also present. If someone backed out of the deal, wouldn't that just be teasing them? Unless you were tired of living. Seeing no objections from either side, the black market enforcer continued in a dull tone. so the transaction will continue. Place your agreed-upon items and the payment required on the table in front of you. The black market's trading rule was that both parties would put their pre-agreed items on display, after which the other party would inspect them to ensure satisfaction with the provided goods. If both parties were satisfied, the transaction would be considered successful, and each could take their respective goods and leave. If one party was unsatisfied, the deal would be void, and both could reclaim their items and walk away. Chumu took out 2 prepared soul pearls from his pocket, opened the cloth pouch, and placed them on the table, revealing 2 soul pearls inside. The opposing side wasn't slow to act either, drawing a piece of parchment from their robe, spreading it, and placing it on the table. Next came the exchange of positions between the parties so that they could inspect whether they were satisfied with the other side's item. However, the moment the opponent laid eyes on Chumu's soul pearls, their gaze couldn't tear away. They picked up the pearls, then set them down again, even smelled them through their mask, carefully observing. Meanwhile, Chumu got what he wished for, seeing an explosion talisman intricately drawn on a piece of parchment. There were over 100 strokes. Goodness, this level of complexity wasn't achievable with normal difficulty. He was currently struggling with low-level talismans having just over 20 strokes. Chumu lost hope instantly. Talismans of such skill level probably required reaching the proficiency level of someone like Captain Lingwu, possibly even still not enough. Moreover, such high-level talismans certainly weren't comparable in value to just 2 level, 1 soul pearls, so this trade was bound to fail. Chumu quickly retrieved his gaze and stepped back. Owen glanced at Chumu and seeing him shake his head slightly, let out a sigh of relief instead. Owen Gray had no knowledge about these drawn symbols and thus couldn't provide any advice. But in his view, 2 soul pearls were much more valuable than that piece of scrap paper. If the exchange had been completed, he reckoned he'd have lost at least 60 silver coins. How long would he have to wash dishes to make that amount? The counterpart finished checking the 2 soul pearls, but showed no emotion from their body language. Cunning indeed. Unfortunately, Chumu had already planned to abandon the deal, so no matter how confidently the other side acted, he remained indifferent. Yet Chumu was puzzled. Even if both parties agreed to swap, how could they verify the authenticity? Just saying something was real doesn't necessarily make it true. Because he knew counterfeit goods were rampant in the black market, where distinguishing genuine items was tricky, making sure of the veracity posed another issue. Talismans especially were peculiar. Even minor deviations in the chart could cause the talisman to malfunction. Although Chumu had only studied 2 kinds of talismans, his experience already ran deep. Thankfully, the black market enforcer also seemed experienced. After seeing both parties finish their inspections, despite disliking the prospect of this deal, since the process began, it must proceed. Please demonstrate the creation and effect of the talisman on site. Otherwise, there's no way to assess the authenticity of your talisman. The other party didn't raise any objection either, given that with talismans, only when created and used could one determine their quality. The trader drew out a set of talisman brushes and talisman papers, clearly prepared in advance. Then under Chumu's amazed eyes, the person deftly sketched another identical talisman rapidly. To Chumu's astonishment, the opposite side turned out to be a senior talismanist, making the credibility of the explosive talisman higher, alas, unaffordable to him. After completing the talisman drawing, the cloaked figure motioned for Chumu to authenticate its authenticity. So Chumu approached, picked up the newly drawn talisman, and meticulously compared every single stroke with those on the parchment, eventually confirming them to be completely consistent. The detonation should occur on that vacant ground over there. There are barriers here, no worry about noise leaking out. I'm curious about the effect of this talisman too. The black market enforcer had barely finished speaking when the trader lifted up the freshly drawn talisman. Immediately afterward, the trader threw the talisman to the ground, stepped back slowly, then unleashed soul energy. The seemingly ordinary talisman burst into a terrifying surge of soul force fluctuations and then exploded swiftly, shocking everyone present. As the smoke cleared, a crater roughly the size of a human head appeared on the ground. Judging by its sound and power, Chumu deemed this explosive talisman relatively satisfactory. Although it fell far short of grenades or mortars he recalled, yet it was still decent. The talisman passed inspection as genuine. Now it depended on the party's intentions. The black market soul enforcer merely acted as a witness and silently stepped aside, keeping his eye on the traders, but neither made immediate remarks. Chapter 43. The deal is done, the last calm before the storm. Chumu felt that this symbol spell with more than 100 lines was somewhat too illusory. Even if it was given to him, who knew when he would be able to learn it, especially since he was still struggling with a spell of 20 or so lines. Rather than applying to the church in the future, he currently lacked money. Why not exchange the soul beads for money to continue improving his life and solve the pressing problems first? Originally, the other party, the black-robed man, did not intend to complete the transaction either, as Chumu's provided soul beads were neither sufficient in quantity nor high enough in grade to satisfy him. Only their quality was decent, but the values between both parties differed too much unless the other side added more. However, they noticed Chumu also hesitating from his previous reactions. It seemed his willingness to exchange wasn't very high either. Was the deal going to be cancelled just like that? The cloaked figure was reluctant. After all, in Violet City, there weren't many people who could come up with lots of soul beads at once, especially now that the prices on the black market had skyrocketed to an alarming level. Even just the 2 soul beads right before them would cost at least 6 or 7 gold coins each. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have cared about such small sums, but lately, funds were tight, so even these amounts couldn't be ignored. After much deliberation, the black-robed man clenched his teeth and nodded first to agree to the deal. Chumu initially thought, with the other side delaying consent, they probably didn't mean to go through. He almost planned to decline himself, thinking those advanced spells' value definitely outstripped the 2-level, 1-soul beads he offered. But unexpectedly, the other side agreed in the end, something Chumu hadn't predicted. Did his casual appearance perform too well, thus successfully breaking down the other party's psychological defense, like what people called a bluff? Since the other side had already agreed, Chumu certainly wouldn't act so tactless and also approved the trade. Then both parties took their traded items and left the safe room successively. Thus, Chumu obtained his coveted explosive spell at an ultra-low price. Once the deal was done, Chumu quickly disappeared into the crowd of the black market alongside Owen, then seized the opportunity to slip away, pretending as if nothing had happened. Chumu declined Owen's invitation, rushing back home. As soon as he got home, excitedly he retrieved the parchment and once again scrutinized the explosive spell written upon it. Still, he did not let down his guard. He immediately pulled out the paper and pen he had prepared earlier, meticulously copying the explosive spell on the parchment onto the paper, just in case the other party tampered with the parchment somehow. One must prepare for the unexpected. If anything happens, like some kind of paint that gradually fades over time, making the words vanish, if the writing disappears, to whom will he turn for redress? After all, there are more bad people in this world than good, so one must always be cautious. Besides, can anyone in the black market really be trusted? Of course, virtuous people like him do exist, but they're few and far between. Unexpectedly, after Chumu finished drawing and made annotations, the writing on the parchment began to slowly disappear, making him curse under his breath. How vile! They actually dared to do something like this. Good thing he anticipated it. No wonder it was so cheap. It turned out they had tampered with it and never intended to complete the transaction seriously. Therefore, Chumu handed the parchment over to Owen Gray, asking him to reason with the underground market and see if any compensation could be claimed. Unfortunately, the black market stated they didn't handle such issues. Both parties inspected the goods on site and agreed to swap. Now the person involved might be anywhere, making it impossible to find them. In the end, they could only accept their misfortune. In a hidden chamber somewhere, the room was pitch dark, and though all the candlesticks on the walls had lit candles burning, it failed to disperse the profound darkness within. All there was were faint flickering amber flames. At the center of the room was a stone altar. Around the altar were stones of various colors, while in its center sat a large stone receptacle filled with copious amounts of unknown red liquid, filling the entire space with a pungent stench of blood. Around the altar, kneeling were 2 cloaked figures. The cloaked men were prostrating themselves repeatedly with their hands firmly on the ground and foreheads pressed against it, bowing deeply before the altar, loudly shouting, "Descend upon us, Lord of myriad phenomena, Sovereign of time and space, Emperor of light, King of chaos, humble servants await your divine decree." Unbeknownst to when exactly, the amber flames suddenly transformed into pale white, a strange yet potent aura filling the room, turning everything inside icy cold and pale white. At this moment, the 2 black-robed men immediately ceased their previous actions and instead humbly knelt half-prone on the ground facing the altar. The black-robed men faced the altar, both legs kneeling, with their upper bodies fully prostrate on the ground, palms pressed to the floor, foreheads touching it. They didn't care about the dust or the red liquid carelessly spilled around them, just remaining there in total stillness. The room was very quiet, with only the pale candle flames flickering. After a while, the pale candle flames slowly vanished, and the room returned to darkness once more. Only then did the 2 black-robed men slowly rise from the floor. At that point, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their black robes were soaked with perspiration. However, they did not stand up or make any extra motions but remained kneeling on the ground, staring at the altar in fear. While continuing to prostrate themselves repeatedly, they murmured, "Send us off, Lord of myriad phenomena, Sovereign of time and space, Emperor of light, King of chaos." The 2 black-robed men left the hidden chamber and went into an outer room, where many other robed individuals silently knelt waiting. They then shed their wet robes, one of them saying to the crowd, "The god has sent a divine message, ordering us next to go to Violet City and prepare for the new age." Another robed man added, "The god conveyed another prophecy, to go to Violet City and retrieve 2 artifacts, his hints being mirror and puppet. The god prophesies that these 2 artifacts will have unforeseeable effects on the new era to come. Therefore, upon arriving, if we encounter any suspicious targets, rather than risk letting one slip through, do not hesitate to kill thousands." He also appended, "As far as I know, the powerful Hellion Jung of the Life Church has already departed Violet City, so the resistance we'll encounter won't be great. However, stealth must still be exercised to avoid detection by other strong members of the church, because over the years their watch on us has become increasingly intense. So utmost caution is required." In a church located within the slums, the priest had just finished today's prayer. The priest was a blond, middle-aged man, his long hair falling casually over his shoulders. A white beard grew on his face, making him appear somewhat unkempt. Yet the priest was very kind-hearted. He would never disdain poor believers who looked dirty or disheveled, always helping them whenever asked. His voice was gentle, and his lips always carried a faint smile, which made him highly loved among the congregation. He wore a dignified black robe embroidered with an upside-down cross, symbolizing the Lord of Death. Once the believers finished praying and received food, they bade farewell to the priest and left the church. Only one elder remained behind, still closed-eyed, quietly praying while seated on a chair. Around the elder's chest hung a silver inverted cross. Upon noticing the elder, the priest immediately recognized him and stepped forward, offering him a bow. "Revered Mr. Bai, how do you find the time to come here?" The elder did not open his eyes but spoke to the priest at an unhurried pace. "Shao Alexander, the Resurrection sect has always remembered your contributions to the church over the years. Your deeds prove you're a devout follower of the Lord of Death. Recently, a divine message was sent from the gods. The heir of the Lord of Death has appeared in Violet City. We wish for you to bring him back, return him to the church, return him to the arms of death. The bloodline of the god of death will lead our sect back to its former glory. Thus, this mission is a glorious one." The priest looked at Mr. Bai, whose eyes were still closed, with a gaze that flashed with madness. "It's my honor. I will surely find the descendant of the god of death and bring him back into the arms of death." The elder handed the priest a ring and continued. "This ring will help you find the lineage of the god of death. The heir carries a special mirror, one of the missing sacred artifacts of our Resurrection sect, known as the Eye of Death. Find it, and the heir of the god of death will be nearby. Bring them both back together." After speaking, the elder stood and left the church, leaving the priest alone standing where he was, watching him leave. Unknown to anyone, the priest smiled broader as he glanced at the ring now worn on his hand. Chapter 44. Confirmation of Gaze, a new deal between master and apprentice. Chumu spent 3 days at home studying explosive talismans, but discovered he couldn't successfully draw even a single usable one, making him doubt if he had purchased a fake. However, the seller had made one on the spot back then with quite an impressive explosion effect, so the talisman should be genuine. Thus, the primary reason for his inability was undoubtedly his own insufficient skills. These talismans were simply too difficult. There was no way he could just let this go. He didn't have the patience to wait until his abilities soared before trying again. He wanted to learn now. After all, his puppets were entirely aimed at using explosive talismans. Other talismans held no allure for him. Hadn't the team leader also said that focus leads to achievement? He only wanted to study explosive talismans. Wasn't that right? If there was a problem, it was time to consult the teacher. It was a student's right. Chumu now had a readily available teacher, the esteemed Mr. Adam, who was reputed to be an accomplished talismanist. So Chumu took the explosive talismans he had bought and went to seek advice from Mr. Adam. In the future, he definitely couldn't call him grumpy old man anymore. He needed to address him as teacher, out of respect. When Chumu paid an unexpected visit, Mr. Adam was busy in his room experimenting with new paper-making materials and initially didn't have the time to attend to Chumu. But Chumu wasn't in a hurry because he knew the grumpy old man was definitely around. As a shut-in himself, Chumu understood the old man's routines all too well. After waiting for half a day and persistently knocking on the door finally opened, and Chumu once again saw the face of Mr. Adam, whose expression looked like it was about to explode. Being scolded by the grumpy old man over and over, Chumu realized he had learned to accept it without hesitation. The harsh words of the old man affected him not at all. He had already mastered how to lay low and embrace everything. In fact, he thought the grumpy old man had been nastier yesterday than today, wondering why he was suddenly so kind. Once the old man was tired of cursing, Chumu nonchalantly took out the explosive talisman and handed it to the grumpy old man. "Ah, sorry," should shout Mr. Adam, out of respect. He then explained his intentions, asking the teacher to teach him the explosive talisman. What Chumu didn't expect was that after seeing this talisman, the grumpy old man suddenly stopped being angry. His expression turned strangely complicated, somewhat surprised and a little gloating. It was as if he'd seen this talisman before. Chumu felt like it probably hid some dark past. The grumpy old man looked at Chumu with slight astonishment, like he was meeting his useless student for the first time. Just when Chumu thought he'd overestimated himself, Mr. Adam spoke. "So, it was you that day at the underground market." Upon hearing this, Chumu inexplicably felt uneasy, realizing the grumpy old man had indeed been there that day. Even more shockingly, the sleazy, cunning, base, and despicable traitor on the other side might have been the old man himself. No wonder his actions seemed so familiar. This was exactly what a grumpy old man would do. Mockingly, the old man continued looking at Chumu. "I never expected a formal member of our Soul Guardian team to be so extravagant, casually throwing away a level 1 soul pearl. What do you think I'll tell little really? How do you think he will react?" Mr. Adam hoped to see panic-stricken desperation on Chumu's face, begging for mercy. But after a moment of nervousness, Chumu quickly regained his composure. Apparently, he didn't seem worried at all about reporting this secret to the Soul Guardian team. This impressed the grumpy old man to no small degree. Actually, Chumu decided to play it cool. "If you report, go ahead, can I stop you?" The answer was obvious. Anyway, it's just a matter of coming up with a good excuse. Chumu had kept secrets from the team captain countless times, so it wouldn't make any difference adding one more. Lying is indeed a bad habit, because once you start, it easily becomes habitual. Eventually, it even takes away your sense of guilt. And Chumu knew the grumpy old man extremely well. He was just a regular shut-in, similar to keyboard warriors from online gaming forums in another life. Despite his foul mouth and horrid temperament, seemingly capable of anything underhanded, they lacked the courage to actually do truly immoral things. Their difference from real villains was simple. While bad people put their thoughts into practice, shut-ins like him could only mutter and fantasize. Chumu didn't want to keep indulging in the pathetic act of the grumpy old man any longer. Without the mood or the time, he came straight to the point and presented a reason the old man couldn't refuse. "Old man, let's cut to the chase. How about we strike a deal? You teach me the explosive talisman, and I'll provide you with 3 soul pearls. What do you say? At the mention of this, the old man immediately wanted to agree because he was indeed short on soul pearls right now. He wanted to buy some, but had no money. It seemed his previous trick of getting something for nothing could only be done once, and this was a good opportunity. But his instinct was still to haggle, so he said, 3 soul pearls are too few, at least 10. After hearing this, Chumu smiled at the old man, then got up as if to leave. The other party was clearly trying to take advantage, so Chumu directly made a last stand, pretending that the deal had fallen through and making a show of leaving. Even if it failed, there was no need to worry. Based on his understanding of the old man, this explosive talisman probably had other issues 8 or 9 out of 10 times. Besides, he couldn't possibly learn it in the near future anyway, so coming to see the cranky old man was just to take a chance. Hearing the old man say he wanted to ascend overnight, scolding himself, seeking psychological comfort, what a despicable attitude. If he had the chance later, he would find a more reliable talismanist to consult. A 3-legged frog is hard to find, but people with 2 legs were everywhere. If they really didn't want to teach, well, fine. He believed that surely there were talismanists who could teach besides this, Mr. Zhang Butcher. Seeing Chumu about to leave, the old man kept putting on a strong front. He scoffed. As far as I know, I'm the only one in Purple Violet City who knows this talisman. If you go, you won't have another chance. Anyway, I can't learn it right now, and I won't stay in this small place of Purple Violet City forever. Chumu said this without looking back, appearing quite nonchalant, though inside he was quite nervous about his own bluff. In business, the rule is not to easily reveal your cards. You have to have patience. Whoever backs down first loses. Though he hadn't done any business before, Chumu knew the operation of bluffing. Just when the old man behind him stopped moving, did he presume the old man had already pinned him down? He waited longer, walking into the yard. The old man still didn't move. Then he walked to the gate, still no sound. Biting his teeth, he opened the gate. Once he stepped out, it meant the deal was truly off, but didn't he have a choice now? With the atmosphere built up to this point, anyway, he didn't have the face to turn back. Dignity was still very important to Chumu sometimes. The moment he stepped out of the gate, a voice from behind conceded, and Chumu's mouth curved into a smile. He had won the bet, and unexpectedly found that playing tricks was incredibly exciting. When he turned around, he restored his calm, trying not to provoke this old man anymore. He rarely thought things through, but if he stimulated him somewhere, the old man might flip the table and tell him to scram, which wouldn't be good. The thing was, this old man would do it. The old man also wrestled with the decision for a long time. Exchanging 3 soul pearls for the explosive talisman that he created was a bad deal. Yes, Chumu overthought this situation. It was indeed an original special talisman created solely by the old man. Though the old man may be terrible at being a person, creating talismans was certainly his forte. Even though the church included some explosive talismans, they were much lower level. The old man had worked countless hours researching this talisman, diligently studying day after day. Now, it was only worth 3 low-grade soul pearls. Had it not been that he was currently researching a better type of talisman paper requiring soul pearls, and that the church had clearly refused to support his next research due to lack of funds, he would never have agreed. Even a hero was troubled by a single penny, and such thoughts arose. Come back, I'll agree to it. But I make it clear, I know a lot of things, and you can always come and ask me questions later. However, we settle each matter separately. One wants to learn and exchanges soul pearls. Finally maintaining his last shred of dignity, the old man was still stubbornly holding onto his pride. Inside, Chumu was laughing happily but responded calmly. Deal. However, due to insufficient funds, the trade was postponed until tomorrow, and both parties agreed that they would exchange cash for the talisman at that time. What should have been a normal master-apprentice relationship had devolved into something like a business transaction, which made Chumu feel both amused and sad. Chapter 45. The right way to open, completing the deal. But as long as the purpose is achieved, that's all that matters. He would have to return to the Death God Kingdom tonight to secure the remaining 2 soul pearls. Only then could he negotiate with confidence. As Chumu entered the Death God Kingdom, he immediately summoned his 2 loyal servants. They had been patiently waiting nearby for the great descendant of the Death God to call upon them. There was nothing else for them to do anyway. Chumu confirmed that both servants were in fairly good condition, though they had both inexplicably lost some weight. He instinctively glanced at the pile of yellow paper stacked nearby. It seemed even death entities weren't perpetual motion machines. They needed energy replenishment too. But the food issue couldn't be resolved for now. After all, he hadn't eaten meat himself in a long time. The idea of eating humans was unthinkable, and using humans to feed undead or vengeful spirits was something he simply couldn't do. So, he had no choice but to let them endure it a little longer. The only thing that puzzled Chumu was why, even though the female vengeful spirit had lost weight, certain parts remained surprisingly firm, burdening her greatly. It was pitiful indeed. Chumu manipulated the living corpse as it began walking while banging a gong. The sound was loud, reverberating incessantly in his ears. Yet, he endured it and didn't forget to keep observing the surroundings, vigilant for any death creatures that might be attracted. Soon, Chumu noticed a vengeful spirit moving swiftly towards him. No guessing was needed. He knew it was definitely a vengeful spirit. Since the living corpses had legs, they kept falling down and getting back up. Vengeful spirits, on the other hand, floated through the air, unaffected by terrain. So, the one who was moving so fast could only be a vengeful spirit. It was a male vengeful spirit, semi-transparent body paired with a grotesque twisted face, lunging crazily towards Chumu. Had it been the previous Chumu, he would have been somewhat afraid. at least alert and ready to defend himself. However, there was no need for the current Chu Mu, because he had his servants. He directly commanded the living corpse to pin the male vengeful spirit to the ground and grind him. The last time controlling the vengeful spirit against the living corpse taught Chu Mu that in terms of physical combat, the living corpse far outperformed the vengeful spirit. So when it came to close quarters combat, the living corpse was unmatched. As for the female vengeful spirit, she took care of the sneak attack from behind, tearing off a part of the male vengeful spirit. With the help of the living corpse, they managed to brutally rip apart the male vengeful spirit and feast on him, presenting an extremely brutal picture. But in Chu Mu's eyes, it was quite stimulating. Was this truly the correct way for resurrectionists to fight? Let the living corpse take the dangerous hits. Let the living corpse lead the fight. Use the living corpse to wear out the enemy, and then step in at the end to deliver the finishing blow effortlessly. That was life. A sword pierced into the head of the powerless male vengeful spirit, ending its unfortunate existence. Soon, a soul pearl floated out from the damaged head. The first soul pearl was now in his possession. The living corpse and the female vengeful spirit were also pleased. It seemed like they hadn't eaten in a long time. Normally, death beings wouldn't consume each other. They only hunted living humans. But now, driven mad by hunger, and with a little encouragement from Chu Mu, they happily devoured the remains of the male vengeful spirit. Chu Mu rarely showed compassion, so he waited for them to finish. Seeing this scene, Chu Mu suddenly had a ridiculous conjecture. Were there death creatures elsewhere in the death god kingdom devouring their own kind? If so, that absolutely wasn't good news because they were undoubtedly insane beings. After consuming the remains of the male vengeful spirit, the female vengeful spirit and the living corpse appeared rejuvenated instantly. Chu Mu continued to let the two undead creatures charge forward to lure enemies, while he stayed behind to watch. Walking all the way until midnight, he finally gathered the remaining 2 soul pearls. Chu Mu did not expend much effort. He just directed the 2 death creatures to gang up on the opponent, easily killing them. Unlike before when he was working alone and often found himself on the brink of peril, problems should first be addressed with thought. Having obtained 3 soul pearls at once, his soul power was almost completely depleted, and he left the Death God Kingdom. But his work for the day wasn't done, because whenever he explored within the Death God Kingdom, the place he left became the location where he would next appear. Therefore, before leaving, he transferred all his factory equipment back to his room. Now he had to slowly relocate everything back. He wished that as he grew stronger, he could freely designate his arrival point anywhere within the Death God Kingdom that he had visited before. This way, he could save the trouble, but perhaps someday. The next day, Chu Mu told Zhao Dawei that he was going to study talismans with Mr. Adam and left a little earlier. Zhao Dawei didn't say anything, as there wasn't much to do anyway. Chu Mu walked somewhat hurriedly along the way because right now, in his arms, he carried 3 soul pearls. In his eyes, this was no different from walking down the street wearing a golden chain in his previous life. Extremely dangerous. When he arrived at the old man's house, he was breathing rather quickly. After catching 2 breaths, he quickly adjusted his state and started knocking on the door. But contrary to what Chu Mu imagined, today the door opened faster. It seemed to him that clearly the old man couldn't wait anymore. So today temporarily, he had the upper hand in negotiations. After the door was opened, the old man did not let Chu Mu inside, but instead asked feigning calm. "Did you bring the items I want?" Chu Mu was speechless. "If I didn't bring anything, why would I come and make any deal with you? How could a first-level magic apprentice like me pose any threat to a high-level soul master of unknown rank like you for strong-arming me? Of course I brought them." Unwillingly, Chu Mu took a cloth bag out of his chest, but didn't open it, only giving it a quick glance. But the old man was more eager than Chu Mu expected. He reached out to take the cloth bag, which Chu Mu sidestepped to avoid. The old man unhappily said, "I need to inspect the goods first." Chu Mu looked at him disdainfully, distrust clearly written all over his face. After all, based on the old man's moral standards, there was no expectation placed on him. So Chu Mu glanced inside and said, "It's not safe outside, let's talk inside." Then the old man stepped aside, allowing Chu Mu into the room and promptly shutting the door behind him. For some reason, Chu Mu always felt the atmosphere made by the old man strange, like it was really a drug deal. But luckily, in this world, drugs haven't been successfully developed yet, so even if someone wanted to use, it would be centuries before they were possibly discovered. After entering the room, the old man still insisted on inspecting the goods first. Thus, Chu Mu took out the cloth bag and handed over 1 soul pearl under the elder's urgent look. The old man quickly grabbed it, his eyes wide open, feeling it all over left and right, and looking through the light carefully, examining it extremely meticulously. Chu Mu even noticed him licking it once, immediately stopping him from further attempts. "If you're not satisfied with my soul pearl, give it back and stop making disgusting attempts. It's revolting." After hearing this, the old man showed no hesitation, casually pocketing the soul pearl without any intention of returning it to Chu Mu. This soul pearl is low grade, but its quality is excellent. By rights, it should have long been promoted to a higher grade, but it has maintained a first level. That's quite strange. Where exactly did you get these soul pearls? Tell you what, tell me, and I'll teach you everything I know. How about it? Chu Mu directly ignored the old man's temptation of being taken as an apprentice since trustworthiness was lacking. Direct transactions were more reliable. On the other hand, why were the soul pearls of such good quality, but still low level? Well, Chu Mu indeed knew why. It might be due to the undead zombies' lack of food. After all, the death god fell so long ago, no human figure has appeared since then. Those living corpses must have wandered for God knows how long in the mirror world. Chumu directly shattered the old man's unrealistic fantasies. Consider this soul pearl as a deposit. If you teach me well, I'll give you the remaining 2 soul pearls. If you don't fulfill your agreement, the deal will be terminated, and I will consider the soul pearl as dog food. After hearing this, the expression of the old man became fierce immediately. He, the mighty Hades Adam, a famous spellcaster in the church, was scolded and compared to a dog. He couldn't bear that. Had it not been for considering his dependency on getting more high-quality soul pearls for experimentation from Chumu, he would have taught him respect for the elders then and there. Then, the old man began seriously teaching Chumu to draw explosive talismans. But the talismans provided by the old man were obviously simplified a lot this time, though there were still 68 strokes. Chumu unconsciously asked, "Why does this explosion talisman have obviously fewer strokes? Could it be fake, or are you trying to deceive me?" The old man immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Would a respected church talismanist like Hades Adam ever deceive a small apprentice? Wasn't it worth it, especially after being questioned multiple times? He shouted immediately. The great talismanist Hades Adam would never stoop to such vile acts. I guarantee it with my own character. Chumu just asked casually. After all, regardless of whether it was true or false, wouldn't he still have to learn from the old man afterward? Later, Chumu found out that the talisman given to him intentionally included many useless parts and was extremely unstable. It might very well explode as soon as it was completed, causing him direct, light death. So, Mr. Adam's morality was indeed despicable, and his character deserved nothing more than being trampled on, utterly unreliable. Although the old geezer had questionable morals and a temperament that seemed destined for trouble, in terms of talismans, Chumu had to admit that his skill level was indeed very high, much higher than his own. Under the guidance of the old geezer, Chumu progressed rapidly in drawing explosive talismans, faster even than with simpler ones like light talismans and healing talismans, much to Mr. Adam's surprise and confusion. How could it be that he did worse with the simple ones? What the old man didn't know was that interest was the best teacher. When Chumu finally succeeded in drawing his first explosive talisman, a satisfied smile finally graced his face. Mr. Adam was also pleased, but then the old man's words wiped the smile off Chumu's face. Chumu, a talismanist, isn't just about drawing talismans. While ordinary paper can carry talismans, they would lose their efficacy quickly and cannot be stored for long periods. Therefore, we need special talisman paper. Moreover, this is only the most basic explosive talisman. I have an upgraded version of the explosive talisman, as well as the ultimate version of it. Want to learn? Upon hearing this, Chumu's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. He should have known why the old geezer was so dedicated. Here came the expected catch. Uncertainly, Chumu asked, "We can continue our transaction, but I need a complete set of methods for making special talisman paper. Also, for now, I can keep trading for the upgraded explosive talisman, though the price shouldn't be too high. I'm just a magic apprentice and can't currently get too many soul pearls. Otherwise, the deal is off." The old man thought it reasonable after hearing this, but was somewhat surprised that Chumu could make the paper himself. After a series of fierce negotiations, it turned out that producing special talisman paper cost 10 soul pearls, while the upgraded explosive talisman required only 5 soul pearls. Of course, Chumu had haggled heavily. But regarding the process for making talisman paper, the old geezer clung tightly to his price, and they ultimately agreed on a follow-up deal. Within a month, Chumu would need to pay all the soul pearls in order to acquire what he wanted. The old geezer generously gave Chumu 10 sheets of the most suitable talisman paper for explosive talismans. Of course, if he needed more later, he'd have to buy them with soul pearls. Chumu could only silently curse the sly merchant. In the end, from the 10 sheets of talisman paper, Chumu managed to successfully draw only 2 explosive talismans, a success rate that was truly unsatisfactory. The main reason was still his own inadequacy. No wonder the old geezer was so generous. He had surely calculated Chumu's low success rate. Currently, he possessed 3 explosive talismans in total, which should suffice for his near-term use. When paired with his knowledge puppet's ability to control paper, only then did his capabilities truly become complete. Chapter 46, Sewer Rat Mutation, the Announced Squad sets out. A famished stray cat was wandering around on the street looking for food. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of something and quickly ran to a city sewer entrance. It sniffed again, confirmed something, then plunged right into the sewer. It was very dark in the sewer, but it didn't faze the wild cat, which advanced like an experienced hunter, sniffing and creeping along quietly. The cat got closer, quickening its steps until it found a group of rats feasting. Normally this would have been a decent lunch for the cat, but upon seeing the rats, the cat's fur stood on end as it turned and fled. Red eyes gleamed in the darkness, and then several giant rats chased after the cat. What was terrifying was that just one big rat, in terms of build, was stronger than the cat, let alone the entire pack. At the center of the rat pack lay a disfigured corpse, its face entirely gone. The only indication it had once been a human was a finger lying on the ground. Amy was sleeping alone at home. Though the night was deep, her parents had both left home to work their evening shifts. She was all alone. She used to be scared and dared not even get out of bed, simply cowering under the covers, holding her urine until morning. Gradually she got used to it. As long as the doors and windows were locked, so bad people couldn't enter, there wouldn't be any danger. And she had become a believer in the Mother of the Earth. When fear struck, praying to the Mother Goddess brought her inner peace. But drowsy Amy woke up suddenly, having heard some faint sounds, not from a human, but rather those damn rats squeezing through the broken hole in the corner of the wall. She got out of bed, grabbed the broomstick, intending to chase away these annoying rats so they wouldn't ruin the already old furniture. She lit the kerosene lamp and walked toward the kitchen where the noise came from. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she screamed in terror and dropped the kerosene lamp, which gradually went out. The last light revealed horrifying sights in the kitchen. On the floor, on the table, everywhere, huge rats with frightening red eyes were rummaging for food. Upon spotting Amy, those terrifying rats stopped what they were doing and turned around to look at her. Scared as she was, she didn't flee but mustered the courage to tightly grip the broomstick and try to drive these nasty big rats away. At this moment, those big rats emitted hurried squeaks and immediately pounced on Amy all at once, breaking the nearby nighttime silence with her screams. The next day, Amy's case of being killed at home was reported to the police. Her parents were heartbroken by their daughter's death, adding further weight to this already unfortunate family. They wanted to know who killed their poor daughter, but the autopsy officer gave a surprising answer, that Amy seemed to have died from animal bites. The police were troubled not because they doubted the coroner's opinion, but because this kind of case wasn't the first. All attackers were originally timid rats, yet every victim claimed the rats were big and dangerous. Those sewer rats seemed to have gone crazy lately, biting humans now. This month there had been over 10 such attacks on people, though no one had been killed until now. The police sought the assistance of the Announcer Squad. Captain Laurent decided to have everyone head down to investigate the sewers and see what these scary rats really looked like. This was the team's first full-action mission, and Chu Mu was quite excited. But when he thought about Baboon Girl joining them, he felt irritated and decided to stay far away from her, so as not to attract her attention again. Just as they approached the sewer entrance near the incident site, a putrid stench wafted towards them, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their noses and mouths, except for Captain Laurent and Sai-Shi, who remained calm. Once inside the sewer, the others realized that the earlier smell was just a prelude, while what followed was truly hopeless. Their sense of smell almost completely failed as an overwhelming stench of dead rats tested their sanity. It was pitch black inside the sewer. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, the captain ignited a kerosene lamp for lighting and pulled out a handkerchief prepared in advance to cover his nose and mouth. He then told the rest, "From here on, we may encounter those weird rats at any time. Report immediately if you find them, and direct killings are allowed. Pay attention to safety." Chu Mu drew the long sword on his back and walked in the middle of the team with Albert and Sean, both also apprentice magicians. Captain Laurent and Sai-Shi, with pre-prepared kerosene lamps, led the way in front, while Zhao David held a kerosene lamp in the rear to guard against ambush. Walking quietly alongside the dark and smelly pathways of the sewer, they were surrounded by endless darkness, stench, and oppression. Along the way, the group discovered numerous animal bones, but what was truly terrifying was the sheer number of rat corpses, so many that they even ate their own kind, clearly showing how insane these oversized rats had become. At this moment, a sudden series of squeaks erupted from all around, causing everyone to immediately stop. Then, in front of the captain, a rat as large as a wild cat leapt out. The giant rat didn't seem to fear the strangers one bit. It let out a high-pitched scream and charged toward the captain, its screech echoing endlessly through the empty sewer. Baboon Girl Sai-Shi immediately opened the wooden frame on her back, and from it jumped a puppet nearly the size of an adult human. The puppet positioned itself between the large rat and Sai-Shi. The puppet had human-like features and limbs, wearing loose clothing that made it almost indistinguishable from a real person at first glance. However, there were obvious signs of jointed mechanisms and modifications on its body, allowing Chu Mu to instantly recognize it as one of those mechanical puppets he'd glimpsed before, a lifeless marionette crafted from dismembered parts. "Life puppet," Sai-Shi announced. In the next instant, the puppet's mouth suddenly opened and several thin iron needles shot out, striking the big rat directly. The pain caused the rat to squeal even more shrilly and frenziedly, but soon afterward, it collapsed weakly. This was because most attacks from the puppet carried potent toxins that acted with lethal speed. Once injured, the rat's fate was sealed. Looking at the fallen, monster-sized rat lying helplessly on the ground, it was hard to imagine it was just a rat. How could something like this grow so large? Everyone subconsciously gathered around, examining the dead rat on the ground. Even the usually composed captain couldn't help furrowing his brow, disturbed by the rat's enormous size. No wonder incidents of rat attacks leading to fatalities had been reported. If all the rats in the sewers were like this, then a complete cleanup would be necessary. Otherwise, these ravenous creatures, capable of devouring their own kind, might escape the sewers and attack civilians again. Sai-Shi, ever bold and fearless, drew confused looks from the others as she stepped onto the rat's corpse with her foot, pressing down with her shoe and muttering to herself. "This rat is pretty sturdy. It seems far more reliable than many men." Unreliable or not, the rest of the men pretended not to hear her, focusing instead on different things, some examining the simple structure of their kerosene lamps, others looking warily around for any approaching rats, while still others kept an eye on the sewage ditch to guard against sudden assaults from the water below. Just then, Sai-Shi suddenly shouted at Chu Mu. "Chu Mu, take your sword and strike this rat." Startled by Sai-Shi's command, Chu Mu hesitated, puzzled. The rat was already dead. Why ask him to strike it? Was this supposed to be some sort of posthumous punishment? Instinctively, Chu Mu looked toward Captain Laurent, who then nodded to confirm the order. Reluctantly, Chu Mu approached the dead rat's body, enduring Sai-Shi's mocking gaze as he raised his sword and delivered a chopping blow. This woman definitely had ill intentions. Perhaps she was simply making fun of him. After all, physical strength was never his strong suit, not in either of his lifetimes. But standing before Baboon Girl, any man simply couldn't afford to lose face. To do so would not only invite contempt, but also relentless mockery for an extended period, both in bed and out of bed. Yet when Chu Mu swung his sword with all his might, the blade barely managed to penetrate the rat's tough flesh. He felt the tremendous resistance reverberating through the sword. These creatures were incredibly hardened, rendering conventional weapons powerless against them. What followed was even worse, Saishi's mockery. In a disdainful tone, she taunted. Really useless. I bet you're probably the same on the bed too. Your future wife must be worried about this. Embarrassed, Chu Mu slowly retreated to the back of the group. The other men showed no trace of mockery towards him, but rather expressed sympathy instead. Clearing his throat, the captain spoke up. You've all seen now, the flesh of these rats is extremely tough. Ordinary weapons alone are insufficient to easily kill them. Therefore, if we encounter them again, use your abilities directly. Chapter 47. Clearing the rats. Chu Mu unexpectedly encounters the Rat King. Just at this moment, a rat's call suddenly echoed in the quiet sewer. Immediately after, the squeak squeak calls came from all around, mixed with one especially loud rat call. It was clear that the call of this large rat before it died had attracted other big rats over. The captain immediately shouted, "Everyone gather together. Do not disperse. Be on guard all around." Chu Mu was also scared and quickly retreated to the center of the group, flustered. He had previously imagined his combat style, discovering the target and then directly manipulating explosive talismans to explode them against the enemy. At most, he would use paper butterflies to confuse the eyes of the opponent, thereby giving the explosive talisman more covert opportunities. But then he considered using paper butterflies to cover their eyes to interfere with the target's actions instead. Since his current supply of explosive talismans was limited, they had to be conserved. This situation now suited an interference tactic perfectly, so Chu Mu pulled out the paper butterflies in his pocket and scattered them immediately. Life puppet. Then he used his common puppetry ability to control these paper butterflies, slowly flying back and forth in the air, waiting for the arrival of those large rats. This single-handed action by Chu Mu stunned Zhao David completely. Though Zhao David had always seen Chu Mu playing with origami, assuming it was merely a hobby or a way to pass time, he didn't expect it to be used here now. He couldn't understand what purpose the paper butterflies could serve. Was it to throw paper balls at the opponents? There was no time for Zhao David to ponder much further as the rat calls were getting closer. In the darkness, pairs of red eyes began to emerge, terrifying, especially since these eyes belonged to originally ordinary rats. These big rats showed absolutely no fear. Upon noticing Chu Mu and his group, they instantly surged forward from two directions. Captain Laurent immediately pulled out a handful of seeds from his pocket and quickly scattered them in front of him. The soul energy surged within him, and he loudly called out, "Life magical plants." These seeds swiftly grew, transforming into a cluster of thorny shrubs. As soon as the big rats rushed into the grass, they were entangled by the thorny bushes, their flesh pierced by sharp thorns, causing them to scream in agony. However, the remaining rats did not give up. Stepping over their dead companions' bodies, they continued advancing toward the group. Next, Seaside directly controlled the dummy standing nearby, rushing in front of the two people. The same flow of soul energy coursed through her body, and she said, "Life puppet." The dummy immediately opened its mouth and spat out many poison-coated needles, stabbing into the toughened skin of the big rats that had barely broken through the defense line. The potent poison rapidly rendered these ferocious big rats incapable of fighting, causing them to collapse on the ground. Yet these big rats were truly insane. Even in death, they issued warnings towards Captain Laurent and Seaside. On the other side, Zhao David, Chu Mu, Albert, and Sean seemed much more disorganized. Sean was purely non-combat personnel, only responsible for healing, with negligible combat power. And Chu Mu and Albert were both level 1 magical apprentices, just like little kittens. In Zhao David's view, Albert at least could help manipulate some vines to restrict the big rat's charge, while Chu Mu was completely useless. But when the real battle began, although things were somewhat challenging, Chu Mu's role proved far greater than expected. His fighting style was very sneaky because he specifically focused on covering the eyes of the incoming big rats with paper butterflies. Losing their vision, the big rats had to stop and clean off the stuck paper from their faces, which gave Zhao David and the rest the chance to use their abilities and kill the rats. Life magical plants. Compared to the captain's comprehensive skill, Zhao David could only control one type of thorny vine. With Zhao David scattering seeds, countless thorny vines quickly grew. On the dark green thick branches, numerous black and sharp spines protruded, making Chu Mu feel an itching sensation on his skin just by looking at them. Not to mention the pain the rats endured when being tightly strangled by the vines, their flesh pierced by the spines. And these vines weren't just meant for causing damage. They were poisonous themselves and possessed the ability to suck blood. All the captured big rats became increasingly weak under the toxin's influence, and at the same time, as the spines punctured through their skin, they started sucking blood, turning the deep green branches darker with black hues. Albert's performance paled in comparison. He could only control one kind of simple vine, tasked with assisting Zhao David to restrain the big rats. Although his performance wasn't as neat as the captain's, the big rats on this side also failed to breach the defensive line. The captain also kept an eye on the situation on this side. Seeing that the situation was manageable, he continued focusing on dealing with the big rats in front of him. The heavy casualties among the large rats caused them to become more cautious. The remaining smaller group of big rats no longer attacked immediately, but instead paused outside, observing, yet they did not retreat. This made everyone feel very strange. Knowing they couldn't win, Why didn't the large rats escape? It was quite unscientific. The casualties among the large rats were increasing rapidly. Just then, an even louder and more shrill rat call suddenly echoed through the sewer. After hearing it, the remaining big rats finally turned and fled. However, upon hearing this, the captain looked somewhat grim. Immediately, he shouted, "There is a more formidable rat king among the rats." That call was from the rat king. The rat king commands these big rats, and the reason these big rats dare to attack humans might be due to the rat king's backing. Therefore, we must kill the rat king to truly subdue these remaining big rats. Everyone split into 3 groups now. Chase the fleeing big rats and the rat king immediately. After speaking, Captain Loron rushed in the direction where the rat king's call had originated. Sisai quickly followed after him. Zhao David then shouted toward Chu Mu and others, "If you feel your strength is insufficient, stay here or go back up to wait." With that, he turned and left to chase the big rats. Chu Mu hesitated for a moment, thinking returning immediately wouldn't be appropriate, so he ran off following Zhao David's departing direction. "I'll help Zhao David. You guys leave first." In the end, only Chu Mu and Sean were left there, uncertain what to do. But according to Chu Mu's thoughts, they should definitely go up above since they weren't combat personnel. And his companion appeared somewhat timid. When the big rats had charged earlier, Chu Mu had noticed how his whole body had trembled violently. Although Sean usually seemed quite steady, he turned out to be all show, indeed proving that one cannot judge a book by its cover. It made sense why he chose to become a general guardian. The two hesitated for a moment, then picked up their kerosene lamps and started to return along the path they had come from, intending to wait for the captain and the others to return victorious. Just at that moment, however, a massive dark shadow suddenly darted out from a side passage. Chu Mu's scalp tingled. This really was an enormous rat, something you'd describe as pig-sized. Like the other big rats, it also had red eyes glowing in the darkness. Judging by its size, it must surely be the Rat King that the captain and the others were chasing. Actually, the Rat King was far cleverer than everyone imagined. It deliberately called from afar, pretending to flee, while in reality, it had circled around from the other side to escape in a different direction. Unfortunately, it hadn't anticipated still being discovered by those pesky humans. Upon noticing the two of them, the big rat swiftly crouched low to the ground, letting out a low growl towards them, readying itself for an attack. Chu Mu told himself to remain calm. Rats have very small hearts, and the Rat King would likely be no exception. It probably just grew overconfident after its sudden increase in size, unaware of its limits. After getting beaten up severely by the captain and the others, it would certainly have become much tamer now. So, if he could maintain composure, the Rat King wouldn't dare mess with him. Yeah, that was the plan. Suddenly, behind Chu Mu came a piercing scream, causing his entire body to shiver, reflexively turning to look. There, Sean had completely snapped, screaming while running away frantically. Seeing his ally desert him to flee alone, Chu Mu felt utterly disheartened. He wasn't afraid of godlike opponents. He was afraid of hog-like teammates. What good were all his brave efforts when his teammate acted like this? As expected, upon turning around, Chu Mu saw that the Rat King had clearly gained more courage, slowly creeping toward him. Without hesitation, Chu Mu grabbed another handful of paper butterflies from his pocket and flung them directly at the Rat King. Life puppet. Startled by Chu Mu's words and the sudden appearance of the unidentified flying objects, the Rat King instantly sped up and lunged toward Chu Mu. While rapidly retreating, Chu Mu hurriedly controlled the paper butterflies to disintegrate into pieces of yellow paper, which he hurled fiercely at the Rat King's face. The Rat King was shocked. Countless sheets of paper actually managed to fully cover its head. Not just its eyes, but its nose and mouth were all tightly sealed, making it difficult not only to attack, but even to breathe. It immediately stopped, using its claws to tear the papers off its head, but each grab tore the fragile paper without freeing its face, instead clawing its own flesh into bloody rags. Chapter 48. Bomb the Rat King, but it survives. On the other side, Chu Mu was controlling a paper butterfly to desperately cover the giant rat's face while interfering with it. At the same time, he quickly took out an explosive talisman, folding it into a paper airplane that flew toward the Rat King's head. The Rat King had just managed to tear off the paper stuck on its face when it noticed another strange, yellow paper flying toward it. Instinctively, it twisted its body and extended its hand to grab the yellow paper. At this moment, Chu Mu shouted aloud and simultaneously activated the talisman. The instant the Rat King grasped the yellow paper, it exploded with terrifying force, instantly tearing apart half of the Rat King's body. One forelimb was blown into several pieces, and the skin and flesh on the nearby side were also blasted open, blood dripping profusely. It collapsed on the ground, its survival uncertain. Seeing the pitiful state of the Rat King, Chu Mu sighed in relief. This was exactly the effect he wanted, killing his target from dozens of meters away without risking his life. This was the correct way for a soul master to fight. The only downside was that it was a bit hard on the ears. The explosion produced a sonic boom that left Chu Mu's ears still ringing. It seemed he couldn't use this move in enclosed narrow spaces in the future, or else he'd end up injuring himself more than the enemy. Chu Mu didn't know if the Rat King was dead or not, but he wasn't planning to confirm either. What if it was dangerous? He was that cowardly, there was nothing he could do about it. Then, Chu Mu made a simple attempt. He took out another sheet of yellow paper, folded it into the shape of a paper airplane as before, and sent it flying toward the Rat King, intending to scare it. After all, the Rat King should remember the explosion vividly. Sure enough, the Rat King lying on the ground, barely breathing, saw another identical yellow paper flying toward it. In an instant, using just one forelimb, it raised its body and, using only 3 legs, ran deep into the sewer. The Rat King was still alive, and now it had fled right in front of Chu Mu. Chu Mu was conflicted. Should he chase after it? There was no way he would put himself at risk for such a foolish thing. He even convinced himself that the Rat King was running too fast for him to catch up anyway. Who knows where it had run off to? Then, he noticed the trail of blood the Rat King had left on the ground after its injury. It seemed to have told him how to track down the Rat King's position. Actually, the safest course of action would be to wait for the captain and everyone else to arrive and then chase together. However, what if this Rat King escaped the sewer during this time? If it fled to some desolate countryside, it would truly be difficult to find again. Chu Mu sighed. He hated having to make choices like this. After a fierce internal struggle, he decided to see things through to the end, send Buddha to the west, and give the Rat King one last explosive talisman to end its suffering once and for all. So, carrying a kerosene lamp, Chu Mu began following the trail of blood on the ground to search. But this method was still too slow. If only there was a dog, it would just follow the bloody scent. Suddenly, Chu Mu remembered that though he didn't have a dog, he did have a reanimated corpse. He wondered if the reanimated corpse might be even more sensitive to blood smells than a dog. Fortunately, the pitch-black environment was perfectly suited for the reanimated corpse to come out and operate. As for treasures like copper mirrors, Chu Mu always kept them close to him for fear they might be stolen. Thus, Chu Mu released his reanimated corpse from the mirror world and directed it to kneel over the pool of blood the Rat King had left behind. The reanimated corpse instinctively stuck out its tongue to lick the blood on the ground. It must have been hungry for a long time. Chu Mu then had the reanimated corpse rise, and it continued instinctively sniffing the foul air mixed with the smell of blood, happily running in one direction. Following closely behind the reanimated corpse, Chu Mu chased after the direction in which the Rat King had fled. After turning through countless channels, the reanimated corpse could still accurately detect the freshest trace of blood, instinctively becoming even more eager for the delicious blood and flesh ahead. Judging from the reanimated corpse's reaction, the Rat King must be ahead. In the end, Chu Mu followed the reanimated corpse to an urban drainage outlet outside the city. However, the exit was blocked by something, which turned out to be a tree upon closer inspection. Under the tree, the severely injured Rat King was digging around for something. Whatever had caused the Rat King such severe injuries and prevented it from continuing its escape must be very important to it. For now, Chu Mu controlled his curiosity and decided that eliminating this Rat King first was the priority. The Rat King also discovered the human who had inflicted such grave injuries on it. Immediately, it moved away from the tree and let out a piercing shriek toward Chu Mu, seemingly trying to scare him away. Chu Mu temporarily held back the reanimated corpse so it wouldn't rush forward. What if the Rat King put up a desperate fight and destroyed his good worker? Where would he go to argue his case? Chu Mu took out the remaining 2 explosive talismans, quickly folding them into paper butterflies and mixing them among other paper butterflies. Then, he flung numerous paper butterflies in one motion. Life puppet. The paper butterflies quickly flapped their paper wings and flew toward the Rat King. The Rat King, seeing them, let out an even more urgent cry, yet it seemed reluctant to escape just like that. After a moment of hesitation, the Rat King steeled its resolve, seemingly deciding to fight Chu Mu to the end. Ignoring the encircling paper butterflies, it lunged straight at Chu Mu. Chu Mu immediately controlled the paper butterflies, transforming them back into yellow papers, sticking them onto the Rat King's face. At the same time, another explosive talisman changed from the butterfly shape and was pasted onto the Rat King's neck, while the creature continued furiously tearing off the yellow papers covering its face. Chu Mu then shouted aloud, simultaneously activating the explosive talisman. Huh! An explosion erupted from the Rat King's neck, blowing its head clear off and landing not far from Chu Mu. Its body disintegrated into pieces, with internal organs scattered all over the ground, blood splashing everywhere. The overwhelming stench of fresh blood made the reanimated corpse instinctively resist Chu Mu's control, trying to pounce on the carnage. Chu Mu no longer restrained the reanimated corpse, letting it leap towards the bloody remains and feast to its heart's content. As the reanimated corpse indulged itself, Chu Mu slowly approached the peculiar plant, illuminated by faint light leaking in through the drainage outlet. With this clearer view, he finally got a full look at the strange plant. It was formed by many vines growing together and intertwining, but at its center, it was hollow. Using the small hole dug earlier by the Rat King, Chu Mu carefully examined the cavity inside with his kerosene lamp. It appeared spacious, and something seemed to be placed within. There was no way Chu Mu was going to retrieve it by hand. What if it were dangerous? Or worse, if some creature could bite him? So once again, Chu Mu cruelly manipulated the reanimated corpse, commanding it coldly to dig out whatever lay hidden at the center. When the reanimated corpse blindly reached in with its arm, new shoots sprang up rapidly from the vines. Strangely, their tips were razor-sharp and instantly pierced into the reanimated corpse's body. Chu Mu winced as he watched, thankful that it wasn't himself taking such direct hits. Though entirely devoid of sensation, the reanimated corpse endured the strange plant's resistance and managed to pull out the item concealed within. Then, with sheer determination, it tore away the sharp paper-like shards embedded in its flesh and stumbled toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu felt satisfied. This was precisely the kind of fearless yet loyal servant befitting a descendant of death. Even without feeling pain, the reanimated corpse demonstrated complete reliability. After holding the object for a while, and noticing no abnormal changes in the reanimated corpse, Chu Mu decided it should be safe enough. He took the item and inspected it closely. It turned out to be an old wooden toy doll. Covered in dirt, it bore mysterious red stains whose composition Chu Mu couldn't decipher. The crimson markings resembled blood, though Chu Mu couldn't figure out anything special about it at first glance. However, as Chu Mu absent-mindedly stared at the red stains, he suddenly heard a man's angry roar reverberating in his mind. Though unclear, the sound caused him to lose control over both his body and spirit instantaneously. Then, Chu Mu quickly sensed his soul power beginning to run rampant, coursing wildly throughout his body. His skin and muscles tore apart rapidly as though he were about to explode. By the time Chu Mu regained consciousness of his own body, the man's shout had already vanished completely. In its place, countless whispers filled his ears, faint voices that seemed familiar, reminiscent of people who'd appeared in his life at various times. But when he tried to focus on them, their words remained indecipherable. The volume grew louder, causing Chu Mu excruciating headaches. Finally, he managed to discern what they were saying. They all called out his name, each voice resonating with some obscure familiarity tied to specific memories. But with so many voices shouting simultaneously, Chu Mu felt close to losing his sanity altogether. Chapter 49. The Rat King's Doom, the Runaway Puppet. Chu Mu's limited ability to reason kept reminding him that what was happening now felt very familiar. People always have a kind of intuition, a certain moment in life when they mysteriously feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if they had dreamed about it before. Perhaps in some past dream, they foresaw one of their present moments, or maybe their random musings about the future accidentally became reality. But Chu Mu felt this wasn't just déjà vu. Rather, it was something that truly happened to him in the past. Then he remembered. It was exactly like the situation last time when he lost control after drinking magic potion. Though there were some differences, fundamentally, it was the same. Complete loss of control from both body and mind. Chu Mu quickly started following the approach he used last time, organizing his emotions, letting them guide memories. It worked, and gradually, the voices in his mind began to separate into several different kinds of emotions. All he needed to do next was to categorize them one by one until his emotions fully stabilized, bringing him back to reality. In the pitch-black sewer, Chu Mu's body underwent terrifying changes once again. Different from last time. This time, the left half of his body first turned into red liquid, and then transformed into blood-red smoke, which slowly dissipated. Yet it didn't completely vanish. It quickly filled up the entire space of the sewer, gathering together like broken threads of lotus root. But this red smoke seemed unbearably fragile, on the verge of disappearing entirely at any moment. At this time, the bronze mirror Chu Mu always carried on him seemed to sense his danger and spontaneously sucked him into the mirror world, along with all the red mist in the sewer that belonged to him. Once inside the bronze mirror's realm, Chu Mu's body continued to gradually disappear, transforming into red mist spreading everywhere, but the speed slowed down significantly. His berserk soul force also appeared to be confined by some force. That red mist began absorbing a type of energy from the mirror realm, gradually stabilizing, though its color turned black. When Chu Mu finally managed to stabilize his chaotic thoughts and return to reality, he saw a bizarre scene. He didn't know how he ended up in the mirror world, but his body was gradually disappearing, accompanied by excruciating pain that crushed his soul. They say being executed by slicing is the most painful way to die, but what about being utterly crushed alive? And even if he managed to return to normal, could someone without a physical body still be considered human? He didn't know the answer, but he did know that, continuing this way, he was almost certainly going to die. There was no doubt about it. Chu Mu tried to reassemble his body, but for all the endless black mist surrounding him, he could clearly feel it, yet had absolutely no control over it. At best, he could stir the mist slightly. It felt as if his soul and body were mismatched, like incompatible software and hardware. Suddenly, despair crept over Chu Mu. Was he destined to die bit by bit? He couldn't help but feel resentful. He hadn't even begun enjoying life, not yet experiencing all its beauty. Just as Chu Mu's body was nearly completely gone, his wild soul force, suppressed by the mirror realm, finally calmed down. Without the interference of soul force, Chu Mu noticed the scattered black mist stopped dissipating. However, what about his lost physical body? The red mist, after absorbing enough power from the mirror world, transformed into black mist, which then began slowly accumulating back onto Chu Mu, reassembling his body. Although unsure of what exactly had occurred, Chu Mu felt relief. At least he wouldn't live the rest of his days as some sort of ghostly existence. Furthermore, the process of reassembling his body progressed much faster than its earlier disintegration. As the final digit of his finger solidified, Chu Mu collapsed completely on the ground, unable to stand up. Every inch of flesh and skin felt as if it no longer belonged to him, yet every moment brought pain. After connecting with the bronze mirror, Chu Mu returned to the sewer. The undead corpse was still dumbly standing there, right beside that eerie puppet. Terrified, Chu Mu wanted to distance himself from the frightening doll, but his body refused to move. Struggling against the searing headache caused by his drained soul force, he controlled the undead corpse to pick up the puppet, intending to throw it far away. Suddenly, Chu Mu heard someone shouting his name. It seemed like Captain and the others had found him, but there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, Chu Mu instructed the undead corpse to stuff both itself and the puppet into the mirror world. After finishing everything, Chu Mu could barely hold on. His blurred eyes watched as a woman ran toward him. A woman? He suddenly realized the person coming was likely Sai-Shi. As Sai-Shi drew nearer, it felt like a nightmare come true. No. Chu Mu wanted to scream out loud, but he fell unconscious instantly. When Chu-Mu woke up again, he found himself lying in the church's resting room. He immediately recognized it because before he had found a place to live, he had stayed here for a while and was very familiar with the area. His body still felt completely powerless. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through him, as if his entire body were about to split apart. The only thing he could do was stay in bed and avoid moving at all costs. The first person he saw was the church's pastor. As a former employee, he was quite familiar with everyone here. Perhaps it was due to their long absence from each other, but the pastor's attitude toward him had softened considerably. Unlike before, when he used to order Chu-Mu around, always wearing a stern face and ready to reduce the mother goddess gifts whenever Chu-Mu made a slight mistake. "Are you feeling better?" the pastor asked with concern. Chu-Mu wasn't accustomed to this tone and instinctively tried to turn his head, but pulled at his sore muscles, causing his face to turn pale as cold sweat poured out. Clenching his teeth tightly, he drew sharp breaths through gritted teeth, his expression contorted in pain until it slowly subsided. Finally, Chu-Mu managed to muster a bitter smile and replied, "My condition is terrible." Later, Captain Laurent arrived with Zhao Dawei and the others to visit him. They were both showing care and asking what exactly had happened to leave him so severely injured. In order not to expose his secrets, Chu-Mu continued lying. As it turned out, lying was an extremely painful process. One lie leads to another, forcing you to cover it up with more lies. Worst of all, his conscience constantly reminded him of the virtues of honesty. Chu-Mu said he accidentally encountered the Rat King, who chased him all the way here. He used an explosive charm, exhausting all of his soul force, to finally kill the Rat King. But since his soul force was nearly depleted, he almost lost control, leading to his current state. After hearing this, the captain fell into deep thought. The other team members didn't think much about it. They simply marveled at how fortunate Chu-Mu was to have survived. Captain Laurent gave Chu-Mu 2 weeks off to recover, though in reality, he only spent 7 days recuperating at the church before returning home. The captain instructed Chu-Mu to rest well at home, reminding him that those who've experienced losing control had gone through a grand indulgence for every part of their body. Though Chu-Mu had luckily made it through, losing control itself was a tremendous burden on the body, pushing it beyond its limits. Typically, it took over a month to fully recover. However, Chu-Mu recovered rather quickly because, after getting home, he mostly stayed inside the realm of death to heal. Ever since the first encounter with the female ghost during which she had forcibly pushed him to the ground with violent physical contact, he discovered that injuries seemed to heal faster there. So, as soon as he got home, he eagerly retreated into the realm of death to recuperate. Surprisingly, Chu-Mu's seemingly damaged body began to rapidly repair itself within the realm of death. Within less than a week, his body was restored to nearly 80% of its original state. A truly remarkable feat. This led him to recall how his body, during his previous episode of losing control, appeared to absorb some mysterious black power from the realm of death, aiding in its recovery. Therefore, the realm of death must possess some divine force that helped him restore himself. Yet where this divine force originated remained unknown to Chu-Mu. There is a saying in this world: when you feel overwhelmed by unresolved questions, pray to the gods. Thus, assuming this must be the blessing of his ancestor, the god of death, he offered thanks and praise to the god of death. So, for the next few lazy days, Chu-Mu could only stay at home, afraid to go out lest he ran into someone from the church or needed to explain why he was recovering so fast. That terrifying puppet, the direct cause of his loss of control, had been buried in the soil of the realm of death ever since Chu-Mu regained mobility. These past few days, as he gradually overcame his fear, he let the living corpse dig the puppet back up. Still, he dared not stare at the puppet anymore. He remembered that, at the time, there was nothing special about it except for the prominent red stain on its chest. Now, upon further consideration, the problem might just lie in that red stain. It could perhaps be the blood of some powerful soul master or an odd creature, or even from a god who once existed. From the faint sounds of a man's enraged scream that he could vaguely remember, he deduced that he must have been directly impacted by this voice, causing him to lose control instantly. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. Chapter 50. The benefit of losing control. Could I have made a mistake? The captain let Chu-Mu rest well at home. After all, as someone who had experienced losing control, it was like every part of the body underwent a collective celebration and indulgence. Although Chu-Mu was fortunate enough to survive, losing control itself was an ultra-limit burden on the body. Therefore, in order to fully restore his health, it usually took more than a month. Actually, Chu-Mu recovered quickly because, after returning home, he basically stayed in the kingdom of death to recuperate. Since the first encounter with the female ghost last time, when the eager female ghost pushed him forcefully onto the ground, after intense physical contact, Chu-Mu got injured but unexpectedly discovered that wounds seemed to recover faster here. So upon arriving home, he eagerly entered the kingdom of death to quietly heal and recuperate. To tell you the truth, Chu-Mu's originally damaged body after losing control rapidly restored within the kingdom of death. In less than a week, his body had recovered to around 80%, which was very magical. Then, thinking back to the time of his previous loss of control, his body turned into smoke and dust seemed to absorb a certain mysterious black force from the kingdom of death, assisting in the repair of his body. Therefore, there was indeed some divine power within the kingdom of death aiding in his recovery. However, the origin of this divine power was something Chu-Mu could not figure out. There's a saying in this world: when you have unsolvable doubts in your heart, pray to the deities. Therefore, tentatively assuming, This could only be considered as the blessing from the ancestral god of death. Thank the god of death, praise the god of death. So during these few extra lazy days, Chu Mu could only stay at home, afraid to go out, fearing encountering acquaintances from the church, and even more worried about being unable to clearly explain why he had recovered so fast. That terrifying puppet, also the direct culprit for his loss of control, has been buried in the land of the kingdom of death by him controlling undead since he was able to resume activity. In recent days, he gradually walked out of fear and made the undead dig up the puppet again. But he didn't dare to continue staring at the puppet. He remembered that the puppet wasn't originally special, except for the red stain on its chest, which was now suspicious. The problem might lie within that red stain. It could possibly be blood from some powerful soul master or bizarre creatures, or even come from a former deity, as he could faintly hear a man yelling. Seemingly this voice caused him to lose control immediately at the scene, otherwise it really couldn't be explained. The life codex of the church once recorded, do not look directly at gods, because it is disrespectful to the gods, a form of desecration against the gods. Now think about it, maybe there are other reasons. Just by looking at one drop of their blood, he heard a sound and lost control. What would happen if he looked directly at a god? He doesn't know what changes would occur to himself, but it was quite possible that he would die on the spot. Maybe this was exactly the initial intention conveyed by the phrase, do not look directly at gods. Just like idioms from his previous life, each had their original meaning and subsequent metaphorical implications. For instance, love me, love my dog. Originally, it meant falling in love with the female master of the house, then lovingly looking at the crows on the roof. Whether this led to a forbidden relationship between man and bird is something we cannot know. Later, this idiom was used to describe loving a person and extending care to things related to them. Many people forget that the original protagonist of this idiom fell in love with crows. Also, take the idiom of big snakes swallowing an elephant, which later evolved into the proverb greed makes snakes swallow elephants. The implication is greed without satisfaction, but the original meaning may not be the same, because the boss snake, a mythological creature in Chinese culture, is an incredibly large snake. According to legend, the boss snake could easily swallow an elephant, even using the elephant as food. Over time, the meaning became distorted into the opposite implication. So who knows, perhaps the true meaning behind the words, do not look directly at the gods harbors the greatest fear. Logically speaking, such a dangerous object should, according to Chu Mu's personality, be thrown away for safety. But Chu Mu accidentally discovered that his soul veins, after this episode of losing control, had nearly completed 3/4 of their refinement, and his soul power flowed more smoothly than before. Without question, this was another hidden effect of losing control, accelerating the refining process of the soul veins in his body. Recalling earlier, when he first became a soul master, he went through a period of losing control. Afterward, he quickly refined half of his soul veins and successfully used his abilities. He thought it was due to his talent or the acceleration from the kingdom of death. Thinking back now, it was probably the hidden effect brought about after losing control, completing a significant portion of his soul vein refinement. Compared to other level 1 soul masters, his progress was quicker, allowing him to use soul power within a short period. If this thing could help soul masters lose control, then every once in a while, he could go through it again. This way, wouldn't he be able to quickly polish his soul veins and advance toward becoming even stronger at a faster speed? Therefore, Chu Mu started to become reluctant to throw away the puppet. Instead, he planned to give it another try after fully recovering, aiming to thoroughly refine his soul veins and progress towards becoming a level 2 soul master. He had the undead carefully store the puppet and covered its surface with layers of paper. Still feeling uneasy, he wrapped it in a large piece of cloth. He intended to make another attempt when he felt ready for another self-inflicted trial, as long as his body allowed it. Actually, there were more benefits from losing control. Not only had Chu Mu's soul veins been further refined, but his soul also became stronger. The most noticeable improvement was the amount of soul power, which had increased by 50% compared to before. While in immense pain and unable to stand, only being able to pass time practicing general abilities, he discovered that he was significantly more persistent. Additionally, this loss of control involving physical aspects led to greater restoration of his body, whether it be stamina, endurance, or basic strength, all significantly improved, and he even noticed his hands felt lighter when holding his fine steel long sword. Everything has its good side and bad side. Although losing control could be fatal instantly, and with a high mortality rate, one gains much more by surviving it. So Chu Mu developed an infatuation with this method of cultivation, finding it more exhilarating than cheating with the kingdom of death. People often have this peculiar feeling. While studying, they long for vacations, but when the holidays come, they end up bored and yearning for the days of school. Chu Mu was experiencing this exact sentiment now, rarely having time to relax at home, yet unable to stay idle due to sheer boredom. Perhaps because humans are inherently social creatures and can't bear solitude. Therefore, Chu Mu ultimately decided to study with illness. He could threaten the old man with transactions to cover for him. As for the swordsmanship course, it was arduous and exhausting. Thus, he used his weakened state as an excuse to postpone it. So, Chu Mu went to the old man's house. The old man looked at Chu Mu standing outside the door, as if seeing a ghost, and couldn't resist asking, Chu Mu, tell me, who are you really? After someone loses control, it's already difficult to survive, let alone recover so fast. Are you the offspring of an evil deity, or some other extraordinary intelligent species? Then he added, after you got injured, I took a look, and it was definitely the result of losing control. I also treated you with healing talismans, but it is absolutely impossible for you to recover so quickly. It doesn't make sense. After listening, Chumu didn't know how to respond for a moment. All he had done was endure a bout of losing control and recovered swiftly. Why was everyone so surprised? When I was injured, you came to check on me. Weren't you thinking about my soul beads? Chumu looked incredulously at the old man. Being caught red-handed by Chumu, the old man remained unfazed, showing no trace of embarrassment. Apparently, when it came to having a thick skin, he was a master. The old man muttered carelessly. I just wanted to confirm whether our future transactions could continue. However, you shouldn't dodge this question. Today, you must clarify everything. Although I am not loyal to the Mother Goddess, I absolutely detest any followers of evil gods. All right. Chumu admitted that a rare sense of righteousness briefly emerged from the old man. So he paused thoughtfully and gazed into the old man's eyes and said, Fine, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am the descendant of the death god. Chumu's voice carried a tone of somberness. A flicker of uneasiness crossed the old man's face, and even Chumu noticed that his hand had slipped into his pocket. With his extensive experience in using talismans, Chumu knew for certain that the old man currently held a talisman in his hand, ready to release it at any moment. Yet Chumu gambled on the fact that the old man wouldn't actually attack, given the resurrection sect, and the name of the death god posed no real threat. At first, the old man had been somewhat tense, but after hearing the final answer, he found it hilariously absurd. He withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing a high-level talisman clasped between his fingers, though Chumu did not recognize it. Its use would surely cause quite a commotion. The old man noticed the talisman in his hand, and then discreetly shoved it back into his pocket. His hand, however, still remained tucked inside. You say you're the descendant of the death god? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you have anything to prove your identity? The old man questioned skeptically. Since Chumu always considered himself the descendant of the death god, he was stumped by the old man's inquiry. How exactly could he prove he was the descendant of the death god? Come to think of it, from beginning to end, it seemed like that unreliable Owen Gray was the one claiming to be the descendant of the death god. A sudden uneasiness crept into his mind, though he didn't think Owen had deceived him. After all, Owen wasn't that smart. But could there be a possibility that Owen got it wrong? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, since he'd met Owen, he didn't seem to have received any divine message from the death god. Even when entering the kingdom of death, it was only possible through the recognition of the Eye of Death. But who said that the Eye of Death could only recognize the descendant of the death god? More importantly, he himself hailed from a great family name in Huaxia, while the death god's name was Ernest Jiedwa. The disparity between their surnames was indeed significant. Besides, even if his parents had concealed it very well, it still seemed as though he had never discovered anything related to soul masters at home. Too clean. Surely a worthy descendant of the death god wouldn't leave such an immaculate trail behind, would they? Therefore, could it be he wasn't the descendant of the death god? Chapter 51. Have to pretend for a while longer, the eerie tree. Regardless of whether he was truly the descendant of the death god or not, for now, he had to pretend for a while longer. There was simply no other way to explain his recent changes, and he could not divulge the matters of the Eye of Death or the bloodstained puppet either. Otherwise, who knows if the old man wouldn't start coveting his treasures. He imagined what a proper heir of the death god, noble with the lineage of death, should look like. He then put on an act of disdain and declared, I am Chumu Jiedwa, the great descendant of the death god. Why should I prove anything to you? In my dreams, I usually communicate with the death god through my soul, gaining guidance for my cultivation. One day, I will become the new death god, restoring my ancestors' glory and making the Resurrection Society flourish. At that time, even the Church of Life and the Earth Mother would have to kneel before me and pledge allegiance. Chumu felt his boasting was quite impassioned indeed, but this was necessary to keep the cunning old man in check. Look at him now. He has no retort, right? In fact, when the old man heard Chumu mention his real surname, Jiedwa, he had already confirmed Chumu's identity. Because in the past, he dealt with some unsavory transactions involving the higher-ups of the Resurrection Society, and by chance learned that the death god's surname was Jiedwa. Moreover, there had always been a prophecy within the Resurrection Society that the god did not die. One day, he would awaken from his slumber and be reborn within the body of one of his descendants. Thus, the way the old man looked at Chumu wasn't filled with envy or even fear. Rather, he felt pity for Chumu. Even if the entity of the god possessed his body and transformed him into a god himself, Chumu's existence would most likely be erased completely. This was not glory. Stealing someone else's everything made the death god's actions no different from those of the fiend gods who sacrificed the lives of mortals as offerings. Perhaps even right now, there was a shadow of the death god influencing Chumu's behavior and perception. Alright, it seems there is only this explanation possible. For now, I'll believe you. But let me offer you a saying. A gift from destiny always comes pre-priced. Even if it is a gift from the ancestor, the death god, nothing is given without cost. From the lost histories I've encountered, deities are certainly not just symbols of benevolence. The mother goddess initially didn't rely solely on kindness to earn the faith of her followers either. So, have you prepared to pay the price? Of course, you can also treat what I said earlier as mere madness. Since the issue is resolved, we can continue studying explosion talismans, and you may prepare the soul beads needed for our next trade. Now, I somewhat understand why you possess so many soul beads. It is indeed a secret that I shouldn't pry into. The tone of the old man suddenly shifted from arrogance to some degree of normalcy, and even carried a trace of respect. From his previous words, Chu guessed the old man respected perhaps not himself, but the death god behind him. This kind of respect, however, brought him no joy but more annoyance instead, because what he wanted was respect for himself. The old man's words reminded him as well. If he relied on the power of the death god's artifacts and the strength of the divine kingdom, then even if he one day became a deity, would he truly be the new death god, or would the death god revive inside him? He was unlike those devout believers who thought gods were loving and kind. For a moment, Chu didn't know what to do. Should he abandon the Eye of Death from now on? Perhaps the bloody puppet might contain the will of the divine as well. Should he then depend solely on his own efforts? Don't joke. Ignoring the advantages he has, relying on his own poor talents, he wouldn't stand a chance to become a true powerhouse in his lifetime. So dependence was unavoidable, and for a long time, he would still need to rely on these two items to accelerate his cultivation. Since it cannot be avoided, he decided to seize much more. In the future, whatever power the gods can lend, he'd borrow. If there are too many debts, one doesn't mind the price to repay. He used to look down on the common knowledge of the mother goddess since he always thought walking this path wouldn't bring much achievement anyway. He was the favored son of the death god, not the mother goddesses. But looking at things now, he figured he still had to cling tightly to the mother goddess leg. Otherwise, when that day comes, the mother goddess definitely wouldn't watch idly as another god revives inside him, occupying his body. After all, even the gods probably didn't welcome other gods squeezing onto this already small world bus together, did they? Therefore, learning about universal talismans was still necessary, and at the moment, he must tightly hold on to Mr. Hades' Adam's leg, cultivating explosion talismans first. Of course, Mr. Adam's respect lasted less than half a quarter before being discarded somewhere unknown. How much respect could an old bastard who didn't even respect his direct superior, Mother Earth, have for a dead deity, especially after repeatedly being infuriated by Chu-Mu's spellcaster-style stupidity? So he directly broke out into curses. This time, not only Chu-Mu but also the death god was insulted and pinned on the cross of shame together. However, Chu-Mu was rather pleased. At least this learning atmosphere was much better than before, and he got more used to it. The difference between humans and deities, besides their power, might just be this touch of humanity. In the end, this so-called heir of the mighty death god was driven out of Mr. Adam's home and once again advised to abandon his knowledge of talismans, suggesting that studying anything else would surely be better than wasting life on such trivial matters. Chu-Mu, upon hearing this, thought it made perfect sense and decided that tomorrow, he'd come back to bother him some more, determined to get his hands on the subsequent explosion talismans no matter what. After returning home, Chu-Mu took a nap first, and then woke up like a night owl in the middle of the night. Seeing his soul energy had been restored pretty well, he immediately entered the divine kingdom of death. Once reminded by the wretched old man, he instead felt an urgent need because who knew when the Eye of Death might suddenly leave him for either active or passive reasons. Therefore, while it was still in his possession, he needed to exploit its full potential. Moreover, he realized he might not truly be a descendant of the death god, which gave him the audacity to act more recklessly. He even began considering whether setting fire to this jungle might help find a way out of the primeval forest. Controlling two death creatures, Chu-Mu strutted boldly through the dense woods, using a gong to attract the attention of death creatures so they'd fall willingly into his traps. He was fully prepared this time. Adding to the two explosion talismans he had successfully crafted earlier using the old man's credited paper during the day, he now had 4 explosion talismans in hand. Even a formidable opponent would have to taste their strength. It seemed fortune favored Chu-Mu. After effortlessly killing 2 live corpses lured over, he suddenly found himself in a peculiar spot. This area looked like any other forest, but appeared much emptier. At the center of this region stood a tree that was significantly smaller than the towering trees surrounding it. Though still a large tree to Chu-Mu's eyes, it paled compared to the sky-high giants around it. At first glance, there was nothing special about the tree itself, but hanging from it were corpse after corpse of death creatures, each drained dry like cured meat hanging from its branches, making quite a spectacular sight. Such a strange and eerie tree was something even cautious Chu-Mu dared not risk approaching. And since he wasn't really the heir of the death god, anyone capturing him certainly wouldn't show mercy, let alone treat him kindly as an outsider. Thus, Chu-Mu planned to skirt around it entirely. Suddenly, the tree split down its trunk as though it were a helpless woman struck by misfortune, and heart-wrenching sobs emanated from within the crack. Instinctively, Chu-Mu felt something was off. This ghostly thing must have used its ability on him. Without hesitation, he turned to run quickly away from the tree, directing the female resentful spirit and the live corpse straight at the tree. This was clearly a case of cutting one's tail to survive, offering the death creatures to the tree in exchange for his own safety. The cries seemed imbued with a mysterious power. Just hearing the sound, Chu-Mu felt as if he could see a picture forming before him. A very beautiful woman stood behind him crying, pleading for his assistance, begging him to at least console her. Not doing so filled him with intense pain, self-reproach, and mental anguish. But the tree had underestimated Chu-Mu's callousness. His longtime companion, the female resentful spirit, was abandoned without a second thought. How could it influence his ironclad determination with a mere illusion of beauty? And don't think he's stupid. There couldn't possibly be a woman behind him. Only a weird, ominous tree. Still, the tree clearly wasn't willing to let him go. One by one, the mummified corpses hanging from it dropped off, falling to the ground like dumplings being boiled, littering everywhere. Terrifyingly, these corpses started wriggling their limbs after hitting the ground, moving like lizards and swiftly chasing after Chu Mu in the direction he fled. And trailing behind each corpse was a withered vine connected to the tree. Hardly avoiding the sobbing, Chu Mu heard something far more frightening coming from behind, the sound of something crawling and pursuing him. Instinctively looking back, he saw countless lizard-like corpses wriggling their bodies, chasing after him. Before Chu Mu could struggle, these corpses grabbed him and threw him to the ground. At that moment, he felt small and utterly helpless. Not intending to save the fallen beauty and instead waking up to kill him first. That's a bit too dishonorable, isn't it? And then even planning to use force. What kind of society is this? Chapter 52, The Eerie Tree, Revenge. The mummy did not kill Chu Mu. It merely grabbed his feet and dragged him back. Of course, Chu Mu didn't think the big tree was being friendly at all. It was undoubtedly planning a more delicious way to enjoy him. If it wanted to eat him, it would need some good teeth. In a burst of determination, Chu Mu pulled out 4 prepared explosive talismans from his pocket, intending to create an explosion. No matter how strange this thing was, it had to follow scientific rules, right? As long as it was a tree, it must rely on its trunk and root system. If he blew off its branches, could that temporarily paralyze it? But there was no time for thought. He was being dragged inch by inch toward the big tree by the mummy, with other mummies closely guarding him around. There was no chance of escape, only fighting was left. Chu Mu directly threw the 4 explosive talismans along with a flurry of yellow papers, quickly infusing them with soul power, transforming them into yellow paper butterflies flying toward the big tree. The big tree seemed to sense some kind of threat, extending countless vines from its trunk, like chasing away mosquitoes, waving in the air. All the paper butterflies that touched were immediately reduced to a shriveled, yellowed state, falling to the ground like autumn leaves. Chu Mu turned pale when he saw this, realizing it could be his fate as well. Under the cover of the other paper butterflies, the 4 explosive talismans reached the base of the big tree directly. Chu Mu didn't dare let the explosive talismans touch the trunk, fearing they might get affected if so, and it would be the end for him. Seeing the explosive talismans reaching their target, he instantly shouted, "Huh!" The 4 explosive talismans detonated instantly, deafening Chu Mu's ears and causing the mummy pulling him to jolt, stopping for a moment. A thick cloud of dust swirled around the tree, making everything blurry. At this moment, Chu Mu quickly got up from the ground, shaking off the mummy's grip, pushing aside the others who were momentarily influenced and now stood motionless, then ran for it. When he reached a safe distance, he dared to turn around and look back. The effect of his 4 explosive talismans was quite impressive. They had blown off a large section of the bizarre tree's trunk, revealing the gray bark and inner tissue underneath. Below the bark wasn't the expected yellow wood but red flesh and muscle, with streams of red blood slowly flowing out. It was such a strange tree. Its skin and muscles under the bark looked like those of a living creature. Now, it was screaming loudly in agony, the sharp cries causing Chu Mu excruciating headaches. He had originally considered saving his 2 servants, as he noticed that before the explosion, they had just been caught and suspended by the tree. But judging from the current situation, there was no time to worry about that anymore. Chu Mu ran even farther before relaxing slightly, glancing back at the direction of the strange tree with lingering fear. The trees obstructed the view of the tree itself, but faintly, the sound of a woman crying could still be heard. To ensure his safety, he immediately took out the death eye and escaped from the kingdom of death, fearing that those mummies would chase him again. Back inside his room, Chu Mu sighed in relief. But then he remembered the setback of last night. He had lost so much, and his mood plummeted once more. But having suffered such great losses, Chu Mu didn't intend to leave that eerie tree alone. Tomorrow, he would go and get more talismans from the old man to make explosive talismans, determined to blow it up and vent his hatred. The next day, Chu Mu knocked on the door of the old man very early in the morning. Last night, the old man was testing a hypothesis and accidentally worked until late at night, just like Chu Mu. Unlike Chu Mu, though, his old age meant his body couldn't handle staying up too late. And now, woken up so early, he appeared listless and didn't even have the energy to curse. Seeing the old man, Chu Mu directly said, "Mr. Atumu, I want to learn how to make explosive talismans, hurry. I can barely control my right hand anymore." Faced with Chu Mu's sudden burst of enthusiasm for learning, the old man found it hard to comprehend. But passion is one thing. Chu Mu was prone to various small problems, especially when doing things with a utilitarian mindset. The more focused on gain and loss, the easier it was to make mistakes. Seeing Chu Mu's abnormal state today, Atumu couldn't help but ask, "Were you forcibly taken by someone last night, a middle-aged woman, and so now you're angry and plan to use explosive talismans to kill her? Otherwise, I can't figure out what's driving your madness." Chu Mu was struggling to express his difficulty. The entity he faced was far scarier and stranger than a middle-aged woman. However, he had an idea. Provoke the old man into helping him, whether it was providing more explosive talismans or something else. Without eliminating that tree, he wouldn't find peace. "I can only say our deal has to be postponed. I've encountered a formidable opponent, and until I resolve it, I won't be able to obtain more soul beads," Chu Mu said apologetically, his eyes sneaking a look at the old man. As expected, upon hearing the deal postponed, the old man became immediately restless. "You cannot do this. We already had an agreement that you would provide me with enough soul beads within a month, and in return, I will help you. This is breaching the spirit of the contract." Chu Mu shrugged helplessly and said, "I also want to honor the contract, but I've come across an eerie tree, which is incredibly powerful. With my current strength, it seems difficult to defeat easily. What I can think of is using more explosive talismans to blow it up." Upon hearing this, the old man instantly calmed down quite a bit from his rising temper. From Chumu's words, he realized that the latter was probably undergoing some kind of trial set up by the god of death as an obstacle. He shouldn't recklessly intervene or else risk offending the deity. Though he claimed no fear outwardly, respect for the divine should still exist. So the only thing he could do to help Chumu now was enhance his ability to create talismans and let him handle the problem on his own. Then stop wasting time and get over here. Today, I'll personally teach you how to make explosive talismans. The old man suddenly turned serious. This was what Chumu had been waiting for, an opportunity to learn some tricks and techniques from the old man, so he could improve quickly in a short period. Therefore, he immediately approached the old man, who personally got into action, talisman pen in hand, while instructing Chumu. Making talismans does involve certain tricks, but these tricks offer no benefit from mastering the basics. It merely allows you shortcuts to increase your success rate, and their applicability is extremely limited. So I originally didn't plan to teach you, but since things have changed, I'll teach you now. You can use them occasionally. Let's carefully inspect the basic patterns of this explosion talisman. In fact, this part here and here can be done like this. It wasn't until today that Chumu fully realized how deep the water really ran in the field of talisman makers. Just like painting, a 10-minute piece could be painted, an hour-long one could be drawn, and even a day's work could also be created. Naturally, the final product would differ greatly in quality. After receiving the old man's guidance, Chumu's success rate of making explosive talismans soared dramatically, bringing him great joy. It even gave rise to another thought. He wanted to master the technique thoroughly and see if he could apply similar methods to making other types of talismans. In reality, he didn't know that only experienced talisman masters like this old man were capable of such tricks. Explosion talismans, after all, were first created by Mr. Atumu himself, so naturally he knew the best shortcuts and quick ways to improve success rates. Had it been any other talisman maker, they'd likely just sit with Chumu and draw talismans earnestly without taking shortcuts. Such efficiency was not something everyone could achieve. Over the course of a whole day, Chumu managed to create 12 explosive talismans, leaving the old man half-dead tired. Fortunately, seeing Chumu produce so many foundation-level explosive talismans filled the old man with satisfaction. Originally, he had intended to trade them again for soul beads, but now plans had changed. He could only teach Chumu first, hoping that the latter could pass the test set by the god of death soon and restore their exchange before it felt like breaking his back after a hard day's work. By nightfall, Chumu took a short nap to regain his energy and returned bravely to the kingdom of death. He recognized the direction and rushed toward the eerie tree once more. The cries from the forest had disappeared, and the surroundings were deathly silent without a single sound. Chumu's steps over dried leaves and branches made loud noises that echoed conspicuously through the woods. When he arrived at yesterday's location, he saw from afar that the big tree had changed again. The surface of the tree trunk, which was previously exposed by blood and flesh after the explosions, had regrown gray bark covering its wounds. However, the broken branches and the corpses scattered around remained in place. Evidently, the injuries caused by Chumu's explosive talismans wouldn't heal so easily. This was exactly what Chumu had hoped for. Today, he came prepared to host a grand fireworks show and send this ghostly thing straight to the western heaven. He directly pulled out 3 explosive talismans from his pocket and sprinkled numerous sheets of yellow paper. They transformed into yellow paper butterflies and quickly flew towards the strange tree. Sensing the butterflies perhaps reminded it of yesterday's pain, and the monster let out a sorrowful cry emanating from the tree trunk. Once again before Chumu's eyes appeared a beautiful, sad woman, seemingly pleading with her crying for something. Chumu's entire body resisted any impulse to harm her. Unfortunately, Chumu was an emotionless and cold-blooded man. Especially after seeing the female ghost hanging on the tree, completely desiccated into a mummy, he had firmly decided to kill this monstrous thing at all costs. Chapter 53. Blowing up the eerie tree, letting the cranky old man have a look. Seeing that his crying was useless, countless vines quickly grew again from the strange tree's body, waving in the air to try to drive away those paper butterflies. Unfortunately, it had little effect because it was too clumsy. Until 3 explosive charms mixed with the paper butterflies quietly approached the strange tree, Chumu instantly detonated the charms. The 3 explosive charms immediately surrounded the tree trunk and exploded together. Smoke and dust quickly enveloped everything around the strange tree. Chumu heard another woman scream, but her voice was much deeper this time. When the smoke cleared, Chumu stared intently at the strange tree, but he saw nothing. There was blood everywhere on the ground. Had it been blown to ashes? Surely not. He subconsciously extended his gaze far off into the distance and discovered a strange tree using its roots as countless legs running deep into the forest. Chumu couldn't help but cursed under his breath, my God. Indeed, this tree had become a spirit. Knowing it couldn't win, it fled and completely uprooted itself for strategic relocation. However, how could it be allowed to escape? The grudge of killing the female ghost still needed to be avenged. This was the longest contact he'd ever had with a woman, and she had just died like this. Deeply sorrowful over losing his beloved, Chumu pursued the awkward fleeing back of the strange tree. How dare you run? Another 3 explosive charms quickly turned into paper airplanes and flew behind the strange tree ahead of Chumu. Over long distance, Chumu shouted loudly. Once again, there was a 3-shot continuous explosion. The strange tree was directly blown up, falling beside the ground. It looked even more pitiful this time. Accompanied by the wounds from the previous explosions, half of the tree trunk and rootstock were gone. Blood flowed out quickly, and all it could do was cry out feebly. Vines and roots around its body flailed desperately in their death struggle. Unfortunately, Chumu did not plan to sympathize with it. He threw another 3 explosive charms, which flew quickly towards the target. As Chumu shouted again, "Ha!" The 3 explosive charms detonated close range, thoroughly blowing this strange tree into several pieces. Chumu remained very cautious and did not approach, but instead observed from afar. Even trapped beasts will fight back, let alone an eerie strange tree. Anyway, always playing it safe, he had plenty of time and patience. Moreover, inside the kingdom of death, all things he killed until now would explode soul pearls. Therefore, he had another way to confirm. But the strange tree did not explode any soul pearls, so there must be something wrong. It took quite a while before several different items floated out from the scattered wooden fragments on the ground. Chumu cursed silently. Devious. Because being blown apart into so many pieces, this beast didn't die immediately. If he had stepped forward prematurely, he would have surely been tricked. After confirming the soul pearls had exploded out, Chumu slowly walked toward the ground covered with the broken bodies of the strange tree. Chumu stopped frequently during his walk, fearing any danger, and even throwing a stone lying nearby to check if there would be other reactions. Finally, Chumu confirmed safety, avoiding the liquid and broken bodies on the ground belonging to the strange tree, and arrived before the floating objects. There were 3 floating objects in total, one of which Chumu was extremely familiar with. It was a soul pearl. Compared to the soul pearls he recognized, this one was clearly more special. It should be a higher grade soul pearl, possibly no less than level 2. But that's good. The main material for his next stage magic medicine was now available in sufficient quantity. The second floating object was actually the gray bark of the strange tree, a whole big block. Perhaps it should be some kind of precious material. Otherwise, it wouldn't deserve to float up specially presented to Chumu. He had already decided to take a small piece back to let the cranky old man examine. Maybe he knew what sort of material it was. The third item was a crudely made mask, vaguely recognizable as a human face, but the features were extremely blurred, as if the maker hadn't had time to carve them yet. Chumu didn't know what specific use it had. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly put it directly on his face. If he couldn't take it off, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Other than these, there was nothing else valuable. Chumu spat on the broken bodies of the strange tree on the ground and cursed again. Pauper. Then he looked carefully at the wood shavings and corpse pieces on the ground, hoping to squeeze out every ounce of value from the strange tree that consumed over 10 of his explosive charms. With sharp eyes, he really found a dried yellow shriveled seed amidst the broken remains. The seed looked like a magnified soybean seed several times larger, yet severely dehydrated. Even so, this strange tree preserved it, indicating the importance of this seed for its existence. Perhaps it was the strange tree's seed. Chumu found a piece of cloth and used a wooden stick to push the seed into it. The seed didn't undergo any strange changes, and Chumu breathed a sigh of relief instead. Then Chumu temporarily stored the seed and ran back to where the strange tree had originally been. He had originally wanted to check if there were any treasures among the wood chunks left from when he blew up the strange tree that were overlooked like the seed. He also wanted to see the remains of his female ghost for one last remembrance, then confidently move on to find the next spirit to be his enforcer. When he saw what the female ghost looked like after being drained into a dry corpse, Chumu immediately made up his mind to look for a new ghost, leaving the old one to rest in peace forever. Chumu then found another servant of his, a zombie that had also been drained by the strange tree. If Chumu felt any final trace of compassion for the female ghost, he had no such feelings for the zombie. With one slash, he severed the zombie's head, out of which sprang a soul pearl, as expected. Chumu then set his sights on the dried corpse of the female ghost. He told himself, a real man doesn't worry about losing a wife. And with that, he cut off her head as well to send her off on her final journey. Sure enough, another soul pearl popped out. He repeated the same process for the other dry corpses, but only one more produced a soul pearl, while the vast majority did not. It appeared the strange tree must have been injured and hadn't had time to absorb the soul power from these 3 newest victims. As for the others, they had probably been captured for too long, having all their essence drained, leaving only empty shells behind. Still, his goal of acquiring 5 soul pearls was met, allowing him to proceed to the next step in the trade with the grumpy old man, obtaining the method for making spell paper. Now he could produce his own spell paper rather than pleading with the old man endlessly. The next day, Chumu went to find the old man and handed over all 5 soul pearls, which delighted the old man immensely. Without hesitation, the old man revealed the procedure for making spell paper. Chumu also bartered further, eventually securing the genuine method of papermaking as well as the different materials needed. At least from now on, he wouldn't be merely churning out rough yellow paper as before. At this point, Chumu took out a small piece of bark from the strange tree and passed it to the old man, puzzled, saying, "Mr. Adam, do you know what material this is? It's a friend of mine who asked me to ask you about it. Can you take a look?" The old man had just been pondering what he should do with the soul pearls next, since he'd been researching how to make higher grade spell paper recently. Even though adding special ingredients makes the paper sturdier, allowing it to bear stronger soul power, which forms the foundation of higher level talismans, the quality of the paper itself also needs to match. However, after many trials, he had yet to find the right materials, especially in the era where the church had nearly exterminated all extraordinary beings, making the procurement of high-level materials even harder. As a result, he decided to experiment using soul pearls to cultivate superior extraordinary beings, and his private stockpile of soul pearls was for precisely this purpose. So it wasn't boasting when he said he was a great master at cultivating extraordinary plants, though not for combat purposes. Rather, his focus was on nurturing plant-based extraordinary beings for material use. Initially, he hadn't planned to pay much attention to Chu Mu, figuring he had nothing special to offer, but as soon as he caught a glimpse of the material in Chu Mu's hand, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Attempting to snatch it quickly, the old man lunged like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit. But Chu Mu instinctively dodged, glaring furiously and exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you seeing a beauty or checking some material?" Ignoring Chu Mu's mockery, the old man urgently said, "Quick, let me see that material again." "I don't think so. What if you just snatch it away?" Chu Mu shook his head. "I'll just look at it briefly, then I'll return it." "All right." Rarely showing deference, the old man pleaded with an eager look, sending shivers down Chu Mu's spine. "Here, take it, just stop staring at me. You're annoying when you scold people, and even more so when you don't," Chu Mu said, tossing the material carelessly to the old man. To his surprise, the old man skillfully caught it and began examining it from all angles, then injected a bit of soul power into it for a closer examination. Finally, he slapped his thigh with excitement and exclaimed, "Excellent," which startled Chu Mu. The old man carefully put away the piece of material, clearly not planning to return it to Chu Mu as promised. Sighing, Chu Mu didn't bother asking for it back. After all, he still had a large chunk of it left, more than enough for himself. Given how cooperative and generous the old man had been today, he decided to consider it a gift. Chapter 54. Li Er's appearance, reunion with classmates. The old man was secretly observing Chu Mu's reaction, noticing that he seemed not to care at all about the gain or loss of this small piece of treasure. He immediately judged that Chu Mu must have many such treasures, and his thoughts quickly became active as he planned a way to deceive him into handing over the remaining pieces. He had already tested it. It was absolutely a miraculous creature that had lived for who knows how many years. It contained an abundance of spirituality intertwined with natural laws, making it the best material for creating high-level talismans. Just this small piece, if placed in the black market, would start at 3 digits and be valued in gold coins. So, from his perspective, Chu Mu, the naive young man, thought he had gained today, but did not realize he had lost even more. "What kind of material is it exactly?" Chu Mu asked indifferently. If it truly wasn't valuable, he'd just throw it away. After all, carrying the bark of that strange tree felt pretty disgusting. There might be other oddities as well. "Oh, nothing special, just the bark of an ancient tree, no valuable properties," the old man answered casually, seeing Chu Mu show no interest upon hearing it was worthless. Seizing the opportunity, the old man added, "However, this material can still manage to make talismans. How much do you have left?" "I'll offer 1 gold coin to buy all of it. What do you say?" After finishing his rare smile, the scruffy old man looked at Chu Mu to express his trading sincerity. Chu Mu instantly felt something fishy was going on because it was rare for the old man to take interest in anything, indicating the object must have great value. So, pretending he hadn't noticed a thing, he said, "My friend said that if it isn't valuable, then next time he'll just use it to stoke the fireplace. People like us aren't as affluent as you are, so we don't need this little bit of extra money." Sure enough, the old man became anxious at the mention of burning. This was indeed a rare treasure. Its destruction would be wasteful and deserving of punishment from Mother Earth. "Tell him not to burn it. We can negotiate the price." The old man's face fell as soon as he saw Chu Mu's smug expression. His intent had probably been discovered. In the end, both parties returned to their original trade discussion. When it comes to money, feelings should not enter the equation because discussing feelings only hurts money matters. Still, poverty limits imagination. Chu Mu exchanged a palm-sized piece for 1 gold coin. After bargaining, they agreed on trading 1/3. However, Chu Mu didn't expect the old man to pay with money because the old man didn't have any either. Thus, he could only exchange it with soul wizard knowledge. In the end, Chu Mu obtained an advanced explosion talisman formula from the old man along with a manual compiled by the old man over half his lifetime concerning special material identification and relevant applications. The reason he wanted this item was because within the Death Kingdom existed various materials waiting for him to discover, a wealth that was undoubtedly not less than hunting soul beads. The old man likely also guessed part of Chu Mu's secret. Maybe he truly had a secret space filled with various unseen, rare magical creatures and materials. But even though the old man dared not intrude due to the presence of death within that area, he could obtain the materials he desired through Chu Mu, which was the reason why he willingly made the deal. In short, the two foxes, big and small, were calculating each other, embroiled in a life and death battle filled with baseness, shamelessness, duplicity, and cunning. Since Chu Mu came every day to learn talismans from the old man, another half-month had passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Mu's ability to draw talismans was slowly improving, but strangely, his ability to draw explosive talismans increased rapidly. Moreover, under the guidance of the old man, he began drawing more advanced explosive talismans. These required as many as 167 lines, not just doubling in difficulty, but reaching unprecedented heights. As of now, Chu Mu had not yet successfully drawn a single one. The old man joked that Chu Mu was a bit too greedy, attempting challenges even experienced spirit witches found difficult as just a novice spellcaster. Still, Chu Mu continued undeterred, merely reducing his study time significantly and focusing mainly on fundamental explosive talismans, which left the old man with no choice but to let him be. The old man informed Chu Mu about an ultimate explosive talisman containing more than 300 lines. Learning it required a solid foundation. Taking shortcuts would grant only temporary advantages since there were no shortcuts for higher-level talismans. Chumu knew that the old man was reminding him of the importance of a solid foundation in talisman drawing. So every day he manufactured 3 explosive talismans and spent the rest of his time practicing the basics. The old man, upon seeing this, subconsciously nodded. In fact, the old man didn't dislike Chumu because he worked very hard, harder than many other talisman masters the old man had seen. Of course, as for talent, it was only average. So even though the old man seemed unreliable at times, he was still earnestly teaching Chumu. Today, Chumu decided to return to work at his team since a month had already passed. It was time for him to go back. Of course, before leaving, he had already colluded with the old man to conceal the fact that his wounds had healed long ago. Naturally, this was part of their deal. At Chumu's arrival, Captain Laurent expressed great surprise, not expecting Chumu to recover so quickly. Chumu, it's truly great that you've recovered so fast. And today is a special day. We are welcoming a new member. Your arrival will surely make our new member feel more warmly welcomed. After exchanging pleasantries with Chumu, Captain Laurent entered the office and began his daily routine of reading. Since Chumu had just recovered from his illness, the captain let him temporarily join the day shift members. Yesterday's night shift was Sean's, but unfortunately, today's day shift fell to Sissy the baboon, a woman Chumu feared the most. Sure enough, as soon as Sissy arrived at the miscellaneous duties department and saw Chumu, she immediately started her trademark sarcasm. Hey, isn't this Chumu, the hero who defeated the Rat King? Are your legs no longer sore? Can you walk now? Chumu acted as if he hadn't heard anything, awkwardly smiling and watching Sissy walk into her private room, opening the door and stepping inside. Just before closing the door, a contemptuous voice came from inside. What a waste. Given Sissy's personality, Chumu really couldn't accept her. So outside in the lobby, there was once again only him left. With nothing else to do, he began practicing making talismans. Focus was the fastest way to pass the time, and before he knew it, it was nearly noon. Just then, a young man walked into the miscellaneous duties department of the church and shouted to Chumu, who was engrossed in drawing a talisman. Hello, is this the Violet City Soulmaster Squad? Chumu felt the voice was familiar, and without thinking, he looked up, instantly locking eyes with the young man. Chumu, how did you end up here? The youth clearly recognized Chumu and called out his name. Li, how did you end up here? Chumu asked the youth curiously. The young man's name was Li Wang, Chumu's classmate back in their church school days. He was very intelligent, with outstanding academic performance, consistently ranked second in the school. First place was always taken by Chumu. Initially, Li had a bad temper, often being arrogant because he was smart and came from a good family, looking down on other children. It wasn't until he met Chumu, the rival of his lifetime. So ever since then, Li regarded Chumu as his target, striving to surpass him and prove himself as the best. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Chumu always effortlessly stayed ahead of him. Chumu also disliked Li and would intentionally suppress him in everything they did, thoroughly discouraging his arrogance. Therefore, Li's attitude had to improve somewhat, all thanks to Chumu, though the relationship between them was far from good. A genius may start out brilliant, but they can't keep up when someone cheats the system. After graduation, he regained his reputation as a prodigy and excelled in all aspects. Moreover, Li had relatives within the church, ensuring his bright future. Thus, the church temporarily transferred him to Violet City as a transition before planning to bring him back to Amber City. Li originally thought he would never meet Chumu, his unbeatable rival, again, but he never expected to see him here. From the moment he saw Chumu, Li resolved to completely defeat Chumu this time and prove himself as the true number one. Li walked into the lobby, put down his luggage but still carried a large cloth bag on his back. Then he approached Chumu, and his soul force surged instantly. At the same time, a nimble puppet emerged from the bag behind him, climbed onto Li, and together with him, looked at Chumu. Li smiled faintly and said boastfully, Chumu, we haven't seen each other for over a year. Have you become a soul master yet? After hearing this, Chumu laughed. Sheets of white paper quickly transformed into paper butterflies, slowly flying around Chumu. Then he said, You've become a soul master too, what a coincidence. Chapter 55. A Hidden Contest, The True Nature of the Death Empire. Lil retracted his slightly surprised expression and chuckled again. What electives have you chosen? I'm a double-skilled talent in magical plants and puppetry. As Lil spoke, the puppet dangling from his body had a vine slowly extending out from its mouth, like a green tongue swaying back and forth inside the puppet's mouth. I'm also a double-skilled ability user. I chose puppetry and runesmithing. Chumu responded indifferently, seemingly unimpressed by the notion of double skills to boast about. After hearing this, Lil showed no signs of irritation, as he already knew from his time at the church school that rage was useless. The only way to defeat your opponent is to work harder and become stronger. Instead, he smiled even more broadly, liking this kind of challenge that made for a worthy rival. Chumu also responded with a faint smile, noting that this young man who had once been thoroughly overshadowed by him still carried that same obnoxious arrogance. Back then at school, Chumu always outshone all the other youngsters, except, of course, himself being a transmigrant cheater. Lil's personality leaned toward deviousness but was adept at pretending. He was the diligent student in front of teachers and an admired role model among classmates. Only in front of Chumu did his true nature emerge, an arrogant and self-centered individual. Therefore, Chumu detested such two-faced people. But now, away from the church school, after enduring countless hardships to get where he was today, how much effort and suffering had it cost? yet others wouldn't know. Meanwhile, Leal effortlessly caught up, seeming as though nothing had changed from before. He didn't have to pay too much to naturally acquire what others strive desperately to achieve. It seemed everything came so smoothly for him, just like the legendary son favored by fate. So sometimes fate really isn't fair. Those who strive might end up with little, while others are blessed by heaven itself, with boundless good fortune. It feels as though they're secretly adored children of destiny, alas and alack. As the tension between the two mounted, Captain Laurent emerged from his office, noticed Leal's arrival, and realized instantly that this must be the new member newly assigned by the church. So without noticing the strained atmosphere between the two, he greeted Leal warmly. "You're Leal Wang, the newly assigned member from the church, right? The letter arrived yesterday, and I didn't expect you to come so early today. I thought it would take longer." The captain approached Leal with a smile, who immediately donned an even more sincere smile, greeting the captain politely. "Are you Captain Laurent Rayleigh? When I was at the Rhododendron City Cathedral, the priest mentioned you. It's a great honor to serve under you. Please guide me well in the future. Don't be so formal, just call me Laurent." The captain replied warmly, chit-chatting pleasantly with Leal, making Chumu feel somewhat redundant in comparison. At this moment, Sai Shi, the female baboon, seemed to hear some commotion and walked out from her room. Chumu observed this with an instinctive smirk. Given his understanding of Sai Shi, she would certainly give Leal a cold welcome, ruining the atmosphere and leaving a very memorable yet awkward welcome memory for Leal. When Sai Shi reached beside Leal, she slightly tilted her head to examine him. It had to be admitted, Leal truly seemed to be favored by the mother goddess. A striking golden mane, tall stature, looks that even Chumu had to grudgingly admit surpassed his own by a slight margin in terms of handsomeness. In addition, Leal was excellent at interacting with others, often pretending to be overly enthusiastic. Hence, every woman liked him. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why the introverted Chumu disliked him so much. Sai Shi stopped in front of Leal, and Chumu subconsciously held his breath. She stretched out her hand, causing Chumu to tense up. Was she planning to make the first move? Wouldn't that be rather unfriendly? But strangely, Chumu felt an inexplicable excitement. Sai Shi was about to open her mouth. Was she about to hit and scold him simultaneously? This was far too thrilling. Chumu felt his inner emotions surge dramatically and couldn't help but pray silently that everything went down more intensely. "Hello, I'm Sai Shi Lucio. Welcome aboard," Sai Shi greeted with a smile, shaking Leal's hand warmly. This scene made Chumu wonder if he hadn't slept well recently, leading him to think he was dreaming. How else could the two most contrasting personalities he despised be standing amiably in front of him, shaking hands cordially? Reality struck. Sai Shi, this usually fiery woman, unexpectedly turned refined and genteel, chatting happily with Leal. They were both smiling, even exchanging jokes, making Chumu feel as if his worldview had collapsed. Why did newcomers get treated so cruelly, yet Leal got such friendly treatment? It wasn't fair. Unfortunately, in this aspect, even an omnipotent deity couldn't sway the thoughts and choices of women. Xiaoxi just disliked Chumu. From the moment she laid eyes on him, there was no cure for it. Chumu now had a distinct feeling that he was utterly redundant. It was like being reminded of a joke from a past life. A new dog came to the house, but everyone except the original one is happy. He was unhappy now too. So, Chumu made an excuse to lock himself inside the restroom. Out of sight, out of mind. He might as well continue drawing his own ruins. The world was too complex, unsuitable for someone with social anxiety who preferred solitude at home. He started thinking the old geezer, Wang Wu, seemed more likable somehow, pure-hearted and straightforward at least. In the afternoon, Chumu didn't go to work but asked the captain for leave to continue studying swordsmanship with Wang Wu. For Chumu's unexpected month-long absence, Wang Wu planned to rigorously adhere to the spirit of their contract by cramming in the last 2 weeks before concluding it, showing no sentimentality whatsoever. However, Chumu felt 2 weeks would be sufficient. He didn't have much time to spend on this. Wang Wu immediately began teaching him on-site, only to discover that fighting Chumu was far more challenging than before. He heard she was injured, but her power became fiercer, her movements faster, and her stamina greatly improved. Her fighting style grew increasingly wild, forcing him to bring out part of his true strength to withstand Chumu's attacks. Chumu didn't know how many swings he made today, but he fought to his heart's content. Wang Wu didn't stop Chumu's cathartic fighting style because, in real battlefields, there were no fixed moves. Everyone fought instinctively. Thus, Chumu's fighting style resembled that of a bloodthirsty berserker instead. If he kept up this momentum, Chumu's inherent combat instincts with the sword would improve significantly, a level unattainable in 6 months under previous conditions. The next week was chaotic for Chumu. Whenever he had free time, he practiced runes with the old geezer in the morning and vented his frustrations through combat training with Wang Wu in the afternoon. At night, he ventured into Death Realm to practice general knowledge while searching for his next servant and a way out of the forest. The old geezer noticed Chumu appeared stimulated again, working harder, progressing rapidly. He presumed this could be another trial given to Chumu by the Grim Reaper. Even without the intervention of death, the relentless drive would mean great heights weren't beyond reach. Chumu once again amassed 3 live corpse servants in the Death Realm. Yes, originally he had no intention of easily stepping outside the boundaries Owen suggested, but after being provoked by Leal, a sudden sense of urgency overcame him. If he didn't put forth more effort, Leal might surpass him anytime. Chumu believed losing to anyone else wouldn't matter, but not Leal. Therefore, he contracted the 3rd live corpse, discovering it hadn't reached his limit yet. So each night, He continued wandering the woods, seeking a fourth death by his servant. However, he didn't find the fourth servant, but instead stumbled upon the edge of the primeval jungle. Before him lay an eerily desolate plain. In the distance, traces of villages and houses could faintly be seen, yet the whole land stretched gray, devoid of any vitality. The sky appeared frozen, cloaked in perpetual gloom, neither day nor night. Everything in the distance was enveloped by a light yellowish haze, unclear, as if guarding secrets deeper within the death realm. Chu Mu hesitated, pondering whether he should leave the lush, primeval jungle that stood so differently from the dead world around him. Moving forward might present more dangers, for up until now he hadn't sensed any hospitality from this place. Yet ahead loomed greater perils. But thinking about all the resources seemingly depleted within the woods, staying offered no benefit. To grow stronger, he must proceed. Thus, he finally stepped out of the primeval jungle onto what truly felt like the death realm. The moment he left the woods, Chu Mu experienced an unusual sensation of calm. Not merely sensory calmness, but also clarity resonating deep within his soul and mind. He couldn't define exactly what that feeling was, but if he had to use a single word, the most fitting description would simply be death. When life reaches its end, all worldly chaos dissipates, souls disperse, bodies become cold, and thoughts vanish entirely. What remains may just be this peculiar tranquility. Chu Mu instinctively turned his head, only to discover that the forest behind him had vanished forever. Behind him lay equally barren land, as if the previous primeval jungle had all been a mere dream. Chapter 56. Stepping into the Death God country, Nun Mask. He turned his head and chose a direction to continue moving forward. The weather was lifeless, feeling somewhat gloomy, like the oppression before a heavy rain. However, judging from the parched earth, it seemed that it hadn't rained here for a long time. Chu Mu stepped on the gray land, walking step by step toward the chosen direction because there he could vaguely see the shadow of a village. Although he didn't hold much hope of encountering living people, he instinctively moved closer to places with traces of human civilization, as if chasing after the atmosphere of history, just like an ancient historian. His 3 living corpse puppets formed a circle around him to prevent other creatures from suddenly attacking him. But this place was too barren, without a single plant, resembling a high plateau where life had perished. Chu Mu couldn't see any trace of living creatures or extraordinary beings. It was truly deathly silent. Suddenly, something changed up ahead. There seemed to be a small hillock. For the people in this world, they probably wouldn't think much of it since they bury the dead by digging pits and placing flat burials, at most setting up a gravestone inscribed with some information about the deceased. But for Chu Mu, who came from Huaxia, seeing one pop up in the wilderness instantly triggered his conditioned response because it obviously looked like an old grave mound from Huaxia used to bury the dead. To test his guess, Chu Mu manipulated one of the living corpses to slowly approach that area while he hid far behind, observing the changes in the hillock. As soon as the corpse got close, the surface soil of the hillock suddenly cracked open and countless hands emerged from it, resembling the hairs on skin but moving rapidly, directly grabbing at the living corpse. The corpse hadn't even had time to resist when it was firmly grabbed by countless hands. Then in less than a second, it was torn into many pieces, black foul blood splashing all around. This terrifying creature turned out to be a vengeful spirit. Standing afar, Chu Mu quickly recognized the true appearance of the monster. It could be seen that the monster's lower body was extremely blurred, which fit the general characteristics of a vengeful spirit, but its body had grown countless arms tightly pressed together, each hand moving slowly, performing different motions, eerie and horrifying. Upon closer inspection, these hands were actually divided into 3 parts. The arms on the sides made up 2 large arms on the left and right, while the middle ones gathered around a central female head wearing a nun's cap. The face of the nun only revealed insane greed, seemingly wanting to take everything. The corpse of the living being that was torn apart was swiftly passed along these arms to the central head. What stunned Chu Mu was that the nun suddenly opened her mouth, and a hand composed of countless tiny arms gathered from inside extended outward, forcibly stuffing the chunks of the corpse into the monster's stomach, causing Chu Mu to instinctively feel jaw pain. After devouring the living corpse, the monster quickly focused its attention on Chu Mu, who was far away. Chu Mu cursed inwardly, realizing despite the distance it had still noticed him. Upon discovering Chu Mu, the monster sped over like a centipede, using the numerous hands beneath it as legs propelling itself towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu hastily ran off, not forgetting to send his 2 remaining living corpse puppets towards the monster to buy him even a second. These 2 corpses only managed to last a second in front of the monster before getting shredded, but the monster didn't eat them. Instead, it tossed them aside and continued chasing Chu Mu, seemingly more interested in him than the living corpses. Chu Mu knew he couldn't escape, so he directly took out the more than 30 explosive talismans he'd accumulated over the past few days. First, he threw 4 of them, folding the paper into paper airplanes that flew swiftly towards the monster chasing him from behind. While running, Chu Mu glanced back at the distance between the paper airplanes and the monster. The monster seemed to have never encountered such a novel thing, but it paid no heed, as it perceived it as harmless. Thus, it simply allowed the paper airplanes to fly straight to the face of the central head. At this point, Chu Mu immediately detonated the explosive talismans. The combined explosion power from the 4 talismans blew the monster off its feet and backward onto the ground. Strangely, the sound was suppressed by some peculiar force and did not travel far. Chu Mu turned around to look at the state of the monster and found that its head had been blown to pieces, half of its face obliterated, the surrounding arms almost entirely blown off, leaving behind mostly stubs. Yet, the monster seemed alive and well, showing how tenacious its life force truly was. The monster writhed in pain on the ground, but Chu Mu felt no pity. This was a fight for survival. If he didn't kill the monster, it would kill him. Therefore, while it was weakened, he must finish it off. Chu Mu immediately threw 4 more explosive talismans, which turned into paper airplanes and flew toward the creature. Unlike normal living corpses, this monster possessed a certain level of intelligence. Having been bombed once by the paper airplanes, it now reacted instinctively, covering its head with its massive hands on either side to protect itself from further damage. However, Chu Mu wasn't in any rush. Direct detonation would be meaningless. The monster's defenses were still formidable. Cutting off countless arms wouldn't harm it enough. Instead, Chu Mu decided to focus all 4 talismans directly onto the base of the monster's right giant arm. Instantly, all 4 talismans exploded together, ripping off the entire right arm of the monster. Even the toughest puppets are weakest at their joints, and apparently, this strange vengeful spirit was no different. After losing its right arm, numerous smaller arms struggled violently, randomly clawing around until they eventually lost all vitality and fell limp to the ground. The small arms that originally clung to the main arm also seemed to lose whatever mysterious force sustaining them, dropping and decaying rapidly into blackened, unknown matter. The monster screamed in pain as its right arm was blown off, though its cries carried no meaning. Chu Mu then hurled 8 more explosive talismans, flying again toward the monster. Upon seeing them, the creature turned and fled faster than when it had chased Chu Mu earlier. Chu Mu had just managed to attach the talismans near the root of its left arm and onto its back when the monster escaped back into the large hole in the ground from which it had emerged. But being marked with the talismans meant there was no escape, even underground. In an instant, Chu Mu channeled his soul energy, shouting loudly. A tremendous shockwave erupted from beneath the ground, sending up clouds of sand and earth, dragging the hidden vengeful spirit out and splitting it apart as it fell to the ground in 2 parts. One part was its left hand, which quickly rotted away like the previous right hand, losing all life. The central body of the monster looked terrible now. Only a few arms remained attached, and it ultimately became nothing more than a blood-soaked lump of flesh topped with a young nun's face emitting one final anguished cry. Chu Mu could have continued throwing talismans and killed this repulsive monster outright, but suddenly, he noticed the nun's frightened face muttering something brokenly. Despite not recognizing the language, words translated automatically in his mind. The end, the stars flourish, the heavens split, the gods fallen, they're all dead. Chu Mu felt utterly confused, unsure if the monster was trying to say a coherent sentence or merely mumbling random phrases. Deciding to put the creature out of its misery, Chu Mu remembered obtaining an eerie mask earlier in the woods. It seemed appropriate now since the monster had a human-like face. He might as well test the mask and see what it could do. Chu Mu retrieved the wooden mask, infused it with his own soul energy, and used marionette abilities to control the mask as it slowly floated toward the monster's head. To his surprise, the mask appeared peculiar, steadily absorbing his soul energy so much that during its short flight, it devoured over half of it. Despite this, determined to complete his experiment, Chu Mu persisted in bringing the mask close to the monster's human-like face. Seeing the approaching mask, the monster's face grew instinctively even more terrified, whether because it recalled the earlier paper airplanes or sensed something ominous from the mask. Still, unable to avoid it, the monster could only watch helplessly as the mask slid onto its face. As soon as the mask touched the monster's face, it fused tightly with it, and countless thin branches extended outward like wooden spines, piercing directly into the monster's mangled flesh. The monster let out a desperate scream of death, its body convulsing violently. This was evidently an agonizing process far worse than death. Though Chu Mu was observing coldly from a distance, he silently thanked himself for not attempting to wear the mask. Otherwise, it would be him writhing in agony on the ground. Finally, after seemingly feeding enough, the mask detached from the monster's body on its own. Strangely, instead of the blurry features it once had, it now bore the likeness of a compassionate nun eerily similar to the monster's own nun face, whereas the monster transformed into a blackened hollow corpse shell. Chu Mu, however, had a strange feeling that he might have unknowingly entered into a pact with a death creature. It was the same sensation he got when forming contracts with living corpses earlier, but he wasn't sure why this particular sensation seemed to emanate from the mask. Could it be that this mask was once a soul artifact used by revivalists to help soul masters contract powerful entities? Curious, Chu Mu cautiously approached the mask, using his soul energy to carefully sense the item. To his astonishment, the mask actually provided feedback just like a living corpse would. He had indeed contracted a spiritual entity. It seemed to be none other than the vengeful spirit he fought earlier. He felt delighted because he'd already witnessed the formidable power of the vengeful spirit. Despite having ambushed and severely damaged it, there was no denying its strength. If it were now on his side, it would surely prove to be a valuable ally. Chapter 57, Nun Mask, the Sign of the Evil God. He infused the remaining soul power into the mask, and the mask quickly began to change. The most obvious change was that a pair of eyes appeared in the originally hollow eye sockets, seemingly resembling the previous nun, and the mask also flew up automatically, staring at Chu Mu. And then there was nothing after that. Chu Mu suddenly felt like he had made a mistake somewhere. The Yangling, grievance spirit, in front of him felt like a level 1 death creature based on the fluctuations of soul power. So it seemed like he had just made a pact with a weak level 1 Yangling, or perhaps he had completely disabled it before making a pact. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Chu-mu sensed an instinct from the nun's mask. Instead of suppressing it, he let it act autonomously and wanted to see what it would do. The nun's mask silently flew to the two zombie corpses that had been torn apart and discarded earlier. Then, some vines slowly grew out of the mask, connecting to the torn-off zombie arms. Chu-mu was surprised to discover that the zombie arm connected by the vines suddenly started to move slowly, and then the vines pulled the zombie arm back into the mask until it disappeared completely. Upon seeing this, Chu-mu believed the young Ling wasn't dead but rather absorbed by the mask, which transformed it into a bizarre new body. Now its body had become this mask, yet it still retained the previous abilities and instincts. Recalling the previous form of the monster, if the young Ling collected enough arms again, could it restore its former strength? Although Chu-mu did not know the result, it was worth a try. What annoyed him most was how much soul power controlling the nun's mask consumed. It had a much larger appetite than the zombies. In just a short time, his soul power was almost depleted. And it wasn't even under his active control. The nun's mask acted according to its instincts, yet it still drained his soul power. It was utterly frustrating. After working hard for 30 years, I returned to square one overnight. Originally, he had 3 zombie subordinates, but now none were left. Once again, he was alone. Chu-mu was quite disheartened. With his soul power exhausted, staying here any longer was meaningless. Chu-mu buried the mask underground and then left the death god realm. The next day, Chu-mu went to work the white shift and encountered Liar once again. Liar's current job schedule was very casual. The captain planned to let him familiarize himself with the environment first. Recently, he had been extremely upset because whenever Liar was around, Saishi would be as well, and their relationship had recently grown very close. Of course, let it be said beforehand, Chu-mu was not envious. He just thought their behavior was inappropriate, vulgar, and disgusting. Chu-mu, how did you sleep last night? After seeing Chu-mu, Liar greeted him enthusiastically. I slept pretty well. Thank you for your concern. Chu-mu replied offhandedly, and then intended to go directly into the house to avoid them. Saishi merely gave Chu-mu an unpleasant look since it seemed their relationship wasn't good. If Liar hadn't been there, she wouldn't have hesitated to scold Chu-mu thoroughly. Alone in the room, Chu-mu quietly drew explosive talismans with the common knowledge talisman. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and Chu-mu instinctively looked up to hear the captain saying outside, Chu-mu, come out quickly. A special case has occurred. Let's go deal with it together. All right, Captain Laurent. Chu-mu hurriedly gathered the piles of talisman paper and talisman pins scattered across the table and opened the door. The captain was no longer outside. As he walked out of the room, he found the captain already waiting in the hall, discussing with Liar. A special case has arisen. You'll go handle it with me and Chu-mu. Saishi, you stay here and watch the door. Saishi wanted to argue because she didn't want to stay behind at all and preferred going with Liar. But the captain didn't give her a chance to speak, instead turning to Chu-mu who had just emerged. Good timing. You're already out. Follow me quickly. The police commissioner is already waiting. After speaking, Captain Laurent immediately left the church affairs office. Chu-mu was somewhat irritated. Why did he have to go with Liar? On the contrary, Liar seemed rather relaxed. He gave Saishi a full apology smile and smiled kindly toward Chu-mu. Let's go, Chu-mu. Hopefully, we will get along well. Chu-mu said nothing after hearing this, but criticized internally. It's impossible to enjoy being with you. The two left the office. The captain was already sitting on the Ensoul team's designated carriage awaiting them. They hurried onto the carriage, and the driver immediately departed. Though Chu-mu sat alongside Liar facing Captain Laurent, the two kept clear boundaries, which puzzled the captain slightly. I remember you two graduated from the same church school, and it seems you even graduated in the same year. Then both joined the church. Did you know each other before? The captain asked curiously because, by the looks of it, they had definitely known each other for more than a day, and there seemed to be some other story between them. Captain Laurent, we were indeed schoolmates back then, and we were also good friends, Liar responded with a smile. After hearing this, the captain became even more puzzled. They were friends? Judging by their attitudes, saying they were enemies would seem more appropriate. The captain looked at the two seriously and said, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you were friends in the past, now you are partners. As members of the Ensoul team, we must trust our teammates and be ready to entrust our backs to them at any time. So I hope you can get along well and absolutely avoid bringing personal emotions into missions because sometimes a hesitation may result in the death of your teammate. This is absolutely unacceptable. Shake hands. This is very normal for companions. After Captain Laurent finished speaking, Chu-mu felt somewhat guilty and lowered his head. His performance these few days was indeed inappropriate. Of course, it's all due to Liar and Saishi. Perhaps there's also some jealousy involved. He subconsciously glanced at Liar, only to find that Liar was also secretly observing him. So he sighed, extended his right hand, and said to Liar, welcome to the Violet City Ensoul team, old classmate. This time, Liar didn't laugh, but hesitated slightly before shaking Chu-mu's hand. Seeing this, the captain appeared satisfied and turned to look out the window at the pedestrians and vendors outside, giving the two some space so they wouldn't feel awkward. After a while, the captain finally explained the general content of the special case that had occurred. The case was simple. Someone was murdered inside a room. Normally, such cases fell under the jurisdiction of the police chief. However, the special aspect of this case was that the perpetrator had drawn a special symbol at the crime scene. It was the sign of sacrifice to the evil god, so the nature of this case was different. Cases involving heretics belonged to the Ensoul team. Therefore, next, they needed to take over and locate the hidden heretic who performed the sacrifice. Otherwise, according to the habitual tendencies of heretical cultists, a second victim would soon appear. The carriage continued heading towards the northern district. The closer it got to the northern area, the shorter and more dilapidated the buildings became. There weren't many people on the streets because they had to hustle for their next meal, having no extra time or energy to waste. This was the poorest and most chaotic place in Violet City, naturally also fertile ground for heretics. The church had suggested multiple times to the royal family to increase welfare in the slum areas of the city to suppress the activities of heretics, but the royal family wasn't interested, so there had always been shadows of heretical activity in the slums, making it impossible to completely eradicate them. When they arrived at the location, the three immediately disembarked and followed the captain into the depths of a filthy alley where the destitute resided. Representatives from the police department were already waiting at the entrance and immediately led them inside. When they entered the room, it was somewhat dirty and disordered. There was little furniture in the room. The only table present was missing one leg. On it lay a piece of the cheapest black bread. Apparently, the owner of the room had planned to enjoy it properly, but now he lay dead on the floor. The victim was an ordinary destitute citizen, a middle-aged man living alone like many destitutes, completely unremarkable, dying silently without much sound. When the surrounding people found out, their expressions remained indifferent, because every day they raced against death, and sooner or later this day would come. So they did not fear death. Maybe continuing to live was just a biological instinct's attachment to life. The deceased was stabbed through the heart with a sharp weapon, and the killer left this special mark here, which is why we called you. The police representative introduced the situation about the deceased. Chu Mu and Liar were listening on the side while observing the room. Since Chu Mu had previously known much about destitutes, although the room was messy and smelt strange, he did not feel anything unusual. For Liar, it was a bit of torture, but he had to pretend as if everything was fine, maintaining a composed demeanor capable of handling all situations, making Chu Mu think it was amusing. So, the rest of this case is now in your hands. After you've dealt with it, please notify the police department again for corpse disposal. The representatives from the police department and the captain spoke while walking toward the door. The rest is up to us. Thank you for your assistance. The captain escorted the police representatives to the door and quickly returned. Chu Mu finally had the chance to observe the pattern on the ground. The heretic had used the victim's blood to draw a circle on the ground, resembling an abstract painting whose meaning was incomprehensible. Liar also leaned in to look beside him when the captain walked over and said to the two of them, "This was left by the heretics of the Fearful Hand cult, for their dark lord of fear. If it seems completely unintelligible, don't worry. They probably never intended for anyone else to understand their symbol." Chapter 58, Sniffgrass, the Trail of Heretics. After listening to the captain's words, Chu Mu murmured, "Lord of Fear," under his breath. Even Lear seemed to be hearing the name of the malevolent deity for the first time, falling into deep thought. Don't think too much about the evil gods, and never silently repeat their names or pray to them, as it may draw their attention. And for soul mages loyal to the Orthodox Church, the evil gods will never miss any opportunity to create chaos, letting you witness true evil. The captain spoke with great seriousness. Whenever this happened, Chu Mu would listen attentively because the captain was often discussing extremely dangerous matters. Chu Mu decided to think of something else to shift his focus, as he realized that the more he told himself not to think about the evil god, the harder it became to stop. He pondered what to do next since the heretics had fled a long time ago. Any residual soul force they might have left behind should already have dissipated by now, as soul force cannot remain outside the body for very long. At this moment, the captain took out a handful of seeds from his bag and scattered them casually around the room. The captain then whispered softly, "Wondrous life plants." The seeds around the room quickly began to sprout and grow, like a miracle. This was probably one of the reasons many people yearn to become soul mages. Finally, the seeds grew into small plants resembling little lotus leaves. They leaned in all directions, appearing as if they had just survived a fierce storm, swaying like a battered pond. These are sniff grasses, a specially cultivated wondrous plant. They can capture certain smells in the environment while growing and instinctively pursue these odors during their short lives until they die. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Chu Mu began to understand why each sniff grass seemed drunk, tilting sideways. It showed that they had detected some scent and were chasing after it. Next to Chu Mu, many sniff grass leaves tilted toward him, as if seeking his smell. Similarly, around Lier, the grass also inclined toward him, though unlike Chu Mu's curiosity, he didn't seem particularly interested in these non-combat magical plants. You've noticed the sniff grasses in the room pointed in 7 different directions. This means at least 6 people came here recently, counting us 3 plus the coroner and the dead man. The last one must be the murderer, which is likely the heretic of the evil cult. That's deduction, so I've always thought I could be a detective after retiring from the church. I've read many detective novels, so I'm really good at this kind of thing. The captain carefully explained his reasoning process to Chu Mu and Lier, leaving Chu Mu momentarily stunned, not only due to the captain's professional and tightly logical analysis, but also the incredible abilities exhibited by these magical plants. Truly, the power of soul mages was astonishing. However, when it came to the idea of the captain wanting to be a detective, Chu Mu felt that it could indeed come true. After all, even the most cunning murderers wouldn't expect the case to be solved without looking at the corpse. Instead, ingenious methods like the sniff grass would be employed. This stuff is sharper than a dog's nose. On the other hand, Chu Mu believed that ordinary people who simply read a few detective novels shouldn't attempt this profession. When put into practice, you'd find that real cases aren't quite like the books, much like the difference between abstraction and reality. The captain gathered up the remaining sniff grass, pointing in different directions, then planned to leave, leaving the rest there. Deprived of soul force, they would quickly wither, indistinguishable from wild grasses outside. Chu Mu and Lier took a few sniff grasses with them and left the room one after another. Upon stepping outside, they found the coroner's staff hadn't gone far. Part of the sniff grass pointed straight at him, so one possibility was ruled out, leaving two more directions. The coroner's staff didn't seem to be seeing such strange plants for the first time, so he wasn't overly surprised. The captain nodded to him and contacted his companions, planning to handle the corpse first. Incidentally, the body would be briefly placed in a specialized area at the coroner's office pending resolution of the case. If the deceased has family, the body would be returned to them afterward. If there's no family, the body would be directly transported to the cemetery where the gravediggers dig a pit and bury it. Of course, there would be no tombstone. Compared to merely being buried, erecting markers increases costs greatly, and the kingdom has no budget set aside for this purpose. The cemetery is the result of negotiations between the church and the royal family of the kingdom. Its purpose is to prevent random disposal of bodies in the wild, which would otherwise lead to frequent occurrences of undead creatures. Thus, most deceased individuals are gathered at the cemetery, where they undergo periodic purification rituals conducted by the church's soul mages to reduce the likelihood of the emergence of undead creatures. However, for ordinary people, burying the dead in the cemetery requires payment of a fee. As a result, even if impoverished civilians have families, sometimes relatives pretend not to know the deceased. At least when their bodies are handed over, the coroner's office can send them straight to the cemetery, avoiding the need for an already struggling household to scrape together more funds for burial expenses, allowing the deceased to depart with some semblance of dignity. Chu Mu followed Captain Laurent toward one of the two remaining directions, keeping his eye on the tilt of the sniff grass leaves as they moved. Three grown men, each carrying flower pots, looked slightly odd, but once others noticed the insignia of the church on their robes, most people instinctively kept out of their way, occasionally sneaking glances at them. Finally, the trio arrived at another nearby residential house. A middle-aged man was just walking out of the room and seemed uneasy when he saw the three approaching his home. Captain Laurent approached the man with a stern expression, immediately beginning his questioning. The middle-aged man, seeing the captain's brand new robe and the emblem of the Life Church, quickly cooperated since both new clothes wearers and church personnel are usually beyond what he could confront. What's your connection to the deceased there? The middle-aged man truthfully revealed everything. It turned out that he had been a co-worker of the deceased and had once visited his home during the latter's lifetime. Though both were poor, they held nothing of value to covet, and their relationship was purely a bond of friendship. Having gleaned this information, the three then left the area, choosing to board the Soul Healer team's carriage to follow the final direction pointed by the sniff grass. If they were heretics, the safest strategy would be to leave the scene swiftly after accomplishing their goals. With another direction ruled out, only one remained. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel tense because their next potential encounter might involve vicious cultists of evil religions. Of course, there was also another possibility, that Captain Laurent's sniff grass hadn't captured their scent, making the last direction inaccurate. Would that make things awkward? Chu Mu found himself muttering this thought internally. Compared to Chu Mu's self-reassurance, Laurent and Lier were much more pragmatic, quietly inspecting their combat gear, ready to deal with whatever came next. Chu Mu, watching them, became somewhat nervous too. He wanted to prepare something but realized he wasn't carrying a longsword and didn't have much else to get ready. It wasn't practical to dump all the paper butterflies from his bag, unfold them, and then refold them again. Once we find a target, don't attack right away unless necessary to assist in preventing their escape. After that, leave it to me. This could serve as a field lesson for you. After giving the instructions, the captain began concentrating on observing the surroundings. Chu Mu mimicked him, constantly monitoring the sniff grass direction, noticing how its indication gradually changed, indicating they were closing in on the target. Suddenly, the sniff grass veered off, signaling that the person was close and not far away. The three immediately stepped off the carriage, attentively observing the sniff grass tilted direction while scanning the crowd. Spread out farther. Move quickly to separate points. Then check the direction of the sniff grass leaves. The direction they collectively point towards will be where the target is. The captain whispered this instruction to Chu Mu and Lier softly, almost cautiously so as not to alert anyone. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu and Lier nodded immediately and started dispersing around the area. As they spread apart, the sniff grass direction shifted again, eventually pointing to a tramp slouched in the corner of the crowd. The tramp's clothing was ragged and tattered, dozing lazily in the shade of the corner without much spirit. Chu Mu, upon noticing, felt astonished and subconsciously altered his position again. There appeared to be no mistake. The suspect was merely a tramp, which was quite different from his preconceived notion of an evil heretic, usually dressed in black robes, wearing masks, and nearly bearing signs on their faces proclaiming, "I'm a villain." Captain Laurent also spotted the target, sending a glance at Chu Mu and Lier to signal they block any exit paths while pretending to casually stroll over. The tramp, dressed in shabby clothes, was sitting lifelessly drowsing in a corner, looking like a typical homeless vagrant instead of the dark-robed and masked figures Chu Mu had envisioned, those whose faces practically screamed, "I am the villain." Chapter 59. The mysterious out-of-control power, subduing the heretic. Before the captain could get closer, the seemingly dozing vagrant suddenly stood up as if he had realized his cover was blown and immediately began shouting. Out-of-control chaos. A peculiar wave of spiritual force quickly swept through the surroundings with the vagrant's voice. People walking on the street started behaving like lunatics. Some were screaming in terror, while others began angrily attacking those around them with anything they could find. Chumu immediately felt his spiritual force fall into chaos, somewhat out of control, but it only lasted for a brief moment before quickly returning to normal. After all, compared to a true spiritual master losing control, this level of spiritual chaos was much simpler. What surprised Chumu was that Lear seemed to recover even faster than him, because he had already begun releasing the puppet from the sack on his back, ready to fight. But how could this be? Even someone as experienced as himself needed a bit of time to regain control, yet Lear appeared unaffected right away. Chumu thought this couldn't be explained by mere science. There seemed to always be some strange power surrounding Lear. Be careful, this is a level 2 spiritual master illusionist. The captain shouted instantly. Life puppet. Just as the captain finished speaking, Lear had already begun controlling his marionette puppet swiftly toward the vagrant. The vagrant probably hadn't expected that, after deploying his move, the opponent would retaliate so quickly. It made him feel like he was creating chaos for no reason at all. He should have been able to disrupt their spirit force first, then take the initiative to launch an attack. But instead, he ended up being attacked first. Fearful Lord above, this was unreasonable. Chaos Shadow. The shadow beneath the vagrant quickly spread towards the approaching puppet, directly crawling under the puppet's shadow. Suddenly, Lear felt the connection between himself and the puppet break off, causing the puppet to lose control and collapse on the ground. And the shadow continued to extend toward Lear as if intending to deal with him first. Life Miraculous Plant. Life Puppet. Chumu and Captain Laurent successively called out their recognized abilities. Captain Laurent directly threw a handful of seeds at the vagrant, which sprouted into countless vines upon hitting the ground, spreading fast like green pythons spotting prey, rushing towards the vagrant to seize him while forcing him to stop attacking Lear. Chumu wasn't idle either, rapidly sending his paper butterflies mixed with 2 explosive charms flying towards the vagrant, aiming to catch him off guard. The vagrant hadn't anticipated that in just a blink of an eye, the situation that should have given him an advantage had reversed, putting him on the defensive. So he immediately halted his further attack on Lear. The shadow under his feet became darker and deeper instantly, and then he vanished from sight completely. This shocked Chumu. It was truly like a person disappearing into thin air. However, Chumu quickly noticed that although the vagrant disappeared, the shadow on the ground still seemed present, as if he had hidden inside his own shadow. What an eerie ability indeed. The shadow directly rushed towards the captain. The originally prepared vines meant to capture the vagrant failed to capture the shadow on the ground, which glided smoothly over the vines without any hindrance and kept approaching the captain. At this point, the captain pulled out a purification charm directly aimed at the shadow. Purification. The luminous charm rapidly emitted a bright light, illuminating the shadow on the ground. The shadow, encountering the light like ice meeting flames, dissipated quickly, revealing the vagrant standing there covering his eyes blinded by the sudden burst of light. There were signs of partial burns around his body. It turned out the purification charm was highly effective against their abilities. At this point, the surrounding vines quickly grabbed the vagrant. He could no longer escape. It seemed the situation was under control. Unexpectedly, the vagrant didn't plan to be captured so easily. After being caught by the vines, he didn't give up, but directly shouted again. Out of control chaos. Out of control shadow. The vines that had caught him quickly lost control, allowing him to easily break free. Then he transformed into a shadow and disappeared once more. This time clearly not planning to continue Juchan with Chumu and the rest, but instead fled in another direction. Chumu felt tense because the direction the shadow extended towards was precisely his side. It seemed that Chumu, who hadn't used any effective abilities all this while, appeared to the other side as an easier breakthrough, hence charging directly towards this direction. The captain was currently trapped in spirit force chaos and couldn't control his spiritual force momentarily, never expecting the opponent to be so stubborn. He instinctively ran toward Chumu's side, yelling loudly, "Chumu, hurry up and avoid him." Hearing the captain's words, Chumu felt helpless. It wasn't about looking at each other now, but rather observing what the heretical cult member intended to do. Even though there was plenty of space around, this cult member chose to charge straight at him, obviously intending to do something along the way. But wasn't this guy underestimating him too much? A growling dog doesn't bite, but a biting dog never barks. Oh come on, anyway, don't underestimate him. The last person who did ended up with just his head left after being blown apart by Chumu. Once again, Chumu tossed out 2 explosive charms, letting them quickly stick to the ground. By this time, the shadow had already almost reached Chumu's feet. But then, Chumu jumped backward, falling directly onto the ground, though the movement seemed somewhat peculiar, protecting his head with both hands as if that could resist the coming shadow. The vagrant thought he was truly naive. At this moment, Chumu shouted loudly, "Huh!" Suddenly, the vagrant felt an enormous force burst around him, accompanied by a tremendous noise. It turned out the shadow had rushed exactly to where Chumu had stuck down the 2 explosive charms and detonated them. The stone paving was instantly blasted into a large pit, and worse for the shadow-dwelling vagrant, who lost an arm in the explosion, covered in blood, directly ejected from the shadows, falling unconscious on the ground. Captain Laurent was stunned, Lear shocked, Chumu himself dumbfounded, and the vagrant fainted. This scene occurred right on the street, startling all the people entangled in chaos who couldn't help but look towards this direction. Still, Captain Laurent was the first to react, immediately using the vine ability to tightly bind the vagrant, ensuring he wouldn't escape again. Then turning his head, the captain looked somewhat astonishingly at Chumu. Though he had always known Chu Mu was playing around with some strange charm techniques, it never crossed his mind these would actually work. Previously, he'd have guessed Chu Mu needed a year or so to even learn basic charm spells. However, these things exploded pretty loud, still buzzing in Captain Laurent's ears. They were also shockingly powerful, not mentioning the gaping hole in the ground, but just seeing the vagrant now looking so pitiful, anyone hit once like that probably wouldn't survive. It made him realize he'd slightly underestimated Chu Mu. Lear also watched Chu Mu with disbelief. His face showed nothing but astonishment and reluctance. He had always assumed Chu Mu studied the combination of puppetry and charm spells, serving more as a support role, someone beneath him in combat capability, thus concluding Chu Mu's supposed inability had led to Lear winning without a real fight. He didn't expect Chu Mu's offhand skill to be this strong, resolving the heretic in one blow, shattering all of Lear's previous pride. Meanwhile, Chu Mu was deafened by the sound explosion caused by the charm despite not sustaining any physical damage due to the proximity to the explosion. But fortunately, this single blow directly solved the problem, otherwise he might have been done for. Captain Laurent took the heretic back to the church, then locked him in the underground dungeon, which was also another office site for the Soul Master team, handling matters inconvenient for the believers to know. They entered through the back door because bringing an injured person into the church still required avoiding the believers. After all, the church usually preaches love, peace, and friendship, needing to maintain its appearance. Subsequent interrogations would fall on the captain, while Chu Mu and Lear returned to the miscellaneous affairs department, where Cecilia awaited anxiously. When she saw Lear return unscathed, she was thrilled, resembling a lovesick young girl awaiting her hero's triumphant return from battle. Yet upon seeing Chu Mu standing nearby, her face immediately switched to open disdain. Chu Mu paid no attention to Cecilia's attitude towards him, although throughout their journey, Lear kept stealing glances at him, seemingly having something to say, but holding back, leaving Chu Mu thoroughly baffled, certainly not prompting him to ask proactively if Lear wanted to speak. Back at the department, Chu Mu avoided becoming a third wheel by finding a room to enter and continued diligently studying the drawing of explosive charms. This battle reaffirmed to him the wisdom of his choice, so mastering the explosive charms earlier would only bring greater advantages. As for the advanced version of explosive charms, though acquired in a trade from the old man recently, he hadn't yet managed to replicate it. Hence, he must further practice fundamental charm illustration skills, as there was simply no shortcut. Lear, watching Chu Mu disappear into a room deep in thought, realized that his rival had likely retreated once again to hone his abilities. At this pace, he feared being left behind, just like back at school, when he could only gaze at Chu Mu's receding figure. Could he accept this reality? No, he had to work harder too, at least not remain helpless like today during crises. Had it not been for the captain threatening the vagrant's life earlier, he would have likely fallen victim to the opponent's ability then. He changed from the casual chats with Saji about random topics, and seriously looked into Saji's eyes. Then he asked the only similar comprehensivist puppet soul master in the Anhun squad, Saji. Saji Sr., can you teach me how to control puppets and all kinds of mechanism arts? After hearing this, a kind of emotion instantly lit up Saji's eyes. In fact, except for Lear, puppetry was her greatest love. She had always worried that if she acted too openly, it might make Lear dislike her. After all, she had heard others' opinions on her fondness for puppets and mechanisms, which some considered as madness or morbid, but what others thought she could ignore, except for Lear because she had fallen for this younger brother at first sight. Thus, after Lear's arrival, she hadn't touched mechanisms and puppets in the miscellaneous affairs department for days. Now, as Lear brought up the topic himself, she didn't need to suppress herself anymore, instead bursting out with even greater enthusiasm. Do you want to learn? Come on, our team has a specialized mechanical construction room. Let's go research there together. Chapter 60, The Bizarre Death God Realm Monsters. After work, Chu Mu returned to his place. For many people, home is not just a house, but also a place for the soul to rest. Here, one can put down their weariness and take off the heavy mask they wear outside, enjoying dinner warmly with family before slipping into dreams unshackled. However, for Chu Mu, going home did not equal rest. Before sleeping, he still had to enter the Death God realm to finish today's exploration. Upon entering the Death God realm in the mirror, the first thing that met his eyes was an endless expanse of gray land beneath an eternally overcast sky. Chu Mu quickly confirmed there was no danger around before sensing the location of the nun's mask and digging it out. Just as Chu Mu had expected, after being absorbed into the mask, the spirit seemed to adapt very quickly to its new body. After Chu Mu dug it out, it slowly floated up and started circling him, like a dog. Alright, whatever it resembled was fine as long as it remained loyal to himself. This spirit was different from the other spirits Chu Mu had encountered before. It possessed a certain level of intelligence and independent thinking ability, barely reaching the level of an ordinary animal. But perhaps due to the sudden loss of arms accumulated over countless years, its strength plummeted drastically. Currently, its power was extremely weak. It was estimated that even a common level 1 zombie could easily defeat it. Chu Mu pondered and thought he'd better find more opportunities in the future to hand over the arms of the killed monsters to it, to see if it could return to its former peak. Chu Mu placed the explosive talismans and the special light talismans made today in his inner pocket so that he could retrieve them at any time to deal with any unexpected events. Originally, he had 3 living corpse puppets that were all wiped out at once. The newly captured spirit looked incompetent, lacking any servant consciousness and instead lazily floating behind him. So now, Chu Mu had to rely solely on himself. Just encountering a small mound nearly cost him his life, showing that the real Death God realm was much more dangerous than the forest. He must be on high alert. All around was barren land, and Chu could only use the shadow of the distant village as his directional marker to ensure he wouldn't get lost entirely in the wilderness. He didn't know how long he walked, but the outline of the village became clearer and clearer, and Chu finally noticed some changes around him. A white cloth appeared on the ground ahead. Most of the white cloth was buried under the gray soil, making its shape indiscernible. It was covered with black filth, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Finding such a white cloth in this empty world was a frightening thing. Especially considering customs in Chu previous world, white cloths often represented death rather than beauty. Chu decided to bypass the white cloth, setting his goal towards the village ahead. Any object that could remain here in the wasteland definitely held something terrifying. But it seemed like coincidence when Chu tried to go around the white cloth, switching directions, and found another piece ahead. He felt that this couldn't be accidental. In the Death God realm, abnormal phenomena could often mean danger. Chu immediately released several paper butterflies toward the white cloth, while inconspicuously attaching 2 purification talismans to his body to prevent a close-range attack from it. The paper butterflies flew towards the white cloth, which suddenly shot out of the sand like a snake detecting its prey, then swiftly stretched out, enveloping all the surrounding paper butterflies within it. In a fleeting moment, Chu caught a glimpse of the backside of the white cloth, which turned out to be filled with faces, scaring him so much that his face went pale and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. At this point, Chu suddenly sensed a movement from the nun's mask behind him. Turning around quickly, he realized that without his knowledge, another white cloth had appeared behind him, suddenly expanding and revealing numerous greedy faces inside, male and female, old and young alike, trying to engulf Chu. Definitely not to celebrate Auld Lang Syne. Chu instantly injected soul power into the purification talismans on his body and shouted loudly, "Purify!" Instantly, pure white light burst from Chu's body, striking the nearby white cloth and burning many ghostly faces on it until they were bloodied and charred. As Chu retreated towards safety, he simultaneously took the explosive talisman and purification talisman out of his pocket. He continued doing what he had done earlier, attaching the purification talisman onto his body, then quickly transforming 6 explosive talismans into paper planes that rushed separately towards the 2 white cloth monsters. The white cloth monster still had a good appetite for things proactively sent its way. It would accept everything, immediately wrapping up the explosive talismans with the white cloth. Chu was very delighted upon seeing this. What a cooperative monster. It deserves a thumbs up. Then Chu quickly shouted loudly, "Huh!" The 2 pieces of white cloth that had just wrapped together let out a few muffled sounds, instantaneously swelling to their limits before tearing apart into many fragments. However, weirdly enough, black-red blood flowed from the edges of the broken white cloth, but couldn't stain it red. The white cloth monster was dead, as 2 soul beads slowly flew out from the corpse. Chu carefully avoided the white cloth and filth on the ground, picking up the 2 soul beads. But what puzzled him was that the soul beads were only level 1. He thought that such a powerful death creature should be at least a level 2 monster. It was just like the nun's spirit earlier, though so strong. Its original form was only a level 1 death creature, which was quite unbelievable. At its prime, it seemed even more powerful than the team leader, making Chu have some difficulty in understanding. In the end, he could only conclude that perhaps some kind of change he hadn't realized had occurred within the Death God realm, leading to a collective downgrade in the strength of the death creatures. However, he believed that by continuing his search, he would definitely find the answer to his questions. Chu collected his thoughts, preparing to leave. Instinctively, he glanced back at the nun's spirit, which had silently pretended not to exist since the start of the battle. Then he discovered that it was eating the white cloth on the ground, truly using its mouth-like mask to put the broken pieces of the white cloth in its mouth to chew, looking as if the taste was quite pleasant. Thus, Chu had no choice but to wait for a while until it finished eating every piece of the white cloth shards off the ground without leaving any behind, after which he manipulated the nun's mask to continue on their journey. He could feel that after consuming the white cloth, the essence of the spirit within the nun's mask was enhancing at a slow pace. Apparently, devouring powerful flesh and blood helped it restore its original strength faster. Therefore, Chu fully supported this practice. Finally, the village was getting closer. Chu saw a desolate little village appear within his view. As he gradually approached, he began to see the full appearance of the village and became slightly disappointed because it appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Many buildings had collapsed and didn't seem to have anyone living there. However, on the land of the Death God realm, where death creatures roamed, the presence of living humans would be an extremely abnormal phenomenon anyway. Chu did not rashly approach the village but first walked around the outside of it, observing everything nearby. To the east of the village was a cemetery, which Chu didn't dare to approach. He was afraid that once he got close, the residents inside might suddenly rush out in unison and perform a grave dancing party to welcome him, which would indeed be interesting. But outside the village, it wasn't peaceful either, because aside from the cemetery, 3 places were particularly eerie. A well at the west end of the village, a dead crooked-necked tree with a hanging corpse at the south end, and finally, a red skirt hung at the north side of the village. Chu simply gave each a quick, distant glance before swiftly leaving, fearing that he might disturb unknown beings lurking within. To further explore the village, he had to deal with these 3 strange spots first. Otherwise, if something even more terrifying happened in the village, he would be stuck and unable to flee if these spooky locations tangled with him. Moreover, he realized that against ghostly entities, light talismans were much more effective than explosive talismans, but his supply of light talismans was limited. Previously, almost all his focus was on creating explosive talismans, so he decided to go back and stockpile them before coming here to explore again. Thus, Chu-Mu temporarily moved away from the village, carelessly used his knowledge of basic death magic to deplete all his spiritual power, then exited the Death God realm, waiting for the next exploration. The next day, Chu-Mu had the late shift, but he woke up early to find the old man, intending to ask if he had any advanced light talismans. The old man guessed at once that Chu-Mu had run into trouble again. Of course, he would help, but it must come at a cost, trade for trade. Relationship is one thing, but business is another. Thus, Chu-Mu exchanged a small piece of wood for an advanced version of the light talisman. The advanced light talisman was different from the basic one. The latter had only 27 lines, but the former had 113. This wasn't just +1 difficulty, it was completely beyond the standard. The old man told him that every talisman was not simple and required the lifelong dedication of a talisman master. It was said that a certain elder in the church who specialized in basic talismans had already researched a talisman with nearly 1,000 lines, which even he couldn't learn. Therefore, one should not always aim too high, for food must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. Thus, Chu-Mu had no choice but to continue focusing on his Chuji purification talismans and accumulate more of them in preparation for the next exploration of the small village in the Death God realm. As for the advanced version of the purification talisman, it was temporarily put aside, because within a short period, it could not be converted into combat power. Even if he studied it, it would serve no purpose. The old man also told Chu-Mu that most talisman masters specialized in a few types of talismans. Thus, from the perspective of someone with experience, he advised Chu-Mu to choose at most 2 types of talismans as his focus, and to cultivate himself steadily, step by step. Chu-Mu thought this advice made sense. Currently, there were already 2 types of talismans he handled skillfully, explosive talismans and light talismans. So, for now, he would choose these 2 talismans. Chapter 61. The Girl Rita and the Priest's Appearance. So Chu-Mu returned to his monotonous life of studying spells in the morning and learning swordsmanship from Master Wang Wu in the afternoon. Even Lear had to admit that, when it came to diligence and hard work, he absolutely could not match Chu-Mu. However, Chu-Mu had no other choice because the other was naturally gifted, while he, as a slow bird, needed to fly earlier and only achieve this through even greater diligence. In a household within the eastern district of Violet City, a new family had just moved here not long ago. This family consisted of 4 members: father, mother, daughter, and son. The daughter's nickname was Rita. She was already 15 years old. Before she turned 10, her family's life had been relatively well off. Well off in the sense that they didn't have to worry about food. She lived relatively carefree, needing only to take care of her younger brother during the day while both of her parents had to work all day and only returned home at night. Rita was very understanding from an early age. She could help with housework, keeping their home neatly arranged whenever her parents were away. She also took good care of her brother, for which her parents often praised her. But over the past 2 years, she had become busier. Her parents explained that rainfall had significantly decreased these past years, leading to crop failures and rising prices on everything. Many farmers went bankrupt and flocked into the city looking for jobs. Consequently, jobs became harder to find, and the parents' original workplaces replaced them with peasants who had lower wage demands. Therefore, the parents now had to do dirtier and more tiring jobs to make ends meet. They returned home later and later, ate dinner, and then went straight to bed without much interaction, and laughter in the house gradually disappeared. When her brother grew up a little, despite the financial strain, her parents managed to send him to a church school so that he might secure a better job in the future. As for Rita, she worked with her mother washing clothes for others to earn money. However, her mother fell ill recently, forcing Rita to stay at home and rest, taking care of her mother. Rita knew they must work harder to avoid starving, constantly moving houses to save costs. Of course, this meant they were getting closer and closer to the Northern District. If things continued like this, they would eventually end up living in the North District one day, something completely unacceptable to Rita, who had heard countless terrifying rumors about the Northern District since childhood. Moreover, there were increasing numbers of delinquent children in the city recently, especially boys from the Northern District who frequently wandered into the Eastern District. Although Rita was slim, she was rather pretty with a tall figure, exuding an alluring charm that would blossom fully in the years to come. Neighbors always complimented how beautiful Rita was. Many times, she felt shy and lowered her head while walking by, but inside she was happy. However, little did she know that her beauty would bring her trouble, specifically catching the attention of the bad kids nearby. These bad kids mostly came from the countryside around the city where they lacked proper discipline and etiquette training, making them quite rude. Upon seeing Rita, they started constantly harassing her, inviting her to play with them, and even involuntarily touching her hand. She detested them and therefore avoided associating with those boys. After noticing Rita's lack of cooperation, especially considering her father was often absent, they began acting even more recklessly and bullied her incessantly. They pushed her down to the ground and laughed at her while she tried to get up, intentionally knocked over items in her home just to anger her, and then ran away quickly. Whenever Rita went out to sell vegetables, these boys would deliberately wait for her in the alleys, surrounding her and preventing her from leaving. They would snatch her basket of vegetables. Some even attempted to steal the money for groceries left to her by her mother, which forced her to shout for help every time, causing them to run away hurriedly. This situation left her extremely frustrated each time. One day, these boys escalated their actions again, blocking Rita in the alleyway. Fearing greatly, Rita instinctively curled up. One of them, a brown-haired boy who seemed to be their leader, said, "Rita, why don't you become my woman? In the future, I won't bully you anymore. But you will need to serve me like those women standing on the streets do for men. How about it? Good people are not necessarily immune to turning bad, but children surrounded by an adverse environment will surely become worse. Everything around them teaches and lures them towards sin." Frequently exposed to all sorts of dark, negative, violent, and bloody events in the chaotic Northern District, these boys instinctively replicated such behaviors onto others around them until they themselves became part of the evil ones, perpetuating wickedness further. Rita instinctively shook her head after hearing the boys' proposition. Although her parents rarely mentioned street women in front of her, she had still picked up bits and pieces from others' conversations. She knew that those women were the most pitiable, and thus she absolutely did not want to imitate them. Besides, she already understood some things about men and women, and what the boy suggested was clearly immoral. Seeing that Rita seemed unwilling to comply, he took a small wooden jar from his pocket and shook it in front of her. Rita didn't know what it was, but instinctively felt terrified. "Agree to me, or I'll make you taste this. I snatched it from a tramp, and it stinks inside. Who knows what's inside? Maybe horse urine." At this, the surrounding boys laughed loudly. Rita was very afraid, thinking they were not people, but demons preached by the church. However, she would never agree to these bad kids' requests because that was immoral. Even though chastity wasn't held as sacred in this world, young girls like her wouldn't casually use their first time for any kind of deal unless truly forced into dire situations. "So you refuse, huh? Then let you try this bottle of horse urine. Grab her fast." Rita struggled desperately, but the boys held her tightly. Her vegetable basket fell on the ground, but she paid no attention to it. With horror, she watched the boy frown as he unscrewed the lid, slowly bringing it toward her mouth. "No, please don't," Rita pleaded, but instead further excited the hidden bestial nature within the boys, driving them even more to complete their act for a certain sense of psychological satisfaction. In this moment, they became demons. The bottle was forcefully pushed into Rita's mouth, and then forcibly poured down her throat. She stopped resisting and began crying with eyes full of tears, helplessly staring at the sky, feeling utterly desperate. At an unknown point, there stood a priest in hemp clothes at the alley entrance. He looked sorrowfully as the boys completed their demon ritual, crossing himself while praying softly. "Good people are weeping. Seeds of evil sprout in everyone's heart. Living itself is a disaster. Some people create it, others experience it. Only in the eyes of the god of death, all things are equal. Therefore, return to the arms of the god of death. There's no sin, there's no poverty, there's no ugliness, there's only peace, there's only death." After finishing the prayer, the priest slowly walked towards the youths. The soul power within him started to flow, causing a wind in the narrow alleyway. He intended to save the bad children, which meant taking away their lives, allowing them to return to the god of death's embrace, forever resting in peace, free from ugliness and sin forevermore. But the boys only sensed a sense of triumph from playing their game, unaware of the approaching priest behind them. Just at that moment, the girl who had consumed the unknown liquid suddenly collapsed onto the ground, her body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Underneath her smooth skin, numerous bumps began to rise one after another. Soon after, her skin turned rough, resembling the texture of dry tree bark, covered with uneven textures. Even more terrifyingly, plants began growing out of her mutated skin. Startled by this horrifying sight, the boys screamed, "Monster!" and ran off, leaving the girl lying alone on the ground, moaning painfully in agony. The priest who originally intended to save the boys, upon noticing Rita's mutation, seemed to change his mind. He let the boys escape and instead fixed his eyes on the contorted, mutating girl on the ground. Destiny is truly playful, always offering unexpected surprises. Let me silently be a spectator and enjoy the upcoming performance well. Finding a fish deep underwater is indeed difficult. Perhaps throwing in a bait will attract something. How intriguing. The priest approached Rita's side, extending his hands, and danced strangely around the prostrate girl while his soul power continuously scattered, affecting the girl on the ground. If Owen were present, he would certainly recognize that the dance step the priest was doing was identical to the old man's ritual when he ingested magic medicine during his induction into the Resurrection Society. After completing the ritual, the priest sat not far from the girl without minding the filth under him, quietly observing the girl's mutation. As the ritual progressed, the uncontrolled soul power in the girl gradually subsided, her physical changes fading, returning her to her original state. After quite a long while, the young girl returned to her original state. She got up from the ground in a daze, completely unaware of what had just happened. It wasn't until she noticed that her clothes had somehow torn, exposing patches of white skin underneath, that she blushed furiously and used both hands to cover her chest. She turned and ran toward home, but after running just a few steps, she came back to grab the fallen vegetable basket, and then continued running homeward. Behind her, the priest slowly rose to his feet, following the girl's figure, disappearing into the alleys of the East District. Chapter 62. The Mother's Departure, First Encounter. The young girl returned home without much trouble on her way. However, she still encountered many neighbors but had no time to greet them. All she wanted was to hurry home and change into a new dress. When she reached the doorstep, the girl suddenly stopped, tiptoed into the room, careful not to wake her mother who was resting in deep sleep. Her mother's illness was very troublesome. She had seen the doctor several times, taken numerous doses of medicine, yet there was no improvement whatsoever. In less than a week, her mother visibly grew thinner, so much so that even getting out of bed became extremely difficult. Each time her father came home, he would rarely manage to crack a smile for his mother, telling her some amusing anecdotes from work to make her laugh. But only Rita knew that her father often stood outside, looking at the stars in the sky and silently wept alone. She didn't know why her father cried. Her youth made her unable to realize that, in this age where medical science wasn't advanced, an incurable illness implied something far graver. She instinctively wanted her mother to have better rest so she could recover soon. So even when bullied outside, she chose to bear it silently and never told her mother. Rita found a new dress and quickly changed out of her ragged clothes. While the girl hurriedly dressed herself, she completely missed that a priest dressed in hemp robes had entered the room. Upon entering, the priest first observed the woman lying in bed, then quietly walked to her bedside. Watching the emaciated woman tormented by illness, whose brows were even furrowed with pain and sleep, he once again crossed himself and began to pray. The end of life is not death. Death is only a new beginning of life. Rest peacefully in death's embrace. There. No disease, no suffering, no hunger, no poverty. However, the young girl seemed entirely deaf to the priest's words. After changing her clothes, she took one last glance at her mother, whose breathing was now steady and whose rare relaxed features brought her comfort, before picking up the basket and heading off toward the market. She did not know that this final look would be the last glimpse of her mother alive. Rita's mother passed away, and the girl sobbed uncontrollably. The neighbors all came over to see, though they were somewhat saddened. None of it was unexpected. Illness in this era often led to death, a truth even the doctors couldn't change. Unlike Chu Mu's era, where death was more about intrigue rather than mere sickness, pulling people through endless disputes, wonderful events filled with ulterior motives. Even though everything couldn't be judged black and white, each episode always proved exciting. It was late in the evening when the father learned of the news. However, he did not cry but silently gave his wife a final look. With help from the neighbors, they carried her body out of town and secretly buried it. They simply couldn't afford to pay for her burial in the cemetery, and keeping the body at home longer could cause foul odors and possibly spread diseases. From every perspective, burying her was the best solution. As the pillar of the family, the father remained outwardly calm throughout, with only the sorrow in his eyes running deep like rivers. Yet, no one criticized him for not crying or not being genuine enough, because during these times, not crying was harder than crying. Learning to accept reality tested human endurance more than letting emotions run wild. Rita did not go out of town, as she still had to care for her younger brother. But her tears wouldn't stop because she had lost her mother forever. The priest stood in a corner of the room, watching silently but smiling. For him, nothing compared to the joy of guiding suffering souls back into death's arms. Life continued as usual the next day. The father left early for work. The younger brother was sent to school by Rita, and she needed to clean the house and finish her chores. The only change was that one person was permanently missing from the household, also relieving a burden, allowing those who remained alive to live slightly easier lives. When Rita went shopping, she encountered the same group of bad children who wondered whether she was still alive or not. Seeing Rita alive, the kids instantly surrounded her, blocking her escape, and started shouting at her face, calling her a monster. They hurled debris and flowers stolen from their neighbors' gardens at her, and a rosebush with thorns scratched across Rita's cheek, drawing red dots of blood which trickled down against her pale skin, an alarming sight. The bad children cared nothing for this, laughing all the while, and Rita could only shield her face and chest, silently enduring the pain of objects hitting her body. Yet, her inner pain cut even deeper. She felt as though her life were shrouded in the darkness of night, with an indistinct, profound, and dark path ahead, devoid of any hopeful dawn. For a long time, she had endured countless hardships and sorrows of life, witnessing all sorts of darkness in human existence. The idyllic imaginations of her childhood had one by one shattered. She couldn't help but question frequently, was there truly light in this world? All she ever saw was endless night. Just then, a young man happened to pass by. It was Chu Mu, who was on his way home after leaving the old man's place. By chance, he crossed paths with him here. He heard some commotion and turned around just in time to see a group of boys bullying a poor girl. As a man with a strong sense of justice who absolutely could not tolerate bullying, Chu Mu had zero tolerance for such acts. Immediately, he ran over shouting, "What are you doing? Let that girl go." Chu Mu rushed into the midst of the crowd. Having engaged in countless sparring sessions with Wang Wu, Chu Mu's combat skills were now pretty decent. Handling a few street youths posed no problem for him. He kicked down the tallest boy, who also seemed the most arrogant among them and the most aggressive in attacking the girl. Even after scratching another's face, the boy hadn't stopped, and even displayed a smirk of satisfaction. It wasn't just mischievous, it was downright malicious. In China, crimes committed by children under 18 years old are mostly forgiven since the law assumes that children are innocent and pure-hearted. Hence, legal penalties rarely affect the young. But everyone grows from being a child. So dare anyone touch their conscience and claim they've always been truly innocent? We must admit that when we were kids, almost all of us had dark moments in our hearts, like dismantling perfectly good toys until they were utterly ruined, catching small insects and torturing them slowly, or fighting with other kids using the dirtiest tactics possible. Only hypocrites refuse to acknowledge these truths, or perhaps due to certain political reasons, many people willingly ignore the fact that children, too, have distinctions between good and bad. Thus, laws form a general impression regarding children without deeper scrutiny. But we must recognize that once children start doing bad things, they can often be worse than adults. As someone once said, some children are children, while others are devils. Chu-mu himself experienced bullying in the past, so naturally, as an adult, he loathed bullies. For such bad children, he certainly wouldn't hesitate in retaliation. So, relying on his advantage as an adult, Chu-mu mercilessly gave the boy lying on the ground a few solid kicks, causing him to howl in pain. Only then did Chu-mu turn to look at the pitiful Rita, yet he didn't know how to console her because he'd never consoled anyone before. In his previous life, he was always the one who needed comforting. At this moment, the boy sprawled on the spot suddenly stood up and fled rapidly towards the depths of the alley without looking back. Chu-mu shouted after the retreating figure, "The next time I catch you guys, I'll beat you to a pulp, you little bastards." Rita retracted her gaze from where the bad boys had disappeared down the alley and glanced toward Chu-mu. She felt profoundly grateful for Chu-mu's intervention. This scene reminded her of the stories her mother used to tell her about heroes saving the weak. Back then, she would daydream herself as the story's heroine and imagine being rescued by a hero. But today, as the actual situation unfolded before her eyes, it felt like a dream, making Rita feel she might have glimpsed the light of life again. "My name is Rita. Thank you for your help." Rita slightly bowed shyly to express her gratitude. Her mother had always told her to sincerely thank those who helped her. "You're welcome. Remember to stay safe and call the police if something happens," Chu-mu replied awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. He had never been a chivalrous knight in shining armor in his life, and thus found himself uncertain and clumsy in handling such situations. In fact, his social skills made him struggle in almost every interpersonal interaction. After speaking, silence fell between the two. They looked at each other, exchanged glances, quickly looked away, unsure what to say. Chu-mu simply believed in helping others out of goodwill, thinking nothing more about it, as his noble moral principles guided him to see it as something ordinary. However, girls often think more deeply than boys do, for they tend to mature earlier. To Rita, Chu-mu may not have been tall or especially strong. His looks were nothing extraordinary, and his attire rather plain. He did not meet any of her initial criteria for a suitor. And yet, a girl's attraction to a boy is often illogical. Of course, Chu-mu was older than her, which subtly troubled her. If only he were a few years younger. But Rita suddenly felt extremely shy. Why had she started to think about all this randomness? He had just simply saved her, and he wouldn't have other thoughts like those bad boys would. She really was overthinking things. I have some errands to run, so I'll go ahead. You take care." The awkward atmosphere finally became too much for Chu-mu, who was nothing but a blunt man. He certainly wouldn't think of offering to escort the girl home or becoming some kind of knightly protector. All he felt was that since the problem was resolved, he could leave now and go back to get rest for the swordsmanship class later in the afternoon. With that, Chu-mu turned and left the alleyway. At that moment, Rita suddenly remembered something and shouted after his retreating figure, "Excuse me, may I ask for your name?" "Chu-mu." "And Rita, see you." Upon hearing this, Chu-mu half turned and answered Rita, then quickly left again. The girl watched as Chu-mu walked away, then somewhat dejectedly picked up the basket of groceries from the ground and continued toward the market. After Chu-mu left, the priest who had been quietly following the girl stared at Chu-mu's retreating silhouette and muttered under his breath, "There's an aura of death about him." Chapter 63. The Mutated Rose, the Second Encounter. After finishing her grocery shopping, Lita went home to prepare dinner. But she felt a strange impulse that might be a hallucination. She suddenly had the urge to make the vegetables in front of her dance. This feeling was intriguing, so she gave it a try and found that the newly purchased vegetables actually began moving their leaves slowly according to her manipulation, really dancing. This sight looked quite magical. The priest stood by her side all the while, channeling Lita's soul power through his soul channels, then injecting it into the vegetables before them. It was equivalent to carrying out her intended abilities using the priest's soul network as an intermediary. Of course, only a very powerful soul master would be able to achieve such coordination. Lita thought about how good it would be if she could control these plants to protect herself. That way, next time those bad kids came to bully her again, she could control these flowers and grasses to protect herself. She naturally thought of roses because such thorny plants would definitely be more intimidating than cabbage or small grasses. Since her brother still had some time before he got off school, she searched through her memory and found a nearby flower garden where one of the residents grew flowers, eventually locating a rose bush there. Lita used her ability on the rose, with the priest continuing to help her manifest this power. The priest knew that this kind of ability had another more well-known name: mastery of magical plants. However, this time the rose didn't dance as expected, even though she injected nearly all her soul energy into it. The resulting headache didn't bring her the desired result, which left her disheartened, thinking maybe she had overestimated her abilities. Dispirited, she wandered back home. Only the priest smiled gently as he looked at the seemingly ordinary rose bush. As a soul master, he could perceive the changes rapidly happening within the rose after it absorbed Lita's soul force. Suddenly, the clusters of roses burst open. In the center, a mouth filled with sharp teeth appeared, and inside the mouth was a crimson eye. This occurred because when Lita was creating it, her thoughts were focused on revenge against the boys. As night fell, darkness enveloped the area quickly. An old man living in a nearby room was reminiscing about the past as he gazed at an old painting. The painting depicted his former lover who had died due to an accident later. From that day on, he never sought another woman because he knew his one true love was irreplaceable. At this moment, the rose touched by Lita during the day began to awaken. Unlike other roses which close their petals at night, this one swiftly opened its blossoms, revealing the mouth filled with sharp teeth and the deeper red eye within. It swayed its petals gently, as if observing the surroundings. After it seemed to have confirmed something, it turned toward a direction, stopping abruptly. The red eye in the center of the flower fixed itself firmly on a nearby house. Its stem under the flower quickly began to extend, and the flower slithered forward like a snake, its eye always locked onto the target building ahead, guiding its movement. The rose finally reached the window of the room, then squeezed through the narrow gaps, and entered the room. The old man was deep in thought, gazing lovingly at the picture in his hand, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Upon sensing human presence, the flower grew faster and lunged at the old man like a snake. Its central mouth directly bit into his body. Startled by sudden pain, the old man looked down and saw a rose stuck to his body, causing unbearable pain at the point of contact. Before he could understand why the rose stem had grown so long or how it entered his room, he witnessed the flower stem winding tightly around him like a python, its thorns piercing his flesh and making him cry out in agony. Blood flowed along the thorns but hardly dropped onto the ground. Instead, it was absorbed by the flower stem and gathered in the flower, making the flower larger and more vivid in color. The old man soon lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, but the rose did not stop drawing blood until his life fully ended. Only then did the rose cease its feeding, retracting back to its original form. It slowly retreated through the window, its elongated stem returning to normal until it became an ordinary-looking rose once again. It emitted a charming fragrance, blooming quietly in the dark night. The following day, the neighbors noticed the always early-rising elder had not opened his door and discovered him dead at home. Although the police inspector quickly drove away the onlookers after arriving, the way the victim died was extremely strange, and it caused a lot of gossip in the area. After confirmation by the inspector, he could only contact the exorcist squad for further handling. Today's on-duty Zhao David and Captain Laurent arrived at the scene and carefully examined the traces on the victim's body, which were quite strange. This was because although the victim had many wounds all over his body, very little blood came out. Most of it had been sucked away by the creature that attacked him. But after considering all possible explanations, they still couldn't figure out what kind of entity had attacked the victim. The captain even used sniffgrass, but after a thorough search, no useful information was found. Since sniffgrass has limitations, it automatically filters out odors from other plants. The mutated rose turned into a blood-sucking monster, appearing just like a plant to the sniffgrass, making it undetectable. They could only temporarily close the case and wait quietly for this despicable monster to attack again, hoping to find some clue or weakness left behind, so as to track it down. In many situations when we face difficulties, there is always very limited action we can take. This is the shortcoming of being human. We might resemble deities sometimes, but we are merely mortals. As for Chu Mu today, he was once again dashing back and forth between the old man and teacher Wang Wu, fully occupied. However, both parties highly acknowledged Chu Mu's improvement. Even the old man believed Chu Mu had pushed himself to the utmost limit. When Chu Mu passed by this alley again after leaving the old man's house, he subconsciously glanced inside because he remembered the girl he'd seen yesterday. Sure enough, he spotted the same group of boys and the girl again in the alleyway. This time, the boys had trapped her inside the alley. The boy whom Chu Mu beat up yesterday looked particularly arrogant. For a lady, having her clothes grabbed was already extremely rude behavior. At this moment, the boy seemed to be threatening the girl. Watching this, Chu Mu's anger surged instantly. To harass an innocent woman under broad daylight was simply a sign of reckless arrogance. The boy held on to Lita's dress, saying with a fierce look, "You got lucky yesterday, but who do you think can save you now? You freak, take off your clothes so we can see what you really look like." Then the other boys began trying to grab Lita's clothes. Lita screamed for help, but she knew no one would come to her rescue. Because society was rather cold-hearted, especially towards impoverished commoners forced to struggle for survival. The neighboring residents, if they heard anything, chose silence over intervention. It's easier to ignore injustice than deal with complications. Let go of that girl. Right as Lita fell into despair, she suddenly heard the voice of that young man from yesterday. Not only her, but the rest of the boys also heard it, then instinctively turned around in disbelief. They saw Chu Mu striding forcefully toward them. Once the other boys recognized him as the young man from the day before, without even needing discussion, they scattered immediately like scared animals. Chu Mu caught hold of the tallest boy since his initially menacing expression suggested he was ready to fight, but realizing his companions had fled, he tried to escape too, only it was too late. Chu Mu firmly grabbed him, landing a hard slap across his face. "Didn't I tell you yesterday already? You didn't learn your lesson, huh? Looks like you're defying me. Today, you're going to get a good education. You need to know how it feels to be bullied." Chu Mu wasn't about to let him go that easily because doing so would be unfair to the girl. He gripped the boy's hair tightly, preventing any escape attempts, and repeatedly slapped him hard across the face until cries of begging for mercy rang out continuously. He certainly lacked the ferocity shown earlier, learning poorly from anyone else. Why did he choose to mimic the bullies roaming the streets? Bullies may appear tough verbally, but when confronted with real strength, they run faster than rabbits. Finally, Chu Mu delivered a solid punch to the boy's stomach, causing him to collapse in pain, clutching his belly. He lost all arrogance. Chu Mu followed up with 2 harsh kicks, pointing at the boy's frightened eyes and saying, "Don't think just because you're young, you have free rein to commit evil deeds. Remember, someone will always deal with you. And this, my friend, is justice." Scared out of his wits, The boy nodded unconsciously, his face filled with sheer terror of violence. Evil often submits to greater evil, and occasional tears aren't remorse. They stem purely from fear of something stronger. That is the truth. Eventually, with a nose bleeding and a bruised face, the boy was let go, terrified and fleeing away. Chumu hoped that he would learn his lesson from this severe beating and start anew. Chumu, thank you for saving me again. Tears still hung at the corners of Rita's eyes, but she managed a faint smile while thanking Chumu. Rita, no, it's all I should do. The mother goddess once said to help the weak, so it doesn't matter. Chumu scratched his head shyly again. Chumu finally woke up this time and realized that he might need to send the girl away. Otherwise, what if she encountered bad guys again? Where are you going? Chumu asked the girl with concern. He always felt it was appropriate to escort the girl for a while, but also thought that doing so would waste his own time, which meant he'd be able to draw fewer talismans. However, ultimately under the guidance of reason, Chumu decided to escort the girl. No trouble, let's just see it through to the end. Chumu didn't follow what Rita said, but insisted on seeing her off to the market instead. It wasn't because he suddenly gained more insight or realized that women often mean yes when they say no, but rather he truly felt the girl was in danger and decided to escort her all the way home before he felt safe. No trouble, I still need to go to the market to sell vegetables. I can go by myself. Thank you for your kindness. The girl smiled and declined Chumu's offer politely, though deep inside she was a little looking forward to it, and also felt a bit disappointed. Then let's just take it to the end. Chumu did not act as Lita expected but insisted on taking her to the market. Not because he suddenly understood many things, like when women say no, they actually mean yes, but because he really thought the girl was in danger and decided to see her all the way home safely. Chapter 64. Mutual Understanding, Summoning Spells. Finally, Chumu and Rita walked together towards the market. Along the way, the two of them briefly discussed their situations. When Rita learned that Chumu was a member of the clergy, she laughed even more joyfully, as the name of her mother goddess made her feel like Chumu radiated an even greater sense of righteousness. Chumu listened to Rita talk about her family circumstances and her mother's recent passing. He could sense the girl's strength and loneliness. Rita was just like countless ordinary people from peasant households he had previously understood, struggling daily for survival, yet constantly facing the hardships of life, as if their lives were filled with all the misfortunes of this era. Chumu had once been puzzled too. Although the technology in this world wasn't advanced, spiritualism flourished, especially within the life church devoted to the worship of the Earth Mother Goddess, which specialized in controlling plants. Improving people's lives would not have been difficult, and using just a bit of ability to increase grain production so commoners wouldn't go hungry shouldn't have been such a complex matter, right? Unfortunately, even in Violet City, Chumu had never heard of the church engaging in such practices, so the situation must be similar in other countries and churches. Was the reason people suffered so much in this world truly due to the low productivity alone? There must be deeper reasons. Perhaps his current level of insight was too limited, unable to clear away the fog and see the true issues. To find the answers, he needed to become stronger first, in order to deserve the right. When they arrived at the market, Rita leisurely went through it, carefully questioning every vendor and comparing prices just to purchase cheaper but quality vegetables. She even bargained with the merchants for a long time. This often made Chumu feel somewhat embarrassed, but also broadened his knowledge, as he realized there were different ways to negotiate prices. He knew why Rita did it. Her family was not wealthy, so every copper coin had to be split in half to make ends meet. Though sometimes annoyed, Chumu was by no means contemptuous, because not too long ago, he himself was always walking around the market looking for the cheapest black bread. Since he'd experienced something similar, Chumu thought Rita was doing very well, even better than his own past efforts. He believed she would undoubtedly make an excellent wife and mother. In this era, essential living skills for being an excellent housewife included knowing how to save money. By the way, Rita really was quite beautiful and so virtuous. Whoever married her in the future would surely be very happy. Unfortunately, she was simply too young. Suddenly, Chumu felt like he might be getting amorous again. Maybe it was due to the local customs influencing men to instinctively evaluate the women around them, without having screened potential wives for themselves. If they saw someone suitable, they would immediately express their romantic intentions. After all, in this era, there was no parental matchmaking or arrangements, despite most people lacking the financial resources to marry anyway. The scars left by Emily had yet to fully fade, yet here he was already casting evil eyes on an even younger girl. Chumu thought of himself as not much of a man. Men really were no good at all. As he looked at the side profile of Rita arguing over prices with the vegetable farmer, he reined in his thoughts and reminded himself that they should just remain friends and he shouldn't interfere with Rita's life. He had a premonition that he likely wouldn't stay in Violet City in the future, since this place was too small. Rita was just an ordinary person, impossible to follow him around enduring hardship and constant dangers. Sometimes attachments could even become burdens. Rationality told him that only female soul masters would be suitable wives for himself. After finishing her shopping, Rita planned to return home. The time spent was not excessive, only 1.5 hours. Leaving the market, Rita and Chumu parted ways. Despite insisting on escorting her home, Chumu made Rita feel a mixture of warmth and other emotions. This rose is for you. Don't overthink it. I don't mean anything else. In my hometown, there's a saying, storms give birth to rainbows, sturdy roses. It's praise for a girl's courage and strength, so this is admiration. Chumu used this opportunity to present the rose he had bought at the market to Rita as a small gift between friends. However, Rita's expression was somewhat strange, happy but also somewhat disappointed. Thank you, Chumu, Rita replied unhappily, thinking that Chumu might have made her happier had he not explained. Sometimes what stops two people from being together isn't solely their age. Rita finally reached home. Chumu declined the invitation to rest inside, and instead prepared to leave because he had wasted too much time already. That afternoon, he still needed to train with Wang Wu. However, upon parting, Chumu presented her with a special talisman. This item is for you. If you get bullied by those ruffians again, all you need to do is take this talisman and then call out my name, Chumu. That way, I will instantly be able to sense it. If I'm nearby, I will certainly rush over to help you. This was another practical type of talisman that the old man had taught him, known as a summoning talisman. It needed to be drawn in advance. When used, one just had to channel their soul energy into it, which would preserve its effects for a period of time. Once activated, this talisman would immediately allow the person who injected their soul power to sense when someone holding the talisman was calling them. Of course, there were many limitations with this talisman, such as being unable to pinpoint locations or transmit more detailed messages. It could only be used to send a call. Its greatest limitation lay in Chumu's own current abilities, preventing him from drawing talismans with better efficacy. Chumu handed over the talisman to Rita and repeatedly urged her not to lose or wet it. Upon receiving the talisman, Rita carefully inspected it from front to back, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. In her heart, she felt the happiness of being cared for and realized that Chumu hadn't forgotten about her. She found that this world wasn't entirely bad after all, although she wished he were younger. After bidding farewell to Rita, who waved at him until he walked very far away, Chumu returned home to quickly draw more talismans, intending to make up for the short while he'd spent. Young people absolutely couldn't waste time or their lives. Unbeknownst to Chumu, the priest clad in hemp clothing continued to quietly observe him, like a diligent audience member, listening to what he said, watching what he did, and thinking about what he thought. Chumu completely failed to notice the priest beside him, now more easily entering an extremely serious and focused state where he simply did whatever he wanted. Chumu returned home, first resolving his lunch issue, then taking a normal afternoon nap. After waking, he proceeded directly to Master Wang Wu's place to continue studying sword techniques, acting much like an ordinary yet studious apprentice of a team of spirit handlers. The priest remained silently at Chumu's side throughout, quietly observing him. Even when Chumu slept, the priest sat by his bedside, calmly scrutinizing him, watching his afternoon sword training session unfold. As twilight approached, the priest rose and returned to Rita's side. Chumu was completely unaware, fortunately adhering to his habit of never entering the Death Kingdom during daylight hours, thereby preserving his biggest secret. As night fell, the priest glanced at the sky, rising to prepare for departure. Since receiving orders from the elders of the Resurrection Society, arriving in Violet City had imbued him with an intuition that he was very close to finding his target, and his instincts were usually quite accurate. Currently, his prime suspect was none other than this talented youth before him. Hard work often provoked jealousy, even more so than natural talent. He believed that those chosen by the god of death surely wouldn't be average individuals. Yet, thus far, Chumu had never exhibited any indication associated with being a descendant of the god of death. The priest didn't believe himself infallible. Aspiring for constant correctness was absolutely impossible. Even deities erred occasionally. Such was the greatest flaw inherent in being human. It seemed further observation was required, alongside searching for alternative possible candidates. At least he wasn't in any rush to leave, treating it as a rare holiday amidst life. Moreover, he adored this city. Additionally, the bait he'd laid out hadn't been set for long enough to produce more engaging scenarios. Abandoning it now would feel wasteful and unsatisfying. When Rita lay down to sleep, she once more recalled the day's events. Had Chumu not saved her, she had no idea what might have become of her. Her father returned late and was even quieter than usual, a clear sign of how deeply impacted he was by her mother's passing. Thus, she resolved not to disturb him further. Suddenly, she yearned to possess wondrous powers, enabling her to fend off those wicked individuals, at the very least protecting herself and her family. During the daytime vegetable washing, she reaffirmed that her ability wasn't false. It genuinely allowed her to manipulate vegetable leaves, but why couldn't she move that rose? Perhaps it was due to her still needing more practice, or perhaps the rose being too small, hence lacking sufficient spiritual essence. Therefore, Rita decided to look for a large tree tomorrow and give it another try, because she craved possessing self-defense capabilities desperately. Speaking of trees, Rita knew of a truly massive tree nearby, a willow. It was much larger than any other tree she'd ever seen. Moreover, this willow tree was very tall. Rita raised her head and stood on tiptoe, but still couldn't see the tip of its branches. Her mother, before she passed away, had once brought her here and told her that this willow tree was nearly 100 years old, and she remembered it to this day. The next day, after finishing her household chores, Rita mustered up the courage to leave home again. She crossed through the Eastern District and arrived at the outskirts of the East Side. Generally speaking, she didn't dare to venture out or come here alone, especially after being cornered by those bad kids many times. She had grown more and more afraid to leave the house. However, in her hand she clutched the talisman Chumu had given her, and thinking about it now, she felt much more at ease. Chapter 65. Another failed attempt. The priest intervenes. She jogged all the way to this big willow tree under which she had memories, and sure enough, the great tree was still there, and it had grown even taller than she had imagined. The mottled bark resembled snake scales, overlapping on the surface of the tree. The hanging willow branches were like a giant's hair, cascading down from the tree canopy. For some unknown reason, Rita felt that this large willow tree reminded her of her recently deceased mother. But she did not know whether her mother, in the embrace of the mother goddess, had truly found happiness. She placed her hand on the willow tree and quickly closed her eyes, murmuring, "Willow tree, ah, willow tree, I am Rita. I implore you, heed my command, punish the wicked, protect me. I beseech you to answer my call and request." But Rita's head began to hum with sharp pain, and the great willow tree remained peacefully standing there, as calm as after her mother's death, no longer answering her call. Rita felt somewhat disheartened, another failure. Perhaps her abilities were nothing but a daydream. How could an ordinary little girl possibly possess divine power? Everything was perhaps just a fanciful desire. She yearned for the ability to protect herself and punish evildoers, but alas, as in this cruel world, the weak do not deserve any response. They could only tremble in front of fate, praying for misfortune to stay away from them. Rita, dejected, took one last look at the willow tree. She was once a believer in the Earth Mother Goddess, having faith in the Mother Goddess, just like her mother, firmly believing that the Mother Goddess was always watching over them. But she didn't remember when it started, when she stopped praying to the Mother Goddess. Was it forgetfulness? Or because of countless wounds and the departure of loved ones, the Mother Goddess ultimately gave her no help, instead resembling a cold observer, silently watching her fall into the abyss of despair. So she no longer chose to believe in an indifferent deity. Of course, her mother was the most devout follower of the Mother Goddess, theoretically deserving the favor of the Mother Goddess. But before dying, she was as fragile as the last green leaf before the snow, helplessly blown off by the merciless hand of fate. So what good was worshipping a god? Rita walked back along the path she came from, but since she rarely visited here, she unknowingly turned the wrong corner at some point, so she did not know where she was, and could only instinctively continue moving forward. And the priest draped in hemp cloth had been silently following her side, like a shadow. At least, Rita was not alone right now. The divine will has passed down the next plan. He wants those swine-like unbelievers in the city of Violet to once again feel the greatness and terror of the divine, so we need to. 3 black-robed figures convened a secret gathering in the suburbs of the Eastern District. This hidden corner should not have been found by anyone, but while they were exchanging information, they discovered a girl had intruded upon their vision. They instinctively stopped talking and together looked toward where Rita appeared. Rita suddenly saw 3 people ahead. Originally, meeting someone else when lost would have been a heartening event. But upon seeing the 3 cloaked individuals, Rita's soul instinctively warned her that these 3 were extremely dangerous. Especially the cold eyes and expressions directed at her made her more fearful. Words of apology instinctively sprang forth from her mouth. Then she turned and ran away. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll leave right now." Unfortunately, Rita's departure did not relax the 3 black-robed men. One of them stood up and said to his companions, "I'll take care of her. At this moment, we can't afford any slip-ups." At this time, another black-robed man grinned sardonically and said, "I'll go with you. Don't kill her, just bring her back. It's exactly convenient for us to find a little amusement out here in the wilderness. Not wasting such a long journey for nothing, hee." Upon hearing this, his companions did not object, apparently also thinking it a decent idea. Thus, 2 of the black-robed men stood up, preparing to chase after the young girl Rita, akin to wolves spotting prey. The priest halted his steps, watching Rita run further away until her figure faded, then retracted his gaze, turning his head to see the 2 black-robed men running towards him. Heretics of the evil deity. The priest muttered lowly, then strode directly towards the 2 black-robed men. The 2 black-robed men, in hot pursuit of the girl, suddenly noticed that, at some uncertain point, a priest clad in tattered hemp clothes appeared in front of them. They immediately subconsciously stopped. They didn't dare to make a move, because they were astonished to find that they couldn't sense the soul master level of this priest. In such cases, there was only one possibility. This priest was strong. "Are you not going to make the first move? If I act, you won't have a single chance," the priest said with a smile, his calm words tinged with madness. Upon hearing this, the 2 men in black robes subconsciously shuddered again, sensing that the other party was even more mad and terrible than they, the believers of an evil deity. They immediately stopped hesitating and simultaneously unleashed their abilities without further delay. Uncontrollable fear. Uncontrollable shadows. The recognized fear abilities mixed with soul power surged rapidly and spread toward the priest. This ability would awaken one's instinctive fears, causing them to give up resistance and dismantle the will to fight. It could even collapse one's spirit while drastically reducing fighting strength. However, as the soul power imbued with the fear ability enveloped him, the priest seemed completely unaffected. He closed his eyes, as if savoring the fear granted by the ability, yet his face remained serene. Fear, it's such a nostalgic emotion. The priest murmured softly as he slowly extended one hand, much like a musician preparing to perform. With his other hand, he slowly took out a book from his robe. The material of the book appeared rather special. Its pages looked slick and glossy, akin to parchment. What made the priest's book even more peculiar was that the paper was crafted from the human skin he personally stripped from his enemies, all of whom had been soul masters. In this respect, he was somewhat selective. Awaken, uncontrollable shadows. The priest whispered gently towards the book. Immediately, the book flipped open to a specific page, revealing pitch-black pages. Within the deep darkness, it seemed a terrifying spirit of resentment was concealed. Hearing the priest's summons, the spirit of resentment slowly stirred awake from slumber. blood-red eyes appeared in the dark depths, filled with naked madness. Without hesitation, the spirit of resentment leapt out of the book and then dived into the ground, transforming into a shadow darker than night itself. This shadow swiftly moved toward the black silhouette advancing toward the priest. As soon as the two shadows intersected, a mere second later, anguished screams came from the black-robed figure turned shadow. The originally solid black form rippled like waves on a lake surface. The dreadful spirit of resentment slowly surfaced from the shadow, gripping an unconscious black-robed man whose life hung by a thread. The sight stunned the other black-robed man. He knew he had encountered someone formidable, so he turned around and fled toward his companion. Perhaps, if they combined forces, they could stand against this terrifying enemy. What he hadn't expected was to be suddenly enveloped by a powerful and familiar force during his rapid escape. A soul-deep tremor overcame him, making his entire body shiver involuntarily, and he lost balance, collapsing onto the ground. Knowing he might have been attacked by the priest, he instinctively turned to look back at the priest, but the priest still seemed standing motionless in place. However, before him, another horrifying spirit of resentment had materialized without warning. The spirit stared at him, and that chilling soul-deep, trembling force emanated from it. This power was all too familiar to him. It was exactly the same uncontrollable fear power that he used himself. How could a spirit of resentment possess the power of an evil deity and be stronger than his own abilities as a third-grade soul master? Impossible. But the reality lay before his eyes, unshakable. We must hurry, grab him back. The priest spoke gently to the spirit of resentment. The spirit gave no response, but instantly dashed toward the black-robed man. Realizing his abilities had failed, the black-robed man understood staying meant certain death. Driven by survival instincts, he struggled to crawl forward, seemingly trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the terrifying priest. Desperately wanting his companion to rescue or distract the priest for an escape opportunity, the moment he opened his mouth to call out, every part inside began shaking violently, rendering him speechless. Suddenly, an icy cold hand seized his head. The dreaded spirit of resentment had somehow appeared behind him, pressing ghostly claws onto the black-robed man's skull. In an instant, his gaze lost focus, and consciousness slipped away. The spirit of resentment held him, just like holding a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered. The last remaining black-robed man anxiously waited in place, uneasy because his companions had taken far too long. By rights, with their strength, capturing a passing girl should have been easy. Of course, there was also the possibility they decided to indulge themselves first without informing him. What exactly does your evil deity intend to do? Can you tell me? The priest's voice suddenly came from beside the black-robed man, startling him. He had completely failed to notice when this priest dressed in hemp clothing had appeared beside him. The black-robed man instinctively tried to leave, only to find that he could not lift his feet. Glancing down reflexively, he saw that the area beneath him had turned pitch black at some unknown point. His feet were already swallowed by this profound darkness. And under the abyss-like darkness, a pair of red eyes peered at him. Any sign of movement would undoubtedly invite a fatal strike from the entity below him. Chapter 66. The Mad Priest, the Out-of-Control Plants. Who are you? There should be no one as powerful as you in Violet City. The man in black quickly calmed down and looked at the priest who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. I forgot to introduce myself. How rude. You can call me Shao, or like the believers of the Death God call me Priest. I come from the Resurrection Society, believing in the Death God. The priest said calmly, still holding the book made of human skin in his hand, smiling at the man in black. A person from the Resurrection Society? Impossible. You're lying. How could someone like you appear among that group? The man in black rebutted. It's true, most people in the Resurrection Society are very weak. We have no deity to protect us. Our church has been hit by the Orthodox Church, funds are hard to run, and it's difficult to develop believers. But I'm different, because I don't just believe in the Death God, I used to be a believer of the Lord of Myriad Phenomena. What they didn't dare to try, I dared, so I'm stronger than many of them. The priest continued to speak softly, but hearing it made the man in black shiver involuntarily. In the world of soul masters, those who dare to do what others don't, there are only two results, either death or madness. Even the heretics within evil religions wouldn't easily make such attempts. Looking at the priest before him, calm and ordinary, who could imagine the craziness in his bones? He had already prepared for a desperate fight, so he quickly chanted in his heart, praying to the Lord of Fear, wanting to use the power of the deity to kill this dangerous priest. But as soon as he started, he found the priest suddenly retracting his smile, walking towards him, then directly grabbing his head. The man in black tried to escape, but his whole body suddenly turned cold, unable to move. Even his consciousness became stagnant. He could only watch helplessly as the priest placed his hand on his head. Were you trying to pray to the Lord of Fear? While saying this, the priest placed his hand on the head of the man in black. Then with a gentle pull, he directly grabbed a transparent soul out from the body of the man in black. The soul of the man in black in the priest's hand looked terrified at the priest using such eerie abilities, struggling desperately. Unfortunately, now he was just a disembodied soul, like an unmoored corquid, incapable of resisting the priest. My current strength isn't enough to pose a threat to the Lord of Fear, so I won't see him for now. One day, I will personally pray to him, then lure him over, then eat him. While speaking, the priest's soul slowly left his body. Seeing the priest's soul made the man in black's soul more terrified. What kind of monster was this? Having a human form, yet possessing such a terrifying soul. Your soul is mine now, become part of me. Of course, it includes all your memories and secrets. A low-pitched cry of anguish burst forth in the woods, startling Rita, who was fleeing without direction, causing her to run even faster. Fortunately, she finally stumbled out of these woods by chance and ran to the outskirts outside the East District. The number of passers-by began to increase. Here it should be much safer. She cautiously glanced back behind her, not discovering those men in black robes who filled her with danger, allowing her to finally sigh with relief. The outside world is too dangerous. She now just wants to get home as soon as possible. By evening, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street. Dragging their weary bodies home after nightfall is the daily routine of most people in the East and North districts of this city. Under the cover of darkness, two shadowy figures sneaked out of the city carrying a jute bag, heading towards the outskirts of the East District. Hurry up, don't let the police catch us, or we'll be dead. One of them complained quietly when noticing his companion walking slowly along the way. Why worry? That gang won't leave the city at night. Most of them are probably enforcing laws in the Red Theater tonight. The companion answered nonchalantly after hearing it. We killed. Hurry up and take her out of the city, bury her, then no one will find out. Stop dilly-dallying. All right, I understand. But this woman truly is spirit. What a pity for such a spirited horse. If only it could be tamed, it would surely be very interesting. Don't nag. Let's go. We'll return after burying her. So, the two carried the sack quickly toward the outskirts of the East District. Even at night, there aren't many people on the streets in Violet City, let alone in this remote area, which is why they chose to leave the city at this time. When passing by a large willow tree, one of them could no longer carry on due to fatigue. Carrying a corpse's weight for such a long distance, even a grown man couldn't endure it. I can't go on, I need to rest. I really can't walk anymore. One of them sat down under the willow tree and threw the jute bag on the ground. The other instantly lost his balance, almost falling over, and cursed at his companion. But he was exhausted as well, so the two stopped under the willow tree for a short rest, completely unaware of the big willow tree behind them, whose branches were slowly swaying in the dark night. Loren, where do you plan to go next? The two chatted idly under the big willow tree while around them. Its branches slowly drooped down, gradually enveloping them. Meanwhile, those branches started to rapidly spread toward the two men. What is this thing? One of them had his feet directly wrapped by the willow branches, already uneasy from committing murder, and screamed out instantly. It's probably rats or something similar. I heard that for a while now. The rats in the city have grown bigger than cats. So what's the big fuss about? His companion mocked and laughed after hearing this. Just then, the willow branches also entangled his limbs and body, surprising him as well. As they tried to struggle free, they found the branches weaving into a net-like structure, tightly wrapping the two, making it impossible to easily break loose. More terrifyingly, the originally still trunk of the willow tree began shaking wildly like an elderly person about to fall, with its upper body and branches madly swinging towards the two where they stood. Only after instinctively sensing the danger did they unconsciously look up to see a massive shadow plunging straight down. Accompanied by their screams and the heavy thud of the willow branch hitting the ground, everything seemed to return to calmness, as if nothing had happened in this pitch-black night. The only evidence left was that the willow tree now possessed two fresh bodies, their blood mixed with soil slowly seeping into the roots of the willow tree, nourishing this new life. On the other side of Violet City, near the North District and the East District, the wondrous plant that during the day looked like an ordinary rose slowly woke up from its disguise as night deepened. Unlike before, this time 3 flowers bloomed on one of its branches, each flower center containing a mouth filled with sharp teeth, and beneath it, a bloody red eye. The rose branches began to stretch longer, and after the 3 flowers circled around randomly once, they finally locked onto another nearby house, slowly slithering towards the house like a snake. This family was enjoying dinner, the father, mother, and a son all quietly eating the black bread in their hands without speaking. Not talking during meals is a noble etiquette because it's considered impolite, but for ordinary people, it is often done not out of excessive attention to manners, but due to the difficulty of obtaining money and food. Therefore, they don't like to be distracted during meals when they should be savoring and appreciating precious and delicious food. Doing so would be a desecration of the food. In one corner of the room close to the window, there was a painting on the wall depicting the Mother Earth and the church symbol, the cloverleaf, indicating that this family was a believer of the Church of Life. At that moment, the rose slowly crawled into the room through the window. Upon discovering the 3 people inside, the speed of the rose climbing became even faster, though causing some slight noise which sounded loud in the otherwise quiet room. The young son facing the window was eating his black bread when he suddenly heard some noise. He instinctively looked towards it and, aided by the dim kerosene lamplight, saw a strange animal like a snake creeping into the room through the window. Terrified, he immediately stood up from the stool, unable to care about the bread that fell on the floor. His heart was overwhelmed by fear. While pointing his finger towards the window direction, he loudly shouted, "There's a snake! Over there at the window!" The father and mother quickly noticed the abnormality in their son and stood up swiftly, looking towards the window. Compared to the son's simplistic perception of all elongated objects as snakes, the parents instantly knew it wasn't a snake, yet they also realized the mysterious nature of this entity. Recalling how earlier in the day, police officers inquired if anyone had seen any abnormalities nearby due to the death of the solitary old neighbor, they assumed this strange creature might have been responsible. "Quick, go out the main door and find the policeman. I'll hold it off," the father said, grabbing the broom from the room and pushing the approaching rose flower away with swift sweeps of the broom. The mother and her son quickly left the room to seek help, and in their panic, they found the nearby police officer. To their confusion, however, instead of following them back, the officer turned and ran towards the church. Fortunately, the church wasn't far from here, and Chu-Mu was on duty tonight. He was just pondering whether he should take the opportunity of the night to explore the kingdom of death since no one was around. Over these days, he had gathered enough light charms and explosion charms. It was time to confront those ghostly things and let them know exactly how many eyes Lord Ma has. Chapter 67. The Mutant Rose Flower, a routine inquiry. As a result, the inspector's men rushed over, directly interrupting Chu-Mu's train of thought. When Chu-Mu took his shift, he had heard the captain mention to keep an eye out for any cases that evening. Then the captain informed him about a special homicide case in the East District. At the time, when he heard that the victim's blood had been completely drained and the captain hadn't found any trace, he found it very strange. But then the captain told him about an unwritten habit. Such cases often take a long time before occurring again. The monsters responsible either lose their sanity, continuing crimes endlessly until quickly captured and eliminated, or they possess intelligence, going into hiding after committing one crime to avoid attention. What they needed to do was wait. After being reassured by the captain, Chu-Mu had felt more at ease. However, as soon as night fell, the inspector's men came running, informing him that another monster had appeared in that area. Chu-Mu initially intended to call the captain, but along with the inspector came the victim's wife and son. Seeing their anxious faces, although Chu-Mu didn't dare claim he was brimming with righteousness, he understood that their husband and father were still there, their fate unknown. So Chu-Mu decided to go with them first and let the inspector notify the captain. Chu-Mu set off ahead with the two, arriving just as the man had managed to escape from the room. The door was open, and inside, a strange three-headed serpent-like creature was attempting to pounce on the man. Compared to ordinary people, soul artists in the dark have significant advantages in vision. After all, having refined the soul pearls of supernatural beings, they were gradually transforming into such beings themselves. "Please, save my dad," the child pleaded with Chu-Mu, shouting loudly at the retreating figure of the man, "Dad." Chu-Mu reminded himself not to panic. The man wasn't in immediate danger. What he needed to do now was kill this beast, preventing it from endangering more people. On the way, he had questioned the boy's mother, who said that the monster had entered through their window. Chu-Mu immediately deduced that this should be a mutant plant, most likely a rose flower, though the reason remained unclear. He noticed that the rose monster seemed quite long, mostly due to its stems extending partly into the room and partly outside the window. Exactly as the two had described, it had entered through the window. However, while one end of the stem inside the window could be seen, the other end's whereabouts were unknown. The surrounding darkness stretched far and wide. Even a soul artist couldn't see very far, but that place was undoubtedly where the monster hid. Chu-Mu quickly grabbed several paper butterflies and scattered them towards the monster. Life puppet paper angels. The paper butterflies quickly flew up, astonishing the mother and son watching. In this world, the church did not prohibit displaying abilities in front of commoners, as doing so also helped consolidate believers' faith in the church. Because of the unknown, fear arises, which is also a source of faith. The paper butterflies quickly split into two groups. One group headed toward the rose flower, while the other flew toward the window where the monster had entered. The paper butterflies quickly reached the head of the rose monster and turned into white paper, wrapping around the flower heads of the rose. With its flowers wrapped in white paper, it was unable to attack further and could only continuously swing its head, trying to shake off what blocked its sight. This highlighted the limitation of having no hands. The other group of paper butterflies adhered to the stem of the rose monster, responsible for marking it. In case the monster fled, Chu-Mu could use his perception of the attached paper angels to find its hideout. Seeing the paper butterflies in position, Chu-Mu shouted at the man while retrieving an explosive talisman, throwing it at the monster. "Hurry, run away. Leave it to the church from here." Upon hearing this, the man quickly retreated, but still clutched a broom tightly in his hand, never taking his eyes off the rose monster. At this moment, blinded, the rose monster swung its head, like a headless fly, completely unaware of what would happen next. Chu-Mu hurled the explosive talisman, which swiftly transformed into a paper airplane, flying onto the stem part sticking out of the window. "Huh!" Chu-Mu shouted loudly, and the explosive talisman detonated rapidly. Accompanied by a deafening boom, the stem was blown apart into two pieces. Without its stem, the rose monster's heads lost control and dropped to the ground. The broken stem instinctively felt danger and rapidly contracted back toward its root system. Chu-Mu immediately pursued, carefully sensing the spiritual power fluctuations of the paper angels attached to it, fearing he might lose track of the monster. Just then, Captain Laurent arrived. Seeing Chu-Mu chasing after something and leaving, he briefly analyzed the surrounding situation. There appeared to be no remaining danger, so he quickly followed after Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu suddenly realized he had chased the target into a small garden. However, the rose flower had disappeared from sight. He carefully perceived the spiritual power of his paper angels. At this moment, Captain Laurent arrived. Seeing that Chu-Mu seemed to be searching for something, he quickly inquired about what had happened. While continuing to search, Chu-Mu briefly explained the situation to the captain. After hearing the explanation, the captain did not interrupt, but allowed him to continue searching. Finally, Chu-Mu locked onto a hole. The faint soul force left by the paper angel was emanating from this small hole. Could it be that the monster had burrowed underground? At this time, the captain also looked at the hole thoughtfully. Chu-Mu was puzzled and instinctively looked at the captain, wanting to ask what they should do next. Surely they couldn't just dig along this hole, could they? Captain Laurent gazed at the hole and placed his hand on the nearby ground, using his ability to recognize magical plants while injecting soul force into the earth. Chu-mu was confused, unsure what the captain was doing. But seeing how serious the captain was, he refrained from asking and continued watching. As the captain kept injecting soul force into the ground around the hole, soon a broken flower stem slowly emerged from beneath the soil. It then swayed its body slowly before Captain Laurent like a dancing snake summoned by a charmer. The captain continued to inject soul force, and gradually the entire flower stem, still connected to its roots, emerged completely from the ground. Finally, it crawled into the captain's hand, where he placed it into a box. Relieved, the captain finally explained to Chu-mu. Based on your account and the injuries of previous victims, I deduced that this might be a special case caused by a magical plant. And when it comes to controlling magical plants, who can rival the understanding of our life church? After hearing the captain's words, Chu-mu was stunned. That's right, he had forgotten. He himself was a soul artist of the life church and theoretically should have been very familiar with magical plants. Returning to the previous residence, the captain retrieved the remaining parts of the rose flower. Then Chu-mu reassured everyone, telling them the problem was resolved and thanked them for their cooperation. Subsequently, the captain took Chu-mu back to the church's errand office. Looking at the limbs of the mutant rose flower, the captain told Chu-mu, "This is most likely a superpower disaster caused by a soul artist using their abilities. Tomorrow, we'll investigate the unofficial soul artists in the Violet City area and see if we can find any leads. Of course, we don't rule out the possibility that an awakened soul artist unintentionally caused the trouble." The captain instructed Chu-mu to rest properly. True to his word, Chu-mu expended his soul force at the church's errand office and then went to bed early. However, early the next morning, Chu-mu waited as the captain gathered everyone together. They divided into pairs and set off to various parts of Violet City to visit those non-official soul artists who possessed control over magical plants. Chu-mu had originally assumed there were not many soul artists in Violet City, but looking at the list with over 20 names, he was astonished. How could there be so many? He even saw the illustrious name of Mr. Itumu. And this was just the list of soul artists with life church recognition. What if other church-certified soul artists were included? Little did he know that tiny Violet City harbored so many soul artists. In the end, Li Ru was paired with Chu-mu. Despite Saishi's desperate eye signals, Li Ru pretended not to notice and smiled at Chu-mu while extending his hand. "Pleasure working with you." Under Saishi's angry gaze, Chu-mu shook hands with Li Ru. Then, the two took their portion of the list and headed toward the residence of the first soul artist on it. Perhaps because they were members of the Life Church Soul Artist Squad and officially recognized soul artists by the royal family, endowed with authority and righteousness, Chu-mu didn't feel overly nervous. Arriving at the first soul artist's home, Chu-mu politely knocked on the door while Li Ru remained vigilant. The door opened quickly. A middle-aged man stood there, expressionless, muttering, "Are you here for treatment?" Hearing this, Chu-mu was momentarily taken aback. Taking a quick glance inside, he noticed numerous vials of medicine, realizing that this was a famous ancient doctor. In ancient Huaxia, there were many renowned doctors, such as Sun Ximiao and Hua Tuo, whose names had endured through the ages. But in this world, doctors didn't have such a good reputation. Regardless of their medical skills, treatment was exorbitantly expensive, and no one dared complain if the patient died. It was simply considered fate. It was nothing like the era Chu-mu came from, where regardless of whether the doctor was at fault or not, they were still considered wrong if the patient died. Just place the body down, pull out a banner, burn some funeral paper, hire a group of furious family members, and make a scene at the hospital, and there would always be some form of compensation in the end. And then, the doctor's nose would be pointed at while he was berated as an incompetent physician. Every time Chu-mu witnessed this scenario, he couldn't help but feel both laughter and sadness. Was this progress of the times, or the tragedy of medicine? Chu-mu quickly organized his thoughts in his mind before saying, "Hello, we are soul artists from the Peacekeeper Squad, and we would like to ask you a few questions." Upon hearing the Peacekeeper Squad mentioned, this person instantly became much more enthusiastic. He swore to the Mother Goddess that he had absolutely not violated any of the church's soul artist management regulations. Then he showed Chu-mu and Li Ru the results of his recent medical practices, fully cooperating by answering every one of their questions without reservation. This was the charm of authority. If Chu-mu had just come on his own, he probably wouldn't have even been allowed through the door. Chapter 68. The Fengkong Willow, Rita in danger. But the other party just said, "You're not keeping your promise." At this moment, we need the Mother Goddess to be the witness. Swearing by a deity is the safest constraint for a soul master, because once they lie with guilt in their heart, even if the Mother Goddess does not immediately bestow divine punishment, the risk of losing control during the next breakthrough will greatly increase. The principle behind it was unclear even to the captain, but within this world, soul masters who lied had to pay a heavy price, sometimes even their lives. In the end, the other side swore to the Mother Goddess that they had not violated the soul master management regulations or recklessly used their abilities. Only then did Chu-mu and Lier leave. They visited 3 more places after that, discovering almost all soul masters had a real-world identity. Some were pastry chefs, others ran flower shops, while still others were government employees. Without exception, all had sworn to the Mother Goddess, making it temporarily seem like none of them were the ones they sought. When they returned to the church, it was already noon, and the captain's team had also gradually returned. Everyone's results were about the same, no leads. So once again, the clues had disappeared. Just then, someone from the police came running over, saying another special case had arisen. This made Chu Mu instinctively tense up, wondering if it was because the magical plants from last night hadn't been cleaned up properly, though he had personally given his assurance at the time. Though unlikely that the police would come to the church's Soul Master team demanding answers, Chu Mu would still feel awkward. Fortunately, the incident occurred in the eastern suburbs, which slightly calmed him. Captain Laurent quickly asked about the danger level of the case from the police and immediately ordered everyone to move out together. It had been so long since the Soul Master team last acted as a unit, apart from the previous cleanup of the underground rats. Of course, this also implied that the case might not be easy to handle. On the road, the captain briefly explained the situation. A giant willow tree, apparently under the influence of similar universal magical plant capabilities, had gone crazy, attacking pedestrians. When they arrived, they were genuinely stunned. It was truly a massive tree. At that moment, the tree was slowly moving its branches and trunk, as if it had come to life. Under the great willow tree lay 5 people. Each appeared to have died violently, as though crushed by something, yet there was little blood around the bodies, which looked exceedingly pale. Chu Mu instantly thought of last night's blood-sucking rose. Could this tree suck blood too? Were they both created by the same Soul Master through some ability? Dealing with this tree will be difficult. Soon, I, along with Zhao David, will restrain it using magical plants. Every magical plant has its own core. Destroying the core can solve this issue of the insane willow tree. Afterwards, it's up to you, Sai Shi, to find its core and destroy it. After speaking, the captain glanced at Sai Shi and proceeded toward the great willow tree with Zhao David. Sai Shi followed closely behind, manipulating the puppet doll in the sack behind her. To be honest, Chu Mu envied such puppets quite a bit, only he couldn't make one, leaving him only able to admire. The remaining 4 sorcerer apprentices simply stayed behind and watched intently, as their soul power and strength weren't strong enough to pose any threat to the great willow tree, so they wouldn't get involved. Captain Laurent didn't explicitly say so, but most knew better than to interfere, except for Lier, who felt somewhat slighted by the captain. Unlike Chu Mu, who didn't harbor this sentiment at all. Instead, he even thought it was great that he could stay back and watch the captain use their abilities, letting the others take the lead. Life magical plant. After reaching the edge of the safe area near the great willow tree, the captain and Zhao David each dropped a seed simultaneously. They swiftly activated the magical plant's abilities, and 2 thick, thorny vines emerged rapidly from the ground like green pythons, advancing toward the great willow tree. Sensing danger, the great willow tree vigorously swung its upper body and smashed down onto the green snakes, momentarily blocking their progress. But what makes magical plants hard to deal with is, as long as the Soul Master remains unharmed, the magical plants are nearly immortal, with bizarre fighting styles that are difficult to face directly. Both thick, thorny vines reacted immediately, briefly retreating after being hit, then climbing back up along the tree's branches and trunk, entangling themselves. Like an old man trying to straighten his waist but unable to do so due to resistance, the great willow tree struggled, trapped by the magical plants controlled by the captain and Zhao David. Now's the time. Go up quick, Sai Shi. Sai Shi instantly manipulated the puppet doll like a monkey, climbing nimbly and lightly onto the great willow tree's branch. As she climbed, she tapped on the tree trunk with her hands, seemingly probing for something. This is one of the branch abilities of a puppet, shared perception. It can temporarily allow the puppet to replace me in sensing and simultaneously feedback its sensation. Li Er proudly explained this to Chu Mu, but Chu Mu ignored him and continued to watch Sai Shi manipulate the puppet for further detection. Finally, the puppet stopped at a certain place on the big tree's trunk, repeatedly tapping, seemingly confirming the location of the core of the tree. Captain, I found the core, Sai Shi shouted loudly to Captain Laurent. Destroy it immediately. This giant thing is very strong. We can't hold on much longer. You must act fast. The captain replied loudly to Sai Shi, and it was evident that she was struggling now. Sai Shi quickly manipulated the human puppet, as its arm suddenly shot out a knife, and then directly hacked onto the big tree's branch. However, the willow tree, being a 100-year-old giant, had unexpectedly tough bark, and the puppet's knife failed to pierce through. After Sai Shi slashed multiple times with no effect breaking the bark. Captain, the bark is too hard. The blade cannot penetrate. Sai Shi reported immediately when she realized that the blade could not cut through. You step back first. Chu Mu, you do it. Use your talismans to explode its bark. The captain briefly thought about it, and called Chu Mu's name. Chu Mu, who was originally ready to stay on the sidelines, momentarily froze. Internally, he grumbled about why he had to get involved, yet he already took out 4 explosion talismans, and directly threw them toward the willow tree's trunk. Even though Sai Shi was somewhat reluctant, especially having to rely on Chu Mu whom she disliked most, she still obeyed the captain's command and quietly stepped aside. Life wooden puppet paper angel. Under Chu Mu's control, the 4 explosion talismans quickly folded into 4 paper planes, flew toward the willow tree branches, unfolded again, intersected, and then adhered to the previous marks left by Sai Shi's puppet on the tree. By this point, both the captain and Zhao David were unable to restrain the giant willow any longer, and with a sudden burst of force, the tree threw its trunk backward, like a giant about to fall over. Chu Mu seized the final opportunity and triggered the 4 explosion talismans simultaneously, accompanied by a tremendous noise. The tough bark of the willow tree, along with part of the trunk underneath, was completely shattered into pieces, nearly half the trunk blasted off. With an ear-piercing sound resembling a wail, the big tree ultimately snapped in half and fell to the ground. In truth, Chu Mu wasn't worried about whether the powerful tree would resist his attack. because back in the Death God realm, that strange ancient tree could have lived forever, and even that had been split apart. How could this real-world great willow withstand the joint explosion of 4 talismans? This certainly wasn't just a simple multiplication of power. The great willow collapsed. She sent out her puppet once more, confirming the willow was dead. In the end, the captain used the marvelous abilities of the wooden puppet to finish the last cleaning work, preventing any chance of the great willow reviving. Others merely silently watched while Chu Mu, standing closer to the edge, heard murmurs from the same police inspector watching this great willow. Having witnessed a century of time, this great willow has fallen. Is there anything left in this city worth cherishing by future generations? Task completed. Everyone returned home their separate ways. Among the departing figures was a priest dressed in hemp clothing, who came here without making a sound, and then quietly left. Not a single person noticed his existence, as if he were isolated from the world. Chu Mu had been rather happy until suddenly, he sensed something strange. A talisman he had left behind had been activated. After pondering for a moment, he recalled it was the calling talisman he'd given to girl Rita. Could she be in danger again? Time rewinds 10 minutes earlier. Rita was cleaning her room at home, where she was all alone, unaware that at her door now lurked several unwelcome guests. When Rita saw the gang of bad boys outside her door, she was scared stiff. Instinctively grabbing the broom in her hand, she eyed them warily, shouting loudly, "What are you doing here? Leave right now, or I'll call someone." "Rita, I haven't settled the score with you for the beating I took from that youth last time. Grab her. Today I'm going to settle things well with her," said the tall boy grimly. Actually, they had been investigating these past few days and found out that Rita was always home alone. The young man who intervened before never showed up again. After stealthily observing her house for a day, the bad boys decided to reclaim their lost pride, and today boldly came to Rita's house to capture her. Rita was no match for the boys, and her broom was wrested away and tossed on the ground, while they grabbed her mouth and began dragging her toward a secluded alleyway. Before leaving, Rita took out the talisman Chu Mu had given her and shouted loudly, "Chu Mu, save me." Chu Mu rushed to the alley where he had first met Rita as fast as he could, but found nothing. Then he ran to Rita's house, yet she was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know where Rita lived, but he was sure that Rita must have run into trouble again, otherwise she wouldn't have called him for help. All he could do was dart back and forth through the alleys on instinct, shouting Rita's name at the top of his lungs, but alas, there was no response. Rita watched as the East District faded further into the distance. She felt utterly hopeless. The boys were taking her to the North District, a place truly akin to hell. Rumor had it that many women taken there never reappeared. Exhausted from futile struggle, she was finally dragged by the boys into some dark room, with the door shutting tight behind them, snuffing out the last vestige of light in her life. The boys leered greedily at Rita's body, grinning malevolently as they all reached out toward her. Is there really any light in this world? With her last bit of strength, Rita weakly resisted the boys' advances. They tore her clothes off piece by piece. Rita already foresaw her fate, yet still yearned for light so desperately. But why could she not see any? "Chu Mu, where are you? Come quickly and save me." Chapter 69. The Demon's Whispers, Rita's Loss of Control. At this moment, a voice appeared in Rita's mind, indistinguishable as male or female, like one person speaking. But upon closer listening, it seemed like the voices of countless people overlapping. "Do you want power? Kill all these ugly people in front of you. Destroy everything you hate, or continue to endure and become someone else's plaything or a corpse with no clear reason for death." Rita had no choice. She immediately responded to the voice in her mind. "I want power." At that moment, Rita suddenly felt a certain kind of force within her body burst forth, swiftly moving through her body and colliding with it. Her smooth skin became as hard and textured as the bark of a willow tree. The boys were just about to imitate the adults around them in giving Rita some colors to see, but they realized that Rita had undergone some sort of transformation, and this change was still ongoing. Around Rita's body grew a wooden bucket-like cover, shielding her exposed body, like a wooden apron. There were only gaps left at the hands, feet, and head. However, the changes continued, with wooden spikes rapidly growing from the surface of the wood, making her look like a bramble full of thorns. Her limbs became long and slender. Her hands turned into red giant roses, while her feet transformed into vines. Her eyes no longer held the light of humanity, but were filled only with endless anger. The boys were truly terrified this time, originally thinking of doing something bad, not expecting Rita to actually turn into a monster. Their desires in their minds quickly transformed into fear, and all they wanted now was to escape the room as soon as possible. Suddenly, the sharp spikes on the monster's wooden skirt shot out, piercing several boys and pinning them to the walls surrounding the room and on the door. The boys didn't die immediately, but the pain made them scream in agony and shed tears of terror. But the monster's behavior hadn't ended yet. While emitting a shrill laugh, it slowly approached the others, using the vines extending from its hands to grab the boys, tearing them forcefully from the wooden spikes that had pierced their bodies, then holding them tightly in its embrace. But the monster's spiky wooden skirt blocked the way. Each boy was completely riddled with holes, blood streaming down the wounds until their last drop drained away. Only after their blood was entirely gone would the monster toss them onto the ground, as if discarding garbage. The monster stepped outside the door, finding quite a few bachelors from the North District gathered there. They had earlier discovered the bad boys' secret actions, and instinctively came here, hoping to benefit somehow. Since then, there had been significant sounds inside the room, exciting those who were eavesdropping by pressing their ears against the wall. However, what came out next was nothing less than horrifying. a laughing monster emerged, which instantly caused shock. More terrifying was when the monster spotted them. It bristled like an enraged porcupine, the sharp spikes on its wooden skirt rising and firing out indiscriminately like arrows. The people around were all punctured and riddled with holes. Those hit in vital spots fell dead instantly, while those who survived momentarily were grabbed by the monster, hugged, and endured excruciating pain until the last bit of warmth and life faded away from their bodies. Chumu suddenly sensed a peculiar soul force fluctuation, recalling his own similar experience during loss of control before. Was it true then that someone nearby had lost control? He hurried over, but unease in his heart deepened. A thought almost impossible crept into his mind. Was that person none other than Rita? All coincidences may lead to an event seemingly fated. Encountering Rita in the East District, the two cases occurring near the East District, Rita continuously bullied by bad kids, and then disappearing. All this followed closely by a soul practitioner's loss of control. Could it all be mere coincidence? Suppressing the thoughts for now, Chumu hastened toward the incident location. However, upon arriving, he witnessed a monster inserting wooden spikes from its chest into a man's mouth, piercing through his brain and emerging sharply from the back of the skull. The ground around was scattered with numerous corpses. Some even leaned against the wall dead but still upright, creating a strange scene. Chumu looked at the twisted face of the monster, vaguely recognizing it as Rita's face. Even though transformed into a monster, Chumu could faintly feel that strange yet familiar aura, allowing him to almost confirm that this monster was indeed poor Rita. Rita! Chumu couldn't help but shout loudly, wanting to awaken Rita's consciousness so that she could return to her original self, just like he did back then. However, the monster indeed turned its head toward him, emitting shrill laughter while continuing to release wooden spikes from the skirt in front of its body, as if it aimed to kill him directly. Chumu quickly hid behind the wall. The wooden spikes directly pierced into the opposite wall, embedding halfway into the mud wall. No wonder the bodies on the ground were all pinned down. They had been nailed there by this very thing. Rita, stop at once. It's me, Chumu. Chumu shouted again, hoping to awaken the consciousness of the monster. But the monster rapidly walked over, continuously emitting shrill laughter. If Chumu didn't escape immediately, he would be impaled by the pursuing monster. However, Chumu did not flee but clung to a last glimmer of hope, wanting to see whether Rita had regained her clarity. Reality was cruel though. Upon reaching the alley entrance, the monster kept laughing and shot the wooden spikes from its wooden skirt at Chumu, showing absolutely no restraint. Watching the approaching wooden spikes with terror, Chumu wondered, was he going to die here? Just then, suddenly, a massive plant grew from behind Chumu, blocking his way and deflecting all the wooden spikes aimed at him. At this moment, Captain Laurent's voice sounded behind Chumu. Chumu, what are you spacing out for? Retreat to a safe place quickly. It turned out that not only Chumu, but Captain Laurent had also just passed by on his way back to the church and sensed an uncontrolled magical fluctuation. He rushed over and saw Chumu being chased by the monster. Strangely enough, it seemed like Chumu knew this out-of-control soul practitioner. Of course, now wasn't the time for these musings. What needed to be done was saving Chumu and then killing the uncontrollable monster. That was the responsibility of the peacekeeping team. After listening to the captain's words, Chumu still hesitated because he knew that if he left, the captain would face the already out-of-control Rita and would definitely kill her without hesitation. There was still a shred of hope in his heart, restoring Rita to her original self. Captain, I know this monster. She is a very pitiful girl. Please don't kill her. Can we help restore her to normal? Chumu did not retreat but stood his ground, turning around and looking back at Captain Laurent, stubborn in this moment. Chumu, do you remember what I told you that night? Don't let pity affect your judgment. Once a soul practitioner loses control, there's no way to turn them back. All we can do now is to help her pass away peacefully, the captain said seriously but with a low tone. This is also the duty of the peacekeeping team, the captain added. Upon hearing these words, Chumu felt as if his soul had been drained. He became completely dazed. At this moment, the captain ran up beside Chumu and pulled him back. The monster continued to relentlessly attack the captain's strange plant with the wooden spikes on its chest while emitting its shrill laughter, showing not even a hint of lucidity. Chumu took one final glance at the monster before seeing the captain manipulating the strange plant like a python, tightly constricting the monster. With a sharp crack, the wooden skirt shattered, and thorns penetrated the monster's body. As the monster itself had done, the thorny spikes perforated its body, causing countless wounds to bleed profusely. The monster screamed in agony. The monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Chumu remained steadfastly gazing at it, searching for the shadow of the former Rita. As life ebbed away, the monster's eyes gradually grew clear, displaying a touch of humanity. Rita felt that what she had just experienced was akin to a dream. In the dream, she witnessed many beautiful memories from the past, her mother, her deceased grandfather and grandmother, and naturally Chumu as well. Though their encounter was brief, it made the deepest impression on her and was hardest for her to forget. She recalled the rose flower Chumu gave her. If only she had mustered the courage at that moment to confess what she wanted to say to him. Unfortunately, now all that remained was regret, as she could feel herself slipping away from life. Now, she opened her eyes, faintly making out Chumu's silhouette. At this moment, however, she wished Chumu weren't really here. She remembered everything clearly. She was no longer the pure girl she used to be. She felt her body growing colder and then lost all sensation. Yet her mind remained somewhat alert. In this fleeting moment, she thought not about her father who had recently lost his wife or her young brother, but about Chumu's features and smile. Despite the considerable age gap between them, she merely wanted to leave her most complete self in Chumu's memory, even if it was as an imperfect recollection. Rita watched Chumu running towards her, and she smiled, a content smile. She realized that life truly did have light after all. It had been right in front of her, but she had never dared to reach out. Now, when she finally wanted to get closer, it was too late. Chumu broke free from the captain's grip and ran to the monster's corpse at the center of the vines. The creature no longer emitted any signs of life. Both it and she were gone. Chumu cradled Rita's head in his arms, and tears streamed down his face. He once thought he was strong enough, yet after just meeting a new friend, seeing her die before his eyes, this moment made him realize how fragile he really was. Perhaps it was precisely because of this fragility that he yearned to become stronger. He didn't know what had happened to Rita to make her transform into such a state, but whatever it was must have been terrible. Yet, deep down, Chumu felt it was his own weakness that led to this tragedy. If only he had been stronger. If only his talismans could have been more precise. If only he had found her before she lost control. Would Rita still be alive? Could everything have been salvaged? Captain Laurent approached Chumu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Many people will die during a soul practitioner's lifetime. Random strangers, comrades in arms who shared daily lives with you, or even your lover and family members. This is the curse of possessing power. We wield it, yet are also hurt by it. We constantly battle danger, which always walks hand in hand with us." Chumu listened to the captain's words and sobbed like a helpless child. He realized that his feelings for Rita went deeper than friendship. It was similar to the pain he had experienced when Emily rejected him long ago, but now it cut even deeper. Maybe it was the permanent loss of someone he loved that made it so devastating. Go home and rest for 3 days before coming back to the church. However, according to the regulations of the Calming Soul Squad, monster corpses like this need to be recovered and can't be left with you. I hope you understand. The captain's tone was somber as he spoke. Chumu nodded mutely after hearing these words. Taking one last look at Rita's face, he quickly stood up and turned to walk home. He must become stronger, and then protect everyone he cared about. Chapter 70. The Hanging Corpse. In the Northern District, inside a dilapidated house, several black-robed individuals were using materials to construct a special small altar. The altar was square in shape around its perimeter with a circular centerpiece, where a large stone bowl had been placed. Candles surrounded the area, and on the walls, bizarre symbols and texts had been painted with an unknown red-colored substance. Most of the clutter inside the house had been entirely cleared away. Apart from the altar they were constructing, there were only 3 burlap sacks stacked in the corner of the room. These sacks were even moving slowly, and cries could be faintly heard coming from inside. When the altar was completed, one of the black-robed figures spoke to his companions. "Prepare the sacrificial offerings." The other 2 black-robed figures walked over to the burlap sacks, cut the ropes tying them, and opened the sacks, revealing live people inside. The people's hands and feet were bound, their mouths gagged, their faces full of terror, and their eyes filled with pleading looks. Unfortunately, the black-robed figures paid no attention to these emotions. Their focus was solely on the sacrifice, pleasing and completing the tasks assigned by their deity. They violently dragged these living people by their hair to the side of the altar, then indifferently pierced their chests with specially shaped conical weapons before tossing the struggling victims into the altar where they lay stacked together. As the 3 experienced pain and the draining of life, they struggled in fear. However, the weapons that pierced their hearts had special grooves that caused blood to gush rapidly from their wounds, sealing their fate as death approached. At this moment, the black-robed figures knelt down, facing the altar with outstretched arms, and chanted aloud together. "Descend, Lord of all things, Master of time and space, Emperor of light, King of chaos." The life and blood of the people at the center of the altar quickly dissipated, and the orange candlelight surrounding the altar turned cold and ashen white. Then, a peculiar symbol slowly formed on the ceiling above the altar as if someone was painting it, while the black-robed figures watched with fervent expressions. "More altars are needed, and more sacrifices must continuously be offered." A magnificent voice resonated from within the altar, seemingly originating from the highest reaches of the stars. After hearing this, the black-robed figures prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted loudly, obeying the divine decree. Chumu returned home. His mood today was somewhat irritable. Ordinarily, this would not be a suitable time to explore the realm of death because doing so could affect his judgment. However, he wanted an outlet for his frustration, even at the risk of exploration failure. Chumu directly retrieved the Eye of Death and, as usual, infused it with soul force. The Eye of Death instantly sucked him inside, disappearing from its original spot. However, the room was not empty at that moment. A priest dressed in hemp clothing stood in a corner, silently watching everything Chumu did. His lips curled into a smile, and he murmured softly, "I found you, descendant of the death god. But why hasn't the ring bestowed by the death god shown any reaction?" Once again, Chumu arrived in the realm of death. Before him still lay the dilapidated village. First, he dug up the buried nun mask. Upon seeing Chumu, the nun mask warmly ran to his leg and rubbed itself against it. Chumu wondered if perhaps there was something wrong with the way he controlled it. Why had this spirit become more like a dog instead of remaining what it once was? Looking at the desolate village, Chumu decided to follow his original plan. Clean up the outer areas first, then slowly explore inward. He decided to start with the corpse hanging from the crooked neck tree to the south, as it seemed the most normal among all the strange occurrences here. He slowly made his way to the southern part of the village, keeping an eye on the hanging corpse from afar. The corpse looked just like a regular zombie, wearing tattered clothes, even thinner and more broken than typical zombies, as if it suffered crueler abuse before dying and had lost parts of its body. Even after death, it was hung with a blackened rope. So according to Chinese lore about the supernatural, having endured such cruel treatment before being wrongfully killed, and then not resting peacefully afterward, it would certainly have amassed great resentment. This corpse would undoubtedly be a very fierce ghost. Chumu decided to purify it, but planned to use ordinary paper angels to test its power first, ensuring absolute safety. After all, who knew whether the zombie might possess other eerie abilities? If the talisman were destroyed before fully unleashing its power, Chumu would surely feel regretful since he painstakingly drew each one by hand, infusing both effort and gold into every single one. Paper Angel of Life Puppetry. Chumu tossed out many paper butterflies, which slowly flew towards the hanging zombie. The paper butterflies leisurely flew toward the zombie without any special incidents along the way, as if the zombie were asleep or had no reaction to the lifeless paper butterflies. Chumu tensely controlled the paper butterflies as they approached the zombie. Just when they were within 3 meters of the corpse, a sudden change occurred. All the paper butterflies spontaneously and rapidly darted toward the corpse, completely ignoring Chumu's commands. They eventually all stuck onto the zombie's dried, blackened skin like butterflies trapped in a spider web, unable to break free no matter how much they struggled. The changes didn't stop there. After sticking to the corpse, the paper butterflies quickly turned yellow, then black, with numerous dark mold spots appearing on their surfaces, as though eroded by time. The soul force embedded in them was entirely devoured by the zombie. Eventually, the paper butterflies fell from the corpse like withered leaves and floated down to the ground. After being disturbed by the paper butterflies, the zombie began to sway back and forth without any wind, rocking directly toward Chumu, resembling someone on a swing. The first test with the Paper Angel of Life puppetry had failed, but Chumu instinctively swallowed his saliva and secretly rejoiced. It was fortunate he had used ordinary paper angels. If he had used purification talismans, they would probably have been destroyed instantly, costing him a great deal of gold. He detested wastefulness. How should he deal with this zombie? Chumu had just discovered that its power range extended only 3 meters. It had drawn all the paper butterflies into itself within this radius, making it a prohibited area. Moreover, it seemed that once something touched the zombie's body, it contracted a disease or curse and would be quickly eroded by its power, which is what ultimately killed the paper butterflies. Therefore, to act, he needed to strike before being sucked onto the zombie's body. Chumu targeted the crooked neck tree holding the corpse. If he could knock it down first, might that make things easier? After all, according to its power range, if the zombie fell to the ground, its influence would be reduced by half. This way, whether using explosion talismans or purification ones, he could work directly above the zombie, conserving talismans while increasing their potency. Most importantly, he disliked the sight of that crooked neck tree. It looked uncomfortable standing at the village entrance. Once decided, Chumu immediately threw out 4 explosion talismans, which transformed into paper airplanes and quickly flew to the crooked neck tree near where the corpse hung. Since the tree trunk was about 3 meters away from the zombie, Chumu avoided facing the zombie head-on, instead approaching the tree from 3 other directions gradually. The only thing to watch out for was whether the zombie would take any action. Fortunately, after positioning the explosion talismans, the zombie still exhibited no special movements, continuing to swing slightly in place. When the explosion talismans reached around the waist of the tree, Chumu, experienced in blowing up trees, attached them to the bark, forming a circle. Then he shouted loudly, "Huh!" Instantly, the 4 explosion talismans detonated. In a thunderous blast, the ancient tree, already long dead, was severed at its midsection and collapsed with a resounding crash, raising a cloud of dust. The formerly tranquil village was shattered by this explosive sound akin to the roar of an angry god, likely awakening countless sleeping entities. But Chumu disregarded the effects caused by the explosion talismans. Chumu looked excitedly as the tree fell, dragging the zombie tied by hemp rope down to the ground. However, due to the thick smoke and dust, Chumu couldn't yet discern any changes in the zombie. Deciding to play it safe, he chose to retreat some distance and maintain safety before making another move. While repositioning himself, Chumu suddenly heard a dragging sound emerging from the dust. He instinctively stopped and looked back. He saw that the zombie, with one hand gripping the hemp rope around its neck, appeared extremely strong as it dragged its upper body off the ground. Its murky eyes fixedly stared toward Chumu, while its other hand rested on the ground. Their gazes quickly locked. However, this defied logic. How could this legless, disabled zombie lift itself off the ground like this? This wasn't simply a question of strength. Wouldn't you consider force and leverage points? The zombie had no intention of explaining itself to the ignorant Chumu. Upon identifying him as the one responsible for throwing it down, the zombie immediately started pulling on the rope around its neck, moving toward Chumu as though someone else were also pulling it from the front at rapid speed. When Chumu saw the ghostly thing accelerate, he immediately turned around and ran for his life. He wasn't under any illusions that he could outrun the zombie. Rather, he just hoped to buy a little more time. Continuing this way, he would certainly be caught eventually. There was no telling what strange methods the zombie might use against him next, and he had no intention of finding out. His only viable solution was to destroy the thing. As he sprinted, he frantically brainstormed ways to handle the situation. But in this moment, his mind could conjure up only one plausible course of action: blow up the creature. Chapter 71. Bowling Bomb, the intent to kill the nun mask. Of course, he still remembered the fate of those paper angels that had been sucked away by the living corpses. Once they were attached to the skin surface, they would be eroded rapidly, and it was uncertain whether the talismans would take effect at that point. This was extremely unfriendly to the purification talismans that required close-range release, so only explosion talismans could be used. However, he still remembered that although the erosion happened quickly, it still required some time. Therefore, while Chu Mu was running, he quickly wrapped several explosive talismans with paper angels into a basketball-sized paper ball on his hand. In China, there is a type of TV drama called anti-Japanese miracle drama, and you might want to know about the bowling bomb. Worried that this bold zombie might suddenly become invigorated and overturn the tables of countless deceased physicists, Chu Mu specially made 2 bowling bombs and threw them directly on the ground. This was exactly in the straight line direction where the zombie was chasing after him. Zombies are actually quite easy to deal with because their mode of action is very simple. If they charge towards you, they will go in a straight line without turning. This gave Chu Mu the opportunity to act. He threw the 2 paper balls on the ground and hurriedly ran forward as fast as he could, fearing that if he didn't run far enough, he might be affected by the explosion. Everything was going according to plan. The zombie indeed dumbly ran towards the 2 paper balls, even pulling its own rope around its neck while running, reaching beside the 2 paper balls and actively sucking them closer. Chu Mu had already stopped, feeling that he had run far enough. Watching this scene, he shouted instantly, "Huh!" The 2 paper balls made up of 8 explosive talismans each were instantly detonated, producing deafening explosions one after another in a short period of time. The zombie along with the surrounding ground was blown into a big pit, dust flying everywhere. The zombie was worse off, being completely exploded into pieces. As the smoke cleared, Chu Mu looked at the zombie's scattered remains and wore an extremely satisfied expression. The zombie's arms were both blown off, one hand still gripping the hemp rope that originally tied around its neck, twitching in place. Meanwhile, the zombie's head lay face down on the ground, connected to a small part of its body, with unknown life status. Chu Mu understood the principle that overconfidence leads to defeat, so he didn't rush to celebrate. He wasn't sure if the zombie was dead or not, and since no soul bead had appeared yet at the scene, he then threw 4 more purification talismans toward the zombie's motionless head lying on the ground. It seemed that the zombie had been severely injured by Chu Mu's previous explosive talisman, showing no reaction whatsoever on the ground, not exerting the strange attraction force from before. This time, Chu Mu waited until the 4 purification talismans were at the extreme proximity to the zombie's head, then loudly incanted the spell. Purify. The purification talismans instantaneously burst forth brilliant light again at close range, thoroughly enveloping the zombie's head under the brilliance. After a brief struggle, the zombie's head returned to absolute stillness. At this moment, a soul bead slowly floated out from the zombie's head, and Chu Mu now confirmed that this ghostly thing was really dead. At this point, the nun mask which disappeared completely during the fight suddenly shook and flew out, circling around Chu Mu, full of flattery on its surface. For this underling with low combat strength, unfaithfulness, and only a bit of cunning to play tricks, Chu Mu chose to kick it aside and ignore it, planning instead to pick up the soul bead. Meanwhile, the nun mask, rejected and abused by its owner, showed no remorse at all. It stood up quickly and ran toward the zombie's hands blown away earlier. Compared to its master, these arms meant much more and couldn't be let go easily. Just as Chu Mu grabbed this soul bead and discovered it was also a high-grade one. Though unable to differentiate between the qualities of soul beads, he could only keep it well for now, intending to see later if the old man would want such things since he currently had no use for them. On the other side, the nun mask walked to his severed short arm, then stretched out limbs gained from the zombie through holes on either side of its mask, picking up the limb on the ground and placing it onto itself in a simple yet bizarre way, thus integrating it into its own mask. After installing it, it moved its new arm and found that it worked perfectly, smiling happily. Then it rushed to the other hand immediately, which was still gripping the hemp rope covered in black-red stains. Chu Mu put away the soul bead and suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from his side. He immediately looked up and saw the red dress from the other end of the village float over here, seemingly approaching him. His instincts repeatedly warned him. This was definitely a terrifying opponent. Without hesitation, Chu Mu immediately took out the Eye of Death and opened a passage back to his residence. However, he suddenly felt someone pulling him from behind, which made him extremely fearful. Did the red dress attack him? Could it have followed him back to the real world? Upon returning to his room, Chu Mu realized that it was actually the nun mask that had returned with him to his residence, now giving him yet another reason to dislike it. As the nun mask curiously looked around the room, it continuously gestured to Chu Mu with its hands. Although its gestures were bizarre, Chu Mu already guessed what it was trying to convey. It was definitely very afraid of the red dress too, so it had fled here with him. Even though it was a death entity, it was such a coward. The living corpse puppets Chu Mu had previously encountered were much better. They would charge at any enemy no matter how strong they were as long as Chu Mu gave the order, without a second thought, unlike this timid creature. However, since it was still a death entity, even if it had transformed into an eerie masked beast, going outside like this would surely get people's attention and expose him. Thus, Chu Mu decided to throw it back into the death realm. That was where it belonged. Yeah, this decision had been made. Chu Mu glanced at the world opposite the Eye of Death, and right then, a floating red dress appeared in the mirror surface. Startled, Chu Mu unconsciously held his breath, fearing that he might alert this ghostly thing. Fortunately, it seemed only someone holding the Eye of Death could enter or exit the death realm. The red dress seemed to sense something but couldn't locate Chu Mu. just standing there motionlessly. Chumu suddenly wondered if he opened the gateway to the death realm with the Eye of Death now. Could the red dress seize this slim opportunity and crawl through? This was truly a frightening assumption, and thus Chumu was really scared. But considering the possibility that he might be exposed because of this disobedient nun mask, he felt it was worth a try even if it was dangerous. He could just pick a different time. After all, the red dress couldn't possibly stay waiting by the mirror forever. Chumu kept pondering whether he should take the risk of sending the nun mask back. As for what might happen once it went through to the other side, whether it would be torn apart or eaten by the red dress, he remained optimistic. After all, they were both death entities. They probably wouldn't do that to each other, right? And given how adept the nun mask was at communicating without any principles, it might even instantly hit it off with the red dress and become best friends. Hopefully. The nun mask had been secretly observing Chumu's expressions. In reality, its intelligence was much higher than Chumu imagined. The function of the mask was more powerful than Chumu expected, not only granting the death entity a stronger body, but also enhancing their otherwise weak intelligence. It saw the mirror in its master's hand, as well as the terrible entity on the other side of the mirror. Without question, entering would definitely mean death. Previously, the master never took it away from that world, but this time, having acted on its own accord and sneaking out, the master clearly wasn't happy. His dissatisfaction was written all over his face. And seeing the master's gaze shifting between it and the mirror, it couldn't help but think, was the master planning to send it back now? No. This way, it would certainly die. Even masters couldn't make life and death decisions lightly. Therefore, it decided to act first and snatch the mirror, thinking that this way, the master probably wouldn't be able to send it back. How clever it was. Maybe the master would even praise it. While Chumu was hesitating, the nun mask quickly extended the 4 arms hidden beneath the mask. One arm was gripping the hemp rope covered with black-red stains. Directly manipulating this hand, the nun mask threw the hemp rope, like a snake suddenly striking its prey. It wrapped around Chumu's neck in the blink of an eye. Before Chumu could react, feeling something strange encircling his neck, he was forcefully lifted up by a great force, being choked and hung midair almost instantaneously. Instinctively, he flailed his limbs to break free, grabbing at the rope around his neck. The Eye of Death fell to the ground, untouched. At this moment, the nun mask swiftly ran under Chumu, picked up the fallen Eye of Death, and appeared quite delighted. Even the usually sorrowful face of the mask showed a trace of joy, naturally making its furious owner, Chumu, utterly enraged. While struggling, Chumu suddenly realized that the attacker was none other than that wretched nun mask. When he saw the nun mask with its newly grown 2 extra arms, one gripping a familiar-looking hemp rope passing over the wooden beams of the house, and the other end strangling his neck, he immediately understood everything. He thought this nun mask was just cowardly, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. It actually wanted to kill him. Chumu also harbored murderous intentions now. He immediately used the puppet's ability and manipulated the purification talismans in his pocket to fly out. He didn't even care how many talismans were flying out, but he was determined to kill this damn nun mask. The nun mask, upon seeing those familiar talismans, let out a frightened wah and turned around to escape. These strange papers had left an extremely deep impression on it. Not only had Chumu constantly used them to fight against the enemies that the nun mask found terrifying, but there was also the deeply buried fear from when it had almost been killed by Chumu's talismans in the past. Chapter 72. The chaos created by the light spell, blocked by the red dress. The nun's mask directly smashed against the door, but unfortunately, it failed to break it open. Of course, it still did not release Chumu, and it didn't care that his face had already turned purple with a hint of red from being strangled. He was probably not far from becoming its kind. At this moment, Chumu had already controlled the purification spell to fly towards the nun's mask. The Titan hemp rope made his pronunciation extremely difficult, but in order to survive, he struggled to shout hoarsely. Purification. 9 purification spells were simultaneously activated, instantly turning Chumu's room into an ocean of light. The 4 arms that the nun's mask had just acquired instantly turned into black ash and evaporated in the glow. At this time, the ropes lost their control and became slack, allowing Chumu to be freed from under the beam and collapse onto the ground. Even this force had also penetrated into the mask, causing damage to the nun ghost's main body. However, the mask ultimately still retained its ability to protect the internal death creature, helping the nun ghost block most of the damage, despite wanting to kill the ghost being its current owner. The nun ghost painfully wailed, and then fled blindly into Chumu's window, shattering the glass before escaping outside the room. After Chumu was freed, he took deep breaths while quickly removing the rope that was strangling his neck, then promptly threw it into a corner of the room. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if he saw the rope moving. He was now a little disoriented. His death creature puppet that should have been under his control tried to kill him and almost succeeded. This was likely unprecedented in the history of soul masters of the Revival Society. And now that cursed mask seemed to have escaped outside, he must catch it fast, otherwise once it causes other troubles, he would be done for. Thus, disregarding the strange rope in the room, Chumu used one hand to massage his red neck, while using the other to open the door and rushed out. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, if it was daytime and people saw a floating mask everywhere, it would truly have become a big commotion. With the faint sense between himself and the mask, Chumu quickly positioned the mask's location and chased after it. The mask continued to wander aimlessly, seemingly panic-stricken like a headless fly crashing into everything. Thankfully, the mask finally stopped, and Chumu quickly caught up. Eventually, he ran into a small alley, where with his night vision abilities, he could not find the nun's mask, but instead discovered a cat. He had a foreboding feeling because the sense of the mask seemed to come precisely from the nearby cat. Upon closer inspection, indeed, the cat's face was adorned with a familiar material mask, which, though now fitting a cat's face and much smaller, was unmistakable to Chu Mu as the same mask he had obtained before. The cat was pretending to be a proper cat, perched on a trash can, yet eyeing Chu Mu nervously. Although unsure why this nun's mask had the ability to be worn and even control its wearer, it did not prevent Chu Mu from capturing the accursed nun's mask. Chu Mu decided to play along, just in case startling the nun's mask caused it to control the cat to flee, forcing him to chase stray cats throughout the city late at night. That wasn't merely about difficulty anymore. Where has this damn nun's mask gone? Chu Mu's infuriated gaze swept past the trash can toward the empty depth of the alley, feigning pursuit. The nun's mask sighed in relief. Its owner truly fell for its clever trick. But it didn't notice the paper angels continuously running out of Chu Mu's pocket surrounding the trash can and encircling it tightly. As soon as Chu Mu passed the trash can, he suddenly turned around, staring intently at the wild cat, meeting the wild cat's joyous eyes exactly. Life puppet paper angel. Chu Mu instantly controlled the scattered white papers around, swiftly gathering them towards the center where the nun's mask was located, seemingly intending to trap it with paper, restricting its movement. The wild cat was already scared stiff by Chu Mu's sudden turn, and then it realized the white papers that surrounded it unknown when they appeared were furiously sticking to its body. As layers of newspaper stubbornly covered its limbs, body, and head, it screamed briefly and could only thrash around helplessly. Seeing the wildcat captured, Chu Mu did not dare to let his guard down. Who knew what tricks this nun's mask might still have up its sleeve? Thus, he secretly mixed all the remaining 20-odd purification spells into it, preparing for any situation it might escape. Sure enough, trouble arose. The white papers that originally held the wildcat began thinning and disappearing, as if being eaten by the nun's mask. Meow. As the white papers rapidly disappeared, the wildcat once again revealed its body and let out a scream before fleeing towards the other end of the alley. Chu Mu did not chase after it, for he could sense that the mask was still here. Just then, the mask floated in the air, having restored to its original appearance as the nun's mask. However, after consuming so many of Chu Mu's white papers, paper arms slowly emerged from the nun's mask, reminiscent of the horrifying sight of countless arms forming a body on the day Chu Mu first encountered the nun ghost. The nun's mask was truly infuriated now. Upon realizing it had acquired so many arms, it felt somewhat inflated. This owner is really detestable, attempting to kill such a loyal self, even though it's so weak. It decided to properly discipline the owner and make him understand that it too has a temper, before abandoning this undesirable master altogether. When the nun's mask fully restored to its complete form, its floating appearance was quite awe-inspiring. Countless arms formed a pair of giant wings on each side, with the rest of the arms composing the body of the nun ghost and one leg, while the cold mask accentuated her like a detached angel. After lightly unfurling its wings, the nun's mask directly lunged at Chu Mu like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit. The mere difference in size alone was enough to inspire awe. Chu Mu was somewhat afraid too, impressed by how powerful the nun's mask really was, always capable of bringing surprises. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. He could feel that all the 20-odd purification spell talismans he had mixed in were embedded within those arms. Thus, as the approaching paper angel, nun's mask drew nearer, Chu Mu retreated quickly while shouting aloud. Purification. The 20-odd purification spell talismans instantly activated, completely submerging the nun's mask in their glow, akin to a pure white sun. This temporarily dispersed the surrounding night, causing countless white papers to slowly descend from the sky along with a wooden mask with indistinct features. Chu Mu knew that the commotion he caused wouldn't go unnoticed, possibly alerting many people. So he swiftly picked up the mask that fell to the ground and rushed back home without looking back, fearing to encounter acquaintances who would raise questions. This sudden eruption of pure white sunlight, despite lasting only a few seconds, attracted countless gazes. Many soul masters stepped out of their rooms, instinctively gathering toward the site to investigate what had occurred. Captain Moron also arrived at the scene promptly because the soul energy fluctuation suggested something only individuals from the pure white church could achieve. Yet why were they here? Of course, what the captain hadn't expected was that someone had gone berserk using over 20 purification spell talismans, even if all were low-level ones. But reaching a certain quantity can bring about qualitative changes. Back at his house, Chu Mu hastily closed the door and examined the nun's mask, fearing that he might not have completely destroyed this troublesome item. Fortunately, through his recognition of necromantic abilities, Chu Mu detected that the ghosts had entirely vanished under the previous purification spells. The mask seemed to have reverted to its initial appearance when obtained, but Chu Mu felt a hint of something else within. Due to the nun ghost's mischievous behavior, Chu Mu grasped a deeper method of utilizing the nun's mask. That was, indeed, wearing the mask on one's face could be the path to further capabilities. But exactly how to use it and what powers it would entail, Chu Mu didn't know yet, remaining cautious for fear that he might be controlled otherwise. So, it's better to just leave it aside for now, perhaps later find a living corpse to experiment with it. Yes, that would be the most stable way. His swordsmanship training had neared completion in the last 2 days, and Wang Wu acknowledged Chu Mu's improvement, advising him on the importance of foundation and persistence. Chu Mu nodded earnestly and bade farewell to Wang Wu. Regarding the study of spells, Chumu no longer needed to visit the old man daily. All he required now was ample practice. But he traded a high-grade spirit pearl from his hand with the old man for many talismans. Meanwhile, the old man informed him that it was a grade 2 spirit pearl. Certainly, the old man, straightforwardly not asking any more questions, became even more convinced of Chumu's identity as a descendant of the Grim Reaper, while also feeling somewhat regretful because he always believed Chumu wouldn't meet a good end. Even though not his disciple, everything being based on transactions, his life or death had nothing to do with him. But even raising cats and dogs for a few days would sadden one when they died, right? As night fell, Chumu retrieved the Death Eye and looked into the Death Kingdom reflected opposite the mirror, his eyelids twitching. Because that dreadful red dress was still hovering across the mirror, seemingly unwilling to leave until he came. Moreover, without sighting the red dress, who knows if it might be lurking in the shadows. Therefore, Chumu couldn't visit the Death Realm anytime soon. At least as things stood currently, until this terrifying red dress issue was resolved, he wouldn't dare step inside again. The red dress wielded formidable power. To defeat it, more talismans would be needed, and Chumu himself must also become stronger. Of course, explosive talismans couldn't be used for a while, because perhaps it was the explosions that had drawn the red dress to begin with. Hence, in the days ahead, his focus should remain on creating purification spell talismans. Chapter 73. Experiment with the mask ability, a nighttime cry for help. Since he couldn't enter the Death God Kingdom, Chumu could only look for something else to do tonight. Just in time, there was an experiment that could be carried out tonight, which was to test the mask he had acquired and figure out its current state. Had the nun's vengeful spirit been purified and returned to its original state? Or had some other change occurred that couldn't be discerned from appearances alone? Chumu left his home and headed towards the northern suburbs. The method of general control over death-related creatures doesn't just involve direct manipulation of already deceased beings, but also reviving corpses for brief periods. However, Chumu had previously felt it improper to disturb the dead's eternal rest and hadn't tried such a method. But now urgency called for flexibility. Every opportunity and moment must be seized to improve oneself. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to enter the Death God Kingdom next, but he wouldn't have any choice anyway. In the northern suburb, there was an unspoken rule. Those who died due to unnatural causes each night within the city, such as vagrants or poor people who died of hunger or illness, would be thrown into a designated place in the north area and buried directly, similar to a mass grave. Chumu came to the northern suburbs alone. It was darker, quieter, and more eerie than expected. Of course, none of this frightened Chumu, at least not verbally. Carrying a kerosene lamp and walking cautiously through the dark, Chumu arrived at the burial ground. The nearby wind was chilling, and everything looked foreboding, as if ghosts could jump out at any moment. Moreover, just like inside the Death God Kingdom, it was eerily silent here. Chumu continuously reassured himself that he wasn't in Huaxia, so there were no terrifying ghosts here. Only zombies and resentful spirits, which were nothing to fear. Chumu didn't go deep, but instead stopped at one of the newly dug graves on the periphery. Placing his hand above the grave, he began using his ability to manipulate undead. Control of death creatures. As soul energy was injected into the ground below, Chumu perceived a cold corpse. But compared to the living corpses within the Death God Kingdom, controlling these ordinary corpses was far simpler. Rise. After using his ability, Chumu slowly stood up and stepped back several paces. Soon enough, a pale hand emerged from beneath the soil, pressing against the ground around it, pulling out a thin, shadowy male corpse from the grave like yanking a radish out of the earth. The zombie stood before Chumu, resembling a lifeless puppet. No matter what had caused its death during its lifetime, its life was temporarily granted by Chumu's power. It had no soul pearl, it was merely a common zombie, reverting back to being a lifeless corpse when Chumu withdrew his ability. Chumu took out the mask and handed it to the zombie. He controlled the zombie to extend its stiff arms to receive the mask. However, as soon as Chumu let go, the zombie failed to hold onto the mask, causing it to fall to the ground. Frowning, Chumu then tried to control the zombie to bend down and pick up the mask from the ground. Unfortunately, despite many attempts, the zombie failed to stoop low enough. In the end, he had to manually pick up the mask himself, as the movement of a normal zombie was far too rigid to trust them with such a task. It was likely even harder for it to simply put the mask on its face properly. So Chumu decided that self-effort was better and picked up the mask. Resisting the revolting stench emanating from the zombie's body, Chumu placed the mask on the zombie's face, then quickly moved backward. This action was purely instinctual, creating distance always made him feel safer. As the mask adhered to the zombie's face, it instantly fused with it. Then, visibly altering before Chumu's eyes, the mask transformed into the hideous features of the zombie. Chumu realized he might have overlooked a certain function of the mask. It could freely change appearances. If such changes were controllable, then the mask's applications became much broader. After the zombie donned the mask, nothing terrible happened, much to Chumu's relief. As long as wearing it posed no harm to the wearer, everything was fine. Also, since the zombie couldn't independently operate the mask, in a level 1 Soul Master's control over zombies was limited to rudimentary combat maneuvers, Chumu did not expect the zombie to help test the mask's abilities. He could have found a live person to assist with this experiment, but he didn't. That was the bottom line between good and evil. Though Chumu hadn't done much good in his past life, he certainly wasn't a bad person either. Chumu didn't let the zombie remove the mask right away. Instead, he allowed it to wear it longer. What if this kind of retaliation needed time to become apparent? Then, Chu Mu spent the night accompanying a living corpse with a mask standing at the mass grave. He had to be on high alert for any sign of movement from both humans and death-related creatures around him. Anyone appearing at this hour could scare him half to death. After blowing cold wind for half an hour, he finally felt that just standing there like this might make him look a little dull, so he decided to sit down. But as soon as he thought about it, the thought occurred that who knew if there was a corpse buried under where his bottom would land? Therefore, he stood up again before even squatting down. In the end, he figured walking the zombie around nearby might be better. As time passed, he discovered he was no longer afraid. Thus, while in ancient times there were people carrying candles wandering through the night, this night Chu Mu wandered through the mass grave site, both equally having a sense of poetic charm. Chu Mu simply walked haltingly, occasionally coming across a tombstone, causing an uncontrollable urge to pause and examine the inscriptions. Anyone capable of writing their own name at this time was already considered well-educated. Unfortunately, most who ended up here probably couldn't even recognize characters. So much of the time, the stones merely bore a name. And unlike the use of stone tombstones marking the graves of rich people who had died, here they erected wooden markers instead, on which the words faded over time due to rain exposure until nothing could be seen anymore. The ground here was uneven with some areas higher or lower than others. Chu Mu didn't know if these higher spots marked the burial of one corpse, or whether the depressions contained none. This era buried people without regard for geomancy, but cared only for appearances. But here, where there was no respect for decorum, the burials were random, with pits dug wherever available. It wasn't uncommon for the digging of a pit to uncover another body halfway through. At such times, a shallow covering would suffice before choosing a new spot to dig. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the area was so irregular. Whoa! Chu Mu, who was bent over trying to read a wooden plaque in front of a mound, suddenly heard a low wailing cry nearby. His body stiffened instantly, and he scanned warily around, moving the living corpse in front of him so it could block danger if anything happened. Though somewhat nervous, Chu Mu locked onto the source of the crying. It came from deeper within the cemetery, sounding like a woman mourning what seemed to be a grievous misfortune. Chu Mu always believed a woman's pleasant voice held more importance than her good looks. After all, how many times in your life can you gaze at your other half? But the sound of her voice will never cease, making even scolding melodious when she has a good tone. Unlike outward appearances, which are unreliable since seeing them repeatedly could lead to face blindness, wherein she may seem less beautiful and eventually tiring, a man's nature is prone to boredom. Of course, having a woman who excels both physically and vocally would be ideal. Therefore, Chu Mu decided to turn and run back the way he had come. You'd think Chu Mu would foolishly go closer. Don't kid yourself, the crying sounded suspiciously like a trap. Who in their right mind would choose to come here and sob bitterly at this time of night? The previous two occasions of hearing cries resulted in misfortune, once almost peeing his pants after nearly encountering a vengeful female spirit, another time almost being forcibly possessed by an odd tree. Hence, Chu Mu wished to stay far away from such weeping sounds. But either by illusion or otherwise, though Chu Mu walked further from the cries, they grew louder, as if waiting for him ahead. He changed direction, passing by a small hillock, where he found a white-dressed woman sitting on a rock, her back turned to Chu Mu, sobbing heavily. Seeing this, Chu Mu clenched his teeth angrily. The harder he tried to avoid it, the more it approached willingly. It was truly shameless. At this point, the white-clad woman seemed to detect Chu Mu's presence, stopping her crying abruptly. Instantly, everything fell silent, and the rustling of leaves in the wind became crystal clear. Although Chu Mu was slightly scared, he did not flee. A sudden desire struck him, to see exactly what this ghostly thing wanted. Besides, he was now a soul master and had several purification talismans at his disposal. Let's see who would fear whom in this situation. The white-clad woman slowly stood up. Seeing this, Chu Mu smirked mockingly. Of course, the old trick remained. The dreaded turnaround kill must be coming next. Chu Mu reflected regretfully upon his earlier humiliations. Frightening apparitions always repeated their tricks. Yet every time, he reacted with sheer terror, despite knowing what was coming. As the white-clad woman began rising and then gradually turning around, Chu Mu donned a demeanor of composed appreciation, patiently awaiting the full performance. When she finally faced him, to his surprise, it wasn't the horrifying visage he anticipated, a demon with a green face and fangs, or any exaggerated depiction of evil. Instead, it was a girl who'd been crying until tears streamed down her cheeks, youthful and quite pretty. Wow, are vengeful spirits nowadays really this smart? Not only do they use seduction, but also change roles depending on their target. Haha, unfortunately for you, I prefer mature women. Young girls are the worst. As Chu Mu mockingly complained, he told himself not to be afraid. Quietly, he took out a purification talisman and stuck it to his chest. Feeling a bit unsure, he added another one. Finally, he took a third talisman and held it firmly in his hand, staying vigilant in case the spirit tried any tricks. Seeing Chu Mu, the girl quickly ran over, shouting as she approached. Help me, kind sir, I'm lost. The sudden dash of the woman made Chu Mu instinctively want to step back to maintain a safe distance. But he inwardly scolded himself for being cowardly. It's just a female vengeful spirit, he thought. Why should he fear her? As a distinguished soul master from the peacekeeping soul squad, how could he possibly be scared of such a minor spirit? It was time to purify her and show her his strength. Chapter 74. The Lost Girl's Letter to Chu Mu. Chu Mu immediately threw the purification talisman in his hand, which directly turned into a paper airplane and rushed quickly to the girl's face. Purification. With Chu Mu's loud shout, The purification talisman instantly triggered, turning into a brilliant light. The girl's face appeared serene in the glow. Sighing deeply, Chumu thought what a pity it was for such a good girl to die so young. Next life, he mused, be more discerning. People like him were trustworthy. Don't choose wrong again. Suddenly, Chumu's eyes widened as the white-dressed girl burst out from the bright white light and was already running toward him before he could react. She wasn't purified? The girl directly lunged into Chumu's unsuspecting arms. Was she preparing to attack? But with the scent of her and the alluring figure cradled in his arms, Chumu felt a softness in his heart. He wanted to keep this pose, savoring even an extra second of stillness. A gentle fragrance enveloped him from the girl's body. Her skin brushing against Chumu's arm was cold. Chumu subconsciously wanted to embrace the girl before him tightly. Yet, don't think that just because you're in disguise I won't recognize you. Little resentful spirit, do you really think you can escape the sharp eyes of me, the great sage? Your control abilities are indeed strong. Earlier, I almost fell for it. Although Chumu, who prides himself on encountering all sorts of bizarre, deathly creatures, would not be complacent. Fortunately, he had prepared. No matter how profound your cultivation is or how high your skills are, you still fear kitchen knives. Taste my meat bomb. Purification. In an instant, Chumu detonated the 2 purification talismans over his chest. The sudden explosion of light transformed Chumu's vision into pure white. Still, he was finally relieved. Even though he didn't know the method or cost by which this female resentful spirit evaded his purification talisman earlier, this close-range eruption would be unavoidable. Be purified in peace then. May you return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. As the light faded, the night returned to the earth. However, it wasn't just a trick of perception as Chumu still felt something embracing him, or perhaps after being killed, the shell of the female resentful spirit remained? Such disrespect. He hated such stubborn women the most. They had no self-respect at all. Once Chumu regained his sight, he instinctively looked down and was greeted by the tear-streaked face of a young girl. Both inadvertently drew deep breaths at that moment. I'm sorry, I acted rudely just now. Could you possibly take me home? After a brief moment of eye contact, the girl quickly looked away and let go of Chumu. Both their faces turned red, appearing extremely shy as she spoke in a whisper. Startled, Chumu had already taken out the explosive talisman, ready to blow up this terrifying death creature that showed no fear towards the purification talisman. However, upon hearing the girl's words, he sensed something amiss. If the purification talisman couldn't take effect, aside from the possibility that the other party was a much stronger resentful spirit, another seemed likely. She was not a resentful spirit, but a human. Chumu quietly put away the explosive talisman and carefully observed the white-dressed girl from top to bottom, focusing longer on her lower half. Of course, it wasn't out of lust or simply admiration for her delicate limbs, since generally speaking, resentful spirits have no lower bodies. However, after left and right observations, the girl did seem to have legs. So, this was a huge misunderstanding. If Captain or anyone else knew, they would surely laugh themselves silly at him. If this world had newspapers filled with funny stories, he'd even come up with the headline in mind. Team member of the Soul Cleanser Squad battles girl in disordered graveyard at midnight with purification spells, only to discover that she's human. The white-dressed girl also felt Chumu behaving somewhat strangely and looked at him with confusion. It was only then that Chumu realized his reaction and clarified his identity. Hello, I am Chumu, an official member of the Soul Cleanser Squad of the Life Church. It's a pleasure to assist you. Chumu replied slightly nervously. Upon hearing that Chumu was part of the church, the girl became warmer toward him. In this world, the church was associated with divinity by many people. God was compassionate, was light, was justice, so those in the church must be the same. Then Chumu led the girl outward from the disordered graveyard. Though he was curious about why the girl was here late at night, he didn't ask further. Instead, he was pondering something else. Where was his undead zombie? Finally, he found a fresh corpse nearby on the ground, causing the girl to scream loudly and cover her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chumu quickly picked up a mask attached to the corpse, the very one he had placed on the undead's face. But how did the undead die? He still remembered when the girl ran over. He was controlling the zombie to prepare it as a meat shield for himself. But then when the girl rushed through the purification talisman, the zombie lost control. So, could it be that he had used the purification talisman to kill his own zombie? Chumu's mood suddenly turned a bit sour. Indeed, having too many things didn't necessarily mean it was a good thing. It's fine, let's continue walking forward. Chumu turned around and looked at the girl who was hiding behind him. The girl took a quick peek at Chumu, then quickly walked toward the exit following Chumu. She seemed even more timid than Chumu, which made him more curious about why she was here. By the way, why are you here in the middle of the night? After walking for a while, Chumu asked this question because for the Soul Cleanser Squad, this was quite a normal inquiry. The girl didn't hide anything. Then she told Chumu everything. Her name was Serena, and she had come with a few like-minded friends to practice black magic, trying to communicate with the deceased souls. However, there was a slight mishap in the middle. Everyone got scared and scattered like rats, and only she got lost, unable to find her way out, eventually ending up sitting there crying until she met Chumu. After hearing her story, Chumu felt a headache. So, she was a reckless problem child who likely did similar things often. Normal people wouldn't dare attempt such bizarre late-night activities on disordered graveyards. Regardless of what would happen if they truly encountered death creatures, just meeting some nearby vagrants might end horribly for a vulnerable girl. People like him were rare. Often, human hearts concealed much darkness, especially under the veil of night. But after the girl finished speaking, she stared at Chu Mu with shining eyes, making him feel a little uneasy. Could you please teach me black magic? Just like the kind you used earlier. How the white light suddenly appeared, and I felt as though I were bathed in sunlight, feeling extraordinarily warm and serene. The girl grabbed Chu Mu's hand, full of longing on her face. Though unwilling to refuse the girl, Chu Mu had no idea how to teach her anyway, since she wasn't a soul master. Ordinary people couldn't learn the abilities of a soul master. It's too late tonight. We'll talk about it another time. Right now, I'll send you home first. Chu Mu came up with an excuse and wanted to sidestep the issue, but the girl was far more persistent than expected. However, Chu Mu wasn't like those love-blinded boys. Her whining held no effect on him. He liked voluptuous women with curvy figures. He wouldn't violate his principles for just a flat-chested girl. Serena lived in the Crown District, which matched Chu Mu's guess pretty closely. Those capable of doing something like this must be the idle rich. In Violet City, the group most fitting this description lived in the Crown District. He hadn't expected any gratitude from them. He just wanted to get rid of this annoying little sprite as soon as possible so he could go back home and sleep. It was already deep into the night. Just as they reached the edge of Crown District, Chu Mu and Serena were stopped by the constables, since her family apparently entrusted them to look for her. The people who could command the constable probably needed not just economic power, but also some political clout. Handing Serena over to the constable, he watched as she returned to Crown District. Watching Serena wave goodbye to him reluctantly, Chu Mu finally left. When he got home, it was already midnight, and he no longer had the mood to check the mask's effectiveness. Taking off his clothes, he fell heavily onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chu Mu continued to rest, without the need to work at the church chores office. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't rested well last night, it was rare for him to sleep in. Still, he was awakened by a hurried knocking on the door. His pleasant dream disrupted. His belly was full of anger as he angrily opened the door, ready to see who this unwelcome visitor was. To his surprise, the person at the door was Captain Laurent. Chu Mu immediately thought something must have happened. Had his secrets been discovered by the captain? Was it Owen's fault? Or was it the use of the purification talisman that exposed him? Captain Laurent smiled as usual and greeted Chu Mu. Good morning. All right, it's not morning anymore. But how did you sleep, Chu Mu? As you can see, Captain, my sleep wasn't very good. Chu Mu subconsciously smoothed out his messy hair and replied. Captain Laurent continued smiling as he said, Of course I know you didn't sleep well last night, because the invitation from Count Lin's family has already been sent to our church this morning, and I've come to pass it on to you. Remember not to be late. It would be extremely disrespectful to the nobles. After saying that, Captain Laurent took out a letter and handed it to Chu Mu. The letter was written on high-quality parchment. Although the nobility were not short of paper, for commoners, precious white paper was cheap for the nobles, and only parchment could convey solemnity. The parchment was neatly rolled up, tied with a red ribbon into a bow outside, dignified yet playful. It could be seen that the person who wrote the letter should be lively and cute. Chu Mu accepted the letter somewhat absent-mindedly. He had just woken up, still feeling a bit groggy, unsure how to react at first, so he could only look at the captain in confusion. Seeing that Chu Mu seemed not to understand, Captain Laurent carefully explained again. Let me put it this way. Didn't you save a girl last night? That girl is Serena Lin, the beloved daughter of Count Lin. So early this morning, Count Lin sent someone to the church to thank you, and invited you to attend their evening ball tonight. That's the gist of it. As soon as Chu Mu heard this, his reflexive response was, I'm not going. Chapter 75, Preparing for a Feast, Out of Place. The captain couldn't help but laugh after hearing Chu Mu's words. You're being too straightforward. It's just visiting someone. Why are you making it sound so terrible? Chu Mu, you should actually give it a try. Even if it's not to broaden your social circle, at least it's rumored that there will be plenty of delicious food and fine wine at the gathering. Something hard to find outside. Delicious food. Fine wine. Chu Mu suddenly felt like if he didn't go today, he might miss out on a full Manchuhan banquet. He'd heard that the nobles' ball was less about all the formalities and more about the exquisite food and wine that truly drew people in. Thinking about it made him instinctively swallow his saliva. When was the last time he'd eaten meat? He had almost forgotten what it tasted like. But as someone with social anxiety, he really didn't want to go to a crowded place, especially a noble's ball. He couldn't dance at all. Would it be awkward when he got there? And he'd need to change into new clothes, something he didn't own. Would he have to spend money buying a new one? Seeing Chu Mu seemingly torn, the captain kindly reminded him. Chu Mu, I think if you go, you'll probably need a new suit. Of course, if you don't have one, I can lend you one of mine. With the clothing problem resolved, Chu Mu found his inner scales tipping more towards going, when the captain added another decisive remark. I've also been invited tonight. If you're nervous, I can go with you. As long as the captain was going, then none of it mattered. They agreed on the time, changing clothes at the captain's house in the evening before heading together to Crown District. Chu Mu returned home and continued drawing purification talismans. Due to his recent extravagant usage, he had nearly depleted his stockpile of them, and needed to replenish quickly because soon he would need them to deal with the red dress inside the Kingdom of Death. Busy until the afternoon, Chu Mu took a nap and only afterward fussed over his hair before heading toward the captain's place. The captain's house looked far more decent than Chu Mu's hovel, even though it was still in East District, close to Crown District, making the streets spacious, bright, and clean. Wearing his regular attire, walking around nearby, Chu Mu felt like a vagrant, or what in Huaxia elegance was called a beggar. He couldn't help feeling inferior, especially under the strange stares of local residents. The captain lived on the second floor of an apartment building. Although living alone, his place was impeccably tidy. thanks to the dedicated hourly workers he hired daily to clean and organize his home, a kind of luxury that Chu Mu could hardly imagine. Knocking nervously on the captain's door, Chu Mu suddenly felt he shouldn't come. Rationality told him this wouldn't end well. Why choose new adventures when staying in place means comfort? Yet often life pushes us forward to let us see a broader world. Captain Laurent opened the door warmly, inviting Chu Mu inside. Though far simpler than what Chu Mu had seen in his past life, it was miles better than the adobe house he now lived in. So much so that Chu Mu didn't dare sit or move around casually, fearing he might dirty the captain's home. He felt an odd sensation, thinking maybe the kingdom of death suited him more. Don't just stand there foolishly, pick a suit. We're about to be late, which isn't polite to the host of the ball, said the captain teasingly, making Chu Mu crack a smile despite his tension. Standing in front of the captain's wardrobe, looking at rows of colorful suits, he didn't know what to choose. Still, he couldn't help criticize the aesthetic of gentlemen here. Could you imagine men dressing themselves up more extravagantly than women? But that was the point of these formal suits. In the end, Chu Mu chose a black formal suit, earning repeated frowns from the captain, urging him to change again. But among so many suits, this one most closely resembled the kind of formal where Chu Mu remembered, so he politely declined the captain's suggestion and insisted on sticking to what reminded him of his past. After putting on the suit, the two were ready to leave. Just before stepping out, Chu Mu felt like something was missing, then noticed a black top hat near the entrance. Picking it up and putting it on, it was slightly small, but Chu Mu kept it anyway since he thought the outfit wasn't complete without it. The captain rarely approved of Chu Mu's sense of style, yet this time agreed that wearing the hat was indeed a good idea. Thus, the two boarded a carriage and headed towards Crown District. The carriage, of course, wasn't the one from the church. Using public resources for private purposes was also forbidden in the church, so they had to temporarily rent one, with the captain footing the bill. As they were seriously suspecting that their bottoms would almost crack due to the constant jolts on the way, the two finally reached their destination. After alighting from the carriage, it gradually drove away, but the surroundings were still crowded because all sorts of carriages were parked everywhere. For nobles, not owning a carriage would be very unbecoming. Moreover, carriages were like the face of aristocrats. Therefore, compared to the one Chu Mu and the captain rode in, every carriage here was decorated even more luxuriously and intricately. When Chu Mu diverted his gaze from the carriages, he saw a grand mansion before him. Although he detested the practice of specifically fencing off land within the city to build mansions, the current one before his eyes was truly spectacular. Groups of people dressed in magnificent evening gowns gracefully crossed the soft lawns and the distant white bridge to reach the luxurious palace deeper inside. Chu Mu felt as if he looked just like a bumpkin, able to find only a little security by closely following behind the captain. Meanwhile, the captain appeared perfectly at ease, warmly greeting acquaintances along the way, making Chu Mu respect the captain even more. This must be the difference between social anxiety and being extroverted. Upon entering the building, everyone needed to show their invitations. After the captain showed the invitation to the servant outside the door, the latter casually glanced at Chu Mu standing behind the captain and said to him, "Respected Mr. Raleigh, servants are not allowed to enter. They can only wait outside, where we will also provide some wine and food." Though the other party spoke politely, Chu Mu felt extremely awkward after hearing it, as they mistook him for the captain's servant. "I will forgive your rudeness on his behalf, out of respect for your master. He is also a guest today. Chu Mu, quickly take out your invitation." Chu Mu hurriedly took out the invitation tucked in his pocket. After carefully checking the invitation, the other party said to Chu Mu without any sign of apology, "I am ashamed of my poor judgment. Welcome to your arrival. I hope you enjoy yourself today." This was just a small episode, but Chu Mu already felt terrible. After entering the interior, no matter how splendid the decorations were, or the slim noble women and girls, none of them could pique his interest at all. He bid farewell to the captain and quietly went to a corner, found a seat, and watched the men and women exulting in the ball. There were various types of people at the ball. More were elegantly dressed ladies, all dressed up like blooming flowers, while similarly dressed men weren't far behind their partners in splendor and colors, making Chu Mu feel that many men at the ball were more like roosters. Of course, there were elderly people too, both male and female, who dressed relatively conservatively, and whose status seemed higher among those attending the ball, probably counts, viscounts, and their wives and such. Regardless, Chu Mu didn't recognize any of them. But still, these people were full of passion for dancing, and when they got excited, even older men and women danced more wildly than the young ones. Not only that, Chu Mu indeed witnessed the beloved pets of this world and their owners. Common people didn't have the time to keep cats or dogs as pets, since they couldn't even feed themselves. Where would they get extra food to nourish their pets? But the people here were either wealthy or well-connected, certainly not short of money or time. They brought their beloved pets, gathering in a corner of the ball, forming another lively gathering with their cherished animals. Chu Mu saw each person bringing not just one, but multiple cats and dogs to attend the ball, treating them as family members. Every cat and dog received meticulous care, dressed in exquisite leather clothes sewn from high-quality materials, sprayed with perfumes, and some could even see cats and dogs adorned with delicate makeup, some of which was hard on the eyes. The owners of the pets gathered together, happily chatting. "Mrs. Hag, your Rock seems not feeling well recently. Have you taken him to the doctor?" "I took him to the best veterinarian in town, who said Rock was sick and prescribed many medicines. You know, Rock is my baby. I sincerely hope he gets better soon, my poor little dear." A woman in her 30s, while speaking, kissed a large black hunting dog beside her. The black hound was huge, just crouching down, It came up to Chu Mu's waist. In this era, only the nobility could afford to raise such a pet, because its daily food consumption alone was enough to cause a headache. Mrs. Hage must love her dog a lot, because although the hound looked much thinner, its fur was very shiny. Obviously, daily grooming was indispensable. The hound was dressed in leather armor and a long coat, looking like a knight charging on the battlefield. This set of clothing was probably more expensive than Chu Mu's clothes. There are frozen bones on the road, and the stench of wine and meat comes from the rich households. Truly a damn era. Chu Mu was bored, watching the young and full-figured Mrs. Hage stroking the large black hound beside her. But strangely, he actually felt that the hound didn't enjoy its master's love. Instead, it seemed a little afraid. He could even vaguely see the black hound trembling, and even subconsciously trying to move away from its beautiful female owner many times. But Chu Mu didn't think much about it. His eyes kept glancing at the nearby dining table, because he noticed someone had already gone to fetch food. He originally came here mainly for one purpose, to have a hearty meal. However, in order not to make people think he was rude, he quietly waited for others to eat first, so as not to appear vulgar. So he stood up, walked to the side of the dining table, and next was his personal wonderful time with a table full of sumptuous food. Chapter 76, Serena's Treasure. The ball was lively, organized by Crown District's Lin Viscount, someone Chu Mu had never heard of. As they made their appearance, the atmosphere of the ball reached its climax instantly. The musicians played cheerful tunes, and in the center of the room, countless men and women in elegant attire let themselves go in the joy of dance. This scene reminded Chu Mu of a song he had heard when he was little. Arm in arm, step forward and backward, dance hesitantly, love lingers on. You look at me with flirtatious eyes, and now I can't fall asleep. After watching for a while, Chu Mu found it rather dull. Their joy seemed not to belong to him, an outsider. Indeed, he realized that he truly couldn't fit into what this era called the high society. The opulence before his eyes could not fundamentally alter his life, so he always remained clear-headed. Then he decided to do something that wouldn't waste his time: eat. At this moment, a variety of delicacies were spread out in front of him. There were roasted wild boar meat, fried steak, roasted lamb chops, roasted squab, roasted plump chicken, among other things. The fruits and vegetables were even more diverse. Apart from recognizing apples and pears, Chu Mu didn't know the rest. In terms of drinks, almost all were red wine and berry wine. They tasted somewhat light, mixed with fruity scents, which Chu Mu didn't find satisfying. However, after consuming a large amount of meat, these beverages became a reasonable choice for helping digest the food. As Chu Mu gradually got into the mood of eating, a familiar voice came from behind him. Chu Mu, I'm glad you came to the ball. Chu Mu turned around to see the owner of the voice, none other than last night's girl, Serena. Now she should be addressed as Miss Serena. Compared to her shabby appearance last night, tonight's Serena looked incredibly charming. She wore a dark blue gown adorned with numerous pearls, like a goddess draped in stars. Her slightly tilted chin revealed her slender neck and enticing clavicle curve. Her chest, softly defined through lace, began to show its budding allure, paired with her angelic face, making her an extremely beautiful girl. But what stood out most was her eyes, crystal clear without any taint, holding the purity of a young girl. They resembled a clear pool of water, or more appropriately, a beautiful gemstone. However, while Chu Mu was scrutinizing Serena, there were still traces of oil on his mouth from eating the roast chicken, and he still held a piece of fatty chicken in his hand, looking exceedingly rustic. This caused Serena to instinctively wrinkle her nose slightly, then quickly composed herself. This movement was caught by Chu Mu, who suppressed his initially rising affection right away. If described using the satire of the traveling poets of this era, Chu Mu's thoughts might be summarized as, even the most beautiful pearl loses its luster if tainted with dust. Thus, the earth will no longer yearn for it. Of course, in the simplest and crudest terms, it meant that though this girl appeared pure, deep down, she looked down on common people. Although concealed well due to good upbringing, it hadn't escaped Chu Mu's keen eye. So, all Chu Mu wanted now was to distance himself from her, because they couldn't possibly belong to the same world. Hello, Serena. It's nice to see you again, said Chu Mu, quietly placing down the fatty chicken piece he held, and taking a napkin to wipe his mouth and hands. Dislike aside, respect for others was still necessary. This was a gentleman's decorum. Serena's manners were much more restrained compared to last night. She kept an appropriate distance from Chu Mu and thanked him in the proper aristocratic way. Chu Mu readily accepted her gratitude without feigning modesty. Under normal circumstances, based on understanding, a man should avoid the situation or at least pretend, but Chu Mu did not intend to do so. After all, they likely would never meet again, so it wasn't worth exerting effort on trivial etiquettes. However, since Serena had entered Chu Mu's corner, this pearl had already captured the hearts of countless men. Bru Roll, the youngest son of Viscount Roll, who had always regarded Serena as his future wife, looked down on Chu Mu's rudeness from the start. He must have been an outsider lucky enough to slip in somehow from outside the Crown District, and the audacity of showing disrespect toward Serena only fueled his anger. This was also a golden opportunity for him to show off in front of Serena, and Chu Mu, being a vulgar brute, made the perfect foil. No, more aptly, a decaying leaf. Your behavior toward Miss Serena is simply outrageous, you barbaric swine. Bru suddenly stepped forward, standing by Miss Serena's side as he loudly reprimanded Chu Mu, brimming with self-righteousness that seemed to have imbued him with immense courage and strength. Most importantly, at this moment, Serena must surely be looking at him. He turned around, imitating the heroes from novels who saved damsels in distress, and gently looked at the injured Miss Serena. In a soft voice, he said, "Are you all right, Miss Serena? As long as I'm here, no one will harm you." Brew felt that this was not merely like being a hero. He had become a true hero. According to the novels, the neglected Miss Serena should now blush while looking at him and then throw herself into his arms, and they would fall in love. But why wasn't Serena looking at him? Why was she looking behind him? The moment Brew turned his head to continue mocking this crude fellow, he realized the person was gone. Truly a coward. Where had he fled to? Chu Mu, however, knew as soon as Brew spoke that he was someone who seized opportunities, wanting to climb higher by stepping on others. This smart aleck. If he stayed there any longer, regardless of how the situation unfolded, it would cause nothing but trouble for him, so he certainly wouldn't do anything so foolish. While Brew was putting on an emotional act in front of Serena, Chu Mu slipped away under her astonished gaze, without the slightest hesitation or regret. Chu Mu came to the edge of the dance floor, searching for the captain's whereabouts, but after circling around, he still couldn't find him. Before long, it was Serena who found him instead, leaving Chu Mu quite speechless. "Chu Mu, could you accompany me to my room? I have many treasures I want you to help me look at," Serena said earnestly, her sparkling eyes wide open and full of pleading. Any decent gentleman would find it hard to refuse a young lady's plea, even just because of her cuteness. But who was Chu Mu? A man of pure steel forged with 100% straightness who couldn't be swayed by such trifles. Moreover, if he went to Serena's room at this moment, it would undoubtedly attract attention from many people, such as Serena's admirers, those with ill intentions, and perhaps even Serena's parents. Regardless of who might cause trouble for him later or further down the line, why not refuse right from the start? "I can't. It's very impolite to enter a girl's room. Doing so doesn't align with my identity." Chu Mu firmly rejected Serena and started to leave. But Serena reached out and grabbed his clothes, prompting Chu Mu to frown slightly. Physical contact between unmarried men and women was frowned upon in this era among the nobility, making her actions even more inappropriate. Thus, Chu Mu gave her a stern look, intending to stop her rash behavior. "At least wait here for me, then I'll go upstairs and bring my treasures down. Please don't leave." Serena withdrew her hand but earnestly requested of Chu Mu, staring at him all the while, determined not to let him leave unless he agreed. In the end, Chu Mu had no choice but to concede, reluctantly agreeing with her before Serena cheerfully hurried upstairs. Just as Serena left, several noble girls quickly surrounded Chu Mu, their gazes unfriendly and enough to make him uneasy. "Sophia is our good friend, and we won't allow her to be deceived by scum like you," one of the girls declared harshly to Chu Mu. "If you know what's good for you, stay away from her. She is destined to be a noble woman, and someone like you isn't even worthy of tying her shoes." Another girl spat at him, filled with disgust. Chu Mu naturally felt a bit irritated after hearing these words, but it wasn't intense. For one, these were merely spoiled noble girls who didn't understand life's struggles and merely mimicked their elders' tone. There was no point in being upset about that since they were simply stating the truth. On the other hand, Chu Mu had already glimpsed into the world of spirit masters, which was a superior realm far above ordinary people. To them, even people with high status and wealth were regarded as mere commoners. So the girls' provocations only made Chu Mu find them somewhat laughable, a bunch of narrow-minded individuals trapped in their own ignorance. Not long after, Serena descended from upstairs, one hand holding a crocodile-skin suitcase, and the other cradling a cat, swiftly making her way over to Chu Mu. "Chu Mu, take a look at all the treasures I've collected." Serena's face lit up as she gazed at Chu Mu, resembling a child eager to show off a new toy to a friend. Serena's friends did not leave. Instead, after greeting her, they stayed and wanted to see what Serena's treasures were. Serena had always been a somewhat strange girl, fond of pursuing magic and collecting peculiar things. Today happened to satisfy their curiosity. Serena first handed the cat she was holding to Chu Mu, then earnestly explained to him the mysterious qualities of this cat, particularly its imposing name, Death's Eye. Upon hearing this, her friends all widened their eyes and carefully examined the two differently colored eyes of the cat. Chu Mu chuckled after listening, because he recognized this cat. It was the same one he had accidentally overheard during his first visit to the black market with Owen, when a cloaked woman was talking to a vendor. Now it seemed that the cloaked woman was none other than Serena. Chapter 77. A Deal with Chu Mu, Mrs. Hagrid and her dog. Nevertheless, out of a sense of responsibility, he took a careful look at this cat, even probing it with his soul power to see if there was anything special about it. As soon as the soul power touched the cat, it got scared stiff, its fur standing on end, and it let out a loud meow. Then, it broke free from Chu Mu's grip and fled with its tail between its legs. "What did you do to it?" one of the onlooker girls said irritably. Serena watched as the frightened cat bolted away. She called out a couple of times, but the cat, usually very obedient to its owner, ignored her completely and continued its escape for dear life. Serena retracted her gaze, temporarily abandoning the idea of catching the cat back. Then she looked at Chu Mu in confusion, unsure what he had done to terrify the cat so much. "This is just an ordinary cat," Chu Mu explained somewhat guiltily because Serena's expression made it seem like she suspected him of doing something excessive to the cat. How rude. Next, Serena opened her crocodile-skin suitcase, and inside were various beautiful trinkets. Then she looked at him smugly, clearly still holding a grudge about his previous comment that her cat was nothing special. Chu Mu picked up each item in the case, probed them with his soul power, and then put them down again because if even soul power couldn't perceive anything unusual, they were certainly just plain old junk. Most of the things were genuinely common items, although visibly some deliberate efforts had been made to make them look aged. They seemed like genuine antiques, but would likely fetch only a few copper coins even in a secondhand market. But since Serena cherished these objects enough to keep them carefully, it showed she must have paid a lot of money for these so-called treasures. Poor girl, equally pitiful himself. He guessed he probably didn't earn as much Mother Goddess's favor monthly as this young lady spent on pocket money. How are they? The girl asked eagerly after watching Chu Mu check most of the items. In fact, judging from Chu Mu's actions and expressions, these things were probably not the magic props she had hoped for. Yet, the girl persisted, wanting truly to hear the result from Chu Mu's own mouth. Serena's voice trembled slightly. Though somewhat unsympathetic, Chu Mu wasn't stupid. He knew that revealing the truth at this point would surely hurt Serena's pride, which wouldn't benefit either of them. He didn't plan on furthering his relationship with Serena, nor did he intend to become her enemy. These mini items are extremely dangerous magical objects. For normal people, possessing them is too perilous. Thus, as a member of the Spirit Master Squad, I have to inform you that these need to be surrendered to the church, Chu Mu explained solemnly after a brief pause. However, Serena's expression did not show any panic or anger. Instead, she seemed somewhat relieved. Not possible. These things cost me a lot of pocket money. I can't just hand them over to the church. Unless, you give me a piece of paper that glows like the one you used last night. Serena haggled shrewdly. Hearing this, Chu Mu became somewhat irritated. Young lady, I'm helping you. How can you still think of ripping me off? Don't tell me you don't know how worthless these ordinary rusted iron pieces are, and that you'll only be happy if I expose you. Still, being good-natured as ever, Chu Mu remembered his ex from a past life once saying this to him. At the time, he felt elated thinking she definitely liked him, only later realizing it was just women refusing others by handing out good guy cards. Chu Mu retrieved a purification talisman, intending to hand it over to Serena. But Serena stretched out her hand and snatched it before quickly tucking it into her skirt, making Chu Mu feel utterly speechless. Deal. Serena cheered, feeling delighted because now she truly owned a magical object, not those ordinary junk items that looked unremarkable in the box. Afterward, Chu Mu informed Serena of the purification talisman's usage methods, telling her not to use it carelessly. He then carried their bartered spoils and left Serena, continuing his search for the captain's figure. On the whole, Chu Mu hadn't lost in this deal, considering just this crocodile skin suitcase itself was worth a large sum of money. It was indeed a true luxury item that Chu Mu hadn't seen before. Eventually, Chu Mu found the captain tucked away in a corner. It appeared he had just finished a lively dance and was resting here. Seeing Chu Mu approach, the captain greeted kindly. Chu Mu, where have you been? I looked up and noticed you gone. So, did you enjoy yourself tonight? Indeed, I've enjoyed myself. Thank you for your concern, Captain. While speaking, Chu Mu subtly indicated the briefcase in his hand. The captain did not inquire about where Chu Mu's box had come from. Once the captain was rested enough, the two of them left the estate where the ball was held in advance. For some unknown reason, Chu Mu suddenly felt that the oppression he had originally felt in his heart had lifted slightly. It seemed that he still couldn't adapt to this so-called high society lifestyle after all. Chu Mu had initially thought that tonight, he might be solemnly thanked by Serena's parents, becoming the focus of the ball. Many people would probably praise him for being young and talented. In reality, it turned out he had overthought things. For nobles, merely inviting him here once was already giving him an enormous favor. As for grandiose thanks, he was currently not qualified enough. Indeed, a person must understand their place and not easily lose themselves, let alone fantasize or even hope for what could never belong to them. Be content with who you are now, Chu Mu silently told himself. So, the captain called a carriage, and together they slowly drove out under the night's lights of the Crown District. Feeling the cool evening breeze, Chu Mu uncertainly looked at his suit, always feeling that everything before was like a dream. Mrs. Hagrid also left the ball soon with her beloved hunting dog, Roach. However, evidently, from her expression, her mood was somewhat bad, because her husband, Baron Hagrid, had gone missing from the ball again. This wasn't the first time, nor would it be the last, and every time his figure would be found on the bed of other noble women. Stories about his lecherousness were almost well known among the circles of every honored noble lady in the Crown District. Most noble ladies remained modest, but there were also some women who enjoyed indulgence, and her husband was often their close companion. Even their husbands knew about it, yet they chose silence, supposedly liking such a theme. What a crazy world indeed. Mrs. Hagrid was not ugly. She was, in fact, a beautiful rose even within the noble circles. Unfortunately, her husband, Baron Hagrid, except when he initially got her and showed much passion and ardor, later treated her like a toy he had played with enough and tossed aside. He would rather sleep with lowly maidservants in the house than lie beside her, which Mrs. Hagrid could not accept. But in a patriarchal society, what could a woman do? Moreover, external help for such matters was limited. So many nights she spent sleepless, nearly mad, even having fleeting suicidal thoughts. Until Roge came along, becoming the light in Mrs. Hagrid's life. Yes, the light, illuminating her lost existence. Mrs. Hagrid and her beloved pet Roge rode the same carriage away from the Ball estate back to her equally magnificent home. Upon descending the vehicle, Mrs. Hagrid, assisted by the servants who had been waiting outside, handed over the rope around the hunting dog's neck to one of the servants. Roge is tired. Give it a good wash, then bring it to my room. Let Elle do it. She knows what to do. Remember what I've said, Mrs. Hagrid instructed, leaving her precious one behind as she returned to her house alone. Mrs. Hagrid's room was spacious, and the decorations inside were all exquisite. A rabbit fur carpet lay on the ground, soft and comfortable underfoot. On the walls hung numerous famous paintings and special decorations, and the room's walls were painted with colorful pigments. The most striking features were the two huge floor-to-ceiling curtains by the window, exuding an elegant aura typical of noble women. This was Mrs. Hagrid's favorite spot in her room. By the window stood a large copper standing mirror. The frame was cast in various shapes of birds and beasts made of bronze, and the central mirror was polished smooth. It clearly reflected everything inside the room. At this moment, just after taking a bath, Mrs. Hagrid stood silently by the copper mirror, admiring the passionate figure and charming face of the beauty in the reflection. Her lips curled into a smile, and her body slowly moved, stretching. The beauty in the mirror followed suit. Even a slight motion could release an enchanting beauty from the mirror's image, truly a beautiful temptress. Unfortunately, there was no male presence in the room at the time, and for a long period, Baron Hagrid hadn't returned, so a hint of loneliness and sorrow stained the beauty's face. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted the atmosphere. Outside, the voice of Mrs. Hagrid's personal maid sounded. "Mrs. Hagrid, Roge is all ready. Can he come in now?" The voice outside the door was somewhat cautious, as if fearing to offend the beauty inside the room. Mrs. Hagrid's eyes, which had originally been slightly sorrowful, immediately sparkled upon hearing her personal maid's words. "Feed it some food, then after dressing properly, bring it in again." Mrs. Hagrid's tone carried a sense of urgency, but she quickly added another instruction. "Make sure no one else sees this. Remember, you must handle this personally." As she said this, Mrs. Hagrid's voice turned slightly sinister. However, the maid seemed used to it and swiftly retreated to start making preparations. Chapter 78, Taboo, Shoe-moose. Not long after, the sound of knocking was heard again from outside the door. "Come in." Lady Hage's voice carried a hint of frivolity. The maidservant opened the door shortly after, and by her side, the hunting dog Rog was led into the room on a leash. It resisted coming inside but didn't dare to escape, especially not with Lady Hage's eyes full of lust and aggression staring at it. She had already put on a bathrobe that barely covered what should be taboo, sitting on the bed as she looked toward them. Rog had changed into a new outfit. Instead of his usual handsome leather armor, he wore a thin sweater, and his mouth was covered by a tightly woven muzzle. His limbs were also secured with leather cuffs, all seemingly done to prevent him from biting or scratching others. "Madam, I will go out first and wait outside the door. Call me anytime if you need me," the maid said, having understood Lady Hage's intentions as she saw her rush toward the dog. The maid left, locking the doors and windows carefully behind her. Lady Hage watched the hunting dog beside her, her eyes filled with madness. Then she took out a fine leather case from beneath the bed. Before entering the room, Rog had been fed special food laced with drugs, which quickly robbed him of strength. He staggered like a drunken man, unable even to stand steadily. Resistance was out of the question. Lady Hage opened the leather case, revealing several steel chains, a leather whip, some purpose unidentified sticks, and a small box. She used the chains to tightly bind Rog, who was completely powerless, to the bed. Despite his desperate struggles, Rog could do nothing. After securing Rog, Lady Hage took out a fancy jewelry box from the case. But upon opening it, instead of jewels, there were various sharp needles and knives inside. She slowly picked up a needle and approached Rog. The hunting dog twisted its body wildly, but couldn't escape. In helplessness, it could only watch as Lady Hage thrust the silver needle into its back skin. It couldn't cry out. The iron chains around its mouth and cotton stuffed inside prevented any sound. Its pain could only be expressed through frantic struggles. "Lord Hage, the most interesting part of tonight is about to begin. Are you excited?" Lady Hage's eyes glimmered with hatred. Immediately, she started poking the helpless Rog with the needle repeatedly. His furless, scarred skin quickly bled anew and became a patchwork of bloody wounds. Rog finally ceased its useless struggles, desperately pulling its head backward to reduce the contraction of its back muscles and the resulting agony. But the suffering didn't end there. Following her custom, Lady Hage wouldn't stop until she'd used all the components in the jewelry box. She then picked up the leather whip from the case. The night was still young, and she had plenty of time to waste. She hated her husband, yet feared retribution if she acted against him. Male superiority over women was widely recognized during this era, even for someone of noble birth like herself. Thus, she viewed Rog as her accursed husband's proxy, venting her anger and hatred towards her husband through abuse on the poor animal. This wasn't the first hunting dog, nor would it be the last. There had been others before Rog, though now he remained the sole survivor. Such sadistic catharsis brought Lady Hage an uncontrollable sense of pleasure. Chumu returned to his simple home. Though lacking the dazzling decorations of other places, it felt far more comforting to him. An old Chinese saying fit perfectly. Gold nests, silver nests, they're no match for one's own humble abode. Chumu retrieved the Eye of Death, but hardly spotted the red dress figure. Maybe, having waited days for him without success, she had left. Yet Chumu dared not take the risk lightly. If he stepped inside only to find her waiting for him, things could get very interesting indeed. He put away the Eye of Death and opened the briefcase he had traded from Serena. Inside were many strange items. A horn from an unknown animal, a peculiarly shaped wooden stick, powders of undetermined origin, etc. Most of these items seemed nearly useless, junk. Chumu methodically sorted and discarded these things to save space. As he neared the end of his sorting, he discovered a peculiar piece of paper tied with a red ribbon in a neat bow by Serena. The memory it brought up made Chumu feel uncomfortable. Without much thought, he was about to discard it. However, just as Chumu was about to discard it, he changed his mind because the texture of this piece of paper was quite unusual, different from many others he had touched before. After all, he considered himself something of a master in the art of papermaking. Untying the red ribbon, he opened the paper and found a set of writings on it. But they were symbols that Chu Mu had never seen before. At that moment, the Eye of Death suddenly began absorbing his soul force, surprising him greatly, as he didn't know what it intended to do. Then, a message surfaced in his mind. Open this book, and you will see the truth. Chu Mu almost forgot. The Eye of Death could translate the script of the Death God realm. Could these symbols also belong to the ancient language of the Death God realm? There was still much about the Eye of Death that Chu Mu did not understand, so for now, he could only put it aside. But the fact that the paper bore inscriptions in an ancient language, possibly dating back to the previous epoch, yet remained perfectly preserved until today, suggested there must be something special about it. Chu Mu first injected it with his soul force, but no significant changes occurred. Then he sprinkled a little water on it, but nothing happened. Due to its peculiar material, the water couldn't penetrate the paper at all. Next, he tried heating it over fire, but it yielded no results, proving the paper's remarkable quality. It resisted both water and fire. In the end, Chu Mu resorted to testing it with his own blood, despite the danger involved. If it worked, taking the risk would surely be worthwhile. As the droplets of blood landed on it, the paper gradually absorbed them and showed some signs of reaction, yet there was still no special transformation. Was his blood too lacking in spirituality? Chu Mu refused to give up. There were other tests he could attempt, for instance, using divine blood or divine energy. The puppet suspected of containing divine blood, and the residual divine power within the Death God realm might offer more substantial reactions. Perhaps the real breakthrough could only occur there. But everything seemed to point back to one thing. He needed to enter the Death God realm first. After all, both the puppet and the remnant divine power lay within that realm. Dared he step inside? The answer was clear. He definitely didn't dare to, not yet. Who knew if that figure in red was lurking nearby, watching silently? He took out the mask, gritted his teeth, and decided to make another attempt the next night. An idea had already formed in Chu Mu's mind. If successful, it would drastically enhance his strength, giving him more confidence when confronting the woman in red once he entered the Death God realm. And why wasn't it tonight? It was simply because he wanted to enjoy living for at least one more day. This was human laziness combined with survival instinct. After all, he couldn't guarantee success either. Finally, he placed the mask, the special paper, and the hemp rope dropped by the ghost into a box under his bed, deciding to address it again tomorrow night. Outside, dawn was almost breaking. Lady Hage still called out, seemingly unsatisfied, to her personal maidservant, who had been waiting outside all night long. The maid pushed open the door and saw the Baroness, resembling a lotus flower emerging from water, and the large dog lying on the bed, its state uncertain between life and death. Though she had spent the entire night awake, Lady Hage's face retained a serene look, though her eyes betrayed hints of exhaustion. The bed appeared somewhat disheveled, with spots of blood and moisture here and there. Yet the maid paid no extra attention, diligently doing only what was required of her without questioning further. Chapter 79. The Bloodthirsty Mad Dog, Lady Hage's Tragic Death. She skillfully picked up the hound Rog from the bed and threw him on the floor. Then she helped Lady Hage change to a new set of sheets and blankets. Watching the lady sleep peacefully, she then carried the nearly dying hound Rog out of the room to treat its wounds. This wasn't the first time, and she was quite proficient at dealing with it, even including stopping the hound's bleeding and stitching its skin. These tasks could only be done by her because they were tied to a secret of the Baroness that couldn't be revealed. Hound Hage had already passed out, continuously tormented by pain, which had gone on for a long while, but he still couldn't get used to it, almost fainting every time. When it opened its eyes again, the pain in its back was still unbearable, preventing it from moving. It dared only lie still like a dead dog, fearing that any movement might cause the wound to reopen, unleashing even more excruciating pain. This was the basement of Baron Hage's house, where the maid had moved it for peace and quiet so it could recover undisturbed, and it had become quite familiar with this place. Today, it felt somehow different from before. First, its thoughts seemed sharper, and secondly, an unprecedented emotion surfaced within it, anger. Why should it always be tortured this way? Even dogs couldn't bear such treatment. It wanted revenge, wanted to bite its master to death fiercely. A surge of unprecedented strength began coursing through its body after it woke up, quickly healing its back wounds. If there were a soul master nearby, they would immediately sense that this ordinary hound now possessed the power to manipulate soul force. And this situation allowed for only one possibility, that it had already awakened, becoming a miraculous creature with a soul pearl. In this world, all living beings have a certain probability of awakening and forming a soul pearl, thus becoming extraordinary existences. Even ordinary animals have a significant chance of suddenly turning into magical creatures. However, once these ordinary animals awaken to their powers, they are often targeted by the church. Once they possess those powers, they tend to harbor deep hatred toward humans who have oppressed them, leading to terrifying massacres. The lady's personal maid came at noon with meat and medicine to change the hound Rog's bandages. When she reached the basement, Rog was still lying there. But, perhaps it was just a trick of her eyes. The hound appeared larger than before yet much thinner as well. As usual, she approached Rog from behind, then lifted the burlap covering his back, preparing to sprinkle some powder onto his wounds. To her astonishment, most of its wounds had healed or even scabbed over, leaving her utterly baffled since such occurrences had never happened before. Actually, when the maid entered the basement, Rog had already wanted to lunge forward and bite her directly, but it managed to suppress its bloodthirsty madness. because the maid had always treated it kindly, not only feeding it regularly, but also nursing its wounds whenever it got injured. Based on its simple and straightforward view of good and evil, the maid was its friend or even benefactor. So how could it kill her? Rog devoured the food the maid brought in large bites. Although the maid had considered Rog's injury and provided ample meat to supplement its nutrition, the food that normally would have satisfied Rog now only felt like barely filling its gaps. Rog looked at the maid, wanting more food. However, the maid didn't notice, assuming it had already eaten enough since it had already consumed so much. She told it to rest well and slowly headed toward the exit of the basement. The basement had a lock, and the maid kept Rog locked here to prevent others from discovering its abnormality. Previously, Rog had already noticed that the maid would lock the door, making it impossible for him to leave this place. So, it decided not to obey the maid this time, but followed her to the entrance of the basement instead. The maid noticed that the hound kept following her. This had happened before, maybe due to the loneliness of being confined here. Be a good boy, Rog. Rest and recover your injuries here. Once you're better, I'll take you out to play, the maid said gently, sounding like always, making the hound Rog feel somewhat guilty because what it was about to do would betray the person who cared for it, because it no longer wanted to be locked away. After firmly deciding, Rog hesitated no longer, directly rushing ahead to push open the door and running out of the basement. The maid called out in surprise from behind, but it did not turn back and rushed straight toward Lady Hage's room. It wasn't just remembering Lady Hage's harm to it, but it had also witnessed countless times how Lady Hage punished the maid with various excuses. In its current view, Lady Hage deserved death, and killing her would be the only way to vent its rage. It ran all the way to the door of Lady Hage's room, then forcefully rammed against the door, only to realize that it could not break through. By this time, the maid had already caught up, signaling it to keep quiet immediately because the mistress, who hadn't slept well after a restless night, would definitely be in trouble if awakened. She tugged at the leash of the hound, attempting to pull it away. However, the door suddenly opened at this moment, revealing a furious Lady Hage whose face was filled with wrath as she stared angrily at the maid and the hound Rog. What are you doing here? Lady Hage scowled at the maid, not only for disturbing her rest, but more so because of why this cursed dog wasn't locked properly, leaving it to run around freely. Lady Hage slapped the maid across the face, knocking her down instantly. The hound Rog saw this all clearly. Lock it up immediately. Don't let me see it again, otherwise, I will certainly kill you. Lady Hage angrily jabbed her finger into the maid's forehead, and the maid didn't dare to lift her head. Hound Rog was enraged now. Its teeth were bared, body low and crouched, eyes fiercely focused on Lady Hage while emitting threatening growls as though it were ready to attack Lady Hage. But women have one habit. They don't believe that men whom they often bullied can go overboard, or even provoke them right when they're about to lose control. You filthy beast. Lady Hage kicked towards the hound Rog, hoping to make it whine painfully as usual. At this moment, its behavior deeply provoked Lady Hage's fragile inner emotions. Unexpectedly, this time hound Rog did not show fear, instead lunging directly toward her, colliding her to the ground and scratching her beautiful face with its claws. After sensing the pain in her face, Lady Hage nearly went berserk, because in her era, a woman's face is equivalent to her life. She decided to surely kill this accursed dog, yet she didn't realize that at this moment, the same thought crossed the mind of hound Rog. This was not an end, because the hound Rog expertly jumped onto Lady Hage, pinning her down with its claws so she wouldn't rise or escape. It bit down directly at her neck, wanting to kill her genuinely. Lady Hage instinctively blocked the hound's bites with her slender arms. The pain along with the rapidly flowing blood finally made her realize that her beloved pet and plaything intended to kill her. So, while resisting, she screamed for help from the maid. Quickly come and save me. It wants to bite me to death. Drive it away. After hearing her, the maid quickly found a stick and struck it against the back of the hound Rog, accidentally hitting exactly on its freshly healed wound. The pain caused its body to spasm momentarily, followed by infinite rage surging out. It abandoned Lady Hage, turning around to pounce on the maid, biting off her neck with a much crueler method. Lady Hage took the chance to flee outside without giving a damn about the fallen maid who'd been bitten by the hound. While running, she shouted loudly for help. Come quick, the hound is mad, beat it to death. However, before any servants rushed over, she felt a sharp pain in her leg and then was directly pulled to the ground. Instinctively, she glanced behind her just to see the savage eyes of hound Rog clamping down on her delicate leg. The hound Rog dragged Lady Hage backward, pulling her back once again. Lady Hage desperately screamed aloud, grabbing the wooden floor with both hands, leaving a trail of bloody scratches, but powerless against the force. All she could do was watch herself being dragged into the darkness, followed by her screams echoing along with the savage roars of a predator feeding, as a suffocating stench of blood quickly filled the corridor. When the servants heard the noise and called for Lady Hage, the hound, instinctively chewing on flesh, became alert and gradually woke up from its frenzied state. It looked at the corpse in front of it, which was none other than Lady Hage, who had previously lorded over it daily, tormenting it. But now, she was no more than a dismembered body, remnants of terror etched on her face at the moment of death. Not far away, the maid it had angrily bitten in the neck stared wide-eyed, fearful eyes fixed on the ceiling. It suddenly felt a pang of fear, as it remembered what would happen to animals that didn't obey human orders. Lady Hage had raised more than one hound in the past, but only it remained due to its former obedience. Thus, it instinctively chose to flee and avoid being discovered by the other servants. It ran straight out of the room, but cleverly circled around to evade the servants rushing this way. When the servants arrived and saw Lady Hage and the maid, both eaten beyond recognition, they had no idea what had happened. All they could do was contact Baron Hage, whose whereabouts were unknown, while seeking help from the police chief. No one noticed that Hound Rog had sneaked out of Baron Hage's courtyard and vanished into the Crown District. Chapter 80. The Tragedy of the Nobles, Searching for the Mad Dog. The police commissioner's people arrived quickly. As this case occurred in the Crown District, they had to be extremely cautious. However, when they arrived at the crime scene, they were also stunned by the level of bloodshed, especially Mrs. Hagrid's disfigured corpse that had been gnawed beyond recognition. How could anyone imagine her original beautiful and alluring appearance? Baron Hagrid arrived late, but appeared very calm. Still, he had to pretend to look sad, as the deceased was his nominal wife. My poor lady, Chief Inspector, the barons of the kingdom are in danger, and you must give me an explanation. Baron Hagrid feigned sorrow, covering his face with his hand before shouting at the police commissioner's people. This is inevitable, but for now, you need to wait. This is a special case, and we will contact the church to work together to quickly apprehend the perpetrator or other creatures. The police commissioner's representative flatteringly replied, then decided to involve the church's soul healer squad. After all, within the kingdom, events involving nobility always carried significant complications if mishandled. The remains of the Baroness could not be stored temporarily in the police commissioner's facilities like ordinary victims. This involved the dignity of the nobility. Thus, the police commissioner could only promptly contact the soul healer squad to have them inspect the deceased's condition quickly, because a funeral ceremony would soon be held for the Baroness. It was a tight schedule. Chumu was on duty today. Although yesterday's dance with the captain was somewhat uninteresting, he still decided to make the most of today since no one knew whether it might be his last. But while he wanted to pass the day peacefully, a case emerged anyway, and reportedly, he had even seen the victim at the ball last night. Chumu, along with the captain and Lear, immediately rushed to Baron Hagrid's house, then directly went to where the victim lay. Upon seeing the body of the woman on the ground, clothes disheveled and features utterly defaced, Chumu felt nauseous. This was Chumu's first time encountering such a mangled corpse. Blood splattered everywhere, and various traces filled the surroundings. Are you the people from the church? The police commissioner insists you examine this first before I can deal with my wife's affairs. It's extremely undignified, so I hope you hurry. You'll get a quarter hour at most. Baron Hagrid said impatiently, then used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, leaving the area swiftly, as though unwilling to stay even another minute. The captain didn't say anything, merely nodding politely to Baron Hagrid with a smile. Then, while slowly walking toward the mutilated corpse on the ground, he scrutinized the bloodstains on the floor as if trying to identify something. Chumu also observed the bloodstains on the ground, noticing numerous claw marks which showed how violently the originally beautiful and curvaceous Lady Hagrid struggled. Chumu could almost see it, the terror of Lady Hagrid watching herself being eaten alive. The attacker is likely not human. From the wound patterns, these seem more like animal bites. And on the surrounding floor, you can see many footprints belonging to some kind of animal limb. The captain studied the mangled body on the ground and softly analyzed, acting much like a real detective, something he had always aspired to be. Wild animals. Creatures capable of killing humans must be large, yet where could there possibly be large beasts in the Crown District? Chumu carefully inspected the blood-stained footprints left by the animal on the ground. They seemed increasingly familiar, resembling the bloody paw prints left by a dog. But do dogs eat people? Chumu found this hard to believe. I heard from the police commissioner's men that Mrs. Hagrid kept a dog named Roach. But up until now, Roach has not been spotted, so it's highly possible this was done by the hunting hound. The captain also noticed the paw prints left by the dog, studying them carefully before explaining to Chumu and Lear. Captain Laurent, I find this hard to understand. Why would a dog suddenly become so ferocious? Lear couldn't help but ask after hearing this. Chumu also turned his gaze to the captain, thoroughly puzzled. The captain slowly stood up, moving to another body nearby, checking another maid who had been bitten to death, while speaking to them without turning around. This body also died from being bitten. Fangs pierced through the neck vessels, causing death due to excessive blood loss. There are tooth marks on the neck and scratches on the chest made by claws, confirming that this was indeed an animal attack. The captain refrained from immediately answering Lear's question, instead continuing to recount his findings and reasoning. Then the captain took out some sniff grass from his pocket and sprinkled it in various corners around the room. After finishing this, he finally looked at Lear and explained. It's not hard to understand why animals suddenly become so savage. Chumu, do you still remember the last time when the rats in the sewers underwent a mutation? The captain suddenly looked at Chumu, making him inexplicably feel both alarmed and tense. He indeed remembered it vividly, almost dying from losing control of that accursed puppet. Captain Laurent quickly diverted his gaze back and then focused on the remains lying on the ground before continuing. Sudden abnormal behavior in animals is often closely linked with extraordinary factors. Some might have been influenced by magic potions, special soul artifacts, or even the abilities of soul masters. However, there's also a small part that occurs due to awakening. At this point, the captain paused briefly. He kept releasing his soul power, allowing the sniff grass to grow rapidly. Awakening. This term left Chumu and Lear completely perplexed. In their role as novices in the world of soul masters, they seldom encountered such arcane knowledge, and thus had to rely on occasional mentions from the captain to learn bits and pieces. After finishing everything, the captain continued. By awakening, in short, I mean the formation of a soul pearl, turning an ordinary creature into a magical beast, which also serves as one of the main sources for our magic potion ingredients as soul masters. But it's never quite that simple. Once animals awaken, their intelligence greatly increases, and they instinctively need to consume large amounts of blood to sustain themselves. Hence, they are usually extremely aggressive towards humans, and that's why we must exterminate them whenever we encounter them. Upon hearing this, Lear suddenly fell into deep thought, his expression somewhat unnatural. Chumu also understood something important now, the origin of everyone else's soul pearls. Surely, not all of them could obtain these like he did, by hunting magical beasts within a deity's divine domain. Magical beasts were created this way, but another question soon surfaced in Chumu's mind. Could humans undergo sudden awakening? Captain, if every living being has the possibility of awakening, does this include commoners? Can they awaken as well? Chumu voiced the doubts in his heart, yet Lear glanced sideways at him guiltily, then quickly lowered his head, pretending to investigate the scene while intently listening to what the captain would say next. Common people can indeed undergo awakening, but such cases are exceedingly rare. These individuals usually have certain characteristics. For example, they might be favored by a deity, or they might possess high-level soul master bloodlines. Captain Loran explained as the sniff-sniff grass started distinguishing scents around the area, bending like needles pointing in various directions, east, west, south, north. Chumu and Lear remained fully attentive, though Chumu was simply driven by curiosity. We call these naturally gifted soul masters heretics. Each one tends to have exceptional soul master talent, and most awaken with special abilities. As long as they grow strong, they will invariably become powerful. Moreover, their soul veins are innate, unlike ordinary soul masters who need other magical beast soul pearls to formulate magic potions. Thus, they are predestined to have a smooth journey on the path of soul mastery, enviable to many. Hearing this, Chumu found it odd why such individuals were referred to as heretics, a term seemingly unpleasant to the ear. He voiced his confusion to the captain once more, while Lear became unusually anxious. However, neither paid attention to him. It's because most heretics experience sudden awakenings. Generally speaking, established church soul master elites tend not to conceal such things, leading to more heretics hidden among the common populace. What happens when an ordinary person suddenly gains great power? They usually choose to seek revenge, destroy, or conquer their surroundings, including other people. Therefore, compared to other awakened creatures, they are even more dangerous. And due to various reasons, their lifespans are often short, akin to being cursed with their gifts. Hence, we refer to them as heretics. After explaining, the captain said nothing further. Upon hearing this, Chumu could only sigh about how vast this world truly was, brushing it off shortly after. Only Lear remained silent, lost in thought, no one knowing exactly what he was pondering. When the sniff-sniff grass had grown fully, removing those pointing towards the three of them, each carried several different types, and began searching for the likely mad dog that was the murderous beast. As many people had already entered the room earlier, the sniff-sniff grass indicated numerous directions, forcing them to sort through them carefully. Thus, the trio dispersed throughout the Baron's house to narrow down possibilities. After eliminating 3 sets of sniff-sniff grass pointing toward the servants, Chumu followed the guidance of another, eventually reaching a secluded basement. It was dark below, fitting all the descriptive words Chumu disliked: narrow, silent, suspicious, and suspected of harboring a biting dog. Even faintly, some incomprehensible low sounds could be heard from within. Could it really be that he had so conveniently discovered the murderous beast hiding here? The most dangerous place is often the safest. If this were true, then this dog must be truly very clever. Chumu decided to test it out himself first, as he couldn't just call over the captain based on conjecture, right? What if he turned out to be wrong and ended up affecting how the captain evaluated him? He'd try using the paper angel first. Chumu took out some paper butterflies and threw a few into the basement, watching as they slowly flew inside. Then came 2 consecutive screams from within, startling Chumu. Was there really a monster inside? What kind of devilish thing is this? A startled voice echoed from the dark basement. Ah! A woman's shriek followed shortly after. Only then did Chumu realize he might have made a mistake. 2 hurried footsteps sounded from below, getting closer and closer to the entrance. Chapter 81. The Trail of the Hound. An encounter with a heretic. Chumu instinctively hid in a nearby corner, not wanting anyone to discover that this was all his mistake. Then, 2 disheveled figures, a man and a woman, darted out from below and disappeared down the corridor without looking back. Chumu recognized the man as Baron Hagrid from before. Either due to fear or poor quality clothing, his pants were about to fall off, so he had to hold them up while running, protecting his private parts to maintain what little dignity remained for the Baron. The woman, based on her attire, appeared to be a maid. She too looked somewhat disheveled. Given their previous hiding in the dark basement, combined with Chumu's vast experience and analysis of the characteristics of this era, it was clear the Baron had been secretly cavorting with a maid in the basement on the very day his wife died mysteriously. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a life of luxury and chaos, truly admirable. No, wait, utterly disgusting. As Chumu watched, the sniffing grass swayed and pointed toward the direction where the Baron had left. Therefore, it was nearly certain this particular sniffing grass could be excluded. After all, how could such a passionate and aspirational Baron possibly be the ruthless killer? Chumu systematically ruled out each sniffing grass in his hand, finding no traces of a murderous beast. He then returned to the hall to wait for the captain and others. Just at that moment, they encountered Baron Hagrid in the hall, loudly yelling at the inspector's men. I don't care what methods you use, but you must capture that monster and ensure my safety as a baron. Otherwise, I'll write directly to the king. Just now, I was attacked by a group of unknown monsters down in the basement. Go and deal with those monsters right away. Chu Mu was relieved that he had earlier gathered all those monsters. Otherwise, when they discovered the attackers were just familiar paper butterflies, everyone's expression would have become rather amusing. Soon, the captain and Liar returned to the hall, bringing only one piece of good news. They had eliminated most of the sniffing grass possibilities, leaving only one direction unresolved. With that, the Anfu Soul team left the Baron's house, boarding a carriage and heading outside. After the Anfu Soul team departed, Baron Hagrid made an excuse, claiming he had some business to attend to, and then left home. The servants watched him drag half a carriage's worth of belongings out the door, estimating that he wouldn't return anytime soon. They couldn't help but feel a vague sense of sadness. The hound Roge, after leaving the Baron's house, instinctively fled away from the Crown District. Like a headless fly, it dashed wildly, causing significant chaos. Many people sighted a large hound racing through the streets. A carriage was slowly moving along one of the wide and clean streets of the Crown District when suddenly, a massive hound bolted out from ahead. It startled not only the driver, but also the two horses pulling the carriage. Sensing the danger from the approaching predator, the two horses quickly reared up on their front legs in an instinctive attempt to drive away the hound. Instead, they overturned the carriage, throwing Viscount Hunter inside into a state of disarray. The commotion from the carriage overturning frightened Roge as well, who quickly turned around and fled in another direction, panic-stricken. On his way, he accidentally collided with the highly respected mother of the current Viscount Felix, knocking her to the ground. Rumor has it she wasn't able to get up for quite some time. The disturbance created by the hound swiftly prompted the military forces stationed within the Crown District to act, aiming to catch the crazed dog that was injuring people everywhere. Roge the hound encountered armed soldiers multiple times on the streets, and seeing their shiny weapons, he had no choice but to flee with his tail between his legs. Not just wolves, even dogs harbored a deep ancestral fear of cold steel, a lingering side effect from the era of coevolution with humans. Who knows what horrific acts humanity's ancestors committed against beasts, leading to such deep-seated fear. Chu Mu merely remembered that, in his world, creatures like mammoths or saber-toothed tigers at the top of the food chain had been driven to extinction, largely due to ancient humans. Thus, humans were undoubtedly the most ferocious beasts of all. Even in this world, the same rule applied. Although wild beasts might transform into magical creatures, they still faced relentless hunting by humans, becoming scarce, making sightings extremely rare. In the end, Roge managed to escape the Crown District before being surrounded by the army, arriving in the Eastern District and hiding somewhere. He recalled glimpsing a priest sitting by the roadside just as he fled. That priest smiled at him briefly, and for some inexplicable reason, he instinctively turned his head, changing direction several times, confusing his pursuers and successfully determining his course, eventually escaping the Crown District. Truly, today was lucky. As soon as it had left, the members of the Anfu Soul team also chased out in a carriage. Looking at the chaotic streets everywhere, Chu Mu felt that they seemed to have missed something. Upon inquiry with the police personnel they encountered on the road, they learned that not long ago, a large dog had run across the street, and it should have been the same mad dog they were chasing. As a result, the sniffing grass traced the scent for half a day, only circling around the streets of the Crown District, making Chu Mu suspect if the sniffing grass was broken. Or could it be that the dog had become as clever as Owen, knowing how to circle around? Of course, he wouldn't guess that a certain hound, though endowed with intelligence, simply didn't know the way, being equivalent to someone who is directionally challenged, thus just continuously circling the streets. Fortunately, the captain still had great confidence in the sniffing grass. Continuing along the direction indicated by the sniffing grass, they finally exited the Crown District, heading towards the East District. Sitting in the carriage, Chu Mu carefully looked out for any traces of the hound but accidentally caught sight of a priest dressed in tattered hemp clothing, holding a black book. The other party smiled and nodded at Chu Mu, which puzzled him. Could this be a new pastor from the church? Never mind. Chu Mu politely nodded back as well, and the carriage quickly sped past. This was just a minor episode. Finally, under the careful recognition of the sniffing grass, they arrived in the East District. Presumably, the mad dog had fled here. And after such a long chase, it must be tired by now, unable to escape further, likely hiding somewhere in the East District. Everyone, be prepared to act at any time. Once we encounter that hound, we are authorized to immediately launch an attack, dead or alive, Captain Laurent said while observing the direction pointed to by the sniffing grass, speaking to Chu Mu and Liar. Liar immediately opened the cloth bag hanging behind his back, because it contained his puppet marionettes. Chu Mu, on the other hand, carefully arranged the explosive talismans and ordinary paper angels in his pocket, ensuring they could be used at any moment. Finally, the sniffing grass placed on the rapidly moving carriage showed a significant change in direction, indicating that the target was nearby. Following the direction, they saw that it was actually an abandoned small chapel. Even Chu Mu, a member of the church's clerical staff, didn't know there had once been a church here. But upon seeing the almost weathered sign, a upside-down cross, he understood who this church once belonged to. Most likely, it was the not very threatening secret religion he had secretly joined, the Resurrection Society. It was estimated that only their church would fall into disrepair. Otherwise, the Life Church would never have allowed them to preach here. Was this once one of the church's chapels? Liar curiously asked. No, This should belong to the Resurrection Society, followers of the Death God. It's just that it has fallen into ruin for a long time, and specific records are hard to find anymore. The captain observed the signs outside the chapel, thought for a moment, and then explained. Just then, as if recalling something, the captain unconsciously glanced at Chu Mu, causing him to feel inexplicably nervous. If the situation hadn't required silence, he really would have loudly explained that he wasn't familiar with the Resurrection Society, really. Prepare to enter. Remember, always be ready to act. After the captain finished speaking, the three prepared to enter the church. The wooden door of the chapel, worn down by the elements, was rotten and decrepit, much like the current fate of the Resurrection Society. The door was open, so the three swiftly walked in. Inside, the space was relatively large, presumably where the believers used to pray. However, many of the wooden chairs were missing, now appearing quite empty, and trash was piled up everywhere. To their greatest surprise, there were people inside, more than one. Two middle-aged men were doing something here, and were just met face-to-face by Chu Mu's trio. Neither in terms of clothing nor appearance did they look like homeless people lodging here, and meeting during broad daylight made them appear very suspicious. Damn, our movements have been leaked. They are from the Anfu Soul team. Kill them. One of the middle-aged men with white hair shouted immediately. I originally planned to meet you after some time, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Today, we'll have a good play. The other red-haired middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Chu Mu's trio. The situation has changed. They might be heretics. Abandon the mission and deal with them first, Captain Laurent said, and then quickly grabbed a handful of seeds, scattering them on the ground before them. Miraculous plants of life. At the same time, the two heretics also began to use their abilities. Omnipotent Omniscient Elemental Wizard Fire Wizard. Omnipotent Omniscient Elemental Wizard Undead Wizard. In no time, a huge fireball condensed in the hand of one heretic, and then it was hurled toward them. The other heretic took out a parchment from his bosom, and immediately three grim-faced Ling flew out upon opening it, then charging towards them. Chu Mu found this scene utterly absurd. As even in Yi Jiao Tu of the Resurrection Society, he didn't know why the Lings controlled by Shijak heretics could be active during broad daylight. This was completely against what a soul master believed in. Was the sun blind? Or did the blessing of an evil god really allow such defiance? Chapter 82, Sudden Battle with Heretics, the Terrifying Priest. The captain quickly spread out a wall of vegetation, temporarily blocking the huge fireball, but then three vengeful spirits rushed over. They are all level 2 soul mage illusionists. Be careful, keep your distance, and use the purification talismans. Captain Laurent shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu immediately threw a handful of purification talismans, but due to the urgent situation, he didn't even count how many he had used. Fortunately, in preparation for dealing with the red dress, he had recently stockpiled quite a few, otherwise it might have been hard to come up with them on short notice. Life Puppet. The purification talismans split into 3 parts, each controlled by Chu Mu to fly toward the 3 approaching vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, their soul mage wasn't idle. The fire mage quickly conjured more fireballs and launched them towards the captain's side, forcing the captain to block them with a plant wall. Liar also acted swiftly, manipulating his puppet to leap over one side of the plant wall and quickly rush toward the necromancer. How dare they charge directly? Truly reckless. The necromancer said coldly with a smirk. Suddenly, a vengeful spirit turned its direction and rushed toward Liar's puppet. It possessed the puppet as if entering a body, directly diving inside Liar's puppet. From Liar's surprised and angry expression, it was evident that there was something wrong with his puppet. However, 2 parts out of the 3 purification talismans were already attached to the other 2 vengeful spirits. Purify. Seeing that the distance was appropriate, Chu Mu immediately activated the purification talismans while pulling out paper angels and explosion talismans from his pocket and throwing them over. In an instant, 2 bursts of intense light erupted, instantly engulfing the 2 vengeful spirits, which quickly dissolved into 2 plumes of black smoke and were purified. Seeing this, the necromancer screamed angrily. How is it possible? How could my special vengeful spirit be so easily dealt with by just 1 purification talisman? After hearing this, Chu Mu muttered quietly. Even though it was only 1, my hand must have slipped and I threw out so many. That hurt so much. I wonder if the captain will reimburse me after the incident. Seeing Chu Mu deal with part of the summoned vengeful spirits by the necromancer, the captain temporarily abandoned resistance and prepared to attack, since defense alone would not win the battle. He had secretly planted seeds of another miraculous plant earlier, which should have grown enough by now. Soul mages from the Church of Life are most skilled in attrition warfare and battlefield battles because they have this special advantage of miraculous plants. The fire mage was already in full swing, continuously using fireballs to attack the opposing plant walls. He believed that with a few more hits, he could break through the opponent's defenses and burn them alive. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt his feet trembling. Sensing something was wrong, a massive flower mouth filled with sharp teeth burst out of the ground and viciously bit him, blood gushing madly from the wound. On the other side, seeing Chu Mu release numerous paper butterflies heading his way, the necromancer manipulated the vengeful spirit within the puppet to charge at Chu Mu while releasing his unique abilities with the other hand, turning the approaching black butterflies into ash that scattered onto the ground. This technique, both in its beginning gestures and fluctuations of soul energy, almost resembled the Resurrection School's general death magic, making Chu Mu feel strange. Combined with the previous control over the vengeful spirit, Chu Mu couldn't help but wonder, did the Resurrection School lose part of its tradition to heretics? Don't underestimate me, bastard. Liar was also angry. In the previous battle, he was protected, and this time, issues arose again with his puppet, making it difficult for the always proud Liar to accept. Life puppet. He once again used his abilities. As soul power was wildly released, he struggled for control of the puppet with the possessing vengeful spirit. The puppet, originally advancing, suddenly slowed down and fell to the ground. Although the death magic released by the necromancer seemed as powerful as cannon fire against mosquitoes, the sky was filled with paper butterfly angels that weren't so easily eliminated. And with his advantageous comrade dying unexpectedly, it shifted his attention, causing him to miss two unique paper angel butterflies quickly approaching. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mu triggered the explosive talismans. The two explosive talismans detonated simultaneously, directly blowing the death mage to shreds. Blood and flesh were maimed, limbs missing, lying on the ground unconscious or possibly dead. Thus, the two heretics met their end, and it appeared unlikely either of them would survive. Seeing the opponents defeated, Chu Mu sighed in relief. At this point, however, the vengeful spirit from the puppet suddenly flew out, charging rapidly toward Chu Mu, seemingly attempting a sneak attack. Completely unprepared, as both the captain and Liar helplessly watched, the vengeful spirit reached right in front of Chu Mu. Be careful, Captain Laurent shouted as he rushed toward Chu Mu with a purification talisman in hand. Chu Mu first froze completely, then the vengeful spirit immediately drilled into his body. A strange chill enveloped him, and it felt like another consciousness had entered, trying to seize control over his own body. At that moment, the death eye in Chu Mu's arms trembled slightly, causing the invading consciousness to instantly disappear. The chilling sensation from his body also vanished at once. Chu Mu speculated that likely the death eye instinctively protected its master by transporting the spirit into the realm of death, since currently, the death eye's ability could be something like that. Otherwise, Chu Mu would have been powerless against the possessing vengeful spirit. Chu Mu noticed the captain tensely rushing towards him with the purification talisman, as well as Liar's look of astonishment nearby. Chu Mu realized he should put on a performance, or he wouldn't be able to explain things afterward. Therefore, he quickly controlled two purification talismans to fly out and stick onto himself. He activated the talismans just before the captain arrived. Instantly, glowing light covered him. In reality, it was entirely useless, but to safeguard his secret, expenses were necessary, even if grudgingly so. Such is Chu Mu's predicament. Chu Mu pretended to gasp for breath, as if drowning. Laurent rushed to his side, holding a purification talisman in vigilance while asking, Chu Mu, answer me immediately, what does Zhao David like the most? Chu Mu paused, then realized the captain wanted confirmation of whether he remained conscious and in control. Then he said, women and alcohol. Once Chu Mu answered, the captain let out a sigh of relief. Sometimes, when possessed by a vengeful spirit, they may appear normal but do not access the host's memories. Thus, answering this question verified it was truly Chu Mu. Are you alright? Captain Laurent put away the purification talisman and pulled him up. Due to the possession earlier, Chu Mu lost his balance and fell. I'm fine, I just feel a bit cold. Chu Mu feigned while the captain believed him. The captain and Liar went to confirm the deaths of the heretics, leaving Chu Mu no choice but to pretend to be unwell and sit aside to rest. That's when he recalled the sniff-sense grass. He found it had been destroyed in the previous battle. How would he complete his original task? However, after hearing this, the captain did not share Chu Mu's concerns, as they were merely assisting the inspector. Following their recent battle against the heretics, their current condition was unsuitable for confronting a dog whose strength was unclear. Combined with the destruction of the sniff-sense grass, they decided to temporarily retreat. As soon as Chu Mu and his companions left, a priest dressed in hemp robes slowly rose in the corner of the church. He had observed everything that had happened before, but all focus was on the fight, none noticing him. Not even when or how he arrived could be discerned. The priest walked to the paradise across the church's nave. Although there now piled up clutter, the priest didn't mind, directly walking to the center as if ready to begin today's mass. Looking at the desolate and dirty nave, the priest spoke in a gentle voice. Praise death. Today our church welcomes 2 new members. Let us welcome them together. Before great death, everyone is equal. The priest stared at the opposite nave where, unknown to all, black shadows started appearing. Each shadow possessed a pair of blood-red eyes filled with cruelty. The hall grew frigid rapidly, akin to a sudden cold front sweeping through the eastern continent. But the priest appeared unaffected, even smiling and nodding in acknowledgement to the 2 new additions in the corner. If Chu Mu had been present, he'd recognized these 2 members as the heretics who died earlier. The only difference being, they've now transformed into terrifying vengeful spirits. The priest turned his head to the direction where Chu Mu had left, smiling gently and saying, Descendant of the god of death, we will meet each other soon. This was all a farce staged by the priest. He intentionally guided the hound Roge into the former church of the resurrection sect, then pretending exhaustion, sank into deep sleep. Meanwhile, the 2 heretics already within the church conveniently ignored its presence and continued their work diligently. Thus, the soul exterminator squad met the heretics of the evil gods precisely, resulting in a fierce battle. Afterward, experienced and prudent Laurent Riley ensured safety and decided to abandon further pursuit because the sniff-sense grass had been destroyed. Losing its tracking ability for the hound, and believing the creature would flee upon sensing the fight's disturbance, Laurent decided to leave. It was only at this moment that the hound Roge slowly woke up. It had slept soundly and did not perceive everything that happened earlier outside. Instinctively, it felt safe here and decided to stay a while longer. Feeling a bit lonely and anxious, Roge completely failed to notice the priest dressed in hemp robes nearby, whose gaze looked gently upon it. By nightfall, Roge grew hungry again. For some reason, it had a good appetite today, wanting to eat lots and lots of meat. Thinking of food, drool uncontrollably flowed from its mouth, splashing onto the ground. But where could it find food? It decided to try its luck outside first, seeing if it could catch something to fill its belly. Chapter 83, A Direct Battle with the Hound and Its Kind. When they left the church, the sky outside had already grown dark. However, for animals, this wasn't much of an issue. It meandered around aimlessly nearby, only to find that it couldn't even catch any repulsive rats. Instead, the area was densely populated. Moreover, because this place was close to the Crown District, there were still quite a number of people out strolling in the evening. They didn't notice at all that in the darkness, a pair of hungry green eyes were watching them. Hunger made Rog's sanity drift further away, and finally, he could no longer endure it. He pounced on an elderly woman who was out for a walk. The next day, the inspector's men discovered another homicide case and promptly notified the Soul Exorcist team. It was Sissy's shift today, so she and Captain Laurent immediately rushed to the scene. After confirming that the wounds on the mutilated corpse of the old woman were almost identical to those on Mrs. Hagrid, they instantly concluded that the hound was still lurking nearby. Thus, the captain began cultivating Snywif grass once again, preparing to capture this mad dog. After feeding and resting enough, the hound Rog returned to the safety of the abandoned church for a nap. For the wild beast undergoing awakening and evolution into a magical creature, eating and resting were both essential processes. Once the Snywif grass was cultivated, Captain Laurent walked around the East District carrying it, attempting to pinpoint the hound's hiding place. Again, the Snywif grass pointed towards the abandoned church. After getting out of the car, Captain Laurent and Sissy paused briefly at the entrance before Laurent gave Sissy a quick rundown of yesterday's chase and the conditions inside the church. Be cautious once we enter. If the hound had hidden here yesterday and sensed our big battle but chose not to flee, something about the whole situation seems strange, said Captain Laurent carefully to Sissy. Sissy, you send the puppet in first to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance and ensure it's safe, instructed Captain Laurent. After hearing this, Sissy immediately summoned the puppet behind her. The puppet slowly crawled out from its wooden frame on Sissy's back and stood in front of the two before walking into the abandoned church like an ordinary person. Once inside, the puppet found nothing dangerous. Everything seemed normal, matching the description provided by the captain earlier. Captain, there's no danger inside. Sissy turned and reported to Captain Laurent. Thus, the two cautiously entered the church. After entering the church, Captain Laurent continuously monitored the leaves of the Snywif grass in his hand, which pointed toward the back of the church. Indeed, compared to the central nave, hiding at the back would be safer. Wasn't it natural for cats and dogs to hide in dark and narrow places? The captain gave Sissy a nod, and Sissy controlled the puppet to move forward while the captain scattered some plant seeds on the ground and began channeling spiritual energy, ready to act at any moment. As the puppet entered the resting room, it relayed an image back to Sissy. There lay a far larger black dog, curled up comfortably on the ground, resting. The most distinctive feature of this black dog was the lack of fur on its back. The hound Rog sensed danger and immediately opened his eyes, locking onto the puppet as it entered the door. Growling fiercely, he sprang off the ground and lunged at the puppet. Captain, be careful. It's coming. Before Sissy finished speaking, she realized that the hound was already alert. She could only warn quickly before recalling her puppet, lest it be destroyed by this large black dog. Living puppet. Instantly, the puppet opened its mouth and spat out several poisoned iron needles, directly piercing the hound's flesh before retreating swiftly. Tormented by pain, Rog instinctively chased after them, appearing before Sissy and Captain Laurent. What a huge dog. Standing upright, it was nearly as tall as a grown adult. Although emaciated and somewhat bony, its sheer size was enough to instill fear. Life enchanted plants. The captain immediately activated the enchanted plants, and several thick thorny vines burst forth from the ground, grabbing towards Rog like octopus tentacles. The hound had never expected such an attack method, and was instantly ensnared. The vines rapidly coiled around him, their sharp thorns penetrating its skin, causing unbearable pain, leading Rog to bark ferociously. Meanwhile, Sissy was not idle, controlling the puppet to circle around one side of Rog. The puppet shot iron needles from various joint mechanisms on its body, piercing Rog's flesh. Though the damage and pain did not compare with Captain Laurent's thornbinds and injuries, the needles were laced with deadly poison. Soon, the deadly poison mixed into its bloodstream, and Hound Rog began to feel weak. It truly sensed the threat to its life, and thus decided to abandon the idea of continuing the fight, and instead try to escape. However, being entangled by thorny vines, how could it escape easily? Suddenly, an idea appeared in Hound Rog's mind. Why not try temporarily shrinking in size to escape the current predicament? Thus, Hound Rog instinctively shrank in size, transforming into a small dog. The tightly coiled vines quickly loosened, allowing the hound to break free from its binds. Without hesitation, the hound turned around and fled, escaping through a dog hole in the church. This was completely unexpected by Captain Laurent and Sissy. In their view, capturing this hound was already as good as done, and they hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Thus, they quickly left the church and continued to follow the lead provided by the sniff grass. Inside the church, only a priest stood at the center of heaven, silently watching them leave. After Hound Rog escaped from the church, it ran wildly through the alleys, accidentally knocking over a waste bucket placed outside a resident's door. Instantly, it got itself very dirty with foul-smelling sewage drenching it all over, but it paid no heed. All it wanted was to flee from here. However, this also effectively masked its own scent, causing the sniff grass to spin in place when it arrived here, losing track of the hound. The captain helplessly rubbed his forehead looking at the fallen waste bucket on the ground, while Sissy became so angry that she cursed loudly. The effects of the poison began to manifest more clearly on Hound Rock, making it increasingly powerless. Its vision grew more blurred, its head heavy and confused, and everything around seemed detached from reality. After running an unknown distance, it directly collapsed in an alley, closing its eyes heavily, with no sensation even as it fell to the ground. At this moment, a neatly dressed little boy walked through the alley and noticed the filthy little dog lying on the ground. He originally had no intention of getting closer and planned to leave directly. Kindness for many is often a luxury because they simply don't have the capacity to give to others. Just as the little boy glanced unintentionally at the fine scars spread across the hairless skin on the dog's back, he stopped in his tracks. He instinctively touched his own left arm with his right hand, because beneath his clothes were similar scars, marks left by a violent abuser. From a certain perspective, he and the hound were of the same kind. The puppy wasn't dead, but severely injured. After some internal struggle, the little boy secretly brought the puppy home. His home was in the East District, not far from here. There were his father, stepmother, and half-brother at home. His birth mother passed away due to an illness, and soon after, his father remarried, rebuilding a complete family. But for the little boy, this marked the beginning of his miserable life. His stepmother was not like his biological mother. She harbored a certain hostility toward him from the very beginning. As long as he did anything poorly or displeased her, she would erupt in anger. When his father was at home, things were slightly better, but once his father wasn't there, his stepmother would frequently scold and beat him. After the arrival of his younger brother, his stepmother's tolerance for him deteriorated further. Any mistake he made led to corporal punishment, sometimes even crueler actions, leaving his body covered in scars. To prevent others from finding out, his stepmother told everyone he was mischievous and reckless, always injuring himself, which led to him becoming notorious as a bad kid in the neighborhood. Furthermore, to ensure their secret remained untold, she forced him to wear tight clothing regardless of weather conditions, ensuring minimal exposure of his skin. If he dared to take off or dirty his clothes, he would be subjected to severe beatings upon returning home, just to cover up the evidence of his suffering. The child had become numb. Every day, to avoid upsetting his stepmother, he would leave home early in the morning and wander around until mealtime. He refrained from touching anything and avoided playing with other children, fearing dirtying his clothes. But today, it was as if he'd met a kindred spirit. Without a second thought, he secretly brought the little dog home. Upon returning, his stepmother wasn't there, probably taking his younger brother to play at a neighbor's house. He remembered seeing several times his stepmother happily laughing over his brother at someone else's house, not like the forced smile she showed when his father was at home. At such moments, he felt as if he didn't belong. First, he cleaned the dog, then stealthily took some food from the kitchen for the dog to eat. In fact, Hound Rock had regained consciousness quite a while ago. It was just too weak to do anything but silently watch everything the little boy was doing for it. It could feel the boy's sincerity, a sensation completely new to it, like the concept of family it had once heard others talk about. By nightfall, the little boy would hide it under his bed, even making a small nest for it with some old clothes, telling it to remain quiet. Hound Rock suddenly felt that this feeling was wonderful, having a family, a little nest of its own. Even without fine food, it still felt very comfortable. Perhaps this was what happiness was all about. Chapter 84. The conflict between reality and ideals, discovering the hound's trail. But a joyful life is always fleeting. In the evening, the hound Rog was awakened by crying. It was coming from the little boy. Rog was anxious, but his body was extremely weak. He could only barely stick his head out from under the bed to see what was going on. The little boy was being slapped repeatedly across the face by his mother, who had him by the neck. It seemed like she wanted to beat the little boy to death. Behind the little boy stood an even smaller child silently watching all this, laughing happily. Was it you who stole food from the house and dirtied your clothes? Do you know how much I sacrifice daily just to keep everything in order? Let me teach you a lesson. As the woman screamed, she continued striking the little boy with full force, swelling his face until red. Then she grabbed a wooden stick and mercilessly hit his bottom, not stopping until the little boy collapsed onto the ground, too weak to fight back anymore. After cursing him off, the woman carelessly threw the little boy aside and kicked him with her foot to make sure he wasn't dead. With no further regard for him, she left the room. It was then that Rog struggled out and licked the little boy's face as he opened his eyes. Rog was glad. At the same time, his hatred for the woman grew stronger. Anyone who hurt his friend deserved to die in Rog's eyes. For the next 2 days, Rog stayed under the little boy's bed nursing his wounds, while Violet City temporarily enjoyed 2 days of peace, leading the ghost hunter squad to believe that maybe the hound had escaped from the city. But the captain never allowed them to lower their guard because something deep inside told him that the hound had been poisoned and couldn't leave the city. Therefore, it must still be hiding somewhere in the Eastern District. Rog and the little boy became closer and closer over these days. Even at night, they would share the old small bed, keeping each other warm. Yet, to Rog, the woman was far too cruel, as almost every day, she would hit the little boy either lightly or severely. On the other hand, she doted endlessly on the younger boy, another child from the same family. This puzzled Rog. Why did the woman treat both children so differently when they were part of the same family? Newly endowed with wisdom, Rog couldn't yet understand how selfish humans could sometimes be. Still, this wasn't important to Rog. His sense of purpose came from the fact that his strength was gradually returning. By tomorrow, perhaps, he could pounce on that wicked woman, bite her to death, and devour her flesh, a satisfying act of vengeance. In Rog's mind, this was the true way to help his friend, and as a loyal companion, it was his duty. During these days, Chu-Mu remained busy. The whole ghost hunter squad had been mobilized by the captain to patrol different corners of the eastern district, searching for any signs of the hound, but up to now, there hadn't been a single trace. However, early this morning, Rog woke up, feeling that his injuries were almost fully healed. He regained his strength once more and decided today would be the day he eliminated the person hurting the little boy, destroying them utterly. When the little boy woke up, he noticed the dog gone, looking underneath the bed but finding nothing. Had it run out of the room? That would be disastrous. If the stepmother found it, she'd surely throw the dog down and stomp it to death. In a hurry, the little boy got out of bed and rushed to look for his beloved dog. At that moment, the stepmother also awoke, for the father had already left the house early to go to work. Meanwhile, the young brother still slept soundly in his bed, which the stepmother kept in her own room so that she could always have her eyes on her dear and talented biological son. Upon spotting the little boy, her expression instantly soured. She clamped a hand over his mouth, dragged him out of the door, and shoved him forcefully to the ground before gently closing the door. Facing the little boy outside, her ugly side revealed itself. Do you want to die? Waking up so early. If you disturb my precious son, I will punish you severely. No breakfast for you today. Get lost. Then she delivered a swift kick, knocking the little boy down as he tried to get up. At this moment, Rog, the hound who had just returned after sneaking out to relieve himself, noticed the little boy lying on the ground, provoking all the fury he had accumulated during those days. Instinctively, he let out a fierce growl toward that detestable woman. The woman immediately feared waking her sleeping son, snatching up a broom beside her to strike the dog. Seeing this, the little boy desperately wanted to stop her, worried that the dog would be killed, but the stepmother pushed him roughly away. The stepmother raised her broom to strike the puppy, and the little boy watched anxiously. However, he noticed that the puppy was inexplicably growing bigger in an unbelievable manner, and within seconds, it had transformed into a massive black hound. The stepmother's blow landed, hitting the head of the hound Rog, but for a beast whose size on all fours matched that of an adult, this hit caused negligible harm. This act enraged the hound Rog entirely. With a single swipe of his forepaw, he shattered the broom in 2 pieces, leaving the stepmother terrified, her mouth wide open but no sound coming out, fear plastered across her face. But the hound Rog didn't intend to let her go. She was a bad person who had harmed his friend. Such individuals deserved death. In an instant, he leaped upon her, knocking her to the ground, and opened his jaws, ready to bite her to death. The woman screamed in sheer terror now, like a chicken awaiting slaughter, letting out one last cry of panic. Puppy, no, came the voice of the little boy behind Rog. Rog's teeth were already at the woman's neck, yet he suppressed his bloodthirsty instincts and paused, turning to look at the little boy behind him. The little boy looked at the enormous dog and could still vaguely see the image of the small puppy, only magnified many times. But he couldn't allow the dog to kill the stepmother. He wasn't that innocent child anymore. The family still needed her. Without the stepmother, their fragile household would fall apart, and life would become unbearable. Let her go. Puppy, I beg you. The little boy pleaded again, appearing as abject as when the stepmother had beaten him countless times. Seeing his friend seem more anguished, Rog couldn't comprehend it. If the bad woman were killed, wouldn't that mean no one would beat him anymore? Why then was he so sorrowful? Rog shrank back to his original size and ran to the side of the little boy, nudging his leg with his head to console him. The stepmother, having just escaped death, quickly retreated into the room and slammed the door shut. She shouted loudly from inside, "Throw that dog away, don't ever bring it back home, or you won't be allowed back either." Upon hearing this, the little boy hesitated momentarily. Rog also understood what the woman meant. Her cruelty aimed to separate him from his newfound home and good friend. Instantly angered, Rog wanted to rush into the room and tear this evil woman apart. But suddenly, the little boy grabbed the puppy from behind and picked him up, heading toward the door. Silent, the boy kept stroking the puppy's head until they walked far away, returning to the alley where they had first met. There, he placed the puppy down gently. "Go back to your old place." "I'm sorry," the little boy cried, placing the puppy on the ground and running away, leaving Rog standing there, gazing after the retreating figure of his friend, feeling an indescribable ache but not knowing exactly what emotion it was. Many people endure painful lives without the courage to break free, for the courage they once possessed has long been eroded by a life of suffering, leaving them numb souls, existing like walking dead. To erupt in silence or perish silently, that was the choice. "There it is. We found it." Suddenly, cries broke out, and Rog swiftly turned around to see someone pointing at him, their face full of horror, clearly indicating knowledge of his true identity. He immediately chose to flee because the memory of almost being killed by the ghost hunter squad still haunted his mind. If trapped again, he doubted he could survive once more. It was the police commissioner's men who discovered him. They were now forced by the nobility to work alongside the ghost hunter squad in search of the rogue hound. Outside the Crown District, very few could afford to keep dogs, so spotting one automatically identified it as Rog. The police immediately reported the sighting to nearby members of the ghost hunter squad, Chu-Mu. As he hurriedly chased after Rog in the direction indicated by the officers, he scattered some crimson-dyed paper butterflies that spiraled up into the sky, signaling other nearby squad members to gather here. Chu-Mu chased forward and soon saw several policemen holding batons cornering the dog. Yet, they dared not approach, while the dog growled fiercely at them. A tense standoff occurred, strangely amusing in its absurdity. The police officers, aware of part of the Mad Hound's dossier, knew of its true form, thus adhering strictly to the policy of never engaging unless necessary. If they could block it, they did. If not, they stepped aside quickly to avoid injury. But Rog the Hound didn't know that. It thought they were the same as Captain Laurent, so it didn't dare to rush up easily. However, as time went by, it noticed the other party seemed to have no further action and thus began to feel strange. By this point, Chumu had already caught up. Upon spotting the mad dog, he instantly threw 2 explosive talismans while maneuvering paper angels towards the puppy. Rog the Hound saw those strange insects fly over and instinctively sensed danger. In an instant, it reverted to its original stance. A tiny puppy transformed into a terrifying large hound. Then it swiped with its claws directly at those paper angels. Many paper butterflies were knocked aside, but the advantage of paper became apparent at this moment. It was very difficult to destroy them with brute force. These paper angels were almost unaffected, darting nimbly like butterflies weaving through flowers until they reached Rog the Hound. Ordinary white paper then stuck onto Rog's face, while the 2 explosive talismans quietly adhered to Rog's belly. Chapter 85. The Priest Appears. Chumu's secret is leaked. Hound Rog discovered that his face was being covered by something, and he felt very scared, instinctively wanting to escape. At this moment, he heard Chumu roar. Huh. Immediately afterward, 2 terrible forces of impact and heat exploded on his belly, sending him flying. Then, a large hole opened up in its belly, and blood mixed with flesh and dust splattered all over the surrounding area. This explosion startled even the inspector's men, and when they saw the once mighty hound instantly gutted and lying convulsing on the ground, for a moment, they forgot how to react. Chumu sighed in relief after seeing this. He had heavily wounded the hound. It wouldn't survive much longer. Next, he would just wait for it to die itself. He certainly wouldn't go and finish it off. What if it had more tricks? By now, his experience was rather extensive, because he understood the principle that even a cornered beast can fight back. All things must be done carefully and steadily. The inspector's people glanced at Chumu, then looked again at the big black dog lying on the ground, obviously exhaling more than inhaling. They wouldn't be rushing to make their presence known either. Hound Rog knew he was going to die. After all, he had already noticed that his internal organs were gone, and blood and warmth flowed out of the large wound on his stomach rapidly, along with his life force slipping away bit by bit. He felt colder and colder all over his body, not knowing how much time he had left. But finally, killing the woman who had tortured him continuously made him feel worth it. His only regret was about the little boy. He hadn't properly said goodbye before dying. Don't come over. Suddenly, Hound Rog heard a shout of surprise. He used the last remnants of his strength to lift his head, and saw the little boy crying and running towards him. The boy had noticed earlier that some of the inspector's men were chasing after him, as if trying to capture a small puppy. Worried, he followed them, but when he arrived, he found the small puppy was already dying. He embraced the big black dog's head. His clean clothes were now drenched in blood, but he didn't care. Instead, he stared at the increasingly distant gaze of the black dog, sobbing loudly. Little dog, don't die. Let me take you home, all right. Unfortunately, Hound Rog was already dead. At least, it seemed he had passed peacefully. With his friend bidding him farewell, this was probably the best ending he could have hoped for. When Captain and his team arrived, upon seeing the dead hound and no further casualties, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, there was also a young boy present here crying piteously. They did not know what exactly happened between the hound and the boy. As every person has their own fate and secrets, one cannot possibly know everything. In the end, the inspector's people confirmed the death of the black dog and forcibly pulled the child away. The black dog's corpse had to be handed over to the soul-keeping team for further handling. This was protocol. Somehow, despite having completed the mission and feeling some happiness at first, seeing the boy crying in despair made his joy vanish. A hero to some, an enemy to others, the world of adults knows no absolute good or bad, right or wrong. Only perspectives differ. But whenever ordinary people grieve, it is never perfect. Finally, the matter was settled, and everyone let out a breath of relief. The other members of the soul-keeping team went home to their families unless they were still on duty. There was talk of Baron Haig treating everyone to a meal later, which caused Chumu headaches. No way would he agree to go again. Walking home, Chumu encountered the priest dressed in rough linen robes in the corner of an alley that he had met before. Seeing Chumu, the priest smiled and nodded, then said, "It's nice to see you again, Chumu, or should I call your other identity, the descendant of death?" Upon hearing this, Chumu almost jumped out of his skin. Why was it that despite hiding so well, someone still knew? Could Owen have leaked it? That shouldn't be possible, though. He's much more cautious than Chumu himself, and has no need to actively court death. Seeing Chumu's flickering expressions, seemingly frightened by his words, the priest continued. "Sorry for neglecting the introduction. My name is Shao Alexander, a priest of the Resurrection Society. Shouldn't you be a member too, although a secret one? Speaking of which, discussing these things here doesn't seem convenient. How about we talk about this at the church?" The priest finished speaking, then turned and walked away toward the abandoned church where the hound was discovered. Chumu really wanted to turn around and run, because he knew that the identity of being a descendant of death was most likely false. If he went, and the other party had a way to verify it, getting exposed would certainly result in a horrible fate. So perhaps it'd be better to flee quickly, hide in the church for a while, avoid trouble. But suddenly, he found that his body was moving on its own, following the priest forward. This kind of ability, which is similar to controlling puppets, could actually manipulate living people directly without any resistance. It was truly terrifying. Hadn't the captain said that all members of the Resurrection Society were weak? Then where did this strong one come from? Chu-Mu wanted to use his soul energy to activate his talisman and make a noise, hoping it would attract the captain and others over to help him. At this moment, however, the priest suddenly stopped walking, turned around, and looked at Chu-Mu, saying, I advise you not to do that because it will completely expose you. Up to now, I haven't shown any hostility towards you. You can observe for a while longer before making a decision. I believe you understand my meaning. After speaking, the priest continued walking forward. Chu-Mu found he could suddenly control his body again, but he didn't dare to run away. Instead, he followed the priest back, wanting to see what exactly the priest intended to do. The two arrived directly at the Church of the Resurrection Society. Inside, it was somewhat dirty and messy, but the priest didn't seem to care and sat down in a random spot. He then looked at Chu-Mu as if inviting him to sit freely. Chu-Mu didn't imitate the priest by sitting on the ground. Instead, he stood and stared at the priest, asking, What exactly do you want to say? After hearing this, the priest smiled slightly and then said, I won't waste words. I've been observing you and know that you are not a descendant of the god of death. I summoned you here because I'm interested in how you managed to gain the approval of the Death Eye, since this is something only the true descendants of the god of death can use. Upon hearing this, Chu-Mu felt unsure about what to say. Though he had thought along the way about how to deceive the priest, he hadn't expected the other party to directly expose him. Did he have mind-reading powers? I indeed possess the ability to read minds, but I don't rely solely on human thoughts because they're full of filth and impurity. I drew my conclusions through observation and inference. The priest smiled kindly, but to Chu-Mu, it was more horrifying than the demon's snarl. Can you imagine someone quietly watching you from places you never noticed? Of course, Chu-Mu didn't realize that the priest's surveillance of him went even closer and deeper than he imagined. So much so that the priest had even witnessed him using the Death Eye. Based on common sense among soul masters, I am a heretic. More precisely, my veins carry the bloodline of the mother goddess of the earth. The priest continued with gentle tones. So, are you the descendant of the mother goddess, just like the descendant of death? Chu-Mu asked curiously after hearing this. Upon hearing this question, the priest's smile faded from his face. He didn't answer immediately, but instead turned to gaze at the inverted cross at the top of the church that symbolized the god of death. Then he spoke in a low voice. I'm not just the descendant of the mother goddess. I'm her biological son. Deities always harbor many secrets untold, such as me being born to my father. The priest continued looking afar, leaving Chu-Mu shivering inwardly at the bizarre revelation. A man giving birth? That was a chilling and disturbing concept. Why would the mother goddess do such a thing? Alright, my story sharing ends here. Now let's share yours. All you need to do is take a good rest first, and we can proceed to a more candid mental exchange later. The sound of the priest's voice grew distant to Chu-Mu. He suddenly realized that an invisible fog had enveloped him sometime between their conversation. He quickly sank into a drowsy state, feeling increasingly light and hazy, as if all his thoughts were swept clean. Lost within the mist, time seemed to lose its meaning. When Chu-Mu regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the ground inside the abandoned church. Despite his efforts to avoid it, his clothes had still become dirty. Beside him, the priest sat silently, lost in deep thought as if pondering something. Seeing Chu-Mu awaken, the priest gave him a warm smile and said, Your story is fascinating. I'm still immersed in it, unable to break free. Your secrets run deeper than I imagined. But tell me, was your previous world real? Chapter 86. The gloomy priest, taking that step. Upon hearing this, Chu-Mu knew it was over. Even his secret as a Chirjura, traveler, had been uncovered by this terrifying priest. But then he thought, could he actually defeat the priest? It seemed unlikely, so since he couldn't win in a fight, joining the other side might be the better option. Being honest and straightforward might help him leave a good impression. This too could be a way of survival. I am indeed a Chirjura from Huaxiao on Blue Star, a world entirely different from this one. Chu-Mu's gaze became somewhat unfocused, recalling bit by bit the details of his previous world, while speaking with a tone that seemed profound. Huaxiao, you say? Could it be possible that all this is simply your dream? Or are you also a heretic, with your ability being the creation of a near-perfect dream world? Or spontaneously gaining various knowledge, then reproducing and refining it within your dreams? As if a god creating its divine realm, the priest followed up with another question. To be honest, Chu-Mu had never thought about it this way before, because he'd always firmly believed in his previous world. After all, how could an individual create such a grand world? It wasn't a matter of capability anymore. I think that must be real, because given my level of logical thinking, I couldn't possibly conceptualize a world like this. Chu-Mu replied with a bitter smile. You do make a point. After listening, the priest paused for a moment and responded. After finishing, the priest slowly stood up from the ground, dusted off the dirt from his body, and said to Chu-Mu, You're an interesting person, but you're not the descendant of the god of death. Perhaps you've only accidentally become involved in all this. Originally, I intended to kill you directly and bring the Eye of Death back to the church, then transform you into a vengeful spirit and have you become my follower. This seems like a decent choice upon reflection. The priest smiled while uttering these terrible words, making Chu-Mu feel cold inside. Fortunately, he said that was the original plan. Chu-Mu didn't want to hear what the priest originally thought. He just wished the latter would hurry up and skip to the next part. But, I've discovered that the god of death has already started to awaken within your soul. Therefore, I won't kill you because you'll serve as the vessel for the resurrection of the god of death. Hence, whether or not you are the descendant of the god of death becomes irrelevant. Although Chu Mu had learned this possibility from the old man earlier, after confirmation by the priest, he suddenly felt his mood sour. His soul had taken over Chu Mu's original body through crossing dimensions, and eventually, he himself would have his soul taken away by the god of death. This way, it seemed very fair. But he was extremely unwilling because everything he had obtained came at great cost. How could he work tirelessly just to pave the way for others? Even deities were no exception. I will take you out of Violet City and return to the church, letting the other elders deal with this issue. The priest smiled as he finished speaking. Chu Mu was feeling somewhat disheartened internally. He struggled so hard like a flea, but it seemed he still ended up returning to the main storyline of his fate. Could he accept this outcome? Once there, he would undoubtedly lose his freedom because he was the vessel for the rebirth of a deity. No, this could absolutely not end like this. Throughout his life, when had he ever complied with the arrangements of fate? Though it was certainly possible that every step along the way was subtly manipulated by some higher powers, each step had been a decision made by him alone. Thus, this was the fate chosen by him, and as long as he did not give up, no one could lead him around by the nose. Are you planning to resist? But the priest chuckled helplessly, looking at Chu Mu's struggling expression with an unperturbed look. Suddenly, Chu Mu burst out laughing, glancing at the priest with a slightly deranged expression as he asked, "Then, guess how I'm going to counterattack next?" A flood of chaotic thoughts instantly surged in Chu Mu's brain, attempting to prevent the other party from prying into the secrets of his heart. He was unsure whether this would be effective, but at least he needed to try. You truly are an intriguing individual. As it appears, my conjecture was correct. You're likely a heretic possessing a vast and comprehensive store of knowledge, allowing you to devise such methods. Indeed, it's quite fascinating. But have you forgotten? I can directly seize control of your body. How do you expect to defeat me? After saying this, Chu Mu found himself once again losing all control over his body. Yet this did not impede what he was about to do. Chu Mu grinned and vanished from the spot immediately as he entered the realm of the death god by activating the power of the Eye of Death. This was also a method of escape. If I'm no longer in the original world, even the most powerful cannot cross the barriers between worlds. As soon as Chu Mu returned to the death god's realm, his eyelids began twitching. Right before him, that red dress was still there. The moment it noticed Chu Mu's reappearance, it swiftly spread over. I'll dodge this. Chu Mu activated the passage of the death eye once again and left the death god's realm. He then reappeared inside the abandoned church. Again, he saw the priest who looked a little surprised and perplexed. The priest couldn't figure out why Chu Mu had suddenly returned here. Was he eager to die? Hi, want to visit the death god in the death god's realm. His plans were always falling through. Just like he assumed the red dress would have left, but ended up wrong. So he came up with another crazy idea. How could he enjoy this kind of stimulating experience all by himself? Good things must be shared. Chu Mu disappeared from where he stood once again. Only this time, the priest beside him disappeared too. The death eye allowed Chu Mu to freely carry or bring objects away from the death god's realm. Since he couldn't deal with the situation himself, he decided to drag the priest along for mutual destruction. It was such a simple yet insane plan of Chu Mu's, and it was entirely the priest's fault since he originally had no intention of doing so. When the priest and Chu Mu reappeared within the death god's realm, the priest felt an immense presence, grand and majestic. It was like the purest form of death. For veteran believers of the Resurrection Society, such sensations entranced him, as if returning to the embrace of the death god. However, soon after, the floating red dress caught his attention. He was much more experienced than Chu Mu and immediately recognized it as a terrifying level 3 grievance spirit. Of course, that was relative to someone like Chu Mu, an apprentice in witchcraft. For the priest, who was a level 4 soul master and a black witch, it wasn't too weak. Even one thought could turn it into his puppet. The priest guessed Chu Mu wanted to use this grievance spirit to kill him, but weakness ultimately limited his vision. Instead of threatening, the red dress would merely become his ally. Death manipulation, controlled dead beings. The priest used a common ability and attempted to make a pact with the red dress grievance spirit. Everything went smoothly at first. He directly touched its core. All he needed to do now was leave a mark to complete the process and turn it into his puppet. However, unexpectedly, a peculiar force started invading his body through the soul power rapidly. Red marks appeared on parts of the priest's body, as if soaked in blood, and they quickly spread throughout his entire body, as though trying to assimilate him. Any invaded areas were no longer under his control. Without hesitation, the priest opened the book in his hand and eventually shouted, "Awake, my believers." Before he was completely dyed red, numerous black shadows quickly emerged from the book. They turned out to be horrifying grievance spirits, glaring fiercely at the red dress encircled in the center. A terrifying battle between the Pencil Ghost and Sadako Pro Edition from another world was about to take place. But Chu Mu didn't intend to stay and watch any longer. After fooling the priest, plus this mysterious and terrifying capability of the red dress, what if he got splattered with blood? What would he do? Thus, he hurriedly ran off, lest he reappear in this area next time and get blocked by the frightening red dress, which would prevent him from entering the death god's realm. Hence, he needed to select a new place to arrive. But when he reached a certain point, he slightly paused and dug out his cursed puppet from the soil, intending to take it along. What he didn't know was that in his shadow, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened and then slowly closed, fading into silence. Chu Mu sprinted a long way before stopping. Despite the constant and horrific fluctuations of soul power coming from the direction behind the village, he restrained himself from looking back and focused solely on fleeing. When he finally stopped and found an opportunity to look back, he saw that the direction of the village behind him was a sea of blood red. It seemed like the priest wouldn't survive. Chumu quickly left the death god's realm, fearing that the red dress might see him and chase after. Back in the abandoned church, Chumu worried that the priest might suddenly stand right in front of him with a smile. Thankfully, the church was empty, and he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he promptly jogged away from the abandoned church. Just as he was about to leave, the pair of eyes in his shadow opened again, turning into a shadow that quickly detached itself from Chumu's shadow and hid inside the church, silently watching Chumu's retreating figure. What an interesting twist of fate. Originally, the priest who appeared to be in control ended up barely surviving by having part of his soul carried by a controlled grievance spirit. Yet the weak Chumu, who was treated like lamb, has survived till the end. Truly unpredictable is the flow of destiny. The shadow spoke suddenly, with a malicious gleam in its eyes. Nevertheless, I must thank you for helping me take this step that I have been unwilling to make. Now, there's nothing that can stop me. I will become a deity. Haha. Chumu, we will meet again. I hope you'll continue to give me even greater surprises. A monotonous fate is far too dull. With people like you around, it becomes entertaining. The shadow disappeared from where it stood after speaking. Chumu, of course, had no idea that the priest wasn't dead but had truly remembered him. Chapter 87. The Book of Wisdom, incomplete. Chumu returned home, instinctively closing the door before sitting on a stool, his eyes somewhat lost in thought. He had always thought that his greatest secret was so easily known by another soul master, making it evident how hard it would be to keep it hidden. Fortunately, this time he managed to outwit and kill the other soul master with his tricks. But what if the opponent were even stronger? Moreover, if the other party were extremely interested in his identity as a transdimensional traveler, then there would be no doubt about the outcome. He would suffer terribly. Therefore, he must become even more powerful to protect himself. Also, the matter that the priest told him kept haunting his mind. It was about the preliminary awakening of the soul of death within his own soul. The priest didn't tell him how to solve this issue, so Chumu had to figure it out himself. He absolutely refused to accept becoming a vessel for a god's resurrection. He was Chumu. Even though the body he now inhabited wasn't originally his, but belonged to a transdimensional traveler, it was not something he willingly sought to do. Hence, he bore no guilt. Everything was fate's arrangement. But since fate arranged for him to become Chumu, he wouldn't easily relinquish everything he had achieved to anyone, even if that person were an exalted deity. How exactly did the power of death manage to partially awaken inside him? Leaving aside the energy beyond material substance, it seemed to have the most probable relation to the soul pearls produced within the domain of death itself. So, could those soul pearls also be traps set by a deity, carrying part of the divine force that could allow a god to be reborn? Because of his ignorance, he knew nothing about it, and he detested this feeling. At this moment, Chumu recalled the sheepskin paper. He still remembered the words written on it. Open this book, and you will see the truth. Perhaps the answers to his questions lay within the book, yet he hadn't previously discovered the correct way to use it. However, now he had retrieved the uncontrollable puppet, which carried what seemed to be the blood of a deity, and could thus try using it. Chumu carefully unwrapped the cloth around the uncontrollable puppet, only breathing a sigh of relief once he confirmed that the side of the puppet was facing down. He certainly did not want to experience any loss of control at the moment. Then he took out the piece of sheepskin paper, unfolded it, and placed it on the table. Afterward, he picked up the puppet, intending to press the bloody side onto the sheepskin paper. Even before the uncontrollable puppet touched the paper, words began to appear on the sheepskin paper, directly translated into something Chumu could understand through the death eye. Please do not bring that drop of blood too close to me, or I will be instantly shredded by the residual divine power and resentment left in the deity's blood. After reading this, Chumu immediately moved the puppet away and wrapped it up again with the cloth. Suddenly, he realized that this sheepskin paper seemed able to communicate, potentially exhibiting some degree of intelligence. With intelligence present, things could proceed smoothly from here. So he spoke aloud to the sheepskin paper. Hello, may I ask what kind of soul instrument you are, who created you, and how should one use you? Chumu fired off these urgent questions, staring expectantly at the sheepskin paper. After a while, the text slowly appeared on the sheepskin paper. Given the low level of your soul master skills, you do not yet qualify to use the incomplete Book of Wisdom. Damn, this book has character, but I like it anyway, Chumu thought, especially now after discovering what it feared. He took out the uncontrollable puppet again and gradually brought it closer to the sheepskin paper. At once, fresh text appeared on the paper, stating, the incomplete Book of Wisdom has already mentioned, do not bring the blood of a deity too close, otherwise, it will destroy me. Are you stupid? Chumu chuckled lightly, replying, I am not stupid, I am crazy. If you can't answer my questions, why should I keep you around? I might as well destroy you instead. How does that sound? The so-called Book of Wisdom quickly responded with a line. The Book of Wisdom, all-knowing, is at your service anytime, respected Master Chumu. Thus entrapped, it proved useful to converse rather than resorting to violence or brute force when a dialogue sufficed. It became clear why this piece of sheepskin paper had ignored him before. It deemed him too weak. However, now with the uncontrollable puppet in hand, the tables had turned and it needed him more. No existence should be indulged too much, or they risked going to extremes. After thinking carefully, Chumu decided what questions he wanted to ask first. He initially planned to bypass the previous questions, since having the uncontrollable puppet meant he could question it at any time without concerning himself with conventional methods. given how this supposed book of wisdom didn't seem very serious. The first question was the one Chu Mu currently cared about the most. How to solve the issue of the preliminary awakening of a deity within me and return to being a normal person. After Chu Mu asked, he looked at the book of wisdom, eagerly awaiting its answer. The book of wisdom soon provided an answer. Just as Chu Mu was about to get excited, he glanced at the words and wanted to destroy it because they said, "You can only ask the book of wisdom one question at a time. That's the rule. You asked 2 questions, so the book of wisdom senses disrespect and therefore refuses to answer." Chu Mu immediately pointed the uncontrollable puppet at the book of wisdom again. The writing quickly disappeared and another line replaced it. Starting now, the book of wisdom can answer 2 questions per day, which shows its respect for Sir Chu Mu. Quite smooth, not bad, allowing you to live 2 more days yet. Chu Mu silently put away the uncontrollable puppet and continued looking at the sheepskin paper, where new words soon appeared. The first question: how to solve the problem of the preliminary awakening of a deity inside oneself. Answer: there are many reasons for the awakening of a deity in a soul master's body, and even the book of wisdom cannot provide a complete answer since it has no control over deities who do nothing but seek entertainment. Chu Mu decided to withdraw his previous decision. He would destroy this broken piece of paper and find some comfort in his heart first. Sensing Chu Mu's murderous intent, the sheepskin paper rapidly displayed new words. To better address your concern, the question has been automatically revised to: how to resolve the issue of the preliminary awakening of the god of death within Sir Chu Mu's soul. New answer: Sir Chu Mu used a soul pearl conceived within the domain of the god of death, which inherently contained the faint divine power of the god of death. This is also the source of all soul pearls' powers. The immense and vast power of the gods far exceeds your understanding. You might say that beings below the gods can never truly resolve the awakening of a divine will, only suppress or resist it. For a witch apprentice like yourself, the only way to resist the gods is to completely refine the soul veins from the start and thoroughly wear away the mark left by the deity. Completely refining the soul veins is nearly impossible, thus the safest method is to maintain the current level without advancing and use time to gradually wear away the divine force as resistance. This is the best course at this stage. After reading, Chu Mu felt that this book of wisdom was probably pirated since after saying so much, it essentially said nothing. And its advice equaled saying nothing either. To always remain a witch apprentice was unacceptable for any aspiring soul master. In fact, Chu Mu had already thought of 2 methods in his mind to try and fully clear or weaken the imprint of the god, but whether they would work or not was unknown. With a self-proclaimed omniscient existence right in front of him, Chu Mu decided to continue asking. Then, Chu Mu posed another question to the sheepskin paper. Book of wisdom: I wonder if continuously losing control can clear the divine imprint, since even a god shouldn't be able to avoid loss of control. The sheepskin paper paused for a moment before the words reappeared on it. This idea could severely suppress the divine imprint on the soul veins, but losing control itself could lead to the death of the soul master, so it's not worth attempting. After listening, Chu Mu nodded. He had already experienced loss of control twice, but the god of death was still partially awakened inside him, indicating that loss of control could not erase the divine imprint, but as long as it could suppress it, it was good enough. His soul veins should already have been polished perfectly, with his soul energy flowing very smoothly. Originally, he planned to request materials from the captain to become a level 2 soul master. But judging from the situation now, he would need to undergo another episode of loss of control to see if he could further clear the divine imprint in his soul veins and reduce its influence on him to the minimum. Chapter 88. The idea of suppressing the divine revival and disposing of a body. After pausing for the Book of Wisdom's answer, he had another idea. If only the power of deities could suppress the revival of divinity, then could different soul pearls produced by various divine kingdoms make his divine power more modeled and complex, thereby suppressing each other? This was quite a decent idea worth trying, but Chu Mu still wanted to ask the Book of Wisdom for its advice. After hearing it, the book displayed some characters once again. This method should be feasible as well. Let the powers of gods suppress each other, thereby containing the will of the gods attempting resurrection. The best way is to mix 5 or more kinds of divine powers, which can achieve better results. The optimal method is to continuously upgrade one's rank as a soul master using soul pearls from different deities. However, the conflict of divine powers also increases the risk of losing control. Thus, corresponding magic potions and rituals are needed to minimize the risks associated with mixing divine forces. Would it require the promotion rituals and potions of other gods too? Chu Mu felt overwhelmed after hearing this. Where would he find them? Even a life church soul master would need corresponding merit for advancement. With his current merits and experience, how long would it take to reach the 2nd level soul master status? Who knows? Book of Wisdom. Do you have any potion formulas or rituals for the 2nd level promotion for other deities? Chu Mu decided to first ask the Book of Wisdom. Maybe it would provide an alternative approach. The Book of Wisdom swiftly revealed some words. Chu Mu immediately looked at it and saw that it read, "The Book of Wisdom is severely incomplete. Much of its precious knowledge has been lost, unable to directly provide potion formulas or rituals. However, it can obtain the potion formula used during the most recent promotion of another soul master through physical contact. As for the required rituals," Chu Mu sighed in relief. At least now he had a way to find potion formulas. As long as there's hope, no matter how tough life might be, Chu Mu could endure it. Chu Mu decided to experiment with Zhao David tomorrow morning. After all, this guy was on night duty last night, so he must be drunk again. Using him as a test subject would be safe and convenient. Firstly, get the formula for a level 2 soul master under the Mother Goddess, then secretly collect the necessary materials for the promotion preparation. Regarding the Death God realm, Chu Mu decided to enter it for a fight with the red-skirted figure only after breaking through to the level 2 soul master. The next day, Chu Mu went early for the daytime shift and saw Zhao David snoring in the guard room, with a bottle of wine beside him, leading a truly degenerate lifestyle. Chu Mu quietly took out the hidden book of wisdom from his bosom and gently touched Zhao David. Asleep, Zhao David suddenly trembled, startling Chu Mu into instantly withdrawing his hand and quickly stuffing the scroll back into his bosom, nervously looking at Zhao David. Zhao David smacked his lips a few times, then turned over, continuing to snore without waking up. Chu Mu sighed in relief, deciding to go out first to check the condition of the scroll before further action. If the method for the Book of Wisdom obtaining potion formulas and rituals becomes too apparent, he shouldn't try these experiments on his own companions. Quietly shutting the door to the guard room, Chu Mu came to the hall and took out the scroll to examine it. There were many new markings on the scroll. Circus artist, life, potion formula, second level soul pearl from the life deity kingdom, 2 human-faced flower petals, 2 sections of snake vine, a small amount of lightning wood powder, a small amount of silver powder. Ritual, bury most of your body in mud while planting magical plants filled with spirit around yourself. Chu Mu became extremely excited upon seeing this, memorized the formula, and quickly put away the Book of Wisdom. Then he began to consider where to find the various ingredients for the potion, but no matter what, the only place he could think of was the soul bar to see if old Peter could trade them. In the Crown District at dusk, young Baron Collins got off his carriage leaving his home, 3 servants following behind him, carrying a long box, heading toward the outskirts of the Crown District. Just as the carriage exited the Crown District, Baron Collins got off, preparing to walk back. Before leaving, he coldly glanced at his servant slaves. Dispose of the thing properly, preferably toss it in the sewer, that way no one will discover it. Remember, work fast, and keep your mouth shut. After returning, everyone's labor wage will increase by 1 silver coin this month. Right after Baron Collins finished speaking, the 3 servants' faces lit up with joy, and they nodded quickly. Seeing this, a smile of mockery unconsciously appeared on Baron Collins' face. The power of money and status was indeed intoxicating. As long as you want it, someone will always be willing to do anything for you. He unconsciously glanced at the wooden box on the carriage, seemingly lost in thought. The originally sneering face suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant, as if memories that bothered him had surfaced. He let out a cold snort and turned back towards the Crown District. The remaining 3 servants rarely experienced the sensation of riding in a baron's carriage. Yet, upon leaving the Crown District, the uneven road shook them so violently that their waists and backs ached, and their butts felt like they might split into pieces. It was baffling why these aristocrats enjoyed sitting in such things. They did not leave Violet City but found a quiet street in the East District to stop. Night fell, and there were hardly any people on the streets. Even if patrols from the sheriff's office saw them and the noble insignia on the carriage, they would not come over for questioning. They parked the carriage by the roadside, then took the wooden box down from it. One of them opened the sewer manhole cover, attempting to place the wooden box inside the sewer. Unfortunately, during the operation, the wooden box accidentally dropped to the ground, its lid flying off, revealing the content, a young female corpse. The deceased girl could not have been older than 16, her youthful charm barely beginning to bloom. She was quite beautiful. However, her deathly pale and bluish-gray face hinted at her demise. The 3 seemed aware that what was inside the box should not be seen, hastily leaping down to pull the body back into the box and swiftly closed the lid, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, disposing of a corpse like this, even if they were part of an aristocrat's household, was still something they didn't want discovered, for it wouldn't end well. Carrying the wooden box, they proceeded deeper into the sewer. Tell me, isn't Baron Collins' behavior a bit excessive? This is already the 2nd one this month, right? Beautiful girls like that, after losing interest in them, you could just give them to us as wives or sell them to the Red Theater. Why kill them? One of the servants asked as they walked along. Mind your tongue. If Baron Collins could murder several girls cruelly, he won't hesitate with us either. To live longer, we must close our mouths. Another servant immediately retorted sharply. What are you afraid of? In this dirty and smelly sewer, even the homeless avoid coming here. Who's going to hear? The first servant rolled his eyes. Why does he have to kill them? Isn't it still about preventing news from leaking and avoiding trouble? The new emperor doesn't show any mercy to nobles for their past contributions. For those who act outrageously, their properties are confiscated without exception. So these aristocrats, living off their ancestors' glory, would not risk exposing themselves. And I've heard that in the Crown District, it's not only our baron who behaves this way. Rumors say there is actually a circle among them. Some keep people in cages like dogs. TSK. These nobles sure know how to entertain themselves. With agreement from his companion, this servant loosened his tongue, bringing up many words that were forbidden in everyday life. Talking about these girls, where do they come from? Surely not grabbed from the East or North districts. I've heard stories about people disappearing frequently at night. We don't know which gang does it though. Another servant questioned. Don't ask what you shouldn't inquire about. Sometimes, knowing less allows us to live longer. Do you care where the wool comes from when wearing your coat? But in this era, as long as you have money, there's nothing you can't buy. Chapter 89. The Water Ghost Murder Case. The 3 of them felt they had gone deep enough. Ordinary people would likely not come here. So, they placed the wooden box on the ground and opened the lid, revealing the female corpse inside. Together, The three pulled the female corpse out of the box and directly threw it into the dirty, murky ditch without a second glance. They then turned around to start gathering up the wooden box from the ground, intending to take it back. Though Baron Collins would surely not want this ominous object, the servants didn't care. They planned to sell it at the secondhand market tomorrow, having no idea what was inside. Perhaps they could make some money, enough for all three to enjoy a night at the Red Theater. After the female corpse hit the water, it caused a great splash, breaking the tranquility of the sewer. In the nearby sewage, a suddenly bloated hand reached out, grabbing onto the edge of the walkway, and then a large shadow emerged stiffly from the water. Upon noticing the three individuals just lifting the wooden box to leave, the figure immediately ran towards them on all fours. Startled by the commotion nearby, they turned around to see a massive dark figure rushing toward them. What is that? One of them couldn't help but scream loudly in fright, seemingly trying to bolster his courage. However, his sudden shout scared his two companions instead. Another servant, holding the lamp in his hand, barely held off running away and used the faint light to look at the approaching black shadow. A swollen monster was crawling on all fours like an insect heading straight for them. In the name of the Mother Goddess, what kind of monster is this? The first servant who saw the monster lost all his courage instantly and fled without hesitation. The other two had only caught a blurry glimpse of the monster's form, but seeing their companion fleeing without any sense of loyalty, they too instantly dropped the wooden box and fled in the opposite direction. However, their speed was ultimately no match for the monster's relentless approach as the distance closed quickly. Help! There's a monster! One servant couldn't stand the fear and instinctively cried out for help. What are you shouting about? No one will hear us. Run! Another servant said while inhaling deeply, then ran even faster. As the monster rapidly approached, it suddenly took a deep breath and spat out a jet of yellow liquid from its mouth, spraying it on the three men's legs and the ground ahead of them. Feeling the ground beneath their feet immediately become sticky, the bodies of the running trio lost balance, and they all fell to the ground, making contact with more yellow viscous liquid. Attempting to stand back up, they found themselves stuck to the ground, completely unable to rise as the monster already stood before them. The monster pounced on the nearest servant, whereupon the servant finally saw the creature's face. He immediately recognized its identity. It closely resembled a drowned corpse. He had once seen such a bloated, repulsive body by the river. Thus, this was a water ghost resurrected after drowning. Unlike what he expected, the water ghost wasted no time in opening its foul-smelling mouth, violently tearing a piece of flesh from the immobilized servant. Chewing and swallowing it, it behaved like someone driven mad by hunger. But the most terrifying moment belonged to the servant being devoured alive. Unable to escape, he could only helplessly watch himself being shredded to pieces, eventually dying from excessive blood loss. With the death of this servant, the remaining two were now gripped by even greater panic as the water ghost finished devouring their companion and then began crawling towards them again. For the following half hour, the sewers were filled with cries of pain, fear, and horrifying chewing sounds. It wasn't until the next day that Baron Collins realized his servants hadn't returned. This made him somewhat gloomy, so he hastily sent word to the sheriff, alleging that the three had stolen his belongings and requesting their arrest. But he warned the sheriff to be careful lest they, in desperation, try to smear him with slander. The sheriff discovered Collins' carriage in the Eastern District, yet there was no sign of the three men, nor did their homes yield any clues to their whereabouts. As such, they were provisionally marked as missing. Yet upon hearing this news, Collins, who had initially been somewhat tense, instead breathed a sigh of relief. In this era, going missing often equates to death. If secrecy could be maintained, who would bother about the lives or deaths of a few servants? Anyway, if he put out word, countless people would clamor to serve him as servants. That was the right and honor of the nobility. Chu Mu was in relatively good spirits today because he had discovered another path forward and was currently striving towards it. Wasn't this cause alone enough to bring happiness? He arrived at the Soul Inn and found old Peter still drinking alone, directly explaining his intentions. I want to trade these materials on this paper with you, Chu Mu said as he handed over the piece of paper in his hand. He had considered splitting it into two parts to avoid others guessing his purpose, but then thought, what's the point for a novice sorcerer like me? Even if the church's potion recipe gets exposed, what does it have to do with me? I'll earn my way however I can, whether through leaks or not. Old Peter's eyes widened when he saw the potion listed on the paper because while he wasn't omniscient, he knew quite a bit about the potions of the Church of Life. After all, doing business under their nose, he had helped them acquire similar potions before. He understood that this was the exclusive type of potion used by soul mages for promotion within the Church of Life. Therefore, Chu Mu's plan to advance via this route suggested he likely had significant ties with the Church of Life, perhaps even being a member of the Anhui Soul Mage team. Otherwise, ordinary people couldn't obtain such potion recipes. As for whether Chu Mu might be setting up a false trail, old Peter thought it entirely impossible since coincidences could happen once, not repeatedly. Adding even one incorrect ingredient in the potion would lead to uncontrollable consequences, and failure nearly equated to death. Most soul mages wouldn't dare take such risks with their lives. Old Peter never expected that Owen, who was usually unreliable, would somehow pull in a formal member of a legitimate religious organization into their resurrection guild. For some reason, he suddenly felt the urge to laugh. These items aren't cheap, and preparation will take time. But according to the rules, you must first present corresponding items for exchange. Of course, money works too, though it'll be quite a sum. Old Peter finished speaking and looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu got the hint and took out his prepared items, a second-level soul bead. 2 first-level soul beads, and some light talismans he had made. These were themselves worth quite a fortune. After checking them over, old Peter weighed it mentally. Actually, they fell a little short. So he directly stated, "These might not suffice. If you can provide 2 more first-level soul beads, we'll be close." Upon hearing this, Chu frowned. It might be difficult to get soul beads right now, given he hadn't encountered a single first-level death creature since arriving in the Death Kingdom. It seemed he'd have to figure out how to obtain another second-level soul bead later to cover the debt. While there would probably be some leftover value, he was sure old Peter wouldn't return change. "You start gathering them for me. When you finish, I'll make up the difference," Chu said humbly, after which old Peter said nothing further. Normally, he wouldn't extend credit, but this little novice sorcerer who drank 3 glasses without batting an eye left a good impression. So, an exception would be made for him. "Wait for news. If everything is gathered, I'll send someone to contact Owen, and you should be able to communicate," old Peter concluded, then started shooing him away. Leaving the Soul Tavern, Chu realized how poor he was. Since joining the church, he had been perpetually broke, but things would surely improve eventually. Now, his goal was clear: become a second-level illusionist, then march into the Death Kingdom and turn those obnoxious death creatures into coins in his wallet. Saying it this way, he sounded like a ruthless criminal. But so be it. Everyone yearning for money was a slave to it anyway. What did posture matter? As night descended, Violet City gradually returned to calmness. In the underground waterway, the peaceful surface suddenly rippled, and a swollen, pale head slowly emerged from the water. It was the same water ghost from earlier. Its arms, similarly swollen from prolonged soaking in the water, grabbed the shore as it slowly crawled out. Compared to its previous rigid movements, its actions now seemed much smoother. Moreover, its bloated, pale corpse began to regain some color, and the swelling body started shrinking slightly. Once ashore, it stood there dumbly for a moment before instinctively wandering aimlessly through the city's sewers. In the dark, terrifying undead prowled instinctively, seeking prey. At one sewer exit, the once dazed undead suddenly became alert, instinctively raising its head toward the exit above, its eyes revealing a longing for flesh and freedom. It pushed its way up, shoved the heavy grill well cover aside, and once again returned to the surface. In its confused mind, there seemed to be partial recollections of memories from its previous life surfacing, but due to their fragmented and incomplete nature, combined with the limitations of thinking as a living corpse, it couldn't make sense of what was now filling its head. All that remained was a feeling resonating deep within. This sensation was called the joy of life. But this feeling arrived silently and abruptly vanished in the same manner, as if separated by another world. The zombie came back to awareness and continued its aimless journey, following the instinctive urge zombies have for devouring flesh, and began searching for tonight's snack. A man walked along the empty streets at night, utterly exhausted after a long day of work. However, driven by masculine instincts, he was determined to satisfy his basic needs. So, he decided to cross the street and visit the familiar streetwalker's place, planning to share some intimacy. As he walked on, suddenly he noticed a figure wandering ahead on the street. Though not entirely clear, judging by the person's gait and based on his years of experience, it had to be a woman. They say a wife is inferior to a concubine inferior to a prostitute inferior to an affair, and an affair inferior to force. The man immediately became excited and stealthily approached the woman. Judging by his practiced movements, this wasn't the first time he'd attempted such a deed. He got closer to the woman, catching a whiff of a foul smell, but he paid it no heed. Given his circumstances, who could afford to be picky? He embraced the woman from behind, instantly noticing her wet and icy skin. A putrid stench wafted over, as though she'd just emerged from a river. But he wasn't repulsed. Wasn't this precisely the moment when he needed to warm her up? "Little darling, come with me home. Let me keep you warm," The man grinned wickedly, completely oblivious to the growing hunger and madness flickering in the previously blank eyes of the zombie. The man felt the woman begin to struggle, tightening his grip around her waist, while becoming more exhilarated by her resistance. This made things more interesting. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss because the woman's head was turned fully backward, staring directly at him, an impossible feat for an ordinary human. Though the light was dim, the man could see the face clearly enough to realize no ordinary woman looked that terrifying. At that very moment, a late-night breeze passed through, quickly cooling his agitated heart. He suddenly realized how bizarre and unnerving everything had become. The zombie, having detected a live human presence, wrestled even more fiercely, then deliberately fell backwards, pinning the man beneath its body. With its head still facing backward, it bit into the man's shoulder, tearing off chunks of flesh and swallowing them greedily like a starved creature. Real fear gripped the man only then as he understood this couldn't possibly be human. Attempting to push the zombie off and flee, the man discovered that its body surface had already exuded copious amounts of viscous liquid. The fluid dripped down his clothes and onto the ground, trapping him firmly so he couldn't budge. Finally, the zombie escaped his grasp and rolled around on the floor momentarily before turning its head back to the proper position. Its gaze locked onto the man's, filled with unadulterated longing, and nothing but terror from his perspective. "Don't come near me." The man screamed one final plea, but it did nothing to stop the zombie as it lunged towards him. The alley echoed with his cries of agony and the sound of his bones being torn apart. The next morning, the constable once again acted swiftly. This wasn't due to any particular diligence, but rather because another murder case had occurred. Typically, they wouldn't bother with the deaths of commoners. One less lower-class individual meant one less piece of garbage to deal with. However, the two victims found lying out in the open streets were said to have suffered horrifically gruesome fates, as though they'd been devoured alive by something unspeakable and eerie. Furthermore, rumors spread throughout the crowd that a similar attack had been witnessed earlier in Crown District. Suddenly, tales of monsters lurking within Violet City proliferated among the public. Chapter 90. The Successive Murders. The police commissioner's office didn't take it seriously, because the cannibalism case in Crown District was caused by a terrifying mad dog. Many people from the police commissioner's office witnessed its death. It was blown to pieces. It was almost impossible for it to still be causing trouble. But why did another cannibalistic monster show up now? They also did not know. Recently, Violet City has been rather unstable, with frequent incidents involving supernatural beings. This was already the nth incident. However, the good thing was that they did not have to handle these incidents. No matter how many occurred, as long as the victims were not high-ranking officials or nobles, the cases would be handed over to the Anhunt squad. Let them worry about it. Captain Laurent also felt a headache after hearing the news, sighing with the same sentiment as the personnel at the police commissioner's office. This was already the nth occurrence. Usually, they wouldn't encounter a single special case in several months, but recently such cases had been non-stop, as if cursed by bad luck. However, regardless of his inner frustration, the Anhunt squad had to remain ready at all times. Battling supernatural entities and resolving extraordinary events were their responsibilities. And they were also the messengers of the Mother Goddess Kindness. Today, Sean was on duty, so he went along with the captain to initially investigate the case. However, Sean's first reaction upon seeing the body was violent vomiting, causing the police commissioner's staff nearby to frown. Captain Laurent remained unfazed, merely taking out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose before carefully examining the victim's wounds and surrounding situation near the corpse. The deceased looked extremely ghastly. Most of the flesh and organs had been devoured, bones scattered everywhere, the ground around soaked in blood. Additionally, there was a layer of sticky special liquid covering the ground, which carried the smell of river water. The killer is likely a water ghost, also known as a living corpse. This living corpse can only move around near water, and the only river in Violet City is located in Crown District, too far away. Therefore, the remaining possibility is the underground sewer system. Captain Laurent carefully explained his deductions to both the police commissioner and Sean, who may or may not have been listening. Then he took Sean to check another victim. With an almost identical method of death and scene conditions, Captain Laurent's theory was further solidified. Regarding Sean's poor performance, the captain did not excessively criticize or express disgust. Everyone has things they can do and things they cannot. You cannot force it. Yet, the captain's behavior also showed some severity. He kept Sean involved throughout, since one must learn to get used to everything once they've chosen to join the Anhunt squad, even if the process might be painful and long. This second deceased person, confirmed by the coroner, follows the first one chronologically. Moreover, the second victim died less than 2 hours ago. Calculating like this, when the water ghost finished attacking the second person, it should have been close to dawn, meaning it would have retreated back into the water nearby. So let's go check the nearest underground sewer first, and see if we can find any traces of this water ghost. The captain smiled at Sean, whose complexion had turned pale. Although Sean detested going into the dark, narrow sewers, especially with previous unpleasant experiences, he did not dare to protest. Normally, the captain takes good care of and concerns everyone under him, but that does not mean he is easy to negotiate with. Once he makes a decision, no one opposes it. Not even Cece, the crazy one, dared to disobey the captain. Thus, together they headed towards the nearby underground sewer. As expected, due to the constant dampness and darkness, they found remnants of partially dried water ghost slime on the surrounding grounds. Therefore, by the time they reached here, Laurent's suspicions were almost completely confirmed. What needed to be done next was finding it and purifying it. Following the traces, Laurent discovered where the water ghost last entered the dirty sewage, but how to locate it posed a new problem. Captain Laurent would definitely not jump into the foul-smelling wastewater, despite his excellent swimming skills. This was not a question of capability. In this situation, we will use a magical plant called soul-nourishing lotus to find the hiding place of this water ghost, said the captain, while pulling out a small packet of seeds and tossing them into the dirty sewage. Soul-nourishing lotus can automatically attach itself to living creatures in water, but it only grows on those possessing soul power, as its growth relies on absorbing soul power as nourishment. So, wherever the lotus blooms, we'll find its location. Also, when soul-nourishing lotus flowers bloom, they present incredibly beautiful phenomena, and they emit an astonishingly wonderful fragrance. After explaining, Captain Laurent silently waited by the riverbank. However, Sean, feeling only nauseous, showed no interest in what the captain described about beauty or fragrance. All he wanted was to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. The two of them quietly waited for a while, but they soon realized that no fragrance or unusual phenomena appeared. Captain Laurent gradually frowned. The soul-nourishing lotus should generally not fail, so the water ghost isn't nearby, or it entered the water and left again. If this is the case, it will be troublesome, said Captain Laurent while retrieving a piece of white paper and tossing it into the sewage. They saw the paper floating on the surface slowly drift towards one direction. After observing this, Captain Laurent murmured, "Could it be because of the water flow? Looks like I need to prepare more seeds. That direction leads to Crown District. I have a bad feeling that there will be more trouble ahead." Although the Anhunt squad didn't manage to locate the terrifying water ghost, Captain Laurent notified the police commissioner to strengthen patrols in Crown District at night, since the water ghost might appear there next. The staff of the police commissioner could care less about the lives of ordinary people, but they couldn't overlook any disturbances in Crown District as it would jeopardize their chief's position. The Mad Dog incident from last time still hasn't been completely smoothed out yet with higher authorities. As night fell, Crown District became lively due to the presence of many police officers patrolling every street and alley. Even the nobles who usually considered the police force useless were quite satisfied by their diligence. Of course, this wouldn't change most aristocrats' fundamental impression that they were still inferior and dirty. Baron Collins paid little attention to what was happening outside. If he did notice, he'd just dismiss it with a smile, as nobody dared to cause trouble in Crown District. It was very safe, a paradise for the nobility. He had just acquired something valuable from a human trafficker, a pure young girl. Of course, she was still lowly and dirty, only fit to become his toy. During dinner, he specially enjoyed a bottle of prestigious wine, feeling slightly tipsy but finding the mood delightful. He wore formal attire and walked elegantly into the dungeon. Upon seeing him enter, the servants quickly and discreetly left the room, leaving only Baron Collins and the terrified girl alone. This wasn't a princess's castle that the young girls typically adored, but rather a room full of various torture instruments. Some looked scary, others were unclear in their purpose, which made them even scarier, and worst of all, an imperial baron intended to use these tools. When Baron Collins saw the girl, his heart started racing uncontrollably. It was a joy and excitement stemming from finding something truly desirable. Her skin was fair, her body lean. Though simply dressed in a plain white dress, barefoot, with tears streaking her face like pear blossoms with raindrops, she gave the Baron an unimaginable sickening visual impact. He couldn't wait to rush toward her when suddenly a knocking sound and indistinct cries arose from outside the door, instantly ruining his mood and nearly making him extremely angry. Damn servant, didn't I tell you not to disturb me at this time? The Baron was furious, but years of noble upbringing let him suppress his emotions momentarily. However, he used far more force than necessary when opening the door. You'd better explain well what this is all about. Just as the Baron opened the door, ready to vent his wrath, he found blood scattered everywhere outside. Lying on the ground near death was his servant, with a terrifying woman crouching atop him. The Baron froze for a second, staring at this woman who embodied everything that Baron Collins detested in women: overweight, filthy, foul-smelling, ugly skin color, and elderly. And yet, the moment their eyes met, her clouded, pupilless eyes, he instinctively felt a chilling fear deep inside. Before the Baron could react and close the door, the living corpse sprang off the ground, lunging directly at him. By the time he attempted to slam the door shut, it was already too late. The leaping living corpse pinned him to the ground effortlessly. 3 minutes earlier, perhaps destiny's hand or a stroke of ill fate caused the living corpse to drift along the sewer water until it awakened during the night and arrived at the underground area of Crown District. After aimlessly wandering around, it accidentally pushed open the drain pipe in Baron Collins' estate yard, entering the courtyard. When the Baron went into the room, the servant stayed behind, ostensibly guarding the door, but actually pressing an ear against the door to eagerly listen for any sounds coming from inside. But unbeknownst to them, the living corpse stealthily approached the door, sensing the tempting meal that was the servant. In an instant, it pounced upon him and swiftly bit through his neck. As the servant lay dying, he struggled desperately, pounding on the door, hoping the Baron would save him, leading to the scene that followed. The Baron was thrown down by the living corpse, with this revolting woman climbing ungracefully over his body in an offensive manner. He couldn't bear such rudeness. How could the world produce someone so disrespectful? Up until now, the Baron had not realized anything was amiss. Or perhaps, being accustomed to holding others' lives in his hands, he had forgotten that he himself was not immortal. Anyone could die, including nobles. Get off me right this instant. You foul-smelling fat fish. How dare you insult a Baron like this? This is an offense. The Baron shouted furiously. The living corpse responded by sinking its teeth into the arm that the Baron instinctively used to protect his head. Twisting its head sharply, it did more than just tear apart the lavish suit. It left a gaping wound on the Baron's arm, blood streaming profusely. Aya, you insane woman. Get off me immediately. The Baron finally felt fear as the pain jolted him awake from the complacency of his privileged life and shattered some of his misguided notions about nobility. It turned out that even nobles could feel pain, could be injured, could experience fear, and could fear death just like commoners. But the living corpse cared little for these distinctions, persistently tearing at the Baron's arm and chest. The man who always boasted of his chivalry and dominance over innocent girls found himself increasingly powerless. His arms were now soaked with blood, almost devoid of any intact flesh, torn open by the creature's relentless bites. But such survival only brought greater suffering, because along with the physical agony came deep-seated dread and despair. Ultimately, the living corpse broke through the Baron's feeble resistance, clamping its jaws down on his neck, killing him outright. Even as he died, terror clouded the Baron's eyes. Even in death, he would find no peace. The living corpse then feasted upon the Baron's body, horrifying the girl bound in the corner with ropes. Desperate to flee, she struggled in vain, her movements restrained as she watched helplessly while the monster devoured a man alive. After gnawing most of the Baron's flesh, the living corpse lifted its head and fixed its gaze on the girl in the corner. Now, she grew even more terrified, tears streaking her face as she pressed herself tightly against the wall, trying desperately to distance herself from the creature. Initially, the living corpse intended to make the girl another victim, but for reasons unknown, it chose instead to turn around and leave the estate. Perhaps it had eaten enough for the night. or perhaps the sight of the girl stirred something within it. The Baron's frantic cries had attracted other servants. When they arrived, they witnessed the ghastly scene. The Baron is dead. It's that cannibalistic monster. A petrified servant couldn't contain his screams. Hurry, inform the police commissioner. We need to capture this monster. Though panic-stricken, the servants reached a swift agreement among themselves. No one, not even those who normally proclaimed their loyalty, dared rush in to avenge the Baron. However, the sudden appearance of the servants startled the living corpse. Though ready to depart, the creature was suddenly confronted with numerous living beings. It turned around, spewing yellowish, viscous fluid at them. The substance shocked everyone into paralysis. They tried to run but discovered their feet stuck fast, glued in place by the sticky liquid. Shortly afterward, officers from the police commissioner arrived. At that moment, the living corpse was grappling with one of the servants, attempting to bite him. However, the servant was robust enough to fight back fiercely, preventing the creature from succeeding. Even the policemen were startled by the sight of the living corpse, largely due to its grotesque appearance, an object humans inherently fear. Despite its low intelligence, the creature instinctively sensed the danger posed by the overwhelming numbers of newcomers. Abandoning its prey, it bolted back toward the sewer from which it had come. The policemen gave chase in what appeared to be earnest effort, though their exaggerated exertions still allowed the encumbered creature to escape easily. They could only watch in frustrated dismay as the creature slipped into the sewer entrance, lamenting, "Damn, we let it escape." Yet no one truly pursued further. What if the desperate creature decided to turn and fight? The life of a noble mattered, yes, but so did theirs, and they each had only one life. Dead, they would lose everything. Of course, events such as this must be reported to the Anhun squad. Let them deal with the Baron's death. The police officers had already spent half the night attending to the situation. They now simply aimed for safety above success. No heroic acts here. Just avoid mistakes. Chapter 91. The second loss of control, facing the avatar of the Reaper. Chu Mu's original plan for himself was to become a spirit master and officially enter the circle of the extraordinary world. At the very least, he wouldn't regret having crossed over into this new life. However, in just a few short months, so much had happened that everything seemed to be pushing him to double his efforts and strive towards greater strength. Otherwise, it was highly likely that he wouldn't even have the right to choose how he would die when faced with difficult situations. Moreover, the originally peaceful Violet City was becoming increasingly restless. Heretics from the cult were frequently appearing here, indicating there would surely be some major action ahead. As the captain said, such activities were consistent with the habits of the cult. Non-core cities like this were often places where the cults liked to cause trouble. However, even the Church of Life could only cautiously prepare while reacting to their actions step by step. The captain had already submitted an application for additional manpower and support, but was not optimistic about it being granted. The storm is coming. Chu Mu has now made up his mind. He would begin using the out-of-control puppet within the next 2 days to trigger another episode of loss of control, hoping to simultaneously see if he could further clear part of the divine mark inside the soul pearl. Then, he would check when the soul tavern would gather enough magic potions for his promotion, allowing him to become a dramatist, thereby gaining more leverage in future conflicts. The next day, Chu Mu rarely skipped practicing his abilities but instead took a serious day off because he intended to start using the out-of-control puppet at night. After finishing work in the evening, Chu Mu asked the captain for 3 days off, claiming that he wasn't feeling well recently. Of course, this was a precautionary measure to prepare for the physical recovery needed after the impending loss of control. The captain didn't ask too many questions and approved his vacation. Once home, Chu Mu took out the Shunlu, uncontrolled puppet, and Death's Eye and immediately entered the Death God's realm. Due to the previous loss of control, Chu Mu had a deep impression. He feared that he might experience unforeseeable situations similar to before. In the Death God's realm, there seemed to be some kind of will assisting him, so it was safer to attempt it here. Also, it wouldn't expose his situation. With all preparations complete, Chu Mu entered the Death God realm. Once again, his surroundings turned into a desert. Chu Mu first confirmed the direction of the village. He did not see the horrifying red dress, unsure where it had gone. However, Chu Mu decided to play it safe and continue moving away from the village. After walking a certain distance and ensuring he wouldn't be noticed by any presence in the village, he sat down on the ground to make final preparations. He opened the cloth-wrapped, uncontrollable puppet. For safety, the front of the puppet was facing downwards. Nevertheless, Chu Mu was still somewhat apprehensive as he prepared to use it. Finally, he made up his mind, flipping the puppet face up and staring directly at the fresh red blood on its chest. Soon, a man's scream echoed in his mind, and suddenly, Chu Mu's spiritual power began to wildly surge, his will quickly falling into the chaos of losing control. No matter how many times it happened, Chu Mu discovered that it was entirely uncontrollable, and he quickly lost all control over himself, falling into total disorder. But Chu Mu wasn't overly anxious. Gradually, amidst the chaos in his brain, he found his own will. Then he began learning from previous methods, organizing his chaotic and uncontrollable memories one by one through emotions. What exactly is human will? Different people have different answers, leading to the birth of many theories. But Chu Mu felt the most reasonable way to describe human will was the combination of the subconscious and subjective consciousness. This is a complex theory, but to put it simply, past memories form a person's subconscious, thus determining our thoughts and abilities most of the time. We need to apply knowledge we've learned, which requires our subconscious. Memory itself also belongs to this part. On the other hand, Our subjective consciousness actually doesn't have many choices, since much of what informs our decisions is provided by the subconscious. Our habits and attitudes toward things seem to be decided on the spot, but they're actually closely related to past memories and the subconscious. Therefore, human will is closely related to past memories. This was probably why, after Chu-Mu lost control of his thoughts, many intertwined memories appeared. What he now had to do was organize these jumbled memories bit by bit and recategorize them in his head. If willpower equals memory, then what state does the Reaper awaken inside his body? He at least needed to have his own memories rather than consume them, because even if he were resurrected, it might not be him but another existence. A deity's identity should certainly not accept such a situation. So, his purpose was clear. Among the intricate memories, find the part that didn't belong to him. What to do next, he hadn't decided yet. Perhaps the two would need a debate competition? Chu-Mu began to sort out his thoughts using the emotional method from before. However, merely stabilizing wasn't enough, because he still had to locate the part of the Reaper left inside his body. Thus, he decided to incorporate the timeline, carefully organizing bit by bit. This was destined to be an intricate process, but he had the patience for it since it concerned his life. Unsurprisingly, Chu-Mu's body underwent mutation again, though this time was somewhat different. His body began transforming into red mist and gradually disappearing. Chu-Mu himself didn't realize it. All his attention was on finding the consciousness hidden in his thoughts left by the Reaper. Finally, after arduous sorting, Chu-Mu discovered some memories unfamiliar to his awareness. He initially assumed they belonged to the past Chu-Mu, but upon arriving in this world, Chu-Mu never obtained any memories of the original Chu-Mu. Thus, he was merely occupying the body of Chu-Mu while his soul vanished somewhere. These memories were like viruses mixed within his vast and battered complex memories. This was likely why the Reaper was only partially revived so far. The Reaper probably didn't expect such an ordinary-looking young man to have such a massive amount of memory. Chu-Mu came from an era of information explosion. The knowledge and impressions accumulated in his mind were beyond what even deities could imagine. Although every deity claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent, in the vast sea of true knowledge, they were just a group of ignorants. After all, this was an accumulation over thousands of years of civilization. And in this world, despite being in the fifth era, civilization was still relatively primitive, with no comparison at all. After finding these memories, Chu-Mu intended to delete them as one would discard unnecessary files on a computer. By gradually reducing their number, he hoped to weaken the Reaper's influence on him this way. And during this period of loss of control, many memories automatically disappeared as soon as Chu-Mu consciously discarded them. As Chu-Mu started deleting those memories not belonging to him, the will behind those memories seemed to sense it and began desperately pulling the memories together. Following the trail, Chu-Mu eventually caught up and saw a figure in his mind. It was dressed in a black robe, its gender ambiguous, pale face showing no expression as it stared at Chu-Mu. Despite standing there silently, it gave Chu-Mu an indescribable sense of pressure. And the originally hard-earned, consolidated part of memories began to go out of control again as Chu-Mu stared at it, trying to break loose once more. For the first time, the emotionless face revealed a flicker of surprise as it looked at Chu-Mu and said coldly, "To think you managed to come up with this method to find me. You're quite impressive." Its tone was that of a noble high above giving a mere slave commendation. Yet it made Chu-Mu very uncomfortable. He recognized this being. It must be the consciousness of the Reaper. He remembered wondering what would happen if he directly confronted a deity, and now his wish had been granted. He did not die, but surely went insane from losing control as his memories started agitating again, worsening increasingly. "I don't care who you are, leave my mind, or I'll destroy you." Chu-Mu spoke to it with a hostile tone. It laughed then, a mocking laugh, much like a bug threatening an elephant. The sight of it made it look thoroughly deserving of a beating. "You should know who I am. Before the Great Reaper, why don't you kneel? Such disrespect to the deity. I'll turn you into undead, let you wander forever without rest in this mortal world, never having peace." The Reaper's tone was not severe. Maybe due to cultural differences, Chu-Mu didn't feel much fear afterward. "You may indeed be the Reaper, but is a dead deity still a deity?" Chu-Mu teased back, completely unconcerned about provoking the Reaper. He knew the Reaper's consciousness had been forced out, and after today, probably only one of them would survive. "I originally decided to consume your soul after some time, but I've changed my mind. Today, I'll devour you and show you the consequences of offending a deity." The Reaper's voice finally revealed some agitation. After speaking, black substances suddenly appeared around its body, spreading like dye and quickly turning the surrounding space pitch black. However, Chu-Mu felt as though part of his mental world no longer belonged to him. It was truly bizarre how the Reaper's abilities worked. "But could you really bully me in my own dream?" Chu-Mu immediately mobilized his vast reservoir of memories and pressed them toward the Reaper. Pure force overcame skill. His only advantage on this playing field was the enormous amount of memories from his previous life. The Reaper kept trying to turn Chu-Mu's memories black, causing them to vanish one by one from Chu-Mu's mind, erasing his consciousness at its roots. However, he didn't give up and continued using his army of memories to suppress the will of the Reaper. Even though deities were terrifying, what appeared in his mind couldn't possibly be the main entity of the deity. If it were, wouldn't it have simply taken over his body completely instead of hiding and lurking? "You want to destroy my memories? Fine, here they are, enjoy yourself." The two began their struggle. Chu-Mu frantically filled in memories, while the Reaper tried its hardest to destroy everything. Gradually, however, the avatar of the Reaper seemed powerless to keep up, and its power to blacken everything grew weaker. In the end, Mu used his massive memory reserve to compress the presence of the Reaper and take full control before expelling it from his thoughts. In its final moments, the Avatar roared furiously. Do you think you've won? As long as you remain in the Death God realm, I shall never die. We'll meet again someday. After hearing this, Mu couldn't help but feel that something about these words sounded oddly familiar. With the destruction of the Reaper's avatar, Mu's consciousness returned to his body, where he found that his form had almost entirely turned into mist. It was worse than the last time. His body had almost entirely dissolved into red mist. Moreover, the powers of the Death God realm were being gradually absorbed by the red mist, turning it black. This process seemed familiar to Mu, but he had no time to dwell on it. What he needed to do now was stay alive. He learned from his prior experience, gradually seeping his will into the swirling black mist around him, trying to gather his body back together. Fortunately, since they were still in the Death God realm, despite having eliminated the avatar of the Reaper within his mind, the commands to protect him still stood. After an indeterminate period of struggling, his body started to recover bit by bit. By the time Mu regained his original form, he had lost all his strength and lay in the desert, unable to move a single finger. Thankfully, the forces of the Death God realm were still working to repair his body, slowly reversing his condition. When Mu recovered enough to walk, the outside world had likely passed a day or two. Luckily, he prepared water and food early on, so he wouldn't starve or thirst to death inside the Death God realm. Dragging his exhausted body back to reality, he asked someone outside how much time had passed. It was nearly 3 days. Thus, he deeply regretted not having a clock. It was indeed an inconvenient matter, and he'd almost forgotten that he still had work tomorrow. With his still weary body, Mu woke up early and hurried to work, arriving early at the church's miscellaneous affairs department. The team leader hadn't arrived yet, so after exchanging pleasantries with Albert, Mu considered his shift to have begun. At this place, when there was no work to do, life was worryingly relaxed. Fortunately, the following few days remained calm, allowing Mu to relax as well. Of course, he dared not rest too much because he still owed old Peter money. How would he pay it off? Only by continuously drawing purification talismans could he clear his debt. Chapter 92. Illusionist, Women Ah. Fortunately, the decrepit old man still allowed the exchange of bark for talisman paper, though even this old man capable of making special talismans was somewhat surprised at Mu's recent consumption of spells. But how would he ever imagine that Mu's talismans were not being used up, but accumulated together to repay old Peter's debt? However, the bark supply was ultimately limited. With the constant transactions with the old man, it too dwindled down, leaving Mu no choice but to once again turn his eyes towards the Death Kingdom, hoping there might be other precious materials needed to sustain his upcoming funds. Even though relying on the Death Kingdom could increase the risk of encountering the Death God again, in order to become stronger, he had no choice but to push forward, regardless of bullets and rainstorms. Another week passed. After waiting, old Peter notified Owen that the goods had arrived. Although Owen did not know what Mu bought this time, he still came specially to inform Mu. Mu hadn't seen Owen in a long while and didn't know what he'd been busy with recently. Owen touched his head, laughed sheepishly, and said he was preparing to leave Violet City. He intended to use the money he'd saved, almost all given by Mu, to buy a house and some land in a town below, and find a wife, living as an ordinary person. After listening, Mu was somewhat startled, but naturally, he could understand Owen's thoughts. After enduring fear for so many years, putting down the burdens in his heart, and lacking lofty aspirations, the world of soul masters was far from as peaceful as Mu had initially imagined. Violet City would undoubtedly soon be drawn into a tremendous trouble, but for now, this trouble was still in its incubation phase, and nobody knew where it would lead eventually. Facing the heretics of the evil god, the Soul Master squad still showed insufficiency in full resistance. Hence, nobody knew where the city would end up. Therefore, leaving here and heading to a safer town was a wise decision. Mu highly approved of Owen's choice and silently blessed this old friend who had helped him so much. Owen left without saying goodbye to Mu because they probably wouldn't see each other again. They would belong to 2 different worlds, and now Owen only wanted to live well as an ordinary person. So, Mu didn't blame him, just feeling somewhat disheartened. But soon, he cast these miscellaneous emotions aside, rushing to old Peter's place and handing over all the purification talismans he'd made recently. After verifying their authenticity one by one, old Peter nodded, and then the bartender handed over the magical drug ingredients Mu required. Ecstatic after obtaining the wood sprite, Mu happily left the spirit bar with plans to become an illusionist as quickly as possible. Of course, he didn't intend to tell the team leader immediately, fearing delays or changes. Once he broke through first, then he'd let the captain know. It's always better to cook the rice before worrying about anything else. He couldn't make him spit out what he'd already swallowed, after all. Returning home, Mu adjusted his state first, then took out the Book of Wisdom again, confirming the potion formula. He carefully processed the main and secondary materials into containers prepared beforehand, unlike Owen's previous, reckless handling. This time, Mu was much more meticulous. He didn't want to take risks with his life anymore. After configuring the magic potion, the next step was fulfilling the needs of the ritual. So he left Violet City, going to the lumberyard outside the city which was still under lease but had long since been abandoned. The location was secluded and basked in ample sunlight, a perfect site for a ritual. First, he selected a suitable spot, ensured sufficient sunlight without obstructions, dug a large pit that could cover 3/4 of a human body, jumped in, and buried himself inside. Finally, Chu took out the potion, facing the sun and drinking it in one gulp. His lower body, along with most of his upper half, including his arms, was already buried in the dirt, patiently waiting for the magic potion to take effect. Instinctively, he looked around. Unlike last time, he was alone this time. The loneliness of the path of strength overwhelmed him once again. Soon, a heat wave surged within his stomach. Based on past experience, this was the beginning of absorbing the potion to form spirit veins. Remembering how close he had come to passing out last time due to excruciating pain, he continuously deepened his breathing, preparing himself. But contrary to expectations, although the warmth brought slight discomfort, it was still within Chu tolerance range. Soon afterward, he felt his spiritual energy slightly slipping out of control, like low whispers flashing in his brain, and then everything was over. Before long, a warm flow began in his abdomen. Previous experiences told him this was the absorption of the potion forming spirit veins. He remembered the nearly overwhelming pain from last time, so he kept doing deep breaths in preparation. But the situation was quite underwhelming compared to expectations. Despite the warmth being uncomfortable, it was within Chu tolerance. Soon after, he noticed his spirit energy getting a bit unruly, a fleeting sensation of countless voices whispering in his mind, and then everything ended. If it weren't for his careful perception of his soul power, he would have thought old Peter sold him fake medicine. He found that whether it was the efficiency of his soul force circulation or his ability to use skills, everything felt smoother and more natural. With no great trouble, Chu had become an illusionist. However, he still felt somewhat skeptical. Of course, this made him resent Owen even more because the magic potion Chu had specially prepared last time didn't cause such a reaction. It was rumored that the risk and intensity of second-tier magic potions going out of control were much more severe than those of first-tier ones. But now, this mosquito bite level was hardly imaginable compared to what he went through before. An illusionist was another title for a second-tier soul master, much better recognized than so-called witch apprentices who were not yet acknowledged as professionals. After becoming an illusionist, Chu felt that his spiritual energy seemed stronger, both in quantity and operational efficiency, significantly increasing. Using his abilities felt much stronger than before. This must be the strength of the illusionist. It was almost akin to a comprehensive enhancement of all the capabilities that a witch apprentice had possessed. However, the common flaw of all magic potions was that the newly formed spirit veins were incomplete and needed to be refined again with soul force, a process that was time-consuming and labor-intensive. But Chu was not afraid. He had his out-of-control puppet, which could accelerate this process by constant loss of control. However, he didn't plan to do so right away, mainly because he had just gone through one episode of losing control and at least wanted his body to adjust first. Having become an illusionist, Chu felt more confident about facing the woman in red from the Death Kingdom. Still, prudence was necessary because these necromantic creatures could kill priests, terrifying and eerie. He must accumulate enough purification talismans before considering further challenges. Today, the captain gave a temporary notice for everyone to come to the team headquarters as there was something to discuss. Chu, despite being highly reluctant, came nonetheless, inwardly grumbling that the captain was disturbing his creation of purification talismans. Once everyone had gathered, the captain was still absent, leaving them to wait patiently. After all, the captain was never late unless something extremely important occurred. Sitting on a chair idly, Chu noticed Lyre sneaking up to him, sitting beside him and whispering, "Did you know? Last night, I dreamed about that place again, and when I woke up, I discovered I had become an illusionist. Do you know what an illusionist is? That's another term for second-tier soul masters." As Lyre spoke, his excitement became evident, his face practically begging for praise and acknowledgement, which Chu found quite annoying. He recalled how distressed Lyre had been just days ago after mentioning some mysterious event. Now, it seemed that Lyre had forgotten his fear completely, lost in the joy of improved strength. Even more strangely, if even the rank of soul masters automatically enhanced his abilities, Chu thought Lyre's case might be even more serious than expected. Accepting such immense blessings from a deity, what would Lyre eventually repay them with? Would life itself suffice? Despite this, looking at Lyre's smug face, Chu decided not to indulge him. "Coincidentally, I broke through last night too. I'm also an illusionist now," Chu replied casually, as if the achievement wasn't worth boasting about. For Lyre, however, this was another thunderclap. Every time he thought he had finally surpassed Chu, fate played tricks on him again. And it wasn't funny at all. Watching Lyre leave in gloom, Chu inexplicably felt his mood lighten a bit. Indeed, tricking people still provided a sense of pleasure. Finally, the captain arrived, followed by a young girl. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with a delicate oval face, bright blue eyes, and tall, slender figure. Not overly curvy but refreshing enough that nearly all male members instinctively swallowed their saliva. After all, there had never been female members in the team. Well, perhaps Sai Shi, the baboon lady, didn't count. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just outside the city greeting our new church member Helena sent by us. We've called you all here today to warmly welcome her." The captain smiled, clearly cheerful himself today. Helena bowed gracefully with perfect courtesy and then spoke loudly. "Hello everyone. My name is Helena Bell, from the Broadsea County. I'm an illusionist. Please give me your guidance in the future." Upon hearing her introduction, everyone started conversing warmly. Naturally, Chu did as well. The graceful maiden naturally attracted gentlemen's interest. Chu had always been uncertain about what he wanted in a future wife, but after seeing Helena, everything suddenly became crystal clear. Beautiful appearance, forceful speech, polite demeanor, good temperament. and most importantly, she was also a soul master from the same church. Was there anyone more suitable than her? But Chumu wasn't the only one who thought this way. Liar also fell for the cute, same-aged opposite sex at first sight. After the simple welcoming ceremony, the captain returned to his office to delve into his detective novels again. Liar immediately began chatting with Helena. Chumu originally intended to join them too because he'd already noticed Liar's intentions. How could he let another take control of his future wife? However, Chumu was not like Liar. His character had an element of timidity and shyness that made it impossible for him to boldly approach and insert himself. So he could only temporarily listen from the sidelines, planning to find a proper opportunity to interject later. Upon seeing Liar's behavior, Saishi became so angry that she directly retreated to her room and slammed the door shut, drawing several glances from those present. Liar merely dismissed it with a casual remark. She's always been like this. You just need to get used to it. Then continued conversing warmly with Helena. Helena did not come from an ordinary background. She was born into a noble family. However, since she was not part of the main lineage, she wouldn't receive any property after reaching adulthood. Thus, this young noblewoman sought out an alternative path by becoming a soul master for the church. This information intrigued Chumu greatly. A woman like her, what else could a man wish for? Yet as Chumu listened further, feelings of dejection began to creep in. Initially their conversation centered on pleasantries, but quickly, Liar and Helena's talk focused almost exclusively on the daily life of nobility, a subject about which Chumu knew absolutely nothing. Seeing Liar chatting effortlessly and humorously with Helena made Chumu feel as if he failed miserably. Compared to them, Chumu felt like an unsophisticated bumpkin. In the end, he retreated to his room resolutely, attempting to sketch talismans as a way to distract himself. However, even until dusk, this matter still preoccupied his mind, leaving the heart of this youthful boy heavy with worry. That night, Zhao David was on duty. Noticing that Chumu seemed troubled, he teased. The best way for a man to solve worries is alcohol and women. Why don't you try going to the tavern? Drink until you're utterly drunk, and I guarantee you'll wake up without a single care in the world. I know one place where the alcohol is relatively cheap. Under Zhao David's encouragement, Chumu left the church and headed toward the bar that he recommended. The sky had not yet fully darkened, but the number of pedestrians on the streets had already started to decrease. Chumu walked all the way to the tavern entrance, noticing it was bustling inside, the raucous shouts audible even through the closed doors. Above the door hung a sign reading, Flame Tavern. Pushing open the door, Chumu entered the tavern and saw many people engaged in lively drinking games. These were all activities completely foreign to Chumu, yet somehow infectious. He began feeling his spirits lift significantly. Approaching the counter, Chumu boldly requested 2 bottles of the cheapest alcohol available. Then, he found a corner from which he could observe the entire tavern, preparing to drink slowly while watching everyone else revel around him. It was a rare evening of rest, and for once, Chumu planned to simply become a dedicated listener to witness others' joys and sorrows. May I sit here? Suddenly, a female voice startled Chumu. He instinctively turned his head to see a woman about 30 years old smiling kindly at him, then said, I'm alone as well, and drinking solo feels rather meaningless. I thought I'd find some company, perhaps make a friend. After hearing this, Chumu strangely invited her to sit down, making this possibly the first time in his combined lives where he had ever shared a drink alone with a woman. It was hard not to be at least somewhat excited. Looking at the woman, he noticed that unlike the innocence of a teenage girl, her slightly mature demeanor was far more captivating. She was undeniably beautiful. From the moment Chumu laid eyes on her, he instinctively recognized her allure. Even his soul power seemed to react abnormally, stirring uncontrollably. He gave a wry smile. What was wrong with him? Chapter 93. The Apostle of the Empress of Desire. Chumu is driven to desperation. Whether intentional or not, after a pleasant conversation, the woman suddenly invited Chumu to her home as a guest. There was no shortage of innuendo and suggestion in her words, and at this moment, Chumu, whose mind was wandering, embarrassingly gave up his sense of shame for the first time and inexplicably accepted the invitation. Thus, the woman took Chumu's hand, and they left the Flame Tavern. Chumu felt the softness and warmth in his hand, willingly following her figure ahead, like a boy deeply immersed in love. The flames inside Chumu began to burn fiercely. The more enchanting figure of the woman in front of him aroused his passion. Every step she took seemed to resonate within him. Even the long dark night ahead appeared cute and bright. Finally, the woman led the dazed Chumu through an unknown duration of walking until they stopped in front of a house. Chumu heard the sound of a wooden door opening with a creak. Chumu gradually regained some clarity. His eyes no longer only stared at the still beautiful and alluring woman, but began to observe everything around him. But at that moment, he was still being gently led by the woman into the room. After entering the room, the woman pulled Chumu directly with force, dragging him to the center of the room. Chumu thought she would embrace him tightly, like in some kind of dance. However, she actually let go of him and walked toward the door, slamming it shut with force. One could vaguely hear the sound of the wooden bolt locking the door. What was she going to do in this almost sealed room? Chumu also examined the layout of the room. It could be seen that this was likely a family with decent financial means. Many pieces of furniture exuded the aura of wealth. But Chumu's gaze soon refocused involuntarily on the most beautiful mistress of the room. Despite his restlessness, he now had a little resistance more than before. The morality from his previous life told him that what he was about to do was wrong. Even if the woman consented willingly, it still touched on a form of Chumu's particular cleanness complex. Who knows how many similar experiences this woman might have had before. He couldn't fully accept it, even secondhand. Therefore, Chumu became increasingly clear-headed. His appreciation started outweighing lust. For a woman, such gazes were extremely unfriendly, especially for one who already harbored ill intentions. The mistress stepped lightly towards Chumu, slowly unbuttoning her clothes. She was indeed very pretty, sexy yet carrying a youthful innocence, presenting a beauty that was hard to resist. But this could only elicit an increasingly appreciative expression from Chumu. The thought of her being so initiative led him to suspect there wouldn't be fewer bed companions. Thus, he carried a trace of repulsion in his eyes. Why couldn't such a beautiful woman preserve her purity? Yet Chumu's gaze pierced her directly, causing her immense discomfort. The woman halted her actions and then glared at Chumu with a cold face, making the atmosphere awkward to the extreme. Chumu felt it wasn't a solution to keep the tension hanging, so he decided to act proactively, of course, keeping his wits about him so as not to irritate the mistress before him. "I'm sorry, but I already have a lover, so I can't betray her. Please forgive my rashness," Chumu lied, pretending to feel deeply affectionate. This, of course, was the best excuse he could think of. The woman didn't say anything but continued to look at him silently, though the frostiness on her face seemed to have eased somewhat. "I'll leave now. Wishing you a pleasant evening." After saying this, Chumu planned to push the door open and walk out, wanting to depart this troublesome place as soon as possible, while feeling strange about why he had acted impulsively like tonight. "Are you just going to walk away like this? I'm so sad." The tone in the woman's voice contained a playful hint, but there was also a trace of anger. After hearing this, Chumu wanted to turn around and explain something when he suddenly realized there was a ripple of soul force behind him. This was definitely unusual. Then once again came the woman's voice, but this time it sent shivers down Chumu's spine. Frost of desire. Chumu turned around immediately and saw that the soul force surged in the woman's hand. Subsequently, starting from the woman, the ground and everything in the room began to freeze, rapidly spreading toward Chumu, seemingly intent on freezing him in place and preventing his movement. But Chumu dared not allow it. Not only because he wasn't sure if the woman was enraged by rejection, but more importantly, if frozen, who knew what else she might do, potentially cutting something that shouldn't be cut. Besides, the woman was a hidden soul master. Her purpose was highly questionable. What if she was a cultist worshipping an evil deity? So, Chumu had no intention of giving up without a fight. Life sigil. Chumu quickly threw out a few purification talismans, activating them swiftly. With himself as the center, they transformed into endless light, radiating heat to hold back the encroaching ice. He turned to open the door and leave, only to find that the door had also started freezing solid, impossible to open even with touch being intolerable for long. From behind came the woman's melodic laughter. She said, "Do you think you can escape this way? We still have some serious matters to take care of." As she spoke, she began unleashing more soul force. The ice that had paused due to the purification talismans resumed spreading once more. The light from the purification talismans started to weaken, and if it continued like this, he was sure to be frozen in place. But Chumu was not worried. He directly threw several explosive talismans. Since the door wouldn't open, he'd just blow it up. The woman watched as Chumu tossed a few more talismans that landed on the walls, already frozen around the room. Just then Chumu shouted, "Huh!" Accompanied by several loud explosions, cracks appeared in the walls of the room, causing the whole house to shake, seeming like it might collapse at any moment. Smoke rapidly spread throughout the room. Chumu, whose ears were ringing from the close-range explosion, immediately identified the direction and seized the opportunity to escape through the holes blasted in the walls. Unlike Chumu, who knew to open his mouth and cover his ears before an explosion to minimize damage to hearing, the woman took the full force of the explosion, experiencing sharp pain in her ears until blood started flowing out. Her mind was filled with booming sounds, briefly losing consciousness. When she came to her senses again, however, she found that Chumu had disappeared, which made her furious. She was a follower of the Empress of Desire, originally planning to use the opportunity to turn Chumu into her puppet during their pleasure, allowing her to control the Soul Master Squad at will. At first, everything seemed to go according to plan. Chumu quickly fell under the influence of her seduction abilities, falling under her control in no time. But ever since they entered the room, things went awry, culminating in Chumu escaping, something she couldn't tolerate. More importantly, her identity was now exposed, meaning she had to kill Chumu to remain undercover. The woman rushed out immediately, but found no sign of Chumu nearby. Following her instincts, she headed towards the church's direction. Chumu hadn't run far, but instead used the confusion to hide in a nearby pile of garbage. He secretly observed the woman dart across the street, finally sighing in relief. Apparently, danger sometimes lies where it's safest. He stood up intending to flee in another direction when a voice came from directly above his head. "I've found you, little darling." It sounded strangely familiar, prompting Chumu to instinctively look up, meeting a familiar face. It was none other than the woman who had earlier passed by. This woman looked somewhat terrifying now, because she clung to the wall like a slug, facing Chumu while hanging upside down. The only part that Chumu could still recognize was her human face. As for the rest of her body, it had completely transformed into writhing masses of red flesh, making her resemble merely a face grown from a lump of blood and meat. Upon seeing her current appearance, Chumu couldn't determine exactly what she was. Thus, he pulled out a purification talisman and flung it directly, as any undead entity would be harmed by it. Purification. The talisman activated instantly, turning into a bright burst of light that enveloped both Chu Mu and the monstrous woman. However, she seemed to suffer no obvious harm, laughing melodiously as she said, "It's useless. I'm not a strange creature. The authority of the sun can't hurt an apostle of the Empress of Desire." There was a tinge of mockery in her voice, but as the light faded, she instantly flew into a rage because Chu Mu had taken advantage of the light's obstruction to escape yet again, with no intention of engaging in actual combat. Before she could even finish her sentence, he left without listening. How impolite. Her massive fleshy body suddenly sprouted two massive animal-like hind legs that let her hop on the ground and quickly chase after Chu Mu's distant figure. "Where do you think you're running?" Hearing the woman's shouts from behind, Chu Mu fled even faster, wishing he could grow wings. Though unsure of the woman's exact rank, he could tell from her surging soul force that she wasn't just a simple sorceress, leaving him no choice but to flee. However, he was no longer a rookie who could only cower and flee. In the alley behind him, as he ran, he dropped several paper grasshoppers folded from explosive talismans, just waiting for the woman to fall for the trap and come chasing after him. Once she did, he'd surely give her a memorable experience. When Chu Mu turned back, good grief, the woman became more and more terrifying. Now she was only a head away from becoming a dinosaur, and she was chasing after him faster behind. He was very glad that he had abandoned the idea of spending a night with her. Otherwise, who knew what he would finally go through? If this speed kept up, it wouldn't take long for the female monster to catch up with Chu Mu, maybe just a few seconds later. But Chu Mu was also paying attention to the distance between her and his traps, which drew more of Chu Mu's attention. "It's time," Chu Mu immediately shouted. "Huh." Several paper insects hiding in the trash and corners suddenly jumped out, turning into explosive talismans and sticking on the body of the female monster, then detonating instantly. The female monster realized something bad was about to happen when she saw some talismans suddenly appear in front of her, but there was no time to dodge. Several explosions went off right in front of her. The explosive talismans successfully detonated, but Chu Mu didn't even have a thought of looking back. Instead, he seized the moment to keep running for his life, because whether the female monster was dead or not, his own survival mattered more. Before he ran far, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, so he immediately stopped. A mass of wriggling red flesh spewed onto the ground where he was about to step, corroding a pit in the stone pavement. This female monster was obviously not dead. Chu Mu instinctively looked up and saw that the female monster had grown countless thin legs from her blood-filled body, like a spider. That lump of flesh should be what she spat out. But compared to before, there were several more scars on her face, and even the red flesh of her body shrank partly, probably the price paid for avoiding the explosion earlier. The woman glared at Chu Mu angrily. She had already decided to kill the little wizard no matter what. As for the original idea of catching him and turning him into a puppet of her desire, it had been completely abandoned, because this bastard actually harmed her beautiful face and even threatened her life. Only death could let her anger vent. And of course, she must torture him well before he died, which would make her feel much better. "I will kill you, you nasty little rat." The woman said that, and several pieces of flesh like octopus tentacles immediately shot out from her body surface, quickly spreading toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu had temporarily abandoned the idea of fighting with talismans, because they couldn't blow her up. Death magic. Chu Mu decided to use the Resurrection Guild's common ability against her. He directly stretched out both hands aiming at the rushing blood-meat tentacles. Two streams of pitch-black soul force hit the tentacles. The originally fresh red and lively flesh tentacles instantly turned black, decayed, fell off the blood meat, and became corrupt. Seeing his attack was actually effective, Chu Mu sighed with relief, as long as there was still a way to deal with it. However, the woman was stunned, not only because her blood meat magic was resisted, but more importantly, how did a member of the Anhuan squad of the Life Church know how to use death magic? Isn't that the ability used by believers of the Chaos King? She instantly found it hard to understand the identity of the young man in front of her, but this could not stop her determination to kill Chu Mu. In the past, she always used her ability of desire, and those men would humbly follow her like dogs. But someone like Chu Mu, who hurt her again and again, had never existed. Whoever offended her would die. This was her obsession. She began to sing loudly to the moon that appeared somehow in the night sky. "You are the mother of life. You are the root of flesh. You are the ruler of beauty. You are the empress of desire. Pray for you to open your beautiful eyes and punish the one in front of you. Help me kill him, then offer sacrifices to you." After Chu Mu heard that, he understood. Unable to defeat him, the other party prayed for help from the deity. How disgraceful. Before he could decide what to do, the moon in the sky had become a full red moon at an unknown time. Infinite light descended from the sky, dyeing this area a bloody red. Chu Mu, enveloped in it, suddenly found that the soul force in his body was like being injected with lead, unable to mobilize, and a feeling of being watched by an extremely terrifying presence covered Chu Mu's whole body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Is this the power of the gods? However, it is rather disgraceful that even the gods have personally stepped into the battlefield. Seeing that Chu Mu could barely move, basking in the red moonlight, the female monster showed a cruel smile, and then walked slowly towards Chu Mu in the alleyway like a queen. Chu Mu knew that if he didn't do something, he would be finished. It seemed that everything related to soul force was being suppressed by the red moonlight. Was he supposed to wrestle with her barehanded? Suddenly, he remembered there was still something on him that he could use to fight back, but he had to put on a good show. Otherwise, she might not fall for it, and all his efforts would be wasted. Chapter 94. The Power of the Mother Goddess. The Return of the Black Shadow. Under the red moonlight, Mu subconsciously swallowed as the female monster drew closer. He was certain she would grab him and brutally torture him. Death wouldn't come easily. So did he really have a choice? With his resolve set, suddenly a seemingly ordinary puppet appeared before him. This scene immediately caught the attention of the female monster, who became extremely cautious, slightly slowing her attack, unsure of what trick Mu was playing. Mu held the puppet in one hand and shouted loudly, "Gracious Mother Earth, your disciple calls out to you. I pray for your descent. I pray that you help me escape this calamity. Grant me immortality." Watching Mu holding the puppet with fervent devotion, praying to the Mother Earth, the female monster immediately stopped, stepping back for safety while tightly staring at Mu and the strange puppet in his hands. But different from when the Empress of Desire's divine power appeared, nothing seemed to happen around Mu, who wanted to use the puppet as a medium for power. The female monster instantly realized it was a scam. To put it plainly, she had been deceived again by that infuriating man. "How dare you deceive me again? I will kill you." The woman charged towards Mu in a rage. But Mu couldn't help but smile because ever since he took out the puppet, he had been silently counting down the time. Now, 3 seconds had passed, and the female monster abruptly froze. Then, countless flesh-like worms on her body began to crazily squirm, as if countless faces were trying to break out. Her face, which was still somewhat beautiful, suddenly grew full of black tentacles. These tentacles slowly moved, turning her completely into a true monster. Simultaneously, without the female monster, the sky full of red moonlight disappeared as if it had lost its pillar, and Mu regained his ability to move. The woman who turned into a monster under the puppet's power now no longer had a shred of rationality. Countless faces and connecting bloody necks grew all over her body, fiercely roaring. Mu's scalp tingled. He decided to stay far away from this monster. If he got hurt, there would be no time left. As soon as Mu started running, the monster followed right behind him, scaring him even more. Being caught by the female monster before meant a gruesome death after some time, but now being caught by this monster would leave no chance to live. Just then, a figure appeared ahead with a familiar voice. "Mu, run. Wonderful plant of life." Hearing Captain Lawrence's voice, Mu almost burst into tears. The captain had actually come to rescue him. How moved he felt. However, he didn't dare to stop, because if help came and he wasn't saved, it would be so awkward. Ahead of Mu, giant plant vines appeared suddenly, like a giant octopus extending its tentacles, bypassing Mu and rushing toward the monster chasing behind him. The blood-red meaty tentacles clashed with the thick, thorny vines, like two pythons interweaving and wrestling in fierce battle. Mu ran to Captain Lawrence's back. The captain didn't ask why Mu was here, because there was no time. The monster in front of them was a tough opponent. Judging from the fluctuations of soul energy, it was also an animus-level adversary, not someone to be underestimated. Moreover, given the other party's condition, they had obviously become an uncontrollable monster obsessed only with slaughter and destruction. In some ways, this made them harder to deal with than a soul master. In the end, the vines were broken through. The monster, like a flow of blood, seeped through the walls woven by the vines, and quickly reformed its body on the other side. This monster is really difficult to handle. Normal attacks can only cause limited damage. Mu, we need to rely on the Mother Goddess's power. Help me delay them while I prepare the sacrifice. After saying this, Captain Laurent took out a handful of seeds from his pocket, found a patch of muddy earth nearby, sprinkled the seeds on the ground, then pulled out a dagger and began quickly drawing the symbol of the Mother Goddess on the ground, acting as if he fully entrusted everything to Mu next. After seeing this, Mu gritted his teeth, took out a bundle of explosive talismans, and threw them towards the approaching monster, which transformed into paper butterflies and flew towards the monster. The monster's body reacted like frogs spitting out tongues made of flesh and blood that devoured all the paper butterflies into its belly. Seeing this, Mu was rather happy, because the explosion effect would be better in such circumstances. Once most of the paper butterflies were swallowed into the monster's belly, Mu instantly activated the talismans. The talismans instantly exploded within the monster's body. For some unknown reason, likely due to the soundproofing of the monster's flesh, the noise was minimal. However, its body swelled up like a bellows, expanding rapidly to an outrageous size before finally exploding into a mess of blood and flesh. Seeing this, Mu quickly hid in the corner of the wall. As he observed blood and flesh scattered everywhere, a wild joy surged through him. Could it be that he had successfully killed the monster? But soon, the red chunks of flesh began to wriggle and started gathering back toward the center as if attempting to reform the body. It seemed his numerous explosive talismans hadn't inflicted fatal damage. Just then, a loud voice came from Captain Laurent. "Gratitude to the root of life. Gratitude to the Emerald Queen. Gratitude to the Mother of the Earth. Please help your believer rid us of this monster." Without thinking, Mu turned around and saw that the Mother Goddess symbol laid out by the captain had slowly floated up, hovering midair, one side facing the monster, as if inspecting its surroundings. After confirming the target, a terrifying energy began radiating from the center of the symbol. By now, the monster had reformed its body, but sensing the three-leaf clover symbol nearby, instinctively felt fear. There was something far more terrifying present, something that posed danger. Finally, an awe-inspiring divine power shot from the clover symbol, targeting the bloody creature. The monster didn't have time to evade. It was immediately covered by the force. Its flesh withered and shrank rapidly. Before it could emit more than a roar, it was completely drained of life and turned into a puddle of filth on the ground, as though it had never existed. As its mission was completed, the clover symbol's divine power dwindled rapidly and vanished shortly after. Witnessing the terrifying might of the mother goddess annihilate the monster, Chu Mu decided to eternally serve her, praying daily to express his loyalty. In the past, the only deity he'd interacted with was the half-dead god of death, whose divine power he hadn't directly experienced. So, he'd never truly valued deities. But now, witnessing her power firsthand, he suddenly felt how small and insignificant he was. If he couldn't defeat it, joining it wasn't shameful. He was originally part of the Life Church, so what was wrong with genuinely believing in the Mother Goddess? Moreover, those secrets must remain buried within. He certainly didn't want to be discovered as a heretic infiltrating the church. Besides, the Resurrection Church wasn't even a commendable organization. He'd already made a job switch in his previous life, and there was no way he would move from a good position to a worse one. Furthermore, it seemed the Resurrection Church harbored ill intentions towards him. Thus, he decided to cut ties with them temporarily and contentedly continue being part of the Life Church. Captain Laurent, meanwhile, didn't notice that the Mother Goddess had gained another devout follower. After checking the area and confirming the monster's death, he began collecting the remains, intending to bring them back to the church. Chu Mu helped him with the task. Only after everything was dealt with did the captain question him about what had happened. Chu Mu explained everything thoroughly since there was nothing really worth hiding anyway. Relationships between men and women were quite normal. Upon hearing the story, the captain's face instead showed more melancholy because the apostle of the Empress of Desire had arrived, foreshadowing many more incidents in the upcoming days in Violet City. Up until now, they hadn't found any clues and could only increase their vigilance. What Chu Mu didn't know was that several figures in black had silently observed them but held back as they left. Lin is dead too. What a stupid woman. The people from the Emperor's side have issues with their brains. Our tasks ahead will become much more troublesome. One of the black-clad individuals grumbled resentfully. We've unknowingly lost so many people, and recently it seems there's a strong warrior hunting and killing our people in the shadows. I've already requested for reinforcements from higher-ups. For now, we need to exercise patience and wait quietly. Just as this black-clothed man finished speaking, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Are you talking about me? Upon hearing the voice, the three black-clad figures swiftly turned around and found a figure enveloped entirely in dark shadows standing right behind them. One hand had already seized their rear companion, who was now unconscious, rolling his eyes while half his body was stained black by an unknown force, indicating he'd been attacked without mercy. The remaining two black-clad individuals retreated quickly, maintaining a safe distance, staring vigilantly at the shadow as they shouted loudly. Who are you? How dare you attack the followers of the evil god? Are you tired of living? Upon hearing this, the shadow split apart at the two blood-red eyes, emitting a high-pitched and shrill laugh. So it's the evil god, huh? I'm so scared. But someday, I'll trick the evil god into coming here and devour him to taste what an evil god really is like. As for tonight, you will do just fine as appetizers. The dark shadow said while tossing away the black-clad individual in his hand. The man fell lifelessly on the ground, devoid of any vitality. However, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened on the black-clad person's chest. Whether or not it was an illusion, these eyes made the two black-cloaked figures feel they resembled their deceased comrade. Kill him. Omniscient fire mage. Omniscient imprisonment. One of the black-cloaked individuals rapidly formed a scorching ball of flame in his hand, while the other conjured a colossal barrier out of thin air, sealing off the surroundings to prevent the shadow from further attacking. They coordinated in offense and defense. Even if the opponent were formidable, this combination would typically stand a chance in battle. But suddenly, countless pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the shadow's body as he stared at the two black-robed figures. Even those who called themselves mad worshippers of the evil god instinctively felt fear in the presence of such an existence. A slit appeared under one of the eyes, ejecting a stream of water that extinguished the incoming fireball. Then, the shadow morphed into a shape on the ground and quickly rushed toward the two black-robed men, while the countless blood-red eyes in the shadow kept glaring at them intently. Beware, he's coming. The black-robed individual controlling the imprisonment ability unconsciously fortified the barrier, beads of cold sweat forming on his face due to the bizarre nature of the shadow that unnerved him deeply. As the shadow reached the barrier, it swiftly re-emerged from the ground, hovering in front of it. Several eyes fixated on the black-robed man, akin to a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. Suddenly, the black-robed man felt his spiritual power start to fall into chaos, causing the previously tight barrier to waver. In shock, he exclaimed, "This can't be. This is the domain lord of fear's mental confusion. But before that, you seem to use the knowledge of the Chaos King. How could you possibly possess the knowledge of so many deities? It's impossible." The shadow let out a low chuckle and said, "Ordinary people can't achieve this. However, with enough devoured souls, one naturally can obtain all sorts of divine knowledge." With that, the shadow once again transformed into darkness. In the next moment, it had already breached the barrier. His body then rapidly disintegrated into countless shadows that surrounded the two black-robed individuals. The two were now completely desperate, for wherever they looked, almost everywhere was filled with the shadow's duplicates. If one considered the shadow a soul master, then how many soul masters must have been devoured for him to attain such capability? An infinite number of shadows surged forward, submerging the two black-robed men. Echoes of their terror and agony rang out in the darkness. Chu Mu and the captain didn't know what happened after that. After handling the situation, Chu Mu returned to his residence and soon fell asleep from exhaustion. The following day, the captain informed everyone about what had transpired last night, briefly holding a meeting. Apart from leaving Chu Mu somewhat embarrassed, scratching his foot, the others simply gave him an extra glance and showed concern. After returning home, Chu Mu also started worrying about the current situation. However, he decided to enter the kingdom of death before the chaos began. It was time to deal with the threat posed by the red-dressed woman. Otherwise, he might soon find himself with no resources to utilize. Of course, before entering the kingdom of death, Chu Mu took out the nun's mask. Mustering up his courage, he put it on, feeling some pain as it adhered to his face. Yet, wearing the mask granted Chu Mu a new ability, manipulating his limbs to layer additional strength. Previously, the cat who wore the mask demonstrated this skill. Chu Mu spontaneously cut out pieces of paper from the ones in his room, shaping them like arms. He then connected them to both the mask on his face and his body. With the numerous white paper arms stacking up, Chu Mu resembled a thousand-armed deity. Compared to remotely manipulating the papers as puppets before, utilizing the combined ability of the mask provided far superior close combat control. To enhance his abilities, Chu Mu attached the purification and explosive talismans he'd created recently onto these paper arms, boosting the arms' capabilities. After making all the necessary preparations, Chu Mu felt ready to set off. It was time to fight the red-dressed woman to the death. The mask had given him another approach. Now, only time would tell who would survive. Chapter 95, Battle Against the Red Dress, The Bat's Attack. After making all preparations, Chu Mu put on the mask, releasing all the paper hands covering his body, transforming into the true paper angel state. He then entered the realm of death through the death's eye. Looking at the desert before him, Chu Mu did not let down his guard but immediately observed his surroundings. Only after confirming that he was still far from the village and that there was no sign of the red dress did he exhale in relief. He slowly moved towards the village, manipulating the countless paper arms around his body. As he got closer to the village, he finally saw a streak of crimson against the gray expanse. His pupils subconsciously dilated because this place might be where the red dress was located. He was finally about to face the most terrifying presence since entering this world. Yet amidst his fear, Chu Mu also felt a certain excitement, an indescribable emotion. After all, wasn't his goal as a soul master and his relentless improvement of his own strength for this very moment? As Chu Mu drew nearer, the red dress seemed to sense his existence and began floating slowly towards him. Chu Mu did not flee but quickly adjusted the paper arms around his body, gathering those imbued with purification seals and explosion seals toward his chest. Then he swiftly condensed a much thicker and longer arm, readying it for attack. For extra assurance, Chu Mu also enveloped his control puppet in paper and concealed it within his chest area. Although he was unsure whether it would work on non-living entities, it could potentially serve as a last resort in life or death situations. Finally, as they grew closer, Chu Mu managed to clearly see the figure of the red dress. Unlike its previous simplistic form, the red dress appeared different after consuming the priest. Its surface now bore countless ghostly faces, giving off a disturbing sensation as their red eyeballs turned and glared at him. Deciding to strike first, Chu Mu swung his condensed paper arms toward the red dress, grabbing onto it. The red dress didn't dodge, allowing Chu Mu to easily capture it with his paper arms. However, Chu Mu felt no joy upon capturing the red dress because he remembered its ability to turn areas red. As expected, the paper arms that grabbed the red dress were rapidly dyed red, and his control over them disappeared just as fast. However, all of this had been anticipated by Chu Mu. Grasping the red dress was merely to maintain a safe distance. His true attack lay in the seals hidden within his paper arms. Thus, he immediately activated the purification seals and explosion seals, his genuine killer move. Not planning to use piecemeal tactics, he gathered almost all of his purification and explosion seals surrounding the red dress. Under Chu Mu's command, they detonated together. Purify. With Chu Mu's loud shout, a brilliant white light accompanied by a deafening explosion erupted from the center where the red dress stood. Chu Mu could only protect himself, transforming the paper angel's arms into a massive paper ball, rolling far away after being blasted outward. When he managed to resist the dizziness and observe the gradually dissipating dust at the explosion's center, he once again caught sight of a crimson silhouette. How could she survive this? It's impossible. Chu Mu instinctively widened his eyes, unable to help but voice his astonishment. The ground at the center of the explosion had been gouged out into a giant crater. Despite this, the red dress floated in midair above the crater, tattered yet somehow more vividly crimson than before, as if the explosion had allowed her to transcend some sort of restriction. Chu Mu instantly decided to retreat, realizing that at his current level, he had no means of counterattacking. What frustrated him further was that before he could escape, the red dress had already begun flying rapidly toward him, evidently angered and intent on killing him. Chu Mu hurriedly attempted to withdraw using his paper arms, but the red dress pursued relentlessly behind him. The distance between them shortened at an alarming rate, indicating it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken and killed. If this continued, he would surely be captured and killed by the red dress. What should he do? Chu Mu suddenly remembered that he had brought along the Book of Wisdom. Since it supposedly knew everything, he would consult it on how to extricate himself from the current predicament. Thus, while fleeing, Chu Mu retrieved the torn piece of parchment from the Book of Wisdom from his pocket and quickly inscribed the question. How do I deal with the red dress behind me? The Book of Wisdom seemed to perceive that Chu Mu's life was counting down, unusually responding actively by quickly providing a solution. Chu Mu was pleased that the Book of Wisdom had indeed provided a solution to his current predicament, but resolving the issue with the red dress still seemed highly troublesome and dangerous. However, it was better than being caught and brutally killed. So, for now, he could only attempt what was written in the Book of Wisdom. First, Chu Mu communicated with the Death's Eye in his embrace, confirming that as his soul master level increased, so did his dominion over the realm of death, something he had previously overlooked. Unexpectedly, the Book of Wisdom had noticed this and informed him that this was a force he could borrow. It appeared that he had somewhat underestimated the abilities of this Book of Wisdom. The powers of an illusionist exceeded those of a novice witchcraft apprentice. They could briefly transform into vengeful spirits and use divine power within the realm of death to suppress other death creatures. Additionally, their universal skills were also enhanced. This formed the foundation for breaking the current predicament. The method provided by the Book of Wisdom wasn't to kill the red dress, for its terror was evident to Chu Mu. It was almost impossible to be killed or destroyed. Therefore, the only way left was to contract it. However, considering the immense strength of the red dress, Chu Mu needed to seriously wound it before making any contract. The only weapon on his person capable of causing such damage was the uncontrollable puppet in his embrace, because it was stained with divine blood and carried a curse born from its demise. No matter how powerful the red dress was, it couldn't surpass the might of a deity. Chu Mu immediately retrieved the out-of-control puppet from his embrace, then turned around holding the puppet and threw it toward the approaching red dress behind him. Fortunately, the red dress, seemingly due to its own arrogance about its power, did not choose to dodge. Instead, it allowed the uncontrollable puppet to crash into its body and instinctively attempted to die and assimilate the puppet red. However, the moment its power touched the blood on the puppet's chest, Chu Mu had already ceased fleeing and instead focused intently on the red dress behind him. He noticed that upon contact with the uncontrollable puppet, the red dress started burning. The ghostly face patterns on its dress began bleeding from their eyes and screaming in agony, yet they were powerless to resist their fate of gradually turning to ashes. When the puppet finally fell to the ground, the red dress was even worse off. Its originally blood-red body had become a pale pink. All the ghostly face patterns on the dress had been erased, and the tattered dress was now merely a large piece of cloth that helplessly floated onto the ground. But even so, the existence of the red dress could not be completely erased, proving how terrifying it truly was. Next, what Chu Mu had to do was seize the opportunity when it was at its weakest to make a contract with it using his ability to control death beings, which naturally had to be completed under the empowerment of the dominion of the realm of death and the mask's power. Chu Mu controlled countless paper arms to grab the broken piece of cloth lying on the ground, and began using his ability to control undead creatures to try and take command of its core. At first, everything went smoothly, and Chu Mu quickly found the core of the red dress. However, despite being damaged to this extent, its resistance was still very strong, preventing the contract seal from being completed instantly. The two sides fell into a tug-of-war. Worse still, the red dress seemed to gain the upper hand, and many paper arms near it gradually turned pale pink. But as Chu Mu mobilized the divine power of the realm of death to suppress it, the balance finally tilted slightly in favor of Chu Mu. The most direct manifestation of this was that the pink-tinged white papers reverted back to white. In the end, Chu Mu successfully imprinted the core of the red dress. The red dress was ultimately under Chu Mu's control and eventually transformed after several changes, the scrap of fabric coalescing into the shape of a hand-shaped piece of cloth that Chu Mu attached to the mask. Only then did he consider himself to have truly subdued the red dress. Relieved, Chu Mu looked toward the village nearby and wondered how many more such terrifying beings might be inside. He suddenly felt the weight of the mission before him. But today, it would not be possible to continue. His soul power was completely drained, leaving him powerless despite his resolve. Chu Mu left the realm of death and returned to his home. With his long-standing affliction finally resolved, he rested peacefully in bed and slept deeply, hoping for another sunny day tomorrow. After obtaining the red dress, Chu Mu enjoyed a rare few days of leisure time. Beneath the surface tranquility, however, hidden currents swirled. Not far outside the city of Viola, in a dilapidated estate, pairs of red eyes hung inverted from the beams, incessantly flashing in the darkness. Inside the rooms of the estate lay numerous cow, sheep, and homeless people's corpses. What was common among these corpses was that despite their bodies being covered in wounds, there wasn't a drop of blood flowing from them. Their final expressions were frozen in fear, as though they had endured immense pain and torment before death. At this moment, voices of conversation rose from the darkness, revealing several black-robed figures who gathered here secretly, seemingly plotting some nefarious deeds. One of the black-robed figures took out a glass test tube, shook it slightly, and slowly walked into the hall before uncorking the bottle. The potion inside turned into green gas that quickly evaporated, gathering beneath the ceiling for a long time before finally dissipating. The red eyes hanging beneath the ceiling became even more bloodthirsty. Seeing their reaction, the black-robed figure smiled. "Just a little more patience, my little darlings. After nightfall, the world will be yours. Turn this city upside down. This is your mission." The black-robed figure's voice had barely faded when countless pairs of blood-red eyes rapidly opened in the darkness. A series of shrill squeaks echoed one after another, seemingly responding to the black-robed figure. The day was still quite pleasant, and Chu Mu had not encountered anything unusual until right before he clocked out. After handing over his shift to Lear, he decided to head home. As he walked back home, the sky gradually darkened. Just like every other day, He was heading towards his house. Suddenly, Chu-Mu heard a series of shrill squeaks. He turned his head and saw a few bats flying across the sky. People in this world had a bad impression of bats, calling them vampires. However, Chu-Mu actually liked these little animals. They ate mosquitoes and insects, beneficial creatures for sure. Although they did look a bit grotesque, not all bats drank blood. This was a fact worth clarifying. But just as Chu-Mu was puzzled, he noticed a pair of red eyes appear on a nearby tree as if staring at him. It seemed strange, and looking at the thing hanging upside down from the tree, it should also have been a bat. But do bats really have red eyes? As he wondered about it, the red-eyed bat swiftly swooped down from the tree, directly lunging at him. To his surprise, this bat was much larger than what he had expected. Chu-Mu hastily ducked and rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the bat's dive. Chu-Mu quickly looked up, only to see the red-eyed bat circling in the air before turning around and diving at him again. Chu-Mu grew irritated. How dare it not let go? Thinking he had no fight left in him, he immediately took out a paper butterfly and threw it toward the red-eyed bat. The paper butterfly flew through the wind and collided with the bat. However, the tactics of the paper butterflies were a little underhanded. Upon contact with the bat, they transformed into pieces of white paper and stuck tightly to its body, affecting its flight and breathing. The red-eyed bat fell straight to the ground. Chu-Mu seized the opportunity and walked over to the bat covered in paper, stomping on it hard several times. Blood flowed from the white paper, but this red-eyed bat's life force proved remarkably resilient. Even so, it continued to struggle fiercely. In the end, Chu-Mu gave it a few more kicks, killing the terrifying red-eyed bat. As he hesitated whether to take it back for the captain to examine, suddenly a cloud of blackness appeared ahead. Countless familiar red eyes were flashing within the black cloud, scaring Chu-Mu into turning and fleeing immediately. Of course, he didn't forget to throw the red-eyed bat on the ground into the realm of death because the black cloud contained a horrifying swarm of red-eyed bats. This night, the city of Viola would definitely become lively again. As Chu-Mu ran, he pulled explosive talismans from his pocket and threw them toward the pursuing bat swarm. The battle against the red dress had almost exhausted his supplies, and now the talismans he used were ones he had hastily crafted over the last few days, though not in great abundance. He threw 4 at once. Without needing any control, as soon as they were tossed, they were quickly chased and engulfed by the bat swarm behind him. Huh! Chu-Mu shouted loudly, and the 4 explosive talismans detonated instantly, creating blasts among the red-eyed bat swarm. Many red-eyed bats were blown apart, many became disabled, and fell to the ground struggling in their dying moments. Those that remained alive were dazed, temporarily losing their threatening edge. Chu-Mu caught a brief respite, but facing the bat swarm, he felt somewhat powerless because his abilities seemed unable to effectively injure these red-eyed bats. But he wasn't completely without options either. Directly from the realm of death, he summoned the red dress. Compared to the white papers, the red dress, which craved flesh and souls, was far better suited to dealing with these terrifying little creatures. Chapter 96. The Clash of Divine Powers. Chu-Mu encounters danger. After the red dress appeared, it showed some kind of impulse towards the surrounding blood scent. Chu-Mu then gave up controlling it and let the red dress act on its own. The red dress, no, now it should be called a red rag, flew directly toward a dying red-eyed bat struggling on the ground, quickly enveloping it. The red-eyed bat struggled more violently inside the red cloth, even using its sharp teeth and claws, but failed to tear through the seemingly fragile fabric. Finally, the red cloth released the rapidly weakening red-eyed bat. The blood on the red cloth only increased by a thread, suggesting that it still had a long way to go to fully restore its previous power. With its eyes wide open, the red cloth kept killing one red-eyed bat after another. Chu-Mu actively controlled it to attack the intact red-eyed bats since the ones already blown up were doomed to be slaughtered. It would be more efficient to clear out these still-flying ones first. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from somewhere, causing those red-eyed bats to start flying and fleeing in a certain direction. Chu-Mu didn't chase them. Who knew if it was a trap set by an enemy? He had already decided that he would take these corpses of the red-eyed bats to Captain Laurent next. An organization is there to rely on. Don't think you can save the world alone. After waiting for the red cloth to have its fill, Chu-Mu brought one of the red-eyed bats he had previously killed to the captain, who had already received the constable's message and come to the church. Looking at the enormous bat corpse Chu-Mu pulled out, the captain frowned. These bats were too strange, definitely not ordinary bats. Furthermore, based on Chu-Mu's description, it seemed like something or someone was directing them behind the scenes. Could it be those damn heretics again? But what is their purpose? Perhaps because Chu-Mu interrupted, those red-eyed bats withdrew prematurely. However, even in the short time they appeared, they caused dozens of casualties in Violet City. So no matter what, they must find the hiding place of the red-eyed bats as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other side comes back with a vengeance, it would certainly cause even greater casualties. The captain first quickly gathered everyone, then took out the sniff grass he had cultivated, using the smell on the dead bat's body to locate the hideout of the other bats. Then everyone boarded a carriage and left the city according to the direction pointed by the sniff grass, rushing forward under the cover of night. Although nighttime activities were much more dangerous, compared to causing greater casualties, all of this was worth it. Inside the estate, an old man in black robes was raging. You fools, why did you let the bloodthirsty bats cause so many casualties? Are you all pigs? At this moment, a bat flew in from outside and landed in front of the elder, seemingly exchanging information with him. Damn it, they've already lured the group of mediums here so quickly. Their noses work just as well as ever, unlike you useless bastards. But since they've come, there's no need for them to leave anymore. We'll give them a grand welcome. After speaking, the old man slowly approached two subordinates in black robes and handed them 2 bottles of magical potion. Drink it. This is your punishment for being so incompetent. Hopefully, the next steps will allow our guests to feel warmly welcomed. After receiving the magical potion, the black-robed individuals hesitated in their gazes, but were being watched closely by the elder and all the bloodthirsty bats in the estate. With no choice, they drank the potion in their hands. After drinking the potion, their bodies began to undergo changes, tearing apart their clothes and growing wing-like membranes. Their howls increasingly ceased to resemble those of normal humans. Eventually, the medium team's carriage stopped outside the estate. After Captain Laurent gathered and grouped everyone together, they prepared for group actions aimed at the red-eyed bat cluster inside, along with potential hidden heretics. Chu Mu was grouped with Zhao David, while Li Er was placed with Cassie. Judging by Li Er's continuous turning around, it was evident he preferred being with Helena, but unfortunately, the captain completely ignored his pleading gaze. All groups operate independently. If any danger arises, shout for help. Everyone else hearing the call should rush over to assist. Remember to stay safe. Let's move out immediately, ordered Captain Laurent. Everyone started heading into the estate in darkness, with each group maintaining a distance as they searched systematically. As Chu Mu and Zhao David were walking forward, Chu Mu suddenly heard a faint squeaking sound. He immediately pulled Zhao David aside and began searching the surroundings with his eyes, yet found no trace of the red-eyed bats. Zhao David also heard that sound and instinctively turned his head to look. Chu Mu also heard it again, but this time the direction of the sound seemed to have changed. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Could they have accidentally wandered right into a den of bats? Chu Mu didn't dare speak and used hand gestures to indicate to Zhao David that they should return along their original path. Zhao David seemed to have realized their predicament from the increasing cries around them, so the two began retreating slowly, planning to go back. Suddenly, Zhao David stepped on something soft. He knew it wasn't good, and sure enough, a shrill scream sounded beneath his foot. In an instant, countless blood-red eyes opened on the previously pitch-black ground, encircling Chu Mu and Zhao David from all directions. They had indeed unintentionally stumbled into the bat's lair, the worst-case scenario. But who would have thought that these damned bats wouldn't hang from trees, but instead chose to hide and ambush on the ground? That defied logic. Chu Mu quickly pulled out a purification talisman and activated it immediately. At that moment, those red-eyed bats rose up from the ground and rushed straight toward the two of them, apparently intending to bite them to death. While activating the talisman, at least 3 vampire bats had already latched onto Chu Mu's body. Their sharp teeth easily tore through his clothes and pierced his skin. Blood flowed from the wounds and was greedily sucked in by the creatures. When the purification talisman was finally activated, a dazzling white light erupted, and those light-fearing red-eyed bats instinctively distanced themselves from the two men. But both looked disheveled. Even with only a moment's exchange, both had suffered injuries. Head back to the captain, Zhao David shouted while turning to run in the direction of Captain Laurent. Chu Mu held the purification talisman high in his hand, continuing to use its light to drive away the red-eyed bats as he ran after Zhao David. However, he hadn't forgotten to summon the red dress, allowing it free rein to hunt down these red-eyed bats. Upon noticing the sudden burst of white light, Captain Laurent quickly approached and saw a breathtaking scene. Chu Mu and Zhao David were running ahead under the protection of the purification talisman, like travelers escaping with a torch held high in the darkness. In the surrounding darkness, countless pairs of blood-red eyes flashed, tightly pursuing them behind. The fear induced by the light was weakening, the red-eyed bats growing braver, and it seemed as if Chu Mu and Zhao David might be swallowed up by the swarm at any moment. The captain shouted loudly to them, "Run over here. Everyone else prepare to set up the altar." Captain Laurent took out a prepared paper scroll, which had already been inscribed with the emblem of the church using special pigments. Now, as he opened it, he also retrieved a bottle of an unknown magical potion and poured it directly onto the scroll. Others then sprinkled spiritual seeds around the scroll, quickly setting up a simple altar for prayer. Together, everyone prayed to the Mother Goddess. "Thank you, Source of Life. Thank you, Queen of Deep Green. Thank you, Mother of the Earth. Please help believers rid ourselves of the swarm of bats ahead of us." As Chu Mu ran, he listened to the loud prayers the captain and the others made to the Mother Goddess, then watched as the scroll on the ground once again slowly floated up a cloverleaf symbol, which ultimately hovered above their heads like a giant, silently watching over all around them. Then, a familiar yet terrifying force surged out of the cloverleaf symbol, rushing like a flood toward Chu Mu and Zhao David and the swarm of bats chasing behind them. Chu Mu and Zhao David merely felt a wave of fear, but familiar power rushed past them. Instead of causing harm, they experienced warmth, as though finding a sense of joy connected to their root strength. It was the power of the Earth Mother's authority over life. Though this power did not affect Chu Mu and Zhao David, who shared the same origin of strength, it displayed merciless cruelty towards the swarm of bats behind them. Those horrifying little creatures aged rapidly and decayed within this surge of power, much like how everything withers after an autumn breeze. As the Mother Goddess's power passed through, every form of life turned to dust. Seeing this sight, Chu Mu couldn't help but sigh. He always thought the Mother Goddess's power granted life, but now realized taking it away was just as simple. It seemed to overlap somewhat with the powers of the God of Death. He truly wondered what exactly the divine authorities were about, but he was still too weak, just an ant among soul practitioners. How could he comprehend the vastness of divinity? Yet one day, he would know everything. After dealing with the bat swarm behind them, the cloverleaf symbol didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it continued controlling its force to spread deeper into the estate, aiming to obliterate all existing beings within. At this moment, the hidden heretics in the manor seemed to sense the danger as well, and a loud chorus of prayers came from inside. Descend upon us, Lord of all phenomena, Master of space and time, Emperor of light, King of chaos. Then a blood-red gate materialized deep within the manor, and a terrifying force poured out from it, colliding violently with the Mother Goddess's power. After their collision, both carriers of divine power quickly disappeared, marking the end of the deity's intervention. The next move would depend on the soul practitioners. All members, one flame talisman each. Use them sparingly. Upon encountering any heretic, do not hold back. Eliminate them immediately. Remember to be cautious. Captain Laurent pulled out his long sword as he spoke, while everyone else drew their weapons. Then they all swiftly advanced into the manor together. At that very moment, countless red-eyed bats flew out from within the manor. Among them were two larger creatures that were also airborne, blending seamlessly with the swarm of bats. Chumu's scalp tingled in response. He couldn't help but wonder, could these be the legendary vampires? Zhao David and the others immediately stopped their steps and began scattering spiritual seeds around their feet. Enormous vines sprouted forth from the ground, attempting to form a barrier against the red-eyed bat assault. However, Chumu was filled with worry. These creatures could fly. Could such barriers possibly withstand the impending onslaught, especially with those two large ones present? The subsequent actions by Captain Laurent and Helena truly took Chumu by surprise. Though they also grew magical plants, these instead blossomed into countless stunning flowers, exuding an extremely potent fragrance that rapidly spread to all sides. When the previously frenzied red-eyed bats caught a whiff of the scent, they started dropping onto the ground, writhing desperately but unable even to stand. At that moment, Captain Laurent shouted toward Chumu, Sean, and Albert standing idly behind. You three, ignite the fallen red-eyed bats using your flame talismans immediately. Upon hearing this, the three quickly took out their flame talismans and, stepping through the gap left by their comrades, moved past the vine barricade. As they activated the talismans, flames erupted like spray from flamethrowers, engulfing the densely packed red-eyed bats lying on the ground like dumplings in boiling water. It wasn't clear whether the flame talismans were extraordinary or if the red-eyed bats were abnormally flammable, but the terrifying bats burned instantly upon contact, quickly turning into charred remains. Nevertheless, there were simply too many of them on the ground, and the speed of the three was still insufficient. Thus, the black-robed individuals inside the manor lost their patience. Omniscient death. More than 10 corpses inside the manor slowly rose under the black-robed individual's power, forming an undead zombie troop. However, the elder didn't expect much practical harm from these low-grade zombies. Therefore, he took out a special potion and let its vapors drift into each zombie's body after pausing over their noses. In an instant, these zombies began experiencing some sort of transformation. Their eyes became equally blood-red, filled with attack instincts. Then another unknown potion was taken out and dripped a few drops on each zombie. With a finger pointed at the window, the black-robed figure loudly commanded, "Go! Kill the damn souls outside." The zombies appeared to have been released from some kind of restraint as they charged wildly out of the manor room, speeding directly towards the three who were still clearing away the red-eyed bats on the ground. Chumu was the first to notice these zombies because he was more sensitive to death-related entities than anyone else. Although he wasn't afraid of zombies, he knew his companions might not share the same feeling, so he shouted aloud, "Careful, there are zombies." Upon hearing this, Albert and Sean instinctively looked up, only to see more than a dozen dark figures rushing toward them. "Run!" Chumu's shout woke the two up, and they promptly followed him back to the vine barrier constructed by the captain and others. But the red-eyed bats on the ground had not yet been cleared by half, and their flame talismans were nearly depleted. "Be careful. Deal with these zombies first." Captain Laurent was forced to temporarily alter his tactics and started directing everyone to use the vines to restrain the crazily rushing zombies. Suddenly, out of the darkness behind them, a huge bat rushed forward, snatching Chumu before quickly disappearing into the darkness. This scene shocked everyone. The two larger creatures hadn't been paralyzed by the pollen, but had hidden in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to strike. They didn't expect them to target Chumu. "Chumu!" Lee involuntarily shouted, but there was no trace of Chumu in the darkness. Chapter 97. Battle ends. Sean's death. Chumu was caught by a giant bat at this moment. It carried Chumu into the sky and then released its claws holding Chumu, who fell straight down toward the ground with great force. Even without anything else, that fall alone could easily leave Chumu gravely injured. At this time, Chumu's mind raced furiously to think of a way to survive. If only he could grow a pair of wings. Even if they couldn't fly, he could rely on gliding to land safely on the ground. Mentioning wings, he immediately took out the nun mask from his chest and put it on. Then countless white paper arms stretched out from the mask, unfolding like two giant wings, carrying Chumu slowly gliding down to the ground. The creature originally waiting in the sky, expecting to see Chumu crash to his death, also stared in disbelief. It truly could not understand how Chumu's wings came to be. With a roar, the giant bat monster quickly dived toward Chumu. Chumu swiftly turned around and grabbed the large bat monster with the two paper arms. After a brief collision, Chumu was thrown back several meters, but his two paper arms also grabbed the bat monster. Countless sheets of white paper tightly wrapped around the monster, restricting its movement. But such measures could not kill the bat monster. At this point, a streak of red cloth rapidly responded to Chu Mu's call and flew over. It was the red dress. Having secretly killed countless red-eyed bats, its color had once again restored to its original bloody red, though it remained badly damaged. The red dress directly stuck itself onto the forehead of the bat monster. Subsequently, starting from the center of the red dress, the entire body of the monster quickly turned red. The monster seemed to sense the danger and struggled desperately, but all to no avail. When the red had completely spread throughout the monster's body, the monster utterly lost its ability to struggle. Then the red on the monster's body quickly faded, as if being reabsorbed by the red dress. When the red faded from the monster's body, the monster already had no signs of life, while the red dress became even fresher red, and even some of the broken parts had been restored. Despite having obtained the fragments of the red dress, Chu Mu did not fully understand the capabilities of the red dress. He only knew that it seemed adept at a form of assimilation. It appeared that after returning, he would have to thoroughly inquire about the abilities of the red dress from the Book of Wisdom so as to better utilize its powers in the future. After killing the monster, Chu Mu hurried to Captain Lawrence's location, only to find their situation was not optimistic either. The skies were filled with red-eyed bats tightly surrounding them, while the zombies on the periphery continued to struggle fiercely. All Captain Laurent and his team could do was drive away the red-eyed bats trying to get closer using purification talismans while clearing those strange-looking zombies as quickly as possible. Chu Mu felt that he should do something, but his abilities seemed somewhat insufficient to handle the multitude of red-eyed bats. Suddenly, he remembered that after becoming a theater mage, he might be able to borrow the power of the Kingdom of Death to transform into an aggrieved spirit. As an aggrieved spirit, wouldn't it harm these red-eyed bats more effectively? Saying is doing. Chu Mu temporarily hid his body within the Kingdom of Death and used the ability of transformation into an aggrieved spirit. Chu Mu felt his body becoming lighter and lighter, as if he was about to float up. This kind of sensation akin to weightlessness was quite peculiar. After transforming into an aggrieved spirit, he found that his body was almost identical to other aggrieved spirits, no lower body. But the greatest difference was that Chu Mu's appearance as an aggrieved spirit was not as horrifying. Instead, it remained just as he looked when alive. This made Chu Mu feel rather troubled. If he went out like this, wouldn't it expose his identity? Then Chu Mu thought of the nun mask. He quickly put it on. Compared to previously manipulating it as a living person, Chu Mu found that controlling the power of the mask as an aggrieved spirit was much smoother. Not only could the mask's face spontaneously alter its shape, but controlling the mask's power also became much lighter and more convenient. It was as if the mask were specifically tailored for aggrieved spirits as a sole weapon. Chu Mu put on the mask and transformed into the form of the paper angel once again. Compared to his heavy body before, now he could easily fly. However, perhaps due to his still relatively weak strength, Chu Mu found that there wasn't any obvious improvement in his own capabilities. So, he summoned the red dress along with the rope he had obtained earlier from the hanged zombies, using them as weapons, and then rushed out from the Kingdom of Death, descending into reality in this form for the first time. Chu Mu's sudden appearance drew the attention of the dark-cloaked elder hiding in the shadows right away, because he discovered a very powerful aggrieved spirit suddenly appearing nearby, and for a soul master with a basic knowledge of death-related powers, this was as noticeable as light in the dead of night. Chu Mu did not notice the other's presence, and after appearing, first manipulated the power of the red dress to dye the outermost white paper arms red. Then, he directly charged towards the swarm of bats filling the sky. All the red-eyed bats, upon touching the red-dyed paper arms, were stuck onto the body of the paper angel. Subsequently, their bodies were also rapidly dyed red before fading in color, turning into falling corpses. Chu Mu's sudden appearance caught the attention of another giant bat monster and the Soul Master Squad, though Chu Mu's actions appeared not to be targeting them. Or perhaps this was not the right time for enmity. Initially, the dark-cloaked figure continued to command the horde of red-eyed bats to attack the suddenly emerged Chu Mu, but then realized that the bats near him quickly died, falling like rain to the ground, utterly lifeless. Thus, the cloaked figure had no choice but to stop the assault. At this moment, the giant bat monster quietly maneuvered behind Chu Mu, intending to strike while his attention was elsewhere. However, it was detected by Chu Mu. Chu Mu instantly utilized the ethereal abilities of a grievance spirit, causing the giant bat monster's attack to pass harmlessly through him. Following this, Chu Mu used another ability of a grievance spirit, the grievance roar. Opening his mouth, he emitted a soul-piercing scream, which directly impacted the surrounding red-eyed bats and the giant bat monster. The large bat monster clutched its head as it fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a great splash of dust. Chu Mu immediately descended from the sky, using the possession ability to penetrate into the body of the bat monster. The bat monster desperately struggled, but its body began to be rapidly dyed red in patches. This was Chu Mu controlling the power of the red dress to assimilate it, though it didn't know this. Instinctively perceiving a mortal threat, it struggled wildly in its dying moments. When the bat monster's body was entirely dyed red, it ceased struggling. Chu Mu slowly extracted himself from its body, taking along its red essence and its very life. As he continued killing, Chu Mu noticed the power of the red dress quickly recovering, making it easier for him to utilize her strength. He plunged once again into the horde of red-eyed bats and resumed his massacre. Meanwhile, the Anhui master team finally succeeded in clearing the troublesome frenzied zombies. But now the number of red-eyed bats in the sky had decreased by 6/10. They looked in astonishment at the grievance spirit pursuing the bats, unsure where it came from or what its purpose was. all me knowing death. Suddenly, Chu Mu sensed a threat, feeling an energy of soul hit him, then penetrating through his spiritual veins. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if someone wanted to control him. This grievance spirit? Not too far away, Chu Mu spotted an elder in black robes, laughing aloud. Though the mission may seem a failure, capturing such a unique grievance spirit makes it not a loss. Come, submit to me, and I shall lead you into a new era. Chu Mu was furious but restrained himself, thinking how blind this man was. He was human, damn it. Yet, that force was inching closer to his core, attempting to leave a soul mark upon him. He hadn't anticipated being regarded as a grievance spirit for Covenant. Desperate to resist, he discovered that his opponent was stronger than him, leaving him powerless against this intrusion. What a disastrous turn. Suddenly, Chu Mu remembered the earlier scene of the priest binding the red dress. Yes, he could use the red dress power to counterattack. So, Chu Mu immediately employed the power of the red dress to trace back the soul energy. Initially suppressing Chu Mu's grievance spirit, the elder prepared to leave his mark. Suddenly, a peculiar force followed his soul energy back to his own body, swiftly staining his arm red and removing his control over it. A situation he hadn't expected. Compared to others, the elder acted more decisively. He broke off and threw away his stained arm, slightly frowning but effectively severing Chu Mu's further invasion. Damn grievance spirit, die. Infuriated, the elder extended his hand towards Chu Mu in the sky, unleashing a fearsome wave of soul energy intending to kill him. Chu Mu made an immediate decision, retreating into the kingdom of death and disappearing from the spot, dodging the elder's attack, though it seemed to the Anhui master team that Chu Mu had been annihilated. Chu Mu immediately returned to his body and re-entered the real world. By this time, the Anhui master team was already fighting against the dark-cloaked elder. You damn bunch, the end of the world is coming. Isn't it better to wait quietly for death? The elder in black robes roared furiously, yet his hands were not idle. Instead, he released a terrifying death magic, causing the vines rushing to him to wither and decay one by one. Chu Mu took advantage of the elder's lack of attention on himself. He fumbled in his pocket for the last two explosive talismans, secretly manipulating them as he slowly approached the elder from behind. The elder in black robes seemed also aware that one hand was insufficient for long-term battle. Hence, while unleashing powerful soul energy that held Captain Laurent and others at bay, he turned around and tried to escape into the darkness, intending to vanish under the cover of night. But no matter how much he planned, he failed to foresee that a soul master whom he thought had already been killed not only survived, but also attempted a stealth attack from behind. Moreover, his retreat put him directly on a collision course with Chu Mu's explosive talismans. Upon noticing the elder turning back to retreat, Chu Mu let the two explosive talismans quietly hide along his inevitable path. When the elder passed through, Chu Mu immediately detonated the explosive talismans. Two explosions quickly went off, their shockwaves throwing the elder high into the air. After landing, he remained prone for quite some time. Captain Laurent knew from this commotion that Chu Mu hadn't perished, and had instead managed to get one over on the elder in black robes. When they rushed to the elder's side swiftly, they inhaled sharply upon seeing his wretched condition. Blood holes covered the elder's entire body. Those were pieces of debris from the explosion that acted like hidden weapons, striking the elder with injuries all over. Captain. Seeing everyone running over, Chu Mu came out from his hiding spot and nodded to the captain right away. The captain merely smiled at him before proceeding to deal with the elder lying on the ground. Chu Mu looked around and suddenly noticed someone missing. Sean, the coward. Where had that coward run off to? He searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. Normally, someone so timid wouldn't dare stay hidden alone during such perilous times. As if sensing Chu Mu's questioning gaze, Albert, usually silent, hesitantly said, Sean was taken away just like you were by the bat monster earlier. Albert's words carried heavy weight. After hearing them, Chu Mu froze momentarily. Not everyone could survive like he did, and with Sean still unaccounted for, there was an 80 or 90% chance. Since joining the Soul Master team, Chu Mu had always felt a false sense of security. Being part of a legitimate church with some kind of divine mandate, their presence would drive back the evil wherever they went. Even the heretics of an evil deity hadn't dared stand against them head-on. Not until today did Chu Mu realize he might have been wrong. Even the Soul Masters in the Anhui team could die, and the cultists of the evil deity weren't as cowardly as imagined. Tonight's black-robed elder had considerable strength. Without Chu Mu's enhancements, likely more than just Sean would have died tonight. It seemed the real world of the Soul Masters had always been this cruel. Chu Mu had been too naive in the past. At this moment, Captain Laurent spoke to everyone. Albert, Earl, and Helena will return to the church with me. Others will remain here. Suddenly stopping mid-sentence, Captain Laurent then continued in a low tone. To search for Sean's whereabouts. Even if he's dead, we must retrieve his remains to give his family closure. Captain Laurent's words struck everyone who didn't want to consider this issue like a slap in the face. Yes, perhaps Sean was already gone, and as his comrades, the duty now was to find his body and inform his family. Regardless of who would ultimately handle this task, it was sure to be a heavy-hearted endeavor. Chu Mu disliked Sean due to his excessive timidity. But it wasn't until finding Sean torn into two parts by the bat monster hidden in a corner when Chu Mu realized he'd forever lost a co-worker and comrade in arms. Whether liked or disliked, this was a deeply sorrowful occurrence. Chapter 98. Prelude to the final performance, The Priest and Chu Mu. Chu Mu walked home with heavy steps, his mind completely occupied by thoughts of Sean. His emotions were somewhat disorganized, But what he didn't know was that a dark shadow had been watching him secretly, observing all his movements and uncovering every one of his secrets. This person was none other than the resentful spirit formed after the priest's death. Staring at Chu Mu's despondent back, a shadow under his eyes cracked open as a raspy voice emerged. Chu Mu, you always bring me surprises. Enjoy this final piece while it lasts. You've helped me make my choice, and I thank you for it. As a reward, in the upcoming performance, you will be the star who shocks the whole stage. Don't let me down, he. At the base of the Black Robes in Violet City, several members were discussing the failure of the Red-Eyed Bat's mission. Originally, they had planned to use this event to plunge Violet City into chaos, giving them the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. But unexpectedly, this time the An Hun team acted too quickly, not only disrupting their plans, but also capturing one of their level 4 soul masters. Combined with their recent hidden losses, they were already short on manpower. If this continued, how would they complete the mission arranged by the gods? As for reporting to the gods and requesting support, they lacked the courage to do so because it might lead the gods to see them as incompetent, possibly sacrificing them on the spot as offerings. While they were lost in deep thought, trying to figure out what to do next, suddenly a shadow appeared noiselessly in a corner of the room and sat down on a chair. When they fell silent, the shadow broke the stillness with its voice. I can help you finish the plans set by the gods, of course, in exchange for a deal. The black-robed men inside the room were startled by the sound of the shadow's voice. They turned toward the voice and immediately recognized the entity that had recently attacked many of their companions. They regarded it cautiously, their soul energies surging, prepared to strike at any moment. You don't need to be so nervous. I'm truly here to propose a deal. You lack people, but I can provide them. If you don't believe me, take a look, said the shadow in its hoarse voice. No sooner had it finished speaking when numerous blood-red eyes instantly burst open from different parts of its shadowy body, staring at everyone in the room. Then, the shadows began to split rapidly, each pair of eyes splitting into more shadows, filling the originally spacious hall with countless dark figures, encircling the few cloaked individuals entirely. Initially, the cloaked individuals felt a surge to fight. Perhaps killing the speaking resentful spirit could give them a glimmer of hope. But upon seeing the vast sea of shadow spirits surrounding them, they abandoned that notion and looked around warily. One then spoke up to the resentful spirit. How exactly do you wish to cooperate? Hearing this, a resentful spirit behind them laughed softly and replied, You've made the right decision. Tell me how you plan to use the altar to break through the boundaries set by the three gods to summon the physical manifestation of the evil god into the real world. Of course, as compensation, I'll help you succeed. After hearing this, the black robes grew tense because they hadn't anticipated how this strange existence had come to know their secrets. We don't need your help. The evil god has already directed its gaze here. If I were you, I'd leave before it's too late. One of the black robes muttered, making a small secret gesture before raising a bloodstained scroll in his hand. A profound eye was painted on it. After smearing it with his own blood, the eye seemed to come alive, staring at the shadow spirit in the room as if threatening it. Ha ha ha, do you think this is a joke? I forgot to tell you. I can read others' thoughts and manipulate them accordingly. For instance, the shadow spirit had just spoken when the black robe holding the scroll suddenly crumpled it and attempted to stuff it forcefully into his mouth, seemingly trying to swallow it. At this point, a powerful force erupted from within the scroll, violently exploding the black robe into pieces. Upon witnessing this, the other black robes merely flinched slightly. Given that this terrifying, resentful spirit of unknown rank dared to surround them alone, it was evident that he held no fear and must have some formidable abilities. Seeing the situation, one of the black robes reluctantly said, We can make this deal, provided that you first demonstrate your sincerity. After hearing this, the shadow smiled again and responded, It's too late now. I've changed my mind. Instead of collaborating with someone I can't trust, why not I simply accomplish everything myself? Isn't that better? As soon as the shadow spirit finished speaking, the black robes immediately moved to attack. Omniscient death. As a result, the black robes who had just attacked aimed at their surrounding companions. Even the followers of the evil god were too fragile to resist such close-range sneak attacks. The attacking black robe's face was full of terror because he had suddenly lost control over his body moments ago and killed his comrades. At this moment, the surrounding shadow spirits rushed in, swallowing up several black-robed figures. Finally, when the yawn spirits in the hall dispersed, the shadow spirit restored its initial appearance. Before it, there were now several new shadow spirits. It fused these new spirits into its body and muttered to itself. The preparation is half done, and it's time to meet my old friend. Chu Mu's mood wasn't good throughout the day as Sean had passed away. He attended Sean's funeral, seeing his wife and children cry, which made him even more disheartened. The team leader consoled him, saying this was very common. Soul Masters faced many dangers. Even the team leader might sacrifice his life anytime. Therefore, one must learn to be stronger. After leaving the funeral, Chu Mu aimlessly walked on the street alone, completely unaware that a shadow had slowly approached and merged with his own. Chu Mu suddenly found that he had lost all control over his body, but continued to move forward, an instant reminder of the priest whom he had killed indirectly. He couldn't shout or mobilize any soul force because it seemed that the priest was much more cautious than before. He was led straight to the abandoned Resurrection Church in the East District. Only then did his shadow slowly produce a shadow spirit, whose voice was altered greatly, but Chu Mu confirmed without a doubt that it was the priest. It has been a long time since we last met, Chu Mu. Do you still remember this place? This is where I died and was reborn, and it will soon witness everything. The sound of the spirit was raspy and strange. Chumu noticed he regained the ability to speak and quickly asked, "You are the priest. What exactly do you plan to do?" The resentful spirit smiled, then approached Chumu, extending its vague arm towards Chumu's head while saying, "Prepare for a grand performance to welcome the arrival of the apocalypse. Oh, by the way, you will be the next star, so be ready mentally." Upon finishing, the hand intended to pierce Chumu's head. Although unsure what the priest planned, Chumu wouldn't allow him to carry out any actions that could endanger his life. Instantly, Chumu started his transformation into a spirit of resentment. A spirit emerged from Chumu's body, floating in the air. With his soul now gone, Chumu's body involuntarily released the previous control and fell to the ground swiftly. Chumu wanted to use the spirit's roar for attack, but he suddenly realized he had lost control over his body once again. The shadow spirit laughed loudly, saying, "You've indeed fallen into my trap. What I need is precisely your state as a resentful spirit. Only this way can I complete the perfect performance. Let's start our final preparations directly." In the state of a resentful spirit, Chumu was powerless against the priest, who was also a spirit of resentment. After being effortlessly marked in the core, Chumu's control over himself decreased further, to the point where decisions of will could be substituted by external forces. Uncontrollably, Chumu retrieved the nun's mask and put it on his face, triggering its power. Chumu quickly transformed into a paper angel. Inside an abandoned church, a white paper angel flapped its wings in midair. Below stood a resentful spirit, looking up with yearning eyes, which were soon replaced by fierceness. "This absolutely isn't the true power of this paper angel. Let me see its original strength." After speaking, the priest's spirit hid inside Chumu's paper angel and controlled Chumu to leave the church. Compared to before, Chumu, under the priest's control, flapped his wings and actually began flying. First, they arrived at the Unjangang in the northern district for a brief stop. Chumu then retrieved the Eye of Death, opening a small crack toward the Gangang. Instantly, countless corpses came back to life, drilling out of graves. The power of death gods is used like this. Watch carefully. Such soul artifacts truly are wasted in your hands. Countless revived bodies responded to the call of the death god, spontaneously gathering in front of Chumu like 100 ghosts marching in a holy pilgrimage. "Well, take these gifts. We still need to go to more places." Upon finishing, Chumu directly moved through the crowd of living corpses. Under the power of the nun's mask, he twisted off the arms of the walking dead one by one and attached them onto the mask. Very soon, Chumu obtained countless new arms. The zombies at the scene, having had their arms stolen by the nun's mask, were drained of strength and died again. Watching this, Chumu felt a little pity. Even corpses shouldn't be treated like this. All he could do now was to helplessly witness it all. The priest's resentful spirit couldn't resist mocking Chumu. "You actually feel sorry for them. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. We grant them life so they can offer their value to us. It's their honor." The priest's resentful spirit no longer paid attention to Chumu but instead controlled him once more, flying towards the cemetery. Compared to the Unjangang, chaotic burial grounds, there were even more corpses in the cemetery. Chumu was just about to retrieve the Eye of Death when, at night, a watchman from the cemetery spotted Chumu and shouted loudly from afar, "Who are you people? Leave immediately. Approaching here at night is forbidden. Don't disturb the spirits of the deceased." Watching the priest's resentful spirit leaving with a grimace toward the watchman, Chumu wanted to warn him to be careful but couldn't say a word. In the end, he could only watch as the crazed priest continued his rampage. Licking his lips, the priest's resentful spirit walked back toward Chumu while laughing and said, "What an annoying fellow, with a soul taste that's rather disappointing too. Alright, let's start. We need to hurry up. This isn't our final destination yet." Chumu retrieved the Eye of Death again and used it on the entire cemetery. More reanimated corpses than before emerged from their coffins, spontaneously gathering toward Chumu. Chumu mechanically removed their arms one by one using the nun's mask's ability and attached them onto himself. If he looked like an angel before, covered in white paper, then now he resembled a terrifying Azura. His body, serving as the carrier of the mask, carried countless foul-smelling arms, which swung slowly under the priest's control. Though his abilities remained at magician level, the total fluctuations in his soul power, amplified by the many arms, had already reached the level of a 4th-rank soul master, continuing to climb. After finishing harvesting the zombie arms in the cemetery, Chumu and the priest set out again, stopping this time at the Violet City prison, where all the criminals of Violet City were detained. Chumu panicked a bit. If removing arms from those reanimated corpses was something he could accept, massacring living humans was far beyond what his moral bottom line would allow. But for the priest, it didn't mean much. Hunting criminals was already the most lenient act of kindness he could show to Chumu. "All the prisoners here are criminals, they deserve death. Continue turning them into your power because after the performance begins, you'll need to truly bring out all your strength. Being too weak will result in your own death, you know." Despite Chumu's reluctance, he still directly rushed into the prison, hoping that the wardens would have enough sense to run fast. Otherwise the mad priest wouldn't hesitate to take even more lives. Upon seeing the monstrous figure appearing at the entrance of the prison, the warden staff immediately chose a strategic retreat, relieving some tension off Chumu. However, the priest did not spare these personnel. He directly charged at them and killed them one by one. After killing the wardens, the priest continued controlling Chumu inside the prison where a cruel massacre commenced, full of terror and screams echoing through the jailhouse. When dawn approached, 1,000 armed Azura soaked in blood exited the prison. Its body was adorned with many new arms, almost all smeared with fresh blood since each one was torn from a living person. All right, the preparations are basically done. When the next night comes, we'll experience the climax of the performance. Look forward to it. Chumu disappeared in the dawn light and returned to that familiar sewer, hiding temporarily. Chapter 99. Is there still a sun tomorrow? But the world had already been completely overturned. The prison was ransacked, all prisoners were killed, and even the cemetery was robbed, causing all zombies to revive. Even Captain Laurent, with his extensive experience, could not fully understand the purpose of the evil god and could only gather all the personnel together to strengthen vigilance. But Chumu hadn't shown up. The captain specially sent someone to his house, but found that he seemed not to have returned home last night and was now nowhere to be found, casting another shadow of gloom over everyone's heart. The priest didn't rest even during the day. After leaving Chumu in the sewer, he left alone to prepare something. He seemed not at all worried about Chumu escaping and was highly confident in his own abilities. After the priest left, Chumu tried to contact something. Eventually, a tattered red cloth slowly flew to Chumu's face. It was his necromancer creation, the red dress. Previously, he had left the red dress on his original body and then cut off his connection with it after being captured to avoid being detected by the priest. It was only now that he dared to reconnect with the red dress, which might be his only hope for escape. He controlled the red dress to fly into his body and gradually penetrated into his core. It began to use its ability of assimilation, preparing to interfere with the priest's control over him at any moment. Of course, this wasn't the time to make a move. The priest would very likely harness his powers soon, and he needed to wait for the right moment to betray him and deliver a heavy blow. The priest indeed had no time to care about Chumu. He arrived at an altar secretly built by the evil god's heretics before. Though the number wasn't enough to summon the full embodiment of the evil god, it wouldn't stop the partial arrival of the evil god's avatar. It would only greatly limit the avatar's strength. However, the priest wasn't concerned about that. He aimed specifically at the evil god's avatar. If its strength was too strong, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. Therefore, the insufficient number of altars was, in fact, beneficial. Cecilia was patrolling the streets when she suddenly realized she had lost control of her body and was manipulated toward a residential building. The door was unlocked, so she walked straight in and turned around to close it behind her. She kept walking until she reached the deepest part of the room, where she discovered an altar and a shadow griever waiting for her. She felt terror but couldn't do anything as she automatically laid down on the ground near the altar. Female soul master possessing the mastery of life. You are the perfect vessel for nurturing the evil god. You will give birth to a deity. It is your honor. Cecilia listened to the words of the shadow griever, feeling bone-chilling horror. Despair awaited her. Cecilia went missing, and Captain Laurent angrily punched the wall with his fist. For once, the always composed Captain Laurent lost his composure after things spiraled out of control. He quickly adjusted himself, reminding everyone not to act alone anymore. For now, they could only keep waiting because the person behind these events wouldn't stop here. The big event was yet to come. As night finally fell, Chumu suddenly realized his body started moving on its own. Turning around, it prepared to leave the sewer. Was the priest's show about to begin? On the other side, while Cecilia's body was covered with strange symbols, she helplessly watched as the shadow griever split countless more grievous spirits. They all raised their hands high, facing the altar, and prayed loudly. Pray, O Lord of fear, grant darkness, grant fear, grant corruption, grant chaos. Seek your gaze, seek your mercy, seek your presence. With the start of the ritual, all the altars began releasing terrifying divine powers, spontaneously converging them onto Cecilia. Cecilia felt something new forming inside her belly, a power that seemed to be nurturing something, culminating in the birth of a new life. Never had she imagined giving birth like this, but she had no choice. The evil god was using her as a medium to attempt to descend upon this world. Cecilia's belly swelled increasingly large, pain coursing through her as cold sweat dripped continuously. Unable to resist, she let out wails, but the pain did not end. Originally plump Cecilia visibly became pale, dry, shriveled, and aged. Her subcutaneous fat disappeared rapidly, and shortly after, she had transformed into a frail old woman with white hair. At this moment, the shadow griever poured several vials of special magical medicine into Cecilia's mouth, transforming them into strands of dark mystical energy that flowed through Cecilia into her swollen abdomen. Then her bloated stomach began to tear open, and a pitch-black infant arm easily pierced through the skin and protruded out. By this point, the shadow griever had already fled to rendezvous with Chumu, who was rushing toward them. The baby slowly crawled out from the mother's abdomen, but its skin was blue-purple, not like that of a normal baby. It rather resembled a stillborn infant. However, after it emerged, its flesh quickly began to swell, transforming into an enormous baby. Many areas on its body rapidly became ulcerated, infested with countless maggots. Its skin quickly shrank and dried up, and it seemed disoriented, lacking any signs of wisdom in its eyes. Clearly, this wasn't what the evil god's heretics had initially intended to nurture. It looked at its mother, Cecilia, and then amid Cecilia's complex gaze, it swallowed her whole. The colossal baby destroyed the house and walked out from it. Facing the night sky, it let out a cry akin to weeping. Countless ordinary people heard it and spontaneously left their rooms, walking outside and gathering toward it. At this moment, many blood-red threads suddenly shot out of the giant baby's head, piercing through the nearby living humans. Their bodies quickly aged and withered, while the evil god's giant baby regained some plumpness. Yet, it still maintained a ghastly appearance resembling that of a dead baby. By now, the soul calming squad arrived first on the scene. Upon discovering the evil god's baby, they didn't know its identity yet, but could only temporarily classify it as a death entity, referring to it as a ghost infant. Prepare to eliminate the ghost infant. Be cautious, there might be further moves by whoever's behind this. Stay alert around you, Captain Laurent said before rushing forward. He scattered a handful of seeds, which transformed into massive vines that coiled toward the ghost infant, intending to subdue it first. The ghost infant, which was instinctively draining life force from the surrounding humans to replenish its own essence, sensed hostility from others. It screamed at the approaching vines, causing them to immediately wither and rot, turning into dead wood that fell to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone was astonished. They had never encountered such bizarre and powerful entities. The most formidable person among them, the captain, saw his attack easily blocked. Don't be afraid. All of us must attack together. Let's test its capabilities. Captain Laurent commanded again. Everyone rushed forward, unleashing their abilities and launching attacks at the ghost infant. The ghost infant screamed once more at the group, and the vines swiftly withered and rotted, while the puppets lost control and turned into decayed wood. It appeared that no one's abilities could have any effect on this ghost infant, plunging the situation into despair. Suddenly, the ghost infant's body convulsed several times, and countless white maggots rapidly dropped onto the ground, crawling speedily toward the group, faster than flying birds. All units, mission aborted, flee immediately. Captain Laurent realized it was impossible to handle and planned to abandon the mission while requesting reinforcements from higher-ups. But even before he finished speaking, the white maggots had surged forward at an astonishing speed. Albert was pierced by a single white maggot, which entered his body effortlessly. His skin visibly grew dull and shriveled, his hair turned white, and he collapsed, already dead. There was no time to mourn the teammate's death, for everyone was now in danger. Zhao David soon met the same fate. He tried using vines to block these terrible maggots, but they easily bored holes in the vines and reached Zhao David. He couldn't dodge in time and helplessly watched as the maggots drilled into his body, eroding him until his body was riddled with holes. With no time left to deal with the terrifying ghost infant, the rest fled desperately, vanishing quickly into the darkness of the night. Yet they hadn't truly given up. After Captain Laurent counted the remaining survivors, he thought for a moment and decided to seek help from the Mother Goddess priests. In this situation, seeking aid from the Mother Goddess was much quicker than asking the church. Meanwhile, the priest revenant had reunited with Chu Mu. His body split off shadow after shadow, which started to fuse further with Chu Mu's revenants, elevating Chu Mu's strength to a new level and simultaneously gaining full control over Chu Mu's body. The avatar of the evil god has descended, and things have probably escalated over there. It's our time to take the stage. The priest and Chu Mu spread their arms and flew directly toward where the ghost infant had caused chaos. Unhindered by the soul-calming squad, the ghost infant was now devouring the lives and souls of humans recklessly, rapidly enhancing in power. By now, it had reached the level of a grade 5 soul master, with no sign of slowing down. Suddenly, the ghost infant perceived something and paused, turning its head toward a side of the night sky. Right at that moment, the priest fused with Chu Mu flew precisely toward this direction. All the characters are in place, and what follows will be the climax of this play. By using a special formation and magic potion to interfere with the avatar of the evil god, and simultaneously injecting part of the blood of the death god contained within the soul weapon, we can disturb the evil god's mind and body, creating the strongest body under any deity. Then, by using Chu Mu's strength to suppress the evil god's avatar, and finally taking over the evil god's body while fusing one's own soul, one becomes the strongest being. This is the script for this drama. While muttering to himself, the priest manipulated his new body made up of thousands of hands, resembling a thousand-armed evil god, as he reached out toward the ghost infant. The ghost infant sensed the threat and screamed from afar at Chu Mu. At this moment, Chu Mu also opened his mouth and let out a banshee howl, which was enhanced by the priest's power, canceling out the ghost infant's ghostly wail and allowing the thousand-armed deity to get closer. The ghost infant then released all its white maggots, which flew like bullets toward the thousand-armed deity, hovering in the air. At that moment, the thousand-armed deity had reached the optimal attacking distance, and countless arms reached out together, aiming toward the ghost infant on the ground. The maggots still had astonishing power, easily piercing through the arms, but they could not harm the essence of the thousand-armed deity. One arm broken, countless others continued relentlessly toward the ghost infant. Finally, an arm broke through the white maggots and grabbed the ghost infant. However, immediately after, the arm rapidly dried up and decayed, as if the ghost infant itself were the ultimate curse to all living things. However, thanks to the boost of the Death God realm's power aiding Chu Mu, there was some resistance to such forces, so the corruption occurred more slowly. With the first arm successful, the second and third arms followed, and more arms grabbed the ghost infant, tightly pinning it to the ground. At this point, the priest's banshee suddenly left Chu Mu's body, traveling along the arm and entering the ghost infant's body. Simultaneously, more shadow banshees flowed along the arms into the ghost infant's body. Even the priest was powerless against the curses within the ghost infant's body, as the shadow banshees dissipated one by one. But it was through this suicidal charge that the priest located the core of the ghost infant's power. Next, All he needed to do was leave his mark on it to obtain the divine body born from the failed descent of the evil god. After noticing the priest's actions, Chumu immediately awakened the power of the red dress hidden deep within the core, utilizing it to assimilate his theoretical core and expel the priest's mark. Under his almost total compliance, the core of his strength was quickly eroded by the red dress, and the marks left by the priest were swiftly replaced by the power of the red dress. Chumu controlled his body with the red dress to prevent the priest from continuing to control him. This anomaly was detected by the priest, who didn't know how Chumu had broken free of his abilities. However, he had prepared a contingency, a shadow banshee hidden within Chumu's shadow, which could kill Chumu directly if necessary, completely taking over his body. But when the priest tried to take action, Chumu had already been entirely dyed red by the power of the red dress, even capturing the shadow banshee within his shadow, inadvertently rendering the priest's backup plan ineffective. After regaining control of his body, Chumu immediately retracted the arms that were being eroded by the ghost infant's curse and quickly fled outward. He decided to leave the scene to the priest and the ghost infant. With the lack of suppression provided by Chumu and the death god realm, the ghost infant began to struggle violently. Sensing the threat, stronger curses erupted inside it, causing the priest's banshees, who had barely found the ghost infant's core, to dissipate. At this point, the priest no longer had a way out, and had to continue trying to control the ghost infant despite being overwhelmed. He wasn't without a chance. Meanwhile, after the Calming Soul Squad set up their altar and informed the Mother Goddess of the situation here, the Mother Goddess fully focused her attention on this location. Suddenly, the core area of the Eastern Church, the Amber City Church, received a divine revelation. A dazzling emerald green light shot up into the sky. Countless believers witnessed this miracle and instinctively prayed to the Mother Goddess. These thoughts of devotion transformed into forces that gathered into the center of the emerald green light, where a fresh and vibrant lotus flower floated. Subsequently, an even more brilliant light pierced the night sky, flying toward outside of Amber City, in the direction of Violet City. The standoff between the priest and the ghost infant continued, but the priest was now at a disadvantage. The ghost infant kept enhancing its strength by consuming human life continuously, and the arrangements the priest had made within the ghost infant's body were gradually becoming ineffective due to its increasing power. Moreover, the Shadow King, whose essence originated from the priest's shadows, had perceived the position of his avatar and attempted to influence this area. At this moment, a beam of emerald green divine power descended from the heavens, striking the ghost infant. Before the ghost infant could even emit a scream, its body began to rapidly transform into vegetation. Its skin turned into bark, its body sprouted numerous branches, leaves grew green, and radiant flowers bloomed. Mushrooms even grew in some places, while its body was being quickly destroyed from the outside inward. The priest's Ling mixed within also couldn't escape. In the emerald green divine power, it appeared even more fragile, being rapidly eliminated. As the green light faded, the ghost infant disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an even taller tree on the ground. Amidst the prayers of the Calming Soul Squad, they watched as the Mother Goddess power dissipated. Looking at the ruined Violet City and countless dead civilians, they felt lost. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, but so many had already died. How many more people and comrades would fall before it? In the face of the end times, they were like reeds tossed about by the wind. Captain Laurent directed everyone to begin cleaning up the scene. Despite their grief and confusion, they still had to carry out their work and set an example for others. The church is a pillar in people's hearts, and they couldn't falter. It was their responsibility to their believers. In a small alleyway in the distance, a shadow slowly emerged. It was one of the priest's many shadow wanlings. He had ultimately left himself an ace in the hole, making it difficult to completely destroy him. This plan's failure made him decide to temporarily stay away from here. However, he had taken note of Chumu. If there was another plan in the future, he would surely have another friendly reunion with him. Chumu's situation was also dire. After being assimilated by the red dress, he felt its self-awareness awakening. He could only rely on the power of the death god realm to suppress it. If he failed, he might very well have his consciousness wiped out by the red dress. Could he survive? Chumu didn't know either. In fact, since making that decision, he had already foreseen his possible outcome. Although he still clung to life, often the result isn't something one can decide for themselves. He suddenly yearned for a long sleep, hoping he could wake up again and take another look at the sun outside. The end.